Thank you.
Thank you. Wow.
Thanks for coming out.
Thanks. I can see those people right there because there's a little light drift there. Everybody else, you might as well not even be here. Oh, wait, I can hear you. That's good. Briefly, to kind of tell you what's been happening, we've done a number of these events, and tonight it's just the two of us, and we'll talk about that a bit. But we got feedback from various events, and a lot of people wanted more Q&A. So we're going to talk for a bit, and then we'll take a lot more questions probably than we have at some others. And just to preempt this, when we get to the questions, questions end in a question mark and don't begin with your life story or dissertation. And for those of you who are familiar with me from the TV show, famously hanging up on people, if you think I can't hang up on you live, you are mistaken. We are in control of the microphones. And, but we're really thrilled that you're all here. I wish I could see you just slightly better, but we'll make do. Sam, how are you today?
I'm good. This has been a long day, so we will, I think many of you probably know that there's some controversy shadowing this event now, and so I wanted to deal with that up front. Lawrence Krauss, as many of you know, was supposed to be here, and an article in BuzzFeed came out yesterday making a wide range of allegations against him, all under the rubric of sexual harassment. And after a lot of conversation, we all decided mutually that it would be better if he didn't share the stage with us tonight. And I want you to understand how we came to that decision and what it means, because it should not signify to you that we are taking a position with respect to the truth of those allegations. I think this is a very serious business. We have a colleague and a friend and a person with a very serious and much cherished scientific reputation under assault now. And if you've read that BuzzFeed article, you'll see that there's a wide range of allegations, some of which, if true, are fairly grave, and some of which seem fairly spurious. And there's very little effort in that article to delineate the differences there. And Matt, you and I will go on to just talk about even more generically the implications of that in the Metoo movement. But I just wanted to say that the decision came down to this. If Lawrence were here, he would want to deny all of those allegations. He would certainly say that that article was filled with lies. And then we would be forced to try to change the subject and have a conversation about physics or whatever else under the shadow of what I think would almost be, certainly for most of you, or certainly many of you, the total inadequacy of that opening statement. And I didn't, that seemed to risk being a farce. I feel that Matt and I have built enough credibility with all of you as an audience that I didn't want to subject you to a farce where you're just basically waiting for the Q&A session to get down to brass tacks with Lawrence. And I didn't think Lawrence should be forced to respond to this news cycle, and even worse, this Twitter cycle, where he has to have his statement about this tonight because this event had to be on the calendar. Yeah. I think he absolutely has to respond at some point to these allegations. And if there's someone he needs to sue, or if there's someone he needs to apologize to, or both, he has to come to terms with whatever is true there and whatever he needs to say. And I just didn't think he should be forced to do it tonight, and I didn't think we should be forced to try to avoid the elephant in the room once it was present. So in any case, when the Q&A starts, we'll be happy to take questions insofar as the questions are relevant for us. But I think you and I should just talk more generically about this moment, because we have a situation where so just to look at, we were talking about this backstage, just to look at Twitter, in response to this, I see things like, Sam Harris has never said anything about the Me Too movement, so he must be totally against it. And it's been 4 hours, where neither Matt nor Sam has commented on Lawrence Krauss, so they're totally culpable, right? So it's like there's a frenzy to all of this that we all collectively have to step back from. So I think,
on the 4-hour thing.
Yeah,
that was me, and that was incredibly frustrating because what happened was I woke up yesterday. There were several people who sent me links to the article. Then some people called. I grabbed my bags. I jumped on a plane. I flew from Austin to Phoenix. I landed and I checked social media, and the first thing I saw was Matt has gone dark on social media, and I was. It's been 5 hours, and 3 of that was on a plane. Now I love the modern world where you have quick and easy access to everything, but we're getting to the point where, we want responses, and you need to address this right now. And my answer is, hey, I was on a plane, but even if I wasn't, maybe I was in the hospital, maybe I was sitting in my recliner, maybe I was sleeping, maybe I don't check social media every 10 seconds, or maybe I was aware of all this, which is the case, and I wanted time to think and formulate a reasonable response rather than just being reactionary and feeding the fire.
So let's try to find our way through a reasonable response to the larger issue,
Sure.
because there are a few things here. So I think this is something I have said before. At my event with Ben Shapiro a month or so ago in the Q&A, I was asked about this, and my default is certainly to see these situations through the eyes of a woman. So my default is to believe women here. If a guy is creepy, the onus is on him, and when there are differences of opinion there, that's my bias. And I actually do think it's a bias because it blinds me to those occasions where we really are in a gray area, where there are legitimate differences of perception, where we're talking about bad flirting or misreading of social cues, and we're not talking about a kind of malignant attitude toward women, and we're certainly not talking about anything like rape. And so I think, generically, just to be on the record about all this, I think it's, the Me Too moment is long overdue with respect to shining the light on people like Harvey Weinstein, right? I mean, I think it's fantastic, and people, Harvey Weinstein himself and people like him belong in prison. I mean, we're talking about criminal conduct that was enabled by vast numbers of sycophantic people for reasons that are very difficult to understand, but there's a continuum there. We have, and what's damaging at this moment is that the Me Too movement is showing itself liable to wrap up people like Harvey Weinstein and Garrison Keillor and Aziz Ansari in the same sentence, right? As though there are no gradations between, in the Ansari case, it's until more information is in, it just seems like a bad and awkward date. And that is being lumped literally in the same sentence with something that is clearly rape, and then there's everything in between. So we have, if people are unwilling to make those distinctions, we've completely lost our ethical mooring, and there are people who are unwilling to make those distinctions. There are people who just want to burn it all down, and so in that respect, I think we have to be very careful and very fair and actually focus on details. The details always matter in cases like this.
And I can empathize with the people who might want to burn it all down, even if I disagree with burning it all down. My default is to, similarly, if somebody tells me something about something they experienced, and it doesn't just have to be scenarios like this, if somebody tells me they saw an angel or they had a ghost visit them, I believe that they are honestly trying to relay their perception of that experience. That does not mean that I believe that they actually saw a ghost. It does not mean that I've reached a conclusion about who was in the wrong in this particular scenario. And when we talk about human interactions when it comes to human sexuality, I'm often bad about reading the right cues. I tend to default on the side of nobody wants to sleep with me. That's my general assumption. It keeps me out of trouble, which is why there's not an article for me. But I believe people in general, and so I can hear two people tell me, hey, this was incredibly inappropriate, and the other person says, oh, well, what? This is news to me. I thought this, and I believe that they're both accurately trying to portray things, and we may not ever be able to get to the truth. And there are people who I think glibly say, well, you know, innocent until proven guilty and tell the police. And okay, let's not be ridiculous. Virtually none of these things are ever going to be taken to law enforcement, nor is there anything law enforcement can do about them. Innocent until proven guilty, yes, that's a great standard in the court of law. But when we're going looking for a restaurant, we go to the Yelp reviews. That's the anecdotal evidence from people. And if there's a bad Yelp review, some people might not read further than, oh, it got 2 stars, we're not going there. Well, if it's the only review, what if that's, you know, the long-lost relative who got their recipes stolen? And so we tend to look at this restaurant and say, okay, well, there's an aggregate here, and it's like 2.5 stars on average, and there's 700 reviews. So we don't even need to waste time reading those reviews. And you may be correct. That may be the right way to do it. But if you just see a handful of these and it's, oh, the food was great, but the service was terrible. Well, if I've got more time, but I really want good food, maybe I should go there anyway. I think it's funny that we have trained people for the fastest possible responses and expect people to look at the situation and immediately go, this person's guilty, or when the truth is probably not quite that. I'll save my personal impressions on this specifics of the case, but I worry not so much about the people who are advocating for the Me Too movement. I'm a fan in general of the Me Too movement, or the hashtag and what it's done. Because as I said, I can empathize with the people who are experiencing frustration. We have had a society where victims of sexual assault have been placed in a position where they are incredibly uncomfortable and unlikely to ever come forward. And that sits there and it stews, and it stews, and it stews, and then it explodes, as we've seen. And the problem with that sort of explosion is that there's potentially a lot of collateral damage. And I'm not saying who is or isn't collateral damage, but I can empathize with that frustration. And for me, once upon a time, we knew from statistical analysis that false accusations of sexual assault were incredibly unlikely because there were so many more that happened that were never reported. And now we're building a system where there are likely to be more accusations, which just by default increases the number of false accusations or questionable areas.
Yeah. Also, when you add the variable of anonymity, a lot of these accusations are anonymous.
Yeah. And when we build a situation like that, the question is, are we doing good? Are we making a world where more people can come forward? Yes. And there's going to be some bad that comes along with that. So I'm incredibly encouraged by the fact that people are speaking up, by they're saying enough is enough. And yet I recognize that this comes with negatives as well. And I think that my frustration right now is with the people who either don't want to recognize potential negatives, or the people who say, it doesn't matter if there's negatives, you know, because we've suffered too long, and we've taken too much, and now we're going to do this. And I can empathize with that frustration, and not to spin off into this, but the school shooting recently, immediately there were these people saying, oh, well, there were 17 school shootings in 2018. No, there weren't. Not by any reasonable standard is that an accurate fact. Snopes did an investigation. They came up with 7. I looked at their list of 7, and I think there's maybe 3 that qualify as what most people think of when you hear school shooting. Someone went into a school and opened fire. 1 is too many. Why would you ever have to feel the need to engage in hyperbole and exaggerate the facts when all you've done is you've provided ammunition to people like Ben Shapiro, I saw, to say, oh, the liberal left, they're lying about the statistics of shooting. And he's not completely wrong.
Yeah.
And we may see some of the same things in the Me Too movement, but I don't want to in any way, I want to do everything I can to empower victims to speak up and to change the world around them and deal with the additional damage and confusion that comes along with it.
Yeah.
I don't not pretend I have an answer. But.
Yeah, well, and we totally agree there, but we have to balance that with what we're seeing on social media now and in journalism and in organs of often pseudo-journalism like BuzzFeed. I mean, so like there were so many tells in this article of bad faith, right? And again, this is not to close the door to or not to judge the veracity of any specific accusation, but for instance, one of the things that was listed as a reason to inculpate Lawrence was that he had favorably retweeted this article by Claire Berlinski, the Warlock Hunt, right? Which I encourage you to read this article. This is a very serious article by a serious woman journalist who's a very fine writer, who I've invited to have on my podcast. We haven't scheduled that yet, but where she is just in a way that does not at all discount the gravity of real sexual harassment, to say nothing of real sexual assault. She worries out loud in as eloquent way as possible about this overreach and about what seemed to be at the time of her writing a kind of an attitude of moral panic around this issue. Lawrence, I retweeted that article, right? But I mean, dozens and dozens of smart people retweeted that article because it was so well written.
I didn't.
Yeah, and this is one piece of evidence, as to his criminality. And there were many other things in the BuzzFeed article that we could talk about that should alert you to the fact that this was a broader attack on not just Lawrence, but it was motivated by an attack on the atheist community. I mean, I didn't even notice this until someone pointed it out. I'm attacked by link in that article because they linked to this hatchet job that Glenn Greenwald once did on me, seeming to show that I'm a bigot against Muslims. There were ulterior motives that get weaponized here, and again, we're all now part of this information feeding frenzy on social media, and we have to be circumspect in the way we consume this kind of information, and that's not to discount the fact that where there's smoke, there's fire is often a good heuristic, right? It is often true, and that's why we so often rely on it. But if you want to go looking for smoke about me with respect to the variable of bigotry, right, racism, right? You put in my name and racist, you'll find all the people who mistook my criticism of the doctrine of Islam for racism, right? And for all I know, there are 20,000 blogs that have made that claim about me. So it's an outrageous and defamatory claim that I can virtually do nothing about, but to point out that it's outrageous and defamatory and deeply illogical when I make common cause with reformist Muslims and former Muslims who like Ayaan Hirsi Ali and Maajid Nawaz all the time, and at in many cases personal risk. So try to get racism and bigotry out of that. It makes no sense. But still, it will be there for the rest of my life, and that's the. It's getting harder and harder to parse all of these facts, and there has to be some kind of assumption of basic goodwill and patience and a kind of attitude of charity working in the background. Otherwise, we're just going to get siloed into our echo chambers, and everything gets politicized.
Yeah, I had similar feelings going through the article that they seemed to have a very clear motivation, putting skeptic in quotes and in making skepticism and atheism as if they were one thing and one community and all this other stuff. Right. It was clear it was a hit piece, and this was the individual that they were going to use. That doesn't say anything about whether or not the accusations are accurate and in keeping with where there's smoke, there's fire. I think at a minimum, I'd like to see a statement, some contrition, some sort of recognition of what's going on. But I wonder, in the broader scheme, we're talking about the bubbles that we form, and the hit pieces that are out on you. There are no hit pieces on me. Nobody's ever said anything negative about me ever. Don't even go look. Please don't go look. Oh wait, the ethical vegans did. Damn it. But you know, we're moving so fast, and the internet has been a wonderful resource. One of my favorite kind of quotes is that the internet is where religions go to die. And it may also be where the next round of religions are born, so exercise some caution. But we constantly get in the state of, well, which sources do you trust? And this is the same whether you're talking about science stuff or political stuff. And so then we create organizations like PolitiFact or whatever, choose your poison. And the reason I say choose your poison is because, here's a fact-checking organization that's left-leaning. And here's a fact-checking organization that's right-leaning. How is that possible? That two fact-checking organizations still come out of this, and then when we find out that these are both corrupt, we come up with a new one, and then the cycle continues. Are we actually just stuck with this massive access to information to where we are essentially building generations that might not ever have reasonable access to the truth just because all of the fake news can be spun up to appear as truth? Everyone can be put in a lab coat now. Everyone can appear to have credentials. Everyone can fake data that nobody has time to investigate.
Yeah, well, I feel that the fake news meme, the fact that this concept of fake news has been, again, weaponized against real news is incredibly destabilizing. I mean, we are living in a world where many people seem to think that there is no difference between the Washington Post and the New York Times and the Economist and the Atlantic and something like Breitbart or something like BuzzFeed or something like Alternet, right, or Salon, right? And clearly there's a spectrum of journalistic integrity. It's not to say that the New York Times doesn't make glaring mistakes. It does, and it makes, in line with its political bias, it makes predictable mistakes, right? So it will make left-leaning mistakes more readily than right-leaning mistakes, but still the incentives are such that it is a serious source of fact-checking and journalism, and we have to support those differences. And the fact that we now have not to get derailed by Trump, but we have a president who will call the best news we have fake news, and we'll sit down with Alex Jones for an hour and tell him he's doing amazing work. Right?
I have a hypothesis about Breitbart, by the way. So Bloomberg has always been viewed as generally respectable by me and many people I know. And I think that, but nobody ever watches it, pays attention, so they just knew it was the one with the B. And then when Breitbart came out, they just assumed they were the same thing, and that's where it got its credibility from.
Yes. Somehow I don't think that explains it.
I'm not completely convinced, but
it is the fact that confirmation bias and the fact that our epistemology, just the totality of our fact-checking and reality testing and truth claim forming is now hostage to politics in this way. Left and right. I mean, some of the most egregious violations now are on the left, and that's why so many of us who are liberal spend a lot of time. I mean, I've certainly spent too much time criticizing the right and criticizing Trump in particular. I think I've exhausted the patience of everyone, even the people who agree with me, in terms of how often I touch the topic of Trump. But I do spend as much time worrying about the excesses on the left, because the left is where we have to get this right? The place where the primacy of free speech is never lost sight of, and tolerance of diversity is a norm we never want to lose touch with. That is just being nullified by this kind of moral panic on the left. If you told me that tomorrow at a university someone would be deplatformed and anyone who showed up to hear that talk would be spat upon by an angry mob, I could predict with probably 99% confidence that was a leftist phenomenon, or that the people in that crowd were as far to the left politically as we find. And that's I mean, that is a cancer that we have to find some way of combating at this point.
It's a bizarre twist, I think, from what my original perceptions were. As an outspoken atheist, skeptic, humanist, I have traveled around to universities. I've debated in churches. And I've engaged with people who are awful, like genuinely awful people in debates. And I don't normally sum up the whole of somebody's character and say they're awful. You know, even when Billy Graham died the other day, I wasn't glad that he was dead because he was an enemy. I was happy that he was no longer alive to poison minds because what he believes is the enemy.
Right.
But I don't even, perhaps with regard to a level of influence, I might put Billy Graham up there in that awful category. But there are people who are genuinely just, like, I can't stand to be, Saitin Bruggencate is a piece of crap, okay?
I don't even know who that is.
Thank you.
Yes.
Applaud if you saw the debate with me and Sai. Yeah. Sai is an annoying presuppositionalist who doesn't even know what he's talking about and genuinely has a problem with women and respect and all sorts of stuff. Not worth your time, ever.
Okay, well,
You're welcome.
Just saved me some time that I don't have.
But so recently we announced, actually both of us are doing events with Jordan Peterson.
Right.
Mine's in April in Toronto. And the first thing somebody was like, oh, why are you giving that Jordan Peterson guy a platform? And I'm like, okay, well, if you'd have said that 3 years ago when nobody knew who the hell he was, it would be, you know, okay, now I'm basically debating some YouTuber. But he already has a platform. I'm not giving him anything. What I'm doing is going up and having a conversation where I challenge the things that we disagree on. And that, to me, is exactly what should happen. And so when I hear about, oh, we don't want that at our campus, there are subjects and individuals where I can completely understand why campuses wouldn't want that person there. And in my view is that the students at the campuses are the customers, and the university has to make a decision. And if that's what is decided as this is not acceptable at our university, fine. And you'll reap the repercussions of that. I don't necessarily think that a university or a church or any place that's not just like a public venue owes someone a podium. On the other hand, I am also an advocate that the solution to bad speech and bad ideas is better speech and better ideas and challenging them and not punching them or spitting on them or doing whatever you can, breaking microphones or whatever. It's just, I could never do that. And it frustrates me that people don't understand that the protections of free speech to come and say things that are unpopular are the very things that they depend on when they want me to come speak at their university, when they want you to come speak. And it becomes this cliquish, how are we going to decide who gets to speak? Well, let them all speak.
Yeah.
Sometimes the audience isn't going to show up.
Also, well, there are different occasions, too, because a speech at a university is different from inviting someone onto your podcast to have a conversation. And there's kind of an uncanny valley here, which I haven't sorted out what I think about it. But if a person is sufficiently bad, you can talk to, it's fine to talk to them. And you're just kind of going to the mode of being an anthropologist. You're just interested in this evil person.
You're just giving him enough rope.
But no one in your audience would say you've given a platform to Charles Manson or Ted Bundy or like if you can get an interview with a serial killer, well, why not do it? It's an interesting conversation to have, right?
You just won my wife's heart.
Yeah.
She's fascinated with serial killers and interviews with them. And
right. So I mean, I've often thought like. It would be interesting to sit down with the Unabomber and have a conversation, right? Because he's probably nuts, but he also is smart and nuts, and he has all of these weird ideas, which I mean, perhaps you recall his manifesto. Many people have put sections of that in blog posts or in books, leaving off the author or putting the author. You don't find out the author's name until you've turned the page. And there are stretches that it can seem quite reasonable, especially given how it anticipates some of the problems we've we've had with technology. So, in any case, if I sat down with Ted Kaczynski, I would not have to spend any time signaling to my audience that I disapprove of what he's done, right? We're going to spend the first half hour here talking about just how bad it is to send bombs in the mail trying to kill innocent strangers. But if the person isn't nearly that bad, if they're just somebody who has shady views, then the onus is on you, the interviewer, to spend a lot of time describing just how repugnant you consider their views to be, and it's a real challenge because we all know people who get the balance wrong and get penalized for just who they were willing to talk to. And I've made some, I've been public about this. There's some people who have said, I see no reason to have on my podcast, but even though many people online say they want me to talk to them, because I don't actually consider them kind of morally serious interlocutors, but it's
Is that why you haven't
it's a
had
hard
me on
balance
yet?
to find. What was that?
I said, is that why you haven't had me on yet?
No, you've been on. You perhaps weren't aware of it, but
It is frustrating.
I've used your audio on my podcast.
Wow.
You've been on it.
It is frustrating, though, because one of the things I despise is the very idea that I need to use a disclaimer all the time. So I think people get frustrated, but I know I do. The following views expressed do not represent blah, 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 blah. That shouldn't be required. And the mere fact that I'm having a conversation with someone who I would suspect most people would realize I disagree with, I may ask questions in order to elicit responses so that I can actually do a better job of pointing out where there are problems there. But merely asking the questions and allowing them to answer is on occasion being viewed as me giving them, you let that theist talk way too much.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but if he's saying dumb things, I trust that the audience is smart enough to get that, and we've exposed a problem with his epistemology, a problem with how he's going to go about making decisions.
Right.
I don't want to do disclaimers. This is a disclaimer for the future. There's a couple of things I wanted to see if we wanted to touch on real quick before we got to questions. One of them, since we're in Phoenix, Arizona. Hello, Cleveland. Yeah, I'll take the cheap applause when I can get it. This hit the news today. The Satanic Temple is suing Scottsdale, Arizona. Today, the 23rd of February, 2018, the Satanic Temple has filed a lawsuit against the city of Clarksdale, Arizona, alleging religious discrimination following the city's refusal to allow TST to participate in a policy that claims to allow any religious denomination to deliver invocations prior to public city council meetings. This is not the first time this has happened. I don't think it'd be the last. As somebody who thinks the Satanic Temple and Satanism is a really stupid name for what they're actually advocating.
What are they actually advocating?
Atheism, reason.
But they're not into Aleister Crowley and
So no, there's Crowley's version of Satanism, then there's LaVeyan Satanism. And by the way, if you're a Satanist, don't send me an email correcting all the things I'm getting ready to say. Okay? Just correct the Wikipedia pages and stuff like that. But by and large, and I've said this probably 13, 14 years ago when it might have still scared me a little bit, I tend to really strongly agree with a great many things that the Satanists are saying and doing.
Yeah.
And now I find them to be some of the best advocates for church-state separation and religious freedom.
Right. Well, you have the beard.
Yes, I'm a little bit evil.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if you have prayer in schools, if you have bad ideas that people are coming in and sharing the gospel or passing out religious tracts, and the atheists complain about it, nothing happens. But if the Satanists come in and say, we'd like to pass out our tracts as well, all of a sudden all those tracts disappear. All of a sudden this policy of we're going to allow equal time for all religions goes away. And now we can get back to actually teaching kids how to think.
Yeah. Well, all right. You've now thrown in your lot with the Satanists. That'll be good on social media.
And I'm actually pretty good with that, all things considered. Considering who I sometimes get associated with, I'll go with Satanists for a while. Bad name though. I don't think the name does them justice. It seems to be more of a shock tactic thing.
It's well, it falls in the category of a kind of like a Sokal-style hoax, which I think is very useful if done correctly.
Yeah, but don't tell them that, because if you say that this is a Sokal-style hoax, they'll point out that no, they have a long-standing tradition and history and blah blah blah, and they're serious.
Right.
All right, for my own edification, I love to play chess. I'm awful at it because I don't play enough in practice. Mm-hmm. But there was a news story that I saw recently. Google and DeepMind did an AlphaGo project where they created a computer AI that plays Go.
Yeah.
And then they created one called AlphaZero that plays chess. And the interesting thing for me is...
And Go. It plays Go as well, yeah.
Well, it's the same kind of base AI from the company, but AlphaZero was the chess entity, as far as I know. Doesn't matter.
No, as far as I know, it actually... So the breakthrough here is that it used to be that the best chess-playing computer in the world was hard-coded just to play chess. It couldn't play tic-tac-toe, it couldn't play anything else. DeepMind has found algorithms that are kind of game independent. And
we're getting there.
Yeah. Okay, so go ahead.
Yeah. So here's the cool thing for me. They didn't give it a history of games. They didn't give it an opening book. They gave it the rules of chess, let it play itself, and in 4 hours it had learned everything that humans and every other chess computer had ever learned about chess and demolished the best chess computer on the planet.
Yeah. Yeah. So when
it's Skynet.
You think about this, that we have continuously been developing the better chess computers for decades, and some 20 years ago, the computers got better than people, and now we have an algorithm that, from zero, being completely agnostic as to just what the game is, in a matter of 4 hours, recapitulated all of human and computer knowledge and bested it. And this is, and it did the same for Go, by the way.
Yeah.
And that's, and Go is something that, Go is I don't play Go, but Go is a more complex game than chess. And there are many computer scientists who felt that Go was not going to be conquered for at least another decade. And not only did they conquer it with AlphaGo, with AlphaZero, they conquered it from scratch in a way that no one had anticipated. So it's.
I think when they moved to chess, the idea was that perhaps if chess was solvable, which we don't know, checkers is and has been solved, that maybe AlphaGo or AlphaZero would be able to actually solve chess. That didn't happen for the game theory geeks in the room. But now we have this new style of AI, which Google and DeepMind are optimistic that we can use this in medical research, because all the prior chess computers had been trained based on what humans thought about chess. Let's give it the history. Let's give it a history of our moves. Let's kind of impose it with theory about what's stronger and what's better. This one taught itself. And setting aside the concerns about the computers coming to take over the world, which I don't have any fear of, I will gladly serve my computer overlord. Want that on record, because this stuff lives forever. Now we have an AI that can teach itself. And in the realm of medical research, protein folding, things like that, if we get the baggage of how we have viewed the problems out of the way, is there a greater likelihood that this sort of AI is going to not only reach solutions, but reach them far quicker than we could ever hope to?
Well, I think that's the case. I think where emulating the way humans solve problems is good, we should do that, and we're tempted to do that. But yeah, I mean, in the search space of solutions to problems, there's just no reason to think that we are naturally the best at any one of these things that interests us to solve. It's just we're not. By matter of evolution, we have not evolved to understand reality in the abstract or at any scale beyond what is just, apes like ourselves can get our hands around. There's something radically counterintuitive about the way the world is when you get to the very small or the very big or the very old or the very fast. And we have terrible intuitions about probability. We don't aggregate vast amounts of data well. And yeah, so insofar as we build AI that can do this, I think it's very reasonable to expect that we will build AI that will do it very differently than we do it, and it will do it better as a result.
I'm glad you mentioned intuition, because as somebody who's at least studied the game, not ending up very good at it, it strikes me that when I watch grandmasters assess a position, that there appears to be an intuition about the position of, I can throw all these possible moves out of the way immediately with no thought, and I can focus on these likely candidates. And I don't know for sure if it's fair to actually call that intuition, or if that is just an application of inductive reasoning where they have trained themselves over so many years to not to intuit, but to recognize which things. How much, I wonder if what AlphaZero does is, it's clearly not merely deep calculation. Would it qualify as intuition? Would it qualify as one of the foundational things that we tend to view as human or as a higher consciousness capability?
Well, I don't think anyone would attribute consciousness to it. And what we call intuition is an act of cognition that we can't really inspect, right? You can't. It is a moment where you cognitively pull yourself up by your bootstraps and just know that something seems so. So, like, if you say that, take a mathematical intuition that 2 + 2 = 4, or that if A is bigger than B and B is bigger than C, well then A is bigger than C. The transitive property.
Right.
That just seems right, and you can't make it seem otherwise, and yet you can't break down that any further. It's just that there's an intuition that fits. So from the perspective of consciousness, intuition is always this. It presents itself as a kind of black box, and there we have other intuitions that allow us to sometimes get beneath other intuitions and correct for. We have bad intuitions that we correct for with other intuitions, but when you find the building blocks of cognition and understanding and can't reduce them any further, we're tempted to say, well, that's just a matter of intuition. And we learn. You can learn intuitions. You learn. As you say in chess, not knowing how to play chess, you don't have any intuition about what you should be doing. But once you're good, you can begin to ignore all these possible moves that a novice would consider, because you know at a glance they're not worth taking. And so much of common sense is that, and again, this exists in every domain we care about. It exists socially. It exists athletically. It's just there's in every intellectual domain, and most of what getting good at anything is a matter of making what first required conscious deliberative thought and a kind of an explicit understanding of what you should do, and pushing that back to regions of the brain where the lights aren't on, right? So you just don't know how you do it anymore. You're not even a good teacher of the thing you spent all this time learning how to do. You just know how to do it. Whether it's how to hit a golf ball or ride a bike, or
we end up mislabeling it muscle memory and things like that.
But it does feel that way, and one reason why it is muscle memory rather than just memory is, if you take something like riding a bike, you can't. So presumably all of us, or most of us, know how to ride a bike in this room, and you have every reason to believe that if presented with a bike right now, you'd be able to get on it and start riding. But you can't look inside yourself and know that's the case until you do it, right? It's not like semantic memory. You can't remember, if I asked you, what city are we in, or what's the capital of California, or these are things that you could recall and bring to consciousness. But your ability to ride a bike is not something you can inspect without doing it. And so if you happen to have forgotten how to ride a bike, unbeknownst to you, you can't know that until someone presents you with a bike and you have no idea what to do with it. And so one piece of confusion here is that we have this word memory, which is a concept of memory, which is not a unitary thing. There are many different types of memory that have almost no real estate in common at the level of the brain.
Yeah, and the frustrations experienced with kind of the malleability of memory. I've actually lost money to one of my roommates over something, many times, but over something really ridiculous because I was convinced that I remembered something accurately and did not. It was the name of a brand of mustard. That's how ridiculous we get. No, it's not Golden's, it's Gluden's.
Well, I hope you don't make that mistake again.
Yeah, that will never happen again. We're going to have people line up for questions in a few minutes, but one other thing, this has been kind of there's many different areas and arenas in which I have conversations about religion. Most of them tend to deal with philosophical arguments or attempts to provide evidence. But there's an area that seems to exist in many different religions, or at least the most popular ones, which I think is, I've said before that the religious concept of the soul is the single most obviously dead topic that religions could ever raise, and yet it is at the foundation of all of them.
Dead as in debunked by what we know about the mind?
What we know about the mind, about what we know about ourselves, about identity, that there's no reason to think that anything that makes me me could or should survive death merely by looking at traumatized brains. And
right.
I remember a talk years ago from V.S. Ramachandran about split brain patients and how essentially you end up with, because of epilepsy or something, you split the corpus callosum, right?
Yeah.
And you end up with essentially two distinct personalities that communicate independently. And in this case study that he was doing, one side, which controlled the mouth and could speak, is that right or left?
Left.
See?
In most cases.
PhD neuroscience.
If you're right-handed, you're very likely you have a 95% chance that your language is on the left. If you're left-handed, it's more like 75%. But
yeah, so the left side could talk and the right side could communicate using the left arm.
Yeah. And there's some people, the cases that are really startling with split brain research is where there's enough language on the right so that you get really independent records of belief and desire. And so there was a classic case where this was actually a kid who was having grand mal seizures, was asked what he wanted to be when he grew up, and the articulate verbal left hemisphere said, I think, a draftsman, and I think these first experiments were in the early 60s, I think, and simultaneously his left hand was spelling out with letter cards, race car driver. And so this is the consequence of dividing, as you said, the corpus callosum that unites the two hemispheres of the brain.
The example, the case study that he had, one side was an atheist and the other side was a Christian.
Yeah.
And when I first heard it, Sam and I have very, very similar views on morality. As a matter of fact, if you ever care to hear what I think about morality, you can either watch my lecture on it or you can read his book, and you'll get pretty close to the same area. But when I heard this, there was something you had said about the peculiar math with the soul when it comes to twinning, about twins being reabsorbed. And it struck me when I was listening to Ramachandran talk about this patient, that the same math applies with the soul. Did this person get two souls? Does it have two halves of soul? One of them's now damned.
Yeah, one's going to go to hell, yeah.
And this led to the thought of, okay, then you watch a movie like Memento, or any other good movie about damaging a brain. What if the day that I became an atheist, I actually got hit on the head and don't remember? And so now there's a Christian soul desperately trying to get this body to serve Jesus, and the body says no.
Yeah. Well, that's one of the consequences of, I write about this briefly in my book, Waking Up, but one of the consequences of the logic of these split brain experiments, which again there's very little diversity of opinion about what these experiments mean. I mean, consciousness and subjectivity is divisible when you at the level of the brain. You divide these white matter tracks, or cut the white matter tracks that unite the cortex left and right, and you get these separate, independent islands of consciousness. But even in normal brains, you have the additional problem that there's no way the corpus callosum perfectly shares information across the hemispheres. So to some degree, we have to be divided most of the time or all of the time anyway. So there's this additional question of whether there are islands of conscious life, if there are areas where there's something that it's like to be you or to be your brain, that you, whoever you feel you are to be at this moment, don't know about. And so in the stark case of a split brain patient, you really do have this kind of, especially when language is not, when the right hemisphere is not articulate, you have this kind of silent subject just sort of waiting around, watching what the articulate left hemisphere says, and then occasionally revolting against it. I mean, there's bizarre cases where the left hemisphere is trying to dress itself, and the right hemisphere is trying to undress itself, or with the left arm, he's hugging his wife, but with the right arm, he's strangling her. You can have a starkly divided consciousness, and you do, and Ramachandran brings this up a lot, you do get a quasi-Freudian picture of the neurological detail, where it's quite possible that the unconscious, it's plausible to think that the unconscious is in many respects conscious, or differently conscious, and that is just downright weird.
I think it is weird, and I said that as a joke about that day I got hit on the head, but we know that personalities, preferences, memories, all of the things that we package together to say this is me, we know that all of these things can be changed through damage to the brain.
Yeah.
And that puts us in a situation where if we were to imagine that there was a soul that was good, that was saved, that was Christian or whatever, and yet it can't be the ghost in that machine because of damage. So now there's a physical body that is presenting itself as a completely different person. If we know that's possible, then how do we tell the difference between an individual who has this soul in congruence with the body? And if that's the case, if it's possible for a physical body to do all of the things that we attributed to the soul, essentially, if I'm fighting the soul on all these things or dismissing it, then my body, absent a soul, can do all of those things. Then what room left is there to presume a soul at all?
Well, the other problem with the soul, which has been pointed out for at least a couple hundred years, is that if it is immaterial, its interaction with the physics of things is genuinely mysterious. The idea that you could have something it clearly has to be integrated with the brain, given that it manages to accomplish speech and behavior. But that integration makes no sense. And as you say, this idea that you can selectively damage parts of the brain which really do lead to loss of function. I mean, you can lose your ability to recognize people or to speak or to understand basic concepts. This picture of a soul that will survive death is a picture of an intelligence that's losing none of those capacities. It's just kind of witnessing the loss of those capacities, and then will float off the brain at death. And we know that's not the way minds work. I mean, anyone who has lost any capacity knows that it's not a matter of you being, silently perfectly intact, wondering why the body's not working. No, you lose. You've lost this thing. If you can't remember, just think of what it's like not to remember somebody's name, right? If you're trying to think of that person's name, you know their name, but you can't. It's the tip of the tongue phenomenon. It's not like your soul's in there with the name saying, why won't he say the name? No, you, the subject, don't know the name, right? And
That's going to be a video on YouTube next week, I'm sure. If you guys want to, please, there's microphones out there that bring the lights up. You can start lining up for questions. I'm going to kind of to hit this because religions have made countless claims, and my view is that the religions that have survived are the ones that have managed to either make claims that are ultimately unfalsifiable or somehow kind of do post hoc rationalizations that make excuses for those things. And so, but there are areas where religions have made claims about physical facts about reality that we've clearly debunked. We know the earth isn't 6,000 to 10,000 years old, right. Things like that. But for those that are tied to a soul and an afterlife, I really think that this is a foundation upon which they're going to struggle, or that they at least should struggle if there's any intellectual honesty at all to try to rehabilitate their views. Are there any likely falsifiable views coming from religion that you think we have either recently kind of debunked or on the verge of potentially showing that this generalized claim from religion is likely to be disproved by scientific findings in the near future?
Well, I think the claim that prayer works has been adequately debunked.
Yeah.
And it's a very, and it's a big deal, right? That is, I mean, you know better than I, but that is at the core of what counts as a religious worldview. And if you, I think, I mean, just the way people keep score and allow God to get away with all his mischief, and never.
God answers all prayers. Sometimes he says no.
Yeah.
Maybe God's flipping a coin.
That should be fishy, but it is very easy to test. And as you know, at one point it was tested and found not to work.
Or to work in the negative in the case.
Yeah, well, there was a case where people actually got worse, although one presumes that's not a malicious God. That was just an anomaly.
People with anxiety over knowing they were being prayed for. Yeah. All right, we're going to do questions. I'm going to start on my right. If you're comfortable doing it, you can say your name. If the question's for Sam or for me or for both of us. But remember, they end in a question mark. They are relatively short. They are not dissertations. Everybody got it? Because there's a lot of people with questions, and I want to try to get to as many as we can. Yes, sir?
All right, Matt. Well, I'm Jay Etchings, and I was going to start with my life story, but we'll put that on hold.
We'll get a drink later.
So this is a question for Sam. On Wednesday night in Denver, when you were speaking with Robin, you said two things that I thought were somewhat in conflict. You said, I have no religious attachment to the Second Amendment, but then you also admitted that in a previous discussion, your mind had been changed about the potential outcomes of the 2016 election. So you were essentially admitting that there was corruption in the government, or there could be problems with the government, but then you're also saying that you had no attachment to the Second Amendment. Could you more clearly define that?
I don't see the connection between those two things, though. Are you saying that one would be attached to the Second Amendment as a way of reserving the right to defend yourself against a bad government? Is that the?
Well, that's the way it's defined, right? I mean, that's the way the
yeah. I mean, so I just think we've outgrown that construal of the Second Amendment, and that's not my argument for gun ownership, insofar as I have one, is not that someday you, in the worst case scenario, will be able to defend yourself against the full might of a deranged American military, right? I mean, if the Navy SEALs come for you with their guns, you've got a problem. And no matter how many AR-15s you have stockpiled.
Yeah.
So, and I just thought, I think the case for, again, this does actually come back to seeing the world through a woman's eyes in many respects. I mean, if you look at the case for gun ownership for me is a woman living alone with a young child, and someone kicks in her door in the middle of the night. What technology do you want her to have a legal right to have to defend herself, right? And if you say nothing, she should just have a kitchen knife or a baseball bat or a golf club, or she should just dial 911. That's not where I come out ethically. I think she should have more than that, and the price we pay as a society for allowing people to own guns is ethically focused for me on that case. Now, this all goes out the window the moment we have a non-lethal alternative to a gun that has all the defensive characteristics of a gun. So once you get to something that I've kind of euphemistically or comically called a super taser, once you have a taser that really works just like a gun, but's non-lethal, then I think we should absolutely get rid of the Second Amendment. I think we would want this non-lethal alternative that works just as well as a gun, and I think that one day that will come. But I think that this piece of NRA propaganda is true. It doesn't make it less true that it's NRA propaganda. Guns are an equalizer. A gun is the only weapon you can put in someone's hand that generally nullifies the difference between size and strength and athleticism and all the rest. And I feel that law-abiding people should have a right to equalize that difference, given the reality of violence. So, yeah.
Hi, my name.
One second.
Yeah.
I like to talk a lot. No, Sam and I had actually never discussed this particular issue.
No.
His answer is pretty much the same as my wife's answer, and I am pretty much on board with that at all. I don't feel the need to own a gun, but also I was in the military. I grew up in a farm area. I don't have the fear of it that some other people do, and yet I absolutely advocate for the best regulations that we can. I don't want to have to praise Trump for potentially getting rid of bump stocks. I've actually fired AR-15s with bump stocks before. I'm in favor of banning them, although I think you're much less likely to hit anything that you're actually aiming at in that situation. I don't want to have to praise him for that, but I think in honesty, if it goes through that way, I would have to. And I find that kind of frustrating. I'm rethinking so many of my positions in the light of who I don't like, but yes, we have to.
Yeah.
Yes, sir?
My name is Vikram. My question is for both of you. During my first 2 years at UCLA, the atmosphere of the social sciences were that of truth and free speech. But these last 2 years, the atmosphere has devolved to post-truth and correct speech, and this has bled out to the rest of the campus. My question to you all is, A, do you believe that the social sciences are the cause of this problem? And B, if you were the chancellor of a university like UCLA, what would you do to restore free speech and truth? Thank you.
Yeah, well, I think it is. It's largely the epicenter of the problem. I think it's what postmodernism has done to the social sciences. But I think it is. Yeah, there's certain departments that are worse than others. But it is. I think it's been well diagnosed by people like Jonathan Haidt and the work he's done at the Heterodox Academy. And I mean, so these are academics who are sensitized to this issue. And it's ideology that is in some cases it doesn't even have the pretense of trying to get at what's true. It's trying to broadcast a message that is to which people need to conform, and it has much of the structure of a religion. There's apostasy, there's blasphemy, there's excommunication. To take one case that many of you have probably heard of, there was a philosopher, Rebecca Tuvel, I believe her name was, who wrote a gender studies paper about, she just was speculating, so the fact that you can be transgender, she found philosophically interesting, given that now we have this moment where transgenderism is kind of universally celebrated. I mean, it's acknowledged to be kind of a new kind of norm, and this was the moment where where Caitlyn Jenner was being celebrated, but at the same moment there was this woman whose name is now escaping me who claimed to be transracial, right? Rebecca Dolezal, is that her name? she was white by, I think, any reasonable definition, or it was at least the definition of her parents. Her parents claimed she was white. And yet she claimed to be black. And so Rebecca wrote this paper trying to just asking the question, if transgenderism is a real phenomenon, why can't transracialism be a real phenomenon? And she was just hurled from the ramparts of academia for this. I mean, her own thesis advisors, and I mean, it was just pure savagery what happened to her. And this had the character of her transgressing a kind of taboo. I mean, she touched a third rail of discourse that she didn't know existed, and all pretense of rational discussion even went out the window. I mean, there were people who were throwing her under the bus who admitted they hadn't even read her paper, but just the mere rumors of the paper was enough to destroy her reputation in their eyes. So, yeah, I think it's a problem, and we need it. The administrations have to just have an explicit policy. I mean, I think the University of Chicago came out very strongly in favor of free speech and not deplatforming people, and I think all the universities have to get on the same page on this.
I'm not as quick to dismiss postmodernism as Sam and some others because I don't know what the hell it is. When I talk to people and they complain about it, I can never get a cohesive definition of postmodernism that's consistent across all the detractors. I think there's a lot of problems with labels, and I've mentioned this before, so I won't go on a full story here, but we use labels as shorthand. It makes it easier for us to communicate, but that's only true to the extent that the people we're talking to have the same understanding of the words and labels that we use. And we are desperate to put people in buckets and put ideas in buckets. And so the example that I've used before is I've identified as a feminist. What's that mean? Well, it depends on who you talk to. Oh, that can't be. Feminist has to be this. Well, that's what somebody said. What's the feminist position on pornography? Well, it depends entirely on which feminist you talk to. There are feminists as Sansara Taylor, Taslim Nasreen, who will view pornography as a vile exploitation of women. And yet we have other feminists, nobody's going to deny, really, apart from internal arguments, that any of these women are feminists, like Greta Christina, who's edited porn magazines, worked as a sex worker. These labels are only as good as we allow them to be. And so when we start talking about, and I'm not going to get off on the transgender, transracial, blah, 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 what's happening is, I saw this in the election. I have friends, I did not vote for Trump. I don't think that's going to come as any surprise. But I have friends who did. And I talked to them about it. Yes, I blocked some people on Facebook in the heat of the moment, but eventually I talked to some people about it. And what one of them told me is that I'm not a racist, and yet every time I would say anything in favor potentially of Trump or opposed to Hillary or Bernie or whoever, I just got called a racist. And that's because there are a couple different connotations of racist. There's not only implicit racism, there's explicit racism. There's the definition of racism as bigotry based on a genetic trait such as race, or a social construct, race being a social construct. And so if people are calling you or saying that you're a racist because in their view, race is a social construct, and they are talking about implicit racism, essentially saying you are endorsing policies that have a disproportionate effect on minorities. That's what they mean by racism. And yet when you hear the word racist, you hear you are a member of the KKK, there can be no communication because you're talking about two different things with the same label. We are in a transition period on some of these as we change the way we talk about things. I don't think it's always good, but I also don't think it's always bad. As we clarify our language, I think we're going to get to better understanding of things. That's going to change how we talk about some things. Yet, when it comes to the campus issues, I'm in favor of free speech, and I'm in favor of letting the universities and the students decide what kind of campus they want. And if it turns out they want a campus that nobody wants to go to, they'll deal with those consequences.
Yeah. Welcome to Evergreen.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Oh, can you please scoot that forward? Sorry about that. Thank you.
Hi guys, my name is Charlie Gentry, and I live here in Phoenix, Arizona. My question is for both of you, in regards to the last several years on all the school shootings, and not necessarily the issue on Second Amendment rights and gun owners' rights, but on the issue of where do we stop talking about the guns that were used and start talking about the mental health issues of the kids using the guns?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Again, this is an area where you can see the gaffes and the errors pile up on the left side of the political spectrum. I mean, this is where some of the right-wing caricatures of the New York Times turn out to be true, because I've read editorials where basically everything said about guns and ballistics is wrong, and it's unfortunate. But there are relevant differences between guns, but they just don't tend to be the differences that you hear discussed in the media when people become most alarmed in the aftermath of a school shooting. So when you hear about people who can't tell the difference between an automatic and a semi-automatic gun, right? That's the conversation it's just not about the actual issue. But I've moved a little bit on this question of whether we should ban AR-15s, because one, just for purely pragmatic political purposes, I think it would be. It comes at very little cost to what I care about to say yes, let's ban AR-15s. Right now, I know a lot of people love their AR-15s and they're fun to shoot, but the reality is that it has such political significance that it's worth considering doing, and then we would find that all of the real work is still ahead of us to deal with the reality of gun violence, because it really is a matter of handguns killing most people most of the time. But there are differences. But I mean, the Vegas shooting was as deadly as it was absolutely because of the guns that man had in the hotel. What's scary about rifles of any sort is their accuracy and lethality at distance, right? And so most school shootings would still have been just as deadly had they been accomplished with handguns. But these distance shootings are really enabled massively by rifles, and rifles like AR-15s. And so it does matter, but it rarely matters when most people on CNN say it matters, and that's the problem with our conversation.
I think I hate bad arguments. I hate them most when they come from positions or defending positions that I agree with or think are correct. And there's a lot of bad arguments in the talks about guns. Oh, who needs a gun? Well, it's not about need. In this case, it's about preference and about rights. Oh, well, you got to be 21 to buy a beer. Why can't you buy an AR-15 younger? Well, a lot of people think that's a potentially good argument. I think it's awful, because I think you're providing ammunition to the people who don't want to fix the problem. I think you're providing ammunition to the NRA, because it's pretty easy to point out that the prevalence of alcohol and allowing people underage to drink beer has consistently throughout history done more harm than the weapons have. And so I think you're not really building on a good foundation, which is why I get back to what I said earlier, where we don't need to exaggerate, we don't need bad arguments. We need to point out that one is too many from the standpoint of what we should tolerate as parents, as friends and family members, and that what we want is real, sensible action. And if you do this, you don't, at least when groups like the NRA come forward to say that they're trying to take away your guns and blah, 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 that's not the case. Or they're making bad arguments. No, that's not the case. Address what we actually said. And what we've actually said, or what I've actually said, is that I don't like the fact that I live in a world where there's at least some likelihood that somebody's going to get hold of a massive weapon of war and go slaughter a bunch of innocent children. It may be an unfortunate consequence of the way we've traditionally done things, but that doesn't mean that we can't change, and it doesn't mean that change means taking away everybody's rights, engaging in fear-mongering, and supporting good action with bad arguments. It drives me nuts.
And just quickly on the mental health issue, I think background checks and real licensing and real training required to get a gun is part of the solution. I think it's crazy to me that you should have to go through some significant steps to get a driver's license, but no such steps to get a gun. So we have to figure out what should be required to get access to that technology. So.
Yeah, maybe just stop letting Walmart sell them and we'll fix the problem. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Hey, my name is Hank, and thank you both for being here tonight. My question is also about mental health, and I'd like to know if you have any thoughts, or if you could describe what you think best case scenario, what the best step change improvement might look like in mental health treatment.
Well, I would really only have a kind of hand-waving answer because I'm not really close to that field. I mean, I have no clinical experience, so, but it is just a fact that everything that ails us as far as mental health is at some basic level a matter of neurophysiology. And insofar as we get better drugs and better treatments, there's every reason to think that we will alleviate very real forms of human suffering more and more. And on some level, it's a matter of getting lucky, because I mean the problem with drugs is that the receptor sites that get targeted by any drug are in many cases everywhere in the body, and so you have the spectrum of effects that you don't intend. You have the side effects that you don't want when you're delivering the relevant molecule to the area you want to modulate. And that distribution is it really is a matter of luck. And so you have to go out beyond, to no longer be captive of that kind of, molecular happenstance. We'd have to find other ways of targeting specific areas in the brain insofar as we understand what they're doing. And I'm hopeful that will come more and more. But at some level, it is, the mind is what the brain is doing. And again, leaving aside the fact that consciousness itself really is a mystery. We don't know at what level it arises and what its neural correlates actually are. But virtually everything we can reasonably care about in terms of our experience is a matter of having a healthy brain that is functioning the way we want it to. And I think it's a very good thing that the stigma around mental health and treatments for it is, in an incremental way, it's lifting. And
that was actually what I was going to add. I have less experience in the clinical, but we've got to
ultimately
remove the
it will lift. And I mean, it hasn't lifted entirely because the treatments are still so coarse. But once you really have a treatment that works, I mean, once you had an antidepressant that everyone recognized was all upside and no downside, well, then curing depression would be and treating your depression would be as uncontroversial as fixing a broken leg. Of course you're going to fix a broken leg, and we're just not there because there's something rather cherished about the mind we think about as opposed to the brain. I mean, so mental illness is unlike physical illness, but again, that's more of a matter of our not understanding it well enough and not understanding the mechanisms. And insofar as we understand the mechanisms, I think treating these things will be much more straightforward, and the stigma will be gone.
But that's actually tied to, I don't think it's, and I'm not saying you said this, but I don't think it's in any way ridiculous for us to put a primacy on the brain, because that's where we're talking about identity. And so my view, and I don't have any clinical expertise, but it's about removing the stigma so that people are more willing to seek out help. And I've run across people who are terrified of going to see someone because they're afraid that they'll be prescribed drugs that will fundamentally turn them into someone they're not.
Right.
And this perception of who you are and what would change about who you are, I think is really inhibiting some people from seeking out the help that could benefit them. And one of the individuals, I talked to him, and I said, go anyway, and if they put you on drugs that you don't like or that cause problems, that can be changed. But it may turn out that the you that you are on these drugs is the you that you've been looking for and may be beneficial, maybe not. Yes, sir?
Yeah, my question is, we've all been given certain talents in life, and we've all been given certain disadvantages. And it's obvious to me when I talk to another person that for any talent or any disadvantage I've obtained in this world, there are countless ones that I can never understand. So with a worldview that's based on reason and empirical evidence and tends to shy away from personal experience, how do we better control for our own biases and our own impression of the world to try to understand someone else's circumstance more clearly and get to the bottom of issues that we can never understand through personal experience?
Yeah, well, that really is the challenge, and that is why education is good, and reading good books is good, and talking to smart people or hearing smart people talk is good. I mean, listening to lectures, and you are, in some sense, making your mind and gathering tools of cognition and correcting for your blind spots the more you do that. And I think to do that consciously in a way to correct for some of these well-understood biases, like confirmation bias, is just a good filter to have on the whole project, because you know you're going to be wrong a lot, and you should want to discover, rather than discover the reasons why you're right, or the reasons why you should think exactly what you thought yesterday. You should become interested in the ways you might be wrong, and I mean they're cues to this that you should find interesting. It's just when you find very smart people who you agree with on so many things suddenly broadcast an opinion to you that you don't agree with, that should be interesting rather than something you despise, right? Whether or not you, in the end, you agree with them, this as someone who broadcasts lots of opinions and has public conversations, I see this come back to me in one or two ways. Like guns is the perfect example. I said many things that my readers agreed with for many years, and then I said this one thing about guns in this blog post, The Riddle of the Gun, and some significant percentage of my audience was just blindsided by it, right? So, just the eruption of ill will that I got from I don't know what percentage it was, but it was a lot, was fairly startling, and yet there was virtually never an argument. It was not that they were finding fault with my argument. They just hated that this opinion came along with all the other opinions they agreed with, and so I'm trying to be more sensitive to that in myself when I see someone who I think is clearly smart and I agree with in many areas, and then all of a sudden they hit me with this other point of view that is counter to the one that I've been holding all this time. That, rather than harm my perception of who they are intellectually, the first move I want to make is to be interested, and that I think that doesn't come by default for most of us most of the time. Okay, I can't hear that.
Oh, sorry.
There we go.
Hi, Sam, Matt. I'm Stefan.
Hi.
My question is towards the future. Something like Star Trek. It seems there's a future answer for something like racism, sexism, when the most obvious visual information you get about a person is the color of the uniform they're wearing. That tells you what part of the crew they are, what good function in the ship they offer. Have you given any thought to what we as individuals or on the society level can do to practice to encourage a rewiring of what would be a negative feedback loop to looking at obvious visual information of people, getting a sense of other versus friend, which served us when we were an older species, and get us closer to looking at people and what they offer us instead of their difference, so that we can get closer towards a Star Trek future that I would like to live in.
I can give you my favorite example of me doing exactly this. I host the Atheist Experience TV show, I have for 14 some odd years. And I had always had this idea of a specific way to do the show, but I didn't quite know how to work it in. And in order to raise money for Camp Quest, I agreed to do the show in drag. And I didn't half step. I went all out, and it was shaved and manicure, pedicure, nails and bra and dress, and I shaved, which I will never do again, because even at 48 I look 12, because I look like a baby pretty soon. There was no hair there. Anyway, and a wig. And the one thing I didn't do was put on any affected voice or anything else. It was just me sitting there taking calls just as I would any other week, in order to make the point that someone's arguments and the things that they are expressing are not in any way affected by what clothes they're wearing, the color of their hair, the color of their skin, who they're sleeping with, where they're partying, none of that. And I love seeing things like that done. I love people who challenge popular culture's perceptions about who we should be. Because while I could certainly see arguments towards a dull, gray, homogeneous society, I value individuals, because that's where the sparks of inspiration come from. That's where art comes from. And I think that, without giving any more specifics about what we could do, I think that we'll probably do a good job at preserving some of that, if for no other reason than we just probably aren't likely to enjoy being told what to do, what to wear, who to be. We rebel against those things. And if we ever get to a point where human society stops rebelling against that at some level, that's when I would worry. But I'm not worried now.
And to some degree, it's happening online anyway. When you think of how you relate to people online on social media, I mean, anonymity aside, you often have no idea what anyone looks like, and it really is just the quality of their ideas. And I mean, for better or worse, because they're people, they're people who, if you could see them, you would realize you didn't have to take them seriously, right? I mean, they would be broadcasting other social cues. It's like and so it does cut both ways. And many conspiracy theories, I'm sure, are manufactured by obviously disreputable people in their underpants, just blogging away. And if you could see them.
Are you suggesting that 10 people with tinfoil hats can't make sense?
So I mean, there's a lot of that, and everything has the same stature when it's behind a blog or behind a tweet, but it's having this beneficial effect of just canceling those surface features as well, and just good ideas can come to the fore.
Hi, thank you both for being here. My name is Jessie. I have a question primarily for Sam. It's regarding Vipassana meditation or mindfulness. Specifically regarding accepting physical or mental discomfort, in my case stemming from having anxiety and suffering from panic attacks. Anyone who suffers from that, I think, would agree that these are highly negative experiences. And it's eluded me as far as how to try to not avoid these feelings or these events. With mindfulness meditation, there's often talk about trying to not avoid these negative feelings and just kind of accepting things as they come. Can you touch on how to balance that acceptance of discomfort, whether it be physical, mental, maybe even just your socioeconomical status? Because I feel like it's beneficial if you're in a bad situation in your life to want to better yourself or, feel happy or be in a better position. So I'd just like your input on how to balance that.
Yeah, well, I should point out the obvious fact that you just stood up in front of thousands of people and asked a perfectly coherent question. And honestly, you're already way ahead of all the people who can't do that. right?
I'm extremely nervous.
Yeah, but you've already won, right? I mean, because you've just functioned with this feeling, and it had no implication. So, mindfulness aside, the way to get over that problem, insofar as it's a problem, is just to keep doing exactly what you just did. And because I had the exact same experience around public speaking, and I was very uptight and nervous around doing it until I just started doing it. And mindfulness was part of the remedy, but it wasn't a sufficient remedy. I mean, you can actually get over your fear of, in this case, public speaking, without knowing anything about mindfulness, by just doing it and having good experiences doing it, and you can just get over it. What is magical about mindfulness as an ability is that it becomes this recognition that consciousness, that in you which is just aware of what you're experiencing, that just the thing that is noticing, in this case anxiety or any other sensory or interoceptive experience, that thing, consciousness, isn't fundamentally changed by the experience. So it's like the thing that's aware of joy is the same as the thing that's aware of anxiety. And if you can connect to that, and again, mindfulness meditation is the technique of connecting to that. It's not thinking about this conceptually. It's just actually noticing experience systematically enough without trying to change it, so that you begin to just fall back into this position of just witnessing the flow of experience. The more you do that, the more you can truly be equanimous with whatever is happening. And it's not a matter of getting rid of the feeling of anxiety. It's not a matter of even forcing your way through it. It's just it has no implication. It suddenly becomes equalized with everything else you could be experiencing, and it has. I mean, the analogy I occasionally use is it becomes like a pain in the knee, or indigestion, right? It doesn't say anything about who you are really, right? So if you're feeling this anxiety and you feel like, God, I wish I didn't feel this way. Why am I such an anxious person? That's not the same thing you do when you just feel an unpleasant sensation in your knee. If you're standing there asking a question, the knee pain isn't the thing that is at the core of your being that you're ashamed of or embarrassed of or want to change so desperately. And any experience can have that status. Even experiences that are, seem more durable than anxiety or less situation dependent, something like depression or grief, or you can get perspective on all of them, and you begin to notice that however bad something is, it's always changing. I mean, there's just there's a half-life to every experience, and you can become patient enough to let things arise and pass away, and there's an immense amount of freedom that comes with that, because then you can actually just then you can be at peace before your life changes, before you get the thing you desire or solve the problem that you need to solve. You can actually, the emergency can go away, and you can just then do the intelligent things you need to do to produce the changes in your life you actually want. And so there's two tracks. I mean, it matters what you do and what you practice. Like, when you want to ask a question, standing up and actually doing it, that's a crucial difference. But all the while, you can become more and more aware of just being willing to experience whatever is just arising, and not view it as a problem. So I hope that helped.
Hi, my name is Brandon. I didn't anticipate asking a question tonight, but your dialogue at the beginning of the program triggered me to ask your views, and your meaning both of you or either of you, your views on the phenomenon that seems to be created by search engine algorithms, social media ecosystems that tend to reinforce political views through the information that they feed the receiver. Meaning, if I'm right-leaning, I tend to receive right-leaning information which
Right.
fortifies my
Yeah.
views and therefore attributes to more division in society. Is there a solution to that as you see it, or is this something we should just settle into for the long term? We're going to be living with it.
Well, I think it's a huge problem, and it's largely, if not entirely, the result of the ad-based digital economy. It is when you think about, in particular, something like Facebook. There's an arms race to capture human attention, and it is entirely driven by the need to sell ads against our attention. And Facebook, largely, Google has done this as well, but Facebook and Google are most of the problem. Twitter hasn't really figured out how to monetize itself. They have realized that showing you the thing, they're just tuning the algorithm to give you more of what you clicked on yesterday. So insofar as that's the thing that is a matter of you just confirming your bias or being outraged by the same thing, I mean, they're just trying to game attention. They're trying to keep you on your news feed for 3% longer each day. And I had a long podcast with Tristan Harris about this. He's among a few other people. He's been very publicly sounding the alarm about this, and this is something we have to figure out how to re-incentivize and change. And I think the dependency on ads is most of the problem. Certainly, when you're talking about something like Facebook and Google.
In a way, it ties to the same question that we ask about getting people to be more skeptical, to think more critically, to evaluate their religion or whatever their biases are, because religions have created an echo chamber, and we've done this online now as well in the sense that we're talking about. For me, the solution is twofold. Individuals have to become aware, and then they have to care, which is why on the show I'll ask people what they believe and why, but also the big issue is, do you care about whether or not what you believe is true, or are you okay with just believing it because it's comforting and the people around you believe it, etc.? And if you can get people to recognize that they should, can, and do care about truth, you can get them to start to develop the tools that allow them to have a closer approximation of truth, even if I'm not going to get into it with any philosophy guys on whether or not we can actually get to truth. But we can encourage people to care whether the internal model of reality that they have is accurate to the reality they live in, because it's not always. As a matter of fact, we know we're frequently wrong. So the same solutions that we're trying to push with regard to advocating skepticism, critical thinking, being willing to say, I don't know. Let's stop teaching kids in school that I don't know should be a terrifying response instead of a response that's deserving of applause, because that's the only way you get to the answer. If you already know, why would you look for the answer? So saying I don't know is the first step towards that. Getting them to care and making them aware of the problem. Letting people know, hey, you may not realize just how much of a bubble you're in. And I've said before, if you're not blocking 2 or 3 people a day, you're probably in a bubble. Although, yes, I realize there's a contradiction there, but joke fun. Yes, sir.
All right, my name's Andy, and I have
By the way, Andy gets the last question. Well, we'll try and do one more if it's quick.
Okay, I'll try to be quick then. I have 2 young daughters, which emotionally informs my question, and I would ask, we're all aware of the things that could go terribly wrong, nuclear war, climate change, etc., rampaging AI. Are you generally optimistic or pessimistic for the next 100 to 1,000 years? And if so, what are the specific reasons for your pessimism or optimism?
Yeah, that's not a short question. Sam, cover the next 100 years for us.
Well, if the next 100 years go well, I'm optimistic about the next 1,000. I think there's reason to believe that we have a bottleneck here that we have to get through successfully. And so this is not, I don't think this is a very controversial opinion. It just seems like this next century is a century we have to get our heads straight for. Otherwise, things can really run off the rails. I don't really think of myself as an optimist or a pessimist, though. I think I tend to focus on. I'm about to do an event with Steve Pinker, who's, as you may know, has published now 2 super optimistic books, but just just kind of aggregating all the data of human progress. And I think, I haven't read his new book yet, but I will do that next week. But insofar as I know his thesis, I agree with it. I mean, there's no question that we are the luckiest generation that has, all the generations currently alive, 7 billion of us. This is the best moment to live in human history. There's no question, right? I mean, you just have to read a little bit of history to know how awful the past has been, by and large. There's just no reason for nostalgia for any, even for 5 years ago, really.
Well,
no, I mean, again, we can go read Steve's book, but it's like all the major trends are going in the right direction, and this is true for even the poorest people on Earth. Now, there are local problems, there are civil wars and that erupt, but the flip side of that, or an additional fact, is that our ability to make sweeping changes to our lives through technology is only increasing. And so that the scope of our possible errors are getting larger and larger. And just to take one fact, which was, is increasingly true and was not at all true a generation ago, our dependency on the internet, right? The fact that if the internet goes down, if there's a successful cyber attack on our society, most of what we care about is vulnerable, right? Now that wasn't true 30 years ago. And so there's enough data both for extreme pessimism and extreme optimism, and I think those have to run on simultaneous tracks for us. But I don't tend to view myself through either lens exclusively.
I pretty much agree, and I'm pretty optimistic. And by the way, I have cats at home, so if the internet goes down, I can make my own videos. I apologize for making you wait, but they've told me we have to wrap it up, and that was the last question. Thank you guys so much. I will speak for both of us briefly that we are thrilled to be here and thrilled that you came out. Sam's going to be signing books at some point out there. Is that what we're doing?
Yes.
And,
thank you all for coming.
we hope
Sorry
to come
about the
back.
hiccup and the change of program, but
Thank you.
we adapted. Well done. Hold hands. Sorry.
Thank you. My
Let's first talk about the political extremes that we see right now. We see sort of this combination almost of far left, far right, this ideologue mentality of extremes. What are your thoughts on exactly how polarizing that is, and how did we get here?
Well, it certainly seems like something has shifted. I guess I can speak more for the country to the south of your border than for Canada, but it seems like the internet has changed everything, and voices, no matter how fringe and crazy, get amplified in ways that they didn't used to. So it's I think we're seeing the extremes more and more, and there's a kind of a normalizing of the extremity, and in the case of what's happened in the U.S. politically, it's again, I've complained about this to everyone's exhaustion on my podcast, but it's just what we've witnessed politically in the U.S. I would have thought was impossible. So now I'm just surprised at my continual capacity for surprise. Nothing should surprise me anymore. I mean, we'll elect someone without a head.
Sarah, what is your take on how the activists have actually been able to construct the narrative rather than, I don't know, the general population?
Well, I think it's interesting the way that we're approaching this idea of truth. That instead of the fact that there might be just an objective reality that we can all reason ourselves into, and we can speak to each other and have conversations and get to a productive place where we both agree, there's this idea that there's just a political narrative that's competing with another political narrative. And I've seen this, in particular, Islam is a place where this is super visible, and it's easy for anyone to see how one side of the political aisle views Islam in a particular way, and that is the narrative that they accept. The sad part is that reality lies somewhere in the middle, and political motivations often blind the way that we see the world, and instead we should be, losing those and trying to adopt a more rational, more compassionate way of looking at the world.
For sure. And do you think that the way the media covers this stuff has anything to do with it? I mean, they're more interested, it seems, in sensationalizing for ratings and things like that than they are presenting the true sides of the issues.
Yeah, well, I think we witnessed that, the real danger of that in the presidential election, because the media clearly wanted to cover it as a horse race up until the last possible moment, and that entailed giving equal scrutiny to truly incompatible errors on both sides. So the fixation on Clinton's emails, for instance, which happened up until the 11th hour, was in the service of giving just some sort of suspense to this. Because I know people in the media, again, it's painful to relitigate the presidential election, but I know people who were anchoring news broadcasts the night of, waiting for these election returns, and they were told in advance that Clinton wins in a landslide. So everything you saw on television that night, from like 5 o'clock Eastern on, was news anchors pretending to be in suspense about what was going to happen, being absolutely sure that Clinton was going to win. And then when things turned, around 8 o'clock or so, people were just completely blindsided. They had no idea what they were doing.
We're in Canada, so maybe they don't know. Guys, we had this crazy election. It was nuts down there. Before we get off that topic, I just want to address the right side of politics. And I don't mean correct. I mean the right, the extreme right. Do you think the religious right is still making ground in politics?
Well, they're doing it in the U.S. They're now doing it under the cover of Trump and the non-religious right, or the intolerant right that isn't necessarily thumping Bibles while they express their intolerance. So there's no question that the Christian right in the U.S. has made huge gains politically, but they're doing it fairly under the radar. Because Trump has just catered to their basically every demand in return for their support. So
You think that he's been so extreme in some areas that it's easy for them to slide in some of their legislation? I mean, I know there's the recent thing where they're sort of allowing churches in America now to donate directly to politicians anonymously, and it's kind of a scary thing, but it's not making the news because of all the other crazy stuff he's saying and tweeting. So
yeah.
He's almost like a big distraction for real things that are going on.
Well, it's a bad sign that even I can't care about it. It's like, I can't think, the fact that I would want Mike Pence to be president, given, that is the implication of every moment I spend trying to undermine Trump and get him impeached. I seem to want a Christian theocrat in the White House. You can all thank me when that happens. But yeah, it's sort of like, it's Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and survival is somewhere. Once you got to get survival worked out before you worry about whether they teach evolution as a controversial topic.
Sarah?
I think the most, what I was saying earlier, I'll just build on that with one example that I've been thinking about since it happened. Right after President Donald Trump was elected, there were quite a few hate crime incidences, and these were just reported breathlessly by the media, especially those occurring to women who were visibly Muslim, women who wore the hijab. And quite a few, it turned out later, were actually hoaxes, that it didn't actually happen, the women made it up for one reason or another. And it was interesting to me to see on my just own personal social media feeds who reported who shared with their own friends and family the news of the woman who got attacked, and then who shared afterwards when they found out that it was a hoax. And it was so neatly divided into political camps that there was a certain kind of person, maybe liberal leaning, who almost wanted to hear about this event. It was almost as if they were waiting for something like this to happen the second Donald Trump was elected. So this fed into exactly how they saw the world to be, and then they shared that news post. And then afterwards, when it turned out to be a hoax, some people on the right who don't feel too favorably about Muslims found that the fact that it was a hoax fed into their feelings that Muslims aren't really people who suffer any kind of bigotry in the United States. And it was just the story itself was this one woman in New York City who was attacked. She said that she was attacked or harassed in some way by 3 Donald Trump supporters, and she filed a police bias report. And it turned out later that it was a hoax. What the part of the story that a lot of people didn't focus on and didn't think about was the fact that the woman lied because she was being forced by her dad to live a certain way. She was a hijabi woman. She was dating a Christian guy. She wanted to go out late. She broke her curfew. She wanted an excuse that she could tell her father about that he might believe. So in order to get out of it, she made up this incident. And the terrible thing was, the heartbreaking thing was for me, is to see certain kinds of media outlets report things in different ways, but almost no one caught the real story, which was that here's a woman who's probably being, she's being forced into living a life that she doesn't want to live. Later, you see these pictures of her in the court with her head shaved. Her family had forced her to shave her head. So clearly there was something going on, but who's paying attention to that story?
Speaking of Islam, you guys mind if we get into that for just a moment? I had Gad Saad on my podcast, and he's very outspoken, of course, about this topic, and we got into this idea of Islam reformation. Do you believe that's possible, to reform Islam to be more, I guess, in a way like Christianity, and where people hold their beliefs, but I'm not going to say no one, very few people are out trying to physically force these things to happen by force, and instead are much more moderate about it. Is it possible to introduce an idea of Islam that is reformed?
Well, actually, Sam, I want to know where you are with this right now, because I know some of your ideas have shifted since your conversation with Maajid Nawaz. So where do you stand on this issue?
Well, I guess I would distinguish between what I hope will happen and what I think is likely in any kind of time frame that we can be consoled by. I hope it's reformable, and it's and I don't really. I mean, this is Maajid's line. Most of you probably know who Maajid Nawaz is, but he was my collaborator on this book, Islam and the Future of Tolerance, and it started out sort of as a debate, but then we converged on a lot of points. And his line is, listen, if you think reform is hard, just think of what it would take for 1.6 billion Muslims to apostatize and become atheists. I mean, that's clearly a higher bar. So reform is the easier project, however hard it might be. The problem, and I think this is more where you sit, is that in arguing for atheism, intellectually, ethically, you're standing on very firm ground. It's very straightforward to argue for why you shouldn't think the Quran or any other book was dictated by the creator of the universe. To argue for reform, to argue that to accept the claim that the Quran is the Word of God, or could well be the Word of God, but then to try to parse various passages in ways that are more benign, that, strangely, is a harder project intellectually. It seems, and you're always at a disadvantage with against the fundamentalists, or the Islamists, or the jihadists, or people who are really taking every line seriously, you're at a disadvantage because you're not picking and choosing based on anything other than your modern decision about how you want to live. It's not God who's informing your hermeneutics of the Quran. It's your preferences, and the whole point of religion is to confound your preferences on some level. Your preferences are going to lead you to hell if you believe this stuff. I think that's. I agree with both of you, or both of you sound
Do you
plausible.
agree with Maajid in the point that it's more likely to see Reformation?
Well, it's definitely a heavier lift. Again, it's easier for anyone who's honest, I think, to argue for the atheist line rather than the reform line. But when you look at again, the analogy to Christianity seems relevant. When you look at what's happened to Christianity, it has clearly been moderated. Even our fundamentalists are nothing like the fundamentalists of the 14th century. And so granted, we don't have hundreds of years to wait around for Islam to get its act together, but there's clearly some historical, cultural process that can mitigate the worst parts of a religion, even among the fundamentalists. And so that's the thing that I think Maajid is arguing for.
Well, I think the assumption that what you need is 1.6 billion Muslims or whatever it is to apostatize is not a correct one. That's not what you need in order to have that change. You just need enough of them to feel doubtful about the religion, enough doubt that they can at least concede that there is another truth out there. There's a phrase that I hear pretty commonly, when I speak to liberal Christians or Catholics or Jews even. Well, they'll say something like, I'm a Christian, and the but would follow some way in which they separate themselves from what they see as common Christian practice or something that's inherent within Christianity. That's a very common thing that I hear among Christians and Jews. I don't hear that very often among Muslims. Instead, what you see is Islam has always been a humanist religion. Islam has always been a liberal religion. And so let's bring it back to its progressive liberal roots, which is a very different argument. And it's important to see the differences in those arguments. To say, I'm a Christian, but I believe in gay rights, is to acknowledge that while you are a Christian and while you follow certain aspects of this faith and you identify it or whatever, you don't ultimately think that it's infallible. You think that it is possible to disagree with your faith, and you think it's also possible that your own reason and your own moral judgment can get you there. So that's a really important difference, something that we don't see very much in Muslim reform movements. Instead, it's a call for, well, Islam always was this way, and in fact, the roots of Islam were this way. It's a sort of historical revisionism that, and weird interpretations to try and get Islam to fit modern human rights, instead of just saying, well, it doesn't fit, in fact, but I find some value in it, and here are the ways in which I depart from it.
Yeah, the clearest case, and again, I'm just following Maajid here, but there are clear passages in the Quran that cannot be reinterpreted, and the one that Maajid always cites is cutting the hand of a thief, right? So that's not a metaphor, it's not an allegory, it's just there's nothing to think about that other than God wants you to cut the hands of a thief off, and Maajid doesn't try to reinterpret that or say that that Islam used to be so enlightened that it would never practice that. It is incompatible with the way we want to live, and we have to, God has to lose that particular argument. I think when push comes to shove, you have to do that. But the hope is that there's enough gymnastics you can do with some of the other stuff that is amenable to being reinterpreted to make it benign.
Well, there's something about that, but that's also a little bit, it's creepy to me in some way that you sort of have to revise, pretend like you never thought otherwise, and now you see Islam as this liberal thing, and tomorrow when our human rights and moral judgment moves somewhere further, progresses further, you have to pretend like you never thought that it aligned with the 21st century and instead is now aligning with whatever future date. So there's this weird revisionism, and there's a weird sense of lying to yourself to make something happen that really isn't something that's happening naturally. And I can't imagine that that's productive to rational thought. I can't imagine that that's a healthy way for people in a society to think about, this incredibly important aspect of the world.
No, I would agree. I mean, this is the politics of emergency. This is not ideal on any level.
But it might be that there is no long-term solution, and it might be that a long-term solution, there is no short-term solution. That if there is a solution, it's long-term and it'll happen slowly. But we need to be doing it the right way. We need to be doing it in a way where it can actually last. But if at the very least last an intellectual challenge, which some of these, sort of ridiculous gymnastics that you have to play to get one word to mean another word, are not going to last that. And we're just sort of hoping that a strong force like ISIS doesn't come around, some charismatic demagogue doesn't come around in 100 years who can convince people that, hey, just read the Quran, read it yourself and see what it says and see the plain truth and come back to this true fundamentalist faith.
Yeah. And in defense of your side, Islam is different than Christianity in that respect. It's the opportunity to come back and say, here are the fundamentals. There's absolutely no reason to deviate from them, and then to sort of reboot something like ISIS. That is much more straightforward, and you could even argue inevitable with Islam, given the nature of the doctrine. With Christianity, it's harder because a lot of the pressure gets released with just the basic message of Jesus that he's not there to fulfill the law, right? I mean, there's a fundamental transcendence of all the barbarous stuff in the Old Testament, and what you're left with is you're left with a fair amount that you would rather not have, but it's not. I mean, even the craziest Christian cults are still just, at their worst, waiting around for the world to end. They're not actively bringing it about, and that's a difference that causes me to sleep better at night.
I love that. Yeah, I know that there's been some concern around that, because if you look back through history, anytime there's ever been some hard, rigid, you must stop doing this religiously, it just turns into a ton of bloodshed, But the reform that has happened, for example, with Christianity, has been very slow, and a lot of people died in the process. We obviously, like you said, Sam, we can't wait around for that. So what do we do? And I think maybe conversations like this, books like what you're doing, the obvious important work that you're doing with ex-Muslims of North America, that's why that is so important, I think, is because I think that's the way we get there, is through education and public discourse.
Yeah. And the point you made, which Maajid makes as well, is that if you could just inject 1% of doubt in the mind of someone who would otherwise be a jihadist, that doubt is good, and however you can get it in there, whether it's through a project like yours or a reform project, if you're just left with the feeling that maybe this isn't the perfect path to paradise, that's enough when you're talking about canceling the worst behavior.
I guess I would only disagree to say that I don't think all forms of doubt are the same, in the sense of there's what Maajid is sort of aiming towards, which is we just reinterpret things and we put enough doubt in one interpretation that, maybe all these interpretations can be valid, and the interpretation that says that when a man has a right to beat his wife, it actually means he should tickle his wife instead. I mean, if there's, those are not...
Also a bad practice, but arguably not as bad.
Yeah, and Gad was talking about how some are saying that instead of saying, taking the words that say kill, and say, no, kill them with love or kill them with kindness. I think
Right.
these are actual arguments people are making for this Reformation idea.
And I think it's absurd to expect people to take them all seriously, because there are times when the scripture is more explicit than other times. And with the verse that I was talking about, that a husband has a right to discipline his wife, it's really hard to get around that. At the very least, even if he doesn't have a right to hit her, he just has the right to hit her lightly with a stick. I mean, there's so many different ways that people try to, get themselves, into a more liberal position there. But the underlying idea is that a husband has a right to discipline his wife. Be it by, scolding her, be it by, walking away or whatever it is. He has the right to do that. That's the underlying idea, and that doesn't go away. And when I'm talking about, when I'm trying to advocate for women's rights or human rights, I don't want to start with that and try to mold that into something that is super feminist and,
Yeah, there's no way to soften those words to come to a compromise. That just needs to be called out for what it is.
Right, so,
I think that's what you're getting at.
Yeah, so to the extent that we should have doubt in the truth of the claim altogether, in the truth of the message altogether. That's a doubt that's powerful. That's a doubt that can last.
Yeah, but I think the fundamental claim that you want to undermine any way you can is this notion that revelation makes sense, the idea that certain books were dictated by an omniscient being. You have that is the foundation for all of these religions, and the moment you lose your purchase on that, then all the other dogmatisms that follow from that get weakened. So I think, and that unfortunately, as you know, in the Muslim world, that the certainty of the validity of that claim is then we're sort of back in the 14th century when you have to compare it to Christianity.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I know something that a lot of people look at statistics, they'll look at Pew surveys, whether globally or in America or in Canada, and they'll say, well, it looks like the nuns are growing. It looks like people are leaving religious belief. The problem is the people who are the fundamentalist religious people are breeding like rabbits. And so it's, even though the bad ideas are going away, the believers are making so many duplicates of themselves, it's hard to keep up. And so globally, even though we may be winning in the public conversation, globally it's looking like that the secular position is actually going to go back down a little in 10 to 15 years. And so I think I want to move the conversation for a moment to inspiring children to think critically, inspiring children to be science-based. Is it too early to start in kindergarten or first grade? How do we, I guess I'll pose this as the question, how can we inspire young people, very, very small children, to start thinking critically as early as possible?
Well, I would flip it. It's not that the question isn't is it too early to start? It's the things you don't start. If you don't start lying to your children or pretending to know things you don't know, then this problem never starts in the first place.
That's a great point. Yeah, that's great. Now, I did that with my own kids when it came to certain beliefs like Santa or the Easter Bunny. Mm-hmm. And then some will say, oh, but you're robbing them of that mystical feeling of magic land. What do you say to that? Like, oh, let me have that for my kid to teach them that stuff.
Strangely, that was the most common question I got when I wrote this short book, Lying, where I argue very stridently that you should more or less never lie, that you should think about lying as the least violent thing you can do in self-defense. So you should put it on the continuum of violence. But in normal relationships where you are dealing with someone who's rational, who is conceivably on your team, who's not trying to harm you overtly, well then I think lying is more or less always unethical, even so-called white lies. So I got a lot of pushback against this, but the most common by a factor of 10 was, what about Santa?
Surely that's the one lie we can still get away with, right, Sam?
And I also heard from many people who remembered what it was like to realize that their parents had been lying to them about Santa, and they remember the harm it did to their view of their parents. They're carrying around this wound. But I mean, as far as Santa's concerned, it's like it's this one thing that, I mean, it's already the best holiday, right? It's already the most fun. You get presents. We have no temptation to lie about other things that are fictional and fun. I mean, you don't have to tell kids that Harry Potter really exists to get them into the Harry Potter story, or the Lord of the Rings, and Halloween is fun. You don't have to say there really are witches and ghosts, and it's just that you don't have to juice a child's capacity for finding fiction fun. But the deeper issue with lying is that, honestly, I have only once found myself lying to my oldest daughter. She's about to turn 9, and it was totally inadvertent. We did a Google search of something. She was about 5 or 6, and the images are coming up, and you're all, if you're a parent, you know what this is like. You don't know what the hell is going to come up. And actually, so this is a digression, but my daughter just asked. She has to ask permission for Google searches because she's looking. She got really into iMovie, and she needs to find still photos for her movies. And so she said, "Can I do a Google search for schoolgirls?" And it took me about 5 seconds to realize how bad that was going to go. So anyway, but we did this Google search, and an image of what was like a 14th century woodcut image of a witch being killed by the Inquisition, and in this case having his or her head cut off, came up. But it was this as benign a version of that as possible. It was just this old woodcut, and I'm scrolling past it, and she stops me. She says, "What was that?" And I just didn't have enough time to tell my version of the truth here, so I wound up saying, that was a very old and impractical form of surgery. But honestly, that is the one lie I've told my daughter. I've never found it necessary to lie to her. And so everything that I would want to impart, as far as critical thinking or skepticism with respect to specific ideas, all of that's just coming in, by osmosis. I mean, she just gets all of it. I mean, she has the tools now, and she's not even 9.
Yeah, my mother regretted, even as a Christian, telling me about Santa, because when I did find out the truth, I was probably 8 or 9, as soon as she told me, I immediately went, "Oh, so Jesus is fake too." She was horrified.
I've heard from many people who've had that experience.
She was horrified. And so I've always thought, you lie to your kids about the Easter Bunny, you lie to your kids about Santa Claus, you lie to your kids about the Tooth Fairy, and then you're shocked when they're 13 and they start lying to you. Like, where do you think they're getting this from? So I want to instill, what we've done in my home, my kids are much older now, but what we've done in my home is just encouraged pretend, but we call it pretend.
Right.
I mean, to this day, my kids are 13 and 17, and I'll still write "from Santa" on the package, and I'll never admit to buying it, but of course they know better. The same with the Tooth Fairy. We tell them it's pretend, but we continue to pretend. And I think that's a way to sort of, like you were saying, inspire that awe and wonder in the mystical realm, but understand it is what it is. So how can we then take that, allow them to have that pretend time, but encourage and inspire the science? I mean, obviously, we're not going to teach evolution to kindergartners. There's got to be a barrier. Do you have any ideas or thoughts on how we can inspire very, very young kids?
Well, I think it's just a commitment to giving every appropriate and fascinating truth whenever it's relevant. So that you have to calibrate what you say to a 3-year-old or a 4-year-old or a 7-year-old, but there's some appropriate version of the truth that is potentially fascinating. It's not, and I'm not under any illusions that every kid will be equally interested in science. It's just not, and heavy-handed attempts to make them more interested than they are, natively in any given moment. Just at least if you're their father, doesn't work very well. So you just have to make it. You have to represent your interests honestly, and again, it's just if you're never tempted to lie, or if you are tempted, if you become skeptical of that motivation, it all just keeps finding its way into the conversation, and then you're dealing with a child who, again, at a very young age, is still is running some version of a reality check that is fairly adult, and which many adults never manage to get online. You know, it's like there's a kind of there's a pause before believing certain things, and just kind of a checking operation that it's very surprising to me to see it in somebody so young. But I mean, that is the basis of science.
We're all so interested in having our opinions heard and sort of being an outward flow of information that when a child asks a question, we so badly want to just say, here's the answer, or this is what I think is the case. And I think a great response that I've heard from a lot of people is they just say to the child, what do you think? Even some very liberal Christians who will talk to me and say, I appreciate the conversations you have, I appreciate your respectful approach, but I think you're wrong. I'll ask them, what do you say to your kid when they say, was Jesus born of a virgin, or does God exist? Some of them are starting to tell me, they're saying, I don't know, what do you think? And they're letting the kid explore these ideas. And to your point, what I did with my daughter is I would teach her about Jesus as a kid, but we would also teach her about Thor and Demeter and Zeus. And she sort of learned about religion in this overall concept of different religions. And you know, we left out, of course, the beheadings and that impractical form of surgery you talked about. You know, but we did sort of explain religion in that concept.
And the first part of what you said is also relevant. To be able to say, I don't know, maybe grown-ups are very uncomfortable saying that to their kids, it seems. And
you think they don't want to appear weak in front of their kids? They want to appear as this. I mean, look, they're going to find out eventually that you're not perfect, and so I think being able to say I don't know is
yeah, but you can just flip it. I don't know is the doorway to everything that's worth finding out. I mean, it is the basis of curiosity. And I mean, my wife Annika wrote a children's book about this entitled "I Wonder." I mean, it was motivated directly by this experience of just seeing our daughter pretend to know things that she obviously didn't know, and we realized that we had never taught her that it was okay to say I don't know. Like there was nothing embarrassing about not knowing. And then the pendulum swung the other way, and she would say I don't know to every question, like she was one of our hostages in Vietnam, just giving name, rank, and serial number and answering nothing. But now we're back in some sane place.
I could imagine your kids. That would be so much fun. Is your room clean? Well, what is clean, Dad? Is anything ever really clean?
Headed there, I'm sure.
I'm sure. So speaking of children, we've heard these horrific stories of, a child being sick or in some way in need of medical care, and fundamentalist parents laying hands on the child or praying for the child and neglecting the medical treatment. And a lot of times, at least in the States, what happens is the government will say there's nothing we can do at the time because, that's your religious freedom. But once the child dies, then they can say, okay, well, you neglected them from medical treatment or something else. They won't kick in the door and take the child for medical care, even if it's a preventable or curable disease or sickness. But they will, after the fact, say, okay, well, you neglected to provide that child with medical treatment. And so obviously there's this blurred line between religious freedoms and protecting someone from religious hurt and harm. So we all probably have different lines. I want to start with you, Sarah. Where do you draw that line between people having the freedom to express their own religion and practice their own religion, and then preventing a child from being harmed? Even something small like, for example, Amish will often take their children out of school at like second grade and say, that's enough learning for you, get on the farm and start working. There's different levels of harm. Where do you draw that line?
Well, it's easy to make the distinction in some cases. Like if you were to look at the female genital mutilation cases that are coming out of Michigan, And they're finding that there have been girls, 100 girls or so, that have been cut in Michigan, in the United States. And they're going through and they're trying to prosecute the doctors who performed the operations. And I think in those cases it's an easy call to make. It's easy to say that, well, this is a child, is a human being, and they have the right to their bodily integrity. And very clearly, their bodily integrity has been just harmed or even destroyed in some cases, depending on how bad the actual cut was. So I think it's easy to make the case in something like that. It's harder when you look at something like the hijab, which I find to be quite harmful. I find it to be something that really just instills this sense of shame in a young woman about her body and about her sexuality. So it's very easy for me to argue that this is harmful too, but I'm uncomfortable with saying that parents should not be allowed to request or even push their children to wearing a hijab.
Let me ask you there about the hijab. Aren't there some women who find sort of a sense of pride in wearing it, so that if you were to try to say, I find that harmful, I'm going to fight for you not to have to wear this, would you get some pushback from women within Islam that'll say, excuse me, I find this as a rite of passage, or this is a symbol of my connection to God, or something along those lines, where they don't want to be protected from that and they find it offensive that you find the hijab offensive?
Well, I mean, anytime you talk about banning anything, you run the risk of turning it into from a religious symbol to a political symbol, and then it becomes almost more powerful. In a lot of ways, it does become more powerful because people who might not be religious to begin with might wear the hijab out of solidarity because they feel like this is that their Muslim brothers and sisters or their civil liberties are being infringed upon, so they will do it out of this sense of solidarity, and that's terrible because what it does is it covers up the actual harm that's taking place and the religious justification, which we need to talk about and we need to discuss and we need to understand why it's so harmful and why.
Do you think it's abusive for a parent to have their child wear a hijab? Is it?
It's interesting because I can definitely say it's harmful, but whether abuse is different because to some extent it has this connotation where the parent is trying to harm the child in some way. And I don't know if that's the case. And in fact, many Muslim parents, they think that they're protecting their girls. They think they're doing what's best for them. They think they're going to set them up for life once they've taught them the values of modesty. So is it abuse from that perspective? I don't know, but it definitely does have a harm.
Well, it's also confused by the fact that in many cases they're right about how their daughters will be treated in the community by Muslim boys and men if they don't wear the hijab. So they are protecting them from abuse in that context.
Yeah. And that's absolutely true. That it's a rational decision to protect your child, not just from the hereafter and what God is going to do there, but the way that they're going to be treated in this life here and now. So from that perspective, you can even look at many Muslim homes. A lot of ex-Muslims that I talk to, women especially, the ones that were forced into hijab, and they'll talk about how it was their mothers who forced them to wear the hijab, who enforced these sort of codes on them, these modesty codes on them, who made them feel ashamed about their sexual urges. But if you look at it from the perspective of the mother is trying to protect somebody who she cares about very much, and she wants to make sure that her daughter has every option open to her, within that society. So it's a tricky thing.
Yeah, I've heard a similar argument. Of course, that's much less harmful, but I've heard a similar argument from fundamentalist parents who would want to lay hands on a child who is sick. When you challenge them with why not give them medication and pray, why not do both, they would actually say that's an affront to God's power. That's a slap in the face to God. How dare you think he's going to be limited or somehow not going to perform this miracle? And they would do the same way. We're doing it so that God knows how much we love him. And at that point, obviously, we would say that's where the line is. There's a clear line there.
It's always strange that they never do that with amputations. This is the website, you probably still exists. Why does God hate amputees? No one has ever successfully prayed for the regrowth of an arm or a leg. And everyone prays for, or is tempted to pray for conditions that on their face seem liable to be self-limiting, whereas something like a lost limb clearly isn't. But if God had that power, you would be tempted to pray even there.
The interesting thing is we run the risk of, I guess, advocating for legislation that would then go into people's homes and tell them how to raise their children, which most secular people are like, hey, let people do what they want to do in their homes, and but when you start bringing these types of topics up, I would advocate that should be illegal, and that you shouldn't be able to do that. Well, now am I
religion? If you take the sanctity of religion out of it, and you just talk about it in terms of belief, right? And then you think of I mean, it's clear. I mean, the state clearly has an interest, and we all have an interest in not letting our neighbors destroy their children. Because obviously, we shouldn't let our neighbors kill their children, and we shouldn't let our neighbors so harm their children that they become adults that we find it very difficult to live with. So there's some area there where the state and we all have an interest in intruding into the lives of parents who are parenting badly, and it doesn't matter if their motives are religious, right? So like the crucial taboo to get past, especially in the States, is this idea that, well, if it was a religious motivation for not giving medicine, or not, these extreme cases where
like blood transfusion.
The kid is found out to be diabetic, right, and they won't give insulin, right, and the kid dies. That's just straight up child abuse. Right, so the fact that there was religion in the mix shouldn't confuse anybody, and it still reliably confuses our courts, and that's the problem.
Well, when it comes to Islam, I think the fact that religion is part of the mix confuses things in another way, in that people don't feel comfortable about bringing it up. They don't feel comfortable saying that FGM or honor violence is more common within Islam and people who practice Islam than it is anywhere else. And so that creates this just impossible challenge for people who are trying to address these harms and see what they can do what preventative action they can take. So say you can maybe train teachers and counselors or what have you to recognize signs of somebody who might be at risk for a forced marriage, for example. But in order to do that, you have to recognize that certain people are more at risk than others, and those certain people come from certain kinds of ethnic backgrounds or certain kinds of religious backgrounds. And those are things that people are very uncomfortable doing. They're uncomfortable with even touching that issue and talking about it and saying that this particular harm may be unique to this community, particularly if that community is a minority of any kind, especially with Islam. So that adds another layer of challenges to this.
Yeah, and I think it comes down to being unable to effectively define harm. Because you could say, anything that harms a child, your belief shouldn't be that important. But then again, and as we're advocating for some sort of legislation to keep children safe from religious harm, we can use that where they can say, look, what we're doing is actually protecting our child from hell or from whatever. And so they could advocate that they're, it's like, you get a shot at the dentist. It hurts a little bit now, but it's good for the overall. They make that argument that it's bad for the child now, but it'll be better when they're gone or when they're in heaven. And so then you get to this sort of fight of we're doing what's best for the children. No, we're doing what's best for the children. And then we have to advocate for legislation that would then go into someone's home and say, if your child is sick, you must do something with the doctor. Otherwise, it's neglect and abuse. It'd be kind of a scary situation, I think. I don't want us to come off as hypocrites by saying, let's advocate for this legislation that's going to tell you how to raise your children, when that's what we've been against this whole time is let me raise my kids the way I want. Don't force me to take my kid to a school that's going to teach them about religion.
Well, the school is also an important part of it. If the schools were sufficiently intrusive in what they taught, then you can outsource a lot of that to the state in that sense. I mean, if for instance, evolution. If the schools just taught evolution and there was no scope for religious parents on the school board to say, well, no, actually we should be teaching the controversy, then the kids, despite what the parents believe about the Bible and God and the origin of humanity, the schools would be teaching evolution, and the religious parents would just have to deal with it, right? So I think that the state could intrude without ever having to kick in the door and change what's happening in the home. It could, and the same with the hijab. If schools wouldn't let you wear a hijab, then it wouldn't be on the parents or on anyone else to make that decision. There would just be, there's no hijab in schools, so that's.
That seems like not a good idea.
Why?
Well, in the case of Muslim girls, you're talking about a population who, well, first of all, what would be the parents' reaction to hearing that their child, when they have to go to school, they have to take off the hijab? For some, it might be, okay, we'll have them take off the hijab. For others, it's we're putting you into a religious school where this is going to be allowed. Or we're taking you back home where, you don't have to worry about that at all and you can be covered. So this idea that we will necessarily protect the most vulnerable Muslim women, I don't think that's necessarily the case. There have been similar conversations about banning the hijab in certain kinds of public official jobs, where you're working in a government office, for example, that there shouldn't be a display of religious affiliation in that sort of a visible way. Usually these conversations happen with Europeans, French in particular, but I think that can be harmful as well, because then you're taking away just that another employment opportunity from a woman who might need it, for whom this might be another tool for her to be a little bit more empowered than she would be otherwise. I can't see how that would ultimately help the women that we want to do something for.
Yeah, well, I definitely agree that the French approach is too heavy-handed. I think the banning the burqa is, in certain contexts, I think you would need to ban it, but in general, I think I worry about the same thing, just isolating the most vulnerable people in the Muslim community, because there's, their parents won't let them see doctors, they won't let them go to school, and you don't know you don't have enough information to actually know what's happening behind closed doors. So, yeah.
Let's shift to a lighter topic, something that's a little more fun. White supremacy. Let's touch on this one a little. We might not be here long. I just find it silly anytime I see someone who's a white supremacist, whether they're wearing the hood in the KKK or they're marching and chanting how great and pure and perfect they are. And I just kind of giggle at them sometimes and go, you have no idea how much West African, North African, Neanderthal is running through your DNA. And the rest of us are just kind of off to the side going, what are you proud of exactly? Like, what's so great about it? So I wanted to open the discussion briefly about just, obviously it comes from ignorance, but where do you think this idea, other than the missing the facts, of white supremacy comes from? Where are these guys getting this information that they're special?
Well, I can't answer that, but it's interesting. The genetic evidence for our purposes, cut the right way in the last few years. I think it was about 5 years ago where they did the genome, the Neanderthal genome, and it was found that the only people on Earth who are 100% Homo sapiens are Africans,
right.
Sub-Saharan Africans. Everyone else was, your grandma was raped by Neanderthals or raped a Neanderthal. So you're part
not often the word rape gets a laugh twice in a row. I just want to say it's very, very well placed there, Sam.
So that was really delightful, but it's useful to point out though that it could have been the other way, right? And that would be a taboo thing to be pointing out, right. In terms of political correctness. But yeah, that was fantastic.
But I have an opening invitation for any white supremacist who wants to come on Dogma Debate. We will pay for a DNA test to prove your purity, and we'll see how it works out. I would love to do that. But it's got to be the way they're raised, right? It's got to be that you're very, very special. You're perfect. See your beautiful white skin. It's all perfect. And they just grow up with all this ignorance of the data, right?
Well, yeah, clearly it is what you teach kids. Everyone who's a parent in this room just needs to think for a moment of what it's like to be in the presence of a child who knows nothing, right? And you're just, you're in this position of filling their head with a worldview. And if you're a rational parent who has the interests of your child at heart, well, then you're just telling them, appropriate facts as more or less as fast as you can. But it just, and again, I'm speaking as someone who did not have a childhood of religious indoctrination, but I can only imagine what it was like to hear from your parents, the most authoritative authorities that exist for the longest period of time, from the moment you could understand human speech, to be hearing about hell and about the fact that you would go there if you didn't believe in Jesus, or you didn't believe that the Quran was the perfect word. And I mean, I hear from atheists who can't yet shake the fear of hell. I mean, they've been atheists for 20 years, but there's still part of them that was sufficiently indoctrinated with this that they, again, I don't even know how they process this as a conscious thought, but part of them is still worried that they might wind up in hellfire.
So this idea of being special or being better than other people, it's
another ideology that you can just impart to a kid, and there's no mystery as to why they would believe it when they turn 10, if that's what you have been telling them for 10 years.
Again, facts, I guess, are going to be the best ammunition against that. Just continuing to teach about, and I've seen there's some show where a guy went on and did he's a white supremacist, and he went on and did a DNA test, and when they showed him the results, he was like 14% West African or something. It was a much higher percentage than many other whites, and he just denied the results. He was just like, yeah.
Well, there
wonder who
Nazis,
put that out there.
There were Nazis in Germany and during the war who at a certain point found out that they were Jewish. That's a rather gorgeous revelation. But you're always vulnerable if you think. I mean, this comes down to what's wrong with identity politics. Really, if you think that the goodness of a certain principle, if you want to organize society with respect to things like justice and fairness, and the lens through which you are judging the rightness of any principle is your identity with a certain tribe, right? That's it. At a minimum, you're vulnerable to discovering that you're actually not in that tribe, right? Which is, but the problem with identity politics is that whatever you think is true or good has to be something you could persuade others of, and the only way you could persuade them is, because they are others, is to make an argument that doesn't depend on who you are, right? It's not a. That's what it is to reason with people, and that's what it is to actually have reasons for what you believe. And this is what was so brilliant about the political philosopher John Rawls's thought experiment. I'm sure many of you have heard of Rawls, if not read his books, but he talked about a conception of a just society being something we could all converge on if we reasoned from what he called the original position, or from behind a veil of ignorance. And so this veil of ignorance is, we have all of the facts of science and reality to work with, but we just don't know anything about who we are in this society. You don't know if you're black or white, or man or woman, or tall or short, or whether you have brain damage. I mean, you have no idea how lucky you are or unlucky you are. And so from behind that veil of ignorance, the burden is on you to come up with principles of fairness and justice, which you would agree to before you find out who you are in this society, before you find out that you're rich or you're poor. And to be reasoning in any other way, which is the core of identity politics, is to not do that, and to reason from the point of view as, well, listen, as a white man or as a black woman, I believe X, right? But that's exactly what it is to be biased. That's exactly what it is to have your principles undermined by self-interest. And that's, I mean, it's clearly the way forward is to be doing something much more like Rawls suggested.
I'm being signaled that it's time to take questions, but Sarah, I wanted to make sure you didn't have anything you wanted to get in on that, especially it being white supremacy. I don't want to get some accusation, oh, you didn't let Sarah ask, get in on the conversation about white supremacy. I want to make sure there's nothing you had to add to that before.
Well, I not much in that I agree that it's just another form of, a group of people finding a way to feel like they're superior to everyone else, that they have a clearer view on the world, and they're able to see things as they are, and they're able to manipulate the world better than anyone else. I mean, we've seen this in a variety of different political ideologies, and then we see that in religion, and it makes sense to me that for some people, race would be a good vehicle. But I will say that I don't really like the idea of using DNA tests as, a gotcha kind of thing because, it's viscerally fun to just hurt these people in some way, right? Like it's just like, oh, haha, right? But at the same time, you're not doing anything about the hatred itself. You're just using that hatred as a tool to just hurt somebody. Like, haha, you think black people are scum, but you're 1/4 black, so you're scum according to you, right? I mean, there's something a little bit dirty about like playing that game, and perhaps that's not the way we should be going about it, because the ultimate idea is that even if it were 100% white, I mean, it would still be a terrible way to think about the world.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, and I'm glad to know you think about me that way. But thank you for that. No, that's a great point, and I never considered it like a hateful thing. So I'm glad you brought that up. I never considered it to be like a thumbing at the nose, ha, you're part of this. It was really, my idea was more of a bringing people together to say, you're proud of what? You think you have this pure white whatever. There's no such thing as that. You're connected to everyone that you're being hateful toward, and hopefully that would help them bring their walls down and say, wait a minute, my hatefulness is based in ignorance. I'm proud of something that really doesn't even exist. We're all connected. We all have common ancestors. That was really my angle.
Yeah. I understand that. Like, there's some way that you can use their self-image and their desire to find themselves as superior, against them in that way, and maybe that will lead them to think that, black people aren't so bad or Asian people aren't so bad if they find out that they themselves are mixed. But I don't think that it necessarily turns out to be that way. I mean, like you've said and Sam said, that a lot of people deny the test results, and even then, you don't actually know if what it'll lead to is for them to reevaluate how they see supremacy. Maybe not white supremacy, but just supremacy based on racial characteristics. They might just reevaluate what % white is acceptable in order to be, superior, or perhaps mixed people are more or superior. So it doesn't really tackle the underlying ideology, which is so hateful and repulsive.
That's a great point. Thank you. So I did have a few more topics I wanted to get to, but it is time for the Q&A. So if you would, go ahead and line up at the mics. Can they get some lights to be able to see? There you go. So it looks like this microphone right here is labeled number 1, and this is number 2, so you'll know that when I call it out.
You want to call?
Yeah, but I wanted to. All right, guys. So we're going to need to keep the talking down so we can hear the first question. If you would, please. Thank you. I got you. Go ahead.
Just wondering if space exploration, to any extent, might be able to take the myths out of the heavens. If we're traveling to other planets, eventually in other solar systems, is it going to be that much fun to pray toward Mecca? Is it going to change the way we think about life after death once brains are transplanted? Is there a chance radical innovation will help dissolve our attachments to religion? will that help put the knife in it, ultimately?
I mean, you've got to think every little bit helps, but religious belief has been impressively resistant to, I mean, to take that rather clear point. I mean, when you read the Bible, it's fairly obvious that they had no idea what was going on up there, and they thought heaven was very likely up there as a place that Jesus could ascend to. They thought shooting stars were in fact stars that were falling out of the sky. So the disconfirmation of all of that, and the sense of, you know, where could Jesus have ascended to? I mean, it just gets colder and colder and colder, and then you know, then there's no oxygen at all, and no place to really wait around for 2,000 years up there. But none of that seems to cut very deep for the fundamentalists. They have some other way of not caring about that.
And I think to add to that, a lot of the argument is that this idea of God and heaven is outside of time and space. So the ones that are hardcore fundamental will probably stay there in the face of that. But like you said, every little bit helps. You never know.
Hi.
Hi.
Mr. Harris, I'm wondering if you could compare and contrast the anti-fascist movement that took place in Britain after World War II to try to stamp out Nazism with this new Antifa movement in the U.S. and what place it has.
Well, I have to plead historical ignorance about the details of what the anti-fascists were up to during World War II in the UK. I mean, I guess there was a very good reason to be anti-fascist at that point, and if you could have resisted fascism, one would have wanted you to do it in more or less any way you could, and then at a certain point it was a very good reason to go to war against Germany, and I don't think many of us are wondering whether we were on the right side of that war. So there is a right side and a wrong side in some of these cases, certainly. And but in the case of what the so-called anti-fascists, you know, Antifa is doing in the U.S. now, I mean, these people just seem like unprincipled goons to me. I mean, it's not a political movement. And it's a painful irony that the people who are reliably closing down free speech on college campuses now in the U.S. are on the left. This is not right-wing people. It's not neo-Nazis. It's not the people who marched at Charlottesville. These are people on the left who are making it unsafe for people to speak on college campuses now. And that's just, it's something we shouldn't have any patience for, you know.
So I'm more and more in my regular life out in the world talking with folks that have religious belief. I'm finding what I've come to think of as the lazy theist, where I think people in this room would agree with me that in order to get to an atheistic worldview, you've got to do some work to get there. And I know I'm finding a lot of people are defaulting into the theist position that I'm talking to. And they're not doing a lot of work. They're just happy to be complacent and kind of be a sheep in their regular life and follow on with this religious viewpoint. And then I'll get into a conversation with them and I'll bring up something like, you know, the Ark in the Middle East, no marsupials anywhere but Australia. And they'll say, oh, I never thought of that. That never occurred to me to think about that. So they're not doing any work. This is that kind of lazy theist, and they just default into it. And I think those people are up for grabs for us, and I'm just curious if you guys have run into this in your life and in your conversations, and if you have a strategy for how we might pick this low-hanging fruit and bring them over to the side of rationality and reason.
Well, it's that's what we've been up to for a while. I would point out they're lazy on both sides. They're also lazy theologians. You know, they're not. It's not. Most of these people are not spending a lot of time understanding their scriptures either. I mean, they obviously fundamentalists and ultra-Orthodox people don't have that particular sin. But there are people who are, I mean, the poll results on Americans' knowledge of what's actually in the Bible are just astonishing. I mean, they don't know, half of America doesn't know who delivered the Sermon on the Mount. It's just, so these are not informed theists for the most part, but they have a sense that has been imparted to them with the details held aside that you can't be a good person, and you certainly can't be thought to be a good person by your community if you don't endorse religion on some level, no matter how little work that endorsement does in your day-to-day life. There's a sense that the bottom drops out in your moral worldview if you don't at least pay lip service to religion. And that's something that we just have to keep proving to be false.
I would say, too, being able to ask questions, employ the Socratic method, some basic tenets of street epistemology. We don't have to go out preaching. You can ask enough questions for someone to realize they don't have the answers they thought they did. And I don't think anyone in here, if you were ever religious, was deconverted because you were called an asshole by somebody online, right? None of us did that. We deconverted ourselves by doing research and doing honest inquiry into our views. And so asking someone tends to plant those seeds and sparks that idea that maybe what I believe isn't 100% accurate. Getting them to start thinking that way, I think, is very, very effective.
Hi, big fan of everybody up there. I have a question I don't think I've ever heard answered before. You've addressed the idea that Muslim women are often marginalized, and there's issues of female genital mutilation and honor killings and all of these horrible things. But I've never really heard any sympathy for whatever role young Muslim men are in and what kind of life they're kind of forced or expected to be in that same kind of way. Do you have any kind of input on how you feel like they're marginalized in their own lives? And if I could get that from Sarah first, because I think you might have an interesting outlook, but I'd also like to hear from you.
Well, sure, yeah. I mean, I agree with you that it isn't something we talk about too often, but on the other hand, it does make sense, given the nature of Muslim society and the relative freedoms that are afforded to Muslim men. For example, they can marry, they can marry outside, and they can marry a Christian woman if they wanted. They have that level of freedom, and a woman doesn't really have that kind of freedom. In another sense, women don't really have the right to divorce. In a traditional sense of Islam, what they can do is they can request it from the husband, and he can deny the request. And then you can go to like a mullah, and then they can, or a religious leader, and they can accept the request or deny it. And if they deny it, you're sort of just stuck in kind of a bad situation. So I understand why women's rights get kind of the spotlight when we're talking about Islam, and it does make sense. But you are correct in thinking that there are ways in which it really poisons and harms men, and in ways that are specific to men. So first, there's the just general religious harm that affects both men and women, just this way of thinking about the world that harms both men and women. But there is this idea that a man has to be a provider, and he has to prove himself in certain ways, and that can be quite difficult, quite damaging to their psyche, to their stress levels, and it makes it difficult for them sometimes to perform that role. And so if they can't make it into that role, then it says something about them as a man. So there are sort of poisonous aspects to it that affect both genders.
Yeah, well, I think that covers it. There's a reason. It's not a surprise that we don't spend a lot of time worrying about how Muslim men are harmed by the view of women in traditional Muslim societies, but they clearly are harmed. I mean, they're not given an opportunity to develop what we would consider psychologically normal relationships with women as teenagers, say. I mean, crucial years where you're either surrounded by strong women who you respect as equals, or you are taught something absolutely antithetical to that experience, which is that you're taught to fear them, and you're like given this Madonna horror complex, and it's enshrined as just God's view of the situation, and it's a very dysfunctional way to view women, and we see the consequences of it, and clearly it's harming men, but it's easy to see that we should focus on the women first, because they're the ones who in turn are being actively harmed by the men in their lives. But as Sarah pointed out, it's also the women who believe this doctrine too who are enforcing it. I mean, the men can't do this by themselves. In all of these religious cultures, the women, this is not just a problem under Islam. If you hear about dowry deaths in the Hindu community in India, right? There are women who are throwing acid on the faces of the new bride who they want to get rid of. I mean, it's absolutely bizarre, and it's both sexes are part of the problem.
Hi. It seems to be extremely common these days for people to form opinions or make decisions based on emotion or instinct, and then only invoke the reasoning afterwards to try and justify that initial emotion. I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on strategies that can be reliable to try to deal with that confirmation bias, or things that people can actually use in their day-to-day life to avoid that trap.
Yeah, I think it's good to just know that is something you and everyone else does at a minimum from time to time, if not most of the time. This is something that the psychologist Jonathan Haidt has argued for a lot, that we do this, especially on moral questions. We have this gut reaction of disgust, say, and then all of the so-called moral reasoning that comes online afterwards to justify our disgust is just doing that. It's just we're reasoning like lawyers, making the case for what we already feel. We're not arriving at this position first by a process of reasoning. But I think it's useful to ask yourself on any topic, whenever you find yourself taking your own opinion seriously, it's worth asking yourself whether it's necessary to do that. I mean, why is it that you seem to have an opinion about everything? I mean, there's a lot out there that you don't know much about, and you could just sort of bracket your opinion for a moment and wonder, how is it that you know this thing you seem to know, or how would you know if you were wrong? And if you can't answer the question, if you can't imagine a state of the world that would demonstrate the wrongness of that opinion, well then it's unfalsifiable, right? It's a strange opinion to have, certainly to have strongly. So it's obviously it's easier to see in other people, in the things they care about, when you're just noticing them get caught, and it's harder to see in yourself. But it's good. This is why it's good to be surrounded by smart people, and to read good books, and to watch good documentaries, and to continually be in conversation with other points of view and other people who are doing this debugging on their own worldviews, because then you can just keep catching yourself being wrong.
Yeah, there are really two types of people, I think, that take advantage of that emotional decision-making process. And it's people who are selling you tangible products and people who are selling you bullshit. And as long as we stay aware of it, usually we can maintain control over it.
So this is a plea in the form of a question, basically. I want you, I was going to say I want you to tell me why I'm wrong with my worldview, but I need you to tell me why I'm wrong. And my son is here too, so even to say it in front of him, the weight of it all looks hopeless to me. The weight of ignorance, of delusion, from the opening film that we saw to the discussion of what it would take for 1.6 people to change their minds about their rigorous belief, the lack of people even caring about the truth anymore in the States, what we're seeing going on, which we hoped was over, that kind of ignorance and even reveling in ignorance, feels completely hopeless. Tell me how I'm wrong and how there's still hope.
No pressure. No pressure.
Well,
Good night. Good night. We're leaving.
first I have to figure out whether I really believe what I'm about to say, given my principle of not lying to you. Well, it's worth reflecting on how quickly things can change. And things can change, both for bad or for good. This cuts both ways, but things can change surprisingly quickly. And this seems to be more and more true. I mean, when you look at just, I don't know how in touch you are with this here in Canada, but in the States, our victory on gay marriage just happened in the blink of an eye. It's like there was a moment where it was sort of made progress, and then it got rolled back, and then it sort of looked hopeless, and then all of a sudden it was accomplished. You know, and there are many things like that when you look at relevant scientific breakthroughs that change people's sense of what is good or possible or what religion should be doing. The sky's the limit there, really. I mean, we can make gains that never get rolled back, or at least only get rolled back in some very fringe area where not even your average fundamentalist wants to go. So, I mean, the obvious case is understanding epilepsy. And this is the easiest example that I always go to, but there are very few, even Christian fundamentalists, who, when their child gets epilepsy, resort to just exorcism and don't go to a neurologist. I mean, if you care about your child in the 21st century, you take your child to a doctor, and it's not the average fundamentalist who resists that. And I think we shouldn't. I mean, part of it, I mean, speaking to you personally, and just how is it to sort of overcome this mood, you can spend less time focusing on the political trivia. I mean, I've actually stopped paying as much attention as I was paying to Trump, because it just became psychologically toxic to me, and there was nothing to do with it. You know, it's like there was no benefit from it, and you can pay more attention, and you have to understand also that news is being selected by the bad news is always rising to the top, and there's always enough bad news, given how globally connected we are now, to fill every news broadcast with seemingly the worst things that have ever happened to people every single night of the year. I mean, there's always going to be 10 murders that they could tell you about tonight somewhere, and most news most of the time is just amplifying that signal, and you're not hearing about all of the great things that are happening, and all of the technological and moral and political improvements that are happening that are not being rolled back and are not likely to be rolled back. And there is no question that we're living in the luckiest time to be alive in human history. I mean, that seems to be absolutely obvious. I mean, what other moment in history would you rather have been born? My list is, there's nothing on that list for me. And so that is, you have to do a little work though to keep that salient, because what social media and the media in general is going to tell you is that the world's on fire, and you should just get ready to smell the smoke.
If I may add to that, it's important to continue to remind ourselves that just because we're hearing about it doesn't mean that's the majority, right? We hear the squeaky wheel gets the grease. Well, that's the case, but it doesn't mean all the wheels are squeaking, right? So when we hear these types of things happening, like Sam said, it's the news. You seeing it a lot only means the news media realizes what gets the attention and sells the advertisers. It doesn't necessarily mean that's the way the majority of people feel. social media is not an accurate portrayal of reality. It's not real life. It's quick, hot sports opinions on the latest thing that's very uninformed. And if you look at that and think, wow, these are real human beings and this is the way they believe, it can get depressing. It really can. And the last thing that I'll leave you with on that is just that for me, anytime I see a void, I get inspired because I realize that's a place where I can make a difference. And right now, in the climate that we see, there's a lot of places for all of us to step up and make a difference. So whatever your niche is, whatever it is, I almost said niche. See how I corrected that? Whatever your niche is and whatever you enjoy doing, you can apply that in some way to make a positive difference. So you don't have to sit back and say the world's burning. You can actively help move it forward because there's plenty of room for you and all of us to step up.
Well, I feel like you both of you covered my thoughts pretty well. I can only add the more specific experience that I have as an organizer of, one of the most persecuted, groups of people around the world. And I often think about the things that you just mentioned, and it's hard not to think about the likelihoods of it all. And I try in my own head not to play that game because on the first point that they touched on, which is that we are ignorant, and we should acknowledge that we might be able to judge a likelihood here and there, but we could be wrong. But as moral and good people, our thoughts should be on what the possibility is. And if there is, a way forward ahead of us that is possible and that is good, then we should be marching in that direction. We shouldn't stop and think, well, is this politically convenient? Is this likely according to what little I know about the world? Because there's so many undercurrents that are going on all the time that are invisible to us. In the case of the ex-Muslim movement, the internet has empowered us in a way that it's hard to actually talk about it and put it into words the way that which this community that was so isolated and so disempowered and was able to find each other and find hope. And I hear from people that are in the most dire circumstances that have reasoned their way out of religion and are working to help other people like them. And if people in Egypt and Pakistan and Saudi Arabia can do it and they can find hope and they can think that this is a world worth fighting for, then I can think that way too.
So go forth and be inspired to be active in whatever it is you're doing, sir. Thank you for the question. Yes, sir.
Hi, thanks. Question mostly for Sam, but anyone can take it.
Of course.
Sam, you've made your thoughts on free speech very clear, and I think most people here would agree with you, and I agree certainly with you. But I certainly do share Mr. Smalley's disgust for the white supremacist rallies in the U.S. Question for Sam, to paraphrase you, to use your words, what's the ethical bedrock that you would use to determine whether they have these white supremacists have the right to march, and is that expression of free speech, and where do we put the line where we say, well, you're inciting too much hate in other people, or do we use the line that we already have, which is if you're directly inciting violence or encouraging violence on other people, then that should not be allowed, but anything up to that point is okay for us to tolerate?
Yeah, well, it's a hard question. I feel like it's hard to know where the line actually is there. I feel like we have it just about right in the U.S., which is erring on the side of tolerating even the most odious speech and letting it, as you say, walk right up to the line of encouraging violence. Because I think, the principle there is that the best way to combat this is to let it expose itself and then to show what's wrong with it, to make it look ridiculous, to satirize it, to argue against it. But I think, for instance, these countries in Europe that have made it illegal to deny the Holocaust, I think that's absolutely the wrong approach. Because what you do there is you you make martyrs of the few people who make it their life's business to get locked up for this crime. And then you drive underground this ideology and this language game that is inadmissible in public because you've made it illegal. And yet you don't know how many people subscribe to it, you don't know how many people are aligning with it, and you can't put any pressure on them apart from the pressure to not make themselves known for fear of consequence. So I think it's the sunlight is the best disinfectant principle, and I think that is generally true. And it's not, I mean, I don't like seeing neo-Nazis and members of the KKK march, at all. And it does strike me as ridiculous to see the amount of public expense that has to be brought forward to protect them from the people they are saying that they would kill if they only had more power. But it's I think we should be very slow to use the violence of the state to silence speech, and it really has to be at the point where speech seems to be the proximate cause of violence itself.
Just as a very quick follow-up, then you wouldn't agree with banning certain groups, like you wouldn't ban the KKK under those premises?
Yeah, I just don't think that's the right lever to pull. I think you should be free to be as obnoxious and as stupid and as reprehensible as you want to be, and then the rest of us should be free to criticize you, to ignore you, to not go to your restaurant, to make your life as difficult as it will be if you are expressing views that are dangerous and divisive and idiotic. And so I think the pressure should come from society, but the moment you give the moment you legislate against it, then a different machinery starts working, and then who knows what the next law is going to look like. Then it'll be illegal to deny the God because of all the pain that causes people. The majority of people believe that Jesus is coming back to earth. Well, to deny that then is to offend a majority of the people in the U.S. at least. And why not make that illegal for all the harm it causes? So.
I'll add one thing. It's just a little point. I was looking at propaganda posters in Weimar, Germany, that the Nazi Party put out, and it's interesting that there was at least 3 that I found, 2 or 3, which had an image of Hitler and then a cross over his mouth like a tape, because actually they did try to ban him from speaking in Germany at the time. And so the posters had this tape over this black tape over his mouth, and it said something to the effect of, the text said something to the effect of, there's only one man who is not allowed to speak in Germany. And then the insinuation was, why don't they want the people in power want you to hear what he has to say? It's a very powerful marketing tool, censure is, and it can't actually protect you from the bigotry.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're hateful, I want to know who you are.
Right.
If your views are that destructive, I'd like you to show yourself and speak up. And like you said, if we start taking views that we all find despicable, but if we take those views and we classify that as step 1 of violence, then all of us are subject to that.
Yeah.
Then we are now, as secular people, somehow causing violence to people that are deconverting from Christianity or deconverting from Islam, and then now they're going to hell. That's us inciting violence in some way. Then you get on a very slippery slope. So I expected to disagree with something that you said about it, and I was completely on board with that.
Well, the vast majority of
It's a fine line
progressive
to
movements too, like if you take a look at the things that we find, we celebrate today, something like homosexuality, gay pride and everything like that. That's something that's part of our ecosystem now, and that's something that's normalized now. But there was a time where it was perverse and it was the devil's work, and it was something that many people would have found completely abhorrent, and they would have and did try to ban and get rid of. So when you're looking at it from a scale, from a larger scale, and taking a look at human history and the progress of human history, there's been it's hard to know from where you are, exactly what would be considered the most hateful thing and what wouldn't. So you have this umbrella and or this large net where something that would be considered progress in the future will be caught along with the white supremacists, and you can't, how can we know that?
I mean, there's a deeper principle here. The reason why free speech strikes me as the master value is that it is the only mechanism we have to correct for our errors collectively in real time. It's like if something can't be talked about, it still exists, right? And it's still operating, but we now can't talk about it. And so it's just the open-endedness of conversation on really every topic is the only thing I see that is getting us all to converge, politically, ethically, intellectually, scientifically. I mean, everything is running on the same rails, and the rails are conversation.
The moment you make something taboo, it becomes interesting. People want to know what's behind the veil. Why can't they talk about that? Okay.
Hi. I wanted to mention, address the point about hopelessness. My grandparents were refugees from Palestine who lived in Syria, and I was born, and basically I was living in the Middle East on the other side of the planet when I started going on the internet. When I was in grade 7, I got access to a high-speed internet, and I started watching videos for Richard Dawkins, and I heard about the God delusion, and that was kind of the age of reason to me. That was when I started learning about, because I was an ex-Muslim pretty much, and I was in a conditioned environment that was taking me away from to access any sort of or any form of thing that would shatter the reality that I was living as part of in the Middle East, really. And in high school, when it was found that I was becoming atheist and a bunch of other students becoming atheists, our Islamic department canceled evolution, and they came after us. They kind of they threatened us of talking about atheism again, and basically I came here. And coming here to university is not also ideal, I would say, because when I come to university and I expect that I'm gonna get all the critical thinking skills that I'm gonna be able to ask any questions I want, I get faced by the Antifa, basically being the extreme left. If you disagree with socialism, you're a white supremacist, and that's another problem, I guess. Now, I think it's a phenomenal thing that me being on the other side of the planet and making it here today is a dream for me to actually see you in front of me. I'm literally gonna be texting my friends back in Qatar, telling them about how amazing this event is, and it's just phenomenal to me. The point I wanted to address is the free will part. I agree with you. I don't believe in free will. It makes me, though, depressed because I feel that, like on the Charles Murray podcast, if I'm pronouncing his name right, it's mentioned that we don't have that much control over how much we can change ourselves in terms of genetics and ability to be more intelligent and change our IQ. So it makes me feel very limited and unable to be productive or do much to change anything about life in general, in my life, I guess. So that point really depresses me. And I just wanted to sort of...
Can I speak to that?
Your point.
Yeah, because that's a very common feeling about the conclusion that free will is an illusion. Many people, I'm not one of them, but many people find it depressing. And I don't know if I can show you the other side of it, but it strikes me as, first of all, acknowledging that free will is an illusion, acknowledging that you didn't invent yourself, you didn't pick your parents, you didn't pick your genes, you didn't pick the society into which you were born. You're not responsible for your appearance in the world. And even the things you seem responsible for in terms of conventional responsibility, the kind of efforts you make to get things done, say, well, the amount of effort you're able to summon is also a product of your genes and your environment and the good conversations you've had or the ones you missed, and it's all just propagating forward. It's all just, it's just your corner of the universe doing its thing moment by moment, and there's no place to stand where you are the subjective you, the sense of the experiencer in this moment. There's no place to stand where you can own the totality of those causal processes. But one thing that cuts through is obvious bullshit like white pride or really any other kind of pride. Yeah, right.
White pride over here.
Might be the hair. I don't know.
Yeah, it must be. I knew that was coming.
That no one, you didn't. The fact that you're born white or black or any other color is not something you're responsible for, right? So you can't take credit if you think white people are better for the fact that you're one of them. And so nothing like that could conceivably be the basis of pride. But so it is with everything else, like intelligence, like just having an ability to get things done in this world. Pride is the wrong summary of your talents there. Gratitude is appropriate. I mean, when you get past, when you fully absorb the implications of there being no free will, then what you see is a world of radical differences in luck, for lack of a better word. I mean, you see there are people who are obviously incredibly lucky and people who are obviously incredibly unlucky. And insofar as you are lucky, you can feel grateful and you can feel a commitment to making the most of that luck. And again, you're making the most of it is more of the universe just doing its thing. It's not that part is really you. But what you can recognize is that you are a work in progress. There's no telling how much you can change moment to moment. And years in the future, you have no idea what you'll be like. You have no idea what you'll be like by virtue of the relationships you form or the ideas that you have or the intense experiences that suddenly intrude in your life that you didn't expect. People change radically. They don't change. I mean, their height doesn't tend to change. There are things that are kind of fixed, but it really is open. Your mind and your life is really open-ended, and it's a process of discovery, moment to moment, and nothing is fixed, really. Nothing especially important is fixed, and so there's a. I don't see it as depressing. I just see it as a circumstance where you can be gratitude and love and curiosity are always appropriate without free will. So anyway, I hope that helps.
So I know I'm going to disappoint many of you when I say we only have time for one more question. I'm very sorry about that. So talk amongst yourselves, find out who's the most important question. No, I think we'll just go with one more right here at mic one. And
all right. Well, so I'm currently studying machine learning at the graduate level. So I'm going to ask you a question about AI, and I'm sure many of people have listened to your TED Talk. So I believe I've heard you say that it would be truly tragic to not have any conscious beings in this universe. And as far as the linearity of time is concerned, machines have a higher probability of thriving than us, just on a material basis. But wouldn't you say that consciousness, it would be the ultimate existential threat to humanity, considering that in the analogy of us, I wouldn't say it's intelligence. I would say it's consciousness that we choose to just defy the well-being of the ants because we just know that we have a dominance in our just in our capacity of being.
Mm-hmm.
So right now, as far as computer vision and natural language processing and speech recognition, we're training them according to human benchmarks. But the thing that we should be scared about would be for this machine to ultimately know that I really am the most intelligent being in this universe.
Yeah, I mean, that's an additional concern. I think the question of consciousness, consciousness and intelligence are two different variables, and I think they're certainly separable in the near term. I don't know if they're ultimately of a piece. I mean, I don't know if you get more and more and more intelligent up to the human level and beyond if consciousness is guaranteed to come along for the ride at some point there. I think possibly not, in which case, for me, that's the worst case scenario because it opens the door to the possibility of us just turning the lights out in the universe. I mean, we're the only, biological life is the only theater of consciousness we know of, and if we create some mere mechanism for whom the lights are not on, and this yet becomes the most competent and the most powerful force on Earth, and it gets away from us, and it becomes fundamentally hostile to our thriving, as is the concern, well then we've created a scenario under which the universe could go dark, essentially, and yet you'd have these super intelligent machines propagating themselves and making paper clips or doing whatever they would be doing. And I don't really see the self-consciousness in these machines being an especially scary variable, because you could run the argument the other way. So it would be consciousness that would allow for empathy and other good things that we would want in these super intelligent machines if they were in fact more powerful than we are. But I worry about competence more than consciousness. The consciousness becomes relevant on the other side, where if you're wondering about the ethical implications of building machines that can suffer, well then you're talking about conscious machines. And if we knew our machines weren't conscious and could never be under a certain paradigm, no matter how intelligent they got, well then there'd be no scope to wonder whether or not we're creating a hell and populating it with intelligent minds that can suffer, which would obviously be a terrible thing to do, although it apparently didn't stop God from doing it.
Thank you for the question. Please give a big round of applause for Travis Pangburn and Pangburn Philosophy for putting this event together. Sam Harris and Sarah Haider.
You and I are predetermined nonsense, and that's okay. You and I.
Okay, well, and now for something completely different. So, just to get a sense of who I'm talking to here, how many of you have a meditation practice? How many of you have never meditated? Okay, interesting, an unsolvable problem. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to, the meditation that I'm going to introduce to you is kind of generically described as mindfulness meditation. And there are many different types of meditation. There are certainly different ways to teach mindfulness. The great thing about mindfulness, it's originally a Buddhist practice. It has analogs in other traditions. But the great thing about mindfulness as taught by Buddhists and usually Theravada Buddhists, the kind of the first school of Buddhism that you find in Thailand and Burma and Sri Lanka, is that there really is no artifice associated with it. There's no iconography, there are no necessary religious beliefs. You don't have to be interested in even in the Buddha. You know, it's just, it is as a practice, it's perfectly designed for export into a secular context. And that's why mindfulness uniquely is being studied in neuroscience labs and psychology labs as a tool. And it's so it's a very simple practice. There's nothing, unlike the other very common practice that people use, which is TM. It's not TM is a mantra-based practice. So you're reciting a Sanskrit phrase in your head that you're concentrating on. Mindfulness doesn't have anything like that. So there's nothing. There's no evidence you're doing anything that has come from another culture. It really is just a matter of paying close attention to what it's like to be you. And it's very strange that this is a breakthrough at all, or that this has to be imported into our culture at all, because, again, it's just paying attention. But for some strange reason, which I think has a lot to do with the influence of Judeo-Christian religion, I mean, the Abrahamic religion, in the West, we never figured out that introspection was a viable paradigm for doing much of anything useful. Around the time of William James, psychologists and Western scientists were trying to get introspection up on its feet, and very quickly discovered that there was very little to see of interest when you looked inside. You couldn't even notice that you have a brain, much less intuit what that brain was doing. And so that the mind, as psychology became a science, it became obvious that the mind has a kind of structure that can't be inspected from the first person side. And that if you wanted a viable science of the mind, you'd have to find some third person way to study it. And so introspection was more or less shelved as just a dead end intellectually. And this is unfortunate because it's far from being a dead end. It is what I'm about to teach you is, without question, the most important thing I've ever learned in my life, right? And I had to go to the East, essentially, to learn it. It's the most important tool psychologically I've ever learned. It's in some ways, the most important tool ethically. And it is, while it can't do everything of interest intellectually with respect to confirming anything one way or the other about the nature of the human mind, it can do a lot. And there are many things you can discover about your mind through introspection that align perfectly with what we have every reason to believe is true about the mind through third-person methods like neuroscience or Western psychological science. So I'm going to talk for a little bit while I teach you to meditate. I'll just kind of intersperse meditation instruction with some more talking, and we'll sort of kind of go in and out of practicing and considering this matter. And I'll leave a lot of time for Q&A because I'm sure there'll be some questions. So to begin, just sit a little straighter than you may be naturally. This is the time of day where falling asleep is the enemy. And you might just gently close your eyes. And just take a few deep breaths. And just feel the weight of your body resting on your seat. Feel the heaviness, pressure, heat or cold. And the moment you notice that you're thinking, just come back to the raw sensation of sitting here. And see if you can feel your body closely enough, just the raw sensations, so as to surrender the image you have of its shape. See if you can let it resolve itself into a cloud of sensation, so that you don't feel a knee or a hand or a shoulder or a back. You just feel points of sensation arising and passing away. Now also bring your attention to the sounds in the room. Just let your mind rest as this open space in which sound and sensation continually appear. Okay, well now you can open your eyes. And I just want to reflect on what we just did there. I mean, first, notice the sense that something has changed when you open your eyes. So like your eyes were closed, you felt like you were in your head paying attention to sensations in the body and sound. And now we've opened our eyes and we're all back in the world together. Well, this is a kind of illusion. The world you see with your open eyes is also the same place you were feeling sensations and hearing sounds. The only place you can notice anything is this space of consciousness. And for those who don't know how to meditate, who've never learned this capacity for mindfulness, the normal experience, the experience we all have been led to expect as to be compatible with our psychological health and our functioning as human beings, is to be thinking more or less every minute of our lives and telling ourselves a story about our experience, remembering the past, anticipating the future, worrying over something that just happened or may yet happen, regretting something that just happened, forming various goals in mind and seeking them, feeling desires arise and feeling no alternative but to seek to gratify them. And all of this is being mediated by thought in this space of consciousness. And then we fall helplessly asleep each night and then get up the next day and do it again. Or we don't fall asleep each night because we're so busy thinking about what just happened or what may yet happen. And the degree to which thought is structuring our experience in each moment and creating our emotional lives, or creating our reactions to everything, is very hard to notice because we've never noticed thoughts themselves arise as objects in consciousness. We're identified with each next thought that appears. And so the first thing you encounter when you try to meditate, and for the longest time, this is the great obstacle to meditation, is that it's so damn hard to pay attention to anything because you're thinking every moment of the day. So, and these thoughts sneak up on you. You think, well, I'm supposed to be meditating here. Okay, so I'm going to pay attention to my body. He just said, notice the sensations in the body. And, okay, now I'm paying attention to sounds. Okay, well, now why am I doing this? And the conversation continues even while you're trying to just do this very simple thing of noticing sensation in your body or noticing ambient sounds. And mindfulness is the tool by which you can break that spell. And the way this happens ultimately is you begin to pay close enough attention to raw sensation that there are periods where you're deeply connecting with just what it's like to feel the sensation of vibration, say, or to clearly hear a sound impinge upon your eardrum, without, for that brief span, having it occur through the veil of thought. And when you get a little bit of concentration in that regard, then you can begin to notice thoughts themselves arise as objects in consciousness. Just like you can hear the sound of my voice, you'll hear the sound of your own voice in your head, or you'll see an image arise. And then the difference, that this introduces a very powerful and important difference in your conscious life. The difference between noticing a thought as a thought and being identified with a thought because you haven't noticed it arise as an object in consciousness. And the difference between being identified with thought and being mindful of it is total. Okay? The difference is, one, in the first case, you helplessly live out the implications of the next thought. If the next thought is an angry thought, or a thought of self-judgment, or a thought of worry, well, then that is you for as long as that train continues, right? Because one thought engenders another and creates, if you have an angry thought, if you remember some conversation that you had that was incredibly frustrating and you're angry at somebody, and that sneaks up on you and you're not aware of it as an object in consciousness, you become angry all over again. And then you start thinking of all the things you should have said or would have said or will say next time. And again, this is all a conversation you're having with yourself, right? Which it doesn't make a lot of sense. You remember the conversation, and yet you're rehearsing it to yourself. And there's apparently no capacity to get bored with the things we say to ourselves. Like if I was telling you the same thing over and over again, on the third or fourth time, you would say, what, does he have brain damage? Why is he saying this over and over again? But if you pay attention, you will say the same thing over and over again to yourself. You'll never detect that you're in the presence of the most boring person in the world. Right? So a capacity to be mindful gives you a choice. It is actually true to say that you, at that point, can decide, well, how long do I want to stay angry for? Now, if you can't be mindful, well, then you'll be angry for as long as you'll be angry, and you'll do all the things that anger will seem to dictate you do. You'll make the phone call or send the email or have that conversation, and you really don't have any choice. Whereas if you can just notice thoughts arise and emotions arise and let them play out their half-life, which is very, very short, it's actually impossible to stay angry or fearful for more than a few moments without resurrecting it again with more thought that you aren't noticing. So it really is, it can become the difference between being angry all day long and being angry for 10 seconds, right? Which is, in terms of the effect on your life and your relationships, it's an enormous difference. So mindfulness, which I'm introducing now, is a tool by which you can make that choice. So having said a little more about it, I'd like you to close your eyes again. And just pay attention to the sensation of gravity pulling you into your seat. And then notice the feeling of breathing. Notice the breath wherever you feel it most clearly. Either at the tip of the nose or the rising of your chest or abdomen. Just pick one spot and feel the next inhalation from the moment it appears to the moment it stops. And then the exhalation. And there's no need to control the breath, just let it come however it comes. It can be shallow, it can be deep, it can be slow or fast. And as you notice the sensations of breathing, also notice all those moments where you're perceiving something else, like a sound or a sensation elsewhere in the body. Just let everything that appears articulate this space of conscious awareness. Everything is just announcing the fact of consciousness in this moment. And the moment you notice that you're thinking, just notice the thought itself, whether it's an image or the sound of language. What happens to it? Where does a thought go when it disappears? as we begin to train in this practice, it becomes obvious very quickly that nothing is outside of it. So there's nothing you could notice that's not an appropriate object of mindfulness. So for instance, if any mood or emotion is present, even the feeling of sleepiness or restlessness, you can take that too as an object of awareness. Just what is sleepiness? Where do you feel it in your face? The goal here is to pay close enough attention to anything that appears in consciousness to get past the conceptual layer, the thoughts you have about it, and just nakedly feel it or observe it as it is, as energy in the body, as an image. It's natural to feel that you're paying attention from some place, that there's a center to consciousness, very likely in your head. Most of us feel like we're behind our eyes and that attention is being pointed at other objects like the breath, or sounds, or sensations in the body from this place in the head. But pay more attention to that. Okay, the feeling of having a head, this is also just a sensation that's appearing in consciousness. Everything you can notice, sensations in the body, the breath, the sensation of having a face or a head, all of this is appearing in this open space. So as an exercise here, as you continue to notice sounds and sensations, I want you to consciously think a thought. I want you to think about something that is bothering you or worrying you. Something maybe in the future that you're anxious about, or something in the past that you don't feel very good about. bring something to mind that you don't like. And just notice the mechanics of this. First of all, what is this thing, this thought? It's this intangible appearance in consciousness. It's an image. And how is it that it kindles this emotion, whatever it is? Anxiety, doubt, annoyance. Pay close attention to all of this as a change in just the energy of experience. And now bring your attention back to the feeling of just sitting and the sensation of breathing. Now I want you to think of somebody who you love, somebody who you have an uncomplicated relationship with. Just imagine that person incredibly happy, the happiest you've ever seen them. Imagine this person with a big smile on his or her face. And just notice how that changes something about the character of your mind. Notice that change in state. And notice that too subside. And the moment you notice that you've wandered off into thought, just come back as though it were the first moment of this practice, without judgment. Just relax back into perceiving raw sensation. The feeling of breathing. Each next sound. Okay, now gently open your eyes and just stare into the space in front of you. Just notice that this field of color and shadow is also an appearance in consciousness. With your eyes open, you can still hear sounds and feel sensations in your body. And this visual field is not outside of you. It's not outside of your mind. It's not in any sense outside of consciousness. And again, it is the same place where you're thinking and feeling. And there are ways to see that. For instance, you can superimpose a thought on your visual field. Just picture the Sydney Opera House in miniature in front of you. Just flash that image as though you had a model of it. Something appears in that space, and that is the same space in which your visual field is appearing. So we're just going to do this for, let's say, 2 more minutes. And for these last 2 minutes, just begin again as though this were the first moment. Just rest your mind wide open. Simply be the space in which sounds and sensations, thoughts and emotions appear. If your eyes are open, notice that your visual field is shimmering with its own kind of iridescence. That the space in front of whatever you're looking at looks like something. That you see that space. There's a quality of light. There's change in that space. Now briefly close your eyes and stare into the darkness of your closed eyes. Notice that it's not so dark. It too is shimmering. Your visual field is there all the while with your eyes closed. Okay. Well, I think I want to go to questions now on the assumption that there will be more than a few, and then we can, if we for some reason want to go back to meditating, we can always do that. So I'll start with you.
Hey, Sam.
Hi.
Thanks for coming all the way down to Australia.
Sure.
And thank you for introducing me to the practice of meditation. I agree that it's the most important thing that I've ever learned in my life.
Nice.
It's led me to some interesting realizations, the first of which was noticed through seeing the arising of thought and being able to identify that I'm not the thinker. I took that to mean that I was the observer. And then through listening to your conversations with Joseph Goldstein, realized that you were talking about the absence of a self altogether, and was able to come to peace with that by seeing that the feeling of being the observer is itself being observed by something else. So my question is, if I'm not the thinker, not the observer, what is doing the observing? And is it correct to say that that thing doing the observing is consciousness?
Yeah, well, so I would certainly call that consciousness. I mean, consciousness for me is the best word for the fact that something seems to be happening. However confused we might be about our circumstance, the lights are on in some sense. I mean, I could be a brain in a vat, you could all be an illusion, this could be a dream, we could be running in a simulation on some alien hard drive. There's no limit to how confused we might be about what the base layer of reality is. But the circumstance of our confusion feels like something. You know, there is this light show of what it's like to be me, and presumably you all have your analogous experience. And that fact is the fact of consciousness. Part of that experience that most of us think we have, more or less all the time, is of being a self that is conscious, right? The fact that it's like something to be us includes this feeling of being I or me. And I is not identical to the body. When we say, when you think about yourself, when you feel in relationship to others, when you're looking at me and I feel looked at, it's not, the sense of self isn't coterminous with the body, because most people feel like they have bodies, that they're interior to the body, and they feel like they're in their heads most of the time. And so the sense of self is this paradoxical thing, which is it's a sensation of being a locus of consciousness, the observer, as you say, in the head, behind the face. But that too, whatever that is, whatever the signature of that is appearing in consciousness. That is yet another object of consciousness. It has to be, because it feels like something, right? So you're aware of it, and when you lose that feeling, things feel differently, right? So it's like it is part of the experience, which has no place other than consciousness to show up, right? So consciousness is, by definition, and again, I'm speaking experientially. I'm not speaking about the nature of the universe or even what role the brain plays in any of this. But as a matter of first-person experience, consciousness is prior to and transcendent of this thing we're calling the self, because the sense of what is happening is we're reading into various objects of consciousness this feeling of self. The feeling of having a face and of being behind it is one of the things that's appearing in consciousness. Consciousness is the screen, the movie screen upon which that particular film is playing. And the more as you drop back into this mode of just witnessing everything appear in consciousness, at a certain point you notice that consciousness itself doesn't feel like I. It doesn't feel like it's located in the head. It doesn't feel like a center. It is simply the space in which everything is appearing and changing and passing away. And so the selflessness that is spoken about a lot in the Buddhist tradition in particular, is just that insight, that there is no center to consciousness. Consciousness is just this open space. And the feeling of there being a center, the feeling of being a little man riding around in the head, or the kind of a horse, a rider riding around on the horse of consciousness, or a little man in the boat going down the stream of consciousness, that begins to fall away, and then everything else remains. I mean, you still have a body. I mean, there's still, everything still appears vividly, but there's no longer a sense of being the subject or the ego riding around in the head. So, yep.
Yeah. Hey, Sam. I really like your book, The Moral Landscape. I have a sort of confusion with the book that we can hopefully talk about. And it's to do with what I might call moral courage. So if we have a sort of confronting moral question which requires a self-sacrifice of subjective well-being in exchange for somebody else's well-being, basically my question is, does that require a sort of faith, given that the world of facts seems to be compatible with solipsism? I'm not sure if that last bit's actually true, but that's the premise of my question.
Right. Well, I don't think the world of facts is compatible with solipsism, or solipsism is often sold as a parsimonious way of thinking about it. It's like, I only have evidence, direct evidence, that I exist, or that my consciousness is appearing, and it's only by inference that I know that all of you have something similar. But that actually, there's more of a burden to explain why all of you seem to be conscious, and why all of you, while we have this similar anatomies, we have similar brains, we have a similar biological history, and yet by some miracle or mystery, only I would be conscious. That seems, there's more of a burden of explanation there than to just assume that all of us are having some very similar experience.
Right.
I think we can safely leave solipsism aside as a credible philosophical stance.
But given the confusion, we might have this malicious demon which is creating all of experience,
right.
And given that confusion, isn't the fork in the road between a valley of subjective well-being and a peak of the well-being of someone else, isn't that like a genuine concern?
Well, you have to keep including what matters. So for instance, if there's a zero-sum trade-off between my well-being and your well-being, there's a final slice of pie and we both want it, right? And we can't figure out how to divide it, and so it's just, if you get it, I don't have it, and so it seems like there's no sense in which any sacrifice I would make to give you the pie would come at the cost of my well-being. But I care about more than pie, right? I care about being the kind of person who would share the last piece of pie with even a stranger, right? And I feel a certain way about myself having done that, and I feel differently about myself having gotten the last piece of pie despite the fact that I knew you wanted it, right? And in some basic sense, refining our ethical code is a matter of refining our sense of what makes us happy to the point where more and more we effortlessly care about the well-being of others. I mean, so when that's quite possible to do. I mean, it's undeniable that a very rigid and narrow commitment to oneself admits of a certain kind of happiness. There's a certain kind of pleasure that is to be won by a total narcissist, who just is in zero-sum competition with everyone else all the time. But so much is sacrificed in that case. There's so many doors that are closed to that person. And just imagine what kinds of relationships that person doesn't have, and what kinds of interactions that person reliably has that are hostile and just don't admit of the joys that most of us find in relationships that are not zero-sum, right? And so the more we get out of the zero-sum game and into the game of how can we figure out how to creatively collaborate so that each of us is made happier and more fulfilled in a way that is not subtracting from the happiness and fulfillment of others, that's clearly possible in many, many ways. Is it possible in every conceivable way? Well, no. I mean, it becomes less possible when the wheels of civilization come off, certainly. I mean, the reason why we want to live in societies that has a minimum standard of living for everybody, where there's a social safety net that catches the least lucky people, is because that kind of society allows for more and more flourishing. I mean, it's not transactional in the sense that I have to figure out how to care about you only to care about you. It becomes a wise way of caring about myself too. Like the character of my experience and my future experience changes the more I care to collaborate in beautiful ways with other people, because this goes to how social we are, and all of the good things you will do, the better your life gets, that I will enjoy, and I mean, this is just, it becomes, this is, when you envision the world that you want to live in, it entails being surrounded by happy, fulfilled, creative, self-actualized people. It doesn't entail, or at least it shouldn't entail, being behind a very large and well-defended wall with your private pleasures safeguarded, and everyone else can go fuck themselves, right? So and yet many very successful people are living as though their happiness could be profitably sought under that second path, and that's a scary situation.
Yeah, definitely in your camp on this one, but just wanted to raise that. Thanks.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks for coming down to Australia.
Yeah.
I've got two questions. First one about meditation. You talk a lot about meditation, and you make the distinction about having a thought and then being lost in that thought, being unable to make a distinction between the thought and yourself, and how meditation helps with that because you can separate yourself from the thought. I'm wondering, as someone who hasn't done a lot of meditation myself, how does meditation itself help you do that more than just recognizing the concept that you can separate yourself from that thought? That's my first question. Second question, following on from discussions earlier, just a quick one.
Well, let's just keep this on meditation, because
okay.
So,
go ahead.
Because in the next session we'll hit other topics. So the self is what it feels like to be thinking without knowing that you're thinking. Because there's this continuous undercurrent of thought and judgment and reaction, and I mean, it's not that every thought has the character of being a bright image in mind or a intelligible sentence, in the voice of your mind, but there's something appearing there's this conceptual overlay to experience that you can become more and more sensitive to, which is thought in some form. It's just a continuous stream of thinking. And we are by default identified with all of that. And mindfulness or meditation is the practice of noticing that more and more, so that suddenly you can notice that consciousness, just the raw consciousness that's noticing, is the prior condition of all that, and just doesn't feel like a self, because it is noticing the feelings, the sensations, and the thoughts, and the emotions, and it's always, you can keep just dropping back and become the space in which everything is arising and changing. And there are two I mean, so there are really two doorways into finding meditation very interesting and useful. One is just finding it interesting, finding it to be a tool for noticing certain features of consciousness and the nature of mind, and it becomes a way of essentially pursuing a kind of intellectual interest. It's based on curiosity that you would find that compelling. The other door, and arguably the far more compelling one, is in mitigating suffering, becoming interested in why it is you're so miserable most of the time, and not wanting to be that way anymore. And the moment you begin to notice the mechanics of your own psychological suffering, the moment that you begin to notice that the character of the conversation you're having with yourself, the thoughts you're lost in 99% of the time, are so mediocre at best, right? They're either boring, but rather often they're kind of masochistically unpleasant. I mean, you're telling yourself a very negative story about what it's like to be you, about what happened, what will happen, or you're just so captivated by solving all of the problems in your life that you never have a moment where you're actually enjoying the present, right? You're always waiting for, you're deferring your happiness to some point in the future where then you'll have just a good enough reason to bask in a situation where you've solved all your problems. But you never get to that place. There's always another problem to solve. And so you have to learn to actually enjoy the process of solving problems. And the only way to do that is to really be present-oriented in the process. So even while you're trying to solve a problem, you have to be willing to be connected to the present moment closely enough to find satisfaction there before the problem gets solved, before the desire gets gratified, before the next thing happens. And as a matter of attention, the only way to do that is to not be lost in thought about the future or the past. And I mean, conversely, the only way to begin suffering right now is to think about something, right? I mean, that's just the way, how, you know, if I told you, okay, what's going to happen in about 15 seconds, you are all going to feel absolute terror, right? Or you're going to feel just totally depressed, just absolute despair is going to come raining down on you. Now, the way that happens to anyone is there's some idea, there's some form, some thought form comes into the mind, and we find there's no reason good enough to discount it, right? It's a compelling, for whatever reason, it's a very compelling idea. And granted, there are situations where that's totally warranted, right? You know, if we felt, you know, a sudden jolt and parts of the ceiling started to collapse, we would all feel, you know, okay, now that we have some kind of emergency, we have to get out of this building, right? Now it would all be based on inferences like, you know, buildings aren't supposed to move, and you know, pieces of the ceiling, you know, if they hit us, will probably harm us, and so but we don't have to run through all of that, but the physiological change that would happen in us would be born of taking on a few concepts, a few thought forms in an instant, and finding them so compelling that there's just no place to stand by which to resist them, right? Most of our life is not responding to tangible emergencies like that, but we're responding to this simulated emergency of worrying about our lives all the time, right? And so meditation becomes a tool whereby you can just decide, well, you know, either my thinking for the next hour about this thing is going to equip me to solve this problem, or it isn't. Now, if it is, well then by all means think and solve your problem. But you'll discover most of the time that, you know, your thought is in fact a waste of time that's making you unhappy, and that's when mindfulness becomes a kind of superpower, because then you can just drop that problem in a very it is a kind of mechanical and almost tangibly physical way. I mean, it is like noticing that your fist is clenched as hard as you can clench it, right? And then beginning to feel like, wow, this doesn't feel good. And then mindfulness is discovering the way in which you would just relax your hand. And it is before you learn it, you simply have no way to relax your hand. But you're complaining about your hand all the time, right? Like this is the central problem of your life, right? This is cancer. This is just, you can go from doctor to doctor and say, this is making me miserable. I mean, is there a salve you can put on it, or would electroshock, change anything? But there is a way to just relax your hand, and that's, it's an analogy, but it's an apt one, and it solves. Again, it's not to say that thought isn't sometimes necessary and useful. It obviously is, but as a rough guess, I would say that 99% of our thought isn't actually doing anything worth doing, and it's blinding us to the intrinsic pleasure and well-being of just connecting with the present moment, just actually seeing the person we're talking to, or seeing a bird fly across the sky. I mean, and this is something that most people discover in some form or another if they ever take psychedelics. And again, to generalize recklessly over a class of very different experiences, one thing people very often discover is that when they override their normal state of their brain with one of these drugs like LSD or psilocybin, say, one thing becomes obvious is that it's possible to be utterly engaged with what would otherwise be a totally mundane, boring phenomenon.
I know the feeling.
Yeah. And the intrinsic pleasure of that it's possible for that to be literally the beatific vision. I mean, it can justify all of the religious language you've ever heard. I mean, it's possible just to pay attention closely enough to anything, any arbitrary thing, the breath, the sight of a tree swaying in the wind, right? That it can become the most captivating thing you've ever seen in your life. And that's not the thing that's driving that is not the thing, it's the quality of your attention unencumbered by discursive thought. So, yeah.
Hi, Sam. My really good friend once had the opportunity to talk to one of your friends, Matthew Ricard, and he asked him a question, and this question seemed to make the world's happiest man a little bit angry.
Right.
At some risk, I'm going to ask you, because I really want to hear what you have to say, but
right.
How do you practice Dzogchen? What did Tulku Urgyen Rinpoche point out to you? How did he do this to you? Like, what happened? Like, how do you do this, please?
Okay.
If you can't, it's okay, but I just had to ask.
Wouldn't it be great if I just became explosively angry at that question? So the answer to that question requires a little bit of context. So Matthew Ricard is this French monk who's a truly wonderful person who has been, to his chagrin, I think, often described as the world's happiest man. He's kind of sort of plucked out of his monastery in Nepal, where he was just happily being a monk, and made the subject of many of the neuroimaging studies that have been done on meditation. And he really was the perfect subject because he was a long-term practitioner of meditation and a genuinely happy person, but also he was a former scientist. He was a PhD molecular biologist, so he was very conversant with both language games of the contemplative life under Buddhism and Western science. So he's really an amazing person. But so that's Matthew, and Matthew has been the tradition of Buddhism that he has studied under is in the Tibetan tradition. The so-called highest teachings of that tradition are the Dzogchen teachings, and the difference between Dzogchen and mindfulness of the sort that I have just introduced here is that with a technique like mindfulness, you can start wherever you are. You know, I can teach you mindfulness as a technique. I can tell you to pay attention to your breath. I can tell you to pay attention to sounds. I can sort of lead you through this brief tour of your sensory experience in a way that you can sense what the practice is. And the reality is that if you decided to do this an hour a day for the rest of your life, or you decided to go on a 10-day meditation retreat and do this for 12 hours a day, you would more and more experience that most of the time you're just lost in thought, even though you're trying to meditate. You're really just crossing your legs and thinking with your eyes closed. And there'll be some clear moments of, as you get better at it, there'll be clear moments of actual mindfulness punctuating all that, but you will just be, again, struggling with this difference between being clearly aware of the next sound, the next sensation, the next arising of thought, and just being lost in thought and being totally oblivious to that fact. Dzogchen as a practice can't start there where someone can just tell you what the technique is and you go do it. Dzogchen actually starts with a specific insight into the nature of consciousness. And so in the Tibetan tradition, there are a lot of preliminary practices that people have to do in order to be introduced to the Dzogchen teachings. I came to Dzogchen having done a lot of mindfulness practice of the sort that I just described. But to put it in terms, these are not the terms that they would describe it, they would use in the Dzogchen context, but in a mindfulness sense, what you have to be able to do in order to practice Dzogchen is you have to be able to be mindful of the absence of self, right? It has to, so what a Dzogchen teacher does, and as you alluded to, this is taught in a very collaborative and almost Socratic way between teacher and student. You come into the presence of a so-called Dzogchen master who, in dialogue with you, gets you to kind of thread the needle of your own mind in a way that actually does change something about the nature of your mind. It gives you a tool, it gives you a capacity, if it's the first time you're having this experience, that you didn't have before and which you subsequently don't lose. Right?
Are you saying that it has to be in some sense tailored to you? Like it has to
no, I mean, it's kind of, it's not bespoke in any, I mean, the same instructions work for almost everyone, I would think. The difference is just, you have to be sophisticated enough in your ability to pay attention to your experience.
Yeah.
So that you can follow the instructions and notice what there is to notice. But the basic instruction is you're being asked, rather than pay attention to the breath or pay attention to sounds, you're turning attention upon itself. You're turning, again, we all start out with this very strong sense that we are paying attention. I'm in my head, this locus of consciousness, and I can point my attention at various objects, the breath, sounds, you, right? I'm behind my face right now, looking across space at you. So there's this subject-object perception. Now, Dzogchen, and this isn't exclusive to Dzogchen. I mean, Zen does this, and there are other Eastern Advaita Vedanta in India, the nominally Hindu tradition of non-dual teaching does this as well. These traditions teach this with more or less precision, and many of us have found Dzogchen, at least in some forms, to be especially precise and unencumbered by extraneous concepts. You're being asked to look for what's looking. You're being asked to look for the subject. Look for your mind, right?
Yeah.
And there is, in fact, nothing to find. I mean, you can turn attention upon itself in a way that reveals that, because it sounds like a paradox, like the eye can't see itself, right?
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean the eye doesn't exist. I mean, the eye, the physical eye, of which you have
Yeah,
two,
yeah.
right? So like you can't see your eyes, but they are what you're using to see, right? So it seems idiotic to say, well, you know, because I can't see my eyes, I don't have eyes, right? We know you have eyes. The sense of self isn't like that. The sense of self is something that you can look for in such a way that its absence becomes palpable or realized. You can find it to be absent, and you can find it to be absent in a way that then then Dzogchen practice becomes. It's just like mindfulness practice, but you're mindful of that. You're mindful of the fact that there's no center to consciousness in each moment, and you're not. And the difference between many people, you know, when you start out meditating, you start out not knowing how to meditate, and feeling kind of crappy doing it, right? Because it's hard, you're restless, your body's uncomfortable, you're continually thinking, like, how many more minutes do I have left? And you're thinking about all the things you have to do for the rest of the day, and you can have a session of meditation where, well, that was just worthless, nothing happened, right? I was just thinking and just feeling how hard it was to meditate. The initial gains you make are in just continually coming back to the practice. Even with all that happening, you're like the repetitions you're getting of just noticing that you're lost in thought and coming back to the breath. That is the practice working. I mean, that is the exercise in the beginning. But then at a certain point, you begin to do that successfully enough that it begins to change your state of consciousness. You begin to feel, quote, meditative when you meditate. You begin to get a little concentration, and it just so happens that there's a lot of pleasure that comes with a concentrated mind. And again, it can be arbitrarily concentrated on anything. I mean, it can be the breath, it can be a sound. To just be concentrated begins to feel blissful and rapturous, and you can become a kind of heroin addict of your own attention at that stage of meditation. But then you begin to fall under the delusion that meditation is about producing that state. You just want that high, and it isn't. Because the fundamental capacity you want to get in hand is to recognize the freedom of consciousness no matter what is arising. You know, even in the most ordinary state of mind. And this is honestly, this is where meditation and psychedelics begin to sort of part company in terms of the ultimate conception of what the goal is. Because the truth is that ordinary consciousness, I mean, just like a consciousness is totally compatible with this conversation. You know, there doesn't have to be any pyrotechnics associated with the psychedelic experience. This state is just as open and free of self as the most blown out moment of the deepest acid trip. Right? I mean, like, there's nothing has to change about the lighting for the center to fall away from consciousness and for you to be no longer encumbered by that feeling of being a self. But it's hard to notice. And so, and Dzogchen as a practice, and again, this is not going to satisfy you because I can't give it to you as a, as a routine. But Dzogchen starts with having noticed that clearly enough that you can then find that again in each subsequent moment that you pay attention. It's the thing you can be mindful of on demand. You're not waiting around for it to happen to you. You don't have to wait. You don't have to hope you get concentrated enough over the course of a day or an hour so that you'll have a moment where the sense of self drops out. No, the sense of self will drop out in every moment of actually being mindful at that point. Yeah. And so that's. But that, again, it can take a long time for the conditions to come together for someone to get that part of the practice in hand. But you get a lot of benefit long before that. I mean, everything I said about like the half-life of a negative mental state like anger, that can be realized without this spooky-sounding insight into the illusoriness of the self. That can be realized just by paying close enough attention to the feeling of anger and just noticing it as energy in the body and just noticing it arise and pass away and then no longer feeling the imperative to be motivated by it.
Thank you very much, Sam. That was very helpful.
Cool. Thank you.
Hi, Sam.
Yep.
I'm really hoping you guys get to some Australian topics in the main panel, but in terms of the meditation, I think you might have just run a train right through my question. As someone who isn't as lucky as these others, I've never felt the ego melt away or the sense of self separate from my consciousness or anything like this. And my question for you is this essential for the mindfulness practice? Is it something that you should aim towards, or is it just a journey and without those breakthroughs you can still benefit from the practice?
Yeah, no, well, as I just said, you can definitely benefit. I mean, the analogy to physical exercise, I think, is good, because obviously there is a benefit to doing more or less any amount of exercise. I mean, more than zero is already a huge gain in terms of your health and your sense of well-being. I mean, it's just unambiguously one of the best things you can do for yourself. Now, and this is true even if you have issues that you need to work around. I mean, there are people who have, injuries that they have to work around. So like I could, and this is true, so this is true for meditation. I mean, meditation, some people may start meditating and feel that it makes them feel worse in some way. And there's certainly people who shouldn't go on a 3-month silent retreat because they have some psychological condition that's going to be exacerbated by that intensity. But for virtually everyone, I think there's some way of working around their quirks so that some amount of meditation is intrinsically good. And I think physical exercise is just like that. So if you have a bad shoulder, well, then maybe push-ups are not what you should be doing. But there's something like push-ups that will still be good for you, and you just have to figure out how that works. Now, all of those kind of remedial efforts are still a long way from winning a gold medal in track and field, because you're now as fit as you could possibly be in that particular way, and there is some rational understanding of how you get from wherever you are to being as fit as you could possibly be, given your quirks, given your genes, given your age, I mean, it's just, we all have different talents for anything we might devote ourselves to, and I think meditation is probably no exception. But I think everyone can benefit from some of it, because just think of what's happening by default. I mean, everyone is spending virtually all their time lost in thought, right? And whether you know this or not about yourself, this is an objective claim about your subjectivity. This is true. I know this as certainly as I know that everyone in this room has at least one lung, and a pancreas, right? Without having to actually inspect you all. This is a very safe bet. It is as safe a bet for me to say that, unless someone in this room has really unusual training, if I said to you, okay, the fate of the world depends on someone in this room not being lost in thought over the for a full 60 seconds. Right? Only one of us has to do it, but one of us has to do it, right? So you have to pay attention to your breath for 60 seconds now and not be just plunged into the dreamscape of discursive thought during that period. Absolutely safe bet that there's no one in this room who can do that, right? And that is a very strange fact about the human mind. Right? Because, I mean, honestly, if the stakes were that high, we couldn't do it. I mean, just think of what we would be capable of doing if the stakes were that high. But being lost in thought, not being lost in thought for a period of 60 seconds isn't on the list, right? That's an amazing fact, and it's something that, with a lot of experience in meditation, or even just some experience in meditation, you can begin to notice the upside of being able to punctuate your dream life with moments of just clear mindfulness. I mean, because each one of those moments is a moment where you actually do get off the train, and if the train was anger or doubt or despair or frustration, all of those little points of punctuation, I mean, those are moments where you can just suddenly reset and and connect with the present moment in a way that becomes more and more satisfying. And whatever problem it was you were thinking about begins to dissipate very quickly. So,
thank you.
Yeah. So I think I have time just for one more. So, sorry.
Hey, Sam. Thanks very much for everything that you do. My question is about meta meditation. So how do you think about meta meditation, loving kindness meditation? The way it's traditionally practiced seems to presuppose the notion of a self, which you persuasively argue is an illusion. And so is there a better way to think about meta meditation that's more consistent with the proposition that the self is an illusion?
Right. Well, so meta meditation, meta is the Pali word for loving kindness. And this is another type of meditation that the Buddhists do, which is, unlike mindfulness, which is just a matter of noticing whatever is arising on its own and not trying to produce any target mental state. Metta is a practice of trying to produce the state of loving kindness and become more and more absorbed in that state. So you bring to mind someone who you can sort of effortlessly feel love for and wish them well and wish them that they no longer suffer. And the moment that becomes easy to feel that once you use them as this kind of object of meditation and kindle this feeling of well-wishing, then you can bring neutral people, strangers into mind and do it, and you can do it for the whole world. You can even do it for enemies, and this is a quite an amazing practice to change the kind of the emotional tone of your mind. I mean, the people who do a lot of this practice and have brought it to some level of fulfillment are just amazingly loving, happy, compassionate people, because they're continually, when you think of all the time you spend judging people and getting annoyed, they're consciously trying to replace that all the time with a well-wishing for people. So when you're driving in traffic and you see somebody do something stupid and you think, what the fuck is that person thinking? If metta is the game you're playing, you're replacing that automaticity with, may that person be happy. Like you think like maybe this person is just under so much stress that they're not watching the road, and like I just wish that they have ease and all their dreams and hopes be fulfilled, and you're constantly replacing the cranky you with this far more saintly attitude toward just wishing suffering away for everybody. I mean, you need not really reify this notion of a self to still want that for everybody. I mean, I don't have a very reified notion of a self that I'm broadcasting on all of you to still want you all to be happy. Right? It's like, because I know that it's something that it's like to be you. I know that you have pains and pleasures, and your life goes up and down, and all of that's true even though the self is an illusion. Right? So the qualitative character of conscious experience is still the most important thing in the world. And it can be really, really bad or really, really good. And so everything I care about in the world on some level is reducible to the conscious states of conscious beings. Actual or potential, now or in the future, and that's all true even if the self is an illusion. So,
Thanks.
Yeah. So thank you all. That was a very rushed but hopefully useful introduction. Thank you. Thank you all for coming. Really, it's again, I've said this at many events, but it's no less true at this one. It's just amazing to put a date on the calendar and show up in a theater and have all of you come out. It's an immense privilege, and thank you for coming out. Lift weights in order to pour your water, Brent.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I think we're going to start, kind of a natural place to start is just to talk about what do we think we know and why we think we know it. I think, from and then ultimately why any of that matters, why being right or wrong or close enough matters. For me, it's coming from more of a life science and philosophy of mind background, that the thing that strikes me as the potential hubris of our whole enterprise is that there is a clear scientific rationale for being skeptical about our powers to know what's going on here. And that's, I mean, if you just take evolution as your starting point, there's no reason why apes like ourselves should know a damn thing about what's going on here, despite the fact that our science and the technology that it spawns is incredibly useful, and we seem to be playing a language game with ourselves, one that's augmented by the language of mathematics, that is producing less ignorance and more knowledge. I mean, it seems to be pushing back the frontier of something that is fundamentally bewildering. There's a mystery that we confront. We don't understand why we get sick, and then we discover viruses and bacteria. I mean, there seems to be progress, right? But it's just, there is no reason to expect that the intuitions we rely on to do science should be fitted to reality in any deep way. Because if we look at our chimpanzee cousins, it's obvious not only do they not know a damn thing about what's going on, they couldn't possibly know a damn thing about what's going on. And we are just a slight iteration beyond them as a matter of just apes having evolved. So where do you, as a scientist, get your confidence that the game you play as a physicist in particular is actually bringing you and other physicists into closer contact with
Yeah. Well, I mean, I share certainly a lot of that intuition. In fact, I had a TV show many, many years ago where it was on the first book I wrote, and there was one scene where I'm at a blackboard lecturing on the general theory of relativity, and clearly I'm lecturing to a student that's not quite getting it, and the camera slowly pans and it's a dog. And unfortunately, I got so many people, the response was they thought I was trying to say the audience was like the dog, which wasn't the point. The point was exactly the one that you're making, which is dogs are these intelligent creatures, but yet there's a limit to what they can understand. And we think that they don't understand, for instance, the general theory of relativity. And every time I say that, I always think maybe the dogs are out there that they think we don't understand general relativity. But assuming that's not the case, here we have a very good example of smart beings that are limited in what they can understand. So why is it that we aren't in the same boat? And presumably we are in the same boat. So I think that's a given, that we may be limited in what we can understand. But to the specifics of your question, why is it that we think we're making progress? It's very straightforward. We can sit down with the equations of quantum electrodynamics and calculate properties of electrons, their magnetic properties. The details don't really matter, but the calculation agrees with the measurement decimal by decimal by decimal 10 places after the decimal point.
Right.
That's enough. I'm done. I mean, think about that. That is an astonishing fact, that these strange gloppy things inside of our head can figure out the mathematics to understand the property of a particle to 1 part in a billion. And it agrees with the measurement. And at that point, you say to yourself, for some reason that we can't quite understand, mathematics provides this powerful illumination into the dark qualities of the universe and allows us to make progress on questions that don't seem to have any relevance to survival, right? But yet somehow the brain has gotten to the point where it can figure these things out. And I shouldn't even, it's not just they don't have relevance to survival. One imagines that back on the savannah, those of our forebears who got caught up thinking about black holes and quantum physics, they got eaten, right? So it's like not good for us to do this, but yet somehow we're able to.
Yeah, well, we have the last scene that we know about where that was almost certainly true was Archimedes in his bathtub.
Yeah, that's a curious one.
Making some more breakthrough in geometry, and then a Roman soldier just came in and impaled him. So, first rule of self-defense, you stop with the math when someone kicks down your door. So I just want to revisit some of the points you just made there, because so people have made, I've heard, I've been a consumer of skeptical utterances on this very topic. So I think there was one popular book on physics I read years ago. I think it was probably a John Gribben book. And it was, he said in there that there's a famous paper by Wigner, I believe, The Unreasonable Effectiveness of Mathematics and the Natural Sciences, or something close to that title.
Yes, that's right.
And so it's been pitched as this mystery that mathematics is, seems to map onto reality in a way that is surprising and counterintuitive, and we're still just trying to make sense of that. But I think it was Gribben who wrote that actually the idea that mathematics that it's surprising that mathematics maps onto reality is a little bit like saying it's surprising that the English language is so good for writing plays in, right? That there's this is the thing we're using, and we're finding ways to fit it to the circumstance we're in. That is, it seems to me that there may be a serious disanalogy there, in that mathematics, unlike English, seems to make predictions about what should be so. I mean, the relationship between electricity and magnetism, say, which then can be tested and proven to be true, that the mathematics itself sort of shines a light in a direction we weren't necessarily looking.
Right.
Is that valid, but is there more to it than that?
I don't think there's more to it than that, but that's a breathtaking quality, right? I mean, the fact that you use English to articulate thoughts and describe situations, sure, that's the mode that we have developed for that kind of communication. But mathematics is not a natural language, right? Mathematics is a way that we have found of encapsulating pattern in the world, but yet when we have identify the pattern, we can then use it to go far beyond the context in which it was developed. So, Einstein is thinking about space and time and the special theory of relativity, 1905, 1906, 1907. Then he takes this mathematics off the shelf in about 1912, a body of mathematics called Riemannian geometry that was largely developed in an abstract realm of mathematics to describe curved shapes, the kind of thing that the idle mathematical mind might find interesting, but not because we were trying to describe the external world. He takes that mathematics, is able to work with it into this generalized version of relativity, the general theory of relativity, and then make predictions about how stars in the distant night sky should look when their light traverses near the sun. And the way that those positions of the stars shift is then borne out by photographs taken 4 years later during a solar eclipse when the stars become visible.
Yeah.
That's the craziness, right? He wasn't trying to describe the motion and the position shifting of those stars, and yet he was able to make a statement about something that he had never received any data on, and it agreed with subsequent measurements. Right. That's the part that is absolutely thrilling.
Well, so there are physicists and mathematicians that have a quasi-mystical, quasi-Platonic notion about the significance of all this. So what's your explanation, if you have one, for why math seems to reach into the darker corners of reality for us?
I sort of look at it two ways, and it kind of depends on how a given day is going, when you're doing the calculations. I mean, sometimes it feels like you're just sort of chipping away at the stone, revealing the beautiful sculpture, as if it's already out there, and all you're doing is revealing it. Other days when it's not going so well, it just feels like you're desperately trying to invent the ideas in order to be able to make progress. So I kind of go back and forth between the two, I have to say. I don't have a consistent view of the role of mathematics in this regard. And I would even say there are times when I don't know if worried is the right word, but I've imagined the possibility that one day we make contact with an alien civilization and they say, hey, show us what you guys have figured out. And we bring out the textbooks with all of our beautiful equations, and they kind of look at it and they go, math.
They put you in a video where you're the dog.
Yeah, right. They basically, exactly. They basically say, we tried that for a while. It's kind of a dead end, guys. It'll take you just so far. Yeah. But then the funny thing is, if I try to imagine what they would replace it with, I can't even think of what they would replace it with that isn't in some sense mathematics, perhaps in an unrecognizable form or an unfamiliar form, perhaps a better way of saying it, because if math is a language of pattern, what are we doing? We're all just trying to encapsulate patterns. So whatever language you use to do that, maybe that is what math ultimately should be described as, and therefore will always be back to this kind of structure.
Right. There's another physicist who I've spoken with on my podcast a couple of times, David Deutsch, who I know you know. Forgive me, David, I've forgotten the reason why you believe this, but I believe he thinks that we are, in principle, we as math-using, language-forming cognitive systems are not cognitively closed to anything that could be known, given, I think it has, in his mind, something to do with a deep result around information theory and the universality of computation. But I don't think I can represent his view faithfully here. But the net result is he thinks that the notion that we could meet an alien intelligence or build a super intelligent computer that we couldn't understand on some level, that where we would stand as the dog in relation to that super intelligent system, he thinks that's a false fear or just in principle impossible. Do you have any reason to feel that? Or?
I have to understand more fully exactly what he's saying, but clearly, if you take our very species and you just, wind the clock back however far you want to go, 30,000 years, 50,000 years, 70,000 years, there would be a cognitive mismatch relative to where we are today.
Yeah.
So it's certainly the case that given enough time, we can get to the point, obviously here we are, but I could certainly imagine that we encounter an alien intelligence and they are exponentially beyond anything that we have understood, and therefore we would be like ants.
Yeah.
And in fact, I think that's a good possibility as to why they're not paying attention to us.
Well, I think that's part of his argument, yeah. Actually, that takes me exactly where I want to go, but I think that is part of his argument that we're, given enough time or given enough augmentation of ourselves, we could fuse our cognitive horizon with anything else that we could meet. But on that point, where the hell is everybody?
Yeah.
Maybe you can remind people what the Fermi problem is, and then tell us what you.
Yeah, and Enrico Fermi, great physicist, is credited with, it's usually framed as the Fermi paradox, I guess, which is, look, there's so many stars out there, so many, in fact, now we know for a fact that there are so many planetary systems out there. Therefore, you expect there's a lot of life out there. Where are they? Why haven't they come and visited us? It's sort of a quick way of describing the question. And but yeah, I think it's an interesting thought to contemplate. I think there are many explanations for why they haven't come here. It could be, like I was saying, we're just not interesting enough, right? How many times do we stop on the street and have conversations with bacteria, right? So if we're bacteria, they're like, let's wait, a billion years, and maybe at that point we'll pay some attention. But there are other explanations too. Maybe life is rare, right? We always have this idea in mind, I think, that at this point life is commonplace, but we don't know that. Or maybe life is commonplace, but intelligent life is rare. Right? If that asteroid hadn't smashed into us 65 million years ago, who knows? Maybe it's still dinosaurs walking around and they're not building radio telescopes and sending out spaceships. The other possibilities are legion. The universe now, 92 billion light years across, the observable universe in terms of the things that we've had calls of contact with. We have traveled 1.5 light seconds from Earth. We have sent out probes that have gone out, 5 or 6 light hours.
Right.
So to say, why aren't they here? The universe is a big place. And it's not so easy to travel over large distances if you're constrained by the barrier of the speed of light.
So what's our furthest impact on the universe? Just bad television from 70 years ago? Is that?
Yeah. So if you
70
take
light years
no, I mean I guess TV, radio signals. Go back to say the 1900s. So maybe generously 150 light years if you allow any transmission that we sent out there. So 150 light years compared to 92 billion light years,
Yeah.
right? That's not much.
Although the intuition is that if you look at the fact that we have gone from barely walking upright to sending out our own space probes in a very short period of time, so 300 years of practical science, really.
Yeah.
And if you think of any, so I guess the one assumption you need is that there's nothing really special about Earth. And more it seems that the sense, even 10 years ago, Earth seemed more special than it does now. Now we're finding planets every day that are seemingly in some kind of Goldilocks zone with respect to their star. And so if you don't think the conditions on Earth are so special, that they're really a dime a dozen out there in the galaxy and in other galaxies, and then you think we're talking about a time window of any place where life gets going and it gets complex is very likely it could be millions of years on either side of us. Anything that's complex that could build a civilization, is not going to. That is very unlikely to have happened in the last 300 years. They might as well have 300 years plus 10 million years to have gotten that going, right? So then you would expect just the galaxy to be awash in something that we could detect, right? That has been going on for millions of years. I guess the one additional wrinkle that we haven't mentioned is that there could just be something about building a complex civilization, building technology that is lethal to species like ourselves.
Absolutely, it could be that
we're showing every sign of it being dangerous.
Right, exactly. It could be that once you get to the point where you're able to undertake these kind of grand space journeys, you're in a very dangerous situation, and typically you don't survive. There are more optimistic ways of explaining it, though, too. So maybe the universe is teeming with all this activity. It's just not in the wavelengths that we're looking. We're just not sensitive to it, right? Maybe the time scales over which the vibrations of whatever medium that they're using are incredibly long or incredibly short. So we just hear it as like noise in the background and don't recognize that there's a signal, or we don't even have any sensitivity to it at all.
Right.
So I think
their bad television is coming at a different frequency.
It could well be, right? So I don't consider it a paradox. I think it's an interesting point of departure in trying to understand whether we're special, whether life is special, whether intelligence is special. But from your perspective, right? Let's say life is commonplace. The journey from life to intelligence is non-trivial. Do you think that is as straightforward as you might assume in order to come to the conclusion that there should be all sorts of intelligence out there?
Well, looking at Earth, you wouldn't draw that conclusion.
Why?
Even
Why do you say that? How many species are there on this planet?
Well, no, I'm saying, I think I'm agreeing with you.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
okay.
that it's. The truth is, it's non-trivial even if you look at our own species.
Yes, that's the point. Good. Yeah.
If you murdered the top, if you took, so how many people on Earth at this moment deeply understand the science required to build intelligent machines, right? So if they all caught a bad virus and died off, how long would it take just the people left to reinvent the computer, right? That's a non-trivial problem for most of us. If you leave me alone on a desert island with the necessary elements, you're not going to get an iPhone anytime soon. So that in some sense, we're all living on the shoulders of, if not giants, on the shoulders of legacy institutions and ways of doing things that, it would be very hard for anyone to recapitulate. I mean, even any group of especially talented, qualified people, you forget how to go, mine the ore that you need to make that circuit, right?
And that's even assuming the existence of us humans already. I mean, if you just get rid of that whole particular branch, then you don't even have anything heading in that direction.
Yeah. So it strikes me as incredibly tenuous and fragile, right? And by no means guaranteed to keep happening. Because again, I mean, the thing that's interesting is that it doesn't, what we're using to do everything that makes us human is not obviously better from a Darwinian perspective as a matter of survival. I mean, because again, in the long run, we could wind up killing ourselves. And there are many things that have persisted as themselves, as discrete species for tens of millions of years. You take something like a lobster, right? Now, lobsters are just doing their lobster thing year after year after year, and they seem to be fine unless we wind up eating too many of them or destroying their environment. There's something quite a bit more precarious about our place in the world, and so it's not even just as a matter on purely Darwinian grounds. It's not like this surfeit of intelligence and abstract thought is clearly something that evolution is an attractor that evolution will keep finding because it's just so good for a matter of survival.
Right. No, I agree. And I think that's a very natural explanation, not the most optimistic of ones, but certainly is an explanation.
Well, I'm rarely accused of optimism, so. So, he optimistically asks, what worries you at this moment in human history? When you look at how we as a species think about reality and how to live within it, what do you, you and I don't know each other well at all. I don't know, do you pay attention to things in the culture even relevant to your science? Like, is the fact that nuclear proliferation, the prospect of nuclear war, either by design or by accident, the fact that that's almost not talked about at all now, and yet every moment of our lives we've been living under this same sort of Damocles. Is that something that you spend time thinking about, or
no?
No. No. Well, no. It's an honest answer if true. But are you not part of any meetings of physicists that worry about that?
Yeah, it's facetious.
But the truth is, the horror is that it's actually true for most of us. I mean, like we have gone to sleep on this issue.
Well, I would say that is a reasonable description of me. I mean, we all are aware of these issues. I think about these issues. I don't, from a day-to-day perspective, worry about these issues, nor from a day-to-day perspective do I work on these issues. It could well be that we have lulled ourselves into a state of complacency by virtue of nothing, catastrophic, happening yesterday or the day before. I do, walk around the world with an optimistic sensibility.
Yeah.
That we will find ways to deal with these issues, but that can be a masquerade for an unfortunate complacency at the same time.
So what are if you could list the problems that you felt we needed to address, if we could get our priorities straight, what's near the top of your list in terms of?
Well, the obvious ones that we would all, I think, put there, we can rattle them off. You started with nuclear proliferation, issues of clean energy, issues of environmental catastrophe, ones, that we just, we were briefly touching upon, when we had dinner just a couple hours ago, issues of, AI, which I would even frame in a somewhat more general paradigm, which is, I don't think we're very good at having the intuition about exponential growth.
Yeah.
It's just not something that we're really good at. I mean, everybody, this is a self-selected audience, but anybody who has never heard of, the standard example where, you get a penny on the first day and 2 pennies on the second and 4 on the third, and so, anybody who hasn't heard that before and learns that by the end of the month you've got $1 billion plus, they're like, what? Everybody here knows that, but everybody who's not seen that before, it's very surprising. So I think the scariest things are those which have an exponential growth, and we're not paying attention to them sufficiently early, and we get whacked by the exponential growth of some quality of the world that needs our attention, and we didn't give it attention early enough in the process. And I think, AI is a possibility along those lines.
So you take the notion of an intelligence explosion or some kind of singularity, some kind of breakaway of AI, you take that seriously?
I would say I take it seriously. It's not something that I fear. I don't deeply fear it. And again, I question my own self about that. Should I be fearing it more? And if I ask myself why I don't, it's because I think fundamentally I think that the people who are responsible for the innovation that, for instance, may yield an intelligence that at some point may far outstrip us, it feels to me that the people leading the charge on that are fundamentally good people. I know these people. Some of I just feel that they're good people and that ultimately they will pay attention to the safety issues that need to be thought through. Now,
this
you
is
could
on
say
on their 12th Red Bull?
It could be. It could be. We have examples in the past where we thought doomsday was upon us. Nuclear weapons. There are moments where it looked like we were at the precipice, and we have found a way to survive. And I guess that has given me an optimistic sensibility. It's been challenged. November 8, 2016, it was challenged. It continues to be challenged. But I think fundamentally I'm still in the same place.
Right. Well, you're a New Yorker. You'll be fine, right? Yeah. Well, so I will not take the orange bait there. But to speak generically about politics and kind of culture war issues. So I think you and I take a different line here. So I've spent a lot of time arguing specifically about there being a kind of zero-sum contest between religion and science, right? Or believing things for good reasons and believing things for bad reasons, or flip that around.
Yeah.
And you haven't. I think you've been loath to pit them against one another in a way that will reliably turn people off to science. If you tell people that they can't have their resurrection and their cosmology too, a significant number of Americans will say, well, okay, fuck your cosmology. I'll stick with Jesus. Obviously you're not alone in that. But so, one, do you acknowledge that that's a difference between the way we have kind of played the game intellectually?
I think so.
Yeah.
It'd be good to, if that's something you want, we probably should, expand on that somewhat. But I think that's the case. And my feeling from the outside, watching, and I don't even mean to put you in this group because this may not be accurate, but I've certainly seen certain members of the science community going out into the world in a way that I consider ineffective,
right,
toward their own stated goal, and that feels irrational to me. To go out into the world and tell people that you're stupid for certain kinds of beliefs strikes me as not the best strategy. Right? The strategy that I feel works is to go out into the world with a passion and enthusiasm for the things that you think are good to understand and important to understand and point in a valuable direction, and to hope that the energy and the momentum from those kinds of conversations will drive things in a good direction. I've never felt the need to go out into the world and slap down other things.
Right.
That's not how I want to spend my time, and I've never found that an effective approach.
Yeah, well, I totally understand that. I think there are some, so having taken the other line, and now I have I have a fair amount of experience with this. I can tell you that there are a few myths here that could be and perhaps should be retired. One is the idea that it simply never works, right? That you can never reason someone out of something they weren't reasoned into. So someone was born to a faith, they've had it drummed into them by their parents, they're now massively attached to it emotionally.
Yeah.
They get to adulthood, it's still the most important thing in their life. They've taught their children to believe likewise. You can't reason that person out of these sets of convictions. That's just untrue, because I hear from these people all the time who have watched some debate or watched some video, no matter how offensive at first glance. They're susceptible to just seeing the bad evidence and the bad arguments that have been propping up their faith, lo these many millennia.
But not to interrupt, let me just quickly say that I agree with the capacity to shift people's attitudes, perspectives, beliefs. Because I've had those experiences too, but I've done it a different way. And when I've gotten people coming up to me or writing me emails saying, now that I understand the fundamental workings of the universe a little bit better and understand the cosmology that the other person might have pushed off, but now that I have an understanding of what modern science is saying about these things, I just find it thrilling, and the other things that used to find gratifying no longer are working for me.
Well,
so I've seen that too.
Right, no, but that's you're talking about the carrot, and I'm still talking about the stick on some.
Yes, I agree.
So, but
totally get it.
I'm saying the stick also works, But
I guess what I've said to you is, if the stick works and the carrot works, first I think they're probably working on different people. Let's put that to the side for the moment. Which would you rather use?
I found you can only hit someone so hard with a carrot.
Well, and I found you don't need to hit them at all.
Well, but I should just say, so for instance, just to kind of prep you for your, I think Travis just announced that you're doing an event with Dawkins, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so I'm preparing you for your
Thank you, appreciate it. Much appreciated, but I've had conversations in a public setting with them before, but that's okay. Yeah. Please come.
No, but I heard his, I heard him over my shoulder when you were talking about the generic offensive atheist who wasn't necessarily me. It might have been Richard. But I'm just saying, I'm sure he's sitting on tens of thousands of emails from people who can honestly say, though I thought you were an offensive bastard at the beginning, you actually argued me out of my most cherished beliefs. So that, I'm just saying, that's a matter of sociology that happens, right? Now, but yet it's counterintuitive. We all know that there is this phenomenon. I mean, this has actually been now studied up to a point. This notion of a backfire effect, where when you challenge people's beliefs, and even when you provide them with counter evidence to those beliefs, there's some part of the human nervous system that just doubles down in the face of counter evidence, and they leave this confrontation believing what they believe even more ardently than they did in the first place. So that happens, but I guess in part it's a matter of taste. It's certainly a matter of just how you want to spend your time. I completely get that you don't want to be the guy who's just the go-to guy for why you can't have your cake and eat it too in the matter of science versus religion. But have you ever found yourself on specific issues where to take one, so we were just talking about the environment and nuclear, the prospect of nuclear war. There are religious ideas that seemingly perfectly inoculate people against viewing those as problems. There's no degree to which we could despoil the environment, and there's no threat of nuclear cataclysm so salient that could get a fundamentalist Christian, say, who's waiting for Jesus to return and hurl sinners into a lake of fire, to really worry about those problems, because on some level, those are the things that have to happen as precursors to the glorious end of the world. I mean, it's you just, as a matter of biblical prophecy, you can just connect the dots, and things really do have to go to hell in a handbasket in order for the best thing that's ever going to happen to finally happen. So those are all the signs and wonders that they're waiting to see, right? So if you find yourself in the presence of that kind of dogmatism, where the worse things get, really the better they're getting,
right? Because
Jesus is going to come back and solve all our problems. Don't you feel don't you feel like an intellectual and or ethical responsibility as a scientist to push hard on those specific beliefs that stand in the way of thinking rationally about those problems?
Yeah, it's a good question. In fact, it's one that I have had that conversation with Richard. And we came to an interesting point, which is I'm rarely confronted with the situation that you describe. And we suspect, at least it emerged from our conversation, because there's more of a focus, if you will, on the biological sciences as the place where a fundamentalist religious perspective will look for a point of confrontation.
With evolution,
Yeah, than with, somebody who's talking about vibrating strings and extra dimensions and the kind of abstract science that I focus my research attention on. So I'm not in that situation. I'm rarely. In fact, I don't think I'm ever in that situation. And that may, if I were, on a regular basis, I'll come along with you. I'll shadow you and
take you to a couple of parties.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Well, so back to your areas of controversy in your world. So as a consumer of physics from the outside, it seems like many people are worried that that physics as a discipline has been more or less moribund for a generation. That you have string theory that this is like the most celebrated thing or was the most celebrated thing at a certain point, but everyone was sort of just waiting around for it to deliver the goods, and it hasn't yet. And you have a whole generation of physicists that got absorbed by this what was a kind of intellectual fashion in theoretical physics, which may not have panned out and may never pan out. Now, these are the echoes of disgruntled graduate students that one hears. What's your view of the state of physics?
I think what you're describing is something that the press has picked up on in various times, and it certainly has echoed in a certain way throughout the public and throughout the press and so on. But the fact of the matter is that physics is theoretical physics is in a very healthy state, in that there are a lot of great ideas and there's a lot of substantial progress. And when one says that a theory like string theory has not delivered the goods, it feels odd for me to hear that. I understand where you're coming from, but it strikes me that it's coming from a place where you've not been within the field sufficiently deep to really see the progress that has been made. I mean, the theory on paper puts together gravity and quantum mechanics. The fundamental theoretical problem of 20th century physics, in principle, has the solution within string theory. Is it the right solution? We don't know, but that's great progress.
But then why is it controversial? Why isn't everyone a string theorist if that marriage has been consummated?
They're just not good enough. No, it's
get out on Twitter. We want to spread this around.
The answer to that question, and please don't tweet. That was just a joke. The answer to that question is that it's extraordinarily difficult to test any theory that puts gravity and quantum mechanics together.
Right.
Extraordinarily difficult because we don't have the technological feasibility to test the theory in the domains where it differentiates itself from conventional theories. And this is not just an issue that faces string theory. Any theory that puts gravity and quantum mechanics together is going to face this dilemma. So if we were able to build an accelerator as big as the galaxy, then we'd be able to test these ideas. That's tough to do in this funding environment, you know. So that's really the issue. The issue is that on paper, there are features of the theory that are enormously attractive, but we can't test them. Moreover, theorists like myself will also point out the theory itself has gone into some directions that raise questions, interesting questions. A theory that predicts other universes as a possible intrinsic quality of the theory, you got to take a step back and ask yourself, does that make logical sense? Is that a theory that we're willing to take seriously? And, you know, after studying these questions intently for a long period of time, my answer is that, yes, these are worthy of our attention, that these theories may be taking us into the right direction. Do we know that they're right? No. The only thing that will ever establish that they're correct and end the controversy would be to make a prediction and we go out and measure it. And that is the gold standard, and that's something that we've not been able to achieve. The theory is in many ways in its early stages, even 30, 40 years later. These are difficult questions. So that's the answer, why it's controversial. It's not made a testable prediction. But the theory continues to make substantial progress on understanding the nature of space and time, the nature of black holes. The theory's been able to embrace effectively all of the discoveries of the past. All of them naturally fit within the structure of strength. You don't have to wipe out the past. It embraces the past. These qualities make the theory enormously attractive and compelling. Again, it's not yet been tested.
So it hasn't made any prediction analogous to the kinds that Einstein's relativity made, that were not a matter of having to build some apparatus with insane energies, but just, you know, looking up at the bending of starlight. Has there been anything like that with string theory that has?
Absolutely not.
No.
And that's, I mean, you know, it's funny that you bring that up. You know, I had a high school student many years ago who did a science talent search project. You know, it was a competition in the United States where this woman calculated the corrections to the bending of starlight by the sun that come out of string theory. So that's what Einstein did, and maybe string theory modifies the prediction. And you know, it was a thought experiment. I roughly knew what the answer would be, and the answer that she got from calculation turned out to be about the same. It was about 1 part in like 10 to the 90.
Yeah, that's hard.
So you know, it's something that you're not going to be able to measure. It's too small.
Yeah, aren't there fewer?
10 to the 88. Yeah.
Yeah, fewer particles in the entire universe. Yes, right. Okay. Yes. So you mentioned multiple universes. I think there are at least a few different ways in which there might be multiple universes.
Yeah.
But there is a many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics that I think to the alarm of most people who hear about this is very well subscribed among physicists. Right now, where do you come out? You might want to summarize why one would be tempted to believe in multiple universes.
Yeah.
But these are universes wherein, you know, trillions upon trillions of nearly identical copies of ourselves are having nearly identical conversations, you know, but with every different variation of what's possible. So essentially, everything that can possibly happen happens somewhere. So there's
if it's compatible with
the laws of physics. Yeah. Right. So there is a universe. If you subscribe to this theory, there is a universe in which we had this conversation, and then, you know, took our clothes off in the middle of it, right? For reasons that presumably made sense in that universe.
Wait, let me calculate. Not compatible with laws of physics.
Right, yes. Yes, this will not happen in this universe, rest assured. But this is actually believed, right? Now this on its face, to me, is the least believable thing on offer. Right?
Yeah.
And yet this is not only subscribed, but by someone, this is actually just plain vanilla quantum mechanics now.
I wouldn't go that far, no.
But I think
There's
like
great controversy on this. I mean, David Deutsch, who you mentioned, is one of the proponents of this way of thinking about quantum mechanics, but I would not call it the vanilla interpretation of quantum mechanics.
But I think if you poll people at a physics conference, you get something
It's
like
changed.
30% or something that believe that.
I don't know if 30% I would call it vanilla, but you know, it changes over time. And first, maybe it's worth quickly saying what it is, and then I can give you my perspective on it. So quantum mechanics broke with the past by saying that whereas Newton in classical physics taught us that you can, given the state of the world now, predict how it will be 5 minutes later or a million years later using the equations of motion to evolve it forward in time, quantum theory came along and said that's the wrong way of thinking about things. If you know everything that you can know about the universe right now, the best you can do is predict the probability, the likelihood that you get one or another outcome when you run the equations forward an hour or 100 million years into the future. Now that sets up an interesting situation because, for instance, if the law says that there's a 50% chance that the electron is here and 50% chance that it's over here, right? When you go to measure the electron, you don't find sort of half of it here and half of it here. You always find one whole electron either here or here. So the question is, if you find the electron in my left hand, what happened to the possibility of it being in my right hand? You might say, well, that just goes away. The problem is just goes away is incompatible with the mathematics. The most straightforward reading of the equation suggests, if you just use the most straightforward interpretation that's right there, the equation suggests that there's actually one universe where indeed you do find it in my left hand, and there's another universe where you find it in my right hand, and therefore there's a copy of me in that universe with two hands, thinking that there's only one unique outcome, but there are two of me in distinct universes under that same illusion, that there's only one universe. But the God's eye view, if you don't mind me using that metaphor, is that there are many universes out there, and basically anything that's allowed by the laws of quantum physics is represented in this menagerie of universes. Now, if you ask me, do I subscribe to this way of thinking about quantum mechanics, my answer is no. And the reason is, I'm not saying that it's wrong, I'm saying that we're not at the point yet where we can answer that question. Because there's a gaping hole in the structure of quantum mechanics that maybe doesn't get enough airtime. Quantum mechanics, in my view, and many others, but this is not universal, is not a complete subject. We're missing a solution to the so-called quantum measurement problem, which simply is the question, when you measure the position of a particle like an electron, how do you go from this weird, fuzzy mixture of multiple possibilities? It's over here and it's over here, and there's some kind of fuzzy mixture of the two. How do you go from that fuzzy probabilistic description in the equations to the single definite reality that emerges when you actually undertake the observation? Right. How do you go from fuzziness to definite reality? And this is a question that we do not know the answer to. And since clearly, in thinking about where the possibilities go, the act of measurement or observation is intrinsic to the very question that we're talking about, until we answer that question, we can't really come to a conclusion on what the right way of thinking about quantum mechanics is.
Do you think we're far enough along that we can conclude that there is no answer that goes down easily with respect to our intuitions? That any answer is going to seem crazy?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
There is a version of quantum mechanics that's sort of the dark horse version of the theory, due to somebody named David Bohm. Also, Louis de Broglie had the same idea a couple decades earlier. And this version of quantum mechanics that's virtually never taught, never spoken about in public, has the quality that particles still go along trajectories, right? The new idea of quantum mechanics is, in the traditional way that one talks about it, is particles don't move on trajectories. It's just those nebulous waves that are evolving in some weird quantum space called Hilbert space, not even the space that we live in. That's the reality that's being described by the equations. But David Bohm came along and said, no, there's a version of this theory in which particles still go along definite trajectories. Right. And that's closer to our intuition about how the world works. So if this way of thinking about quantum mechanics were to bear fruit, if that's the right way of doing it, it will be somewhat closer to our intuition than the version that we currently talk about.
Well, remind me, what do you, I still recall you have to sacrifice something that we're attached to as a matter of common sense with Bohm. You have to sacrifice locality, right? I mean, it's a non-local.
That's right. So it has the weird property that, you do something over here, and it affects something over here instantaneously.
Yeah, and over here it can be in Andromeda.
It could be in the other side of the universe. Now, you say, as you rightly do, we're giving something up. And therefore, that suggests that there are other versions of quantum mechanics where you don't have to give that up. But the fact of the matter is, even in the most straightforward version of quantum mechanics that we teach to our students all the time, there is a non-local quality already. It's called entanglement.
Yeah.
It's the Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen contribution in 1935, which showed that if you have a particle over here and a particle over here, you do a measurement over here, measurement, right? So again, this unknown quality called quantum measurement comes into the story. But you do a measurement over here, and it affects the particle over here. This is what Einstein called spooky. Spooky action at a distance. You do something here, and it affects something over there. But that's within the standard formulation of quantum mechanics as well. In this Bohmian version, it's made more explicit. It's more in your face, right? It's right there in the math. You don't have to do analysis to find it. But in a sense, you're not giving something up because you've already given it up with quantum mechanics.
Right. Now, it's very fashionable in New Age circles to find solace in one interpretation of quantum mechanics, which is usually described as the Copenhagen interpretation, which privileges this measurement moment of the role of consciousness in determining the nature of reality. And Einstein famously said, do you really think that the moon doesn't exist unless I'm looking at it as a way of disparaging this view? My sense from talking to physicists of late is that interpretations of QM that privilege the role of consciousness are less and less fashionable to the point of being more or less retired now. Is that actually where it is? And what do you think about consciousness as a part of this puzzle?
Well, it's a very hard question because you can't ever get out of your head, right? I mean, if you imagine a measurement being undertaken not by a conscious being, but by a computer or some mechanical device, you'd say, well, there's no conscious quality involved, and therefore consciousness can't play a role in the process. You still need to go over and look at the device to see whether it's accomplished what you set it out to do. So it's very hard to ever get outside of the framework in which a conscious being is brought in at some point in the quantum mechanical story. And that's what makes it hard to excise it fully. However, having said that, there's no reason that we can possibly see where consciousness plays a fundamental role in the quantum unfolding, right? I mean, you write down the basic equations and they apply to individual particles, and whether those individual particles are grouped together in some amorphous mass or into this nicely organized structure that allows some kind of internal processing to take place, it doesn't seem to matter to the equations. That's an add-on, and therefore it doesn't seem that consciousness is vital to the story. So I don't think so. I don't think consciousness is essential. And I would just underscore one point. We talk about interpretations of quantum mechanics as if quantum mechanics exists, and we're just sort of sitting back trying to say, what do we make of it? That's not the situation.
Yeah.
These so-called different interpretations are attempting to resolve this unsolved problem of quantum measurement. And that's a real issue. And therefore, it can well be the case that these aren't just different interpretations, they're different theories. And if we understand them well enough, and we finally have a solution to the measurement problem, we might find that it's not that we were struggling with interpretations, we were struggling with actually giving birth to the full theory itself. And I suspect that that's where things will ultimately turn out.
Right, right. Well, I know we have to go to questions soon. I just have one more question I want to ask you before we do, but perhaps if that needs to be prepared with mics, we should do that. But what is the status of the concept of time in physics now? I mean, most of us know that space and time got married with Einstein, and so we speak of space-time as opposed to time on its own. But I mean, time is both space and time are intuitions we have. I mean, they're kind of, our nervous system is sectioning reality in such a way as to naturally produce these concepts for us. And there's every reason to believe now, it sounds like that our common sense about space and time is not, in fact, what they are as a matter of physical reality. But there are concepts in physics, like the concept of a block universe, right, that suggests that we're radically at odds with what reality is. That under some construal, the future exists just as much as the present, and as does the past. And so, what can you give us a kind of a potted view of what time is from the point of view of physics today? Yes. And as a matter of time, you have 2 minutes.
So, before Einstein came on the scene, everybody had the intuitive notion of time, and that was the very notion of time that was in the equations of physics that Newton gave us. And when Einstein came along, he shattered that perspective, first in 1905, I think as many are familiar, by showing that objects in motion will find that their clocks do not tick off time at the same rate.
Right.
That's crazy, right? We used to think there is a time that we're all relentlessly moving forward within, second after second, and if you're in relative motion, your clocks won't tick off time at the same rate. That's crazy. Then
and that's been also experimentally established. That's not just a matter of the theory. We've sent clocks around the world in airplanes, and our GPS relies on taking that into account and all of that.
Absolutely right. We've got particles and accelerators that are living much longer than they would if they were sitting on a table because their clock is ticking off time more slowly.
Right.
So this is beyond doubt. Then 1915, Einstein gives us general relativity, and we learn that it's not just motion that affects the passage of time, it's also gravity affects the passage of time. So if you're near a strong gravitational source, time will tick off far more slowly than it is if you're far away from that gravitational source, that gravitational potential. Again, that's kind of a crazy idea, right? You hang out near the edge of a black hole and time for you elapses more slowly than for somebody who is far away. Now, these are all giving us insights into strange and unexpected features about the nature of time and also space, which is melded together, as you indicated. But the deeper question is the one that you asked toward the end, which is time and space, are these fundamental structures in reality, or do we impose them on reality in order to organize our inner perception? And it's a very hard question. I don't know the answer to it, but I will say this. One of the features of string theory in the last few years, some really remarkable work, has gone a really giant step forward towards showing that space and time may not be fundamental structures. They may emerge from more basic ingredients that naturally arise in string theory. So, emergence, of course, is a familiar idea in many subjects. We all know what temperature means. We know when things are hot, when they're cold, but then you dig deeper and we know that temperature actually is a reflection of how quickly molecules and atoms are moving. Something's hot when the average motion is fast, something's cold when the average motion is slower. So that gives us a deeper understanding of what temperature is in terms of more fundamental entities.
Yeah.
We've now taken a step toward that kind of progression for space and time. There's work in string theory that shows that space may actually be stitched together by the threads of the quantum entanglement that we were describing before, that non-local quality of quantum mechanics. We've been able to do calculations within string theory, in essence, where we're able to cut the threads that are keeping the fabric of space together. Nothing to worry about, it's just mathematics. But we cut these threads and we're able to see that what remains are sort of isolated points that no longer stitch together in the manner of our familiar conception of what space is. So this, to me, is probably the next revolution. If you ask me what the next revolution is, it's going to be a way of thinking about physics in which space and time are not put in at the get-go into the equations, but rather emerge later on when certain environmental conditions are met, and when they are met, space and time as we intuitively know them will emerge. But when those conditions are not met, there can be realms of the universe in which there is no conventional notion of space and no conventional notion of time.
Right. Well, unfortunately, on this stage, there's a very conventional notion of time. So we would love to get your questions, and we'd love the house lights to change so that we can see some of you. Right. We will just go left and right here. We'll start over here. Thank you. Yeah. And just to remind everybody, questions often end in a high rising tone. So if you can achieve that, you're good. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you for the talk. I found it very interesting, and thank you to you both for coming to Toronto.
Oh,
I think
Thank you.
my question kind of loosely relates to kind of what you guys talked about in the beginning, and there was a scientist, Sam, you talked about, who you said you don't know why he came to this conclusion, but there was no
David
way.
Deutsch, yeah.
There's no way to conceivably think of AI or an alien species that humans can't comprehend. My question kind of loosely relates to that, and I kind of have to preface it with a quick explanation of an experiment, how I think about it in my head. I don't really know what the experiment's called, but it was like the red dot experiment, where a scientist would put a red dot on different animals' forehead and put a mirror in front of them.
Self-recognition test,
and kind of rank their level of intelligence or their level of capacity of consciousness.
Yeah.
And I was wondering if maybe both of you have an opinion on this, whether humans kind of have an analogous kind of red dot point where there becomes a problem or an issue where just our biology or our capacity of knowledge or consciousness, we might look at the answer of the problem right in the face and just not be able to see it. Like, it's right there, but we just can't comprehend it within our... So I guess for both of you kind of is appropriate, because Sam, your primary concern is consciousness and level of thought. And Brian, I assume that you and your colleagues are probably going to be at the forefront, butting heads with these problems. So I guess my question is, do you guys think that there's a limit, or can humans just continually expand basically forever?
Yeah, well, it's an interesting analogy that I haven't really thought of before. But so just to remind you all about what that is, there's this mirror self-recognition test that has been done on various species of animals, and most species, no matter how smart they appear in other ways, if you put them in front of a mirror, they don't warm up to the realization that that's them in the glass. They relate to that other species as that image as another member of their species. And embarrassment ensues. But there are certain species that very few that can gradually recognize that based on their own movements, that the dot is on their heads. And I think we are, it's very easy to see personally. I mean, I think it's easy to see that one as an individual has certain limitations, certain things to which one is cognitively and emotionally and just dispositionally closed, right? And certain games you can't play, or you certainly can't play under any kind of time horizon that make it pragmatic for you to attempt to play those games, right? So like if you put in a room with the Martians, for long, like how long does the conversation have to go on to fully explore your cognitive limits? Well, for many of us, not all that long, right? And then the question is how, my sense is that, well, this is another question I could ask you too that fits in here. If you could nominate one member of our species, past or present, who just as a brain that would be best suited to explore the limits of human cognitive horizons in the presence of superintelligent aliens, who would you put in that room to just say, okay, this is humanity, this is the best we've got in terms of dialogue with the species?
I don't know, Justin Bieber. I don't know, and I think part of the answer to that question.
Let me just give you a candidate. So it's either John von Neumann or it's Isaac Newton. You can give them all the modern understanding, just like a brain to just put there.
I guess I would be uncomfortable because they're really smart at certain things.
Yeah.
But why not Shakespeare or Freud? I mean, there's just so many different ways of engaging reality.
I can tell you why not Freud, but...
What's that? Yeah. I stopped myself halfway through. Yeah. But interesting, you knew where I was going with it. Yeah. I think intelligence comes in a wide variety of different forms. And it could be, as you're suggesting, that the answer's right in front of us and we don't see it. I suspect that's a real possibility. But I'll give you one data point. And I'm not sure how relevant it is, but at least it gives me some sense of optimism. When I was a graduate student a long time ago, it seemed like the amount of material that you needed to learn in order to even begin to do your research for the degree, the doctoral degree, was incredible, right? I mean, so how are you going to study all this and then have time left to do the project, but yet somehow we're able to do it? And now, 35 years later, whatever it is, with all of the progress that's been made, I mean, the kids that come into string theory, they have to learn everything that I had to learn back then, and they have to learn the past 35 years of it too, and yet they still have to be done in the same number of years. Yeah. And somehow they're able to do it. So it feels to me that...
They still have Instagram accounts to tend to.
That's the amazing thing. And Fortnite, they still play Fortnite, So it strikes me that there's some way that we're able to adapt to the ever greater volume of information and knowledge that we need in order to make progress. So I guess what I'm saying is the fact that we've not hit that wall gives me hope that we're pretty good, we're pretty flexible. But could it be, logically speaking, that there is a wall and all that we're looking for is just an inch beyond that wall and we can't quite see through it? Yeah.
That was kind of more what I was, not necessarily an individual single human that represents the best, but more 200 years ago in terms of evolutionary time, we're pretty much the same, but drastically different. Will that just continue? Will we eventually be the green-headed aliens coming down with super magical technology, or will we get to a point where the entire species...
as long as we keep going. I mean, I think the leverage is culture. I mean, we keep porting all the gains into culture, and then there's a kind of a chunking. I mean, this explains how each new wave of graduate students can kind of recapitulate the history of intellectual progress in physics in their own lifetime, and know more about physics than Einstein did, and then keep going. Anyway, interesting question over here. Thank you.
You're probably both aware of Niels Bohr's position. Physics is to be regarded not so much as the study of something a priori given, but rather as the development of methods of ordering and surveying human experience. So it's less finding the photon that's actually there and more making sense of those lines as a picture of an old woman or a young woman.
Yeah.
What's your take on Bohr's position?
Well, I think we actually, in deference to time, I'll say we sort of covered that in talking about the Copenhagen interpretation of physics. I mean, he was the originator of that interpretation, and the sense at that point when quantum mechanics was first being born, there was a very strong sense that the universe was more mind-like than matter-like based on that view of things. And feel free to correct me if I'm wrong here, but I feel like the conversation at the very least has widened and moved on, and we're not quite there with Bohr's take on it.
Yeah, the one thing I would add to that is, Bohr had a view of the world which is aligning with what you're saying, is ultimately science is about explaining observations and data. It's not about peeling back the curtain and seeing the fundamental reality. And I think Bohr was forced into that position by virtue of the fact that he couldn't peel back the curtain. And quantum mechanics was working, and yet he was unable to tell us what it was telling us about the true nature of reality. So he said, don't worry about the true nature of it. That's not what physics is about. And I think it's a very limited way of looking at science. I'm not so interested in being able to only predict the results of experiments. I like that. That's the gold standard. But in the end of the day, when I'm on my deathbed, I hope that I have some deeper understanding of what's reality, of what's behind that curtain. And if all that we're doing is being better able at predicting results of experiments to further decimal places down the line, I'd rather be doing something else.
Over here.
Hi, thank you both for coming. My question is for Sam. Earlier in the talk, you asked Dr. Greene about what issues keep him up at night. And aside from nuclear proliferation, I was wondering if you could share with us your answer for the same.
Well, largely it is kind of the meta issue of our reliable failure to make sense to one another and have conversations that productively, that lead to the solution of problems in any kind of direct way. So the fact that we have political systems that can't function over a long time horizon, we've got this 4-year election cycle presidentially to worry about, and therefore it's impossible to have a 40-year plan about anything, right? And we have problems whose time horizon is long or longish, and we have problems that are global in nature. So by definition, we can't solve these individually as nation states, and we can't solve these by fixating on the incentives of a 4-year election cycle. And in the midst of all that, we have a level of polarization, whether it's political or it's ideological across the board. Whether it's religious. There are many things that contaminate our conversation with one another, which make it virtually impossible to make sense long enough and productively enough to get all of us to converge on, even to recognize what the problems are, much less how to solve them. So I just think that conversation is all we have, successful conversation is all we have to solve our problems together. And so when I see it just break down, not only frequently and catastrophically, but reliably so. It's like you can just guarantee that the conversation is going to be ineffectual, given where most people are most of the time. That's what worries me, and that's kind of the meta problem that subsumes all the others, whether it's climate change or nuclear war, proliferation, or how do we deal with emerging pandemics or the prospect thereof. Why can't we decide to make more antibiotics when we know we're running out of them? We just can't agree how to create systems that incentivize things we know we want to do or should know we want to do, because we can't even talk coherently enough about these things. So,
thank you.
Yeah, over here. Thank you.
Hi.
Hey.
So Sam's opening question for Dr. Greene was, what is it that gives you optimism about that one can make progress, I guess, intellectually? And your answer was that we can prove the outcomes, or we can predict the outcomes of experiments. The most recent question, you actually said if that's all we're doing, you'd rather find something else to do. And during your talk, you said that the quantum measurement problem is the gaping hole in the the theory of quantum theories, or theory of quantum mechanics, and makes it almost impossible to choose between those that emerge. And so it seems that there's no path to a place where the thing that gives you confidence that we can make progress, no path exists to that state. Do you retain confidence in the endeavor?
You know, I've never quite thought of it that way, and I'm kind of devastated. So a few things. First off, when I talk about what gives me confidence in the approach that we're following, it's the fact that we have a powerful diagnostic that tells us whether we're going in the right direction. That diagnostic is not the final reason we do what we do, but that diagnostic is, can you make a prediction? Can you test it with an observation or an experiment? And I love it as a diagnostic. I don't love it as the end game. And that's the difference between the two. Now, in terms of the quantum measurement problem itself, it's a very curious state of affairs, because we have an algorithm called a quantum algorithm that allows us to make predictions for the result of an experiment, even though the intermediate step, we don't understand how the universe makes that intermediate step. And that's the hole that I was describing earlier. But nevertheless, the algorithm works. And that's borne out by the agreement between prediction and observation. So it's not as though we're fully at sea and the boat's about to tip. We are incredibly on course, but there are vital pieces of the story that we've yet to figure out. Now, I should say, there are other physicists who would be up here and saying there is no quantum measurement problem. I mean, my good friend, Anton Zeilinger, this is a brilliant man who doesn't just do quantum physics calculations, he actually does the experiments. So this is like the real deal, not like someone just spouts off about these ideas. He actually does the stuff. And when I sit with him and talk with him, he kind of has an avuncular attitude toward me. He says, hey, you can worry about those kind of things if you want to, but you're wasting your time because there's no problem, Brian. And so that's his perspective. It works, we have an algorithm, and we can make predictions, and end of story. So it's just to say that there are different attitudes as to whether this is an issue, because I think there are different goals that we have as scientists. As we were saying to the earlier question, some of us just want to be able to predict, some of us want to be able to enlighten. And whether that latter goal is misguided, I don't know. I don't think it is, but some in the field certainly do.
Thanks.
Hello, my name's Brendan. I'm an intern on some of the dark matter experiments at Snow Lab, and I have a question for Brian. I was curious, seeing the results from many recent dark matter experiments that have searched larger energy spaces and are possibly indicating it may not exist, and that brings into question some of the predictions of supersymmetry. So I was wondering, what do you think the plan B is if that doesn't work out?
Well, just 30 seconds on the background, and everybody I think knows that since the 1930s there's been increasing evidence that there should be more stuff out there than we see, dark stuff, because we need something to give rise to an additional gravitational tug responsible for the motions of stars and galaxies that we observe. So for a long time now we've been trying to go out and find this dark stuff. We assume that it's raining down on Earth. We don't see it, but we build detectors in hopes that we will.
Can you spell out what dark means in this context?
Dark solely means that it doesn't give off light.
Right.
And that's really all that it is. So it's many of the proposals involve particles that, as the questioner asked, some of them are exotic species of particles that come out of theories like string theory or more generally supersymmetry. And we had hoped, and the hope is not dead, that these experiments would capture one of these dark particles, particles that don't give off light, that don't interact with the electromagnetic force. That's a more precise way of saying it. But we've come up empty-handed for a long time. So what's the answer to this? There are a number of answers. Number one, it could be that we just got to keep on looking and we'll find it. I think that's the bread and butter answer that many people still have. More exotic answer is that perhaps there is no dark matter at all, and maybe it's our understanding of the force of gravity that needs to be modified. And that's why things are moving in a way that doesn't comport with our previous understanding of gravity, and that motivated the introduction of this new stuff to make up the difference, but maybe it's gravity that's not doing what we think it should be doing. And a third possibility, which is an elaboration of that, is there are exotic ideas that have emerged from string theory, so-called holographic ideas. It'd be a bit involved to explain it in any detail, but some of those ideas suggest that there's no need for dark matter at all, that the natural solution to the mismatch between observation and prediction is resolved in these more exotic approaches to understanding the force of gravity. So those are 2.5, roughly 3 possible plan Bs.
Thank you very much.
Hi there, I'm Vlad, and this question is for Sam, but I'd love to hear Brian's thoughts as well. Sam, you see our efforts to make moral progress as us navigating a landscape of possible states of consciousness, and the way to navigate that space is through science. I would generally agree with this, but I think that there are certain categories of navigation problems to which science cannot provide an objective answer due to the fact that there are many types of beneficial mental states that are qualitatively different from each other and not readily comparable. So, for example, loving another person, or the joy of working to create something, or mindfulness, helping others, etc.
Right.
And it may be the case that achieving a peak in one area, let's say intense meditation or mindfulness, may necessitate suffering in another area, let's say the love that comes from close personal relationships. So my question is, how can we ever determine which is more important? How can science help us navigate when realizing one beneficial conscious state is in conflict with realizing another beneficial but qualitatively different conscious state?
And you want me to weigh in on this too?
Yeah, that'd be great.
You can say as much as I said about dark matter. So there's a couple of intuitions there that I would just want to push on. One is the idea that not being able to answer those questions is a problem for the claim that there is an answer to those questions. So this is, in my book, The Moral Landscape, I differentiated answers in practice from answers in principle. We know there are many facts of the matter for which there are answers in principle, and trivially easy answers in principle, just integer-based answers. Like how many grains of sand are there on Earth, right? As long as we define grain of sand clearly enough, that is an integer answer. And yet we know we'll never have access to that information, and it probably just changed anyway, right? So, or even simpler, how many, the example I've often used is, how many birds are in flight over the surface of the Earth at this moment, right? Well, it just changed, and we know we're never going to get the data. So, but there was an answer to that question. There are other kinds of questions where there are no clear answers, but there are ranges of answers. There's kind of a blurry, haze around the right answer, and some of these are just norms of just how we run society. It's like, well, what's the right age to give someone a driver's license? Well, when I was 15 and a half, I thought 16 was probably a little too late. Now when I drive and I look over and I see a 16-year-old behind the wheel of a 4,000-pound automobile, I think that looks insane to me, right? So self-driving cars can't come soon enough. But what's the right answer? Well, given all things considered, and it's an all things considered situation where we know we can never do this perfectly. We know that some 16-year-olds are really not up to it, but we have to draw the line somewhere. Wherever we draw the line, it's going to be arbitrary. 16 is arbitrary, 16 and a half is arbitrary, 18 would be arbitrary. And yet we know there are wrong answers. We know that 6 months is definitely the wrong answer, right? So if you shift the window of consideration there, you're not capturing anything we care about. If you move it to 16, well, you're, not, if we moved it to 25, fewer people would die. There's no question, right? But we have other concerns beyond body count. We have, mothers and fathers who are just sick of driving their kids to school every day, right? So what's that worth? And we play around with this, and we know we're never going to do the math sufficiently so that we know, down to our toes, that we've got it perfectly right? But it doesn't mean that there aren't better and worse answers in that space. We know there are worse answers. 6 months that just gets you absolutely nowhere, and 100 also doesn't work, right? So the answer is somewhere along this continuum, and for many things in life, we have to be satisfied with that. Now, I think we will be less and less satisfied the more we can get our hands on really good data, and the more our technology allows us to use that data in ways. And I think this will be surprising. So this is true in medicine in many ways. It's like when there's nothing to do about a condition, right? There is no cure, there's no understanding of its basic biology, and yet people are suffering mightily. It's like polio, right? People it used to be a common feature of life, even in the most affluent areas, that people would be hobbled and killed by polio, right? Now we've lost sight of that horror because we have a vaccine for polio, and have had it, for as long as most of us have been alive. Now, preventing polio is a trivially easy thing to do, and if you decided, the people who are against vaccines across the board, or so worried about the possibility that they have some other downside, or who are kind of preventing their kids from getting vaccinated, in a very local area, it may not cause a problem for them or the people around them, but if enough people do it, we'll be back to the days of polio, right? And that is clearly no place worth going, right? And it becomes, you move from an environment in which you have this devastating thing for which there's nothing to do, and you just got to sort of pray it doesn't happen to you, to it's a trivially easy solve, and you're irresponsible if you don't do it, right? And those, we will continually be buffeted around by those kinds of changes based on knowledge and changes in technology. But my main resistance to the question is the idea that a lack of answers in practice means that there are no answers in principle, and that a blurry boundary around the right answer means that the difference between better and worse, and even much, much better and much, much worse, goes out the window. I think we still have that, no matter how dimly we understand our situation on any of these things. So, yeah, I hope that made sense.
Let me just
go for it.
Again, the only thought that occurs to me, and I may not be fully appreciating the nuance of the question, so apologies, but one of the things that we certainly teach to our students, standard physics issue with students is it's critical to pose a well-formed question. And a well-formed research question is one that's not overdetermined, not underdetermined, but it's one that has an answer. And that's a very hard step to get to properly frame a question so that there is a procedure by which an answer can emerge, because the system is not underdetermined, it's not overdetermined, it's not self-contradictory, and there is a unique answer to be found. And the issues that you're describing are ones that typically are underdetermined. So I'm a little bit confused when you say, the answer is somewhere between here and here. What do you mean by the answer?
Well,
it's an underdetermined question.
In this case, what should be the driving age?
No, I understand the question, but it's an underdetermined question. There is no right answer to it based on it's not a well-posed question. I mean, you can make decisions, like you say, and various people will come up with different propositions for what the good policy should be, but there is no the answer in the sense that there is an electron magnetic moment, right? There is a the answer in that situation. because it's a question that's posed in a specific way.
But there is a gradient.
A gradient.
And if you go far enough in one direction,
Absolutely.
you can feel yourself getting, colder, 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 colder.
Totally got that.
And then you go back warmer, warmer, warmer.
Totally got it.
So,
but that doesn't mean that there is a the answer.
Yeah, no. So in those cases, any answer within a certain boundary may just seem arbitrary, because it will be arbitrary. You can't specify the right answer.
I agreed.
Yeah. Okay. But
Thanks.
Hi, my name's Daniel. I was wondering if I could get both of your thoughts on the role of the social stigma, the societal stigma against being wrong, the role that plays in political, philosophical, and even scientific discourse, and assuming that role is negative and substantial, what can we do on both a personal and societal level to mitigate and combat that stigma?
Yeah, good question. I would add to that, and I'll pitch it to you first. There's a stigma around saying you don't know something, and there's a asymmetry here. So in science, there's very little stigma around this. In fact, scientists defensively say they don't know all the time, so as not to embarrass themselves in front of people who know more than they do at a conference. So, but if you put a scientist on television and get him or her talking about global warming or whatever it is, and they start issuing the responsible scientific caveats about, well, we're not, I'm not an expert on this, or I don't know that. Yeah. That doesn't translate well into popular journalistic consumption of information. And if you put that person up against some Bible thumping blowhard who knows everything, they lose. So
totally get it. Yeah. And that's why there is not a single video of me, and I say this with 100% confidence, because I have never been on television talking about something that I did not feel expert in.
Right.
I'm not interested. I get all sorts of calls to talk about things like the climate and features of that sort, and I don't do it. Why? For exactly the reason that you're saying. I am comfortable saying I don't know, but that's not the place to be saying it.
Right.
So to your question, it is the case, as Sam is saying, that we recognize, certainly as theoretical physicists, that most of what we do in our life will be wrong. Not because we made a mistake. Sometimes we will make a mistake. That's the hard time when that happens. But it'll be wrong in the sense that it will be irrelevant. Nature won't take any interest in the direction that our research took us, so whatever we published will just rot away in some journal someplace. And that's true for the vast majority of what we will do. And to be a theoretical physicist, to come to terms with that early on. And so we're very comfortable with being wrong in that sense. And I think that's a very valuable lesson. And it is a good one to have. And it does allow us freedom. Because we're not constantly worried, well, if I go that direction, I'll be wrong. No, we just go. And that allows us to have unexpected eureka moments that change everything. But that's, as a community, the individual will go down many blind alleys, and that's just how it is.
Well, how do you experience this larger phenomenon, which is related, of people having a kind of confirmation bias and a sunk cost bias that keeps them wedded to a theory that is almost certainly wrong, or for which there's good evidence to believe that they wouldn't come to it that way now, and it absorbs decades or at least years of their time.
I've never seen that happen.
Right. So, but what's often celebrated in science is that happens less in science than anywhere else. Like in science, you win points even for proving yourself wrong, or for disavowing the thing that made you famous last decade, because there's now new data.
Well, hopefully you're the one that finds the problem with it.
Yeah.
But I think we have confidence that we're part of a community that's incredibly skeptical, that's always investigating itself. Any idea that's put forward, the rest of the community takes a sledgehammer and starts to smash on it, trying to break it. And so we feel confident that if it doesn't break, it's worthy. It's worthy of further attention and further study. So from that perspective, it's so rare for an idea to sort of hang out there, and the community says it's okay and tries to smash it, they can't smash it, and it's completely irrelevant, completely wrong, we've all been deluded. It's such a rare phenomenon. So I believe it's really the fact that we're part of this community that's self-policing. It doesn't need something from the outside to come in and pass judgment. It's an internal self-correcting mechanism that allows it to make progress.
Yeah, yeah.
My name's Mike. Hi, Brian and Sam. I'm very appreciative that you guys are here and very thankful that we had such a privilege to hear you talk about such high-level topics.
Well, thanks for coming.
I have a question that pertains in part to both of you, and you'll each have your own area of expertise to maybe give some input on it. You didn't really get to talking about different interpretations of, like, for example, the many worlds theory that you talked about. I know that, Brian, you talk a lot about brain theory and that, spatially distributed universes where there could be copies of us, potentially. So the part for you would be, which is the horse you're betting on in terms of if we were to ever be able to maybe prove that, whether it's the many worlds interpretation or through brain theory, that we could indeed prove that there are copies of ourselves or multiple universes, and one day prove this fact. And then if we could, to Sam, would that be enough fodder to write QED on the blackboard and say that all religious dogma kind of goes out the window, since we would have infinite Jesus Christ and infinite deities in each of these universes, and there can only be one true one according to the dogma. So would that maybe be enough that you could just slam it on the table and walk out?
Unfortunately, in some of those universes, there are, well, this brings us to the other thing we didn't talk about, the simulation argument, the idea that we might be living in a simulation. And I mean, the concern there is that we could be living in a simulation run by, the Mormons of the future, where Mormonism is true in this simulation. And there's a similar problem in the many worlds interpretation, which is, correct me if I'm wrong, but if absolutely everything compatible with the laws of physics happens in these universes, isn't there some construal of quantum mechanics where Jesus is physically resurrected and that's not incompatible with? I mean, there's some quantum spookiness that allows for things like a physical resurrection.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, you don't even need to go to quantum mechanics in that incarnation, in that version.
Everybody get ready with Twitter, because what's about to come out is going to be good.
Yeah. So one of the puzzles of modern cosmology is that if we allow inflationary cosmology, which is the bread and butter version of the theory that people are talking about, if that's the right way of thinking about the universe, then ours would just be one of many universes, be many big bangs in many realms out there. And what that entails, in principle, is that if we wait long enough in a given universe, random particle motion, just random particle motion in a given universe, will coalesce into any physically realizable structure.
Right. So you can just get Jesus appearing, or Jesus or Kim Kardashian just appearing out of the
That's exactly right. And I'm not joking about that. So we call it the Boltzmann brain problem after Ludwig Boltzmann, who died this day in 1906. And he was the first person to really think about the fact that our universe itself may not have originated from some process in the distant past, but the universe may have existed effectively for an eternity, and just the random particle motion at one weird moment happened to coalesce into a configuration that over time then evolved into everything that we are familiar with. And that is a rare fluctuation of the particles, but his point was, if you've got an eternity, rare things will happen.
And not only will happen, I mean, every rare thing is guaranteed to happen.
That's right. So then we take that one step further beyond what he said, which is effectively the point that you're making, which is in the far future, if the universe exists for an infinite amount of time into the far future, which these current theories suggest, then these random particle motions, sure, they could create another Big Bang, but it's even easier for them to create something less complex. Not a whole universe, but just create a brain floating in the void.
Right.
So it could be that in the far future, the particles come together and they create a thinking brain that sort of has some thoughts. And it might think that it's here having this conversation. And that brain may just exist for a second or two and disintegrates. But if the configuration of the particles is even more special, it'll last longer and longer. And if it's even more special still, it could think it's Jesus, it could be Jesus, or it could be Kim Kardashian, it could be any of these structures.
Right.
So yes, I'd rather you not tweet about it per se, because it has some nuance associated with it. But yeah, that would be in our future in these various ways of thinking about cosmology.
Right. But also not just in the future. If space were big enough,
good.
You just go far enough in one direction, you're going to hit all those possibilities.
Absolutely. So if space is infinitely big,
right,
which we don't know that it is, but again, in the most favored version of cosmology, that's a very natural outcome, that space is infinitely big. And there's an interesting thing that happens there, which is in any region, like our observable universe, the part that we can have interactions with, we have a lot of particles here. It's a number that you made reference to, 10 to the 80, 10 to the 88, some large number of particles in our universe. Quantum mechanics shows that there are only a finite number, a huge number, but there are only a finite number of configurations of those particles. Now, if space goes on infinitely far, imagine you have chunks of universe that are as big as ours, populated by particles, and you ask yourself, can the particle configuration in each chunk be different? Well, if it goes on infinitely far, and there are only finitely many distinct configurations, there aren't enough distinct configurations to go around. The particle configurations have to repeat. And if they have to repeat, that means that there's a version of us out there, and there's a version of effectively anything compatible laws of physics out there, and not just out there once, out there infinitely many times.
I think you just made me a Scientologist.
My work is done.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thanks.
Hey guys, great talk, appreciate it very much. All right, so I might be a bit atopical. I'm going to ask about animal rights. I guess Brian is into animal rights a bit. So my question is, what is it that's true of an animal that, if true of a human, would justify stabbing them to death for a hamburger? And if you can name such a property, something that, if true of humans, would justify doing this to them, would you be able to spell out the situation in which we do it to them without sounding completely psychopathic? Just to give a quick example, we'll not waste time. If you were to say intelligence, would it be okay to murder low intelligence people? If you were to say that it's the fact that it's natural, would it be, okay to murder humans if that were natural, etc.?
Right.
And I'll just say, when we went to dinner earlier,
he has the moral high ground based on dinner.
The vegan had to sit with 3 meat eaters eating these like big ass steaks. All right, so toss it to you.
Well, the amazing thing is I briefly considered what to order in light of having to face this moment, and then I said, fuck it.
Wasn't worth it.
That's right, yes. No, why make it easy on myself? Well, so there are many. So I'm basically a consequentialist, which means I just think the cash value of a moral proposition is in the well-being of conscious creatures now or in the future, actual or possible, right? So I think there are things that should be captured. They can be captured by consequentialism thought all the way through that aren't normally captured by it. So, for instance, when you ask why is it, why can't we just kill, if we find people who have the characteristics of livestock, why can't we treat them exactly like livestock, right? So that's sort of a question you just asked. Well, given the nature of what we are as social primates, treating people exactly like livestock has a different consequence on us and on our culture and on our capacity to live with one another than treating livestock like livestock. So it's not precisely the same problem, right? So and that's why cannibalism. I mean, there's a taboo around cannibalism that makes sense. I guess there could be some world in which we throw off this taboo and that we don't pay the kinds of consequences many of us feel we might pay, right? So we could just, eat the dead because they're good protein, and we're not at all sentimental about their bodies once we know they're no longer have a basis for experience, right? But in this world, at this moment, given all the moving parts, if people start eating their parents when they die, we feel differently about them, right? And that begins to derange a lot of many other things we care about. So you have to take all the consequences in view. Now, I think that it's impossible to defend factory farming as it is. I mean, knowing the details. I think it's just, we want to solve that problem somehow, right? And yet, I happen to think that it's not at all obvious that we can all be vegans and be healthy, right? I mean, we were talking, to give the full picture, we were talking about the problem of being a parent and having vegan or vegetarian kids, right? Now, my view of that is that you're running a kind of science experiment on your kids, and it's not totally clear how it's going to come out, right? And when I've run that experiment on myself, it's, I became anemic the first time I was a vegetarian for 6 years. All kinds of things go sideways in my blood the last time I did this experiment for a year. Now, no doubt with more intelligence or more attention to the details, most people can solve those problems for themselves as a vegan or a vegetarian, but perhaps not everyone can, right? And I think there may be another solution. I mean, I'm hopeful that this clean meat revolution that is struggling to be born will be one solution. So there's a company, Memphis Meats, whose CEO I had on my podcast, where they have a meatball that they have engineered that does not entail the death of any animal. It entails the removal of a single cell from the right animal. They grow these cells in culture, and then you have, unfortunately now it's still an $18,000 meatball, but ultimately, if it could be brought to scale, it would be a meat industry that wouldn't entail the suffering and death of billions of animals. There's this, if you really are worried just about the experience of conscious creatures, there is a way of flipping this around. I have no illusions that this will convince you, a committed vegan or vegetarian, but you have to have an actual counter-argument if you stipulate what I want you to stipulate here. If it's possible to raise livestock under conditions where they're really living lives worth living, right? So that you can really have happy cows or happy ducks or chickens or pigs, which is to say, it would be better for those animals to have been than to not have been. These are net positive lives. Well, then that's a world in which veganism is not actually the most compassionate solution. That would be a world in which bringing those billions of creatures into existence and giving them net positive lives would be better than not, if you think well-being aggregates in some way. If you have the intuition that having a world with 7 billion happy people is better than a world with 2 billion happy people, stipulating that happiness accrues in some sense, right? You can run that same experiment. Now, I'm not saying we're anywhere near there with respect to our current practices, and I would completely support every differentiation one wanted to make with respect to the ethics of treating animals well. But it's not given all of the moving parts, it's not a straightforward question of saying, well, obviously everyone should be vegan right now.
Well, I would just answer by saying, don't stab them for the hamburger.
Yeah,
thanks, guys.
Yes, I mean that is one answer, but I think it's here.
Yeah, thanks to you both for coming. Sam, big fan on the podcast. My question is for you, actually, and it has to do with AI. And when I think about your podcast, you talk to so many very intelligent, intellectual people on a number of different topics. And I'm interested to know what you are most excited about. You talked about the pessimism related to human intelligence and what we are all aware of. And obviously AI is going to really take us to the next level, be it from the CRISPR perspective of looking at all of the different research that's being done here at home or outwardly at planetary exploration. But from a standpoint, just for all of us in the room, what are you most excited about in the remaining years that you're here on Earth when you think about AI and the advancements and the potential that we have? What are you most excited about?
Well, I think it's the most important and amazing and necessary thing when you think about it going well, right? Like we have all of these problems for which intelligence across some threshold is the only solution, right? Whether it's how to solve for certain diseases, or stabilize our economy, or understand climate well enough, or make various scientific breakthroughs that would give us great benefit. And to think of building systems that can play all of these games that we care about and are right to care about, and which protect everything else we care about, so much better than we can, that it's clear they need to do it. I mean, just when you look at what's happened with a very simple game like chess or Go, Alpha Zero. So we've been playing chess for, I don't know, what was it, something like 1,000 years, right? And you have the totality of human knowledge and ingenuity purposed on that very narrow task where people have gotten just amazingly good at this, and people spend their whole lives getting, we have the smartest people spending their whole lives at this fairly simple task and getting as good as humanly possible. And then we build computer programs that have studied every game we have a record of, and they get as good as it seems they can possibly get on the basis of the totality of that knowledge, and they get a little bit better than people. And that's the situation that we had up until Google came up with AlphaGo and then AlphaZero. And AlphaZero was a program that didn't have any chess knowledge in it, right? Didn't study all of humanity's record of genius with chess. It just played itself for 4 hours and then beat the best bespoke chess computer ever made, right? Or played it something like 100 games and to a draw 28 times and then beat it 72 other times. So you just imagine having that kind of breakthrough in every other area that we care about, whether it's solving mathematical theorems or protein folding problems and developing new drugs, everything, right? Intelligence is the only game in town when you want to solve problems, and there's no reason to think that it's not substrate independent, which is to say there's no reason to think that all the intelligence we care about, that there's every reason to think that intelligence across the board is just like chess, right? It's just like that. We now know that computers can be much better than we will ever be at chess or at Go. And there's every reason to think that everything else we're doing on the basis of information processing is just like that. I think that's an assumption, but I think it's a good assumption to make. And once you make that assumption, then you just see all of the ways in which we can solve problems we can't even dream of solving now. And that will be an amazing world to live in. It's also very interesting that if we get any significant piece of that wrong, we are just ushering in this just dystopian hellscape for ourselves, very likely, right? And there are all kinds of moral problems we need to solve because we need to build our values into these intelligent systems. We can't have, they have to be tethered to what we want and our own notion of our own well-being, and they have to be something that we can be in dialogue with, so as to refine our notion of what we want and what we should want in the future. I mean, that's the ultimate thing for me would be to have an intelligent system that would be a kind of oracle or a kind of genie, where you could be in dialogue with it and it could sort of map out for you sort of where you are in the in this part of the landscape of possible experience, and where it is you might find worth going based on what's possible for a brain like yours, and a brain like yours in perhaps very real mechanical dialogue, or electromagnetic dialogue, or pharmacological dialogue with a system more intelligent than yourself. So I think the life could get very, very strange and very, very wonderful. But again, there's like this tightrope walk into the strange and wonderful, and off the rope is just this plunge into weirdness, and that's not at all humanistic or even compatible with our basic sanity. So I think it's thrilling, because it's a problem where science and moral philosophy totally intersect, right? Like, this is philosophy on a deadline, as somebody recently said. That might have been Nick Bostrom. And I think there's a lot of problems we have to get right, and even to think about this stuff. And it relates to the question that was just asked about the ethics of killing animals. I mean, we could live to see a time where there's just as poignant an ethical question about you turning off your computer. Are you committing a murder when you turn off a computer of sufficient sophistication, right? Or are we inadvertently building machines that can suffer? And that's a huge problem. So.
Hello, Sam. My question relates to your claim about our lack of free will. Given such postulate is true, how do we draw the line between the incompatible nature of free will with reality as we understand it versus our lack of free will and its irreconcilable nature with a functioning pragmatism? In other words, if the most evil man we can envision is simply a Darwinistic and/or environmental error who happened to inherit a concoction of variances which he did not choose, how do we finally calibrate our moral scruples on an obvious contradiction between well-being and responsibility? As an example, if we were to create a pill that could cure the next kid who would potentially be Charles Whitman, it seems a net positive for everyone in doing so. However, if we try to run the same logic with Hitler and Saddam Hussein post-atrocities, our moral edifice seems to fall right under our feet. Granted, such situations are anomalous, but I would argue the same logic can be applied at a lesser degree on most criminals. So I have two questions for you. Number one, could it be that...
What's amazing here is what you're doing now, people really often hate, but you're doing it so well that it's just fun. So just keep doing it. So ask your question.
I'm very nervous right now, which is why I'm trying to speak so fast.
No, it's great. Okay.
Number one, could it be that the pragmatic implications of a nonchalant happiest can be Hitler roaming around, jeopardize society, and therein overturn his lack of responsibility for having done so in the first place? And number two, where do you draw the boundary between our ethical commitment to curing the ill and the devastating repercussions their misapprehensions can cause on society?
Right, okay. Well, that's a great question about the implications of dispensing with free will on our morality and on our politics and on our solving problems together. Well, so I think, I don't know where, we haven't talked about this, but I don't know if free will makes as little sense to you as it does to me. I think free will is I think there's no way to think about the propagation of causes in this world that makes any deep sense of this notion of free will. And I think if we understood ourselves, if you grant that nobody picks their parents, nobody picks their genes, nobody picks the environmental influences to the system that's specified by genes and development.
Yeah, I mean, we're each a bag of particles governed by the laws of physics, and that's all there is to it.
Yeah, and even if you added, ectoplasm or immortal souls, I mean, nobody picks their souls, or soul.
Or even put quantum mechanics, the randomness of quantum mechanics, is that what we mean by volitional choice?
Exactly, right. So we're sort of on the same page, it sounds like. So,
But we had to say that.
Yeah. And if you returned our brains to precisely the state they're in at this moment, we would make the noises that we're making in precisely the same way.
No.
Every time. Well, but adding randomness.
I do not agree with
randomness
that.
doesn't help.
Randomness doesn't help, but we wouldn't make the same noises. We would make different noises, but we couldn't choose what noises we would make, and that's very different.
Those noises would be dictated by the totality of influences to the system in that moment. Are you adding quantumness, or are you adding...
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, so this whole idea of rerunning the tape and running it forward again does not yield the same progression, but it doesn't yield the progression that we have volitional choice of.
Right, got it, okay. So quantum mechanics
doesn't... make that clear.
Yeah, quantum mechanics doesn't get you the freedom you think you have either.
Exactly.
So, but you add this additional piece where we have these cases where, someone does something heinous, like there was a case that I talked about with Robert Sapolsky on my podcast that it was in the news where some, otherwise totally normal guy started getting really fixated on child pornography, right? So there was, child pornography was found on his work computer or whatever. He got fired, and then he started doing all kinds of inappropriate things, and they discovered he had a brain tumor, and the judge in this case didn't find the brain tumor totally exculpatory for somebody. Like the judge sort of split the baby and put him in jail for 8 years when it could have been, for the rest of his life. And Robert and I both talked about what a bizarre miscarriage of justice that was. But it is an intuition that we all have that once you understand the causes of bad behavior clearly enough, once you find a brain tumor that's big enough and in just the right place, as was the case with Charles Whitman, who you referenced, that seems exculpatory. That seems like, okay, this person's just suffering bad luck. He's got a bad roll of the dice biologically. He's not the really evil person who deserves to be punished. Well, my argument is that if you understood all of the causal connections that dictate our behavior, you would arrive at that same epiphany with respect to every evil thing that every person does. And what's more, if we had a cure for those causes, right? If there was a cure, right now there's no cure for psychopathy. We just have people who are psychopaths, evil people who are reliably doing terrible things because they're selfish and they don't feel the kind of empathy that most of us feel for the suffering of others. Well, then if we had something we could put in the water so as to just knock psychopathy just out of the theater of human events, we would do that, and we would then view psychopathy as a condition like diabetes, right? There's not much praise or blame associated with having it. It's just bad luck, right? Now, your concern is that I think that we need, we're in this sort of no man's land where we don't totally understand the basis of human behavior, and what's more, we don't have remedies for people being bad.
Right. My thing is, I understand your case with Charles Whitman and say maybe
right.
13.
But with Hitler, it's hard,
exactly.
right? And I mean, I would grant you that there are, on some level, we do just want to do what works, right? I mean, and there's so like the question is the question of whether to punish bad people isn't a question about free will. It's not saying they could do otherwise. The question is, and then therefore it's not a question of them really deserving to be punished once you catch them, because they really are bad. The question is, what are the effects of punishment? And in many cases, the effects are what we want them to be, right? Punishment, certain kinds of punishments reliably dissuade people from doing bad things when they're dissuadable. Now, some people are not dissuadable, right? And some punishments are so out of register with the thing we're trying to prevent that they derange something else about our society. I mean, if we can't make, if it was a matter of capital punishment for, cutting into line at the bank, right? Well, then, no one would ever cut into line, but, we would live in a horrific society, right? And there's some societies that kind of approximate that. I mean, so, there are authoritarian societies like Singapore where they seem to cane you or kill you for just about anything, right? And it's very orderly, right? And so, like, there are people who will talk about the upside of killing people for marijuana possession because it works so damn well in Singapore. Now, I don't think they have it, the dial tuned to quite the right spot there, but again, it comes down to what sort of world you want to live in, and I think, but I think this conversation is only going to be going in one direction. It's not like we're going to learn less and less about ourselves, right? And the more and more we learn about ourselves, it's going to fill in the blank spaces on the map in a reliable way, and it'll be in a way that makes things look like there's no deep agency, there's no deep responsibility, and there's no bright line between when someone becomes the victim of circumstance, I mean, the example I often use is, I mean, Saddam Hussein, when he's 40 years old, is a scary bastard who just deserves to be hung, right? Because he's made enough people suffer. He has this coming to him. But you roll back the clock in his life, well, you know, he's 18, well, he's still pretty scary and, you know, probably deserves to be hung, right? But when he's 4, he is just the unlucky boy who has bad genes and bad parents and a bad society, who was destined to become Saddam Hussein on some level, right? And the more we learn about ourselves is going to make the kind of the timeline look more and more like the boy's timeline, and less like the scary man's timeline. I mean, that's what I would argue, but that I guess remains to be
Brian
seen.
and Sam, we got a minute to finish up here. If you guys have any final thoughts for the evening.
Okay, so sorry, we just got to the end of the voice of God tells us that we're time is real. Do you have any closing point that you want to make?
No, I'm good.
Good. Awesome.
All right, everyone, please give a big round of applause to Brian Greene and Sam Harris.
Thank you so much.
Why is it so easy to have difficult conversations within a restricted group according to certain rules of interaction which have been largely forgotten? And what is making that so difficult to do in this larger container? And it's sort of fantastic that you see the same problem on different continents and different countries and different cultures, so that there really is some sort of global environmental variable that is making it very tough to do in public. So I think that in some sense it's a great premise, but it is also the conceit here is that it's actually relatively satisfying and easy to do it once you agree to what a conversation is.
Does everyone accept that?
Yeah, I mean, the premise is it is in fact terribly difficult to do widely, and you do it at great reputational risk, it seems, but it's totally bewildering that this is the case. I mean, it should be, as Eric points out, it should be easy to do. It should be, I mean, these are, with a modicum of charity, and with, I mean, this trope that Eric, I don't know if this is your coinage or not, the notion of steelmanning, but the ability to, the practice of putting your opponent's view in a form that he or she would agree with, and then addressing that, your arguments to that. I mean, that is so rare in normal society, within journalism, or, you know, the talking heads on television, that it seems like some sort of intellectual breakthrough and a moral breakthrough, but it's just basic
simply to be
decency,
moderately
you know?
generous towards your opponent. Yeah. Maajid, you were going to jump in
I think that when you give everyone a voice, there are good things that happen with that and bad things. And one of the bad things is that everyone has a voice, everyone has a platform, therefore everyone has an audience that they're playing to. And if everyone is attempting to please their own audience and the echo chamber that their audience is and the confirmation bias that is prevalent, then people aren't speaking to each other, they're speaking at each other to their audiences. And that's when often you find people are speaking, actually, you know, they're speaking across each other, because really what's happening is I'm too busy worried about what my followers will think about what I'm saying, rather than actually having a conversation with the person in front of me. And I'm also worried about the backlash. And I'm also worried about the backlash if I say something I want to say from my followers or from other people's followers. So I notice there's also hypocrisy in that. So often the backlash is weaponized for political purposes. And so if you compare, let's say, Roseanne Barr and something she said on Twitter with, say, this lady Young on the New York Times editorial board. What's her first name? Forgive me. Sarah, right? And the same people that are calling for Roseanne never to have a TV show ever again are defending Sarah. And the same people that are saying that Sarah should be sacked were defending Roseanne, because actually it's all about what your audience wants. And you cannot have a civilized conversation if that's what your thought process is, and if everyone, therefore, is playing to their audiences rather than actually having a conversation with the person in front of them.
Let's address. Sorry, do you want to jump in there?
Yeah,
Bret?
I did. I think there are a couple things. One lesson from the fact that there is, for lack of a better term, an IDW that is succeeding in having difficult conversations, and there's a general experience of difficult conversations running off the rails. You can tell that there must be something distinct, and you can pretty well infer that it's going to be the need to do something counterintuitive. That people who are not succeeding in having those conversations are abiding by some set of rules, and somewhere in those rules is something you're going to have to reverse, even though it feels wrong. So maybe it's the generosity towards the person that you are disagreeing with, imagining that they may have a point that you haven't seen, for example. Another thing is that there are a very tiny number of bad actors, percentage-wise, but they have a very big effect. It does not take very many people trying to derail a conversation to prevent that conversation from happening. And so figuring out how you are going to bar those people in order that the rest can have the conversation is maybe rule one. You can't have the bad actor in a position to disrupt everybody else. And the final thing is, there's just an unnatural fact about the number of people involved in these conversations. The internet is putting us all in contact with each other. And that's having a consequence for language that is really unfortunate, which is that every term is becoming incredibly broad because it comes to include everybody's version of that term. So language has become so crude that we can't have a conversation until we do something, again, counterintuitive, which is invest the time on the front end to say, all right, well, this term, like let's say race, for example, what exactly do we mean? Before we jump into a conversation about race, can we define that well enough that we all know what the term means when we get there, so that we're not tripping over basically effectively mutually exclusive definitions that cause misunderstanding?
Why would there be a misunderstanding about the meaning of the word race?
Oh, it's a great test case because, I mean, in fact, I've changed my position on it because I constantly heard as a biologist that I'm supposed to believe that race doesn't exist because there's more genetic variation within so-called races than between. And that's true, but also meaningless. And so I was pushing back on that for years because that mathematical fact does not imply that races don't exist. It implies that there's a demarcation issue. The reason I've reversed my position is that the way we categorize race actually follows effectively the one-drop rule, where we will call somebody black because they have some black in them. That's not a biological phenomenon. That's a sociological phenomenon that's responsive to a kind of selection. So when I say race, that's very imprecise. I will tend to say population because that is a rigorous term, and I will try to avoid race because it is very hard to define in any way that is rigorous. On the other hand, if I'm going to participate in a conversation about race, I have to figure out, am I going to try to get everybody in that conversation on board with a different term, or am I going to sign up for that term and potentially run afoul of what I know to be true?
Bret, you've just done what I was going to ask you to do. Douglas, you look wistful in a way that I can't tell whether you're flatulent or
it's
about
very
to
hard. Sometimes it's wistful, sometimes it's anger. It's very hard. There's a very tiny line.
What I did want to get you to do up front so that we don't get derailed into just talking about one way in which it's difficult to have civil conversations was for each of you, who each have quite specific fields of expertise and quite specific interests, to give us a brief articulation of a way in which civil discourse breaks down or is difficult in your particular field. Bret, I think you just did that because I think race and racial sort of allyship is fundamentally what has brought you to the notoriety that you have. Sam, do you want to take on faith?
Sure. Yeah. So, yeah, haven't I already done that?
This is back to the beginnings.
There's no obvious downside.
So I guess the one sort of generic problem here is that many people, it seems most people, most of the time, whether they'll answer to this charge or not, it still is operating in the background. Most people imagine that wanting something to be true counts at least a little bit as evidence that it is true. I mean, there is it functions as confirmation bias. often. But I'm thinking of what is quite possibly the worst justification for religious faith I've ever encountered, and it's amazingly popular. It's some version of, I wouldn't want to live in a universe where there isn't a God who can hear prayers or who can look after things. I wouldn't want to live in a universe where there wasn't some basic love that was a principle of existence spread throughout the galaxy. Well, the fact that you have that preference says exactly nothing about the universe you're living in, right? And there's no place better than science to get that way of thinking beaten out of you. Though it obviously can happen in science, but in science we have pathologized it as confirmation bias or wishful thinking or some form of fraud. In religion, and with this notion of faith, it is. In some cases, it's explicit. I mean, it is explicitly proposed that because it is so, we can so readily believe in these things, that says something about the plausibility of the doctrines themselves. It certainly says something about their necessity or their usefulness. So I think the universal solvent that first has to be applied is differentiating what you have good reason to believe from what you otherwise would hope is true, wish weren't true, etc. And the only and this is why Pascal's wager, while it has done immense work in our conversation about religion for a few hundred years, has never made any sense. I mean, to consciously adopt a belief because it might be good for you to believe such a thing is not something we should be able to do. I mean, in order to actually believe a proposition to be true, you have to believe that you stand in some relationship to the fact such that if it weren't true, you wouldn't believe it. And wanting something to be true or believing that it would be good for you if it were true is precisely the wrong relationship to have with reality in order to actually be representing it faithfully. So yeah, the first, and this is one of the things that makes conversations on so many of these topics so difficult, because people come in with a very strong, visceral sense that certain things have to be true, otherwise the wheels come off of our common project together. So race has to be an illusion, or it has to be true, depending on somebody's predilection. Systemic racism has to account for all of the differences we see in outcomes for people. Otherwise, something horrible that we can't begin to talk about will be true. And so we find ourselves often in conversations with people who have such an emotional attachment to things being a certain way, they're not even processing any argument you give one way or the other. And to even be giving some kind of counter argument is to be convicted in advance of some reprehensible immoral commitment.
And if it's difficult to dissuade somebody of something that they want to believe in on some kind of social issue, then when the stakes are as high as eternal salvation and the meaning of the universe, it's even trickier, isn't it? Maajid, will you take Islam?
So you're saying these are areas that make it difficult to have conversations
in what respect
about
is
this,
it
right?
difficult to have a civil conversation about Islam?
It's easier to ask.
Let's just move right on to Douglas immediately, shall we?
Let me count the ways. So it's often said when you're at a family dinner that the easiest way to torpedo the conversation is to talk about religion or politics. And I just happen to have to, as a professional hazard, to speak about both and their intersection on a daily basis. And Islam happens to be probably today the most difficult religion in terms of its relationship with the world. And I say today as a qualifier because it's obviously there's nothing, I think, predetermined for that to remain this way forever. But that's where we are at the moment. And so your introduction pretty much summed it up. Up until recently, thank you very much, SPLC, up until recently was listed on both sides of the Atlantic on two separate lists for attempting to have this conversation. Some of you probably have heard of the SPLC debacle. For them, victory for me.
Just explain it, Maajid.
So, I'll allow that. At any one given time, this time last year, I was on 2 separate lists. In the United Kingdom, I was listed by Thomson Reuters World Check, which is a database, I think Australians say data.
We will understand. We have television here.
Shall I slow down and use subtitles? So it's a database that banks, border agencies, and all types of corporates, accountancy firms subscribe to do background checks on the person that they're servicing, right? So if you're going to an accountancy firm, they want to know if you're involved in financial terrorism. If you are, they don't want to do your accounts. If you go to a bank, likewise, they don't want you to bank with them if you're involved in financial terrorism. Border agency is self-explanatory. So all of these different, quite powerful institutions subscribe to Thomson Reuters, yes, the journalism agency Reuters, that runs a database called World Check that is run on a subscription model for profit. And for some reason, I found myself under the category red terrorism designation of this Thomson Reuters World Check database. So in the United Kingdom, I was listed under a category red terrorism designation, which meant bank accounts were shut down. It meant I had trouble at borders, and it meant that accountancy firms were refusing to work with me. And yet, at the same time, so this is Muslim terrorism, right, listed. At the same exact time, across the Atlantic, in the United States of America, I was listed by the Southern Poverty Law Center as an anti-Muslim extremist. And so these 2 lists were going side by side. And it got to a point where, as you can imagine, both are very powerful and influential organizations. The Southern Poverty Law Center was used by the FBI. It was, of course, it's the organization that George Clooney gave $1 million to, and Tim Cook, head of Apple, gave $2 million to. That means $3 million, which eventually I won when I sued them. I actually won $3.4 million because they offered me $3 million. I said no, and then I made $400,000 in a day.
Somehow I think you're not going to get an Apple commercial out of this.
So, now, I also sued the Thomson Reuters World Check, but actually, in the United Kingdom, when you sue for defamation, Douglas, just in case it ever happens to you, you've got to sue in America, right? Because though it's harder to prove, it's actually, you win a lot more. So I only got 40,000 for Thomson Reuters World Check, pounds sterling. But the point being, seriously, is that...
You're getting dinner, Maajid.
I became tired of... I was unable to move, because you can imagine, these lists, I mean, so SPLC had its power, its influence, and people were listening to it. And World Check is what it is. Banks, accountancy firms, I had bank accounts, literally bank accounts were shut down. It became very difficult for me to operate. And when you get to that stage, using the law to sue for defamation is usually, it's a last recourse, because it's high risk. Imagine I'd lost that case in the Southern Poverty Law Center. People would then forever say, look, he is an anti-Muslim extremist because he sued them and he lost. It's a very high-risk strategy. But in the end, of course, I'm vindicated on both sides. But that kind of symbolizes, I think, this example symbolizes what's wrong with this conversation. That you try and have a reasonable conversation. And people that know Quilliam's work will know that to categorize me as a Muslim terrorist is just absurd. And also, people that know that I continue to identify as a Muslim, to categorize me as an anti-Muslim is absurd. And if I am not safe from that kind of absurdity, then, try and get a normal everyday person to have this conversation, who doesn't have the access to those resources, who doesn't want to basically play Russian roulette with whether they're going to win a court case or not, and forever be tarnished if they lose, And then imagine how difficult it is for the average person here to have that conversation that we're saying we should all be having, and get away without being harmed.
Or just ostracized from the room that you happen to be having the conversation in, or hounded on Twitter until you leave that dreadful platform. Douglas, why don't you take immigration?
Sure. Let me start by saying something. I wanted to chip in on your previous question, which is some of the reasons why it's hard. And let me start with this one. It's 18 years since I wrote my first book, and something in my own professional life, I'm not that old, but something in my own professional life has very fundamentally changed in that time. And I've been trying to work out how to sum it up, and it's something like this. I was, when I started becoming a writer, aware that to be a writer or to be a good writer, you should make sure that you write in such a way that no honest critic can misrepresent what you have said. That if you're a public speaker, no honest critic could misrepresent honestly the content of your speech. And something has changed. I think it's information technology, social media, and more. Something has changed in the last couple of decades to get us to the situation I would now summarize as everyone who writes and speaks in public has to write and speak in a manner that ensures that a dishonest critic couldn't dishonestly misrepresent what you've said, which basically cannot be done. It's an almost impossible task. And I try to resist this as a writer and try to continue to say what I think, but even I'm aware of occasions when I might shave something off. An example.
Self-censor?
Yeah, I mean, there's an example, let me give you one just quite recently. Some years ago at a friend's memorial service, a great son of this country, Barry Humphries, was giving a eulogy, and he read a poem, and it's one of the only times I've burst out laughing at a memorial service. Barry Humphries read this poem that our late friend had wanted him to read, and it was an E. E. Cummings poem, and it was sort of 4 lines, and it made no sense, and all of us sitting in the congregation were sort of... Anyhow, Barry Humphries read these 4 lines, and then at the end said, "I've no idea what that poem means." But he said, if there's anyone here who does understand and can tell me, I will give them a box of black magic chocolates. None of us had heard of black magic chocolates for years. They're still around. Anyhow, with some friends, it became the sort of thing. We often used to joke, whoever's late to dinner has to give everyone else a box of black magic chocolates or whatever. Anyhow.
By the way, to our American audience, Barry Humphries was the man behind Dame Edna, which is probably what they would know. He's bafflingly unfamous in the States.
Well, it's their fault for being ignorant about that. So, anyway, the reason I tell you this story is because some time ago I was writing a piece, and I was being rude about something or someone, and I said at some point... and I give a box of black magic chocolates to whoever can come up with the answer to this. And I just realized, first of all, not everyone was in on the joke, obviously. Secondly, it was sort of fun enough, but the main thing was I suddenly thought there's just no point in saying black magic chocolates. I just should change it to like Roses or Quality Street or something. And I told this to a black friend of mine who was like, "You did what?" And I was just like, well, I just thought, like, somebody might think, why would he choose black magic chocolates? There's something sinister about that. It's and I just thought, why risk any hassle? So I just threw in Quality Street or something. Anyhow, the point is that you can't really do that. You can't write in order that some absolute maniac won't dishonestly accuse you of something you're not guilty of. So if I feel that, I know that a lot of other people do. The other thing that's really stopping conversation these days is the idea that you can't speak about any experience that isn't your own. Mm-hmm. The sort of breakdown, the identity politics reduction, which means unless you're a woman, you can't speak about anything to do with women. Unless you're a man, et cetera, unless you're this color, you can't talk about that. Unless you're this religion, you can't talk about that. Unless that's your sexual practice and orientation, you can't talk about that. Which just, it's forever cutting off conversation which actually is connected to all of us. We're not these weird subsections. We're also a society. We're also communities beyond that kind of breakdown. And this is making almost all discussion very difficult. And it comes back to what Maajid just said, which is the cost of entry is being made too high for most people. That's my general view. Yeah. If somebody watches what Maajid has put up with in the work he's done, like, why would you do that? Why would you get into that? It happens to be one of the most important things you could get into, but why would you put up with that crap? You could go off and do something else. And this is one of the great successes of the people who've pushed back against Maajid, who've pushed back on all of us in some way. And just one other thing, which is worth throwing out there, which is what I call the YouTubeization of discussion. And the YouTubeization of discussion goes something along these lines. It happens to me sometimes, by the way. I'm sometimes on YouTube and I'll be looking for the latest clip of Eric Weinstein or Stein. Oh my God, I just Steined you, yeah.
Forever Stein.
Eric, I'll be looking up on YouTube. And sometimes there's something that will come up and it'll be like 10 times Douglas Murray annihilated someone or something. Or watch Douglas Murray destroy this person. And I sometimes go, oh, I wonder what I did then. and I click, and I don't do this often, by the way. It's only like most days. No, but I click sometimes, and I go, oh, well, that's just what we used to call a discussion.
Yep.
But it's presented in that way, and very rarely do you actually annihilate someone on television. But the problem about this is it seeps into the general discourse, and I notice people now do this in television studios. They go on in order to have the YouTube excerpt of it announced as X destroys Y utterly and makes him cry. And most discussion isn't like that.
But in your case, it really is.
Oh, well. Well, sometimes, yeah, okay. Anyhow, but that makes it very difficult as well, because people, as somebody said, are auditioning for another medium.
Just talking of auditions, I've just got to make very clear. I did audition today to come here as a woman, but you didn't accept my application. I noticed that.
You're going to have to work harder at it, I would say. You're not really pulling it off.
It is a...
You can transition at any point in this conversation.
Precisely. That's what's going to give it the gender balance.
Good.
I didn't really answer your question.
You didn't answer. I mean,
I answered a load of other questions of my own invention.
I don't even think the word immigration appeared in your answer once.
I don't remember.
We'll treasure that moment.
An incredibly novel position on immigration, just articulated by Douglas Murray.
But I think you raised some interesting issues which I want to come back to. And so, Eric, one thing that I think that you could speak to here is, I've been interested in your sort of defense of disagreeableness. In other words, do you want to take on the question of civility itself? In other words, whether or not we can have civil conversations about incivility and civility. I mean, lately it seems like we can't even talk about whether or not we should be being civil without being uncivil about that.
Yeah, there's a lot of chicken and egg in our future on this one. There's an old definition of a gentleman as a man who's never rude by accident. And it's very important that incivility be a spice and not a substrate or a main course. So once in a blue moon, it's perfectly reasonable to eviscerate someone when they are behaving badly, and it's in fact necessary for civility to forcibly let people know that you're quite unhappy. I think that the bigger issue here has to do with something that, like, what really can't we talk about? If you think about what happened in medicine, we had this concept of iatrogenic outcomes, where the harm was done by the hospital, the healer, the nurse, the medicine. And there was a tremendous amount of harm done by people in the healing professions. And this was very confusing. It's it's a kind of societal autoimmune disease. You want medicine, you want hospitals, you want healers, and in fact they were doing a tremendous amount of harm, and it was very difficult to talk to your priestly class and say, wow, you guys are totally out of control and you're killing people like crazy. What is making this so difficult is what I would call journogenic effects. That is, everything that we do passes through this kind of sense-making apparatus. And the sense-making apparatus is suffering from some kind of crazy autoimmune disease where we absolutely need journalism. I mean, make no mistake about it. We need journalists, we need journalism, and what we have is crowding out the journalism that we need. So it's very confusing, right? Because at some level you hear somebody like President Trump saying, the press is the enemy. And in some weird way he's right, and in some weird way he's terribly wrong. So if you take Maajid's situation, it's only confusing to Maajid because he hasn't studied quantum mechanics deeply enough to realize that he's Schrodinger's Muslim.
I told you he was the maths nerd of the Marvel group.
And, poor Douglas didn't understand that he needed magic chocolates of color, and then everything would be fine. We're in some situation where we're trying to figure out what can we say so that we do not find ourselves tomorrow hating our own existence because we've wound up in some previously respectable paper or news program completely misportrayed. So let me just ask you, how many people here, like I'm sitting on the far right of this panel, how many people here are on the far right? Okay. How many people here are the alt-right? Okay, tomorrow there's going to be a paper that says, if anybody covers this at all, a collection of 6 intellectuals was assembled on stage as a gateway drug to the alt-right. Popular with the alt-right. And go on, alt-right, alt-right, alt-right. Now, by perseverating, by just repeating something over and over again, like, are there any women in the audience tonight? Okay, technically you don't exist. I'm sorry to say it. Because you're all frustrated white male incels. You don't know this, but it will happen, right? And, we had our friend Jordan Peterson talking to Nellie Bowles of the New York Times, who preceded the esteemed Sarah Jung into this august paper of record. And he, of course, used the phrase enforced monogamy. So what was he going to do with enforced monogamy? He was going to redistribute hot females to incapable males to solve the problem of potentially dangerous mass murderers in Canada. Now, I say this sort of jokingly, but it's really not a joke. I mean, these people are absolutely insane, right? It's complete insanity, and it's insanity in the heart of our sense-making apparatus.
Why is it insanity? Sorry, Martin.
You tweeted something, didn't you, explaining what enforced monogamy meant in a sociological or anthropological sense?
Well, I didn't want to do that, in fact.
I retweeted you.
I know.
Yeah.
I did.
You did your part.
A moment of...
Dangerous Muslim, non-Muslim. Retweets psychopathic Jew.
You might need to...
We got a good thing going, Maajid. So in this situation, what I did was I said, enforced monogamy is not unknown to evolutionary theory, but it's certainly a term that I've heard before, I guess it's coming out of anthropology. So I figured the New York Times would probably have used this exact reserved term. So all I did was put in the reserved term in quotes, enforced monogamy. Sure enough, I get 2 results, both of them positive, from previous articles in the New York Times, one of which was talking about reforms in Afghanistan, which were pro-female, and the other one was talking about breeding in fruit flies, which was again, extended to the idea that this would be a positive thing. So these people are on both sides of the aisle. The real thing that's happening is that you have this thing which I call the alt-right, with W-R-I-T-E, right? And what it does is it takes this alternate sense-making collective, which is what I think the intellectual dark web is, and it misportrays it because it's not reporting on us. It says, oh, you're a competitor. We have a job to do, which is to take you out. And the whole problem of this thing is they didn't count on a large collection of people who disagree about very many things, who have different shades, different genders, different sexual orientations, getting along, and shoving a middle finger in their face and saying, you're not getting away with this. And furthermore, what we're finding out, we are just the advanced wing of this group that you all are, right? This is what I call IDW Nation. It's people, it's people who are coming, you're all over the world, we can have meetups, people can find each other. There's no reason to continue to live in fear of what I call the Chihuahua effect, which Bret was talking about. You've got this tiny number of very vocal, annoying people. I mean, I did a poll on Twitter, and I said, if you have an issue between gender and sex, and you have 2 groups that could adjudicate it, one is gender studies and one is biology, who would you trust? Well, 50% of the comments are like, oh my God, you don't even get the difference between gender and sex. You're so offensive. You're so backward. Thanks, Grandpa, blah, blah, blah. Also comments about my hair, which I really don't understand. The only thing is that 50% of the comments didn't correspond to the 60,000 people who wrote in, where only 5% of them trusted gender studies over biology, right? So this is the whole thing, is that you're living in a gaslit illusion. And the big problem is you've lost your sense-making apparatus. Now, we are not set up to cover the world's news. We're not set up to, teach full courses at a university. That may happen at some point. But fundamentally, what we're trying to do is take back the sense-making apparatus. And what you really need to do is to look for this journogenic corruption of sense-making, because it's a tiny network of people that has crawled into your sense-making apparatus the way a hermit crab crawls into a shell that you already know. Well, it's got a new inhabitant, and it's going to derange everything if you continue to let it. And what all I ask is, take the 5% of you that are the bravest, that are the most financially secure, and raise your voices. This can be the nucleation event where, this is the largest public gathering of us that has ever taken place. Thank you, Australia. Let this be the nucleating event. And this is what will take back this journogenic harm that is coming out of our organs that should be giving us sense, but are actually giving us nonsense and deranging us as Iago deranged Othello against Desdemona. God, I love these people.
We're a very Shakespearean country. I would just wonder whether or not the failings of the conventional mainstream media that you call insane and you seem to think occur out of a sort of sense of feeling threatened by the conversations that you guys are having, are actually better attributable just to mediocrity, groupthink, and laziness and sloppiness. I mean, as someone who works in the establishment professional media myself, in that article that you were alluding to with Jordan in the New York Times, the journalist didn't even explain why she thought that enforced monogamy would be a bad thing. She wrote, "I scoffed and laughed because it's all so absurd." I'm paraphrasing, but that was the gist of the line. And then she didn't go on to explain why it's absurd. She assumes that every single person reading that is automatically going to agree with her and just be laughing and scoffing. Well, I wasn't laughing and scoffing. I wanted to know what she thought. If she wants to tell me that it's absurd, then she has to explain why it's absurd. To me, that is just the assumption that that everyone agrees with you, and you're blind to your own bubble. It's not feeling threatened.
I'm sorry. So you want to know about disagreeability? I want to take the other side of this.
Yeah, go for
counterpart.
it. Yeah.
No, this lady first called up Bret, and then she called up me, and she had something that she really wanted to write. She wanted to write about MRAs, right? Now, I did not know what an MRA was, and she said, "Well, of course, you're an important MRA," and I said, "I don't even own a gun," and she said, "No, not National Rifle Association, Men's Rights Advocate." I said, "Huh?" Or activist, or something. I don't even know what it is, right? Okay. So the point is, we have an ugly suit, and we'd like to fit you into it. And the answer is, well, I decline. I do not wish to wear your ugly suit. Well, you can't do that. We're the New York Times, and we're the paper of record. And my feeling is, no, you're just some lady, and you're not really particularly good at what it is that you do, and that's your problem. Now, in the case of Ezra Klein, he just gave a defense of Sarah Jong. And I did not know this. Boy, did I learn a lot from this article. I really...
Also, just to people who haven't been following the Sarah Jong thing, or who aren't on Twitter quite as much as we are, or who are listening in the future...
How many of you guys have heard about Sarah Jong? You're raising your hands. I can't see anything. Shout. All right.
Who wants to explain it briefly?
Sarah Jong, we did not know. She came out of, I guess, Vox, the Vox group.
I mean, just keeping it very brief, she's someone who the New York Times has hired
to the editorial
board, one of the most important positions in terms of shaping the opinion of the paper. And it turned out that over the course of some years, several years ago, she tweeted things that were anti-white racism.
Things like all white men, I think, should
cancel all white people.
Kill all white men and stuff like that, which basically apparently means...
Well, and what I was going to get at is she came out of some group that was like snarky, and sassy. And snarky and sassy meant that you had like hashtag kill all men. And haha, okay. Well, you could say, well, hashtag Pepe, well, no. Pepe is horrible. Pepe is a threat to democracy.
So designated as a hate symbol by the SPLC, I'll have you know.
It's true. By the way, you have to get me in on this racket because I really need $3 million. But
Pepe is now.
But what we're learning about is that fundamentally these people see this as they've been in this little sort of sub-society, which is like witty and snarky to them, and they are highly empathic with themselves, and they're completely they have no empathy for anyone else. So if you make any joke that isn't from their collective, they just think this is the worst thing. And they want to tell us that we all need to be more empathic in the way that they are empathic, which is to transfer empathy from everybody in society evenly and invested in a tiny number of people who've won the intersectional Olympics over oppression, and to take it away from everybody else who might be worthy. Well, when you start to make these kinds of defenses, it is transparently obvious that you're not playing a fair game, right? You're admitting, when you're up for kill all men as a hashtag, which is like, okay, that's mildly offensive and that she probably shouldn't have done it, but then somebody else makes black magic chocolates and they need to be guillotined. This is prima facie obvious. I want to remind people that in the United States, we begin important documents like, we hold these truths to be self-evident. We don't explain these things. This is beneath analysis. This is transparently obvious. There are some places where you just set a recursion limit. You say, if you're going around saying kill all men and you're also trying to enforce microaggressions that they be stopped, that is the end of the argument. That is, you have effectively tapped out in the language of adult conversation. And what we don't know is how this network has remained in these organs when they are effectively saying, we are completely full of it and cannot be trusted.
I want to explore this, this question of microaggressions and what, Douglas, you were just talking about how anodyne and banal one's creative output has to be if you're terrified of triggering a tripwire. Has anyone seen the Reddit image of, the caption is, me trying not to offend someone when I tell a joke, and it's a picture of someone with all of those laser beams, like, in Mission Impossible, kind of contorted like they're playing Twister, like so they don't touch the red line, and then underneath it someone has responded, my mother was killed by a laser beam, you asshole.
That's exactly.
So, Sam, when you were on my podcast, We the People Live, which I hope everyone subscribes to, you were talking about this in the context...
the one with Hannibal Buress that went
no,
so
it
well?
wasn't. It was the other...
Okay.
It was the other... one of the other episodes that you were on where you were... I was running you through some memes. If you do a Google image search for Sam Harris, what comes up are just a treasure trove of photos of him looking sinister, maybe with red, maybe like turned red with there's blood coming down your face or something, and things that you've said that people regard as being totally outrageous.
Right.
And I see I've been
following Douglas's advice quite well.
Yeah, and
saying the thing that can't be misrepresented.
And you were saying that there are certain that it would be impossible to be a sparkling and interesting writer if your criterion for yourself was that you were never going to write anything that could be intentionally misrepresented and taken out of context. Yeah. How do you deal with that?
Well, the truth is, as Douglas gave us each iteration of this, the final one is truly impossible to defend yourself against. I mean, it's just someone who is hell-bent on misleading people as to what your position actually is will find some way to do that, no matter how anodyne your writing is or isn't. So I've cleaned up I've cleaned up my speech and writing a little bit because some hassles just aren't worth it. So insofar as you can foresee the hassle in real time coming your way as you're forming each sentence, I found it useful to just be aware of not making life needlessly difficult for myself, and that comes at some expense. I mean, because there is a lack of color and a lack of fun
Right.
and freedom in the act of communication. When you can assume a modicum of intelligence and goodwill from on the part of your audience, and you can assume that the people who are following the plot will defend you adequately against the people who are maliciously misrepresenting you, well, then you're kind of free to just to have fun on the high wire a little bit. But it's becoming, I mean, it's gotten so bad with respect to my podcast that there are people who will edit the audio of my podcast so as to make it sound like I'm saying the opposite of what I was saying in context. So it's just, and then there are people who will broadcast those edits to millions of people, and there is no defense against that except to have a large enough audience that cares to push back against it, so that there's this kind of ambient groan whenever that happens, and people notice. But it's a bad job to have to do it oneself, and in fact, I'm now convinced it's almost always counterproductive to defend yourself, because it makes it's boring for all the people who are following the plot and who understand that, in my case, I'm not a racist and misogynist and advocate of genocide against all Muslims or whatever. These are kind of the greatest hits of my detractors. So for me to say yet again in some form, whether it's an article or a podcast or a public talk, listen, I don't actually want to annihilate hundreds of millions of people with nuclear weapons today. That's not my position.
That happens next Tuesday.
Right. Yes. No. That's a few things would have to happen before we would have that conversation about mass genocide. So the people who know that you're not a genocidal maniac don't need to hear you take that particular foot out of your mouth again and again. And the people who are committed to thinking you're a terrible person are truly incorrigible. They're unreachable. And some of them have very large platforms. I mean, there are people who will never apologize. Even when they do it inadvertently, there are people who will never apologize for getting something catastrophically wrong in terms of damaging a person's reputation. So it is unwinnable, and what you continually send the message that you are spending all your time concerned about your reputation and the misrepresentations of things you've said, and it clogs up your bandwidth so much that you at every moment it's a forced choice between cleaning up someone else's mess, which took them like 5 seconds to create, or doing profitable and interesting work yourself. And so I'm making much more, I'm making the choice. It's not even a choice anymore, because the truth is, having pulled back from social media to the degree that I have, I don't even see these small fires that are getting set all the time. And what's interesting about the Sarah Jeong thing is that I think most people who are not on Twitter have no idea about this story. I mean, this was a confection largely of social media. The pushback, her transgressions, all of the carping about the double standard at the Times. I mean, maybe it's appeared in the Atlantic or some other real journal, but whenever I mention this to someone, because the truth is I barely saw it, because I pulled back enough from Twitter that I saw it, but it was not something I was
But you have to be
immersed
careful
in.
here, Sam, because in part your pulling back from social media is a comment which is like, most of the stuff doesn't really matter. And in the case of Sarah Jeong, if what you're saying is true, and I think it is somewhat true, it really matters, and thank God for social media in that particular instance. So you can't say either Twitter isn't real life, right? Because sometimes it really is the only thing covering something, and then in other cases you can get sucked into some shitstorm that just absolutely doesn't matter. And so if you're blissing out on meditation, you can afford to go right through it.
Well,
that was a low blow.
It's actually worse than that, though, because it is real life. See, I'm in the uncomfortable position of knowing that most of my life is, in fact, online. I mean, most of my reputation is online. Anything that could happen materially to harm my career would be happening online. And yet I find the return to sanity, born of not paying much attention to it, so valuable, that it's like that. It's.
I think what you're saying is what you said to me in when we had dinner in London during the World Cup final that we lost.
Yeah.
You're saying that you deactivated it from your phone.
Right.
So you're not constantly, how you ruined your family holiday because you were responding to Ezra Klein on your tweets, and you had your wife and kids there. So what you're saying is that you're taking it off your phone. It's not that you're disengaging completely.
No,
from
but
social
I've
media.
disengaged to the point where it's like I was, because it was on my phone, I was probably checking it, I don't know, some humiliating number of times a day. I mean, it had to be 30 times a day.
Yeah.
And I don't know how much time that accrued each day, but it was considerable. And again, it felt totally justified. This is my job to pay attention to. I'm following all kinds of smart people. I'm following all of you. I see the articles you think I should read. I go ahead and read those articles. It seems incredibly useful. And then I see all the sniping that eventually produces something which I think, well, fuck, I have to respond to this, right? This is beyond the pale. And then, and Ezra Klein was one of those, right? But then I see that even in the best case, when one of these, skirmishes that takes hours or days that results in blog posts or podcasts or something, even when it resolves in a way that seems as satisfying as possible to me and my side, right, where I feel like, oh, well, I finally put that to rest. At best, it's getting back to zero for me. It's like, it's not like, even when you're winning, on some level, you're still an asshole. Right.
But
And again, I say that knowing that things of real consequence, like what was so phantasmagorical about that episode with Ezra Klein was that because I was on vacation and trying to salvage what yet remained of a vacation, I was just paying attention to social media out of the corner of my eye, right? And that was enough that was the worst possible way to split the baby, because I was still responding, but doing it ineptly because I wasn't actually totally following the plot. But now I've actually lost the plot in my own head.
Can I
Bret jump in and then Douglas.
So I want to try to synthesize a little bit of what I think we're learning here, because there's a big punchline, and it has to do with the fact that social media and YouTube are so new that we don't yet know the rules of how to wisely interact with these things. And so I think you're soon to discover that you've solved one problem and you will have created another, and when it comes for you, you're going to figure out how to navigate.
Right. Oh, before you jump in, let me just finish the thing I forgot to say, is that I then had the surreal experience because I was not paying attention to social media, and I was, quote, living in the real world, right? So now I'm back at the pool with my family, and everything is fine, I think. But now I'm getting emails from people who I haven't heard from in a very long time, saying, I just wanted to reach out and say, I'm so sorry this is happening to you. Right, and those are very ominous emails, especially when you're not paying attention.
There's a type of friend who will always alert you to a bad review. I'm so sorry to see.
Bret, just finish that thought.
Yeah. So I just wanted to say, Maajid and Douglas both said something resonated very strongly for me, which is, if I am endangered by saying these things, what is it like for somebody who doesn't have the position that I have to say them? And I went through this exact thing. When I decided to challenge the phony equity coalition at Evergreen, I thought explicitly, I discussed with Heather the fact that I believed my record was so clean on the topic of race, and that I had everything I needed to defend myself, that I was in fact safe enough to take the risk. What I now know is that I would have been annihilated but for Dave Rubin, Joe Rogan, Sam Harris, and Eric, and that those forces actually produced enough counter-narrative online to save me from what would have been my fate absent those mechanisms. So that is a very important discovery, and I think what it says is that most people actually simply do not have the firepower, they don't have the record that will allow them to defend themselves against some of these stigmas, and what is necessary is that we figure out how to engineer our way around that problem.
Douglas has been,
yeah.
waiting patiently.
Just to say, I mean,
at me.
I was about to make the same point as Bret was going to make, but just to refine it this way, I mean, the reason why so many people are going mad is, yes, we haven't found a way to deal with speaking to the world. I mean, it is impossible to find the manner of speaking which could simultaneously be you and a few people in a room, you and the people at your dinner, and possibly everyone in the world. It's jokes are the most obvious one. There is no joke so funny that it can be repeated to everybody in the world all the time.
Forever.
Forever.
Yeah.
And if there's, and we all know most jokes have some edge somewhere. Most of them are not going to last 5 years, let alone et cetera, et cetera. So jokes are the obvious one. The other one is, and I was very worried by what Sam said about that, about the same self-censorship, or not self-censorship, but that thing of stepping back slightly, because what is the problem for politics in all of our countries at the moment? What has produced this backlash in politics? It's that we've had a generation of politicians who can never say anything meaningful in front of people. I mean, I spend a certain amount of my life on shows with politicians, and I know, and Maajid knows, that basically you see it in their eyes.
Yeah.
The aim is to survive the next half hour without plausibly or otherwise being accused of racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia, or something else. And you can see it in the other politicians. There's no meaningful win. The hope is that the other person says something which allows you to say, I think that's quite offensive to X group of people. And then the person goes, oh no. And then they're on the ropes and you've got them. And if you get enough other people, you destroy them and they're dead. And that's it. And the point is that this is why politicians can't say anything.
This could be your effect on these politicians.
But, yeah, it may be. But the point is that this is why politics is going bad, because you can't tell any truth to that kind of audience. Now, the problem is, if down from politicians, or up from politicians maybe, you have the same effect, that the rest of the world also suffers the problem that politicians have of how to speak to everyone all the time.
There's a reason for this, right? So that's a perfect segue to what I was going to say, actually, so thank you, because actually politicians, the reason that happens to politicians, if you go back to what I was saying earlier about everyone speaking to their audience and worrying that their audience will turn against them online, well, if you think about that with your social media followings and not wanting to lose followers and not wanting the mob to turn against you on social media, politicians have for a long time been living that because we live in democracies. And so the politician is constantly worried about the mob turning against them. And what's happened with social media is all of us have become small p politicians because we all have a following and we all have an audience and we don't want that mob to turn against us as they would a politician after a 5-year term. So now all of us are in danger of becoming that boring politician that doesn't say anything interesting because we're trying to offend the least amount of people when we speak. Now, this is why I wanted to just very quickly, I know you want to come back into this, mention an example that is particular to the UK, but you may have heard of. So our former Foreign Secretary, Boris Johnson, who's now not the Foreign Secretary, but is positioning or jockeying to be something or the other in the nation. No one really knows what Boris thinks.
I think we all think he wants to be Prime Minister.
So, formerly at Douglas's...
my first editor.
Yeah, magazine of repute. So Boris Johnson has said something. If I were sitting in front of you here today on this stage, wearing a full black burqa and a niqab covering my face veil, and the only thing you could see of me were my eyes, you probably wouldn't be too happy.
Unless you would transition to being a woman before.
I was about to say, not because, of course, most of you may want to see my face, but actually because when you communicate with somebody on stage, a large part of communication is facial expressions and body language. And if I'm concealing all of that from you, and the only thing you're hearing is a muffled voice coming through, behind a veil like this, then of course it interferes with the communication. Now, there's nothing controversial in what I've just said, at all, right? You probably want to see the person you're speaking to, but a word Eric used earlier, we're living in a gaslit world. So that phrase, gaslighting, when I'm telling you that what you know for a fact to be the reality isn't actually the reality, and instead I'm making you question your sanity because you're seeing the reality in a different way. And so I'm pretending that what you know to be true isn't actually true. You're just going a bit mad. We all know it's true that when you're talking to somebody, you want to see their face, their body language, and their facial expressions. We all know that intuitively. And so along comes Boris Johnson, and he says something, frankly, a bit, bombastic, using his typical bombastic style, and he compares women in face veils to what we say in England is letterboxes. I think the Americans call them mailboxes. I don't know what Australians refer to them as.
Well, now you put me on the spot. What do we call them?
Right? You know where you slide the letter into the slot?
Yeah, letterbox.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
So he uses this phrase. Now, this is, keep in mind, somebody wants to be prime minister, certainly former foreign secretary, he's a senior politician in the country. And the backlash has been unbelievable, to the point where the head of the London Metropolitan Police, the largest police services in the UK, Cressida Dick, she referred the London Metropolitan Police to investigate as to whether this was a criminal offence.
Yeah.
And the incredibly scary news is that the London Metropolitan Police reported back to the head of their police force, Cressida Dick, and said, we've looked into this, and there's currently insufficient evidence to prosecute Boris Johnson for a criminal offence. The fact that it even came to that question is what
would the offence be, Maajid?
Hate speech.
It would have been hate speech. By the way, I did a debate at the East London Mosque about 5 years ago, which is widely regarded as being fairly radical in the UK. And it was on this, and the entire audience were niqabis and wearing burqas.
Yep.
And I made the point quite often. I just didn't know who was speaking, and I thought it was quite a relevant point because it was like I don't know where who, we got somewhere. Yes, and I remember at one point one of the women pointed out that the reason why they did it is because there might be arousal in men, and the presenter very wisely said at one point, asked the important question, could a woman who wasn't wearing a burqa come to your house? And I would be able to take my burqa off. And they said, could Douglas come to your house? And I remember saying, I promise not to get aroused. And there was an audible inhalation of burqa. Anyhow,
very quickly to finish the point I was going to make.
An audible inhalation.
If Boris Johnson, the point I was going to simply say is if Boris Johnson isn't safe from that mob, right?
Yeah.
And this is a man who held high office in the country, and if the police are looking into whether that they should criminally prosecute somebody that was the foreign secretary of the country, just imagine if the average person wants to have a conversation about whether actually they think it's important to see somebody's face.
But it's also just bullshit, isn't it? I mean, it's a false claim being made by people that this is such an outrageous thing to say. It's deliberately, it's people practicing oversensitivity in order to win a different political point.
That's the gaslighting that's going on,
It is
right?
constructed as a threat, and that is why it is important. It's not the content, it's not that it's true, it's that it will stick. And so I really want to get to the flip side of this, which is what do we do to break the back of this thing?
And by the way, Brett, let's just pause and let people know that you'll be able to ask questions in just a few minutes, all right? So we will be taking questions from the audience, so that I'll give you the final word on this particular session, Brett.
So what we're finding out, we're doing a note comparison up here, and we're finding out some important things. Typical to imagine, hey, if I'm barely able to say what needs to be said, what are people who are in a lesser position to say those same things facing when they do it? That there's this stigma that comes back. How do we engineer a reduction in the effectiveness of that stigma? Well, we also have another place where we can compare notes here. Everybody has seen Jordan Peterson having tripped over the idea of enforced monogamy with Nellie Bowles. But we have two other data points. Eric and I both talked to Nellie. She tried to get each of us to acknowledge that we were MRAs. I don't remember if I even knew what the term was, as Eric did not know, but the fact that she went through 3 members of the so-called IDW looking for somebody she could get to sign up for some position that would seem frightening, and finally landed on Jordan Peterson, who was maybe slightly less careful, tells you that this was not a journalist. This was somebody looking to establish a story that would stigmatize in this case, Jordan, the whole IDW. So you're getting a peek into what the mechanism is and how it functions. Now, how would you fight something like that? you would, A, take people who are in the strongest position to say difficult things, and they can provide cover for people who are in a slightly less strong position. So what you want is for safety to spread, because ultimately what breaks the back of this thing is numbers. It's large numbers of people saying, that's bullshit, right? So if we can get there, it'll be a whole different landscape. Now, in terms of social media, we've got two things. We've got, or maybe it's three. We've got the huge danger of getting sucked in, ruining your family vacation, losing your actual quality of life to this thing that can suck up all your time. You've got a very big liability in terms of social media being used. If somebody becomes truly dangerous to something powerful, then manipulating them through social media, in other words, creating phony outrage amongst a small number of accounts, can cause you to have your attention sucked into fighting something that isn't even real. But there is also a solution in social media to these problems. In other words, my experience of thinking I was safe enough to fight the phony equity coalition, discovering that in fact I wasn't anywhere near safe enough, absent the help of people who had a bigger following who could stamp out the fake narrative that I was a racist. So that kind of thing is the mechanism that we want to spread, which is to rescue honorable people from this phony outrage, from fake threats, stigma, all of these things, such that people in general can get back to a life where you are free to make a joke. And you are free to make a joke and discover, actually, that one's a little over the line. I regret it, but it's not like a revelation about some deep defect. So I would say, at some level, I think we're learning the rules of a brand new landscape, and those rules are bound to be more interesting than we think. But there's a lot to be worried about.
Jon Stewart used to say that when he would interview Hillary Clinton, after asking a question, you could see her brain buffering to try to figure out whether or not she was going to say something that could even remotely be interpreted as being as giving offense to anybody. And you're sort of terrifying me that maybe we're all going to become Hillary Clintons in that respect. Let's take some questions from the audience. If you do have a question, can you come up to the microphone? And just a reminder, if you keep it concise, everyone will love you, and if you ramble, everyone will hate you. And also, questions end in question marks. They're not biographies. Yes, go for it over here.
I organise an IDW meetup in Sydney, for anyone. And the next topic that we're going to be discussing is gender. And as part of that, one of the people said they're going to bring along a person who is an activist of the, LGBTQI, ABCD, whatever. And I made the very simple rule that if you want to come, you have to answer with arguments and not slurs. So is that a fair rule? And if yes or no, how do we stop becoming a kind of an echo chamber or strawman, the kind of identitarian arguments within this group of people?
Well, one request, can we bring up the house lights a little bit so we can see?
Do they want to say who the question's for, or is it just...
Yeah, why don't you take your pick? Who would you like to answer it? Because all of them could.
Oh, okay. Whoever jumps in first.
Can I give one possibility? Because obviously this is a subject which is a more considerable landmine than many others as an issue. I think that one of the most important ground rules is this. You have to say, stop equating speech and violence. Stop saying, in all of this stuff, we need to find a way to think out loud. Okay, in a group like you're describing, any other group, we have to find a way to think out loud and to try stuff out. Sometimes it will be wrong, often it'll be right, and so on, but we have to be able to have that ability. And one of the things that's stopping it is this endless equation of a thought that you've had and have voiced with the most extreme act of violence. So, for instance, if you say X, it's people like you that are the reason why so many of these people are killing themselves. You can't have any conversation if a part of the answer is being presented in that way. And I suppose just to see the people who are doing that as just using another tactic in order to win a particular sectional point. But allowing words to be words again is the beginning of some kind of solution.
Yeah, very quickly, there's something I said about that, because on the niqab debate, they were saying that Boris shouldn't have said what he said because it will encourage hate crime against Muslim women in niqabs. Now, I'm often repeat this mantra that I came up with, that no idea is above scrutiny and no person should be beneath dignity. And I'm all for protecting the dignity of the woman inside the veil while criticizing and even mocking the fact that she has to cover her face because somehow her beauty needs to be kept wrapped up like a sweet, which is the analogy often given in mosques. Now, if you follow this principle that you can't say something because it encourages hate crime against the person you're speaking about, you can't be critical of their ideas, you could apply it both ways. So I said that I put up a status, and it's like, if we can't speak about Muslim fundamentalism because it can be used, our critique of Muslim fundamentalism can be used to encourage hate crime against Muslims, then let's not also speak about anti-Muslim bigotry, because jihadists use that to recruit people to kill non-Muslims. It's a very real thing. Jihadists are killing non-Muslims, and they use Islamophobia. I don't like that phrase. They use Islamophobia as an excuse to recruit people. So likewise, we shouldn't speak about discrimination against Muslims either, because we're encouraging hate crime. And so in the end, what we find is that we can't say anything. We want to just shut up and not speak.
Well, that's the aim.
That is indeed. So I've just got to say, don't allow for anyone to tell you that when discussing ideas, you shouldn't talk about them because what somebody else might do. Of course, everyone's individually responsible. We have to be responsible for how we speak about our own ideas, but not for how other people abuse what we're trying to say. And I'll shut up on this point, which is I'm a bit wary about using the phrase intellectual dark web to describe anything about ourselves. And I'm here because I like these guys. I don't know, that's pretty much it.
But that's exactly the way they talk on the intellectual dark web.
If I get through something super quick.
Eric coined it. I think it's your fault.
Yeah, I'm up for you doing this IDW thing. The simple thing I would say is if you go to an amusement park, you might see a sign that says you have to be this healthy to be on this ride. And so fundamentally, if the issue is going to come out that it's a question of compassion, you have to say, look, you have to be healthy enough in order to come to this meetup in order that you can participate in a discussion. And our compassion for you suggests that if you're not that healthy, we would prefer that you not attend the meeting so that you can care for yourself and hopefully nurse yourself to a point where you can actually handle some ideas that could be precursor to something dangerous. There's no way to avoid having saltpeter in the world because it can be a precursor to black powder. So you're totally within your rights to do that and do it from a position of compassion.
I also just want to point out that we are having a harder time answering that question because of the destruction of the concept of safe space, which should mean a space in which it is safe to take the risks of speaking off the cuff and discovering that your idea isn't as good as you thought or something like that. So safe space has been co-opted to be a space that you are safe from the possibility of offense, which is a space in which you can make no useful progress. But it should be recaptured and turned into a space in which you can take risks, and it is safe enough for you to do that, and that's really, I think, what you're looking to create, and it's a good thing.
And if the question is about how to deal with someone who you're bringing in order to advocate on behalf of minority sexualities, then I think that comes also back to the point that's been made several times about it not necessarily being necessary to be a member of that minority in order to be able to speak cohesively about it or convincingly about it. 1/3 of this panel is gay, and Douglas, you and I would probably agree that you can be a charitable person towards gay people and you can be pro-gay rights without being gay, and the idea that you have to be gay in order to understand how to have compassion and understanding towards LGBT people is crazy. Next question?
Well, first of all, thank you all for coming. Really appreciate it.
Well, thank you all for coming, seriously.
Yeah. So I thought I'd give this opportunity to ask a question from a friend of mine who's overseas and obviously couldn't make it to here. He says, I'm a liberal, secular, it's probably more for you, Maajid. I'm a liberal and secular guy born in Egypt but raised in the West. I'm always torn between returning to Egypt and helping to bring the political and cultural religious revolution that I want to live in, or staying in the West where I know I'll be happy and safe. What advice do you have for someone who desperately wants to fix the many problems in his country and make the world a better and more peaceful place, but isn't brave enough to go back there and do it himself? Is there anything I can do from a safe distance?
There's lots he can do. I wouldn't advise he go to Egypt. Clearly, I've been in jail in Egypt, and I wouldn't want him to suffer the same fate. Egypt, currently under Sisi, has regressed when it comes to human rights and clamping down on dissent. And they are worse than they were under Mubarak, who jailed us. So probably what he can do, is a serious need for, is stuff that's already being discussed in English by liberal reforming Muslims and ex-Muslims who are developing their own platforms, and there are conversations that are occurring across boundaries and countries. There's a desperate need for that to be translated into Arabic and disseminated online to the Arabic-speaking world. And that's where he could be of real use.
Thank you. Next question.
Yes, I wanted to ask Maajid, when it comes to coming up with liberal interpretations, either your work or Islamic scholars, do you find that you are able to believe the more liberal interpretation as sincerely as the more obvious literal one? And if not, are you ever sort of forced to, I don't want to say cynically, but sort of pretty up the clause, or do you just have to excise Allah's words altogether?
Well, I'm quite open about my lack of devotion to any religion, and so I don't necessarily have to refer to a book to tell me it's wrong to murder a baby or rape a child. I kind of know that from inside myself and my moral compass. What I try and do is defer in recognizing the pragmatic necessity for that kind of dialogue and discourse to happen in countries like Pakistan or Saudi Arabia, where if you take some of the stances I take, you're probably going to get killed before you finish your sentence. And so there is only, to my view, there's a pragmatic way forward, and that is to have that conversation within a certain discourse that is tolerated. You cannot remove the blasphemy law in Pakistan without having a religious conversation, because it's justified using religion. And if you try and circumvent that, they will kill you. And even the governor of Punjab, which is the country's most populous province, wasn't safe from the assassin's bullet. His own bodyguard shot him 9 times and killed him. And I know the family, and the consequences of what happened next are just unimaginable for some of the suffering. So the authorities caught the murderer, and so the jihadists decided to kidnap his son after having murdered the father, and then said, if you don't release the murderer, we'll kill the son as well. So in a context like that, where the governor of the wealthiest and most strongest province wasn't safe from the assassin's bullet, the only way you can have that conversation in this current climate is to speak in a language and a discourse that is tolerated. I don't do that, but at Quilliam, we have theologians that do that. And so, of course, that brings me to the second part of your question, which is, do they believe in some of the liberal interpretations that they advocate? I think that we discussed this in our book. I think that more important than whether they do or not, because I don't know what's inside their hearts, more important is the promotion of multiple interpretations, including conservative interpretations. The nature of Islam, Sunni Islam in particular, is that there's no church, there's no hierarchy, there's no clergy in Sunni Islam, which is 80% of Islam in the world. And so if we can approach it in a way, forgive the phrase, death by 1,000 cuts, I'm not advocating killing religion, though I'm sure Sam would be happy with that.
I'm going to tweet about it.
But that's something to take out of context for me. But if you look at that phrase, death by 1,000 cuts, the idea is if we can promote a multiplicity of interpretations that develops a form of theological pluralism, the only system that we've come up with as humanity that can cater for that is secularism. Because theocracy, by definition, wants to pick the correct interpretation and enforce it. Now, if you've got Sunni Islam doesn't have a clergy, that doesn't make sense. Because if you don't have a clergy, you will have multiple interpretations. And the only kind of system that can cater for that, as I say, is secularism. And I think that's what I'm advocating. It's a political argument for a tolerance of a multiplicity of interpretations.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, hi. A bit close there. A friend of mine who I guess you could consider to be slightly on the far left a little bit said to me before this conference, have fun at your alt-right conference. And I think there was, a little bit of joking there. But I guess the question is to anyone, but probably more to Eric. What can we do? I know conversation is something that is extremely important, and I think if people actually listen to what you guys were saying, they'd know that, you know, that this is not an alt-right conference. I think there's a certain percentage of people that, because of what they already think about your reputation and what they've heard, they're not really going to listen to the things that you guys are saying and that some of us are saying. So the question, I guess, is, and I heard Eric sort of raise this topic in, I think it was a Dave Rubin talk, but the question is, what can we do, what can you guys do to actually show people, without them having to listen to you, but to actually do things to show them that not only you're not alt-right, but you guys are the furthest thing from the alt-right. And I guess, and what can we do as well to be part of something, part of a movement that can, I guess, help people and do positive things in the world, just to show people where we're not that kind of people.
Eric, sorry to jump in, Eric.
Great question.
Eric, just sorry to jump in. We've got three minutes, so apologies to all of you. The other people who are asking questions. Yep, you'll be able to ask your questions at the next session.
I tried, if you remember Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, they realize what they're going to need. They have a time machine. They put it back where they're going to need it, so they reach into the bushes and they get what they want. What I did before was I asked, how many of you are alt-right? And the audio is going to be released, right? And nobody said, I'm alt-right. Let me ask a question. How many of you are left of center? Woo! That was just me. Anybody else? Okay. The point is, we're going to start doing this with audio. We're going to start doing this with photographs. Right? We're learning their game. And what we're going to do is we're going to start making them hate their own position, because they are going to look so stupid and so foolish. And you're correct. We haven't done enough for you. And so I want you, look, you guys are paying good money to be here. We're taking time to come all the way to Australia. Ask us these questions. What do you need to fight back? So I'm trying to do some audio for you so that in the future, you can point to this exact place and say, you're full of shit. There is just no truth in what you're saying. In our family, Bret and I don't think anybody in our family has voted right of center since the 1920s, right? This is the funniest thing ever. Allow it to be humorous and join us. Thanks.
I guess what I just add is there that I'd like to show people that we're making actually positive change in the world. What can we do to actually make positive change?
Well,
so
you heard me on Dave Rubin's show when I said, hey, maybe we should actually try to do the same de-inflection of third-person singular pronouns, which are the only pronouns inflected for gender in the English language, that we did to the honorific Miss versus Mrs., where females were inflected for marital status, men were not. We came up with Ms. So I said, hey, do you want to actually take this on? Do you want to start with intersex rather than trans, which is a clear biological case where people are neither physiologically male nor female, right? We are going to show more compassion. We are going to start this process of winning. And what we need to do for you, right, this is the advance guard. We're here to try to take the hill so that the rest of you guys can hold it, and then we can go on to the next one, right? And so that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to build into we're gaining strategy to hold the hills, to make these ridiculous perspectives funny rather than terrifying. And thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Bret.
I want to jump in and say one more thing, which is that this is an excellent place to scrutinize how the magic trick is done, right? How is it that we are portrayed as right, far right, alt-right, whatever it is? The way it's done is by getting people who would conclude something different were they to listen, not to listen. That's the key. So there will be something, maybe it's Nellie Bowles who comes to the New York Times and broadcasts something that makes somebody unhearable to the point that you will decide it is sophisticated not to listen to them. So the way to break that, especially in the case of whoever it was who just asked that question, you have a friend who believes this, but they also know you and you're here. So effectively, you can say the equivalent of, well, I dare you to listen and see whether you retain that interpretation. You won't be able to if you listen to what they actually say. The only way you can do it is if you maintain the cartoon you've been handed and you don't allow anything to challenge it, and that's really on you if that's what you choose.
Thank you all. Let's take a 30-minute break. We will be back. All of the people who didn't get to ask a question but who are standing there, just make sure that you push your way to the front of the queue next time, and we'll take more questions. We'll leave more time for questions in the next session. So a big thanks to all of you, and a big thanks to Pangburn Philosophy for making this happen. We'll see you in a bit.
Before we started, we were sitting down in one of the dressing rooms, and we were having a conversation about, communicating science and reason and fixing issues. And one of the things that popped up that I thought we might start with, the internet seems to have given power to people, which is a good thing, I would say, and power to ideas and the opportunity to share ideas. None of us can become an expert in everything. You just don't have the time or the bandwidth. So how do we deal with the issue of trying to figure out which experts, what criteria should people use to figure out which experts are worth listening to in an age where everyone has been empowered to become their own expert and just become science deniers or fact deniers, alternative fact deniers?
Richard, you've been at this longer. I'll let you start this.
It's a really difficult problem. In science, we have peer review, that kind of thing. We have methods in place for not respecting authority necessarily, but we know that an article that's written in a reputable scientific journal has been peer reviewed. We know that the findings will be, if they're important, if they're controversial, they will be replicated, and if they're not repeated, it'll be matter for suspicion. No scientist has the knowledge to understand all other science. I mean, reading even a journal like Nature or Science, I can read the biological papers, some of them. I can't read the physics papers. So you have to rely on authority to some extent, and it's a very difficult problem because we pay lip service to the idea that we don't actually respect authority just because it is authority, just because it's Professor so-and-so. Professor says somebody something who has FRS and so on. So it is a difficult problem, and when I try to understand physics, I have to some extent, obviously, rely on authority. As you say, Matt, the internet raises problems that everybody has a voice. And fortunately, not everybody has quite the same reach as everybody else, but nevertheless, it is a problem, and we get politicians telling us things like, you are the experts now. Well, I'm not an expert on most things, and nor are you, and nor are you. Nobody's an expert on everything. And so it is a difficult stage we're in where people are being treated as though all opinions are equally valid.
Yeah, it actually strikes me as a fairly subtle and difficult to communicate point that in science and in intellectual life generally, we don't rely on authority, except we do up until the moment we repudiate authority. I mean, you have to be competent to the conversation in order to completely subvert the status quo. And so, it's true that science advances by discovering that the authorities were wrong, at least on important marginal points, and sometimes just wrong wholesale. But it's just as Richard says, I mean, it's impossible to have the totality of human knowledge self-authenticated, and the only reason why we're confident that anything is the way it is because we are content to rely on authorities most of the time, and the reason why that faith, to use a loaded word, is valid is because these authorities are functioning in a culture that is, in the best case, and science really is the best case here, continually purifying itself of error, and it's not being driven by ideology, and it's not being channeled by accidents of birth. You don't have a Japanese science and an American science, and with nationalism getting in the way, and so there's a process that we rely on, and both things are true. We rely on authority and we don't.
So I'm fond of pointing out that, I don't have faith. I won't use the word to describe this because I think what I have is a confidence level of trust that is, to borrow from Hume, proportional to the evidence that supports it. And there are people who would just say, well, you're not only are you picking and choosing your experts, but you might be picking and choosing the evidence you want. Is it the case that as science is the single most consistently reliable tool that we have for discovering things about reality, but we've taught people about the scientific method, which is an inaccurate way of looking at it because there are multiple methods, and we realize that the way we get to new information is by challenging and overthrowing the existing information. And so you get the people who are like, oh, you laugh at me now, but they laughed at Newton, or they laughed at, Have we constructed a system inadvertently where we're going to be constantly fighting this battle, and it's just amplified by our current access to massive amounts of opinions and information?
Well, it's amplified, and also the capacity to detect error is also amplified. This is just the dual effect of the internet, which half of which is perverse. That is, if you want to remain a slave to confirmation bias, you can forever, apparently, on the internet. But if you actually want to discover if you're mistaken, you can also do that pretty quickly.
So there's also, we see in social media, which all of us make use of it, that the algorithms that you see on Facebook and stuff basically feed you more of what you've already liked. And so we're creating bubbles. And there's mountains of concern in this room and everywhere else about the sorts of bubbles that we're creating. And how do we start? I mean, obviously we're not going to go, maybe we can go to Mark Zuckerberg. Maybe Richard could go to Mark and say, hey, let's change these algorithms.
I think this is an interesting point, because in our wild ancestry, in our primitive state, we lived in a village, 150 or so people, and we met the people we knew, and opinion was just shared within this group of 150 people. And now that's broadened out to the whole world, except that in a way it isn't, because as you say, we live in bubbles, and so we each live in our village, but our village is now distributed spatially, geographically, and it's no longer enclosed within the village walls. It's a kind of virtual village, which is interesting, and it's a real discipline. We have to sort of shake off the bubble mentality, the village mentality, and reach out to other circles that we wouldn't normally encounter.
And the degree to which we're in bubbles, I mean, I've never appreciated it as much as since the 2016 election. And this is a point I've made on my podcast a few times, but I find it continually astounding, so I'll make it again. I realized, I had heard that smoking cigarettes, in the States at least, it might be true in the UK as well, but smoking cigarettes in the States correlates with many different variables. And also the communities of people who smoke and don't smoke tend to be quite separable. And I realized that, with a shock, that Hitch was the last person I knew on Earth who smoked. Which is a measure of just incredible isolation socially. And I've done very little to remedy it, I must say. But it's, who knows what else. I mean, in fact, we know a little bit about what else segregates with that isolation. And my complete bewilderment that we have President Trump is a symptom of that isolation, I think.
It amuses me because, as a former smoker, I know that you're constantly being shoved outside. So you end up outside with a group of other people who are already pissed off that they're having to go outside to smoke. So now they're in this angry headspace, and then they begin to share and connect. So maybe smoking doesn't just kill, but smoking creates insular communities that are sharing their anger and vitriol outside the door.
Yeah, they're all weighing along the platform, along the pavement outside all the shops and all the places, all these. There's a long ribbon of the smoking community, this haze of blue smoke.
Just to be clear, we're not blaming all the world's problems on smokers or Trump on smokers. But this issue that we're kind of dancing around with, we've kind of moved on to something that I know that each of us repeatedly deals with concepts around free speech and who should be allowed to talk, not just who should we listen to as an expert, but what kind of things should go on at our universities. Clearly, the free speech laws that I'm used to in the United States are different than they are here to some extent. I don't know because I'm not an expert, but there are places that are outlawing offense, the causing of offense, as if, not just in the sense of blasphemy, but serious offense. That bothers me almost as much, if not more, than what we're seeing happening in our halls of higher learning. Where do you think we are? How did we get here, and what needs to be done to fix it? You're welcome for the fix the entire problem at once question.
Well, I'm a little uncomfortable talking about this in the UK, where you don't have a Bill of Rights. So we're in very different situations, or importantly different situations in the US and the UK, and your libel laws are the inverse of ours. I feel like in the US we have a slightly better balance, as frustrating as it is to contemplate suing people for slander and then realizing there's absolutely no way to do that. Whereas here you can sue and the burden's on them to defend themselves.
Cost, yes. Yes, I find for me the issue is not so much about free speech as freedom to listen. And when people are denied access to, when they're deplatformed, as I have been. Have you been deplatformed?
No.
It's quite
an
honor.
What's strange is, and this is, you'd think we would have similar experiences here, I've actually never had a heckler.
I've only had one.
Yeah, so don't be the first.
That doesn't count.
Yes.
I've only had one. That was in Oklahoma. Somebody who said, "You've insulted my savior."
I'm sure you have.
I was quite keen to engage with him actually, but unfortunately the security people dragged him out. But I was deplatformed in Berkeley, California, and this hurt me because these were, as I thought, my own people. This was KPFA, which is an ultra-liberal radio station in Berkeley, California. When I lived there for 2 years, and I loved KPFA. I used to be a subscriber. They're subscriber only, and I subscribed to them. And so I felt hurt by that. I didn't think it was a free speech issue, actually. I mean, they're entitled to, it's a radio station, they don't have to have me on. But I did feel it was a freedom to listen. And people had paid to come to an event which I was billed to speak at. And I thought, this comes up again and again in universities, and I do feel that Berkeley, of all places where the free speech movement started, universities of all places are places where students ought to be exposed to opinions that they disagree with, opinions that they find distasteful or hurtful. And I think it's a betrayal of everything that a university stands for, that people are being deplatformed by students and prevented from, and other students are prevented from hearing what they want to hear.
And I'm actually very glad that you made that point. So one of the things that happens is we announce an event like this and somebody's like, oh, there's massive disagreements between these, how did they get on the same stage and blah, blah, blah. There were people who would have been convinced that you and I had a difference of opinion on this deplatforming thing. And in reality, I think we're almost side by side, because my view is a university gets to invite whatever speaker they want. They can disinvite whatever speaker they want. People can go or not go. They can protest or not protest as long as they're doing it peacefully. It's when they dishonestly go about trying to deplatform somebody. So it's the method that they're using to shut someone down is what I object to, more than people exercising their right to listen or attend an event. And in many cases, we've seen the people who run the venue have no idea about the nuances and whatever bickering has been going on in the community around this. And they'll get a message from somebody. It happened at an event I was at yesterday. Oh, you're putting this group, women, in danger by having this speaker here. And as the owners of a venue who have to listen and have to have insurance, this is a tactic that works to get speakers removed when it actually has nothing to do with the content of what they're saying or a fair representation of the conversation that might have been.
Yes, I mean that is exactly what happened in the Berkeley case. That they were phoned up by, I think, one individual, and they just acted on that. As you say, they feel they have to act.
Well, the problem is it does work, and especially when there are security concerns involved. I'm in touch with this group, the ex-Muslims of North America, which has been, for reasons easy to parse from the title, have security concerns, and when they try to book an event at a university, they're now finding their events canceled the moment people figure out, who they are, but it is they have the legal right to free speech. There's no law against criticizing Islam, but people have just discovered that it's so inconvenient to incur these security concerns that you have a de facto loss of that freedom.
It makes me wonder about, this actually came up in a couple of discussions. I had Mohammed Syed on the show recently, and yesterday I moderated a debate between Faisal and Azra Namani. There's a lot of different perceptions about what Islam is and what Islam isn't. If I'd have said that faster, it would have been a good tongue twister. You would think that if we exercised our moral outrage against problems fairly, that it would not be the ex-Muslims, the ones who are trying to point out the problems, who end up deplatformed. That there would be enough, I realize I'm being a little idealistic and wide-eyed, that there would be enough genuine concern about humanity that we could have conversations on important topics and not be sidelining the people who are actively trying to work to fix the issue, because not every ex-Muslim is reactionary. Some of them are reformers or attempting to.
Well, of course. There was a terrible episode in London School of Economics when Maryam Namazi, who is, I suppose, the leading ex-Muslim exponent in this country, was giving a speech, and she was barracked and heckled, and more or less the thing was closed down by a group of Muslims who came and I think tore out her microphone, tore out her PowerPoint so she couldn't speak, and she courageously soldiered on. But what was truly distressing about that was that the feminist society of LSE came out in favor of these Muslims. Feminists of all people who you would think would be disgusted by the sorts of way women are treated by Islamists. That I think was what was truly awful about that episode at LSE.
Yeah, it's a point that people don't tend to notice, but the ex-Muslims are actually the most vulnerable and beleaguered community, because apostasy, as I'm sure everyone here knows, is thought to be punishable by death under Islam, certainly most interpretations of it. And so here you have a community that is threatened by the religious community they've attempted to leave, and many of these people are in the closet, they can't use their real names, and yet this is precisely the community that is attacked as Uncle Toms or racists or colonialist shills by so-called liberal non-Muslims. So they get it from both sides, and they have virtually no sanctuary but the secular community.
This came up yesterday, and because I mentioned reformers, I thought maybe I would toss it out there. You may or may not have a strong view on this. Is there value in encouraging reform of Islam, and particularly extremist varieties of Islam? Or is that like trying to reform young earth creationists so that we end up with old earth creationists or day age creationists? Is it a better tactic to just continue to demand evidence for bad ideas and expose them, or are we willing to accept a softer, gentler version of Islam?
Well, I think we can move on both tracks at once. My friend and collaborator Maajid Nawaz is very much on the reform side, and his answer to this is, if you think reform is hard, just imagine trying to get 1.6 billion Muslims to apostatize, which is really the alternative. But obviously some people will apostatize when they're convinced that there is no God or no book could have been revealed by him. So I think you can make the argument both ways and simultaneously.
Yes, I mean, the same argument comes up in the creationism debate. Should we ally ourselves with relatively sensible Christians who actually accept evolution, or should we say the whole of religion is bunk? And I mean, I have collaborated with bishops in opposing creationism, but on the other hand, I get what Matt is saying. If you encourage the sort of soft, wishy-washy Christian who actually accepts evolution but thinks somehow God had something to do with it somewhere along the line, maybe that's more damaging, and it's better to come out with all guns blazing against religion altogether. And I've done it both ways, and I can't decide which is the best.
The Reverend Barry Lynn is the current or former president of Americans United for Church-State Separation, and we shared a stage at a Secular Student Alliance event. And I like him, and we get along, and he's working on behalf of church-state separation, so it's great, but we disagree vehemently on whether or not there's a God. And so I told him that I have a goal of changing the entire world. I'd like to get rid of bad ideas, including religious ideas, wherever I find them. But I told him that his soul was safe from me because I want him as the theist supporting church-state separation that I can point to. So his will be the last soul that I try to debunk, so that we can continue to work together towards a good goal. So if it's the case that we can work down multiple tracks, one of the things that came up is, I talked about intractable minds, the ones that may not change. The thing is, I can't tell the difference. If there's two people standing in front of me, and one of them truly has a mind that will not be moved, and the other one could be changed, I can't tell which one's which, and I'm not necessarily sure that it's true that neither of them can change their mind. So I go with this assumption that their mind can be changed even if it's not by me or not right now. And if there's somebody who I can't affect, my goal becomes to try to change the world around them by dealing with the minds that can be changed. For both of you, when you've both had conversations with people who could best be described as brick walls, that you might as well have had the conversation on your own rather than to engage with it. What do you take away from that? How do you, does it get discouraging? How do you battle the frustration of the perceived futility in the moment against the clear advances that we might be making?
Unfortunately, Dan Dennett is one of my brick walls on the topic of free will, and I'm his. Well, I think the one thing to notice is that, as you say, it's not always about changing someone's mind in the moment. I mean, people tend to like to change their minds in private, and that's, I mean, there's a kind of a faith-saving aspect to this, and there's just, you know, kind of the water on the rock process where you might not be the final moment that changes their mind, but you're part of a process. So I'm always impressed, and I think we've talked about this as well, how few experiences I have where it's clear that someone came into a conversation with a very strongly held opinion, and by some process of reasoning, they, at the end of the conversation, totally disavow it. I mean, this is, I think I can count on one hand the number of times I've seen that happen.
Yeah.
But you and I are just inundated with the testimony of people who have changed their minds on these core issues through some process, and then the process often entails reading books or hearing debates, so it's like watching seeing a supernova go off or something. I mean, they're going off all the time, but we're not seeing them.
A few years ago, there was a talk at one of the atheist conferences by a man. His talk was called "Don't Be a Dick." And he produced what he thought was an absolute slam dunk argument. He said, how many of you in the audience, if somebody called you an idiot, would change your mind? And of course, nobody would. But I felt that was a very unfair tactic, because if I tell somebody he's an idiot, and I don't do quite those words, but if the effect of what I'm saying is that he is an idiot, I admit I'm not going to change his mind. But if there are a lot of other people listening in, say it's a radio audience, I mean, you've probably done, I know you've done things where you're talking to one person who probably is an idiot, and yet you know that there are hundreds, thousands of people in the radio audience listening in.
Yep.
You haven't changed the mind of the idiot, but you've probably changed the minds of all the other people who are listening at the same time. And so this is...
It's precisely the situation that I deal with both on the atheist experience and off. I'm not necessarily trying to change the caller's mind, although I'm happy for that to happen. I'm having the conversation for all the people out there who agree, who would have used those same arguments. Because we know that on some occasions, if you can be shown to be wrong, people will sometimes double down, especially if they've made a public profession on behalf of something. This just becomes flat denial. But we also know that through, I don't want to go down the mirror neuron route because you'll probably correct me, but at least with respect to empathy, if you see someone presenting your arguments and they are humiliating themselves, not just, I'm not necessarily humiliating, they're humiliating themselves, this affects that individual who's watching in a way almost as if it had happened to them, and that yet they have the safety of not having been in public humiliated.
Yeah. Yeah, I might be wired differently here, but I have a different reaction to being called an idiot. If there's
I don't think you're ever called an idiot. So.
No. I mean, well, virtually so. If I guess the source is relevant, but if the source is someone who you find credible on other topics, and that source tells you you're wrong on topic X, that becomes very interesting to me. If Steve Pinker calls me an idiot, I'm very interested, and the offense really has nothing to do with it at that point. So it's more of a sourcing issue, because the people who tend to call you an idiot are usually disconfirm their authority.
When I was an undergraduate, I read The Phenomenon of Man by Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, and I was completely taken in by it. I thought it was wonderful. And then I read Peter Medawar Review of this book. Recommend. It's the finest negative book review ever written. Read it. And I finished this review and I said, I'm an idiot. I was completely fooled by
that moment of awakening. I've talked before. It's not so much being wrong that affects people, because you think you're right. So it's not like anything to feel that you're wrong. It's the discovery that you're wrong that is sort of the testament of your character. Because for me, finding out that I was wrong is joyous. Not that I was wrong, but that I don't have to continue being wrong. That I've made this actual discovery. And there are people who will write in who'll say, "Oh, Matt's wonderful on religion, but terrible on topic X," and without too much exaggeration, I could probably pull up 100 emails, and all of them disagree on what X is. Matt's right about everything except X. I want to get all of them together in a room so they can argue with each other, because every one of those X's is covered by somebody else.
You might be wrong about everything.
I am.
That's compatible with the data.
At least I can't show that I'm not.
It's interesting psychologically that we all have this experience of being proven wrong, and that's interesting. But I'm more interested in what we do with this sneaking feeling that we might be wrong. I mean, that's psychologically and culturally, that is a far more well-subscribed state of mind, and it's, I think, very consequential. Because, well, obviously, when you're unequivocally wrong, well, then, I guess some people manage to ignore this, but there's not a lot to do I think I just lost. Oh, there we are.
There we go.
But most of us, most of the time, live with opinions that are not so well vetted, and I think it's good to be skeptical of thoughts that come out of your mouth or hit the page or that you find yourself affirming, which if suddenly a very smart expert in the relevant area stood before you and said, well, have you really thought that through? If you break out into a cold sweat at that point, it's worth sort of calibrating your conviction on those points, I think.
I think there's a phrase that I've heard over and over that feeds right into that exact moment. Because theists' arguments, or at least the ones that I deal with on the show frequently, there's almost a script. And my job or my goal most of the time is to get them off the script, because I care more about getting them to think about it rather than parroting what they heard from some apologist. And when you start getting them off the script, seems to me the most common reaction to that, which may be them mulling over the possibility that they could be wrong, is to just say, oh, that was a trick question. There's a defense mechanism there, as if there's, I'm not even sure what a trick question is. I asked you, okay, please explain what you believe and why. What was tricky about that? And yet this seems to be perhaps a defense mechanism that creeps in at those times. I don't know how many others, how many more defense mechanisms like that we might find, but I'm constantly looking for ways to combat them, constantly looking for ways to have a better discussion. Doesn't mean I'm going to have a good discussion with every single person, but if we see these same trends over and over, how do we, or maybe there's no answer, but shouldn't we try to identify those trends in the actual thought processes and attack those perhaps more than the facts surrounding the underlying belief?
Yeah, it is more about process than about facts, because the facts change and there's always new ones coming in, and so it's the process by which you are vetting your opinions that I think is crucial. And I think it's useful to ask yourself, and it's useful to ask someone you're arguing with, what would have to be true of the world for you to admit that you're wrong? Yeah. In what sense is your view on this topic falsifiable? And often there's no answer to that. Often there was, especially in the case of religion, you'll get people who actually sign on this dotted line. They'll say, there's absolutely nothing in the world of my experience that could change that would falsify my belief in Jesus, say. And if that's true, well then that's proof positive that it's actually not based on any engagement with the world of your experience.
Although what I'll hear sometimes, the people who will do that have true and unfalsifiable position, but they'll go then to personal experience. For example, Ray Comfort will tell you there's no way you could prove to him that Jesus doesn't exist because he's as real to Ray as his wife. And even when I tried to point out, you can introduce me to your wife and I can meet her and talk to her, right? You can't do that. It doesn't phase. And when not to continually use my mother as an example, sorry mom, not that she'll ever frickin' see this. But she will say she doesn't care about the Bible. She doesn't, she does, but she doesn't care if you can point out problems with it. Doesn't care about philosophical arguments. Doesn't care about the logical arguments. She sees Jesus working in her life every day. And even if I were to try to go down the route of, I'm willing to accept that you have experiences that you are claiming and attributing to Jesus, I just wonder what the justification is for that. That has no impact on her. It may be me, that I should never have these conversations with my mom. But that's the path that it often goes down when they start seeing this doubt mechanism coming in of, oh no, it couldn't be true because of this experience that I have. As skeptics, as critical thinkers, I don't know, in much the same way that I talked about perhaps not addressing the facts as much as the mechanisms, I think there's a value for a campaign to teach people to stop being so confident about their interpretation of their personal experiences. because all of those seem to be an argument from ignorance. I experience this, I have no explanation for it, therefore it must be God, or therefore it's a ghost, or therefore this pill worked, or this whatever worked.
Yeah, well, yeah. And I think I have to confess that if I'm asked what it would take to falsify my non-belief in God, or what it would take to convince me of anything supernatural, I find it very hard. I used to think it'd be easy. You just God would appear in clouds and chariots of fire and things.
Well, that's a start, isn't it?
I used to think that, but I mean, I've seen so many good conjuring tricks where you absolutely swear blind it's supernatural, and yet we know it's a trick. I suppose if Jesus came down in a chariot from a cloud, that would do it for me, but
I want that piece of video excerpted and put on YouTube.
I still think, actually, a more plausible explanation than anything supernatural is natural we don't yet understand, and so a trick wrought by an alien civilization that we don't know about yet or something is actually as implausible as it is more plausible than that the laws of physics have been violated, which is what we're kind of talking about when we talk about miracles.
This issue's, you and I discussed this in Vancouver, and Lawrence Krauss and I did as well, because quite often people will say, well, what would it take to change your mind about whether or not there's a God? And I used to give fairly glib answers of Jesus coming down from the clouds and whatever, and I realized that what you were just talking about, so my answer changed. I have no idea what would convince me that a God exists, but if there's a God, he should absolutely know what should convince me. Yeah. And he hasn't done that, which means he either doesn't exist or doesn't want me to know he exists. Either way, it's not my problem. Yeah. We're going to keep talking. I want to give people the opportunity to start. Don't make a mad rush, but you can start lining up for questions at us. But I had some from Richard that we both kind of talked about earlier, because it came in. Sam had tweeted out, hey, what do you want us to talk about? And one of them that came in, which I have virtually no input or thoughts on, is the future of human evolution, what we might see in the future.
I guarantee that'll come up from the audience. It always does.
I'm preempting it so that those people don't have to walk up to the microphone, and we can talk about that in the interim.
Okay. Well, if you're talking about a real major evolutionary change comparable to, say, the increase in size of the human brain that's happened over the last 3 million years, if you look 3 million years into the future, would you expect the brain to sort of balloon out like the Mekong? And the answer is yes, only if the selection pressure in favor of braininess is maintained. There must have been, during the past 3 million years since Australopithecus, there must have been a selection pressure such that the brainiest individuals survived better and had the most children. Is it the case in our world today that the brainiest individuals... Okay. Enough on that. I suppose you could imagine that if we colonize distant planets, maybe even Mars, such that there's very little gene flow between the home planet and the colony living in greenhouses on Mars, that you might expect to get some interesting evolutionary change due to the reduced gravitational field, more spindly legs, a more sort of spider-like form of the human body rather than the rhinoceros-like form that you would get if you were colonizing a planet with a very much stronger gravitational field. But the trouble is really that in our world today, reproductive success is or survival indeed, is so much cushioned by the civilized conditions under which we live that it's almost impossible to say that there will be a consistent selection pressure in any particular direction. I've sometimes jokingly, on the many, many occasions when I've been asked this question, I've sometimes jokingly suggested that a large number of people are probably born because their parents were incompetent at the use of contraceptives.
Yeah. That's the wrong selection pressure.
And therefore, therefore, if this incompetence sort of fumbling with the you might expect future generations to be more and more incompetent in this.
We'll forget how to make latex entirely.
That kind of thing. But I mean, that's really an absurd example to illustrate the point that since we live in conditions when, well, in a particular case, what it takes to be incompetent is going to change by the decade, let alone by the millennium, let alone by the million years. So, in a million years' time, conditions will be so different because of civilization. Conditions will be so different if we're still around at all, which is a moot point. That it's unlikely that any selection pressure that's going on now will still be recognizable then. And so I would not even begin to make a forecast as to what's going to happen.
So let me throw on my quasi-creationist beanie. And instead of speculating about perhaps features or what might happen, because they try to make a distinction between species and kind, whatever, what time frame, let's say we colonize Mars and now there's no more interbreeding, what kind of time scale are we looking at to where we might be seen as completely different species, independent?
That means the time scale until the point where we can no longer interbreed, yes. Well, it could be as quick as 10,000 years, I suppose.
What's the time scale for no longer wanting to interbreed? Surely
that's measured in beer.
Yes, yes.
Actually, no. Isn't it the opposite lesson based on what we apparently did with the Neanderthals, or they did with us?
Yes. Well, we now know that we did interbreed with them. Yes.
Yeah. Well, Richard, just to follow on that, what are your thoughts about the artificial evolution of engineering our genomes to be
That's
better
also
or different?
guaranteed to come up.
Yeah, but we might as well do it here.
Yeah, I don't have any great. I mean, it's. I think it's both an exciting and a frightening possibility.
If you had to guess about the time course of this, when do you think it will?
I tell you one thing. I mean, we've been manipulating evolution in agricultural animals and plants for thousands of years, and we've produced dramatic changes in cabbages, in dogs, in cows, in pigs. I mean, when you think that a Pekingese is a wolf, and we've been doing that by the selection part of the Darwinian equation. We're now talking about the mutation part of the Darwinian equation, about actually manipulating the genes. We have, during all those thousands of years, we have never changed humans in the way that we've changed dogs and cabbages and horses. So in a way you might say, well, since we haven't done it by the easy way, which is selection, why would we suddenly imagine that we might start doing it by the hard way, which is genetic manipulation? Maybe we will.
You don't think the hard way is going to become the easy way fairly quickly?
It could be. Yeah, it could be.
Is there an implication there that there are certain genetic pathways that are more amenable to change, that maybe how rigid of a path have humans become? What are we just assuming that we can manipulate things and implement changes? Maybe we're in a rigid structure where we couldn't possibly do the same thing that we do with dogs.
No, I mean, I think it as Sam says, I think it will become easier. And then society is going to have to decide what to do about that.
Mm. So on that note, I'm going to have them bring the house lights up so that we can see the people who are waiting for questions. And just for clarity, I'm the asshole. By that, I think we're all aware that questions end in a question mark and don't begin with your life story or your dissertation or anything like that. And to spare either of them any public embarrassment, if you've gone on too long, I can go back to Austin, and London can hate me if I cut somebody off a little too quickly. But we want to take questions, and just remember there's a lot of people lined up. I think if we can get the house lights up, we'll start over here off to my right. And by the way, sorry, I'm good at interrupting. I do it on this show all the time. You can say your name if you want to, but if you have a question specifically for one of us, please say so, because we're going to avoid all three of us answering everything so that we go on all night.
Great.
And could we please have the house lights up?
Yeah, I just want to say that I'm really thankful that you had already addressed the question of what would change your mind, because I had a dilemma which question to ask coming in. I consider myself agnostic, and my question is regarding the future of agnosticism and atheism and this whole difference. I myself, however, have never read the Bible, nor the Quran, nor any other religious text that claims a lot of, has very unscientific claims in it. But I also know a lot of religious people who believe all these crazy claims, who have never read the texts. So my question is, does one really need to have read those texts to be in one or the other category? And what do you think will happen in the future when we have virtual reality and crazy entertainment, which would make people less likely to read the books themselves, like what was 100 or 1,000 years ago?
Okay, that's two questions that may not necessarily be in the same. Who wants this? Do you need to read the holy books?
No, I mean, clearly people are getting their religious worldview from more than just the books. And there are, as you say, there are people who might even be fundamentalist in their religion who are pretty unschooled in what it's actually in the text because they're getting it in church or synagogue or mosque. I think it's in the U.S., you might know this better than I do, but it's something like 50% of the population can't say who delivered the Sermon on the Mount. That's impressive in a country where 83% are sure that Jesus rose from the dead and will be coming back to earth. So there's a mismatch there. But I think it's useful to read the books because it's not so much so much all the bad things that are in the books from my point of view. It's all the good things that aren't in the books that an omniscient being definitely would have put in there. I mean, that's the deal breaker as far as the credence given to the claims of revelation. It would be so easy to write a better book than any of these books, especially if you were omniscient. And there's nothing in there that demands an omniscient God as author.
Yes, I was going to say the best cure for religion would be to read the holy books, but Sam kind of preempted that. And just to cap the story about the Sermon on the Mount, my British foundation, the Richard Dawkins Foundation for Reason and Science, did a survey in 2011, immediately after the census, the week after the census. We took just the people who ticked the Christian box in the "What is your religion?" So these are people who self-identify as Christian, and we gave an opinion poll for these people. And among the questions was, can you name the first book of the New Testament? And we only gave a choice of 4: Matthew, Acts, Genesis, and Psalms. I think only somewhere around 30%, I was 39% of the people who ticked the Christian box were able to identify Matthew as the first book of the New Testament. So they don't read the Bible, and I think it actually would be rather a good idea if they did.
Hey, so first of all, thank you. My question's for Sam. I voted Leave in the Brexit referendum. Given, thank you very much. But given your friendship with both Richard and Douglas Murray, if you'd had the vote, which way would you have voted?
I guess my brain has to segment in two there. I really have to plead ignorance here. I have a...
Exactly, exactly.
Wait, hold on.
If you had to. Can I ask the question, do you have a degree in economics?
No, I don't, but I trust people like Douglas Murray, who I think is a genius. So
Well, I am an immense fan of Douglas's, and he may even be here tonight. I have to plead ignorance on this point. I really don't. I don't consider myself informed enough to know what the likely consequences were at the time of the vote. I mean, what a truly intelligent person and well-informed person would have thought at the time of the vote. But nor do I know where it's all going. But I have a bias, which is that an integration of our world is generally speaking, a good thing, and a populist backlash against integration is a sign of good things not happening. And so when you think about the solutions, the likely solutions to problems that exist at a global scale, I think those are almost certainly, this is almost a tautology, those are almost guaranteed to be global solutions. And if we can't integrate enough to actually execute on global solutions in a timely way, that's going to be a disaster for us. So I think my bias is definitely toward integration. And so I can't say that I know Brexit is the death knell of civilization, but just if I had to toss a coin, it would probably come up on the side of being worried by that trend. So.
Thank you very much.
Mangle a metaphor.
Hello, my name is Andre. Thank you very much for being here, Sam. I'm a big fan. Question for you, first one for Sam. We are 9 months in from Trump presidency. Don't you miss the days when the biggest issue was creationism, not so much tribalism, social justice, and so on? And what should it be if the next presidency would be Hillary Clinton to do in order to change those voters, that those voters should not vote for Trump again? What should that presidency do for those voters?
Did you just suggest that the next president might be Hillary Clinton?
No, like the Democratic Party, I mean.
What do the Democrats need to do to avoid?
Yeah, there are a few things more impossible than that Hillary Clinton might be president. I'm not sure I understand the question enough to satisfy you. I think we need to clearly. We have a problem on the left. I mean, there's a tendency toward a swing into what's now being described as a kind of authoritarian left in liberal circles, and an intolerance of free speech is the most salient symptom there on college campuses, and that definitely worries me because that's precisely what is not going to give us an answer to populism and authoritarianism on the right. It's not, Trump wins, has every advantage in his response to that kind of irrationality on the left. So if you want to amplify Trump's power, and you want to give further voice to the most odious people who celebrate his power, what you should do on the left is become absolutely focused on identity politics and this species of leftist unreason we're seeing. So I think we need something that at one point I called a new center. This phrase has exactly no traction, but it's not an accident that the right answer to many questions and the right answer to just how you have a rational political process of compromise is rarely at the extremes politically, and so I think we have to find something that is animating about not being an ideologue on the left or the right.
If I may interject just a second question for Richard, please.
Well, we should probably go one at a time to be fair, and actually to spin off of something that Sam said, and I don't know that this is a significant point of disagreement. I'm definitely on the left. I don't think that'll surprise anybody. However, I'm also been attacked by people on the left. And amongst some of my friends who raise legitimate criticisms about the manner in which some people on the left are engaging or encouraging disengagement, they move to a new center, or let's define this. I don't do that. I stay on the left, I'm clearly on the left, and then I point out all the crap that's wrong on the left. I spend as much time probably addressing irrationality and dishonest argument from the left as I ever would on the right, and the same thing applies with regard to religion. Dealing with theistic arguments after 13 and a half years of doing the show, it's trivial. It's almost boring if I didn't make a game out of it, which we can talk about another time. But I find myself engaging with other atheists, other skeptics, other secularists, because I hate bad arguments, but I hate them most when they're coming from the people who are ostensibly part of my group or agree with me on the issue. I don't want lack of belief in God to be so poorly argued for that we're providing ammunition to the opposition. And I can be opposed to fascists and opposed to Antifa and not think they're the exact same thing, or just like I can be opposed to cancer and athlete's foot and not. But the thing is, if the people with the truly bad ideas that are terrible for the world, objectively terrible for the world, are working within the bounds of the law and are less likely to cross boundaries of reason than those in opposition are, who are engaged in hyperbole and zero nuance. And if you are not absolutely in agreement with me, you are the end of the world. I've been called a Nazi sympathizer just for suggesting that maybe I shouldn't run around and punching people that I disagree with. That was enough. But I'd rather stay on the left and point out the problems on the left rather than trying to create a new center, which I would still think would be defined as like old left. That new center is old left.
Hi there. Firstly, I just want to say thank you. Richard and Sam, your books and your videos have been talked about in our flat for years. I had to write an essay on something which society considers taboo or disgusting. Anything I wanted to kind of write about, and I had to try and justify it. And what I came up with is the topic of incest. Society thinks it's disgusting, it's weird, it's odd. So this is my question really, and I talked about this in my essay. Two sisters. You see, it's an odd subject.
Is this a penthouse letter?
You've got our attention.
It's an odd subject. People automatically think it's disgusting, but two sisters, they're in love.
You're off to a good start.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping you'll talk about this and not also say it's disgusting. But two sisters, they can't produce children which are disabled, they're in love, and they're not harming anyone. So my question is, apart from saying it's disgusting, weird, and therefore wrong, can you give one good reason as to why two people who are in love and not harming people shouldn't be together? Just one good reason that's not, it's disgusting, just like people said against homosexuals.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a very clever device to make it two sisters. I think that's brilliant. And I think that this beautifully points up the difference between absolutist morality, where you just say it's disgusting, the yuck factor, and utilitarian or consequentialist morality. I think you're absolutely right. I can see no reason at all why these two sisters shouldn't marry if they want to.
It's another great clip.
I suppose if I think that stands. Yeah.
That's going to be great on YouTube, Richard.
We could make it better by just agreeing with him.
Well, one thing I would add here is that disgust as a moral emotion is obviously this is part of our evolutionary inheritance, but it is a very bad machine for producing moral wisdom. And what is disgusting in one context or in one cultural context is often not in another. And I think there is a truly universal way of solving the question of how to maximize human well-being. It's not even to say that there's only one right answer, but there's certainly wrong answers. There can be many right answers, and there's certainly many wrong answers. And they're wrong not just for you and me and everyone in this room, they're wrong for everybody. You know, cutting the head off your child is a bad way to raise that child to be a functional adult. And so that's one wrong answer number one. But this issue of incest, in this case, I mean, this is a thought experiment that the psychologist Jonathan Haidt has used to great effect to produce a phenomenon that he calls moral dumbfounding, where he'll produce an example like that, and he'll ask people whether it's right or wrong, and they'll have a very strong disgust-based sense that it's wrong, but then when told to give a rationale for why it's wrong, they basically come up with this very lawyerly opinion that is just a kind of confabulation. You know, it doesn't really intersect with any kind of moral philosophy. I think one other consequentialist point I would make is that in the local case, it might well be not wrong for two people who can't have kids and can't suffer in any way to be, you know, prosecuting their taboo love for one another. But I think part of the consequences are just what happens to society, what happens to other relationships, what happens. I mean, you're in dialogue. You're not in a moral solitude usually with your behavior, and so I mean, another example is, you know, why when someone dies, why don't we just chuck their body in the garbage, right? I mean, so it's all the same to them. There's no one to suffer that desecration, but the point of treating a dead body well is because of all the good it does for the living, right? The way it honors our relationship with the people we still love and have spent our lives connected to. So,
not just the people in their life, but that individual as well. This question's come up to me. Yeah. Sam and I advocate for very almost identical versions of consequentialism. If you live in a society where you know that there's a likelihood that your body's just going to be thrown in the trash, or that your organs are going to be farmed out, and this isn't what you want, you have a particular view, this diminishes the quality of your life while you're living. If you live in a society where you understand that we're going to respect the wishes of people after they're dead, this increases the well-being of your life while you're living. That is not inconsequential. That's something that you have to consider. It's not just about the other people in their life, it's about the quality of your life leading up to your death. If you were living in Logan's Run and you knew the secret, oh, sorry, spoiler, they're going to be killed. It would change how you lived those years prior to that. And we tend to, consequentialists come under fire by people who, from my point of view, seem to only be able to look at things myopically as, oh, this is how it affects me right now. And like in your example, I don't have any objection to your example, but I'm in agreement with Sam that there may be extenuating circumstances in the complexities of a society that might make it not a good idea.
And slippery slope arguments can be perfectly good as well. I think the argument against eating human roadkills would be where there's nobody to mourn them.
There's probably an argument against using the phrase even, I would think.
Slippery slope, we have a very good taboo against cannibalism. In the case of the taboo against incest, I was about to say, I remember I stopped myself, maybe there's a slippery slope, but I can't actually think of it in that case. I can't think of this case of two sisters marrying, what the slippery slope would look like.
I think Matt just gave it. If behind every closed door there might be two sisters having sex, that would diminish our quality of life while alive.
I'm not quite sure that's what I said, but I'll go with it.
There is a slippery slope. I mean, if you allow two sisters, then you get mother and son arguing for it, and of course that's not right.
Sure, but we're not going to spend the rest of the night going down that slippery slope. I thank you for your question.
Thank you.
And I want to move over to this side. Thanks for waiting while we talked about all kinds of stuff.
Good evening. Paraphrasing Lawrence Krauss, science is changing the playing field in a way which makes people uncomfortable. And you gentlemen have three prime examples of this ever-accelerating trend. So Richard Dawkins says we are survival machines meant to propagate genes in the gene pool. Sam Harris says the self is an illusion and there might not be free will, and Matt Dillahunty says there's no God, the universe doesn't have a purpose and doesn't owe you anything. How do we address this discomfort and nihilistic views that some people might have when transitioning out of religions or dogma? And maybe you have sometimes this thoughts, and how do you fend them off? Thank you.
I'm glad you asked this. I don't know how well you paraphrase any of the three of us, because we're all going to nitpick this, but this issue of meaning was something that we talked about that we wanted to address tonight. Issues about death and nihilism and the fears of, oh my gosh, you are insignificant to the universe. How can we better deal with those?
Well, we might have slightly different answers to this, but I think it's worth acknowledging that it really is a problem. I mean, the way I view secularism and even atheism specifically, these are not answers to the problem of living a good life, and that is a problem every one of us wake up in the morning trying to solve. You have to find some game to play in this life that is satisfying, and it's a genuine question, how to get what you want out of life. And there's a deeper question about whether or not you want the right things, right? Is there a deeper game to be playing that you're not aware of, or you haven't learned how to play? And I think there are right answers to those questions. It's possible to not know what you're missing. It's possible that you are in a circumstance where your life could be much better than it is, but it's not going to be that way because you're tending to live as you did yesterday. And the problem with secularism and atheism and even humanism is that these really aren't answers to that question. These are just ways of clearing away the bad answers offered by religion. And the religious answers are bad for many reasons, but they're bad because in their substantive particulars, they're almost certainly untrue, but there's a diversity of religious answers which are in zero-sum contest with all others, and therefore they're divisive, and they amplify the tribalism we see in the world. So this problem of how to live a good life is a real one, and into that space cleared by secularism and atheism and the criticism of ancient bad ideas has to come something. And for some people it's science, for some people it's art, for some people it's some secular version of what I've in terror and shame and in scare quotes called spirituality. But you need something, and most people on earth are living as though there's either there's no basis to find something apart from religion, or having lost religion, they're living as though the answer is just to be eating a little less sugar than the average person your age, and watching a little less pornography than the average person your age, and trying to be responsible and well-educated, and there is nothing sacred or profound left. And I think that is a real deficit of the secular conversation, and I think we need a secular version of profundity that, again, this is a place where we may differ. I don't think science and art and fun fully capture what we want in life. There's something else.
The particular example of the question that threw at me was my view that we are survival machines for our genes, which many people think is bleak, and Sam's view that we have no free will is bleak. I think there's a nobility in that bleakness. I'm inclined to say, if somebody says to me, somebody did say to me actually after The Selfish Gene was published, that he couldn't sleep for 3 nights after he read it. And another man told me that a Canadian professor said that a young woman, student of his, came in to him in tears having read The Selfish Gene because it made her feel that her life was meaningless. I mean, my inclination there is to say, well, tough. Maybe your life is meaningless, but you need to change the way you look at your life, because what's true can't be changed. I'm reminded of the 18th century wit, I forget who it was, who a lady said, "I accept the universe," and he said, "By gad, she'd better." That was my sort of first reaction. But actually, accepting the universe, accepting the truth of the universe, accepting the truth about life, bleak as it may be, there is a nobility. You stand up and face into the keen wind of the truth. And I think that is a noble and an actually aesthetically pleasing thing to do anyway. So I don't want to hide from the truth. I think that the truth can be hard, but there is nobility in accepting it. And I think that's somewhat the meaning of Darwin's famous closing words of The Origin of Species. There is a grandeur in this view of life. So I think that maybe I differ slightly from Sam on that.
Well, I would just add that there's nothing unscientific in what I would propose we need to honor the profundity of our circumstance. It's not that you have to believe anything on insufficient evidence,
true. Yeah.
but I just feel like there's more to a rich human experience than merely not being wrong.
Of course.
Or having correct, propositional knowledge of the world. And I know obviously you share that view.
And it may not be one answer for everybody. I tend to look at it, by the way, as religions, I think, by and large, have come from flawed thinking trying to answer the questions about reality, including about our fears and death and life and what's the meaning and purpose. And because of this, and because they become so pervasive, they have absolutely infused every conversation. Even if you're not a religious individual, you're surrounded by people, and they've passed on as memes to address, oh, well, you can't have meaning unless it's this type of meaning that is encapsulated within religion, when there may be other meaning that's valuable. By poisoning the well with religious ideas of the way things ought to be, it seems to increase this frustration when we find out things don't work the way religion thinks they ought to be. And it's the example I've heard somebody say once, that religion poisons you and then offers you the cure. And I changed that to say that religion convinces you you're poisoned when you're not, and then offers you the homeopathic remedy. And instead of going down that route, it's going to be difficult to take people who have had these ideas that where the entire conversation has been colored by religious claims about the way things ought to be. It's going to take work, and that's why I hear from people who've been atheists for 50 years and wake up with nightmares of hell or frustrations about nihilism. And I would say, I'm sure we'll get into this at some point, maybe not tonight, but Dennett would point out that the conversations around free will have been similarly poisoned by the things that we want about free will, that we want to have moral responsibility. And I don't think that free will in any libertarian sense is required for that in the first place, nor do I think it exists. So I'm kind of in the middle ground on that, and I don't want to go down that path since we all answered this one, but we'll... Yes, sir.
Hi, this is a question for Sam. You were all talking earlier about authority in science and on social media, who to trust. I was wondering who you thought had more authority in general when it came to metaphysics, an expert scientist or an expert philosopher?
Well, it depends what you mean by metaphysics. People use this word in a wide variety of ways. Can you unpack that?
I guess the reflection on physics as a whole. So would someone who had first-hand experience with experiments and stuff as a physicist have some sort of greater authority in that regard?
Well, it's not really a matter of granting authority to any one discipline over another, or one person over another in any kind of generic sense. I mean, the person who has the most authority for me is the person who's making sense at that moment. You know, so and the moment even the greatest authority stops making sense, right? He or she's got about 2 sentences to solve that problem before my faith in their view of at least that topic begins to erode. So you're sort of as good as your last sentence in this game, and that's what makes it thrilling to actually have public conversations with people who are smart and who have a lot of knowledge to bring to bear on a topic. As far as the contributions of philosophy, I'm not somebody. I mean, I said something that was read as fairly denigrating of philosophy in the moral landscape, but it was misinterpreted, and I'm a huge fan of philosophy. I don't think philosophy is going away, and insofar as we're making an effort to resolve conceptual confusion in our science, you know, that's always going to be the work of philosophy, whether it's done by scientists or philosophers in each moment. And you know, metaphysics in the philosophical sense is often working in the background of any kind of assertion about our beliefs being in register with reality when we're doing science. So I mean, the work of a philosopher is always there to be done.
I lost my mic there.
Yeah.
I wanted to point out we've got about 15 minutes of questioning left, and as a reminder, there'll be book signing up there for those people who are part of that. But so I will do my part to keep my answers maybe even non-existent, but at least brief. And we'll try and do the same by keeping questions short so we can get to as many people as possible.
Yeah, I'll give you an easy one. I just wanted to bring up the animal issue. I'm not like a militant vegan or anything, but Richard and Sam, you've both interviewed Peter Singer, who's somebody who intuitively I sort of not sure about, and then I find myself really unable to sort of disprove, or things which he say seem quite logically sort of consistent. And I was just wondering, talking about brick walls earlier, are we all brick walls on this topic? Why is society so stuck, and where do you see it sort of going forward from here on this issue?
Specifically on the food issue, or?
Well, this particular question comes from an argument I had over foie gras, which I guess is quite
you
extreme case.
You are a hard case.
Yeah, but it's a continuum, I guess. But on the food, go on, whatever you want. Right. Surprise me.
You weren't eating that foie gras with Nazis, were you? Well, Singer can make you very uncomfortable because his arguments take you to an extreme point of criticism with respect to your own daily ethics, and yet it's hard to find fault with them. I think his shallow pond argument is among the best in moral philosophy, and I don't think there is an adequate response to it. This doesn't relate to the issue of food, but just for those of you who don't know the shallow pond argument, it's worth a moment. Singer asks us to contemplate what it would be like to, let's say, I told you now, I came to this auditorium, and on the way I passed a small child drowning in a shallow pond, but I was late, so I just left her there to drown. Actually, my most important concern is I didn't want to get my shoes wet. They cost a couple of $100, and this seems a shame to waste a pair of good shoes. Now, you would rightly view me as a moral monster for having that sort of inner life, and yet if I told you I received an appeal from UNICEF or some valid charity which said, if only you gave us $200, you could save a human life, just like this one, and they even provided a photo of a child, and I told you that I get those appeals all the time, and I sometimes send money, but sometimes I don't, and I happen to throw this one away. That's sort of the common experience of humanity at this point. We're all that moral monster. We know there's something we could do to save a life that we didn't do today because the mechanism is there to do it. And Singer asks us to square that seeming paradox, and it's only the paradox is only reduced infinitesimally when you add things like, well, this is a life that's near to you versus one that's far away. I think the future for a truly moral species is in taking more and more of Singer's arguments on board institutionally, where we are allocating resources in a way that could withstand that kind of analysis, and we're doing it, and we're not requiring each of us to be a saint moment to moment, but we're just requiring that our systems function with that degree of moral wisdom. And I think we're far away from doing that, but that is the goal. So I think he's ultimately right on most of those points.
Because I think Peter Singer is a very good example of philosophy at its best, and as Sam says, it's extremely difficult to fault his arguments. They're immensely persuasive. I'm not quite sure why you need to be a philosopher. You just need to be a clear thinker. I mean, you don't need to actually have read a lot of the history of philosophy, I think, to be able to come up with arguments as he does. Question I asked mostly about the animal issue, and I'm struggling with trying to be more vegetarian than I was, and at home I'm pretty much entirely vegetarian now. I tend not to be vegetarian when I go out to dinner with other people. So it's a sort of step in the right direction, but it's not a big enough step. I think I'd like everybody to be vegetarian. Then great chefs would start creating dishes that are less boring. But I do feel a moral guilt about humanity, about myself, and I feel it particularly when I see those lorries going off to the slaughterhouse with eyes peering through those little slats, and animals being crowded
and
in
there might be a technological fix for that too. And there's this movement now it was called cultured meat, it's now called clean meat, and there's some startups in the US, maybe there are in the UK, that are trying to grow actual animal protein in a vat,
yes.
They're not associated with
that would be
animal.
wonderful. And by the way, we could revert to an earlier discussion about the yuck factor. There's no reason at all, of course, why you shouldn't have tissue culture of human meat.
Another point that
again, that would be
we will
another,
see on YouTube.
So instead of human roadkill, it's human lab kill.
And that's just the kind of question that moral philosophers like to deal with, and rightly so. So.
Yes, sir.
Yes. I would like to hear your thoughts about the distinction between a set of ideas and the people who subscribe to them. Because I know that when you're criticizing a set of ideas, you could be called stuff like gross or racist, but the standard response seems to be that, oh, I'm not criticizing people, I'm criticizing the ideas. But I think that while it's true to some extent, it's also a bit of a cop-out, because if a set of ideas is truly horrible, then the person subscribing to those would, by consequence, be a horrible individual. And
well, no. I mean,
not
because
necessarily.
Look, think of what happens when someone actually changes their view. I mean, there are people who were.
I don't mean that it's not open to change, but well, I was just wanting to hear your thoughts about that distinction and the controversy surrounding it.
I tend to try not to assess people in that sense of you're a good person, you're a bad person. And instead, it's you're advocating for good things or you're advocating for bad things, rather than trying to sum up. Even in the heated discussions or something, you might say, oh, you're an idiot or that's moronic or whatever else. And I've done it. I've done it, surprise, on the show. But it is still a give-up move. It's probably born more of frustration. I've always advocated for addressing ideas instead of the people. I try to avoid summarizing that. I'm going to fail. But as Sam was interjecting, the fact that somebody is currently advocating for bad ideas, that alone isn't enough for me to determine the content of their character. I can only address the content of those ideas and say, because if you change their mind, and their mind is changed perhaps relatively quickly, as some of us changed our minds, that tells you far more about the actual content of their character. The fact that there are people with bad ideas is independent of the, an assessment of their whole character.
But listening to the question, I think what lay behind the question was the very frequent occasions when criticizing Islam is taken as criticism of individual Muslims. I think that's where it's totally different from what you've been talking about, Matt, because there, what I would say to that is that individual Muslims are usually the most severely maltreated victims of Islam. And so we're not talking about whether we should respect people who have bad ideas. We're talking about people who are the victims of bad ideas, and who are not necessarily, I mean, they may propound them in a certain way, but I think that's what lay behind the questioner.
Yeah, and more generally, I think there's this confusion between criticizing the ideas and hating groups of people for reasons of racism or xenophobia or some other animus. And I mean, this so clearly doesn't map on to what real critics of Islam are doing. I mean, real critics of Islam are trying to help Muslim apostates, right, who share all of the racial and ethnic and national backgrounds of their former co-religionists. So if you're prejudiced against Arabs or Pakistanis, well then, it's kind of strange behavior to be becoming best friends with Pakistani or Arab ex-Muslims, right? And in terms of just how fully people can redeem themselves, I think it's just we shouldn't undersell this. Maajid Nawaz was an Islamist, right? And he's one of the greatest people I know now, and yet he can point to a moment on the calendar where his mind changed, and as an Islamist, I couldn't really imagine collaborating with him, nor him with me, I'm sure, but he's an absolutely fantastic person and a friend, and we sort of stumbled into a friendship by virtue of first meeting under conditions that seemed quite hostile to conversation. So this really you can really fully converge with someone who at one point you would have totally disagreed with.
I endorse that. Maajid Nawaz, I think, is a real hero.
Okay.
And I want to say there's at least a chance that your question is the last one, not to put any pressure on you.
Okay. This is a question for anyone to jump in on, and it's basically revolving around comedy. A lot of comedians say that the reason that jokes are funny is because they have at least an element of truth to them. So I wanted to ask what you all think of the role of ridicule and satire in changing people's minds.
I think ridicule and satire is great, and I think it's our greatest weapon against religion. There's so much food for ridicule. There's so much opportunity.
It kind of touches on the last question about the difference between ridiculing individuals and ridiculing ideas.
Exactly.
I'm a fan. And if an idea is ridiculous, it's deserving of ridicule by definition of the absurdness of it. But it attacks the issue in a way that may be safer than a straightforward, oh, this is wrong and here's why. It may not only be more effective, but it may be safer because we can laugh at stuff. We can laugh at, transubstantiation or, when Elvis died for my sins, he stayed dead type of things. The ideas are fun. I'm fine with ridiculing. I love it. I love satire and all that. I don't know that it's the starting point. But I also don't know that it's not the starting point. We had in the secular and atheist community for years, and probably still, disagreements over whether there should be firebrands or diplomats. And then you started labeling who's a firebrand and who's a diplomat. Well, I'm both, depending on the situation and who I'm talking to. And I think that we need as many different honest avenues of attack as we can find, because people believe for different reasons and they're going to stop believing for different reasons. There are people I'm never going to convince that Richard's going to convince. There's people who neither one of us are going to convince that Ricky Gervais is going to convince with a joke. Why not? What's the problem with having multiple paths of attack? Instead of saying, well, you firebrands, you're the bad atheists, or you diplomats, you're the conformists, the peacemakers, you're letting them get away with the softer version of their religion. I think that's the time.
Oh, one more.
I can't see that. We'll do one more on that side really quick. Or is it?
So first of all the people behind me, we're at a celebration of reason, and they believe in miracles. Sam, I'm a fan of yours. I'm one of the small percentage of people that pays to enjoy your podcasts, and I even tweeted you to invite you out to dinner in London. You spoke before about the two possible tracks in terms of influencing a change of Islam reform or just abandon it. Surely you might be missing a trick, which is that these 1.6 billion people, their religion is wrapped up in their culture, in their identity, in who they are, their food, their communities, their values, or their perceived perception of those things. And surely, and it plays into the question before you stood here before me, when we are engaging, whether it's on YouTube or in a conversation with somebody who professes to belong to that community, whatever their beliefs, we need to be sensitive to the way they perceive themselves. So, for example, a Muslim person may consider themselves to be a Muslim, and there's nothing they can do about it. They were born that way in the same way as I was born as a Caucasian. And doesn't that come back into that question about people feeling it's personal against them when you attack their religion or their belief or their lifestyle?
Well, it's understandable that people would feel that way. I mean, that's the first concession. Yes, attacking Islam in a very abbreviated form without a lot of context or without an ability to explain the issue, that can be expected to offend some number of Muslims, no doubt. But we're talking about a longer conversation that the culture has to have with itself, and only in the best case, people in the culture can have that conversation. I think only they can have it effectively, ultimately, for reasons that you allude to. But there's nothing, the worst beliefs can be dissected out of any religion, or they can be just ignored. I mean, they don't even have to be edited out of the books necessarily, although that would be convenient. And it is a problem that they're not edited. It's a problem that there's a tradition that we can't edit these books because they're a matter of revelation, because then fundamentalism becomes kind of like the reboot procedure on culture. If you just put people on an island with a copy of the Quran, the Islam they will very likely create out of assiduous study of that text will be the sort that we should be most apt to criticize. So it's a problem that you can't bowdlerize Scripture. But no, when you look at the life of an ex-Muslim who still is very much in the community, who has relationships with current Muslims and speaks the language and loves the food and loves the architecture, and I mean that's their world. That's the front line of this conversation, and that clearly that's a change that's happening and can happen. And then there's again the other track, which is the Muslim reformer, the person who hasn't disavowed the faith necessarily, but for whom this is a person for whom it's absolutely clear that we don't want to live in a world where you cut the hands off of thieves, right, or kill apostates, or even more edgier still, you want to live in a world where women are the political equals of men, though you can find precious little reason to do that on the basis of a study of the Quran and the Hadith. And that, even in Saudi Arabia, some people just woke up to a world where women can now drive. So the change is conceivable, and once that change happens, harder to roll it back, I think. And so I think I wouldn't underestimate how much progress people can make within the culture, and you also shouldn't underestimate the effect of people like ourselves outside the culture making the offensive noises we make. Because I mean, when I was with Maajid in Australia at a book signing, someone came up to me and said, listen, I just want you to know I've come like straight from Pakistan. I was in an absolutely fundamentalist context. All my friends and family are Islamists, if not jihadists, and yet your YouTube videos reached me. I say that not to congratulate myself. I'm just saying that I was bowled over by that. It never for a moment seemed possible to me that would happen or have any positive effect, really, in that context, and yet it does. And if Maajid wants to attest to that somewhere, he can. Yeah.
Can I put in a little boast as well? There is no official Arabic translation of the God Delusion. There is an illicit, bootlegged PDF of the God Delusion in Arabic, which has been downloaded 10 million times.
Yeah.
And and a third of those in Saudi Arabia.
On that note, my apologies to the people standing in line. I'm told there's a young man about 5 up that line that we're just going to move to the front and give to the final question to.
Hello?
Hi.
There's one way to find out if I sound like a mouse on helium. Okay. First, I'd like to state that I am a member of the ACA, so courtesy. But my question for you is, I've had Christian prayers come into my school. I've had Christian priests and even a Christian pop group come into my school. I'm wondering what you would think if I were to say that maybe a Muslim pop group was to come in my school. What do you think that teachers and everybody else in the school would be supportive of that, or would they see it differently from anything else?
I don't really understand.
So I'm probably the one least qualified to answer this, because in the UK, they don't have the same type of church-state separation that we have in the US. And it's been very effective, because when the Christian groups come into schools to do things that they ought not be doing, but nobody really cares about because we're just going to go along with it because our culture, one of the most effective counters to that has been Satanists. Satanists have been coming into the United States, schools in the United States, saying, hey, if the Christian groups can do it, we can do it too. And they put out these awesome coloring books that have nice moral messages in them. And as soon as they start handing out their stuff, all of a sudden the Christian propaganda just vanishes. There's a difference with the issue of potentially having a state religion as to whether or not that same sort of tactic could exist here, but it might. I don't know, I can't tell you how the teachers will react, but I'd encourage you to give it a go.
We're spreading Satanism to the youth now, apparently.
Considering the other things we spread tonight, Satanism's pretty up there.
First, let me just express how amazed I am that you are here and that you asked a question that well. It gives me hope for the future.
Yeah.
And your parents should be praised. Well done.
Thank you, that means a lot to me. I'm on top of the world, Ma.
All right. If there's nothing more to add, did you guys have a closing statement for the crowd that you wanted to make?
Nope. Been a great crowd. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for coming.
Thank you guys so much. There'll be book signing up there. Sam Harris, Richard Dawkins. Woo!
Maajid, you're the only one amongst us who spent a large portion of your life not believing in Enlightenment values. Why?
So in a sense, I think, hi everyone. In a sense, I think you're asking me to steel man the case for Islamism.
Yes.
So that we know what the weak points are to...
Maajid, your mic looks slightly off. Is that here a little bit?
Is that better?
Quietly?
Okay, yeah, all right. So, okay, hello everyone, start again. In a sense, Josh, I think what I'm hearing you do is ask me to steel man Islamism so that we know where the weaknesses are for Western Enlightenment values, so we know what we have to defend because we, by me steel manning Islamism, know what's coming under attack. And that would be, I suppose, the purpose of this exercise. So I will steel man Islamism with the caveat that everyone understands here that I haven't decided to renege on my...
And just for people who aren't up with the jargon, just remind them what...
Get a video of you.
This is,
just remind people what steel manning means.
Right, so the best way to build, to respond to your adversary's case is to actually respond to what they are saying rather than respond to what you are imputing that they are saying. If you impute that somebody is saying something they are not, it's called a straw man. And of course, you find yourself not responding to their actual point, much to their frustration. And it's much healthier for conversation, but also if you want to change somebody's mind, that you respond to what they are actually saying. And so to build an argument for what somebody's actually saying is called to steel man, and in a sense it's the opposite of a straw man. As I said, that's imputing something to somebody when they're not actually saying that. So I will steel man Islamism for the panel, and I suppose we can go from there, because then we know something. We know, all of us here obviously by definition are concerned about building a case for the defense, but beyond defense, I suppose the propagation of Western Enlightenment values. I put the word Western in quotation marks for reasons we may want to come to later. But Enlightenment values, essentially. And because they are the best that we've got at the moment. And they're the best of a bad bunch of ideas. I think Bret will come in at some stage to talk about why there's some weaknesses there. But we need to know where they're being attacked. And we need to know where the blind spots are. So let me start with this. If you look at the notion that we in the West genuinely and sincerely, as societies, but especially as governments, care for liberal, secular, democratic values, that is actually quite easy to attack. I could actually still do it today. Because let's start with our foreign policy, and it's quite easy to see where, depending on where our economic interests may lie, that we will, in some instances, proactively support dictatorships abroad, and in other instances, proactively undermine democratic countries if they happen not to align with our economic interests or indeed toe the foreign policy line that we want to take. And there are clear historic examples of that, but the contemporary examples, that kind of stand out for us are especially countries like Saudi Arabia, where we've had historical alliances and relationships with absolute, total dictatorships. Now, the only region in the world where an absolute monarchy still reigns, and when I mean an absolute monarchy, I mean that the king can literally decide whether you live or die on a whim, is the Gulf, it's the Middle East. And they are, whether it's Saudi Arabia or whether it's other Gulf monarchies, they are reigning supreme. And so the line the argument or the notion that we sincerely as societies and as the state care for the advocacy of democratic values falls apart, especially when not that we're dealing with these countries on a pragmatic basis, but when we have a relationship with them where we share in their advocacy of their medieval culture. And so that may change now in 2018, but certainly from the invasion of Afghanistan onwards, we've had a very unhealthy relationship with Saudi Arabia where we have subsidized the proselytization of a certain type of Saudi foreign policy. And so the Islamist argument would be that in terms of foreign policy, of course, the interest for freedom and democracy and secularism collapses the minute economic interest comes to play. And that's, in essence, the critique of capitalism. But it's not just in foreign policy when it comes to supporting dictators, and especially in the Cold War, we saw this with the US government sponsoring coups in certain countries, sponsoring the invasion of certain countries, you know, the Bay of Pigs and the whole Iran-Contra affair, sponsoring the assassination of certain leaders abroad because they were in the wrong political camp. They happened to be in the Soviet camp, and of course that the US would undermine, even where people have elected them by the popular vote, the US would, in its foreign policy, actively undermine those popularly elected governments because they didn't align with the Western sphere of influence, but rather they fell in the Soviet sphere of influence. And so Islamists seize upon this when seeking to recruit Muslims to say that their advocacy for Western secular democratic values is insincere. But it becomes even more potent when you talk about it in the case of invasion of countries, right? So here you have President George Bush, who wants to, who in the name of freedom and democracy wants to spread that and decides the best way to spread freedom and democracy is by military occupation. And so, you know, it's often sometimes the obvious is staring at us in the face, but because we're not subject to the consequences of that obvious, it isn't as important a point for us. But I can guarantee you that the case for freedom and democracy in the Middle East was dealt a serious and severe and literally violent blow by the invasion of Iraq. And there was no Al-Qaeda in Iraq before its invasion. There certainly was no ISIS before there was before the invasion of Iraq by Tony Blair and George Bush. So there is also the sort of that element of occupying countries that we don't like. You know, the 9/11 attacks were planned in Afghanistan. Iraq had nothing to do with it. Moving to domestic policies, of course, again, the Islamists will make a case that power is the most important thing, not values. And so when that power is threatened, the first thing to be compromised are those values. So now if I were to list, you know, cases of the civil liberties violations since the war on terror, we've pretty much lost everything. And that makes the Islamist case for us, that the Western governments don't actually care for.
What do you mean that we've lost everything?
Right, so let's start with the right to liberty. So if you're going to build a human rights case up for 48 days detention without trial, which is where the UK was before David Cameron, a Conservative Prime Minister, reversed a Labour government's decision to hold a suspect for 48 days without trial. They introduced the Terrorism Act 2000, Schedule 7, which took away the right to silence under interrogation, and it became a criminal offence not to answer the police's questions if you're held at any port of entry and exit in the UK under the Terrorism Act 2000. So the right to silence, which people, what they call the Miranda rights, which people cherish, it's been removed. It's been removed, and Lawrence Southern was held
at
under
airports.
this. At any port of entry or exit in the UK, right? And of course, it all begins from that, right? So the extradition, for example, rendition.
I'm getting I'm confused about one thing though.
Yep.
All of these.
I'm still in role play, by the way.
Yeah, no, I know, I got that. Yeah, but it seems like all of these erosions of our commitment to Western tolerance and our Enlightenment values are in the direction of values that Islamists would endorse.
Precisely.
Right? So like, Islamists are not concerned about democracy and the maintenance of civil liberties.
But that's their point. They are trying to, very, very openly and frankly, candidly, trying to build societies that are hierarchical. And when we offer a response to that and say, well, we don't need that because we've got societies that are free and open and we don't want societies that are hierarchical,
right.
Their argument would be you're living in an illusion.
So it's hypocrisy. The charge is hypocrisy.
More than that there is no such thing as an open society. And so if you're going to choose between hierarchical societies, if you're going to have a man that's going to tell you what to do or God tell you what to do, that's their kind of logic, right? But they're both hierarchical and opaque societies. So moving beyond Schedule 7, talk about rendition to torture, right? So the UK has directly been involved and has actually been involved in payouts to jihadist sympathizers like Mohsen Beg. They paid him money because he went to prosecute the UK government for being involved in his interrogation and torture in Bagram in Afghanistan. Whether it's him or the Libyan case that recently came out, the UK has been involved in the rendition to third countries with the cooperation of regimes that torture suspects that the UK has then profited from in terms of receiving intelligence that has been acquired through torture. And yet here we are, that our critique of jihadists and Islamists is they don't respect human rights. But our governments have been, and this part is true, right? They have been involved in serious human rights violations. And so whether it's rendition to third countries or indeed detention without trial, data and spying and the Snoopers Charter, what it's called in the UK, or even the NSA spying stuff, the Islamists will generally argue that everything that we are defending doesn't actually exist. It's an illusion. And I'll finish by reading something, because in my autobiography, there's a little excerpt that I called The Polemic, and it was me attempting to remind everybody precisely what we're up against in terms of propaganda against Western Enlightenment values. And what I think we learn from this is that if we understand what those weaknesses are, it's why it's so important to defend those values where they are being eroded, because we recognize we're handing propaganda coups to those who want to destroy everything that these values stand for. But also B, we actually see where the attack's coming from, and we're better prepared to counterattack as well. So this is chapter 16 from my book. It's called The Polemic. It says, again, this is, by the way, this is me in character, right? So please don't get scared of it. You drop bombs on my people while knowing full well that the level of collateral damage, we call them innocent Muslims, will far exceed the damage to any legitimate target. For you, killing our children en masse, and you still call it collateral damage, is an unavoidable consequence of pursuing your policies in our lands. To us, they are simply children. Don't you think we've been crying too, like you are now, for years? Do you think we felt no pain as you raped and plundered our lands and bombed our cities? What lands, what cities, you ask? Your arrogance is only compounded by your ignorance. Look to Iraq. In order to remove Saddam Hussein, after the Kuwait War, you killed over 500,000 children because you could. Because you could. And because my people were too lost, too defeated to be able to stop you. These are our children. We cry for them even as you feel absolutely nothing. What of Leslie Stahl's question on 60 Minutes, posed to Secretary of State Madeleine Albright? She said, "We have heard that 500,000 children have died. I mean, that's more children than died at Hiroshima. And is the price worth it?" Albright's callous response is etched in our memories, staining our innocence with her venom. She said, "I think it is a very hard choice, but we think the price is worth it." And you wonder why we're so angry? You wonder even now why, after all these years, as we speak these words, we are consumed with rage? The price of killing 500,000 children with your depleted uranium bombs is worth pursuing, but woe be to us if we ever strike back. In your world, Albright's interview was barely mentioned. A Dow Jones search of mainstream news sources after the attack turned up only one reference to the interview in an Orange County newspaper. But in our world, in the hell we live in, this is major news. We will not forget our dead just because you have no feelings. Is killing innocent civilians justified only for your own foreign policy interests? You claim that, unlike us, you don't target civilians, that your intentions are noble, that you seek only humane concerns. How many deaths of untargeted civilians by your hands entitles us to respond? 5? 10? 100? 500,000? Are 3,000 deaths enough to make you feel the pain of each and every mother you untargeted with depleted uranium? If not, then know that our intentions in bringing you death can also be noble. We too shroud destruction in humane concerns. You do not have a monopoly on reaping devastation off the back of good intentions. So don't you dare claim such a thing. You can support, fund, and train dictators in our lands who've been torturing our brothers and raping our sisters in their prisons for decades. And yet you invade our countries claiming to bring democracy? And you cite international law at us while you willfully ignore Israel's occupation of Palestine as defined by the United Nations itself. We will never forget your friendship with Mubarak and Assad, your unconditional support of an occupying Israel, the way you used us as mujahideen in Afghanistan only to turn on us once you got what you wanted. You chose your side and we have chosen ours. We've come to know that no amount of civilized pleading, no amount of appealing to your humanity, for your mercy, no amount of playing by your rules in your game will move you. You are stupefied in ignorant bliss while we bleed and secrete pus from every orifice. There is only one thing you people value and cherish, and that is your own lives, your own happiness, and your own selfish oblivion. If inflicting upon you even an atom's weight of the pain we suffer at your hands wakes you from your stupor and forces you to listen to our cries as we drown, then I'm afraid we have finally decided that though it's a very hard choice, the price we think is worth it.
All right, you've won me over. I'm becoming a jihadist.
Yes. I'll send my bank account details. You can send me the check later on.
I think the wise thing for you to do now would probably be to counter that steel man.
Well, I think everyone else can do that. I've spoken too much.
Sam?
Well, I actually would add to the side of the balance against the Enlightenment in that I think there's more to the case for, there's more that explains why we find ourselves in this uncanny position of having to defend Enlightenment values and reason and a scientific worldview against creeping theocracy and just naked tribalism, populism, all these eruptions of seemingly archaic and discredited ideas. And it's far simpler than just exporting our chaos to other countries and dropping bombs where we can find no other way to persuade people to just buy our products or whatever it is we intend. It's just that it's hard to live an unambiguously good life. It's hard to live a profound life. It's hard to live a life that you know each day is working. And it's pretty clear that living a good life entails more than just not being wrong about things scientifically. And it entails more than just having reasonably free markets that produce the next smartphone that you desperately want to buy. And so it's on the problem of what it means to live a good life that these kind of ancient worldviews continue to market themselves as the only game in town. I mean, so religions of all kinds, but there's something uniquely captivating about Islam in this regard because it really is the whole package in terms of its egalitarianism, it's the kind of the swiftness with which you can be indoctrinated into it, the fact that if you are kind of on the high testosterone side of things, it offers a militant and James Bondian adventure if you want to go and fight for the one true faith. And so it offers meaning in a way that's really, it's just off-the-shelf kind of meaning that you can get. And what we're struggling for, I think, in a secular context is how you can connect people with meaning and purpose and profundity without lying to them or causing them to lie to themselves about the nature of reality or what we have every reason to believe about it. And that's a challenge that we're trying to meet, I think, in piecemeal ways, but I think we're all to some degree or another suffering the lack of a shelf in the bookstore that has no bullshit on it that does describe a philosophy of life and a way of living that is more than just seeing what's on Netflix every night.
Would that be, are you describing the power of myth?
Yeah, I was just going to say, somewhere in North America, Jordan Peterson is just waking up, bolt upright in bed, going, "What bullshit? There's not bullshit." Sorry he couldn't be here. It's too damn far. Douglas.
Yeah.
It's bloody far. Douglas, the loss of meaning in the West and the loss of a spine amongst Western intellectuals, the loss of a sense that there is something worthy of defending is one of the themes that you come back to a lot.
Sure. I just say at the beginning, I could go through every one of the things that Maajid just listed in that and shoot them down, but that would take a little while. Let me just make one observation about the list, which is the enormous risk that often happens of people absorbing the arguments of opponents who do not wish you well. So, for instance, on interventionism, you never hear, in fact, I've said this to Maajid before, but I've never heard anyone from the Islamic world say, "Thank God for NATO."
Yeah.
But they should.
But by the way, I'll spend the rest of my book debunking these, just for everyone's,
But I mean, they shouldn't. The reason I mention this is for the selective historical reasons which we in the West are at risk of imbibing. For instance, I say, why does nobody say thank God for NATO? Because if NATO hadn't have intervened in Kosovo, I think it's widely agreed that a severe genocide would have occurred on the continent of Europe, worse than was already happening. NATO intervened. We don't expect thank yous endlessly, but once will be something. And
thank you, Douglas.
So I have. It's not enough. But this is just worth remembering, because a generation and a lot of people from a generation are at risk of imbibing basically the jihadists' arguments about us. And I just put that out there at the beginning. The second thing I'd just say quickly is, I mean, the fascinating thing now about looking at back, for instance, intervention in Afghanistan, is that, it's one of the great fallacies of history which we're always vulnerable to, which is to think that everyone knew in the past what we know now. And, until the 1980s, the major threat to countries like ours was global communism, the Soviet expansionism. We saw it as a major threat. And anyone who doubts that just has to say that, I mean, if up until, I've often thought of this, until as late as basically the 10th of September 2001, if you said, in the early years of the 21st century, politicians, journalists, public intellectuals and others are going to spend years talking about Islam. Say, what? Why? How come? It's not that interesting. It's not that vital in our societies. It's a bit of our society. It's not overwhelming. If you said, okay, you're going to be discussing Islamic blasphemy laws all across Scandinavia for years. Why?
And the jurisprudence of face veils.
Yeah, and you're going to be the major debate in the UK in August 2018 is going to be the burqa. How does that happen? I don't see I don't see the way.
That is a bit surreal, isn't it?
So here's the deep underlying thing, which is that religion's back. And most people in the West don't know how to talk about it or think about it. And I've just got this endless concern about this matter, because I've had this conversation, as I think a lot of other people here have, for years with politicians and others, and they still don't understand the nature of this. And I just give you one example quickly. A little while ago, I was speaking to a TV producer who came over to me at a party somewhere and said, it was at the height of ISIS. And she said, what do ISIS want, Douglas? And I thought, oh, okay. Well,
they're actually quite upfront about it generally.
Yeah, they're quite. They've done a lot of speaking about this and a lot of writing, and they basically want to bring about they invite the world to Islam and bring about the end times. And this woman looked at me and she said, she said, well, that's ridiculous. I mean, they can't. I said, what do they really want? And I said, well, they say that they want to invite the world to Islam, or their version of Islam, and then bring about the end of times. And she just looked at me like, I don't see that. I don't. So, and then I realized, well, if I just said to her, basically what ISIS are after is like a 2.5% reduction in VAT, she'd have been all over it. Oh, yeah. Oh, I see. Well, would they settle for 1.2? We'd have been able to talk about it.
It is a bit high, isn't it?
Let's find some compromise. But she had no idea. And that for me, in a nutshell, is one of the things, one of the many things we're walking through at the moment, is the inability of people in societies like ours to realize that some of our opponents believe that they have the explanation for everything, the justification for everything, the meaning of everything, now, yesterday, tomorrow, and to the ends of time and eternity. And we say, come again? At the very least, we have to educate ourselves about this. But this is, I don't want to...
Yeah, they're ideologues.
But Bret Weinstein, Douglas just said that we're up against religion's making a comeback, but in the grand sweeping kind of arc of the challenges that we currently face, it ain't just religion that's the only source of unreason. You have personal experience of another sort of orthodoxy and dogma. Can you expand this conversation from religion specifically to other ways in which groupthink and tribalism are posing a threat to Enlightenment values?
Yeah, I'm glad you raised it. I was sitting here thinking this is amazing that we're talking about why the Enlightenment is on the ropes and the only thing on the table is the Islamic threat to the Enlightenment, when in fact there's this whole other part of it that in the West is quite live, especially within the academy, where people have begun to feel sophisticated, arguing against the mechanisms of the Enlightenment, the scientific method itself, the values of the Enlightenment, and you don't really imagine that people could, you could imagine that people are a little bit deaf to what those values are and how they work, but it's a little hard to imagine that people would actually explicitly argue against them until you've faced it, and I have faced it. I've brought up the Enlightenment and said these values needed protecting, and I've been told that actually that's the problem. So I think we have to disentangle a couple of things here in order to see what's going on. The Enlightenment, by largely an accident of history, is a European phenomenon. And there are a lot of folks who are looking at the world and noting that it appears to be rigged in a particular way that preserves a kind of power that is resident in Europe and amongst people of European descent elsewhere, like Australia, the US, etc. And they are not phrasing their argument particularly well, nor do I think the argument is very strong, but the argument is something like, you're telling us, the world, that the Enlightenment is the path forward, and it just so happens that you, in the European-derived West, are ahead in the use of these tools, which you claim are the route to discovering the truth of how the universe works. So are you really telling us that it just so happens that the way forward for all of us is a way in which you are all ahead? That sounds like bullshit to us, right? That sounds like you deciding that it just so happens we're going to settle military matters from now on with basketball. Oh, really? Basketball? That's the game you're going to choose to settle it? It's not going to be soccer or something like that? It's going to be basketball? So the thing that I think we have to notice is that there is truth in the part of this that says that, yes, the power that derives from Enlightenment values is not evenly distributed across the globe. But the question is, are we really supposed to reject the power of the Enlightenment, or are we supposed to democratize the power of the Enlightenment? I think democratizing the power of the Enlightenment is a slam dunk. And I would point out, actually, I feel in a good position to say this because although I am of European descent, I'm also Jewish, and the Enlightenment was not a Jewish phenomenon. But I'm going to wield those tools like a broadsword because they're the best tools. They don't come from my ancestors, but they are useful to me, and they will be useful to my descendants. And anybody who wishes to be powerful on Earth by virtue of understanding how things actually function should level up through the acquisition and enhancement of this particular toolkit. So that's really, I think, the battle we're in. Are we supposed to reject the toolkit in order to level the playing field, or are we supposed to bring everybody on board with the toolkit so that everybody has access to these most powerful tools for discovering how things function?
Now, wouldn't the social justice warriors who hounded you out of a job say that they actually are on the side of the Enlightenment, and that the evolution of greater egalitarianism and participation for all people, whatever their gender or race, is a trajectory that they're defending?
I would have thought that that's what they would say, but they literally said the opposite. And it's honestly the most stunning thing to face people who would stare down the Enlightenment and claim that, in fact, it's a kind of fraud, that really the whole idea that the Enlightenment is a key to insight is a rationalization for the naked wielding of power, that it's not really insight at all, that the arguments that are powerful in science are really just power arguments. They're not arguments about truth or mechanism or anything like that. So, yeah, before I had had these conversations myself, I would have said exactly what you conjectured. But
I want to
having
confirm
had
that.
them,
They have jumped the shark.
Yeah.
So just recently, about a month ago in the UK, there was a clickbait TV interview between Piers Morgan and somebody whose name I can't remember. But Piers was criticizing her for her support of the hijacking of the left-wing movement in the UK and strawmanned her. Piers Morgan said, well, you know, it was over immigration, and he said, well, your hero, Obama, did so and so and so and so under his presidency. And she responded with these very words. She said, Obama's not my hero. I'm literally a communist, you idiot. Now, what happened next was the clip went viral. People started cheering as if that was a great response, that she shut up Piers Morgan, who is in need of shutting up on many an occasion, but not by proudly announcing you're a communist. Now, that's what's happened, right? So they've jumped the shark. She didn't try and argue a defense of Enlightenment values against his position.
Yeah.
And taken a pro-immigration position from an egalitarian perspective.
Oh.
She basically ditched all of that, said she was a communist. What happened next fascinated me even more. There's a magazine, what was it? What's that magazine she was featured in? It was
Teen Vogue.
One
Some of you may have missed it.
Or was it Ella magazine?
No, Teen Vogue. I assure you, I bought both.
Right.
A fine intellectual quarterly.
Douglas reads them in the sauna. But it said, and it was headlined, you know, something along the lines of, just so I'm not, you know, defaming anyone, because of course I just won a great defamation case, 3.4 million, thank you. It was it said something along the lines of, hero who shut up Piers Morgan, by quipping that she is literally a communist, as if that was a good thing. And that magazine was printed in D.C. The journalist who wrote it was in Washington, D.C.
The moral frivolity of deciding to forget the gulag in order to win a point of Piers freaking Morgan is a real disgrace. Anyhow, but look, where to... Just one other thought very quickly to back up what Bret just said. I mean, look, there are people on college campuses now in the US. There was one again recently, described facts as European-centric, as an idea. They're like, facts are like something we've got to fight against because of where they come from,
I mean,
and their oppressive nature.
The funny thing is that the guy who says that the most is the President of the United States, who that person probably doesn't like very much.
Yeah, but they mirror each other in
yes.
many
Yes.
Eric,
you're a scientist. What do you make of this?
Well, I mean, the whole thing's absolutely fascinating. To me, we've reached some point of decadence and exhaustion that we were not expecting. And I think we had thought that the Enlightenment was very well embedded in many of these societies, and we now find that, you know, it's sort of like down to a handful of people whose names we, you know, can reel off, who are willing to defend it in an environment where every time you stand up to defend this thing, you find yourself in a world of hurt. And we're not exactly up against the intellectual A-team either. So,
can you just unpack what you mean when you say that you stand up to defend it and you find yourself in a world of hurt?
Well, you know, if I say, you know, there was a tweet the other day from Planned Parenthood of Kentucky, which made a very interesting biological observation. I'm not sure if it was peer-reviewed or not, but it said, some men have a uterus 15 times. Some men have a uterus, because apparently things become more true as you perseverate.
It was peer-reviewed in Teen Vogue.
Well, yeah. And I think my response was, either you're referring to persistent Mullerian duct syndrome, in which case this is not how we discuss science, or you're just eating a box of multicolored crayons hoping to shit a rainbow. And I can't tell you how much you know what they meant. You know. So, no, I don't fully know what they mean. I think what you're telling me that they mean is that this would be a really good place to lie about things in a particular way that's kind. And I do think that that's important. There are load-bearing fictions. You know, in America, it's very important, one man, one vote. But why is it that Wyoming has 2 senators and, you know...
2 people.
What?
It's 2 people and 2 senators.
Yeah. Right. So, like, the whole thing is prima facie insane, right? If you think about it as contract bridge, The Enlightenment gets into trouble by extolling its own virtues, like one man, one vote, and all men are created equal, and then everything is honored in the breach. And so people who get really angry about these sort of hypocrisies get very, very angry. So let's define something called Enlightenment Plus. Like, you get the Enlightenment, which is all the good stuff, and then you get like the Dulles brothers and Kermit Roosevelt trying to destabilize Iran, and COINTELPRO in America assassinating Fred Hampton in his bed, and driving Jean Seberg to miscarry and commit suicide just because she was a supporter of radical black rights in the 60s. We've done a lot of bad things, and we've extolled these virtues in a way that many of us find absolutely exhausting. Now, what's interesting to me about Maajid's description is that, and this is something I don't think we've discussed before, but Bret and my family had a spy sent against it in the 1950s by our government. And the response to that is not, okay, well, the Enlightenment's off. This is, we're going to declare a Jewish jihad from the left wing for this patently unethical behavior. Instead, it's this sense of, oh man, I'm going to use the Enlightenment and shove this shit down your throat. I'm going to make you so sick and so upset with yourself that you come to understand the pain that you've inflicted on others for, let's say, the McCarthy era, or the Tuskegee medical experiment, or all of these things that are absolutely sickening and disgusting. So the key question...
You just made the point. It's only by reference to the Enlightenment, the values of the Enlightenment, that those violations of the values are problematic and are evidence of hypocrisy.
Well, I think
you're holding yourself to the standard that is being violated. And this is being weaponized against Enlightenment cultures by people who don't share those values. So very, very cynically, I mean, it is analogous to the use of human shields. It's like the people who will use human shields know that the people they're fighting care about so-called collateral damage, and it's an asymmetric moral contest.
Yes, but I would say that when you have 1.6 billion people, you can afford all sorts of exotic strategies like sending suicide bombers. When you're down to your last 20 million or whatever it is that we Jews have, you're thinking like, hey, this Enlightenment looks like some pretty heavy weaponry. We should figure out how to wield it and take it away from the Scots, because I think this is our day, right? So I think it's very important to understand that there's a contract bridge element where you make a bid and then you fall short of the bid, and that embitters and angers people. But what I'm concerned about in this discussion is that somehow we're tired. We're just so exhausted. And you look at Islam, and man, Islam is muscular. Russia looks muscular. China looks muscular.
Well, that's the thing, is that anything looks muscular in the film.
Compare it, Clearly. I mean, you have a photo online posted yesterday with your midriff showing. So.
Yeah. Hello, Sydney.
Yeah. I think there's an important point to make here, which is that I think that there is a danger we have conversations at different paces. I do want to get this point out of the way so it's clear that when Douglas and I speak, and it became apparent when you brought the left in, which clearly we have that challenge with Corbyn's Labour Party in the UK as well, but the most pressing challenge we have in Europe is jihadism. And often when we speak, we're speaking to a reality in Europe. There's a lived experience. I walk down the streets especially when ISIS were in power, and I'm sure Douglas does as well, looking over my shoulder in case somebody's going to slit my throat.
I was told not to appear in public for a year by the police.
Yeah. So there's a danger that when we speak, we're speaking to a specific reality, but our words are going around the world, and that is in danger of being misinterpreted as an overemphasis on Islam, right? And so just a quick example. Muslims in America, when surveyed, are more pro-gay marriage than their Christian evangelical counterparts, when surveyed. Muslims in Britain, when surveyed, are 53% in favor of criminalizing being gay.
Now,
this is the latest survey from 2016, right? And the one from America was from 2017. So when Douglas and I speak, we're speaking to a reality where 53% of my co-religionists want to ban his existence. Whereas in America, they're better than the Christians on that front. So just want to get that point clear, that there are slightly different realities. We're speaking to different emphases.
Crocodiles are nearer different boats.
And it's important to make that point, because when we speak to that specific reality, of course, our words don't stay in that reality. So we look as if we're overly focused on something when actually,
So you also just have to note that there's this weird confluence between these two things, which to this day I can't make much sense of, where the postmodern left, and we can argue whether or not postmodern is the right term, given that most of the people in the category don't know anything about postmodernism. They're just behaving in a postmodern fashion, but that they are embracing and rationalizing Islamic extremism is a very interesting fact. That among the things that they don't understand is the danger of this extreme ideology that's being deployed, that is itself so very intolerant of things like homosexuality. So there is at the core, and if you haven't run into it personally, it's worth having some conversation so that you can actually hear what the thought process sounds like. But this idea that there is no reality, that all arguments, no matter how mechanistic and backed by evidence, are really power in disguise, and therefore you can make any argument, and if it functions in a powerful way, then it's as true as anything else. Therefore, stigmatizing people for things that they're not guilty of is as valid a thing to do as anything else. That concept is very destructive and dangerous, and it is backing both the attack on the Enlightenment within the academy in the West and the rationalizing of extreme elements in Islam, both of which are truly dangerous.
Well, but just trying to loop slightly back. What I was trying to get to about the Enlightenment plus. So all the good stuff of the Enlightenment plus like the dirty tricks and kind of the, we'll steal some land and take people's resources and lie about some elections and maybe assassinate some people in South America, all that kind of stuff. The whole point is to get rid of as much plus as possible. And I don't think it's possible to get rid of all of the Enlightenment plus stuff that doesn't actually make us feel good. I mean, I think it's very important to start dealing in adult level fictions. If you're going to have a state is going to have to do bad things or it's not, I think it becomes self-extinguishing.
Yes.
And I think that for some reason, it's time to tell the kids that the tooth fairy is actually mom and dad. And that's very terrifying to people, right? We don't have one man, one vote. We don't actually have a perfect system of, the 12 people can figure out who's guilty and who's innocent. There's so much that just doesn't actually work. But it does work better.
It works okay.
And it works okay. And if we could be a little bit less childish about extolling the virtues of the Enlightenment, I think we could advance the Enlightenment a great deal more. Because I think the embittering and invidious aspect of this is when we wax rhapsodic about the Enlightenment, like, well, I've accumulated all of this wealth only by virtue of my ability to work the Enlightenment, and somebody else says, well, you did take our resources. That is an extremely angering thing, and I think, if you watch the Jordanian pilot ISIS video, which I recommend that you do not do, but some of us have.
When they burn him alive.
Yeah, well, their point, which nobody seemed to register in the West, is you kill people in this exact way, through rubble when you destroy a building and through fire when your incendiary devices go off. And the entire point of this is we are simply going to do to you what you have done to us so that you will experience something.
Which has a theological backing as well.
Yeah. And
also in the Old Testament.
Right, and so it's this thing that happens, you get to this fork in the road, which is, are we going to do the plus stuff, the Enlightenment plus stuff back to you? Or are we going to take a higher road and create something where we will be elevated above our oppressors? And I think that, the Islamic impulse too often has been, we're going to do the bad stuff right back and worse. And it would be more positive if people saw that you could work the Enlightenment to create new wealth, new possibilities. And I'm concerned that when you asked about the science, there is an extent to which the great scientific discoveries have slowed. Like the 20th century was pretty horrible in terms of war and conflict, but it was absolutely astounding in terms of scientific change and understanding. And it has not kept that pace in recent years, and I think it's unlikely to keep that pace in most fields. And so we have to understand that it's going to be harder to create new wealths for some reasons I can go into, I don't want to right now, and it's going to be harder to get that kind of golden era. So there is a fear that you've missed out on the golden age of the Enlightenment, and now you're just carrying the super heavy backpack around, and you're not quite sure whether you're going to get enough out of it to make it worthwhile and allow you to catch up.
I mean, there's this other alternative that lingers in the background on all of this, which is that Enlightenment plus Enlightenment as it is, it's all a bit passé, and there's a lot of people who say all of the things you just highlighted and more, inequality and so on, and who say, I've got another system. I've got another system of my own. That's what a lot of the people you cite, you say, why these weird cohabitations that occur? Well, that's easy. I mean, some people are perfectly happy to ride a stronger horse because they think it's going to get them to their destination. Now,
what stronger horses are you alluding to?
Well, for instance, I mean, we've had this for years in Europe. Look, by the late 1990s, the radical left, for instance, was stuck to a few people meeting in an upstairs room of a pub with a dog. And then suddenly they discovered, after the Second Intifada and after 9/11, that they were speaking to crowds of hundreds of thousands of people on occasions. That would propel you to think you might be onto something. So those people think they're riding the Islam bit. I would say that it's the other way around in that equation. But it's the sort of deal that gets done at this situation, because people say, look, your society is unequal, you're not as loyal as you claim to be to your values, and your society is unfair. And of course the question you have to say or ask back is, compared to what? What are your alternatives? And every single alternative that's come up with on this is so radically worse that you can't allow it to pass for a moment. I just throw one other one into the mix at this early stage. The intersectional answer, which is one of the more coherent, albeit, I mean, that's a damning statement in itself, of the theories that have been come up with in recent years. And this one, of course, says your society is unequal, and as a result, we have found this stratospheric version of justice, which if we can only operate it in the correct way, with the correct minority identity groups coming at the right speed and in the right location, we'll do that with our society and make it whole and pure and happy. And they seem not to realize that it's like coming in at that angle, and it's just going to cause the most almighty pain and far, far more unhappiness than the system they claim to be critiquing. That's just another of the ones that's coming in. It's because this inability to say compared to what.
It's interesting that you said that you used the word alternatives quite a lot. What's the alternative? Well, I mean, Angela Merkel literally said that there's no alternative for Germans to vote for. And what's the far-right party in Germany called?
Alternative for Deutschland.
Alternative for Deutschland. So when people are robbed of a sense that there is any alternative other than a moribund status quo, you get some nasty things emerging as that alternative. But let's follow up on that last point. And Sam, maybe you have some thoughts here, because I know that you're such a fan of identity politics. That's essentially what Douglas is talking about in terms of intersectionality.
Yeah. Well, I was just thinking about a story I heard. It's not on the identity politics point, but there's a story recently that I heard. I'm sure it was reported widely somewhere, but I just saw it in a series of tweets from the New York Times journalist Rukmini Callimachi, who's the New York Times.
She's doing great work.
She's great. Most of what you might have read about ISIS, at least in the Times, has been covered by her. And she tweeted about this pair of cyclists, I forget where they came from, who were run over in, I think it was Tajikistan?
Tajikistan, yeah.
By someone who consciously had pledged affiliation to ISIS, and just saw in Tajikistan the way to run over an infidel is to see someone who's obviously a foreigner. And so apparently he had seen this couple riding their bicycles, clearly from some other country, and ran them over as an act of jihad. But what made this so poignant, and I think encapsulates so much of what we're talking about here, is perhaps the most perfectly idealistic young couple on earth. They were riding all over the globe with as a conscious evocation of the philosophy that we just live in one world and they're just good people everywhere, and if you just put yourself out there, you will find that people of every culture and every race and every background and every religion will want to host you and feed you, and they encountered a lot of that, perhaps almost all of that, until they didn't, right up to the moment they were run over by jihadists. And so you had the coincidence of the youthful Enlightenment idealism, like we live in one world where all well-intentioned people of whatever background will find a way to have their values converge. And it's a safe world, and it's a world where you can, with confidence, just go out and not live in fear of difference, right? And all the while, they are putting themselves in a circumstance that's tailor-made to have their idealism shattered by, most horribly, not human evil, but bad ideas that are indistinguishable from the worst of human evil.
Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, Dr. Lawrence Krauss and Dr. Sam Harris. Thank you. Here we go. Thanks. Well, you guys are done. We were counting on like 10 minutes of applause at the beginning, so we didn't have to think very much.
Yeah. Well, thank you all for coming out.
Yeah,
it's really
yes, thank you.
It's amazing.
So, we were talking before about what types of topics we might hit on, and we're trying to do things different in each of the towns. There's a lot of people who are here because they feel that one or more of us may have had some impact on their lives and influence them, and I thought it'd be a good place to start for each of you to talk about who opened your minds? Who excited you about knowledge and understanding and flipped light switches for you?
I told you not to mention the lobotomy. I think for me, one of the reasons I write books now, I think, is I read books by scientists and George Gamow. For me, probably Richard Feynman more than many, I think, because he was the first. When I was at some summer science program, and the teacher could tell I was bored, and he gave me the book by Feynman called The Character of Physical Law. And it was the first time I realized that it wasn't all done. It wasn't all done by dead white men a long time ago, and that there were still big problems that we didn't understand. So that was the first time I realized, hey, there's something left to do, and I got really turned on. I think and of course Feynman was really important in encouraging skepticism and explaining that science, a good scientist tries to prove a theory right, but tries equally hard to prove it wrong, and that's probably the first time I heard that.
Well, I guess taking that very literally, open in my mind, I have to say there's a couple of meditation teachers who literally did that. I guess it would be Tulku Urgyen Rinpoche, who's this great, very elfin Tibetan Lama who I met back in the early 90s, I would think, and he was just a guy who had been in retreat for about 15 or 20 years, and just quite a kind of a magical and brilliant teacher of just, actually the topic you and I were fighting about last time, the illusion of the self, and
he led you astray early on.
Yes, so he induced this hallucination that you're worried about. And it's persisted for many years.
Yeah, and I think actually that's probably a good segue, as there were a number of topics that we discussed in New York, but this one I know I didn't get to an understanding of what you mean when you're talking about, from a standpoint of meditation, et cetera, getting into the introspection and losing a sense of self. So, I don't know. Would you expound on that so that we can either come to an understanding of it or beat it to death after?
Yeah. Well, we should frame what I'm about to say with the understanding that basically every word out of my mouth for the next minute is going to be setting off Lawrence's bullshit detectors. And that's a problem. I will argue that's a problem, and it's not my problem.
Or mine.
So the setup to this is that, and this is not something that I always knew, this is something that was, thank you, your body language is, it's amazing to fawn and communicate derision in the same gesture. I mean, empiricism is obviously the bedrock of the scientific method and a naturalistic attitude of just observing the world and being led to theorize about it in a way that's constrained by evidence and consistent observation. And introspection in the West has been fairly unfruitful because most people, even going back 150 years or so, when people like William James and Wundt and other people in the dawn of psychology tried to get introspection off the ground, they looked inside and noticed that you really can't discover much about the mind by just looking inside. You can't even discover that you have a brain. Needless to say, you can't discover the dependence of the mind on the brain. And there are many things in science and in a scientific understanding of the mind that you can't get through introspection. But there are some things you can, and so to the question about the self, I mean, the self that is illusory from a Buddhist or meditational point of view is the sense that there's a subject in the head riding around in the center of experience. So there's clearly experience, there's clearly consciousness and its contents. There's a world that we see and hear and touch. There's the body in the world that we see and feel with sensations beyond touch. We have proprioception, we have a sense of our internal interoceptive states. You feel your gut, you feel emotional reactions to things, which are kind of an extrapolation of interoception. So all of this is not illusory, but most of us, certainly most of the time, feel that we are a self, a subject, located somewhere in the head that is an unchanging center to all of this cascade of experience. So there's seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touching, thinking, and other senses, and all of that's happening to a witness, a center in consciousness that is thinking the thoughts and hearing the sounds. And meditation is just a technique to look more closely at that sense of that there's a center. And you can actually find it to be absent. And it makes, and this should interest you, from...
I was waiting for that part.
It's amazing how it's amazing how sassy that can sound, but it should. This is far more convergent with what we know about the brain. I mean, there's no neurological sense to be made of an unchanging center to consciousness, and it's analogous to something like the optic blind spot. So the optic blind spot is something that most of us learned about in school. Obviously for thousands of years, people didn't know it existed. It's something you can observe about your phenomenology with some effort. I mean, you need a piece of paper and you draw two dots on it and you move it to the right spot, and one dot disappears, and it reveals something about the anatomy of the eye that's true, that we can find the corresponding third-person physical correlate of it. And
for fun, when I'm sitting up here, I'm constantly making your head disappear just by Sam's head's gone.
Yeah. So well, that's true.
Okay.
That is true. That is true. I mean, it's counterintuitive. But if you look out at a crowd of heads, and close one eye, there's almost certainly somebody missing a head, and it would be hard to notice. But the sense that this is something, the fact that it takes some work to observe this, and this is something that actually makes more neurological sense, should give your feeling of not having observed it, having put very little effort into observing it. Well, you told last time you said it was a minute and a half, or.
Oh, when you make me do that stuff supposed to calm me down, I just can't do this for more than a minute or so.
So that's that's one reason why at least you should be open-minded as to whether or not there's a there there.
I'm open-minded to the fact that you may experience many things under drugs or under meditation, and those are experiences. And I think, you know, Oliver Sacks said hallucinations are real to those people who are hallucinating, and they are. And so I think everything you experience can feel real to you. It's just that.
But let me ask you a few questions. You're going to be talking, but I just want to ask you. I ask you a few questions.
I was about to talk.
I know,
actually, but
I want to get you right on track.
Okay.
Because,
thank you.
If paying more attention reliably leads to this experience, and paying less attention reliably leads to the experience you're having, what would that suggest to you?
It suggests you can do many things with your mind. When I'm working hard on a physics problem, I may lose complete consciousness of myself.
Right.
That's fine. It's good that my brain can concentrate, but I don't have any idea that I don't exist when I'm working on it. I realize that I'm just excluding all those things that are getting in the way of what I want to think about.
You exist. The person exists.
But the cell. I mean, I was just thinking about this backstage. That to me, I was going to use the word miracle, but I won't. I'm a physicist, but if I had to think of one of the most amazing things in the universe, it's the fact that we have a self. The fact that you can take a complex computing system at some level, and it can become self-aware, is to me one of the most remarkable things about the universe. And so that existence is something we should celebrate and not try and get rid of.
Then I think you're getting misled by the word self. We're using it differently because it's not. There's absolutely nothing miraculous or wonderful about this type of self-awareness that I'm saying is transitory. I mean, it's like self-consciousness in the sense of, oh, you've got something on your face, and you feel like, oh, what me?
Thank you.
That recoil from experience, that sense of suddenly being behind your face, that's not the majesty of subjectivity that you're talking about.
No, I'm saying that I'm self-aware. And maybe there are other animals who are too, but that you can reach a level of computational complexity so that we can understand that we exist separate from the universe around us, and that we have a self. And then I said to you last time, I know you have a self. I cut your head off and your self ain't there anymore.
Okay, but again,
I mean, it's not a little man.
You're using the word differently because it's not, yes, if you cut my head off, I would be dead, right? So I'm not disputing that.
Yeah, okay.
Let me just ask you one more question because maybe we're hitting a brick wall
there
here,
is a separation between, you can try, look, I think you can do amazing things when you focus on it. The mind is an amazing entity which we still don't understand. In fact, we don't understand self. We don't understand consciousness. These are words, but we don't really, in my opinion, understand them yet. But so the fact that you can reach a state where you have this feeling is neat.
It's not a state.
It's the same state that people have when they think God's talking to them.
No. So, just a logical way to come at this. So there's consciousness and its contents. So everything you can experience is part of the contents of consciousness. Your feelings and your thoughts and your sensations. Now, this experience of having a self has to be an experience. Otherwise, you wouldn't say that it exists, right? And my losing a sense of self also has an experiential quality. I mean, there's something that has been lost. Right?
Yeah, but we have to be very skeptical of ourselves.
I think we should be.
And we have to be very skeptical of our experiences, and especially when it comes to internal experiences of assessing yourself, which we all do every day. We all lie about ourselves every day. We have to be skeptical about that. And if we experience something that gives us this profound revelation, profound revelations about ourselves are usually wrong.
I'm just saying the revelations you've got the revelation on the wrong side here, or the false revelation.
There's a part of this that I don't get.
There's one point I just didn't make here.
Let him talk.
No, I want to give you the logical piece here.
Okay.
So if there is an experiential component to the sense of self, right? If this is an object for consciousness, right? Consciousness, subjectively speaking, I'm not talking about something spooky about consciousness being the ground floor of reality. But consciousness, subjectively, is prior to this feeling of self. I mean, this feeling is appearing among the objects of consciousness. It's a feeling in your face. It's a feeling in in your chest. So consciousness being prior to it, don't you think it might be possible to take the perspective of consciousness and see that feeling of self as yet just another object in consciousness? Another sight, another sound, another sensation, another thought?
Yeah, sure. Okay, big deal.
Okay. And what do you think that feels like?
What?
What do you think it would feel like to actually be able to do that?
I do think it would feel somewhat similar to the sense. I mean, I don't meditate, but if I am, the rare times I get to really work, if I'm writing or doing physics or something,
you lose yourself in your work.
I lose myself in my work, and so I think I can. People always tell me you don't know what that's like because you haven't experienced. But I think that is as close as you can get, and it's a very satisfying feeling.
Well, there's one difference. So that is a clue, that should be a clue to you, because that is a clue that this sense of self is transitory. It's perturbable. You can lose it. You can pay so much attention to your work or to anything else that you no longer feel that way. You can have a flow experience, whether it's in athletics or whatever, and then retrospectively you come back and assess, oh, that happened to me. I guess
so the sense of self may be dependent upon your state of consciousness. I would agree, but there is a self. I'm me and you're you, and sometimes I would like to be you, but I'm happy to be me.
Okay. Two different usages of the word self, because my point of confusion is, if you have the experience of losing this sense of self, then what is the experiencer? And I think you're just saying
just consciousness and its contents. Everything is the same.
But
there's sights and sounds and thoughts.
But what makes it better? I mean, I guess
that's the second question.
The point is, okay, it's a neat thing. I mean, and I think you said somewhere you can get it from taking drugs too, right?
Well, if you're lucky, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Depends on your dealer.
And I mean, there's a lot. So fine, but it's just another feeling. There's nothing special about it.
Well, no. Again, you're just not in a position to say that. So.
Oh, we see now that's.
Yeah.
Well, no. I think it's legitimate to ask. Okay, there's two separate issues. Can you lose a sense of self? And if you in fact can, why?
What's that good for?
What benefit is it?
Right. Well, so there's two benefits. One is that it's actually just the intellectual benefit of it being more true. It's like you're actually noticing your experience more closely than you otherwise. You're not taken in by an illusion, and that has its own rewards. But it actually...
I think that's an assumption on your part, but okay.
Well, no, but the thing is, you can do this so much. This is not a peak experience that you have once a year. You can do it, I can do it now. So I can talk about it, and I can notice what it's like to lose it and regain it, right? I mean, you can traverse that boundary 1,000 times in a day.
You don't understand the incredible exhilaration you get by being totally absorbed by yourself, which I can explain to you.
I know.
At
some point. But the real benefit is that all of our psychological suffering is the result of being lost in thought and not knowing it. I mean, we're thinking every moment of our lives about all of the things we want or regret or wish had turned out differently. We have an argument with someone and then we replay it in our heads for the next hour and a half. You get suddenly angry, and then rather than just watch the half-life of that emotion dissipate over the course of literally seconds, you rekindle it moment after moment after moment for an hour or for a day or for longer, based on thinking about all the reasons why you should be angry, and you're not even aware that you're thinking. So you're talking to yourself every moment of your life, and this automaticity is uninspected, and you don't even have the tools by which to inspect it. I mean, most people don't even know there's an option to inspect it, but even if they tried, they would just be lost in thought again in the next second. And the character of being lost in thought is to feel like a self and to be hostage to whatever emotional payload that thought is bearing with it. So all of the depression and the anxiety and the sadness and all of it.
I've heard this before.
So you can break that spell.
But talking to yourself is another huge leap. I mean,
it can be a tool, yes.
My good friend and your good friend Noam Chomsky would say,
very close.
I know Noam has said to me, but I think it's true. He argues that language actually was not developed to communicate outside, but to communicate internally to yourself. And I think that's an interesting thought.
That might be one of the things he's wrong about.
It could be. It could be.
Well, I've heard you talk before about, all of our suffering is tied up in this self, and so gaining the ability to lose a sense of self would minimize or reduce or eliminate this sort of suffering. But for me, if that's true for suffering, first of all, I think we can learn from our suffering, and so I think there's value there.
Well,
but
you
also,
will suffer. I mean, it's suffering is guaranteed.
I think there's things to learn from this.
There will be enough. There will be enough in any case.
Okay, but I still think there's things to learn.
I'm going to learn from this
constant
conversation.
Yeah.
There's a subtle no. Anyway, okay.
I think
some people in the audience
learn
got
from
my
the constant
joke.
self-reflection, but wouldn't the self also be responsible for joy?
Yeah, exactly.
So if I'm practicing
some joys, yeah.
What joy wouldn't be tied to?
But what's wrong with reliving good moments?
Well, the thing, okay, so just to come back to his flow experience of getting so immersed in his work, most of the joys that people really crave tend to be these moments in life where you're not waiting for the next thing to happen. You are totally immersed in the good thing that is happening right now. So whether that's sex or sports or entertainment where that's so good that you forgot you're even watching a movie, you're completely one-pointed on something. Now, it is actually a feature of the human mind where, and this is a surprising feature, it doesn't actually matter what that something is. Concentration is intrinsically pleasurable. And that's you can think that might have an odd moral valence, and I would grant you it might.
I think it works as a.
But you can.
When they mean suffering is also a point of joy.
It actually can be. I mean, because you can be so one. I mean, this is something that happens on meditation retreats. You can sit with a lot of physical pain, and the difference between agony and ecstasy can sort of become indistinct. I mean, it's just intense
but
experience.
It's not just being in the moment. I mean, I'm getting pleasure out of anticipating what's going to happen next, what's going to come out of your mouth next.
But that's another kind of pleasure.
It's not thinking about the moment. It's sort of saying, gee, what's going to happen next? But this
is not going to be the best experience you're going to have all year, presumably.
Sam, I think you're selling yourself short.
Yeah,
I really do.
Another backhanded compliment. But the point being that you can actually, when you pay attention to those moments where you have really forgotten yourself in a good way. And I mean, you can lose yourself in anger, say. I mean, you can lose yourself in a morally, certainly unproductive and kind of classically unpleasant emotion. But it's not. The most pleasurable moments in life are not the moments where you're reiterating to yourself why you should be happy. You're simply just happy. I mean, you're simply. Well, there are those moments.
I think there's something to some of what you're saying, and no, really. But what I do think you're influenced by your interest in Buddhism. There, I think the value judgment. Well, the only thing that I disagree with you about. Is not, I mean, I think I'd agree that you can have these experiences that are quite interesting. It's the value judgment that they're somehow more worthy than the other experience
it's an observation about the mechanics of my own suffering, right? So I'll just make it as local as possible.
Sure, good.
Now, this is an experience that is attested to by an uncountable number of people who have run the same experiment on themselves. So it's analogous to somebody getting in shape at the gym, right? Like, how did you get those muscles? Well, I picked up these heavy things, thousands of times, and I ate, this diet, and this is what happened, right? Now, it just so happens, in that case, you can see the person's body, and so you have this visual correlate to what they did. But there's an inner gym. I mean, you can actually kind of change your emotional tone. You can change your capacity to fly off the handle. You can become the guy who used to get angry and stay angry for half a day and spend all that time saying and doing the things that angry people say and do to disrupt their lives and the lives of others. And you can cease to be that person, and you can know how you affected that change. And so, and it's a very common experience to develop enough, what's called now mindfulness, which is a buzzword, but enough of a capacity to observe the mechanics of your own disorder to notice that you're getting carried away by thoughts. and to just pull the brakes earlier.
Now, see, I'm completely on board with that. I just don't know that that requires me to lose any sense of self. I can look at something and say, it's a waste of my time to keep mulling over this thing that happened, so let it go and move on to the next thing.
Yeah.
I've been, with you, and you've done some of these things and stage, and I admire that ability in many ways, and I admire, I think this mindfulness, I do think, is useful at times, but I also think, though, as human beings, that it's also really useful to be mindless at times, and get wrapped up in those things.
We're using
and that's
the words the same way, but
but I think not get. I think it's sometimes really useful to get wrapped up in these things, and grow from that. So I guess the point is that I think it's a good. I think you're right that it's these tools and these training to be more mindful is a useful thing. Let's agree there.
Okay.
And
with all the caveats implied, but
no, I think it's a useful thing, and I think, and I see you, and you're just calm, and I wish I could be that calm, and I'm just not. Yeah. I just think of that Woody Allen line all the time about meditation. He doesn't meditate because he ripens and then he rots. And
Woody Allen. Can we still refer to Woody Allen?
I was noticing there was a hush when I mentioned the name.
Is there a Bill Cosby
line? I'm going to say it again. Woody Allen. He's actually a very funny guy and a great film director, and so I think it's okay to mention the name.
Well, I think we've taken
We've
this
lost
about
half
as
the
far
audience
as we can
now.
go.
Yeah. And you talk about mindfulness as a buzzword, at least within clinical psychology and treatment. I don't care about the buzzword aspect of it, but I love the fact that we can teach people how to be aware of what's going on and how to be aware of what they're doing in such a way that they may be able to overcome things without having to resort to pharmaceuticals and other things. Although perhaps I don't know how far that can be taken, and I will at least concede that while I'm not convinced that what you say is possible from a purely philosophical, who is the observer, moving the self down to where it may be co-equal with consciousness. I'm also not necessarily convinced that it's beneficial fully, but I'm with Lawrence in that I see...
It wouldn't have to be beneficial. I mean, it's either true or not. So it's like, it's possible that the self is an illusion, but seeing it to be illusory is actually bad for you, or is a net neutral. There's no guarantee that it's good for you, but it just so happens to be good for you psychologically, as testified by people who've done it.
Well, that's what I worry about, testified people who've done what's good for them.
But again, it's like exercise.
But I would love to
diet
spend a day. I really have thought about this. I'd love to spend a day with you. I mean, I'd love to learn new experiences and new techniques as one of a handful, because I'm alive for a little while. And I'd like to have certainly the conscious experiences that are possible. And I would like to learn those tools. And
I think you can have all of them at Burning Man.
Yeah, that's right. And I don't know if I could give you something in return, but I would love to do that. But I just think of it as, it is a remarkable thing to be able to experience the full kind of gamut of things that consciousness allows. And experiencing that gamut, I suspect, is good for everyone, because it gives us a greater perspective on ourselves and the universe, which is why I do science. So we'll spend a day together.
It might, if I only have a day, it might require drugs. So
I'm not opposed to that.
You're a hard case, Lawrence.
And we can start there.
Well, I think I have a better understanding than I did in New York, and I'm intrigued about other stuff. And so that raises a question, because this issue, obviously, you're presenting your experience, and it's very different from a bodybuilder's experience, because we can see that, and we can see certain things in your character, although I don't have your previous character to compare it to.
Well, just to give you one local example that someone might find interesting here. I used to be terrified of public speaking. I mean, that was actually just something, I would not do something like this. And mindfulness is not the only antidote to being afraid of public speaking, but it is certainly a very useful component to it. I mean, there's no alternative to just speaking, right? You can't privately get over your fear of public speaking without ever speaking. But what you can do is, so if you feel anxiety before getting up on stage or giving a toast or putting yourself out there in some way, you can be willing. Mindfulness is, rather than avoidance of this feeling of anxiety, it's a willingness to just feel it without judgment, without trying to push it away, without trying to change it. Just feel it as energy in your body. And if you do that, it loses its psychological significance. It becomes something like indigestion or a pain in your knee, or something that doesn't capture your whole personality. It's just energy. It's just an appearance in consciousness. And if you allow yourself to do that, well, then the half-life of this thing is.
I guess I've been mindful. Yeah, I never thought of it in those terms. I have always thought that kind of anxiety or whatever is a good thing, and just sort of accept it.
Well, but that's a
speaking, or when I
yeah.
teach too. I try to be as unprepared as possible, so that no, seriously, to some extent, because I think it's good to have that kind of anxious thought that people can see what you're thinking.
Yes.
And I think
but that's not debilitating anxiety. That's
no, it's not debilitating.
Yeah.
Were you debilitated?
Well, I was avoidant of the whole project. I just wouldn't.
Really?
Do it. Yeah.
Huh? When was that? Because I know you for a while.
But before when my first book came out, I suddenly discovered I had to do a book tour, and there was just.
But I met you just around the time your first book came out. You seemed pretty.
Well, zen
even then.
Well, I had been meditating.
Oh, okay. I see. Okay.
So I was terrified of public speaking, which is why I didn't become a preacher. The people in my church is like, oh, God wants you to be a preacher, and I didn't want to do that, and I was terrified of it. My solution to being afraid of public speaking, and I say this kind of half as a joke and half serious, is turns out if you're not trying to bullshit anybody and you're not overly concerned about people perhaps not agreeing or not liking with you, public speaking is a piece of cake.
It is. You just talk.
Well, that helps.
It's one way. It's funny because I think of that because when I watch musicians come out, and I think, God, I used to think it would be terrifying to do that, and then I realized they're just comfortable. They're doing what they feel comfortable doing, and what can be more comfortable than just having a nice conversation? So it's interesting that I wish I could do that. I wish I could be as comfortable playing music as. But yeah, just talking. I never seemed to me to be an issue.
But it's a hugely common fear. It might even be the most common fear, and it's not. But what you just suggested, thinking about the anxiety differently, or noticing that anxiety doesn't feel that different from something like excitement.
Yeah.
It has a very different that you interpret differently. That's called reframing, and that's something that is also a useful skill to have. It's just
they've co-opted everything that works.
I don't like. It's all these labels are fine, but okay, if that's what it is.
But it's different than what I'm recommending. But yeah, both are good. You can do both.
So we'll give.
Again, we're at loggerheads. Yeah. Maybe we should both be afraid of public speaking now.
Yeah, I think many of the people in the audience wish we were right now, actually, because we probably move on to something.
They're going to prove me wrong by booing us all off. So, Lawrence, what's the next big thing in physics? And for those of us who haven't been paying attention, what's the big thing now?
Okay. Well, I do get asked, the first question I get asked a lot, the answer is always the same, which is, if I knew, I'd be doing it. It's really important because the whole point of discovery is it's discovery. So the next big thing in physics will be the thing that I didn't expect. Will be the biggest surprise that I can get. That's why science is fun, because you're constantly surprised. At least for me, that's the whole point. So I think I can imagine areas where there's lots of activity. Generally, if we're building in science, or at least in physics, the next big thing will come from an area where we have a new window on the universe. Because science and physics, even though I'm a theoretical physicist, is driven by experiment. It's not driven by theory. And so therefore the surprises come from nature. And so every time we open a new window on the universe, we're surprised. And that then brings me, I guess, to the current big thing. So let me say, there are areas where we have, obviously, astronomy. We have a lot of new telescopes. The James Webb Space Telescope is going to go up next year. There's quantum computing is an exciting area because it's a window on processes that might be relevant to understanding how we think too. But the current big thing is this new window on the universe, I'd say, which is gravitational waves. Is the fact that in this room, whether I do this or wave my hands, which I do all the time, I'm generating gravitational waves. And it's squeezing your head.
I've been feeling that.
And it's getting smaller and bigger, and then this end is getting smaller and bigger. And that it's happening, and that it's here, and yet we never thought we detected, because gravity is the weakest force in nature. And let me just say one thing for those who haven't heard me talk about this. The discovery of gravitational waves is amazing because it seems impossible. The fact that anyone would imagine they could do this. So to try, gravitational waves are more intense for more violent explosions or more violent motions of matter. And nothing could be more violent in this universe today than, say, two black holes colliding. So we build this detector to try and look for black holes colliding around the universe, and those would produce the most intense gravitational waves you can measure. And so we build this LIGO detector, which has two arms. Each is 4 kilometers long, and if a gravitational wave comes by, it's really simple. One arm will get shorter, the other one will get longer, and we just have to measure that difference. Sounds easy. But to build a detector that could detect gravitational waves from the most violent events in the universe today, colliding black holes, you'd have to build a detector that could tell the difference in length between two 4-kilometer long arms. When a gravitational wave comes by, one arm would change in length by an amount equal to 1/1000th the size of a proton. Okay? Yeah. No science fiction writer would ever suggest that's possible. That's what we did. I mean, it's amazing to me that's the kind of thing that, and it requires bravery, it requires dedication, and luck. The wonderful thing about that particular discovery that amazes me, it was the discovery of two black holes colliding 1.3 billion light years away. That means the signal took 1.3 billion years to get there. The detector went online. It went online 15 years earlier, but it was upgraded so it could do this. And they started to test it on September 15th, I guess 2015. And Ray Weiss, who was one of the designers of it and won the Nobel Prize along with others for the discovery, told the students, this is just an engineering run, don't take data. And of course, they didn't listen. And an hour after it turned on, that's when the discovery was made. An hour. Now just think that signal had been going for 1.3 billion years. If they turned it on an hour later, we would have missed it.
But how often is it being pinged? I mean,
well, we didn't know how often it would be pinged. We had ideas that it would be pinged maybe a few times, maybe once every month, maybe once every 2 weeks, maybe a few times every year. And I will tell you I'll stop talking physics in a second, but I'll tell you one of the neatest things who's wearing gold right now in the audience? Yeah, okay, good. Don't tell people out in Chicago when you walk out there, okay, so another event that was seen this year was not two black holes colliding, but two things called neutron stars, which are amazing. It's stars, the size of the Earth collapsing to the size of Chicago in 1 second, producing a giant atomic nucleus called a neutron star, basically, whose density is billions of tons for each teaspoonful of material, okay? When those collapsed together, that binary black hole collided, unlike black holes, which are just a lot of nothing, just gravity, there's nothing there but a hole in space that has gravity, neutron stars have stuff. So LIGO and another detector, which then came on later, discovered these neutron stars, by the way, spinning around each other, each the mass of the sun, spinning around each other 200 times a second, which is amazing that it happens. When they collided, not only gravitational waves came out, but stuff came out. So the LIGO detector discovered it and told all the astronomers in the world, look. And they looked, and we saw X-rays and gamma rays and visible light, and we could study all these things we never saw before. And what we discovered, we never knew where things like gold came from. Because in stars, you build things up to iron. But where do the heavy elements came from? Well, people thought maybe the collision of neutron stars. And what we could see from the X-ray radiation after that, in the days following, we saw that an Earth's mass amount of gold was created. Wow, that's cool. Something we predicted. But it really means every time, if you're wearing gold, that stuff was created in the collision of two neutron stars, and it's on your hand now. It wouldn't be there. You are really cosmic things, and I just find that amazing, that connection to the universe.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Anyway, that's the physics segment. Now we'll go into
You just sold a lot of gold.
Yeah.
Buy gold, people.
Yeah, sure. No, it's
I'm
become.
starting-
It's
I'm
actually
starting-
become. It's become less valuable now because there's a little more of it in the universe, right? Okay.
Can't
Sell
quite
your
get
gold.
to it. We could start a neutron star cryptocurrency.
Yeah. It would probably be as real as the other cryptocurrencies.
Although, for something like the LIGO detector, the mere fact that you can measure the device sufficiently to construct it should mean that when you turn it on, you would just expect it to work, because now you know how to measure.
You don't know if you're right. We didn't even know if black holes, solar mass black holes existed in the universe. We had ideas that they might, but we didn't know that. We
don't know when it's going to get pinged, but I'm saying the marvelous thing to me, and I could be wrong because I don't know shit, but is the precision of measurement required to construct it is the same as the precision.
Yeah, but how do you know if
detect
you're
the
when a truck hits a pothole 25 miles away, it produces a bigger signal than the signal from a black hole. So how do you know you're going to be able to separate it from the noise, which is one of the reasons why there are two of them. There's one in Hanford, Washington, one in Livingston, Louisiana. Because it takes 8 milliseconds for something traveling at the speed of light to go, which gravitational waves do, from one to the other. So you get lots of noise from wind, from all sorts of things. But what you do is you look for the same signal in Livingston, Louisiana, 8 milliseconds later than the one in Hanford, Washington, and that gets a lot. But still, the idea that you could somehow isolate that much noise was something I personally was extremely skeptical about. That whether you could measure that distance is one thing, but the fact that you could separate everything else out, the fact that you could lose all that other stuff,
Are you learning anything from this history of your own skepticism?
Yeah, I was skeptical of that too, but unlike other things, that was definitely a good thing.
Yeah, well.
No, I'm being hard on you.
Someone can teach you to build your own LIGO detector. And
I couldn't
you will
build
not
it. I'm a
detect
theorist.
yourself.
I'm amazed at experimentalists. That's why I'm not an experimentalist, because it was 25, 30 years, almost 40 years to build it. Just like the Large Hadron Collider, all the fact that people are willing, and we still are willing, hopefully, to devote lifetimes to discover things that have no practical significance whatsoever is wonderful. And I'm serious. Because
what do you make of that? So say more about that, because that sounds like a decadent thing to say.
No, it's not, because the problem is that the best thing about science, the problem with science is it produces practical things. And it's great. We wouldn't be here. Most of the people in the room wouldn't be alive, and we wouldn't be able to communicate if it weren't for those practical things. But people don't realize that the real virtue of science is a cultural virtue. It's the same virtue as art, music, literature, is to see ourselves in a new way. The same way, the experience you get when you meditate, to experience ourselves in a new way, to get a new perspective on our place in the cosmos. And we never ask. The Art Institute is nearby. We never ask if a Picasso painting. What's a Picasso painting good for?
Some people do. Yeah.
Well, exactly. And one of my quote I've been framing a lot lately, because it means a lot to me as I think of the current situation we're in, which I try not to. So when the budget for this new person who's there came out, so the first budget, so zeroing out the National Endowment for the Arts, zeroing out the National Endowment for the Humanities, zeroing out the Institute of Museums, for example, all these things, zeroing out the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. We're going to save $1.6 billion, a line item in there for a wall of $1.8 billion. What makes America great is the cultural things we generate, the things that enhance the experience of being human. And the quote that I like is from the first director of the Fermi National Accelerator Laboratory, Robert Wilson, who was asked by Congress in 1965, will this accelerator help in the defense of the nation? And he said, no, but it'll help keep the nation worth defending. If we don't have that, I mean, to think that we would get rid of all of the things that make life worth living, which is the cultural things that we enjoy, to build a wall is just the stupidest thing in the world. And we should, well, you can comment that too, but it doesn't, and it is decadent. But when we are so bereft of any economic well-being that we cannot afford to continue to ask fundamental questions of the universe and ourselves, it's over as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is that you can never tell. I mean, even if you're convinced that the real virtue in science is helping people, you can never tell where the line between just mere curiosity and useful knowledge.
You don't know what's going to happen. And I mean, 50% of our gross national product came from curiosity-driven research.
Yeah.
That's why it's a big problem nowadays. And a lot of people say, we got to fund applied research and this and that. And that may help in the short term, but what's going to create the economic well-being of society 25 years from now is the research in fundamental curiosity-driven things. And when you say it's true that maybe science, I actually don't think the purpose of science is to
No,
do
I was
good.
just conceding to those people who do.
Yeah, I mean, I think, and you know, anyone who's done science knows that the reason we do science is very selfish, because we enjoy it. And and when kids ask me, I say, you know, just do what you enjoy. And that's the real reason science. They don't want to make the world great. They, of course, they would like that as a byproduct, but they just want to do what they enjoy, and that's why people do science. That's why people do music. That's why people do magic. And if you don't enjoy it, you're not good at it. And so kids now, that's another problem. I think too many kids are being driven to not realize that, you know, we all end up doing things we don't enjoy, and many people end up in jobs that they might not. But when you're young, you shouldn't be driven to be looking for a career that's without being at least focusing on what you enjoy at the very beginning. And then if you have to give that up later, it's fine. But I really am sad to see a generation of young people being driven by you know, I want to go into Wall Street or something because I can make money quickly, and it's it should be the joy. That's the central thing to do. Anyway,
there was a question, and now I have to rethink it, because it was, how do we encourage the next generation to care about science and truth? But if the real value is in encouraging them to do what they love, how do we get them to love truth? In a world where, you know, none of us can be experts about everything, some of us aren't experts about anything, and anybody can cite their own expert, and in a world of fake news and you don't know who to trust, I get this sense that people in general are giving up on whether or not they have access to truth, and I worry that the next generation coming up just won't even have a good enough understanding to begin to care about what's real.
The problem is the new generation has got a lot bigger challenge than the old one, than certainly when I was growing up. And the problem is that we teach the new generation as if they're before. We in schools, still many people have this notion that schools are to provide information, but there's more information in my iPhone than there is in school, but there's more misinformation. And so what schools should be teaching is not that information. It's a process for deriving. It's a process for finding out facts. It's not a bunch of facts. Science, it's a process for deriving facts. So it's the process we need to teach. The process to tell the crap from the nonsense from the real stuff. That's what science is all about. And we have to teach that skeptical process in schools. And that's all I care about, kids learning in schools, because most of what I've certainly learned as a physicist, I've learned after I got my PhD. And I think what you really want to build are lifelong learners, and that is not giving them a bunch of facts about when the Battle of Hastings was, or what the 92 elements are, or any of the other things that people are forced too often to memorize, which causes them not to like science. It's a process of discovery, and that process of discovery is learning how, not truth so much, but learning how to separate out the nonsense. And I think when you say, how do you get people excited about it, I think people are born excited about it. What we do is we beat it out of them. Kids are natural scientists. No, well, I keep giving these applause lines. I didn't mean to do that.
Those are machines. We put those machines there.
Make me feel better, because I need that. You don't, because you're in yourself.
That's right. I think there's more than that, though. I mean, I think implicit in something you just said is, I think, a crisis of meaning that people are feeling that is more than just loving science or loving truth or not wanting to be wrong. I think. There's some scientists, even not all scientists, can get meaning out of doing what they love and
well, it depends what you mean by meaning.
But not everyone's born to be a scientist. Not everyone is that curious at the end of the day, and they still struggle to have a life that's worth living. And obviously, this is where religion is doing so much work for so many people. And what we're noticing now is, I really see this focused quite almost to a laser beam in the sudden rise of Jordan Peterson, who we were talking about earlier, who has some fans. I count myself one, in fact, in that, I've had some terrible conversations with him, but I notice other people have great conversations with him. And when I hear him in conversation with those other people, fully 90% of what he says I think is great. But there's 10% that makes no sense, and that 10% really matters. And what that 10%, and the fact that that 10% is surviving criticism among his fans, or not receiving any criticism, reveals to me that there really is a hunger for a kind of quasi-religious, there's got to be more than reason way of thinking. And actually, I thought that there's an analogy to draw to magic, because so there's real magic and there's fake magic, right? And actually, I think Dan Dennett was the one to point out that there's kind of a paradox here, because the real magic is in fact fake, and fake magic is the magic that people think might be real.
It was either Dan or Randy. I can never get the citation right.
So the magic that's not really magic, but that relies on props and subterfuge and sleight of hand, that's the real magic. And then there's fake magic that people believe in and it's not really there. And it's as though people, and the pleasure of enjoying real magic is not predicated on believing in the fake magic. It's not like when you do a magic trick, my pleasure in being on the receiving end of the trick is knowing that I got fooled, knowing that I can't figure it out, knowing that it's not real magic, or it is real magic, but it's not supernatural, and that's the mystery. That's what's cool about it. Right now, there are people who are out there pretending to have the supernatural skills. This happens in India. Someone with their skills goes to India, and they go to the ashram, and they can Satya Sai Baba, this afro-headed guru in Bangalore for years, was materializing ash and jewelry for people, and had tens of thousands of credulous students around him for decades. And he was clearly just a stage magician, but what Peterson's style of talking about myth and Jungian psychology and religion and the kind of tools he's advocating that people use, part of the communication is that you need to relax your standard of intellectual honesty in order to make the most of these tools. It's almost like to really have fun with magic, I have to think that something really spooky is going on, and that's clearly false. And there has to be an adult, intellectually honest way of using archetypal thinking if it's at all useful. I mean, you have to be. There should be no place at which you need to lie to yourself or pretend to know something you don't know.
But the problem is, look, there should be no place, but we all lie to ourselves. I mean, we do it every day. You don't, but the rest of us do. No, we all tell ourselves, that we like our jobs or our spouses or we want to be on stage or whatever. And we're not just rational beings. And I talk to my friend Richard Dawkins about this all the time when we're on stage. Is that he doesn't understand that you could be not rational. But so we all want to believe it, like the X-Files. We all have these built-in. It's probably evolution. Of course, it's evolution. It's evolutionary psychology that's caused us to want to believe in certain things beyond ourselves for many reasons. And so what we have to do is learn, just like you learn, I could use the analogy actually to the tools you were talking about there. The tools of science are tools we have to learn. They're not natural, they're not easy, they're not intuitive, but they're tools that you need to build up, and we all need to build those tools up to inoculate ourselves against nonsense.
Yeah.
And we need to more now than ever before, because the internet has got, you've got to have tools to tell the sense from the nonsense. And so, what's great about science is that it's 400 years of tools that have been built up, simple tools that we can use to get over our natural willingness to believe certain things, like that which happens to us is significant, which is just, we all believe that everything that happens to us is significant. And we've got to overcome that notion that that natural notion, and the only way I know to do that is science. But to not accept that it's there is of course naive, and it will always be there, and people will always be able to appeal to it. I suspect there'll always be con artists and churches, and it'd be nice if there weren't. But I think what we need to do is find a way to. People are convinced that they get more comfort from that. And what we have to work is to try and convince people that you can get comfort from not knowing, and from having an uncertain future, and being insignificant in a universe that doesn't give a damn about you.
Or you could be less uncomfortable about not knowing. For me, and you talked about it before, about we're sort of essentially beating the sense of discovery and exploration out of natural scientists. How many times has a kid been in a classroom terrified that they're going to be asked a question because they don't know the answer, and they desperately don't want to say, I don't know. And yet, I don't know is not only probably, in their case, the right answer, it may be the right answer for all of us.
But all teachers and parents
how should we go?
Should all, I don't know is the most important thing that we should be able to be comfortable saying as adults. And it's, because I just thought of this a while ago. I was in Ireland. There was a wonderful movie that I guess I was in a little bit called it's about the Voyager spacecraft. The Farthest. You should watch it. It's a very beautiful movie that was made. But I was talking to some people about education, and it's amazing to realize that when any child learns something for the first time, it's the first time in the history of the world for them that it's been understood. And never comes about except for that I don't know part. Because what you need to do is say, I don't know either, let's figure it out. And then learning becomes a process of discovery instead of regurgitation. And that's what should be, that's the orgasmic experience that everyone should have.
I want to,
hopefully short of orgasm.
There's about 5 more minutes before we start taking questions, so if folks want to line up and remember the rules that I had before. But I kind of want to keep going on this, not the Jordan Peterson thing. You're going to have another discussion with him. I'm going to have one in April, and I don't know enough to know whether I give him a 90-10 split. But this idea of meaning and purpose in life, you were lucky enough in New York, and Lawrence had met him before. Chris Johnson came to that event, and he did the coffee table book, which is at like theatheistbook.com, but it's 100 atheists giving their thoughts on meaning and purpose in a life without God. And when I hear someone like Oprah suggesting that atheists can't experience awe, and then I listen to Lawrence describing a lifetime of experiencing awe and how we can encourage that, it seems like this is something that should be obviously false to people.
It's really sad.
And yet it's not obviously false. It is outside of where do we get our morals from. This idea of meaning and purpose, and how atheists and seculars can't have meaning and purpose in life, or there can't be any meaning and purpose in a deterministic universe, that's like the second most common thing that we hear.
Yeah.
If somebody's not actually making a classical argument for the existence of God, it's just like, how sad would life be if I had to stop believing in a God? And I remember at one of the events there were some Catholic students sitting in the back who during the Q&A thought they'd pull a gotcha by asking Russell and I, but which worldview is most beautiful? And my immediate response was, I don't care. I don't care which one's more beautiful, I care which one's more true. But if you want to know, I would think that the atheistic worldview would be more beautiful. Hitchens would talk about how terrible it would be to think that somebody's watching you. But we don't consider our meaning and purpose in life. You guys talk to students all the time. If there's students in the room, do you want your parents to pick your major for you? Do you want your school or your state to assign it?
To get back to go complete circle to what Sam was talking about earlier, I think people make too much of meaning and purpose. I mean, namely, we should recognize that we make our own meaning and purpose. And it's our own. And but in an objective sense, it's as big an illusion as Sam would say the self is.
Well, that's what I was getting to, is that...
And so that's okay.
We would rebel if the state tried to tell us what our meaning and purpose was. We would rebel if our parents or the school tried to tell us what our meaning and purpose is. And yet, for some reason, in the broadest range possible, people seem to laud this idea that they need to be given their lifelong meaning and purpose externally from a God.
Externally, yeah. But also they want their meaning and purpose to be the same. They want it to somehow have some more significance, because again, everyone wants to be significant. So somehow your meaning and purpose has to have a cosmic significance, and Oprah is the prototypical example of that.
I think I don't think we're as insignificant as you let on, because I think you can, again, taking consciousness as the focus. As far as we know, there's no place in the universe that is more meaningful than right here. I mean, the human consciousness is the best game in town that we know about.
Yeah,
so that's a big deal. And
no, it's a big deal. It's a big deal because we're here. But if we were there, then it wouldn't be such a big deal, right?
What would be over there? Just
maybe there's other conscious beings. Well, there might be other conscious beings. The point is,
but we don't know that.
If you're right, if we are the only, we should. I think I agree with you that we should. It's sensible to act as if we're the only conscious organisms in the universe, because maybe then we'll begin to take care of the planet on which we live in a way that can make that sustainable.
But
that's true.
But the reason, there's an implicit value judgment there, which is, I think, is one I certainly agree with, which is if we manage to play our hand so badly as to cancel the future of our species, right? If we don't get through this bottleneck of the 21st century, that would be tragic. And it would be tragic only because of all the good and beautiful things we and our descendants won't get to do, because this is where the lights are on. I mean, this is the only place in the universe where we know the lights of consciousness are on.
I guess so.
And in my, why is that such a lackluster?
You're absolutely right. It's a wonderful. I'm happy to be conscious right now. It's a great. While I have a chance, it's not only the best game in town, it's the only game in town.
You were just talking about a kid learning the Pythagorean theorem for the first time.
It's fantastic. We should all realize that we have a brief moment in the sun and make the most of it. But I'm just thinking in a cosmic sense, it is true. First of all, whatever happens, everything that ever happened to everyone in this room is going to be, in a cosmic sense, is going to completely disappear and be forgotten. So it has no cosmic significance whatsoever. Everything all the beauty, the Shakespeare plays, the art, the music, it's all gone in the far future.
But the cosmos has no cosmic significance either.
But the neat thing is, let's say we go, and then it's not clear that there won't be other consciousness that arises on this planet afterwards. And that would be wonderful then too. Let's enjoy it, and let's. We don't have a choice. We do seem to have a choice, and some people in the White House don't mind not having a consciousness.
This is where they get to. This is where some of the particular theists get to the fatalism, the idea that, in the end, none of it's going to matter. And that always bugs me, because I'm like, who gives a shit about the end?
Yeah,
it matters now.
Exactly.
The car I bought is going to rust away someday, but it gets me where I'm going now.
Let's take, from what I learned from my good friend Christopher Hitchens, one of the more evil people in the world. Not Christopher, Mother Teresa.
Yes.
So I learned from him how evil she was, and she was evil for exactly that reason. Because if you realize that what we have is what we got now, and there ain't anything afterwards, then this becomes more precious.
Yes.
This becomes everything. But if you're like Mother Teresa, then you say, the kids should suffer now. We shouldn't give them medication, because in heaven they'll benefit from it. And so you see the exact opposite. Take the real existence and make it as miserable as possible for some illusion in the future, versus accepting reality and enjoying it.
Well, to bring us full circle, I think her fetish with suffering could benefit from some of what Sam was talking about, of her potentially losing her sense of self earlier. I don't know if I trampled over something you were going to add, but
no, it's just implicit in that fear, that theistic fear about what's the point if this doesn't last forever, is it completely diminishes the significance of now, as you said. I mean, it's the strangest idea to think that now doesn't matter at all if it doesn't last for eternity.
Yeah,
that's like if ever there were a bizarre intuition, that has to be one.
And that somehow we don't matter if the universe wasn't made for us. That somehow it makes us, it means we can't enjoy it or feel meaning in ourselves or care about, or our experiences are irrelevant. If the whole universe wasn't created for us, what a more arrogant, I can't imagine a more arrogant, and it really pisses me off in groups like the Templeton Foundation that pretend to support science in the name of religion.
You're just making friends all night.
Yeah, I know. Because they say, we want the humble approach, as if science, and religious people say scientists are arrogant, but what's more arrogant? What's more solipsistic than assuming the whole universe is made for us, whereas science is saying, hey, it isn't. Yeah, anyway.
On that note, if we can get the lights up around the microphones where people are clearly lined up all the way out the doors so we can see.
Are people really lined up? No, they're not. Where are the microphones?
So for my first trick, I'll make the microphones vanish.
Where's the microphone?
From their place. There they are.
Oh, they're coming. Oh, I get it.
See, these people are far more organized than we are.
Are there any up there?
This notion that, this is one of the reasons why I tend to focus so much on religion. I do the Atheist Experience show. I'm convinced that people have been sold a bill of goods that devalues all of humanity, and I don't know.
Moved.
Yeah, well, but it explicitly does do that. It says it does that. That's not a surprise.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, they want to ask questions,
and I bought into it. We'll start over here, sir. And just if you're comfortable with it, say your name and who your question's for, or if it's for all of us, and we'll try not to trample over.
Okay, my name is Dov Weiss. I'm a professor of religion at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. I teach the history of Judaism. I'm not a believer. My question for you, Sam, is do you see any value in studying religion from an academic perspective? And how do you feel about the fact that taxpayer dollars go to support the research that people like I do? In other words, can the study of religion contribute to our understanding of society and culture, or is religion best left to the ash heaps of history like magic or other superstitions?
I think it's a fine thing to study. We study many things, again, that are not narrowly tied to utility. I can make a very good utilitarian argument for studying religion because so many people believe it in earnest. So it's even more worth studying than something perhaps like art history or something that is purely about aesthetics. But I've got no problem with the funding of art history. So to connect with what Lawrence said, I said decadent because that's a possible criticism, but the reality is it's a sign of the wealth of our civilization that we can spend time on ineffectual things, right? That's just merely beautiful, merely curiosity-driven things. The archaeology, what's the use in that, right?
By the way, I often, when questions are directed at Sam, I'll answer them too. Whether but no, religion, it's even more important than that. Not just it's so many people believe now. Religion is a central part of human history. So if you're interested in understanding modern civilization, it would be insane not to understand the impact of religion because it's been one of the most important cultural components of humans since humans have been humans.
Thank you.
And as long as the funds aren't being used for proselytizing, I'm all in favor of it. I've been saying that comparative religions courses shouldn't be electives. They should be mandatory.
Well, and actually, to be even more specific, there's probably no more effective way to become an atheist than study religion.
Yep. On this side now, yes, sir.
Hi. This question is for Sam, or really anyone who wants to jump in. The new atheist is often accused of a kind of sociological...
We can't hear you.
You've got to get a little closer to the mic, I think.
The new atheism is often accused of a kind of sociological blindness or insensitivity. My question is, given sort of, I think Sam has been unique among new atheists in acknowledging the need for a social equivalent of religion, or some sort of something that performed the social functions of religion. But at the same time, I mean, it's sort of left vague and you're not entirely certain. So my question is, why is it worth destroying something you acknowledge as sort of sociologically vital and utilitarian in order to, why is it worth destroying that before you sort of know what to put in its place? And I'm asking it particularly in the context of like the social crisis among the working class, which I mean is often attributed to the collapse in social capital, which is basically a euphemism in part for the collapse of organized religion.
Right, right. Well, I guess two answers. One is that it's not a matter of aiming to destroy religion just to destroy religion. It's wanting to talk honestly about what we know to be true, or have good reason to believe is true, or good reason to believe is false. And so it's very much in the attitude of science, just trying to figure out what's real. But I would add that the reason why I hope we will one day empty the churches and empty the mosques is because of all the harm that way of thinking manifestly does.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
that's
so,
a key point.
And I think the harms of religion vastly outweigh the benefits, and we can have those benefits by other means, and we get those benefits in other ways, in a kind of piecemeal way. Yeah. And yes, I would argue that there are blind spots in secularism, and we need to fill in some of those holes. But no, I mean, just you take the extreme case. You take the fundamentalist Islam, or fundamentalist Christianity, or the Jehovah's Witnesses, or Scientology, or just take the hardcore, most devout of any dispensation. The downside is it just advertises itself.
It's not just the extremes. I used to think in terms of those extremes until I got more involved.
That's the easiest place.
Yeah, it's the easiest place. Of course, it's easiest to look at those extremes, but it was only, I think, after I did that movie with Richard, The Unbelievers, that I get letters, and we both do, that I had never appreciated the really insidious aspect of religion, in my mind, the most insidious. It's not those extremes. It's all the people in these communities that feel bad about themselves because they ask questions, because they doubt. Yeah. And I get those letters all the time, and yeah, okay, you don't need to plot, but they feel alone too. They feel like they're the only ones, and they feel bad for it. And that is in my mind, I think the really insidious aspect that's far more common than people realize, because everyone doubts, and we should all be encouraged to doubt. But also to add what Sam said, is this notion, it's not as if you're tearing things down. And we use that word loss of faith as if you're losing something. When you lose faith, you're not losing anything. We need to ask, and what Sam said, I agree with 100%, can we ask what are the good things that religion provides in the sense of community or some sense of belonging, and ask, can we do it in a way that's real? Because why do it in a way that depends on fairy tales? Because, again, to bring up Noam, he said to me once, I don't care what people believe, it's what they do. But the problem is what they believe influences what they do. Yeah. And if your worldview is based on nonsense, then you're going to do nonsense. Anyway. Okay, well now we can plot again.
Hi, my name is Lucy Anderson, and thank you so much, Matt, for bringing up the idea of truth, because that's what my question is about. I'm going to ask you guys to tap into your creative side here and tell me if you had an artist who you could commission to make a piece called Truth, and they were going to just depict truth in the most intense and perfect way, what would they make? What do you want the artist to make? Sam, don't say like a copy of the Magritte painting with the clouds over the face.
Well, if I could give you a off-the-cuff answer that would be satisfying, I would be that artist. Yeah.
I think I'll start then. Okay, yes. I could do it, because I think the best example of truth would be a blank canvas.
With gesso or
no, just blank,
fiber?
Nothing on it, blank stuff, because that's that's to me, because it invites you, it's inviting you to create something. And
oh, I think that's dangerous.
Hold on, but hold on. No, I'm not saying that in the pat way. I mean that truth is really an anathema to science. I mean, believe it or not, science isn't all about finding truth. In physics, there's no such thing as absolute truth as far as we know. There's things that are likely and things that are unlikely, and there are things that are wrong. There's absolute falsehood.
Yeah,
that's true. There's absolute wrong.
You're falsifying against a sense that the reality is some way.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
You're trying to get closer and closer
So
to it.
that's your
but there's
truth.
no idea that encompasses all of reality exactly as far as we know. Some string theorists hope they would do that, but they haven't. And so I'm not being facetious. They really did think there might be a theory that described nature on all scales. We have no physical theory. The best physical theory in the universe right now is something called quantum electrodynamics. It's great, but it only works over part of the range of life. So we have this blank canvas, and to try and pretend we're capturing truth is always, to some extent, illusion. It's illusion. It's getting closer and closer, but never real.
Yeah, and I'm partially on board with the idea that I don't know that we necessarily have access to truth. I don't think we have absolute certainty about anything. For me, the painting, because I have a compatibility model, where essentially truth is that which conforms to reality. So any accurate painting of nature would be sufficient of me to pick truth. And absent that, I think I'd like just a single Venn diagram with one circle with A and not A, and then I'm fine.
But when you say yeah, okay, that's good. I like that. But when you say conforms to reality, what you really mean is you make predictions and you test them, and you see if they're right. That's what it means to conform to reality. There's no other definition that I can think of.
Yes.
Or you see when they're wrong. I mean, your falsifiability is the measure of
Yeah. I mean, so you're capturing some aspect of reality if you're right, but you're not necessarily right.
You're not wrong
But you
yet.
know when you're wrong, you're wrong.
Yeah.
And then it's just like Sherlock Holmes said, you get rid of all the stuff that doesn't work, and what's left is probably got some semblance of reality.
Tentative, probabilistic, blah, blah, blah.
Thank you.
Well, that's why we should never use the word believe.
No.
I try not to use it anymore, but it's either likely or unlikely. It's not that I believe this or believe that. Remember that. Don't ever use it.
And go back and watch the event that we did that Krauss and I did in Toronto, where I am fully fine with the idea of using the word believe and not the word faith. But we had that.
Yeah, and you were wrong then too, but it's okay.
And yet, curiously, you agreed with me, because if by belief all you mean is I am convinced that this is likely the case, then there's nothing wrong with saying I believe.
And I can be convinced otherwise if it's not.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
This is a question for the entire panel. Please feel free to draw on your own personal experiences when you answer this. But tonight, you stressed the importance of raising a future generation that believes in science and reason and is free from faith and Stone Age myths. Sam, you've described religion in the past as being a motherlode of all bad ideas. I'm trying to raise a 2-year-old in a part of the country that has more churches than museums or libraries, unfortunately. What would you recommend would be the best way, and at what age would you address these issues with them so that they can be raised without internal anxieties, without feeling ostracized from their community, but without the motherlode of bad ideas on board before reason and science has a chance to improve their lives and have them grow it further?
Yeah, well, the first thing to recognize is that your 2-year-old is already a non-believer, right? Your 2-year-old does not. So if you don't screw that up by
just keep it, just don't screw it up. That's right.
Reality will cooperate, and but my view of this is that you don't want to. You don't want to put your kid in a situation that is starkly uncomfortable. You're not raising a little atheist to put on the front lines of this culture war, right? So, in my experience, raising 2 girls, I've never had to lie to them about anything, and the questions come when they come, and these kinds of considerations become relevant when they become relevant. And you're not teaching them contempt for other people. You're not teaching them contempt for the people they will meet who are religious. You're teaching them difference. Some people celebrate Hanukkah. Some people celebrate Christmas. It all can be in the spirit of understanding the world's religions in an academic sense, and just aesthetic differences and cultural differences and different kinds of foods, and none of it need acquire the charge of sectarianism until they're grown-ups and they can actually deal with just how closely people hold these beliefs and how freaked out they get when they're challenged. So I haven't, again, I haven't walked into this. My oldest daughter's 9, but even she knows exactly what we believe and don't believe, and she's aghast that anyone believes these things, but she's socialized to the point where she's not an asshole, right? So she just, so it's not hard.
It's really, your point is really well taken, especially if you live in if you don't want. One of the reasons that I heard at a skeptical meeting why there may be fewer women who are there is because of the fact that in certain communities, if you're recognized as a non-believing family, people don't want your kids to come over there or vice versa. And so, and caregivers who are in the world, for the most part, are generally more often women, are more sensitive to that and are more hesitant to have their children labeled that way. And any label is a bad label in that sense. And the fact that we even label kids, the first time I think my consciousness was raised in that regard was when Richard Dawkins showed this beautiful picture from a newspaper, Christmas time, and there's 4 little kids together playing, and one is a Christian kid, one's a Jewish kid, one's a Hindu kid, one's a Muslim kid. And they say, Jewish kid? And why don't we say, neoliberal kid? When do we say, how you label a 3-year-old by a very complex idea of Judaism or Islam or Christianity or any of these things, the fact that we even label them is the worst thing we can do to them, because they're not that. As I said, they're born unbelievers. But I think the thing you can do along the lines that, and I have a much older daughter now, and another stepdaughter is now a teenager, so I try to encourage this, is just encourage that safe questioning, that any question is okay, first of all, that questioning is a good thing, and that not to trust your answer. Literally, that to be skeptical of what you say. Yeah.
And I don't have kids, but super quick, love your kids, know that you're going to screw it up, and don't panic if things don't go as planned, because I was a believer for many, many years and turned out okay, so things can get fixed. On this side?
I have a short but 2-part question for Lawrence Krauss. If Einstein could see the way people use smartphones today, do you think he would ever regret sharing his research with people? Also, in that same way, do you think there's any scientist that has invented something or discovered something that helped humanity and thought, kind of wish I didn't tell those people because they're like really ungrateful?
Well, that's a good question. I think Einstein was fascinated by popular culture in his own way, and so he would have played with smartphones, I think. But it comes back to the more general thing. I don't think the scientists ever discover anything for anyone else. They don't discover it for other people they discover it because they want to know. And that's one of the reasons that's unfortunate, because the scientists are doing it for themselves. But there's a requirement. If we're going to create knowledge, we have an obligation at some level to disseminate it. And that's why I spend a fair amount of my time trying to do that. I think it's equally important. But it's also not an excuse for scientists to then step back and say, I'm not interested at all in the social or political ramifications of what I do. I think that's absolving themselves of responsibility, not because they have a special role as scientists, but because I think every citizen has an obligation to utilize, to recognize that they live in a society and the tools and the things they develop have an impact on that society. And we all have to be political beings. And so scientists need to play a role in the political process like everyone does. But because science is so successful, that role is particularly important. I mean, I have friends of mine who work there. There's one PhD physicist in Congress right now, Bill Foster from Illinois, actually, and you know, if you come from that district, vote for him because he's a good guy. And I'd like more scientists in Congress, but I don't think that's the solution. Science should inform public policy, and an informed public should make decisions about how to use that public policy. So scientists develop things for themselves, but those who say, well, I'm not going to worry about the implications of my research, are just being irresponsible, like anyone else is being irresponsible if they don't care about the implications of what Congress is going to do for the Dreamers, say, for example. I mean, it's just irresponsible because we do have a social compact, and the whole point of having an advanced society is that we all have skills that we can use to make it better for everybody. Anyway.
Thank you.
Hi. My name's Andrew Spanner. This question is for Sam. I've struggled with addiction my whole life. In your view on free will, is it just my luck and experiences that determine if I can stay sober, or can someone like myself make a decision to change their life and stay sober because they want it bad enough? Can you expand on free will as it relates to addiction?
Yeah, well, you can definitely decide to do something or not do something and have that decision be the proximate cause of your doing that thing or not doing it. And you can more and more understand all of the variables in your environment and in your relationships that support or undermine that effort. Addiction is an especially charged example, but take something that has no charge. You're just learning to play the piano, right? I mean, if you wake up tomorrow really wanting to learn to play the piano, there's a way to do that. And then there are a million ways to fail to do that, right? So, but there's a very narrow path that you have to stay on in order to come out a competent pianist at the end, right? And it entails practicing the piano and studying with a teacher and being interested in music and all of that. And so it's not, you don't learn the piano by accident, right? And you can't just wait around to see if you learn the piano. You have to actually take all the steps. And so it is with getting free of addiction, right? And so there's all these rational steps you can take, but none of that requires free will. It's still, you still have the mind and the exact brain you have in this moment, right? And if what I'm saying to you now makes sense, it doesn't make sense by virtue of your free will, right? If it doesn't make sense, it doesn't not make sense by virtue of your free will. I mean, it's like everything is just happening in each moment, but part of what's happening are all of these other things that can arise in you that can for good or for ill, so you can more and more witness the downside of addiction and surround yourself with people who support that in you, or you could do the opposite, right? And that will all have a cascade of effects, and those effects again will not be demonstrative of free will, right? It's demonstrative of the causality that helps make a mind and body what it is, and we're all part of this causal fabric of just intersubjective reality. I mean, you're affected by everything. Things you hear, things you read, things you watch on television, conversations you have, glances that people give you, the amount of money you get, the amount of money you lose. I mean, all of it is a cascade of influences, and it all matters. It all is causally summing to something, to this next moment in your life. And the flip side of the no free will argument is that you actually don't know how fully you could change in the next moment. I mean, you're an open system. I mean, you can radically change your life. You can be fundamentally different from who you were yesterday. I mean, the example I gave of being afraid to speak in public, right? At a certain point in my life, I decided, well, I need to speak in public. There's got to be a way to do this. so now I'm going to start doing it. And almost immediately, I was someone who had to regularly put himself in circumstances like this. There's no problem now. I mean, this is a totally anxiety-free thing for me to do. It was not at all obvious that changing myself that fully was possible, but it's clearly possible, right? And that's true on 100 other fronts. And that's part of what that doesn't entail free will. That just entails causal effects.
I think you can even build on that, especially in the case of addiction, where you feel like you have no control in some states when you experience addiction to anything. But if you by recognizing in some sense the lack of the existence of free will, you can use that in your favor. You can say, what is going to help me determine my behavior, and how can I influence that? By education, by surrounding myself with the right people. So basically recognizing that your decisions are going to be influenced by a whole bunch of factors, and so and using that and acknowledging that, you can then try to orient yourself so that the factors that impact on you are the factors that are going to drive in the direction that you'd like to go, and so that reinforcement. So I think accepting the fact that we all make decisions because of a host of factors, and we are influenced by our environment, and we are influenced by our peers, and we are influenced by education, utilize that influence to help direct you to the extent that it can, to try and overcome addiction. Not that it's easy.
That's actually a very important point that I just want to emphasize. I mean, the science on will, it comes to that punchline, which is your will is very unreliable as a way to stay on any path. So you do need to understand the environmental, contextual drivers of your behavior. And so, I mean, if you want to go on a diet, the first thing to do is to get all of the junk food out of your house, right? Because you have to hedge against your future self who's going to suffer weakness of will. Because weakness of will is coming. So you can't have the drugs or the food or whatever it is available, because your will is going to break down, and the science behind that is very well understood. So you need to approach it as an environmental response.
And if it helps,
and good luck to you too, sir.
Yes. Yeah. And if it helps, the three of us aren't in complete agreement on free will. We discussed a little bit, but we're all in agreement that we're thinking agents with desires, and that there are actions that we can take to bear those out in the way that both of them were talking about that. I think your question betrays something that Sam and I spoke about, that Dan Dennett has a fear of, if there's no free will, people will fall into this idea of fatalism, and that everything that happens to me is either my fault as a failed being, or the cosmos just batting me around like a play toy. And I understand that fear, but I don't share that fear. And I think the fact that there are three individuals up here with slightly different views on free will, all telling you that whether or not you have free will is irrelevant to the fact that you're a thinking agent with desires, and you can cognitively process and plan to meet a goal.
Yeah, let's move off free will.
Yeah.
Good luck, sir.
Hi, my name's Vinny. I'm from Chicago.
Hey, that's a surprise.
I have kind of a two-part question. I love all you guys. I follow you regularly. I consider myself a Hitchensian. I find myself more and more stuck on the baggage of language, and it's a common topic. The idea that there's so many people right now that are talking themselves in circles to try to fit a certain narrative. Jordan Peterson does it, where he's so stuck on trying to redefine his idea of truth that he just runs in circles and circles and circles until he wears you out, basically. So could you, Sam, please just give him the intellectual ass-kicking he deserves?
Do it, Sam.
And then the second one is for Professor Krauss. Would you sign my tits?
A year ago, I might have said yes, but the answer is no now.
That question was 14 billion years in the making.
Yeah, that's right.
Stars died so we could get those questions.
Are you wearing gold by any chance?
But,
Anyway,
but I'll sign
thank you for your
anything
vote of confidence.
non-body.
I will try it.
Okay, this is another one for Sam. How much would you recommend that the average person pursue meditation and spiritual inquiry? If someone has the ability, like you, to spend a decade of their life pursuing this, is that worthwhile? How much does someone need to work to hit your level of enlightenment, or a level that's worth having?
Well, I think any non-zero amount is already a lot more than most people are tending to do. So 5 minutes a day can actually be a huge change in your life. It's a skill like anything else, and so practicing it regularly is really the only way to acquire it. But it totally depends on your individual circumstance and interest and all the rest. But going from 0 to 5 minutes, 5 minutes done wisely and in a way that is intelligent can be a huge difference. I mean, it's like going from being totally sedentary to working out a little bit every day. And I mean, that's true even with physical exercise. Even 0 to 5 minutes, if it's the right 5 minutes, can be 75% of the health difference in exercise. I mean,
so maybe, yeah, but I would just say that, yeah, but no, I would say, look, different strokes for different folks. If it works for you, great, but maybe 5 minutes exercise is just as good. And so I think it's hard to, it depends on the individual, and I think if you have to try things and see what helps.
What percentage of the population would you not recommend physical exercise to?
I know one. No, but look, it's a matter. Look, no, it's not. But the point is, it's a matter of priority. So you've got a certain amount of time in the day.
Yeah.
And some people spend 3 hours a day on physical exercise. Some people spend 5 minutes, and people have to choose their priorities.
But is there,
and
is
it
there
works,
anyone who you
and
wouldn't?
for some people, 3 hours a day of physical exercise is what makes them, allows them to survive the rest of the day. And for some people, 5 minutes is too much. And so, of course, it's empirically clear that physical exercise is a good thing.
Right.
But you and I would, but I know there are many days when I have other priorities. I like to work out every day if I can, but there are days when I can't. And so, there are other things that you need to do in life. And so you have to, life is a balance. And
there are
and so,
usually other things you need to do in life.
Yeah, but I would, but I guess what I'm really worried about, and I don't think you were really saying this, so maybe I hope you weren't, is that I can't tell you what's the best thing for you. You have to try a bunch of things and see what works. And it's good to try a bunch of things, but it's not clear that the same thing will work for everyone, in my opinion, anyway. Anyway.
The analogy to physical exercise is a good one. And if a certain kind of physical exercise doesn't work for you, that can be understood. If you can't do push-ups because you've got an injured shoulder or whatever, there's some workaround. It's not like push-ups don't work, and it's not like push-ups aren't for everybody. They're just not for people who have, for whatever reason, some reason why they can't do push-ups. But there's a principle by which push-ups work for most people that can be invoked even in the case of somebody who's missing an arm or has an injury. And that's true of meditation too, or mindfulness. There's some version of it which, in moderation, and the research I think is more and more bearing this out, is basically good for everybody. Now there are people who suffer various kinds of psychopathology where I certainly wouldn't recommend that they go on intensive retreat. You don't want to go into silence for 10 days and meditate for 14 hours a day if you have some kind of thought disorder, or you're bipolar, and you're.
I think you're right that there are things that meditation provides that are good, but you might say to someone, spend a half an hour playing the piano if that's what you. I mean, because for some people it doesn't have to be meditation. It could be you get the same benefit.
But that's just not true. I mean, as witnessed by you. I mean, you don't know what I'm talking about. I mean,
no, you're right.
Yeah. yeah.
That's exactly what, it's a different version of what I was going to ask, because you said something which, what percentage of the population would you not recommend physical exercise to? And I would say the portion of the population that doesn't need it to have a fit and balanced life. There are people who through the course of their daily actions are never going to, the highway workers are not going to need to go to the gym.
They're getting exercise.
Yeah. Sure. But what I'm saying, when we tie this in, if throughout the course of, we'll just use me as an example because I'm perfect, my daily life, I get the same benefits of easing suffering and not dwelling on things and anxiety without actually going through 10 days of not talking, because that would kill me.
Well, but then you would become interested. You should become interested in why it would kill you. I mean, so if you suddenly put yourself in that circumstance and found it intolerable, the mechanism by which you were finding it intolerable could become interesting to you. I mean, it's not objectively intolerable. It's just you hate it, and that is the wellspring from which all of these other forms of restlessness and dissatisfaction are going to ambush you in your life. If you can't be alone with yourself in a room without your smartphone, you have a psychological problem.
I'm good with that.
And it is not an accident that solitary confinement is considered a punishment even inside a maximum security prison. I mean, so you're put in a box with murderers and rapists, and most people still dread being alone in a room more than being out with the murderers and the rapists.
Well, because we're natural. Hold on, but yeah, I'm going to keep trying to take.
We're naturally social primates.
I agree with that a lot, but I mean, we are social beings. Humans can't survive alone. We just can't survive.
In the state of nature, that's true. Yeah.
And so to not acknowledge the fact that we need social contact is to not acknowledge what it means to be human. So it's not a bad thing.
I'm not saying we don't need or want social contact. I'm saying if the best way to enjoy social contact is to actually be happy already. Is not to need it in the way that needy people need it. The people who are afraid to be alone, afraid to lose you, afraid to...
well, sometimes actually the best time
complicates relationships.
Yeah, well, I'm going to keep disagreeing because it's fun. But but sometimes the best social contact that I can have is when I feel miserable, and then I'm with someone, let's say my wife, who makes me feel better. That's great.
That's a great.
So I don't have to be happy
to
have a wonderful social contact. My experience can take me out of depression.
Yeah, but there's the other side of that experience, which is you're miserable, and now you're making everyone around you miserable.
Well, that's true. I do that as a rule.
I mean, if my wife were here, she would tell the frequency with which I complain about petty stuff to her is not a feature, it's a bug, right?
And you do that?
Oh, sure.
I never figured you did that.
But I would do a lot more of it if I didn't meditate.
Yeah.
But I would argue that you're not making them miserable because they're responsible for whether or not they become
Let's get some more questions.
Yeah. Anyway, over here.
Yeah. Hi, my name's Ryan, and this question's for either one of you. So I want to preface it with saying that I love your book, The Moral Landscape, Sam, but I have a question in regards to, so you talk about in your book, obviously, that science can influence and tell us about objective truths about reality, but you often appeal to low-hanging fruit where you talk about, if you cut off someone's head, that's objectively, wrong. But when we start talking about more nuanced things like healthcare policy or economics, do you think science can still influence or tell us about objective truths in those fields? And if so, could you give an example?
Yeah, well, so just to tell you why I would go after the low-hanging fruit for part of the argument is that I'm making an argument that there are right and wrong answers whether or not we can find them. I mean, that is the nature of scientific truth. That is the nature of realism in any area, whether it's scientific realism or moral realism. It is a claim that reality is a certain way, whether anyone in this room knows it or not, right? And it's possible for all of us to be wrong. It's possible for just one person to be right. It's possible for that person to die, and now everyone is left is still wrong, right? So it's possible not to know what you're missing in every area where there is a reality that's bigger than you are, and that's also true of the moral domain as defined by the possibilities of experience in this universe. This universe admits of an extreme range of possible experience, and we've all been buffeted around the continuum of just pointless misery to sublime, rapturous pleasure, and we want a lot more of this and we want less of this, and both personally and collectively. And again, you could be more or less informed about the dynamics of that movement, right? So you don't know that substance abuse is as bad as it is for you, say, or you don't know that this relationship is undermining your happiness. But there's a right answer there, whether you know it or not. You don't know how much happier you would have been had you married that other person. There are many of these questions that we will never find out. We'll never get the data. You'll never get, exactly what is the weight of every person in this room combined, if we could put you all on a balance. We could actually give a pretty good estimate, right? We know how many people are in here, almost. We know the average weight of a human being. We could get within, I'm sure, 5% of the exact number. But there is an exact number, right? Well, to whatever measurement error and to whatever decimal place you arbitrarily care about. But we're never going to find it. So this is a difference between answers in practice and answers in principle. In principle, there's an answer to that question. In practice, we'll never get the data. And so many of the more complicated questions of what healthcare policy would maximize the well-being of everyone living under it, that's something that, to a first approximation, we will want economists and other smart people in the relevant areas to eventually figure out. But whether we'll ever be sure we have the right answer, we will never be totally sure what better answer we could have found, or what in some alternate universe the counterfactual answer paid better results. So we're still living with impressive uncertainty, and yet it's clear we can navigate in this space, and it's clear there are answers to be discovered that will surprise us, and that's my claim with respect to morality. It's a navigation problem.
Yeah, it's one area where I think Sam and I are in extremely close agreement. But to take it even further, you won't get to that answer by revelation.
Right.
The only way to get to that answer, and you might not know what the right answer is, but the only ways to get there are using rationality and empirical evidence, and those are the only ways to even get close. So any other way just doesn't work.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Landon Klipp. I'm a student at the University of Illinois. My question is for Sam. In your book, Waking Up, you talk extensively about your travels to India. You spent a significant amount of time amongst various gurus. My question is, what possessed your brain to upend your life to do that sort of thing? And also, would you recommend that experience to the regular person, or is it enough to experience it vicariously?
Well, as I said in Waking Up, and I think in the first chapter, the first page, what possessed my brain, literally possessed my brain, it was a drug experience that I had on MDMA when I was 18, I think, and the net result of that was I could no longer overlook that it was possible to be much different than I was tending to be, right? So I took not everyone has this experience and not everyone draws the same message from it, but the message that is to be drawn from it is that it's possible to have a very different experience than you're tending to have. Neurologically, this is a neurological fact, and the drug isn't doing anything to your brain that your brain can't do, right? It's just pulling the levers and turning the knobs that are already in there, it's possible to come away from that experience thinking, well, MDMA is very interesting, but unhealthy to take again and again. So, there goes that project. Or you could realize that there are other ways to overcome all of the limitations in yourself that you were noticing overcome in that experience. And that's the message I drew at that point. So I became very interested in just what other methodologies were out there and what other philosophies and conversations were out there. And again, so as you move into that esoteric Eastern side of the bookstore, there's just a tsunami of woo and craziness that you get hit with, that you have to use your critical scientific faculties to differentiate. But there's a central strand of empiricism and methodology and just learning to pay attention to experience. And it's not. And this is why mindfulness is everywhere now, and chanting to Krishna isn't, right? Because mindfulness really is just it's just paying attention to experience. There's nothing you have to believe. You don't have to be a Buddhist. You don't have to care about Buddhism. It is as culture-free an act of attention as anything could ever be, right? It's literally just attention. It's just directed attention to whatever. It's just noticing what you notice in each moment. So if you're hearing and you're sensing your body in space and you're seeing changes in light and you're noticing thoughts arise and you're noticing moods arise, if all that stuff is happening anyway. Mindfulness is just the faculty of mind that notices in real time what you're noticing, right? So the only difference between that and what most of us are tending to do is you're no longer lost in thought in that moment. You're not having a conversation that you're not noticing. If thoughts arising, you're noticing the next thought arise. So there's zero culture, there's zero belief, there's zero iconography. It's just pure attention to experience, and it's I certainly recommend that. There's no need to go to India and meet anybody to do that. At a certain point in my life, I felt it was incredibly useful to go into a crucible of a retreat, a silent retreat, to do nothing but that for a period of time. Because it is just the first thing you discover when you actually make a serious attempt to do this is that it's incredibly hard to do. I mean, you cannot pay attention to anything for more than 5 seconds. And that should be interesting to you, because that's a very strange feature of our minds, and there's no way that's optimal, right? It's like the idea that is just that default setting is somehow this perfect, fine tuning of the human psychology to its optimum. That's just patently insane. And then once you notice that most of the thoughts that are intruding in your experience are unhappy ones, right? You're trying to listen to what I'm saying, but you just got distracted, and the thing you got distracted by is annoying, right? Well, how good is it to have a mind like that, right? Or you're trying to read a page of text and you've read the same paragraph 3 times in a row because you just keep worrying about what you have to do tomorrow, right? How good is that, right? That's what it's like to have an untrained mind. It's like being, someone who's never worked out, but you're put into some Olympic event, and just set to fail. Like, here's a pole vault, just run at that, point it over there and run. Let's see what happens. Right? That's how most of us are living our lives, and so I highly, as you can tell, I'm kind of evangelizing for this training, but there's nothing esoteric or weird you need to do to actually do it.
So what you're saying is I don't have to go find the blue flower that glows on the side of the hill and carry it up to your mansion in the mountain.
No, although it wouldn't hurt.
Sensei thing. If you could just say, I'm Batman, that would really...
That was a good answer. I agree. I like that answer.
So everybody's going to hate me.
No, let them go another few minutes.
One more question, because they've already flagged me to wrap this up so that we can say goodnight and get to the book signing.
We have a book signing afterwards.
There's a book signing afterwards, and so you get the honor of the last question. Thank you for waiting, and our apologies to everybody else who was waiting.
Hi, my name is Shauna. I work as a clinical psychologist. I generally have no idea what Jordan Peterson is talking about. Just get that out there. My question is for all three of you. I am curious what book or what books are currently on your nightstand.
Oh, wow. I literally, this is what the Kindle has done to culture. I have, there's 100 answers to that question. Yeah. It's made me a very fickle reader, but I have because of my podcast, I'm reading so many books for that I can just kind of go through my upcoming guests. So I just had Neil Ferguson, his book, The Square and the Tower, is very interesting. Robin Hanson, The Economist, I'm doing an event with soon. He's got a book, The Elephant in the Brain, that is also very interesting. There's a lot of, just a stack of books that are you can just look at who I'm doing live events with in the next month, and you know what books I'm reading. Except for his book. I didn't read his book. I read your other book.
We did a podcast, though, but yeah, it's true you didn't read the book.
I read the book for that podcast.
Yeah, we've done 2 podcasts, but so you read 2 of my books.
Have we done 2?
But okay, so let's see. There's a few. I have a Kindle, so I'll use. But I actually like to read. So one of the hard copy books is Robert Sapolsky's book that I've been reading, which is interesting, and also Ed Yong's book I Am Multitudes, which is how microbes affect your body in great ways. But there's also 2 books on the origin of religion that I've been reading. One by Stephen Greenblatt, The Origin of Adam and Eve, and another one by what's his name? Who's going to be at my Origins event? Who I love his book. He's coming out with a new one. He's a theologian who used to be in North Carolina. He used to be a strong believer, but he's
Bart Ehrman.
What? Bart Ehrman. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Bart Ehrman. I'm reading one of his books. He's got a new one coming out the next week, which is good, and he'll be at our Origins event in April. But the book on my nightstand is Harry Potter, because I was culturally deprived. I never read it, and my wife used to read it to her daughter when she was young. So now I'm reading it aloud to my wife every night before I go to sleep.
Nice.
That's
this will be disappointing. But the book that's actually on my nightstand right now is by Ian Rowland, and it's The Full Facts on Cold Reading. Ian Rowland is a mentalist in the UK who's a friend of mine, and he just gave me the book, and I'm reading it. So,
and
the Bible, because I never stopped studying.
You might be wrong.
There is a Bible in there, and it's a lot of it's prep work, but some of it's masochistic fun.
Hey, you know where my Bible is? I do this. It's really freeing. We're staying at a hotel here, and now every time I go into a hotel, I take the Bible out of the nightstand and I throw it in the garbage can.
No.
And it's so much fun. And I usually wrap it up so they don't notice it. So there's one less Bible in hotels.
Wow. And we wonder why atheists get a bad name.
At least I don't steal it.
On that note, thank you guys so much, Chicago.
Thank you all for coming.
Absolute pleasure.
Thanks, Sam.
Thank you.
Hey, Vancouver, let's talk physics and more. I'll be at the Vancouver Playhouse October 13th talking about my new book, The Edge of Knowledge, along with Travis Pangburn. And we'll talk about a lot more than just that. We'll talk about life, the universe, and everything. And we'll also maybe talk about atheism a little bit. I notice I have my God detector, and I keep looking at it every day and notice there's still no God. So maybe we'll talk about that as well. But mostly I want to focus on the mysteries of the universe, and we'll have a Q&A so you can ask questions. And I hope to have a great time out there. See you October 13th at the Vancouver Playhouse. Take care.
Douglas Murray looks poised like a cat.
Yeah. Douglas Murray destroys Eric Weinstein.
There was blood everywhere. Not the way I cut it on my YouTube channel. So the issue is we have got to get more level-headed about immigration. We've got to stop fetishizing immigration. Yeah. Immigrants are not some special kind of person who's better than whatever you have in your country, which is how our politicians often sell it. Very often what immigrants do is if you have an economy that isn't growing at the proper rate through technology and really technologically led growth, you can create as-if growth by letting in more people to support things like a pension plan. So very often what people are experiencing is that they're being lied to about immigration by immigration experts. Immigrants somehow are a free lunch, they only create good things, they never create bad things, they don't tax systems, and then we treat everybody who wants to restrict immigration like me as if they had one reason for doing it. And what is that? Xenophobia, right? Now, somehow, I married an immigrant. A giant chunk of my friends are immigrants, so I'm living in an immigrant experience, even though my family isn't recently immigrated. So I never had any fears because I'm fascinated by language and music. Everything in my life suggests that I'm fascinated by foreign cultures. If you are, then in general you want borders because anything else is it's like pouring all the paint together. You're not going to get some beautiful rainbow in a can. You're going to get some sort of homogeneous thing that's not as interesting. So we've got to get away from these crazy ideas, this mimetic complex. In the US, we've got a poem on the base of a French statue that was given to us, written by somebody who was not part of the French delegation, Emma Lazarus, saying, "Give us your poor, you're tired," as if this was American immigration policy, which it has never been. It has never been our immigration policy, right? And we have to exclude people at borders, right? Borders, fundamentally, you're going to dilute people. And then you're going to treat people who are being diluted. Your vote will be diluted if you let in more people. So you have to be able to acknowledge that there are negatives with immigration.
And as you say, if you're
I'm on a head of steam here. Okay. The thing that you have to realize is that the people who hold the cards on the immigration narrative have this idea that if you let any daylight in with saying there's problems with immigration, you get some sort of horrific outcome.
Right.
And those people need to be humiliated.
Well, look what the German government's been doing. At the beginning of January of this year, the government in Germany enacted a new law which it's actually not entirely clear what it can do, but everyone already knows what it can do from social media, Facebook and so on. It's parts of the German government, including the intelligence services, working in conjunction with unnamed media companies to restrict the debate of the general public on these matters. Now, I just put it out there. Lots of Germans fuming about something they think of as being very unfair. What is the best way to make that blow up? Almost certainly to try to put a lid on it, dampen it down. A German publisher said to me recently, the public now here read our papers in the same way that people used to in Eastern Europe. They read between the lines. They read that yesterday a person did something to another person in a place. And they know they're not being given the information, so they fill it in themselves. Because they didn't name the person who did the act, it must have been a migrant, etc., etc., which actually means that the public mind thinks even worse than the facts that are happening. And I mean, and people think there's no potential downside to this. Just one other point on this. Eric hits, this is a subject of fascination for me because it's such a terrible moral question to try to answer. I like Eric. I don't have much tolerance for people telling me about the greatness of German culture and the importance of reinvigorating it and so on and so forth, because our ears start to jangle with rhymes and echoes. But at the same time, it's not possible, as Eric points out, it's not possible for a culture to live in permanent guilt with no form of redemption ever. Ever.
And it's not fair.
It's not fair.
So,
right?
If you notice, having a conversation on immigration, I have, in a civilized way, waited to let you finish, which is part of the importance of this conversation. I was going to say that actually everything you said there, and that's what's if people in the audience do identify as centre-left, the last thing you want to see is the breakup of the European Union and its surrendering to far-right populism. And I can guarantee you, unless we reconsider this conversation around immigration, it will destroy Europe, not just in a cultural sense, but in a legal sense. So I'll give you an example of what's just happened in Denmark. A liberal, in the European sense of the word, in the British sense of the word, a liberal head of state and prime minister in Denmark has just overseen the approval in the Danish parliament of a law that is an attempt too late to deal with this question of a lack of integration in their country, of what they call immigrants and children of immigrants, and it's a euphemism for Danish Muslims. And what they've decided to do is approve a law in the Danish parliament that they will designate certain areas as, and they're using this word, ghetto areas. And the children born in these areas, who are born to immigrant parents but are born in Denmark, are named ghetto children. That's actually the phrase they're using. And they've decided, because they can't do this by religion or race or gender, they can do it by geographic area, and it's constitutional. And what they've said is that every ghetto child in these designated areas that the law stipulates will be obliged to go to citizenship class to learn how to be a Dane, and if they don't, the family will have their welfare withdrawn. But that doesn't apply to children who are outside of these areas that are the ghetto areas. The other thing they've said is that anyone who commits a crime in these ghetto areas will face double the punishment in criminal law than anyone who commits the same crime outside of these ghetto areas. You can see how a parallel legal system is in danger of developing here. And of course, what they've done is that in Sydney, I think you have Lakemba and a few other areas where there's Australian Lebanese Muslims. Is it called Lakemba? What is it called?
Lakemba.
Lakemba,
Yeah,
yeah.
Lakemba.
Right, so you can't say, okay, I'm going to do this where there's Muslims. What you could say is, okay, Lakemba is a troubled area. I'm going to do this in Lakemba. And everyone knows what you're really talking about is Muslims, right? Now, there is an example in liberal Denmark where this has happened. It's already, that's the case now. It's approved in Parliament. And of course, the dangers of a parallel legal system are self-evident. The dangers of grievances developing and people feeling like they are being judged for the same crime in double the punishment and therefore being discriminated against, all of that doesn't really need me spelling out. Why did that happen is the question. Why has liberal Denmark suddenly in their parliament approved this? And that's because of years of neglect of this one question, and that is integration. And it's why I'm saying that it's inseparable. We have to have a policy that ties immigration with integration and a sense of what the culture is of the countries that we're in. And that means slowing the whole thing down, because you can't have integration if your immigration is too fast. And so when I say to everyone who identifies here as centre-left, if Western secular liberal democratic civilization is what you genuinely want to preserve, then the fastest way to its destruction is to have an uncontrolled immigration policy that leads to these sorts of things that we're currently seeing in Europe, to a point where the far-right party can be the official opposition in Germany in 2018.
But Maajid, isn't the counterpoint to that to say, well, what culpability and responsibility does the far right have to take for this? It's all very well to say we on the centre-left are responsible for Brexit because we didn't have an appropriate conversation about how to handle the Syrian refugee crisis, but the people who made Brexit happen were the people who were promoting Brexit and telling lies about Brexit.
The problem I have with that argument is whenever we talk about extremism, we always do acknowledge that there are some grievances the Muslims have that led to them joining radical organizations. In my own case, I even cite that it was racism at home, it was the genocide in Bosnia, and in modern cases, in recent cases, the invasion of Iraq, right? It's not that we're saying ideology doesn't also play a role in radicalizing Muslims, but we recognize that there are some grievances that would have made it a bit harder for Muslims to become radicalized if they weren't there. Invasion of Iraq being a classic case in point, there was no Al-Qaeda in Iraq until George Bush went in. If we're going to apply that in the case of Muslims, then we must equally apply that framework in the case of right-wing radicalization. There are some grievances. I recently did a clip on my LBC radio show, and it was basically, what are the grievances of Tommy Robinson's followers? And they have some grievances that are legitimate that we need to address. One of them is the glaring double standard on Lauren Southern, who's Canadian. People know who she is. She's a Canadian populist right, is it correct? Yeah, populist right-wing activist, I don't know. She was banned from entering the United Kingdom, right? Basically, she's a 20-something-year-old attractive young lady who hasn't got a terrorist hair in her or bone in her body. She has some objectionable opinions that we have the right to disagree with, but she doesn't have a terrorist bone in her body. But she was stopped at the UK border under the Terrorism Act 2000, in particular under Schedule 7. Schedule 7 denies your right to silence under interrogation at any port of entry or exit from the UK. Basically, what that means is it's a criminal offence not to answer the police's questions. And then she was deported, right, under terrorism laws. That same month, a cleric was allowed into the country from Pakistan, who's on the record supporting death for blasphemy. And then he was speaking at a counter-terrorism conference.
With a load of police.
With a load of police, giving the
and
police an award for their counter-terrorism work. And he was in Manchester, right? And so you've got this double standard here, where Muslims can get away with all sorts of extremist rubbish, to put it mildly, and are let into their country. And the terrorism law that should be stopping them isn't stopping them. And you've got Lauren Southern, who's a 20-something-year-old young blonde woman that doesn't have any terrorism associated with her, deported under the terrorism law. Now, that's a legitimate grievance. Whether or not you agree with Lauren Southern, that's a legitimate grievance. And so if the invasion of Iraq radicalized a whole bunch of Muslims, that kind of behavior is going to radicalize a whole bunch of people towards the right wing. And we have to be consistent and acknowledge that there are grievances that can also radicalize people towards the right as well.
Bret Weinstein, you're going to jump in.
Yeah, I wanted to point out that there is an evolutionary force haunting this discussion, and I think it's worth just noting where it is and what kind of role it's playing. So, Douglas, when you point to this image of the boy washing up on the Turkish beach and this having a disproportionate impact on the conversation, there's an obvious evolutionary fact here, which is that none of us have ancestors that would ever have faced an image from thousands of miles away that would have been photorealistic and represented the tragic death of a child. In other words, to the extent that you saw a tragically dead child, it was a tragically dead child that was in your environment, and therefore you would have some pseudo-statistical way of analyzing what its implications were. But you can't analyze a photograph in isolation at that distance because you have no idea whether it's a common phenomenon or a rare phenomenon. You're not wired to detect the difference. And terrorism itself actually is based on this very error. When you hear that people have been blown up in some public situation, in some locale, you can't calibrate how much danger you're actually in. So the point is, if you are a force that cannot raise an army large enough to push a nation around, you might be able to push the nation around by psychologically manipulating it into overreacting. So just the same way a bee is not a threat to you, but your allergic reaction to its sting might be, you can cause a country to have an allergic reaction by utilizing the fact that the images of terrorism are much more powerful than the terrorists themselves are. So the fact that we are ancient creatures trying to navigate a modern landscape in which we have totally unrepresentative data, and then people who understand that the data is going to have effects on us employ game theory to cause us to have an emotional reaction to the question of immigration rather than a rational one. So I would argue we have to, in some sense, if you, as I do, believe that you must have borders, that they can't be open or you'll have a game theoretic failure of all of the successful policies within a country, but that immigration is desirable in some circumstances and should be allowed. If you're going to have that discussion and you're going to have a compassionate policy about immigration, it has to arrive out of a dispassionate discussion of the facts and how they interact. And all of this, in some sense, goes back to the question that Eric raises, which is why is it that nations, which I would argue evolutionarily are probably predisposed to xenophobia and to be resistant to immigration, are inviting it, and it has to do with this this pyramid scheme of, it's an economic pyramid scheme where you can solve a temporary economic problem by creating phony growth, which causes people to believe they are economically better positioned than they are. That is to say, that members of the nation feel that things are getting better because they have artificially gotten an influx of well-being that is really the result of the fact that someone has been invited into the economic ladder below them, but that can only go on so long. And so the whole thing is going to unravel ultimately, and the only solution to it is to have a dispassionate conversation about how to be compassionate about this issue. But we can't get there until we recognize we're people who have inherited limits on what we can perceive and understand based on who we were 10,000 years ago. We're just not equipped for the modern media environment.
Sorry, just to clarify, Bret, why can it not go on forever? Why doesn't the migrant simply become a new Australian or American and they replace you and then you die and then more migrants keep coming in and the country keeps growing?
Well, there's a
Half
couple
of this
reasons.
country has arrived since the Second World War.
Sure, but there's a question about how large the population can get. So something, I believe it is 50% of the protein in modern people is the result of the Haber-Bosch process, which takes inorganic nitrogen and brings it into the biological cycle by burning fossil fuels in order to make it biologically available. So the point is, our population is way above what the ecosystems could possibly support, even if they were agriculturally farmed intensively. What we're doing is we're bringing in nutrients that weren't in that system to begin with, inflating the population, and ultimately these systems aren't going to be able to handle it. Then there's also the question that Maajid raises, which is there is a level of immigration at which the rate is low enough that assimilation is a natural consequence, that new immigrants find themselves better off by embracing the culture of the country that they're entering. But there's a point at which you've invited in so many people so quickly that what you effectively do is you create these subpopulations that retain their own distinct culture, and that creates an inevitable, I would argue, conditions for racism.
Yeah, I mean,
and extremism.
Yes.
I mean, example of this is, I mean, I'm not in favor of no immigration. I'm in favor of caution and of being careful. And one of the reasons of that is because I see a lot of unexpected consequences. Let me give you one obvious example of the country that Maajid just mentioned. Denmark, like most of Europe, had post-war immigration policies that basically invited guest workers in, and then the guest workers stayed, which they hadn't expected, and then various other things happened. Now, nobody was talking about Islam in this period. I mean, it wasn't in Britain until the Satanic Verses affair in 1989, when the fatwa was imposed on a British novelist by the Ayatollah, that we started talking about Islam in Britain, really. Yeah. And in Denmark, it didn't happen until 2005, when one newspaper editor, the editor of the culture section of Jyllands-Posten, discovered that in a set of children's books about the great religions, they couldn't find anyone to illustrate the one on Islam, because nobody was willing to draw pictures of Muhammad. And so this newspaper editor, the culture editor of the paper, commissioned 12 people who were prominent cartoonists in Denmark to do cartoons of Muhammad. Some of them did, some of them didn't. Some of them did ones that were saying the paper's provocative and unnecessarily provoking Muslims. On the back of that, of course, there were riots all over the Muslim world. Quite a lot of people were killed. There were burnings of the Danish embassy and so on. And you know, and I got caught up in a little bit of that. And I was in Denmark for the 10th anniversary of the cartoons in 2015. And I was telling Maajid about this yesterday. It was there had been an event on the 5th anniversary, but everyone who'd been at the 5th anniversary had been shot since the 5th anniversary, so it was hard to find people to speak at the 10th anniversary. And I and a couple of friends discovered we had headline billing, and it was only after realizing the situation with the 5th anniversary we realized why we were so prominent. But anyhow, this
gets funnier. This story.
No, the funny detail was, I discovered afterwards that both the US State Department and the British Foreign Office had told British and American nationals not to go anywhere near the Danish Parliament or the centre of Copenhagen on this day because of the possibility of an attack on our conference. And I was like, well, they didn't tell me that. You know,
I don't think you got killed, Douglas.
Yeah, probably. But anyhow, but the point is I mention this because I spoke to a lot of MPs that day that was in the Danish Parliament because it was the only building in Denmark that they could guarantee the safety of the audience in. Okay.
Yeah. Just think about that for a minute, folks. Seriously.
And actually, ISIS called for an attack on the conference, it turned out, but they couldn't get anyone there in time. And anyhow, I spoke to a lot of Danish MPs that day, and I remember one of them from the centre-right party said to me, I said, what's your view on immigration now? And she said, I don't want any more immigrants from the Muslim world. And I said, isn't that a bit, isn't that a bit simplistic and so on? And her response was, look, all the polling shows that 99.5% of Muslims think that you shouldn't be allowed to publish cartoons of Muhammad. So for every 100 people we invite in, there'll be 99 and more who won't allow our free press to keep on operating in a free manner. So I'm not taking that risk. Now, you can decry that and disagree with it, but it's an argument that's worth thinking about.
It also tells us something else, and that is something we've been neglecting for so long in Western debates about immigration, and that culture is a thing. And it's really important. And it's important because what it means, what do we mean when we say culture, is all of the values that bind us together. And it's our social contract. And if the social contract is being attacked, we don't know how to live together anymore. And so one thing that Goodhart is very good at in the UK is an author, David Goodhart. And we have been pretending for so long, especially through the 90s, with this word multiculturalism, that one culture is not in any way better than another. And so I think it was you and Sam, actually, both of you have been asked this question and posed this question before. And there is only one unequivocal answer to this question. Is what we enjoy here in Australia and the culture that we enjoy, however you want to define it, better than the culture that the Taliban want to create in Afghanistan? And there is only one unequivocal answer to that, and is yes, obviously. And you're being, again, people are gaslighting you if they equivocate in the answer to that question.
Yeah, I do think that that's unnecessary. I agree with that statement. So it's better here than the Taliban. Let's be clear.
I'll give way in a second.
The flat whites are much better here than they are in Kabul.
All I'm going to say is that so we've got to at least recognize that culture is as important to this debate as how fast or slow the immigration rate it should be, because it becomes a political problem.
The point is, that's overkill. Like what you said is true, but there's some people who can't make any value judgments because that would be cruel. Right?
Yeah.
All right. It's not about that. Yeah. You guys drive on a side of the road that I don't recognize as being the correct side of the road to an American. All right? Is it better to drive on the left side or the right side? No, it doesn't really matter. What matters is that everybody drives on a common side, that you don't have things that are incompatible, right, running into each other. And so if you have some state that says church and state have to be separate, and you have another place that says church and state are the same thing, I don't need to get into a discussion about better or worse or values, because that's unnecessarily value-laden. I know that you don't want those two things. Are the Crips better than the Bloods as a gang? I don't know. I just don't want to house them in the same cell block of the prison, right? So there are certain aspects of this that are simply about compatibility that can evade the value judgment so that we don't have to get into that thorny territory. Now, there is I think way too much of this ends up for an American taste because we don't have the same issues with Islam yet in our immigration situation that Europe has. So in the US situation, what I would say is you have never, ever, ever heard an honest immigration conversation. The people who sound compassionate are not compassionate. You have a class of people I call immigrant-entrepreneurs who are making money based on immigration, like immigration lawyers or people who run pension plans, who are trying to figure these things out from a financial perspective. And what happens is that you have domestic groups transferring money amongst themselves. Like, let me steal some money from over here and give it to some people over here in the same country. The owners of capital say, hey, I see that labor is getting a certain share. If I can use immigration, I can beat down wages by pushing out the supply curve. And then fundamentally, I can capture a giant prize called the Borjas rectangle, just living inside a tiny efficiency gain in economics called the Harburger triangle. So you talk about the Harburger triangle as this little efficiency gain, but the real thing that you're salivating over is if I can just get labor to hate themselves for worrying about immigration, by worrying that there's somehow xenophobic, then fundamentally I can push down wages and make it impossible for people to agitate for more money, better conditions, et cetera, which is why it's so bizarre that the left has been fooled. I mean, it's just amazing. And I was told this by people in Washington. Somebody said to me, you don't understand how brilliant our immigration policy is. If you object to any part of it, you're a xenophobe. So we have a way of getting American labor to give up on itself because we will make them self-hating. Right? This is a conscious part of the conversation. And when I discovered in the 90s that in 1986, the American National Science Foundation had done a study of how to keep American scientists from making more money by using visas to make Americans mitigate their wage demands, I thought, this is completely bananas. We're supposed to be drawing our own people into our own fields, and we're secretly plotting against them, using economic theory. And what are we doing? We're using immigrants as an invidious tool to transfer money between groups. And then what we do is we say, oh, you wouldn't hurt an immigrant, would you? Well, no, I'm not angry at immigrants at all. I'm angry at domestic rent seekers who have figured out how to manipulate the situation. It doesn't require culture. It doesn't require any discussion of Islam. The key point here is that you have never been allowed to have or hear a conversation about immigration in adult terms where compassion, where self-interest, I guarantee you that there's nobody on this panel who is for open borders, and there is nobody on this panel who is for closed borders, right?
Just in the European context, though, I think the cultural conversation around Islam is particularly difficult to avoid because you've got citizens of Europe born and raised.
I'm not saying that there is no cultural issue. We have cultural issues in the US as well. And I do think, to be honest, that we benefit from a certain amount of foreign culture to give us hybrid vigor. Right? So it's not that I'm trying to keep American culture pristine and we have to only integrate. I don't want to only integrate. I'm pretty excited about immigrants, and I want to make sure that we have a sustainable stream for generations to come by not binging and purging and doing some sort of violent process that is based upon allowing people to manipulate our heartstrings against our better interests.
And Douglas, and there's a set of just good practice on this question, as on a lot of other questions, which is not to presume that you can see into the heart of people who disagree with you on an issue, because that is the reason why, as you say, you're a xenophobe if you want to have any textured discussion on it. This does unbelievable damage to the debate, and obviously that's one of the ones it's most pertinent on. But I mean, every single one of the tripwire issues of our time is vulnerable to this claim. I can see into your heart, and I know what you're secretly doing. And none of your words may do this, and none of your actions may do this, but I know what you're really after. This is a very dangerous thing to introduce into debate, because
and this is what Kathy Newman is, the gift that keeps on giving. Because we all went through that. So what you're really saying is the one move.
And the real thing that comes to this, by the way, one way to solve that, which I've occasionally suggested, is that on this, as on other issues, there should be a punishment for frivolously making a claim that is untrue. So if, for instance, you frivolously claim that the people who disagree with you are all racists, you should suffer some form of societal shame and consequence equivalent to that which you are trying to hand out. Otherwise, there's just no reason not to keep doing it. I mean, I've said this to Sam before. We discussed this on your podcast when I suggested that when people erroneously make various claims against Sam, he should just say, well, it's just a shame you're such a paedophile. And they go, what? And, and if they say, I beg your pardon, he goes, it's not my fault you keep on shagging kids. And they go, what are you, and they go, we're all quite annoyed about it, but, it's and just keep, just keep going on.
Just don't say that to Maajid, because he'll get $3.4 million out of it.
But you should say, look, you've made an insincere claim about me, and I'm doing one back.
This episode of the Waking Up podcast is brought to you by Black Magic Chocolate.
You got stuck in a fight on this, didn't you, on your podcast? On immigration.
I want to hear from Bret, and then I want to hear from Sam.
Well, actually, I have I feel like we're evading the hard case here, and it was the point where Douglas started, where he claimed that we are simply not up to the super stimulus of the especially salient ethical conundrum of finding the corpse of a specific infant on a beach, or hearing too much of the pain of a specific family from some war-torn area, let's say Syria. I mean, the refugee. I mean, there's immigration, there's economic immigration, there's refugees, and those are somewhat distinct. But if you make the economic disparities sufficiently wide, they kind of run together. And I think it's hard to totally defend, in pragmatic terms, it's hard to defend those who are calling for open borders. But in ethical terms, I see their point, because we're living more and more in one world. And we want to live more and more in one world. We should want to live more and more in one world. We have problems, long-term problems, that can only be solved by thinking as a single species on a single planet, right? Nation states are not the end game for us as a species. And whether we ever get to something like a world government, we have to recognize the ultimate untenability of living within our borders as though we could solve every human problem by just being selfish up to the political boundary between, where one line was drawn on a map. And we know, I think all of us know, when we take the time to think about it, that we can't justify the ethical disparities in this world with respect to the variable of luck. I mean, some people are incredibly lucky to be born where they're born, when they're born, and some people are incredibly unlucky. And we're all very, very lucky not to have been born yesterday in Syria or 10 years ago in Syria. And when you focus on the specific case of a family in Syria trying to get out, there seems to be no ethical justification for not letting them in to this lucky circumstance. Now, when you pair that untenability with this other fact that the problem is not the problem we're talking about with respect to jihadism and a clash of civilizations and the differences between cultures, the problem is not the color of people's skin or the language they speak or where they came from or the food they like or the music they produce. The problem are the ideas in their heads that they're willing to organize their lives around and in many cases die for, or even let their children die for, right? And some ideas are so bad that we have to do almost anything we can to keep them out of our society. But the ideas obviously cross borders. They cross borders on social media. They cross borders with YouTube videos. And so it is, on some level, I mean, the real issue is that we have to win a war of ideas.
Often in the heads of the very same people you're feeling sorry for, which is an important point. It adds a layer of complexity, doesn't it?
But you take these specific cases. So, for instance, like if you said, I mean, this is something that happened to me in various contexts. I'm sure it happened at least once on my podcast, where I said, well, if you find a family of refugees, if we knew we could only let in 200,000 refugees, say, in any given year into the U.S., to learn that this set of 100,000 refugees were all Christians coming from these war-torn areas in the Middle East or in sub-Saharan Africa, well, that would be relevant information. Insofar as we could actually know that they're Christians, that would be good news, because what we're worried about now at this moment in history are the jihadists we might be inadvertently importing. Now, to say that, as many Christocentric bigots would also say, is on the left tantamount to an expression of Islamophobia and bizarrely racism, but it is not an irrational preference. If you want 100% of jihadists are Muslim, right? To not admit that is to be just tongue-tied by your own masochism and white guilt, and to have been browbeaten by people arguing in bad faith. So the truth is, we really do want to know what people believe, and the question, how many more jihadists do you want in your society? The answer to that is always zero, right? It has to be zero. And so we have to argue about beliefs. We have to find out, insofar as that's possible, what people believe. We can't just treat it like it's the left side of the road. The left side of the road is good for you. The right side of the road is good for me. We just have to agree to disagree across borders, but within our borders, we have to stipulate that one thing works and the other doesn't. It's a bigger problem than that. We know that we are right to, insofar as it is possible, to go into Afghanistan and stop the Taliban from mistreating their girls, because they're not their girls, right? They're just girls who are unlucky to be born in Afghanistan.
Yeah, but Sam, I have to say that this is a rare point where I actually find that I'm in pretty serious disagreement with some of the things that you asserted without proof, which were that compassion for others in less fortunate circumstances, some sort of Rawlsian veil, should be treated with visas and citizenship. And
well, no, I'm not saying it's pragmatic to do it. I'm saying that's the tension here, because what I also fear, I think, is that if we did, so what would be the consequences of opening our borders? Let's say compassion won. Let's say we said, yes, there's no way to defend this disparity in good luck that we find ourselves enjoying here in Sydney, say. So we just open the borders to the rest of the world. What happens? I fear there that you'll have uncontained immigration to the point where there's simply life gets bad enough in places like Sydney that there's no longer any reason to immigrate, right? So that it's like there's some perverse osmosis that we would witness where everything is brought down to the lowest common denominator. We don't want that. So obviously we can be selfish enough to defend our way of life in the face of that.
Selfish. I mean, like the language to me is so distorted. You know,
Well, how much credit do you want to be given for being born where you were born in a context that was free of civil war?
I'm luckier than some and less luckier than others, and that is a part of the human existence. I don't believe that I have an obligation to reshuffle the world according to luck. I mean, no part of natural selection.
It's not an obligation, I'm just saying, but this is what makes the Douglas's starting point hard to parse, because given enough information, right? You meet the little girl. I mean, this is what happened to Angela Merkel. Like someone brought the little girl right up to her. I mean, the little girl herself, I think, said, why are you keeping my family out, right? And that just overwhelmed, her
but any triage
empathy circuits.
Yes, I don't know how to say this, that the horror of the human condition and the beauty of the human condition are things that we have to accept. And what terrifies me is this sort of simplistic compassion that we have for erasing these differences. I mean, I didn't build the differences in. I don't necessarily like the differences, but I know that, for example, if I brought everybody in Bangladesh and India up to US levels of prosperity, I'd have an ecological disaster, right? And so does that mean we're obligated to stop producing? Maybe. I'm certainly open to these discussions, but what concerns me is that the level of analysis is not equal to the problem that presents itself. That somehow we have become simplistically compassionate. And I don't want to give up the compassion. I want to give up the simplicity.
So I think we have to actually go back to Maajid's question about one culture being better than another. Because actually, once you tease that apart, some of these other issues become clearer. So there's one way in which it actually is impossible that one culture is better than another. It's like asking, are fig trees better than elephants? That question does not compute, right? You can't
No, they
answer.
are not. Elephants are amazing.
Well,
I'm with Josh here.
Yeah.
Figophobic.
All right, I could pick a better example than fig trees, apparently. But nonetheless, the point is, at one level, all cultures are an evolutionary response to some circumstances. And in those circumstances, they are liable to be best. When we compare them under arbitrary circumstances, we've got a very different puzzle.
But you're privileging survival over human well-being.
No, I'm saying this is the least important fact about it. So we can say Inuit culture is surely best for the Arctic, right? If we took Aboriginal culture to the Arctic, it would last all of, an hour. So the idea is they're all equal. There is a justification for that claim, but that claim is trivial. And then there's a question about differences like the ones Eric points to, which are arbitrary. Which side of the road do you drive on? It doesn't really matter. There's not a better side of the road, but you've got to agree. And then there are places where there is actual betterness. But that betterness comes from an entirely different realm. That betterness comes from a place where we've actually agreed on values. In other words, we've said, this is something we would like to see more of, and then once we specify what this thing is that we would like to see more of, then we can say, well, this system produces more of it than that system. So, for example...
Or less of as well.
Sure. But if we take, for example, the difference between a polygynous system and a monogamous system, is one better than the other? No, they both evolve under different circumstances. But one is better if what you want to do is reduce violence and the tendency towards warfare. So there is no objective way in which we can claim that warfare is bad and that violence is bad. But of course, everybody in the room would probably agree that they are bad from some other perspective, which is the values that we all share, which then goes to Sam's point. So if we can get to a conversation where whatever group of people it is that is trying to govern itself can agree on the values that it would like to see maximized, then we can have the conversation about what the cultural structures are that produce those values. And then we get into an issue with immigration, which is to the extent that you are inviting people in whose values are at odds with the values that the self-governing entity has agreed upon, what do you do about that?
Right.
Do you require embrace of the local values, or do you tolerate alternative values existing in some sort of pocket?
It's a very real problem that you're going to feel a moral duty to allow in a family that have survived a war in Syria where they were at risk of being enslaved by ISIS. And the high probability is that that same family unit, when you let them into a Western society, will hold ideas that could be homophobic, could also be anti-woman, could believe in death for blasphemy. And the same family unit that, on the one end, deserve your total sympathy and empathy, also have ideas
and by the way,
that could be hostile to others in your society.
I find this one fascinating because a little while ago I was, I mean, I've had like Maajid, I think various other people have done a lot of traveling in my career and traveled to a lot of the world and seen some of the world's trouble spots up close. And it has always given me exactly the inverse of the kind of tub-thumping view that some people might ascribe to people like me. And it's the inverse because what it's persuaded me of is not the luck, but a sense of the fragility of a culture like the one I'm from. I'm not persuaded that it's a natural default of our species. I'm not persuaded that it's all that strong. I think, for instance, I mean, we've talked about this before, Eric, I'm not persuaded that the Enlightenment values that I think everyone on this stage shares an admiration for have gone down that deep or that wide, even in our own societies. So I'm not that persuaded that, you know, that what I describe as the parochialism of the internationalists is a good response to this set of challenges. Because I mean, let me give you another example, by the way, which feeds off the example that Maajid just gave. Because we are actually able to have some of that conversation in other scenarios. Last year, I went to report on the war going on in the north of Nigeria. And there's a form of tribal and also religious conflict going on. And I was traveling around these villages, which are Christian villages, which are being attacked by these particular Fulani herdsmen. And they're coming on a regular basis, and they're raping women, they're macheteing pregnant women, and it's just hell, what's going on there. I came back to the UK, I was writing about it a bit, and I was just very struck by the number of friends of mine who I was describing this terrible situation to, who would say things to me, things like, well, you know, the Nigerian churches are very homophobic. And I'd be like, what? Well, I just don't have much sympathy for the Nigerian Christians. I mean, they're not attractive victims.
Yeah.
And I'd be like, sorry, the girl who'd just been shot through the leg, who was 4, doesn't strike me as being a useful person to take out your particular quibbles about homophobia in the Anglican Communion. You know, like, why are you doing that? But they can in that situation, or at least they feel kind of able to, and yet you have another situation, you say, a Syrian family, you were nowhere near that conversation in that.
And to give some facts to what you're just saying there, so the fragility of our values and the fact that our lack of defense over the course of the last decade or more for those values has actually led to their erosion in many instances. Just look at how fragile they are. So if you survey, you know, the last known survey done of British Muslims' attitudes towards homosexuality found 53% said that they would criminalize homosexuality if they were in power. And that's British Muslims born and raised in that country. That's not gay marriage they're saying they would outlaw. It's being gay that they said they would outlaw. 53%, by the way, is not an insignificant minority that is on the fringes. That's a majority.
And do you remember the 2010 when the same thing was done? They asked different communities in the UK what their tolerance was. They came up in the UK Muslim community, 0% tolerance
towards being gay. 0% found it morally acceptable.
And it was like, is this like you don't like civil partnerships? No.
Being gay. And there's one more. There's one more for you. After the Charlie Hebdo massacres in France, when the Charlie Hebdo magazine was attacked by jihadists, a quarter of British Muslims responded to a survey suggesting they had sympathy for the attackers and not the attacked. So this is why values are relevant. Because, of course, you know, I think it's a no-brainer that we on the center-left make a connection and say, if racism spreads in society, it makes it easier for people to be racist, which makes it easier for people to discriminate against others because of what they look like and their racial groups. But we somehow don't make that connection with extremist thoughts. And this is the failure of the left, or I label it the regressive left, that we don't join those dots and say, if a significant enough people in our society's belief that blasphemers should be killed, it makes it easier for blasphemers to be killed.
But don't we have to point a mirror at ourselves in order to finish this out? In other words, there are certain things that we can look at, these extremist beliefs, and we can say, and I think with plenty of justification, those are inferior beliefs. They are abhorrent. On the other hand, so dare I guess.
Go on.
Don't
that's what it sounds like.
Yeah, that's the. So
Twitter, get ready.
Let's talk about the burqa for a second.
Oh, please, yeah, I've been waiting to, yeah.
Good. So I would imagine that it would be a widely shared belief in this room, and certainly on the panel, that there's something very troubling about the burqa, and in particular...
It's a monstrosity.
I believe there would be a lot of resonance with that belief on the basis, at the very least, that part of your human birthright is to communicate via facial muscles, which are actually really unique. They are uniquely evolved for uniquely human stuff, and to deny a person the ability to use those things is barbaric. On the other hand, there's always, it struck me as hypocritical that we don't recognize that the burqa is one terrible solution among a whole pantheon of terrible solutions to a problem that's actually much older than humans. That there's a primate problem with groups in which there are multiple males. How do you get pair bonds to stick when you have multiple males jockeying for position? It's almost impossible to do. So we don't see it as a widely distributed property amongst primates. So human cultures have solved this in a whole bunch of different ways. Some of them absolutely monstrous, and beyond the burqa, of course, you know, female genital mutilation, for one. So we have all of these bad solutions. I believe, without exception, the costs of them fall disproportionately on women. But the West, which doesn't have any of these things, the modern West, also does not have its shit together with respect to human sexuality. So we do things like sexualize young girls. We allow corporations to get into our minds and make people feel insecure about their bodies and their sexuality and all of this stuff. And then we monetize the sexuality of young women. And it's really kind of a despicable system in its own right. So you've got two different failure modes, neither of which are acceptable. But to focus on the one failure mode and not recognize the problem or the solution, the problem to which it is a solution is not fair. And really we ought to be having the conversation about how do we once and for all deal with this problem in some way that is fair to people and matches our values and doesn't require us to rationalize.
Isn't one answer to that to constantly be aware of the fact that this is just an ongoing tension? To recognize that there are tensions like this in our species, which we're forever going to have to...
There is a difference between a burqa and what you just, with respect, Bret, what you just said, because...
Don't text now.
No,
Maajid just pulled his phone out.
Can everyone see that? I hope you
Of course.
There's a man on a beach. He's got no shirt on. He's in the sea, and he's got his baby girl there.
Yeah.
Can you see that, guys? Can you see that?
Yeah.
Can you see that? Right?
Yeah.
Right? He's on the beach. He's got his baby girl, and he's got a huge smile on his face, which you won't be able to see from over there. And here is an image. This is an image. I don't know if this is a photograph or a photoshopped image, but all of us have probably seen that at some stage in our lives. I certainly have. The man has got no shirt on, a bit fat. He's in the sea. He's got his baby girl in his arms. He's got a huge smile on his face. And his wife here is in a full burqa on the beach, right? Because she cannot take that off. And if she does want to swim, this is what she ends up looking like. She has to go in with her full burqa on her body, and she can drown like that, by the way. It's very dangerous. She can drown. Now, the difference between what you just said, advertising, the use of the female body and the male body, by the way, it's not just women who are sold in these adverts. There's a lot of pressure on men to look good as well. Don't I know it? So, but the point I was going to make very quickly is the following.
You rise to the situation admirably.
The difference is dogma, right? So What I find particularly morally objectionable to this burqa is the dogma that there in that heat on the beach, that woman cannot remove her clothing even if she goes into the water.
You don't hear me defending the burqa.
No, I know. I'm not saying you are. I'm not straw-manning you. I really genuinely am not. What I'm saying is that there is a serious intellectual and moral distinction between the way advertising companies use men and women to sell a product, which isn't a dogma, it's a market-driven thing, and if the market changes, that will change, and a religious dogma that regardless of changes to the market, changes to the weather, changes to the country geography or anything, will stick to this one thing, and regardless of the suffering it causes. And that's why I've got a problem in particular. Other people call it brainwashing, but I'm going to say dogma is... I know because for once upon a time, when I was 16, subscribed to a dogma. It is terribly corrosive and corrupting of the human mind.
Okay. Wait. I want to just fix one thing that you've said about my position before Eric jumps in here.
You're right, okay. Yeah.
Okay. It is not the advertising of stuff with female bodies that's getting to me. It is the exploitation of insecurities. That the way advertising companies get you to buy stuff you would not otherwise buy is by making you insecure. And sexual insecurity in particular is, they are maiming the psychology of large numbers of people by exploiting these insecurities in this particular way. That's one of a dozen different critiques we could level at the way...
And I think that's bad, but I don't think it's the same. That's what
I'm not saying it's the same, but I'm saying we need to be honest about the fact that we have not solved the problem that the burqa solves, right? We have invited a different... The burqa causes a problem, it solves a second problem, and we have eliminated the one problem and traded it for a different one.
I guess all I'm saying is, because I'm in the middle of the trenches of this debate, what I don't want people to hear what you're saying you're not doing, but I fear that it could be heard in your words that there's a moral equivalence between the two, and there simply isn't.
Well, so but now we're having the same problem that we accuse the other side of. I mean, Bret is making a next level point, in my opinion, which some people will definitely misinterpret the first 3 times they hear it. But in part, one of the things that I didn't understand about multiculturalism is that we were never going to get multicultural. So those of you who have a phone where you can search, put in Zeki Müren in Turkey, and you will find that the national treasure singing sensation of Turkey is a guy who is gayer than Liberace, right? And it's very confusing. And then you can look up fatwas in Iran under the Ayatollah Khomeini allowing for sexual transition surgery, right? So if you actually look at the Islamic world, we are strawmanning the Islamic world in part. I'm not saying it does not have problems with homophobia. It absolutely does. What I am saying is that we did not even bother to learn all of the variants of Islam, all of the weird ways in which I cannot find a traditional society that does not make a place for non-binary individuals, right? In South Sulawesi, there are maybe 5 genders and they can become priests, whether you're talking about the Katuis in Thailand or the Hijras in India. Every single traditional society deals with homosexuality, deals with non-binary individuals, and there are things to exploit. You can ask yourself the question, hey, if you're cool with Zeki Müren in Turkey, how do we actually get that to work within the Islamic world that is now resident in the West? And so my concern about all of this is I don't know how to elevate the conversation and say, however much you were budgeting for this conversation, budget 10 times that. Because if we're not going to be able to live together harmoniously until we take an extraordinarily deep interest.
On that, just on the religious grounds for why Iran does that, and Pakistan has the same thing. They're called, so the hermaphrodites in Pakistan, there's actually, most weddings in the Punjab have them perform, and they're quite accepted and normal. Is the fatwas acknowledge where there is a biological hermaphrodite-like situation, and therefore why they say you can choose your gender and you can even alter your biologically undergo a sex change operation for the gender of your choice, because their starting point is God created you mixed, so that that's a dispensation. What they do not tolerate and do not allow, or what no fatwa allows in Iran or Pakistan or Saudi Arabia, is homosexuality. It's a different thing to.
That's why people were offered sex changes in Iran if they were found to be gay. You could either be hanged or you could have
so
sex
that can
change.
become very sinister.
Yeah.
You know. So homosexuality is very different to the sex change operation fatwa.
Let's just go to, we're going to have to go to questions in just a moment. So if you didn't get to ask a question last time, then please push your way to the front of the queue and you'll be able to ask it as well. Maajid, in the past, you've been very articulate and useful in distinguishing between the different grounds on which one might be concerned about different spheres of the Muslim community. And I fear that it would be remiss of me not to raise the point. I mean, Eric just said that we're sort of strawmanning the Muslim world. I think we're also strawmanning a bit what happens to migrant communities once they come to the new world. So one of the concerns is the one that Sam raised about jihadist terrorist threats, so a security concern. But Douglas's point seems to be more about cultural assimilation and whether or not Enlightenment values can withstand the influx of people who don't share them. And you've been good about delineating between the difference between those people who might be anti-Enlightenment values. They're not necessarily jihadists.
Yeah.
You know, the difference between conservative Muslims and so on. And I can just imagine people thinking about this conversation taking place in the 1950s in Australia and people saying, look, there is no way that the Greeks and Italians are going to assimilate with broader Australian society. And then in the 70s they'd say the same thing about the Vietnamese, and they'd say the same thing about the Lebanese. And here we live in a country that is actually very harmonious, and over time these anti-Enlightenment values, I don't know what you would have gotten if you'd asked newly arrived Vietnamese refugees questions about social conservatism and their tolerance of gay people in the 1980s. Sure. But now their kids are cool with it.
So my father's generation, who migrated to the United Kingdom, would never have heard of Islamism. It was alien to them, and yet were conservative Muslims. My father prays 5 times a day. My grandmother from my mother's side wears a headscarf. And I think what I'm worried about, the difference is, of course, they then went on to have children, many of whom did integrate. The difference is if we stop having a conversation around why certain values matter and why they're important, then that won't happen. That's what I'm saying. And I think the danger is that we've basically, in a self-flagellating way, stopped asserting the superiority of certain values over others that are self-evident. As long as we can revive that, then what you've said will happen again. There's nothing stopping Muslims from integrating in the West. As long as we're having these conversations, and it's when we stop having these conversations that people lose their moral compass.
Douglas, wrap this up for us.
I really just wanted to make a final point, but it also picks up on what Bret, the very difficult point which Bret got us into. It's an important one, but it does allow me to come back to the thing we started on, which is the migration question. But I think there's a window through this question which helps us address others as well. I've been very struck in recent years by the way in which, as I say, in that debate, as with almost every other one of the tripwire debates of our time, it's set up so ruddy badly, and it's set up so badly because there is this ongoing presumption that the discussion is actually easy. And people make it easy for themselves by saying, my opponents are all evil, my opponents are all Nazis, my opponents are all fascists or racists or whatever. And when I was going around all the migrant camps and traveling all over to research my last book, I came to what I thought of as quite an important realization, which was that the whole thing was set up so badly because actually what was happening was there were competing virtues. And this goes back to the Bret point as well. And Aristotle addresses this, and I found it very useful in the migration debate, and I think it applies to others. Aristotle says that there are occasions when what is happening is 2 virtues are in competition. And it may mean that you're misunderstanding one of them, or misapplying one of them. And the one I realized in the migration discussion was there was a battle going on, not between good and evil, or between good guys and bad guys, or tolerant people and xenophobes. There was a serious tension between the call for human justice and the call for human mercy, and that these 2 things on this question are in fundamental opposition. The desire to be merciful to people and the desire to have justice for the place you are from, including for the people from the place you are from. And this same thing applies in so many of these discussions. And one way through the terrible way we have the discussions these days, is to recognize that fact and open ourselves up to the difficulty of accepting that. That some of these things go, not between you and me, but right down the heart of ourselves. We all feel it. We all feel the thing that Sam mentions, the fucking luck we've got, the insupportable, unjustifiable luck. And we also know the fragility. And this is not one over the other, but both all the time, trying to master that within ourselves as well as a society.
I did a debate a couple weeks ago against a preacher who seemed to have not only no understanding of science, but no appreciation for it, didn't care if he was fairly representing it. As a matter of fact, I think there's a chance you might have stood up and accosted him at some point, because he literally stood in front of me and said, "Oh, that evolution stuff, it's not like anybody's ever banged sticks and rocks together and got a puppy." He said this twice during the debate. The first time, we're in a debate structure, so I'm trying not to interrupt. I need to follow the rules of the debate. And the second time, I just halted and jumped right in, and I was like, "You're right, that's never happened, and no scientist has ever portrayed anything like that happening." And luckily, we were in high school, and the students seemed to get it. But how do we work past not only just willful scientific ignorance, but we seem to have built communities where we haven't instilled any appreciation for it or any appreciation to treat it reasonably. Let's just throw up a straw man and call it nonsense.
I don't often quote Tony Blair, but he said, education, education, education. There is staggering ignorance of what evolution is all about. And, hello?
I think we're living in a simulation right now, and it's failing us. So, Richard, what do you do with this underlying misunderstanding of the role of randomness in evolution? Can you inoculate us against that problem?
Mutation is random, only in one sense, actually. Mutation is random only in the sense that it's not directed towards improvement, specifically. It's non-random in other senses. Natural selection is quintessentially non-random. That's exactly what natural selection is. Anybody who thinks that you could possibly explain the beauty and the elegance of living things by some kind of random process would be stark raving bonkers. Anybody who thinks that we think that has got to be stark raving bonkers. Of course it's not random. The whole point of the scientific enterprise in this case is to find an escape from randomness, is to find a solution to the problem of how you get these staggeringly non-random things which are living creatures out of the laws of physics. And that's what we're about. I mean, to explain that by postulating a creator, now that is in almost resorting to randomness. That's saying that complexity, non-randomness is another word for complexity, comes into being spontaneously by sheer luck. God just happened to be there. What natural selection, what evolution does, is to explain how you get there from simple beginnings, which are easy to understand, and how you work up gradually up a kind of ramp of improvement until you get to complexity. That's the whole point. We're trying to escape from randomness, and natural selection is the only escape that anybody has ever suggested that will work.
It strikes me, I was thrilled that the students, this was in a public high school, although I believe it was a charter school, because it's going to be unlikely that a regular state-sponsored public school is going to invite me in to debate a preacher, although it was a debate class. But I was inspired that the students seemed to catch on to what was going on, so at least I'm a little optimistic that they were reasonably educated on the subject. But how do we deal with adults, this minister? He's not going to go back to school. He's not going to pay any attention to us. And yet
What did
he's
he
speaking.
actually say? I didn't quite hear the final word of what he said.
He portrayed evolution as if scientists were saying that you bang sticks and rocks together and you get a puppy. That sort of ridiculous over the top. That's going to be a meme, that face right there.
I'm just lost for words.
Although, truth be told, the details of procreation are almost that strange. I mean, if you've ever had a child, and I mean, it could not be more alien. If we watched a horror movie and this is how the aliens produced their offspring, it could not be made stranger than it is. That was not an anti-sex tirade, by the way. That was just...
If anyone thinks that the great majority of scientists are so utterly idiotic and naive that they think that that the way you get life is by banging sticks together and stones together, I mean, doesn't it give him pause to think that actually the vast majority of scientists have a fully coherent theory that fills library shelves of volumes of books about it? If it was that simple, if we're just banging sticks together, that's not the way it would work.
But what do you do with the underlying improbability of the whole process getting started in the first place? This 747, tornado going through a junkyard and assembling a fully working 747 argument.
The first step, the origin of the first self-replicating molecule, the origin of the first gene, that was a necessary first step before natural selection could get started. And that is a step that nobody has yet solved. There are quite a lot of theories about it. We may never know for certain, because it happened a very long time ago. We know the kind of thing that must have happened. And that is a big barrier. That is one of the main questions that remains. Once that's happened, that was a fairly simple start. Once that's happened, then the whole panoply of life, the whole branching, complexifying beauty of life then gets going. We do need a theory of the origin of life. But once that starts, then everything else follows with great logic and persuasiveness.
And of course, until we get to the point where we have a good understanding, then the answer that we should give is we don't know yet, rather than pretending that we do and that there's some, godlike governing force.
Exactly. I mean, scientists are yeah. I mean, we like to say we don't know because that gives us something to do.
It's incredibly good job security for the curious. One of the things that troubled me is all of us have dealt with religious-minded individuals in debate-type formats. Here's a preacher who knew nothing, and it was proudly on display. And there's a part of me that says, should this individual be allowed to speak to children at all? And yet I have to defend this idea of freedom of expression, that people get to share their ideas. And that puts us in a place where we're constantly in a battle of ideas. How badly informed should somebody be before we just stop paying attention to them and work on the people who perhaps are reachable?
Well, the problem in that case is that the preacher represents, in the U.S., 35%, 45%, depending on what his convictions are, of the population. So it's not, you can ignore the preacher, but you can't ignore the fact that a significant minority, and on some questions a majority of Americans hold just patently absurd ideas. So it's the ideas that really matter.
He knew nothing, but he was proud of knowing nothing, it sounds to me. A lot of us are ignorant of lots of things. I mean, I'm ignorant of very many things, and I'm sure you are as well. But we don't pontificate.
I've never heard it put so nicely.
We don't. But we admit when we're ignorant, and we don't try to pontificate about things of which we know nothing. Whereas he was doing exactly that.
In a way, it wasn't so much that I don't think he thinks he's ignorant. I don't think he's proud of his ignorance. I think he thinks he's convinced he has the right answer, and that we are all engaged in a scientific fairy tale. So there's like an extra layer of smug superiority over the top of it, where he gets to dismiss the work of countless scientists that have taught us the best current understanding of the diversity of life, and he gets to shrug it off with sticks and rocks.
Well, if we ever have to convene gatherings like this in hell, we'll know we did something wrong.
I'm pretty sure a part of that was in hell, but I maintain my composure.
I mean, that really is the thing. That's what completely changes the equation. The moment you believe you are certain, or even just have very good reason to believe, that this life is just a way station on the way to some eternity that you could get very, very wrong or very, very right, depending on what you believe. Just that being your master algorithm, that makes a mockery of every pretense to human knowledge, no matter how technologically useful it is, no matter if it doesn't matter if we cure cancer with some future biology, and prayer has never worked for that. If you believe in heaven and hell, that really governs everything, it seems. So.
In a way, I don't think I mind his believing what he believes. What I mind is his thinking we believe what he thinks we believe.
Yes.
Because how could anybody be so stupid as to think that you can...
He simultaneously presented a straw man of evolution and evolutionary scientists and anybody who fell into that, I accept the reality. I'm going to straw man you all with sticks and rocks. Now, we can laugh at it, and, if you feel like laughing at it some more, by all means. There's been lots of discussion about how best to engage on these. How much, for lack of a better phrase, how big of an asshole should you be? How much pushback should there be? How seriously should you take them? And quite frequently, someone will come up and present the idea that there are sophisticated theologians, that this preacher that I had a debate with is in one category, and some other academic, erudite theologians are in another category. Is that the case?
Well, there are sophisticated theologians who accept evolution, of course, and have no problem with that. And so our argument with them is a quite separate argument. I have met sophisticated theologians who believe pretty astonishing things, like believing literally that Jesus turned water into wine. And I thought sophisticated theologians had written all that stuff off and said, oh no, that's just metaphor, that's just a nice story, we don't really believe that anymore. But I have spoken to very, very highly qualified, sophisticated theologians, highly educated. They accept evolution totally, but yet they think Jesus turned water into wine and walked on water and rose from the dead and was born of a virgin. All very unscientific ideas, and still they call themselves sophisticated theologians.
Well, first we should acknowledge that sophistication is better insofar as it means moderation and less of a commitment to the most dangerous ideas. But my problem with so-called sophisticated theology is that no one ever admits where the sophistication is coming from. It's coming from a loss of faith in specific doctrines. I mean, it's getting hammered into them from the outside. So it's coming from science and a modern conception of ethics, a universal conception of human rights, a sense of how unseemly it is to think that anyone, by virtue of being born in the wrong place, is going to spend eternity in hell just because they didn't happen to hear the good word from their parents. So they lose their purchase on those dogmas, and yet they retain this conviction that Jesus was born of a virgin or was resurrected and will be coming back. And those are just it's a it's a God of the gaps argument in certain cases, but there's just certain questions where science hasn't yet closed the door to belief, and so they're putting all of their chips on those questions.
We might have slightly different views of what a sophisticated theologian is, which is probably a testament to how it's actually not sophisticated theology, but obfuscated theology. Because when I hear someone say, oh, you take calls on the atheist experience and you get people who couldn't present a reasonable argument at all, why don't you take on real sophisticated theologians? And my answer is always, tell them to call in, here's the phone number, they can call in whatever week they want. And they'll say, well, but here's this, academic who's presented this particular version of the ontological argument, the moral argument. And it's, you've got Ray Comfort, the banana man, on one hand, and they pretend that there's something superior with regard to argumentation on the other. And the many years I've been hosting the show and doing debates, what I find is what gets labeled as sophisticated theology is the exact same thing. It's not like the arguments of these sophisticated theologians are any more sound than the arguments of Ray Comfort. It's just that they're better speakers.
They're actually less sound in one way, in that they don't. So the belief system is still anchored to a belief in revelation. They're still fixated on the texts, but they have ignored much of what seems untenable in the texts, and they don't have an argument about why that's okay. Because if God wrote any of these books, and nowhere in the book does God say, well, you could ignore the first half because now I'm getting to the good part. It's all God's words. It's actually a less principled position than fundamentalism. And that's why it's always, in my view, unstable in the face of fundamentalism, because the fundamentalist is always on the side of, or always has the advantage of saying, listen, I'm going to read the whole book, I'm going to take the most plausible interpretation of it, I'm going to read every word as literally as possible, and that always begins to fixate on either more divisive, more doctrinaire, more irrational ideas.
At least with a fundamentalist, you know what you're arguing against.
Yeah.
You're not arguing against a wet sponge.
No, it seems perverse to say it, but there's actually more integrity to the most fundamentalist position, because there's simply one irrational move, which is the belief that this book is perfect in every word. But the moment you believe that, well, then it is in fact rational to try to connect all the dots as reasonably as possible.
But sometimes they really don't say anything. They say something like, well, God is the ground of all being.
Right.
Or God is the essence of isness, or something.
Well, I have a soft spot for that kind of
yes.
I mean, I don't like the God, the theistic version of it, but and this is perhaps the only argument I can adduce in favor of so-called sophisticated theology, which is there's an experience that people have, Christian contemplatives, say, or really contemplatives in any tradition, and have had for millennia, which does provoke those sorts of noises from people. I mean, the problem is you get far enough into any of these contemplative traditions, and everyone begins to sound like a Buddhist, and then if you're in the 14th century in Christendom, the Inquisition shows up at your door, as they did to Meister Eckhart, who happily died of natural causes just in time. But there's an experience that people have of losing their sense of self, say, and feeling at one with the universe or the world, or having some kind of ethical, just a full ethical reboot of their hard drive where they feel love that they didn't know was possible, right? A kind of self-transcending love.
Yeah, I'd enjoy that, I think.
Yeah, well, yeah, so...
I'm not sure I would.
We can help.
And I'm not sure that it's a good... What is it that's a good thing about losing one's sense of self?
Well, that's a big question. Well, when you look at just the mechanics of your own suffering, when you look at just what self-concern gets you psychologically, you can begin to feel that most of your suffering is not actually, it's not directly tied to bad things happening. It's tied to this whole just machinery of self-concern, the anxiety about the future and regret about the past and worries about what people said of you or think of you or will think of you. And there's so much of our neurosis is taking place just in the conversation we're having with ourselves. And that's all predicated on the legitimacy of this starting point of feeling like there's a self riding around in the head who is carried through from one moment to the next in life. That you are the same person you were yesterday. So the thing that embarrassed you yesterday that you're now remembering and now feels terrible, that it's the psychological continuity there and the durable continuity that seems to mandate that you suffer over precisely the thing that you were suffering over yesterday because you are that same self carried through moment to moment. And
just have everybody watch Frozen and you can just let it go.
Right, well, yes.
Because I think the sense of self is actually something that's incredibly valuable. That we have a preservation motivation. We have a desire to understand the world that we inhabit. That is, it may even be the case, as I've argued and others have, that there's no such thing as altruism in a true sense, but that you could have altruism from a purely selfish standpoint and still do good.
Yeah, but I wouldn't call it, that begins to play with the boundaries of the, quote, self. So if the moment you begin to feel that your selfishness extends to everyone being happy, right, because you actually care about everyone, right, and you feel better when you see people smiling rather than, weeping. If you extend the circle of your self-concern to everyone, well then, that's not normal selfishness. That's sainthood in a.
If I'm doing it because I feel good when people smile, that doesn't mean I necessarily care about them. It means I might care about that good feeling that I get.
Yeah, except it's the I get part is vulnerable to inspection. The sense that there's an I who's appropriating that in every moment is. It's just it's a project which can be accomplished in a moment, or you can fail to accomplish it after many years of looking. But there's the sense that there is it's useful to define what we mean by self, because most people don't feel identical to their bodies. So when I say the self doesn't exist, I'm not saying that people don't exist. I'm not saying that nobody's here and this is all an illusion. But there are contemplative and religious and spiritual traditions that can sound like they're saying something very much like that. But I'm saying that the sense that we all have of being a subject in the head, riding around in the body as though it were a kind of vehicle, right? Because this really is most people's starting point. They don't feel truly coterminous with their bodies. They feel like they're in their head and that their hands are down there in some sense. And that sense of being a subject in the head is vulnerable to inspection. You can lose that sense. And on one level, you can just be identified with your body. That is actually progress in this, in this course of self examination, because simply to feel like a body in the world is different from the way most people feel. Most people are kind of, and this is what we're running into. Most people are common sense dualists. They feel like the mind can't possibly be identical to the brain. The mind is something altogether different, and it just feels like it's in the head as there's a sort of locus of attention that's emanating from the head, but this body is a machine that can malfunction, and it's changing over time. It's clearly not what I am, and I am probably a soul then. I'm probably spirit. I can probably drift off the brain at death, and that sense is, I think, and all the ways in which that sense can be played with by fasting or prayer or meditation or psychedelics or getting crazy ideas that you find emotionally very animating. The sort of adventures you can have in dualism are part of the problem here, because
Adventures in Dualism should be the title of your next book.
Right. Yeah.
I didn't know if you want to jump in on that at
I
all.
have nothing to contribute, no.
Yeah. I sit here and I listen to this, and I think there's like a 4-hour fascinating for me conversation. You might not think so much, because I have no problem with the idea that the mind is the brain. But I know that there are people who do.
But it doesn't feel that way.
I know it doesn't feel that way. And I don't know that it's necessary, and I don't know what the right path is. I don't know that for example, losing this sense of self could be a great thing.
Well,
or
one thing
not.
I would add is that you lose it all the time because it actually isn't there. I mean, you are losing it all the time.
How can you lose something that's not there?
Because because it always seems there retrospectively, but when you're really paying attention to something, when you're so-called lost in your work, or you're lost in some athletic task, or you're just lost in thought. Like you're thinking about something and you're not aware that you're thinking. That we're constant. This sense of our own kind of central presence in our heads is constantly being undercut by attention being diverted to something out in the world or to some experience, and you can become increasingly sensitive to how it's being interrupted.
I would love to get to the truth, and I love the fact we're on the pursuit, but irrespective of what the truth is, Richard, something like consciousness, which we still, some would say we understand and some would say we don't. I think we don't. Mm-hmm. But what would be the evolutionary advantage in the process by which we get to consciousness as we have it, as we seem to have it, that might distinguish us from other animals?
It's a big mystery, because you could build an animal which did all the sophisticated things animals have to do, hunting for food, avoiding predators, looking for mates, doing everything that an animal has to do in order to survive and propagate its genes. And I don't think it would have to be conscious at all. Right? I think it could all be done in the way that a computer would do it. I mean, when you talk to Siri or Alexa, they sound conscious, but you know they're not. And for an animal to survive with a nervous system, it doesn't, it seems to me, need to be conscious. And I'm very glad I'm conscious, and I'm pretty sure you are as well. I mean, I think other people. I'm not a solipsist, but I do find it a bit of a mystery why we have consciousness at all.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I think it's, as I wrote somewhere, it's the one thing in this universe that can't be an illusion, including the universe. I mean, this universe could be a simulation on some alien hard drive.
I think Descartes said something similar.
Yeah. Although I got 40 emails last week that says we've proved that that's not true, and I don't necessarily buy those emails either.
Yes, that's exactly what the simulators would say if you were. But I mean, consciousness as just the felt sense that something is going on, the fact that there's an experiential quality, whatever this is, whether you're a brain in a vat, whether you're in the matrix, whether consciousness is being produced by information processing in your head, as seems reasonable to believe. Consciousness is always the first fact before any other facts can be discussed. And it's also the most important thing in the universe. It's the only thing that makes, at least in my view, it's the only thing that makes the universe important. The fact that the lights are on, the fact that it's possible for the lights to be on. If we knew that this universe, if you told me there's a universe somewhere that's got stars and planets, but it's got the constants of nature are tuned just a little awry so that conscious life is impossible. That is a deeply uninteresting universe, and its consciousness is the only ground for any moral dimension to our lives too. And yet, I'm with you in feeling that it's not clear that it does anything, and it's not clear that it would be. It's not clear how it would be selected for, because I mean, if you just look at your own experience, everything that you're conscious of anything that you seem to be consciously deciding, or any place where it seems that consciousness is necessary to integrate information behaviorally, to have a complex goal, say for someone to say to you, well, you should really get to the Orpheum Theater at 8 o'clock to hear this talk, for that to become a behavioral plan, let's just say that is in fact something that can only be done consciously in apes like ourselves. Still, it's not clear why, well, as you said, it's not clear that that should be the only way that it gets accomplished, and we could easily build robots, one presumes, that could do these things without it being something that it's like to be those robots. But even in our own case, if consciousness really is just what it is at the level of our neurophysiology, it's only effective in virtue of what it is at the level of neurophysiology. So the fact that there's a subjective side to it doesn't matter. I mean, the fact that you're having this experience now, which again is the most important thing in anyone's life, the experience side of it is not what is actually behaviorally effective if in fact consciousness has the other face, which is its neurophysiology and its information processing dynamics.
Nicholas Humphrey suggested that one of the most important things we have to do is to second guess other people. We swim through a sea of a social sea. We have to make our way through very, very complicated relationships with other people, and we have to second guess what they're going to do. All the time we're having to predict how this other person is going to react. And so he postulates what he calls the inner eye, which is looking inwards to yourself as an aid to second guessing what the other person might do. You need this extra sense organ to help you to predict the behavior of the other person. I still don't think that does it.
Somehow I wouldn't have been as surprised by the last presidential election if I was doing that correctly.
Yeah, and I was here before the election and predicted that there was no way Trump could win. And as somebody who occasionally pretends to read minds and make predictions for a living, boy, was that a mistake. I think what Richard's talking about is something that I've heard elsewhere is the intentional stance. What if it's the case that consciousness, which gives rise to this sense of self, in a way that goes beyond mere self-reflection and consideration, leads us to connections with other people? And this is what provides the evolutionary benefit. But it also leads to something else that I thought we'd talk about, which is tribalism. Our lives as individuals become merged obviously with our family. We have this immediate connection to our family, and then we extend this, and we extend the definition of family, and we begin to form tribes. And there was a time and a place where that may have been the best thing. Is it the case that, I mean, obviously these could all be side effects of just what happened, and I would think that I'd be okay with the idea that consciousness and tribalism and everything are side effects of what happened. It doesn't have to be a guiding hand. But in the process, viewing it from natural selection, what were the benefits of tribalism, and have we actually outgrown them, or are we maybe taking a step back?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, Richard, I think altruism, the evolutionary rationale for altruism really only makes sense in a tribal context. So that like one of the silver linings of internecine tribal conflict was that in-group altruism got selected for. I don't know if there's any recent work on that, but that was my reading of things some decades ago. Now, that's not to say that we're stuck with tribalism as the only rationale for altruism, but in terms of how apes like ourselves became as altruistic as we are, it's thought that competition among tribes was the basis.
Well, I suppose a Darwinian view of altruism would go back to a time when we lived in small tribal groups, and there were two things about living in these small groups. One was that you were completely surrounded by kin, cousins, second cousins, siblings, nephews and nieces, and so on. And so there would have been a Darwinian incentive to altruism towards anybody you meet, because anybody you meet is a member of your own village, your own tribe, your own clan. And the second thing, the other Darwinian engine, motor of altruism is reciprocation. And reciprocation depends, or largely depends, upon encountering the same individual again and again.
Yeah.
And that again happens within the village, within the band, within the tribe. So there would have been a selection pressure in favor of within-group altruism and out-group hostility, xenophobia. So we can expect that there should be this tendency to despise the out-group and to be altruistic and cooperative with the familiar in-group. And that could be defined as people you've known all your life, people you were brought up with, people who look like you. There are all sorts of ways in which the rule of thumb for how to behave could have latched on. And it's a pretty depressing outlook when we've moved out of our tribal past and moved into big cities where we're no longer in small tribal groups. But we still have the same rules of thumb which work, and that is a good thing. We have a rule of thumb that says just, in general, be nice to anybody, empathize with anybody, because in the distant past, anybody would have been defined as your own tribe, your own clan, your own kin group, your own reciprocation group.
So I wonder if it's to our benefit to, there's a couple of potential ways to go there. One is to get everybody to realize that everybody still is part of our clan, that we are one human clan. I don't know, I don't have the magic solution to end the various divisions, but the others, maybe to get people to recognize that they can be a part of a number of different clans that overlap. This is how we build societies.
Right.
You know, I care more about my immediate family than I do my neighborhood, but I care more about my neighborhood than I do, you know, the broader world. But I can't diminish my caring for things outside my scope to zero, because we know that we have an impact on each other, even at great distances.
Peter Singer wrote a book called The Expanding Circle, in which he starts out by talking about this in-group, kin group, and then talks about the altruism broadening itself out to wider and wider and wider groups. And he would like that to include non-human animals as well. That psychologically we can extend our tribal loyalty to all sentient beings.
Yeah.
There were some folks out front with pictures of both of you actually lobbying for something along those lines.
Oh yeah.
Which was nice.
No, I think Singer's heuristic is the right one. That moral progress is generally synonymous with expanding the circle of moral concern to not just your family, not just your society, not just your race, not just your nation, but just outward, and to the point where ultimately you're concerned about the suffering of conscious creatures insofar as they can suffer. So it's not just humans, and it's if we discovered that pigs suffered much more than cows, well, then it would be appropriate to be more concerned about pigs than cows. And it's just that we actually care about the experience of conscious systems.
So as we do this, it seems to me that there's an issue that we probably will talk about here. No surprise to anybody, we're all pretty much politically on the left. We are godless heathens, we are atheists, we are secularists, and so are you, most of you, a good chunk. And the atheist community, the secular communities at large, have been growing leaps and bounds. The nuns are one of the fastest growing demographics. And because of that, on occasion, there is infighting. And I kept reminding people as I'd go out and talk, try to listen charitably, try to mirror what people are saying, try to see nuance, but also recognize that these are natural growing pains, that it may may in fact be viewed as a good thing that there are little divisions, because at one time the atheist community wasn't big enough to be able to afford risking any division the same way we did with tribes. But this idea of I'm concerned and there's a circle that radiates out produces, to me, a problem where someone else's circle is different, but they view me as if my circle should be the same. This fallacy of relative privation, that the thing that's most important or the greatest risk for them should also be the greatest risk and importance for me. And I can tell you that while, Islam may be the motherlode of bad ideas and the greatest threat to freedom worldwide, it's not necessarily the greatest threat in my living room or in my neighborhood or even in Austin, Texas. How, and you guys have both experienced this, as have I, where someone on the left in the atheist movement has a mission, this is my pet thing, and anybody who doesn't fall completely in line with that gets labeled as if they're an enemy rather than that they're just not as pure an ally as they might be. How do we start, do we just allow the divisions to continue, or do we start building bridges and talking about this issue that what's important to you is important to me too, but it may not be as important to me because I'm dealing with this?
I think you put that very well, and I mean, it's sort of ridiculous in a way that somebody can't see that just because different people concentrate on different things, that doesn't mean that we don't think everything's important. I mean, exactly the point you've made. There are lots of different issues around which we can tackle. Some of us are interested in one, some of us are interested in the other. We don't have to despise people just because they're preoccupied with a different one from us.
But I think you're also talking about disagreements in the atheist community.
Yeah.
So what I'm hearing, or what I've noticed among atheists that concerns me is really seems like the consequence of identity politics on the left bleeding into the atheist community, or insofar as the atheist community skews left, it inherits a lot of the very liberal and in many cases regressive convictions of people on the left who think that to criticize Islam is tantamount to racism, say, and they don't really think too clearly about that, or that the only reason why, as an atheist, you could be more concerned about Islam than Anglicanism, say, that has to be at some level of an expression of your own hostility and xenophobia toward Arabs or people from the Middle East.
Yeah, why do you guys hate brown people so much?
Exactly.
This is the sort of oversimplification. I remember it goes back, why do you hate the troops and all these other things that were done in a humorous sense, and now they're being done in a serious sense because you two aren't as ideologically pure as I am, or you're not as ideologically pure as Sam,
But it's not just a difference of emphasis. It is to put it charitably, a difference of opinion about what it means to focus on, in this case, on Islam. But in my view, it's complete confusion about the nature of the focus and what it is that would cause someone like me or Richard to be more worried about jihadism than what the Scientologists are up to or the Mormons.
You shouldn't have said that.
I mean, I'm worried about many things, but I'm worried about some things more than others, and I accept that you might be worried about other things more than others, and they're all important.
We're also just confused by the label of atheism. That's why I think atheism is not always the best construct here. If you're, rather than think of promulgating atheism, just think of opposing dangerous, bad ideas. And that will of necessity put you in opposition to many, many, many religious ideas, but some religious ideas aren't all that dangerous, or they're not all that well subscribed, or you barely encounter them ever, right? And so you can't really prioritize those. I am tending to prioritize the ones that are showing up in the news every day and are clearly, absolutely, just there can be no doubt about this, and yet there seems to be doubt everywhere. They're clearly the proximate cause of some of the most horrific human behavior, and it is behavior that would not happen for another reason. I mean, this is another source of confusion. People think that the world is just filled with bad people who would do bad things anyway, and they're just finding religion as a pretext, right? So the Christian scientist who is not giving insulin to her diabetic daughter, would do something equally crazy anyway without religion. That there's no reason to think that, and
that's spot on, absolutely right.
And by the way, if you guys, we're probably pretty close to maybe bringing the house lights up a little bit and lining up to begin questions as we kind of talk about this. But what you're saying, I agree. It would be just like saying that somehow or another, the people who hate homosexuals just managed to all be part of the Westboro Baptist Church, rather than the Westboro Baptist Church cultivated these ideas. Yes. Somehow or another, when we were putting labels on things earlier, it was in the United States. It's not all Republicans are racists or are white supremacists, but pretty much all white supremacists align themselves with the Republican Party. So it would be silly to think that there's not something there that at least waters these ideas and maybe nourishes them as well.
Yeah. And the people tell us ad nauseum these are the reasons why they're doing these things. They're not hiding their motives. So it takes a heroic act of self-deception and willful ignorance to say, despite everything these people are saying, despite the fact that they can point to the passage in the book that justifies the behavior is coming from some other source entirely that has nothing to do with how they're accountable.
The suggestion that these are just evil people who will find a way to let their evilness come out, and if it's not religion, it's something else. They're not that evil. They're righteous people. They think they're righteous. They think they're doing good. They think they're doing the will of their God. And they think they're going to go to heaven for it. They don't think they're evil.
Well, worse than that, they're actually not evil.
Yes.
Because they're just wrong.
Yes.
Right? And
you're quite right.
So I think we're at the time where we can start lining up for questions, and until the lights come up and people start taking their places, I'll kind of ramble on this point just a bit more, and that is that I think we can talk about the origins of religion, but I'm more concerned with how religion spread, which is why what I focus on, I don't necessarily go after a specific religion all the time. And of course, I'll get the email that says, why are you afraid to go after Islam? Screw you, I've made Muslims cry on my show, at least one. But I want to get to the crux of where these bad ideas are coming from, which is why I'm constantly advocating for skepticism, critical thinking, encouraging humanism. Because if you build the sort of communities that allow people to not feel alone and yet encourage decency and reasonableness, I think you will have a platform that could rival what religions have done, because they co-opt families. They not only take people who are fearful of things already, and give them the sort of belief that they can get rid of their fears, but they actually encourage fictional fears that only they can cure in order to build their sense of community. It's the line which I've said many times, that people would say, that religion poisons you and then offers you the cure, but I think it's worse than that. Religion convinces you you're poisoned when you're not, and then offers you the homeopathic remedy. But if we can't get people past the fear, the one question I get asked, one of the questions I get asked most frequently is, when you get rid of religion, if you were to have the fantasy world that you want, Matt, and there's no more rationality, there's no more religion, what do you replace it with in order to
give people hope?
Science, art, poetry, music, love, sex.
On that note, especially with sex in the mix there, I think we're good to go for questions. And it's still a little difficult for us to see folks up here. I'm going to start on the right. If you could, questions, by the way. Hey, this is, oh, now I can see. This is where I get to be like the asshole that I am on the TV show. Thank you. And that is, I will hang up on your ass in a heartbeat if I have to. Questions in and a question mark. They don't start with a dissertation or your life story. If you have a question for the full panel, if you have a question for all of us, we will do our best to be succinct. If you have a question for a specific person, just say so. And please just start with your name. We may not remember it, but we'll try. Please, sir.
Hey, I'm David.
Hi, David.
And my question is for Sam. All right, so my goal is to get you to nuance your opinion on free will. So in each moment, we have a neurophysical chemical moment, which is our neurons, our body, etc., and a moment within consciousness phenomena. Now, there is a kind of next universe canyon between what a neurophysical chemical moment is and what a moment of consciousness is in phenomena. So, within consciousness, we experience freedom. For example, I can decide to put my hand to the right instead of to the left. So,
well, that's where we disagree, but okay.
As you said,
and this is sounding like a dissertation. I will tell you this.
Consciousness is the...
I will tell you this, and then you got to get to a question. Sam and I are doing 3 more events over the next couple of months, and free will will be something that we at least discuss in private, because I think I've got a nail in the coffin for this, but
okay.
Get to the question.
So Sam, you say consciousness is the only thing we can be sure of. So because we have an experience within consciousness, which is next universe different from a neurophysical chemical moment, because we experience freedom in consciousness, hand here as opposed to there, do we have to take this feeling of freedom seriously?
There we go.
Okay, well, this is what's especially seditious about my argument against free will, because most people think we have this experience of freedom, and the trouble is it's very hard to map that onto the mere causality we see in the universe, and that's the mystery of free will. But when I look closely at my own experience, I don't see evidence of freedom. So for instance, my experience of answering this question now, of hearing myself speak, like my struggling to get to the end of this sentence, and my ability to do it or not do it based on the neurochemistry, my uncertainty about whether it is yet a grammatically complete sentence, the little stumble you just heard in my mouth on that last word.
Forget the sentence.
Okay. No, but
decide to put your hand
no. Absolutely everything in my experience is compatible with the absence of free will. And if you to take your example of deciding to move my right hand or my left, I could deliberate about this for a year, and if I went back, no matter how many times I went back and forth, and no matter, I could write a dissertation about why it should be the right, and then at the last second say, fuck it, I'm an existentialist. And the proximate cause of that most voluntary behavior would in every case be mysterious, subjectively mysterious. It would be pushed to the fore, and I, as the conscious witness of the process, would be a spectator. I would witness the final efficacious product of neurophysiology. And why it was one thing rather than the other, why it came at precisely that moment and not a moment before, why I just said this last sentence and didn't stop 20 seconds ago, all of that is mysterious.
But
no,
would you?
Well, I mean,
no, you're done. That's for Julie.
Someone, well,
reality and consciousness.
There's a ton of people in line, and we're not going to do a debate. I'm going to move
this
over.
may come up again because this is a concern of many people. But
And you can rest easy in the sense that I am a la Dennett, a compatibilist who disagrees with Sam and thinks he's actually a compatibilist. He just doesn't know it. But we'll tackle that some other day. Yes, sir.
Hi, this is Armin Navabi from Atheist Republic.
Hey.
Hi.
I can recognize you.
Sam mentioned that, I don't know if he still thinks that, but atheist is a word that shouldn't even exist. Just like the word non-golfer. But if golf was forced on us, wouldn't it make sense for us to have a word like non-golfer, for non-golfers to find each other and unite against people that are pushing golf on us? And And you mentioned, well, we should fight all bad ideas, but some people want to focus on animal rights, some people want to focus on racism, some people want to focus on God. Isn't it, if our passion is to fight one bad idea and God is the biggest of all bad ideas, doesn't it make sense for us to have a label, to have the atheist experience, American Atheists or Atheist Republic as ways to find each other and make a movement out of it?
Well, it's not that it's a mystery as to why we have the label. I mean, I understand that people find it to be a political necessity, or might find it to be a political necessity. I just don't, and I see a downside to it. And this is a place where I think Richard and I may disagree as a matter of strategy or tactics. I just see it as ultimately, I mean, yes, it is a shocking fact that not believing in God and being public about that disbelief is more or less a deal breaker politically, at least in the United States. I don't know about in Canada. That's totally unacceptable, and we should marshal some kind of political response to that, because the people who don't believe in God are, it's not an accident, some of the most informed and intelligent people in any society, because they're just following the evidence. So the fact that that's stigmatized is a problem, and it's a political problem, but I just think you can fight for science, you can fight for evidence, you can fight for reason, you can fight for logical coherence, you can fight for all of these things without ever labeling yourself. And I just have this fundamental distrust of identity politics at this point, and I don't think we win by forming our own identity.
Thank you.
My name is Barry. This is a question I'm directing at Sam and Matt, because we've already got a pretty good sense of what Richard thinks of it from his book, Unweaving the Rainbow. The question is, do you feel that it is inevitable that the humanities will be hostile to the sciences? And if so, you might not agree with that, but if so, excuse me, if so, what can be done about it? Why and what can be done about it?
I don't necessarily think that there's any reason to suppose that there's a necessary hostility. I'd like to think that the more we understand the universe, the better information we have across the board, that this would improve both the sciences and the humanities.
Yeah, I mean, there's this famous notion of the two cultures that is, I think we're in the process of outgrowing. I think more and more a love of science. I mean, now I'm talking among well-educated people who are not being indoctrinated into one or another religious cult. But there's a love of science among people who are not themselves scientists is more and more contagious, and it's just a myth. I mean, I'm sure you can find some scientists who don't care about the rest of culture and would disparage the humanities, but for the most part, scientists they love art and music and fiction as much as anyone else. They just don't love intellectual pretension and scientific ignorance and the marriage of those two. So it's really what postmodernism did to our intellectual lives, where you had some part of every university committed to the idea that there's no such thing as truth.
Yeah.
And that drove a wedge, and I think we're still recovering from that. But there is no boundary between, I mean, it just comes down to not pretending to know things you don't know. So,
Amen.
You know, was Shakespeare Francis Bacon? Probably not, but I don't know, right? So it's not, why pretend to know for sure that he was Francis Bacon when the evidence is non-existent. That's a question of history. That's a question of, I guess, for scholars of literature. It's also a question of biology, really. Like which ape wrote those plays. So there is no real boundary between, in my view, between science and valid claims in the humanities and even journalism. I mean, we're just having a fact-based discussion about the world.
And I'll kind of leverage this to go back and add an addendum to your response to Armin, where he had mentioned that, why not go after God because God is the biggest, most pervasive bad idea. I'm not sure that's the case. It may be that the most pervasive bad idea is that you are a reasonable judge of reality. That may be the foundational, that we all assume that, oh, well, I wasn't fooled by this and I wasn't fooled by that, so I surely am not being fooled by this other thing, and yet we are. The second you think you're not being fooled, it's already too late. Yes?
Hi, my name is Robin Boostrom, and thrilled to be here tonight. So in your book, Waking Up, Sam, and this question is directed to you, you touched upon the usefulness of psychedelics in introducing people to new avenues of experience. And as our nation prepares to legalize the use of marijuana, what do you think is going to be the aggregate benefit in having people introduced to these new experiences from a drug such as marijuana?
Well, it could be a terrible mistake. I mean, I should say, drug use can go many different ways, right? And it's not crazy to be concerned about a society that is just using drugs ad libitum, of every sort, unconstrained by any prohibition. I mean, it's easy to see how we got to prohibition. Now, I think prohibition is really always the wrong answer, because it has all of these external effects that are terrible. It creates organized crime and black markets and junkies who have to, first of all, it creates a total lack of awareness that these drugs, that quote drugs, are very different from one another, and some are addictive and just intrinsically harmful, and some aren't addictive and can be incredibly useful. So we're just misled by this one word, drugs. So what we should have is a society that prioritizes education around just the pharmacology of consciousness, and is it good to drink alcohol, and who shouldn't drink alcohol, and how much alcohol is too much, and what are the health effects of drinking alcohol regularly, and that should extend to everything in our lives, and we should have an honest conversation about what seems good for human beings to be doing, and it's clear that almost any substance can be misused, and marijuana can definitely be misused. You can smoke too much and do more or less nothing else but smoke, and that's not, that's no one's conception of a life fully actualized. Or at least it shouldn't be. But I mean, I think, but prohibition is a disaster, and it was a disaster for alcohol, and we realized that 100 years ago, and yet we are still struggling to learn the same lesson with other compounds. So.
I expected much more applause when it was mentioned about legalization, and no, you're going to ruin it. I just didn't know if you were being polite to the person who asked the question, and if you're all baked. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Randy. My question is for Sam. I wanted to know what role meditation has played in your mental health. I guess, have you been more resilient to depression or anxiety? Because it seems like you're always kind of being attacked by somebody, either Batman or having Charles Murray on your podcast. Because I'm at a point where I'm kind of done with antidepressants, psychotics, mood stabilizers. We'll get there. So I want to try something new. So what's your take on meditation as a mental health treatment?
Well, I think it can be incredibly useful. I think there are certain people who probably shouldn't go on intensive silent meditation retreats. So I think it's not, I wouldn't recommend the most intense experiences of meditation for everybody. And there are people who find, going into silence for a week or a month, destabilizing. And it's a tiny percentage of people, but you should be aware that it's possible to have a bad experience doing a lot of meditation. But no, meditation is, the kind of meditation I recommend is just learning to pay much more careful attention to what it's like to be you. And when you pay attention, you begin to notice all of the ways in which you are suffering unnecessarily. So there's a very, the universe didn't have to be this way, but it just so happens there is a direct connection between seeing more of what is actually happening in your own mind and ceasing to suffer in many of the ways that are unnecessary. And so honestly, it is the most important thing I've ever learned, but it's not necessary to learn most other things, right? It is kind of orthogonal to almost everything else we care about intellectually, but it's in terms of having some kind of it's not that I don't suffer in all of the ordinary ways I suffered before I learned to meditate, but the half-life of suffering, the half-life of something like anger or anxiety or embarrassment or fear or whatever the negative mindset is, it's cut way down, and also the behavioral consequences of those negative emotions the door is closed to those. I mean, when you think of the difference between being angry for 10 seconds and then actually letting it go and being angry for an hour, right? It's an enormous difference, because in that hour you can get up to doing all kinds of life-deranging things on the basis of anger and feel good about doing those things, right? Because you damn well should be doing those things because you're pissed, right? And so just shortening the time course of all of these negative states is an enormous benefit, and meditation is a great tool for that.
Although sometimes when I'm angry, that's when I'm most productive.
You can.
But I was wondering,
sublimate it.
I know the question was directed to Sam, but just for my curiosity, I don't know if Richard, have you explored meditation in the way that Sam's talking about at all?
I did once do a course in transcendental meditation. I'm sorry to say it did absolutely nothing for me.
Well, on a somber note, I would argue that transcendental meditation, at least in some sense, killed Doug Henning, which will make me pissed off at transcendental meditation, at least until I can meditate to let go. But yes.
Hi, my name is Leah, and I just want to say welcome so much to Sam and Richard, both for coming back to Vancouver. And I would just say on meditation, Sam recommended that I do a 10-day meditation retreat, and all I can say is it did wonders for my marriage that I was quiet for 10 days. So my question is future-focused, and in two parts. So you had me at hello with atheism. You have had me at hello with your book, Waking Up, on consciousness. I very much agree that it just sure looks to be a lot better to focus on how we can actually just be better and nicer and focus on those qualities that are measurable. And I have a question. The first part is, what are the biological or societal hurdles or roadblocks that we need to get past in our evolution as humans to do more of that? I already agree that religion hasn't helped, but what are the other sort of case studies that you can pull up biologically or culturally that we could use to make this faster? And secondly, it strikes me that the second part is resource allocation has been a challenge, and that's been one of the drivers of tribalism, is that in the quest for resources, we've not been nice to each other. Given the abundance that we are seeing that technology is creating and sort of the democratization of that abundance, will that solve some of these problems and leapfrog us ahead in evolution?
I find your questions as long and leading as mine.
Well, briefly, I mean, there's a lot there, but I think the problem, one of the greatest problems we have, and there's an obvious, this connects directly to what Richard was saying about evolution, the evolution of tribalism. We have our morality, most people's morality is anchored to social emotions and quintessentially moral emotions that are not good guides for living a good life or building a good society. I mean, emotions like disgust, right? I mean, so some people find homosexuality disgusting or the idea of gay sex disgusting, and that is the end of the argument for them, right? It's like that is enough to pass laws on, right? That's enough if you're in a theocracy. That's enough to justify throwing people off the top of buildings. So disgust is a very bad guide for our morality, and desire is a bad guide as well. I mean, we have things like lust and disgust and fear and xenophobia, which is just fear in a certain context. We have to be able to have a reasoned conception of the good life, both personally and collectively, that gets beneath these ape-driven, limbic arousal non-arguments, which are is how all of our moral thinking gets coded psychologically, and it's a problem. And we get, you can see every conversation about a charged issue leading people to get emotionally hijacked in the midst of the conversation, and then they're not processing arguments anymore. And so we have to find mechanisms to get around that. And on the final question on just resource allocation, one of these moral emotions that we have, if you imagine a world of real abundance, like a world where we've built the right AI that's just pulling wealth out of the atmosphere, and no one really has to work anymore, right? Because we literally have machines that can build machines that can build machines that are all powered by sunlight that do everything better than we can. Now, why wouldn't that be some kind of utopia? Well, it wouldn't be a utopia because we have these very weird emotions, or many of us do, which tell us, which give us an ethics that make it seem like it would be wrong to spread the wealth around. It would be like most people are living as though they want to live in a world where there's a few trillionaires living in compounds ringed by razor wire, and everyone else is sort of starving to death. It's like a winner-take-all scenario. And so we have to find a new ethic whereby people are no longer, their purchase on existence is no longer justified by doing profitable work that other people will pay them for. I mean, in a world of true abundance, you shouldn't have to work to justify your life. You should be free to enjoy the wealth of the world. And and if we're going to get to that place, we have to change our ethics around that.
Hi, I'm Kumaran. My name is Kumaran. Quick question, mainly to Sam, but I guess it applies to others as well. You've talked a little bit about how you've gotten some strange bedfellows by some of your views on Islam, for example, have resulted in people that you may not agree with that are essentially just xenophobic, sort of following you and becoming sort of part of your fan base, or whatever you'd call it. And similarly, you wrote a letter to a couple of feminists a few years ago that got in an argument with you that has been requoted pretty extensively by people in sort of the more red pill, kind of crazy men's movement crowd. How do you think about those things in terms of, I know that you don't agree with those actual views espoused there, but you know, especially in the world of social media, you start getting yourself, it's hard sometimes where the tail can wag the dog over time if people...
I'm embarrassed to say I don't even remember what you're referring to in terms of the letter to feminists.
Yeah.
Was this my blog post, I'm not the sexist pig you're looking for?
Yes, exactly. That was it.
Yeah.
That was it.
Okay. Well, yeah, it's just, you can't be, if you take the time, you can't fully explain yourself and close the door to every possible misrepresentation of your utterances. in every single utterance, right? So you could, like, you can't condense a book into a paragraph, and you can't condense a paragraph into a single sentence every time. I mean, maybe you can occasionally do it, but it's just, if people are determined to take your words out of context in a way that is designed to mislead people as to what they actually meant in context, right? That there is no way to prevent that. And I'm just convinced that it's impossible to prevent that. Now, I can be much more careful than I've been in some, and I am more careful than I was in some of my earlier books now in general, because I'm less interested in writing something that's provocative and entertaining, and I'm more interested in not experiencing this deluge of misrepresentation. So I'm trying I am more careful than I used to be, but it's still impossible. I mean, and so it's not. I can't take it seriously if somebody creates some meme that completely misrepresents my view, and then some Nazi nutcase likes it. I don't know what to do with that. All right.
So Richard's dealt with this with regard to the fleas and your detractors. How much attention do you pay to the people who are saying negative things about you or trying to misrepresent what you've said, and versus how much do you let your words stand on their own?
Well, Sam is absolutely right, of course, that it's extremely hard to condense a paragraph down to 144 words, whatever it is, the characters. And in some cases, misunderstanding with hindsight can be understood. You can see where the misunderstanding came from. In other cases, I suspect there's a kind of active searching for the opportunity to misunderstand, active searching for offense. I think there are offense junkies who just love to be offended. I agree with Sam that we have to be careful. You can't rely upon people interpreting your words in the way that you intended them to be interpreted, and you must have to expect that quite a lot of people are going to misunderstand, in some cases possibly even deliberately misunderstand, which is sad.
This is why the principle of charity is so important. If you actually want to understand somebody's position, then you will always be interested in their efforts to clarify it, right? But what we're noticing in our discourse, politically especially, is people don't really want to understand your position. They want to catch you saying something that can be construed in the worst possible way and then hold you to it. And then they claim to understand what you think better than you do. Yeah. Right? They pretend to be mind readers.
Yeah. That's among the many things that I caution people about, is don't pretend you can read people's minds or their motivations. Even those of us who pretend to do it on stage, we're just fake and we're not as good at it. I used to toil over this, and it would basically what I've stopped doing by means of a solution is I pretty much don't read any comments that come in on YouTube. Maybe a couple over the first day or so, just to make sure I didn't post a video that didn't have audio, or the famous "my left ear loved this" because I didn't convert the single channel to mono. But for me, the line's really simple. I've stated my position. Somebody either didn't understand it or found fault with it. If there's fault, I'll keep going back and forth as long as somebody's making a reasonable case for what they think is wrong with it, because that's a debate. That's what I do. If I've explained it and explained it again, and now it's just getting in the way of me actually getting work done and reaching the people who already understood this and may understood the next 5 or 6 things, if it's getting in the way of me learning something from somebody else, if I'm just sitting there spinning my wheels, now it's no longer worth my time, because that person may not be reachable at all, but they're clearly not reachable by me right now, so I'm going to leave it for somebody else because I've got better things to do most of the time.
Thank you. My name is Dan. I'm from Calgary. Sam, I find your books, your podcasts, and your talks are kind of like a torch of reason for civilization in some sense. And yeah, I just wanted to first send our appreciation for that. Thank you.
Cool, thank you.
My question's to Richard and Sam. What was it like to stand on stage next to Christopher Hitchens?
I suppose he was the most eloquent speaker I ever heard. Had a magnificent voice which he deployed beautifully, had amazing resources in terms of memory, in terms of quotations, in terms of historical allusions, reading. I once wrote, if you are invited to have a debate against Christopher Hitchens, decline. But he was, even as he was a ruthless debater, nevertheless he was also very courteous, and he would go and have a drink with his victim after slaughtering him. I didn't agree with him about everything, but if you wanted to disagree with him, you better be well prepared with arguments, because he's a very, very hard person to argue against. A wonderful gentleman, much missed.
Yeah, obviously he was incredibly articulate, and it was amazing and incredibly fun, but also somewhat galling to hear someone speak exactly as he wrote, and he was such a good writer. And the stories about him apparently are true. He could just go, and just type 1,000 words, and it wouldn't require any editing, and that would be his next essay. So
who would dare edit?
He was amazing. Yeah, but even he wouldn't dare edit. Apparently, he just got it right the first time. So I just, as you were asking the question, I just recalled that he had made the point I was just trying to make at great length about people pretending to know what you think better than you do and not actually wanting to hear your position. And he said he was, I'm going to butcher his quote, even trying to remember it, but he said he felt he was constantly surrounded by people who in detecting your lowest possible motive were convinced they had found your only possible motive, and even that isn't quite right. But that's basically that. He was remarkably clear on just a breadth of issues that was just amazing to consider. And you should read his books if you haven't. Read Hitch 22. Read God Is Not Great if you haven't. Read Hitch 22 to understand what a life he led. I mean, the kinds of the people he met and the amount of fun he had. I mean, he loved this. I mean, I'm perfectly happy to be here and talk to all of you. It's an honor to be here, and it's always an honor to share the stage with Richard. But Hitch loved this experience. I mean, he would just get on the road to talk to people. And his love of it was palpable. And so I did one book tour, and as signing books, half the people who came up during that book tour were just expressing appreciation for Hitch. I mean, this was before he died, but his cancer was known, and it was amazing to be on the receiving end of that. Love for him and his work, and it was being driven by him, because he really loved this.
Hi, I'm Aaron. So Richard, in one of your books, you wrote about the moral zeitgeist and how morality has evolved through time, and Sam, in some of your recent podcasts, you've had Charles Murray and you've had Cass Sunstein on your show, and you've talked about polarization and groupthink, and how today, especially in the world of social media and Amazon and news, so often our views are reinforced and self-fulfilling in their way. So I'm curious your thoughts on the advancement of the moral zeitgeist in a time where we are constantly reinforcing our own ideas and the tools that we have at our disposal to cross boundaries there, and potentially, if we are all digesting media, say that is self-fulfilling, should government maybe have a role in helping advance this further, as that is a tool that is still national, that is still across all people, potentially?
Well, I'm interested in the moral zeitgeist because people often talk about religion as a necessary basis for morality. And I think that's fairly easily refuted by pointing out that the current, not just deep morals, but little details, little superficial details, like the amount of different kinds of prejudices that there are on things. These things change from decade to decade, let alone from century to century. And this is sort of documented in books like Steven Pinker's The Better Angels of Our Nature, where we are clearly getting better, getting nicer as the centuries go by. And this has nothing to do with religion. The moral attitudes of somebody in 2017, label them as 2017 as opposed to just 50 years ago when they would have been subtly different. There would have been more racism, more sexism, and it prompts the thought of what's going to happen in 50 years, 100 years' time, I suppose. But the moral zeitgeist changes in ways that are nothing to do with religion. It's hard to say what they are due to. It's tempting to use a phrase like something in the air, whatever that means, but it almost feels as though it is that, a sort of consensus of journalism and political discussion and legal cases and books and dinner party discussions in pubs. We just kind of move on steadily pretty much in one direction. That's what I mean by the shifting moral zeitgeist.
Yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to behavioral economics. I think if you get the incentives right, even pretty mediocre people can behave really well. If the incentives are wrong, it takes an absolute moral hero to behave well. And we should want to design societies and systems and institutions where you don't actually have to wake up every morning and be, St. Francis of Assisi just to get through your day without killing somebody, right? And there are conditions where you basically have to be that. You have to be a saint not to be absolutely vile. I mean, when you look at just how people have to live in maximum security prisons, right? And just the incentives there are all wrong. They're all pushing people toward, just the most brutal tribalism. Even if you're not a racist, you have to align yourself with your race in a prison. Otherwise, you're just going to be the victim of everyone, right? So we want systems and societies that are less and less like maximum security prisons, and we're still just trying to find our way toward to engineering those, and we're we don't have 1,000 years to get it right.
Hi, my name's Blaine. I'm very close to the microphone. I'm very excited to be here, and my question is for Richard, although I hope Sam may be tempted to add something as well. What are your thoughts on the Darwinian roots of creativity, and what neurological investigation might we do to learn how to program this into AI?
I think it's remarkable how far humanity in civilized situations has advanced beyond what anyone would have predicted from our Darwinian roots. We are African apes, naturally selected to survive on the African plains as hunter-gatherers, and somehow nowadays we produce Shakespeare and Beethoven and great scientists, because there's a lot of creativity in science as well, of course. We do seem to have brains that are laced with emergent properties which go far beyond what naively you might think you'd need for Darwinian survival. And this builds cumulatively over generations of cultural evolution, where each generation builds on the culture of the previous one. So that's not a Darwinian process, that's a kind of pseudo-Darwinian process. It's an evolutionary process that doesn't work by natural selection, at least not by genetic natural selection. It might work by some other kind of cultural natural selection. It's not an easy thing to say that creativity, as we understand it today, would have had survival value. I would think that perhaps something, a sort of brain, a neurophysiological equivalent of what we call creativity today, might have had survival value of a very different kind when we were subject to the cutting edge of natural selection.
Would it be something in the line of, I tend to look at creativity as branching out from cleverness, of problem solving, of non-lateral thinking and problem solving. That clearly has an advantage, being able to find better ways to build a mousetrap. Wouldn't that, I mean...
Yes, I mean, having ideas, having hypotheses, when if it's, how are we going to capture a buffalo? I mean, you could be sort of creative about that. You could have ideas, you could have, but you can make suggestions which are then knocked down. But so that's the kind of creativity. But somehow it's flowered into something so hugely greater than was ever directly useful.
Wouldn't it be terrifying if the way creativity has changed is actually the reason why we haven't tackled as many of the problems? We used to have to solve problems to survive, and now we're enjoying our creativity, which may be preventing us from solving the problems that are right in front of our face right now. I'm not knocking the arts. Just thinking out loud.
Yeah, on the question of whether AI is going, I mean, AI is already doing it in rudimentary ways, in game playing, for instance, be it in chess or Go or even in just basic video games that AI is playing. It's finding creative moves that masters of those games
composing music in the style of Mozart.
Yeah, I mean, so I don't think there's anything magical about our wetware as far as creativity goes. I think we'll recognize it in our intelligent systems insofar as they become intelligent.
So at this point, I'm going to be the bearer of bad news to some people. We have about 5 minutes left for Q&A. So that, at the current pace, if you're more than like a person or two back in line, we are probably not going to get to you, but go ahead.
Sam, I love you!
Thank you. Thank you.
That's not a question.
My name is Peter. Thank you for being here. Sam, you often speak about the importance of intuition. You had a podcast with Gavin de Becker that placed intuition front and center in a life-saving way for many people. And yet, in the person of President Trump, and this question is not about him, we see the dark side of intuition, a man who says that his gut guides everything he does, and so that's got those of us who believe in intuition feeling a bit shaky. Can you please reassure us from an evolutionary standpoint or otherwise that intuition is something we can value? Thanks.
Yeah. Well, it sort of depends on what you mean by intuition. For me, intuition is when you can break down your knowledge of a thing no further, the step you take is intuitive. So when if I ask you, how is it that you understand that 2 + 2 makes 4, right? So at some point you were taught this, but now you get it and you can't see it any other way. And when someone says 2 + 2 makes 5, that doesn't feel right. No, it makes 4. You believe it. You know it. It's a mathematical intuition at this point. It's basic. It's a basic building block of anything. If I told you, I have a bag here and I put 2 oranges in it, and then I put 2 more oranges in it, you'd helplessly form a picture of there being 4 oranges in there. And if I told you, oh no, there's 6 in here, well then something didn't add up, right? And this is, our knowledge of the world, our knowledge of causality, our knowledge of anything, our sense that the present bears some relationship, however lawful, to the past, all of that is cashed out intuitively, and so you can't get away from intuition. Everything is built on it, from basic logic and mathematics on up. But we recognize that many of our intuitions are bad; they're faulty. We did not evolve to have common sense intuitions about the way the universe works, especially at the smallest scale of atoms, and especially at the largest scale of galaxies, and especially across vast stretches of time when you're talking about billions of years. So we know there are areas where our intuitions are very, very bad, and we correct for them with other intuitions that allow us to correct for them, like mathematical ones, where, I mean, this is an example I gave, I think, in my first book, but if I asked you, if we had a newspaper the size of this stage, and we could just fold it in half again and again and again, and we folded it in half 100 times, right? How thick would the resulting block of newspaper be? Well, most people, if you imagine it being the size of this stage, they imagine you would be able to fold it in half upon itself 100 times, and they imagine something maybe the size of a cinder block or a very large brick. But you fold a newspaper in half 100 times, what you have in your hands stretches, is measured in light years, right? I mean, I forget exactly what it is, but it's probably bigger than the galaxy. So that's a very bad intuition we have there, but the intuition that allows us to recognize that it's bad is that this very simple mathematical operation of exponentiation, it actually works, right? That if you raise something to the 100th power, 2 to the 100th power, and multiply by the thickness of a newspaper, you have a very big number. So intuition gets stigmatized as a word, but science is the product of intuition, and every gesture toward knowledge is the product of intuition at bottom.
I did that paper folding demonstration when I gave the Royal Institution Christmas lectures. Children come out, and you can't get more than 7 folds. It stops there. But I mean, I think the purport of the question by mentioning Trump is that when you have two people whose intuition differs, then you can't argue by saying, well, that's my intuition, I feel this, I feel that. That's what's really dangerous. And we want to get away from that kind of thing in public policy, in government. We do not want people who just do things because they feel that it just feels right to them.
Yeah. But which is to say that you need an argument, but my noticing whether or not your argument runs through is again based on logical intuition.
That's a much more sophisticated point, and
but
one that President Trump wouldn't get, by the way.
No, well, no, I wasn't focusing on Trump, but.
And we'll have to save that for another time too, because when Sammy mentioned that intuition is the foundation of logic, I think it's the reverse. That logic and mathematics, these things where we're making direct appeals to the facts of the universe, but we use critical thinking. We use this examination to train our intuition. You can get better.
Yeah, you can get better, but
your
you
intuition
can't
can approve. And so when you have, as Richard was pointing out, you have two people whose intuitions are in conflict. The solution is never going to be a third intuition. It's going to be, let's make an appeal to the evidence and retrain everybody's intuition.
It's often a third intuition. I mean, often you bring in the mathematician who actually knows what he's talking about, and
I wouldn't call that intuition.
Well, no, but again, the intuition intuition is this move that you can't justify without pulling yourself up by your own bootstraps. I mean, if I said to you, well, justify this idea that events need causes, right? The sense that when something happens, there must be some causal explanation for it happening. That's an intuition that is deeply held, and that's the foundation of science. And there are actually areas in science that seem to violate it, right? And then we're left actually not understanding what's going on, but we have other reasons to protect that area of confusion because, in the case of something like quantum mechanics, it just works. It has such predictive utility that even though we don't have a clear, realistic picture of what's happening, we have to say, in some sense, this is the math works out and it's right. But these areas of science are less than perfectly satisfying because we're struggling to form a picture of reality, and our intuitions we don't have the right intuitions for it, and that's not a surprise because we, after all, are apes first. But,
African apes.
Yes, African.
I think there's a lot more to explore there. Unfortunately, I've been told that our time with all you fine people is actually up for this evening.
You want to ground a structure of ethics in something solid. And there's two things you want to avoid, two catastrophes, let's say. One is the catastrophe that you identified with religious fundamentalism, and the other is the catastrophe that's associated with moral relativism. Is that reasonable?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, good. Okay, well, no, but it's... Okay, so it's crucially important that we get this right. Now, and that's something that I think we really agree on, because I've conceptualized that slightly different than you, and that might be relevant, but I think of that as a pathology of order and a pathology of chaos. So the terminology is slightly different, but I think we're working on the same axis. So that's the first thing. And then, in order to do that, it seems to me, that's your first priority. And then maybe your second priority is something like, you see undue suffering in the world, plenty of it, and you would think that things would be better if that wasn't the case, and that this morality, whatever it's going to be, is at least going to ground itself in part on the presupposition that the less undue suffering in the world, the better. Is that also reasonable?
Yeah, I would just add to that the positive side of the continuum as well. So as you know, the phrase I use, or the word I use for this is well-being.
Yep.
And I know from having, I don't think we spoke about this on my podcast, but from having seen you in other interviews, I think you think that phrase doesn't capture everything one could reasonably want. But I think it does. I mean, it's an elastic suitcase term for a reason, and it's actually, in reading your book, I realize there's a point of contact here because you use the word being, capital B being, as though it were imbued with significant gravitas. So for me, and I agree with you, that's an appropriate use of being. And for me, well-being is simply just the positive side of being. There's the negative side, the suffering we want to mitigate. But I think however good consciousness can be in this universe, that the well-being for me subsumes all of those possibilities.
Okay. Well, so I focused on the suffering element, I think, as I've done in my own work, because I actually think it's easier to zero in on in some sense. Like, I think it's easier for people, and I think you lay out the argument in the moral landscape kind of like this. I think it's easier perhaps to gain initial agreement between people on what might constitute a generalized ethic, to concentrate on what we don't want.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that what we do want is unimportant, but it seems to me to be harder to get a grip on. We don't want Auschwitz. We don't want the Gulag Archipelago. So, and there are...
And I would add, to just closing the door to moral relativism here, those who do want Auschwitz are wrong to want Auschwitz. I mean, it's obviously right. Auschwitz only happened because some people did want Auschwitz, not the victim side, but the perpetrator side. And so, crucially for me is the claim that I'm a realist. I'm a moral realist, and what realism means is that there are right and wrong answers to questions of this kind, and you cannot know what you're missing. In fact, we almost certainly don't know what we're missing on questions of human value, and our job is to discover just how good life can be and just what variables are making it needlessly horrible, and to mitigate all of that and live in a better and better world.
Okay. Well, so. Okay, so that's a lot of points of agreement. So I also believe that there is a catastrophe of arbitrary moral injunction, and that there's a catastrophe of moral relativism, and that has to be dealt with, and that there are genuine differences between the proper way of behaving morally and the improper way of behaving morally. And I think that they are grounded in human universals, even though there's a wide amount of variation. So that's a lot of points of agreement, right? So we know that there's two things we want to avoid, conceptually speaking, which is the moral relativism and this kind of moral absolutism that's grounded in an arbitrary statement of facts that you identify with religious fundamentalism. I would identify that with fundamentalism more generally, not with religious fundamentalism per se, because I see it also happening in secular states, let's say, like Nazi Germany or so it doesn't seem to be religious fundamentalism per se that's crucial to your argument.
No, it's not. So that just to close the loop on that, the only reason why I would focus on religion in particular there is that religion is the only language game wherein fundamentalism and dogmatism, dogmatism is not a pejorative concept. Dogma is a good word, specifically within Catholicism, and the notion that you must believe things on faith, that is in the absence of compelling evidence that would otherwise cause a rational person to believe it, that in a religious context is considered a feature, not a bug. Elsewhere we recognize it to be a bug, and that's why the unique focus on religion. All right, so is it reasonable to assume that we've already established, at least in principle, that there's an association between the totalitarian regimes, let's say, and dogmatism, yeah.
And the dogmatism that characterizes religious belief.
Yeah.
What do you think, although at least in principle, the secularist totalitarian states and the religious fundamentalist totalitarian states do differ in one important regard, which is that the religious types ground their axioms in God and the secular totalitarian types don't. And so there's got to be something about totalitarianism per se that's independent of, that's associated with religious belief in the manner that you just described, but that's not particularly associated with the belief in God. There's something that makes them, that's a commonality between them. And so do you have any sense of what that might be?
Well, I think one has to acknowledge that there's something uniquely pernicious, at least potentially, about religious beliefs, because they have the otherworldly variable, the supernatural variable, the you're going to get everything you want after you die, so this life doesn't matter issue. That allows for a kind of misbehavior that is especially
okay. So it seems that the claim would be that if you put forward axiomatically your claim that God exists, then you can use that claim to justify whatever arbitrary atrocities your system might throw off.
Yeah, I guess the only point I was making there is that not all dogmas are created equal. I mean, some dogmas are on their face more dangerous and more divisive.
But what I'm curious about specifically is, because it seems to me that the dogmas of the USSR and the dogmas of Nazi Germany were as pernicious as any religious dogmas, and they may also share important features with pernicious religious dogmas, but it isn't clear to me from your perspective what those commonalities would be.
Well, so, I mean, in some ways you're recapitulating an argument I've made, and this is an argument that I would make against you were you to claim, as you have elsewhere, that atheism is responsible for the greatest atrocities of the 20th century. The idea that Stalinism and Nazism and fascism were expressions of atheism simply doesn't make any sense. I mean, in the case of fascism and Nazism, it doesn't make any sense because the fascists and the Nazis, by and large, were not even atheists. I mean, Hitler wasn't an atheist, and he was talking about executing a divine plan, and he got lots of support from the churches, and the Vatican did nothing to stop him, and fascism, as you know, coexisted quite happily with Catholicism in Croatia and Portugal and Spain and Italy. So, but even in the case of Stalin, what was so wrong with that situation were all of the ways in which it so resembled a religion. You had a personality cult, you had dogmatism that held sway to a point where apostasy and blasphemy were killing offenses. You know, the people who didn't toe the line were eradicated, and so to take a more modern example, North Korea is a religious cult. It just doesn't happen to be a one that is focused on the next life or supernatural claims of,
so what would
magic.
be so what would be the defining characteristics of a religious totalitarian movement that would make it different from a non-religious totalitarian movement?
Well,
because there's aspects that are similar.
They're very similar. I mean, the problem is dogmatism. The overarching problem is believing things strongly on bad evidence. And and the reason why dogmatism is so dangerous is that it doesn't allow us to revise our bad ideas in real time through conversation. Dogmas have to be enforced by force or the threat of force, because the moment someone has a better idea, you have to shut it down in order to preserve your dogmas.
Okay. So the commonality seems to be something like claims of absolute truth at some level that you're no longer allowed to discuss.
Yeah.
So that's another point of agreement then, I would say, because part of the reason that I've been, let's say, a free speech advocate, although I don't think that's the right way of thinking about it, is because I think of free discourse, like the discourse that we're engaged in, as the mechanism that corrects totalitarian excess or dogmatic excess. And so I also think that systems of governance that are laying themselves out properly have to elevate the process by which dogmatic errors are corrected over the dogmas themselves, which is why I think the Americans are right, say, with regard to their First Amendment, is the process of free speech is the process by which dogmatic errors are rectified, and so it has to be put at the pinnacle of the hierarchy of values, something like that.
I think you and I totally agree about the primacy of free speech.
Okay, good. Okay, so that's another, fine. Okay, so then...
Wait, I think there's one point that we should just lock in our gains here. It sounds like what you're saying is that the reason to fear religious dogma is really on the dogma side and not the religion side, which at least leaves open the possibility that something could exist over on the religion side that doesn't have that characteristic, right? That often they travel in tandem, but that the thing to fear is not the religious belief, it is the dogmatic nature of the way it is conveyed. Is that fair?
The other way to say that is the only thing that's wrong with religion is the dogmatism. If you get rid of I've got no problem with the buildings and the music and the paintings and
Wait a minute. That's not a trivial point, and it's not just a joke, because the buildings and the music are very important parts of the religious process. And so I know there's a humorous element to that, but it's not like Sam is throwing out the baby with the bathwater there.
And to go further than that, I've got no problem. In fact, I'm deeply interested in the phenomenology of spiritual experience. So whatever experience someone like Jesus had, whoever he was historically, or any of the other matriarchs and patriarchs of the world's religions, that phenomenology is subjectively real. I mean, it's diverse. I'm not saying everyone's had the same experience, but there are changes in consciousness that explain both how religions have gotten founded by their founders and the experiences people have had in the presence of those people or by following their methodologies that seem to be confirming of the dogmas that grew up around those traditions. And my issue is that whatever is true about us spiritually, whatever opportunity being born into this universe actually presents as a matter of consciousness, spiritually, that truth has to be deeper than accidents of culture and just mere historical contingencies. The fact that somebody was born in Mesopotamia and not in China and got a different language game. So whatever is true there has to be understood in universal terms about the nature of human psychology and the human mind.
Okay, so another thing that I wanted to just point out obliquely, and then I want to return to outlining maybe where we agree, is that one of the things that was really shocking to me, I would say, was my reading of what was originally Jane Goodall's discovery about chimp behavior, because there was this idea that was really rooted in Rousseauian thinking that the reason that people committed atrocities in the service of their group identity, let's say their tribal identity, was because culture had corrupted us. So it was a uniquely human thing. But then, of course, Goodall showed in the 1970s that the chimps at Gombe, I think I'm pronouncing that correctly, would go on raiding parties, right? And so there'd be like 4 or 5 adolescent chimps, usually male, sometimes with a female in there. They would patrol the borders of their territory. If they found an interloper on the border, near the border, from another troop, even if it was a member of their troop that had emigrated, so to speak, and that they had had some history with, they would tear them to pieces. And of course, that was shocking to Goodall, but my understanding is she had some trepidations about publishing it, although she did. But then that's been noted repeatedly in other forms of chimp behavior. So, see, I've been really interested in the commission of atrocity in the service of belief. And it's tempting to pin that, say, on dogma and then to associate that with religious dogma. I think that's all tempting. But the fact that chimps do it shows that it can't be a consequence of something like religious belief, unless you're willing to say that the reason that chimps commit atrocity in the service of their troop and their territory is because chimps are religious. And so they're not religious, and they don't really hold a secular totalitarian viewpoint, but they still act out the atrocity element that's characteristic of human behavior. And so to me, that makes the problem deeper than one of mere, let's say, surface statements about metaphysics.
Well, obviously the problem of primate aggression, which we've inherited along with the chimps, is deeper, or at least different, than the problem of religious violence or totalitarian political structures that get the worst out of people. So, we have these primate capacities that we have to correct for, and we're busily trying to correct for almost everything that we've been evolved to do. I mean, we don't like the state of nature for good reason, and virtually everything that's good about human life is born of our, I would argue, culture-based and highly intelligent and necessary effort to mitigate what is in fact natural for us. And there's nothing more natural than tribal violence, which of the sort that you're describing in chimps.
Okay, so then it also seems like we agree that the core element of tribal alliance, which would have its roots, say, in the chimpanzee proclivity to, or its analog in the chimpanzee proclivity to identify with the dominance hierarchy of the troop, is something that's a source of the proclivity for human social aggression that's independent of its, at least independent of any obvious religious substrate. So there are other reasons for group belief and the commission of atrocity that can't be directly attributed to religious dogma.
Yeah, but and what most worries me about religion, I would say, is, obviously religion can channel these primate urges in unhappy ways. So you can get tribal violence that gets amplified by religious dogmatism, and that should trouble everyone. But it's not unique to religion. It's also nationalism, and it's racism, and it's all other kinds of dogmatism. But what most worries me are those cases where clearly good people who are not necessarily captured by tribalism per se are doing the unthinkable based purely on religious doctrines that they believe wholeheartedly without good evidence. So you have the person who joins ISIS who wasn't even Muslim before they converted 16 months ago, and they go all the way down the rabbit hole to the most doctrinaire, most committed, most uncompromising view of just how you have to live in this world if you're going to be Muslim. And they join ISIS based on the idea that salvation only goes one way, and that dying in defense of the one true faith is the best thing that can happen to you. There's no question that there are individuals who have made that journey. In fact, there are individuals by the thousands who have made that journey. And there are far more benign versions of that. There are people who just waste their lives, I would argue, converting to whatever the belief system is, and just wasting a lot of time worrying about hell or worrying about the fact that their child is gay and the creator of the universe doesn't approve of that. And there are all kinds of suffering that strike me as truly unnecessary, born not of, again, ape-like urges, but ideas that any rational person would, if believed, would follow to that same terminus. I mean, the thing is, if you buy the fact, again, to take Islam as a current example, if you buy the claim that the Quran is the perfect word of the creator of the universe, never to be superseded by anything humanity does now or 1,000 years from now, that commits a rational then the exercise of human reason is bounded by this, I would argue, pathological frame, which leads to certain outcomes that should really worry us.
Okay. So let's take that claim apart for a minute, because that's not your claim specifically, the claim that you were describing. See, because that's really not the claim that religious fundamentalists make. The claim they make is worse than that, because they claim that the Quran, say, or the Bible for that matter, is the literal word of God. But more than that, they claim that their understanding of that word is correct, which means they conflate two things. Like, because you could imagine a situation where you had a book, and I'm not saying this is the case, it's an imaginative exercise, where you had a book that had all the answers, that was extraordinarily complicated. And so that when you read it, it wouldn't be obvious that you understood it, or perhaps it wouldn't be obvious that you didn't understand it either. But you're not going to be able to, you can't get an uninterpreted version of the book. And so the fundamentalist claim is far worse. It's that not only is there an absolute reality, truth, embedded in the book, but that their particular take on that absolute reality is the absolute take on that book. And so they conflate their own, they make an assumption of their own omniscience and then pass that off onto God, so to speak.
Except in their defense, and I don't often rise to the defense of fundamentalists, it's very easy to get there because some of the claims in the book are not at all hard to parse. In fact, so many of them can only be honestly interpreted one way. So to take, again, an example that will be not inflammatory to you, but makes the point, it just says that the remedy for theft in the Quran is to cut the hands off a thief. I mean, that is the unambiguous injunction. It's not an allegory. It's not. You have to indulge some kind of tortured interpretive scheme to avoid the shocking fact that the creator of the universe thinks you should live this way for all time. And people like ISIS. I mean, this is my claim. It's just most of what is in these books, and this is what worries me about those books because they can't be edited. Most of what's in the books is clearly not the best that humanity is capable of in the ethical domain, or in the. So clearly, and this is true for morality, most pressingly, but it's true for science, it's true for economics, it's true for anything else that we are wise to pay attention to. It's like slavery is condoned in the Bible, in both Testaments, and in the Quran. There's no getting away from that. Now you can say, well, it's not the central thrust of any of these books, but if you go to the books and try to figure out what the creator of the universe wants with respect to the owning and needless immiseration of other people, right? He expects you to keep slaves, and he's told you how to do it. Don't knock out their eyes and their teeth. Don't take, if you're a Muslim, don't take other Muslims as slaves. But it's not an accident that the people who joined ISIS thought that it was absolutely kosher to take slaves, to take sex slaves, and they were even their use of their sex slaves was conducted as a sacrament, and that's not an accident. I mean, they were praying over the Yazidi girls before they raped them. So this is not unlike what many people expect. It's not that this doctrine is being used as a pretext for people who would otherwise do terrible things like take sex slaves and rape them. And so there's no net damage being done here by this belief system. No, these are, I would argue, in many cases, psychologically normal people who are simply convinced of the absolute veracity of these ideas. And in this case, the perfect example of Muhammad as the most self-actualized human who's ever existed. And what did Muhammad do? Muhammad took sex slaves. So then once you grant that, and this is where there's a tension between how we pursue the same goals. Like as we've just established, we have many of the same goals, but insofar as you make religion look palatable, insofar as you suggest to your audience that they can have their religious cake and eat it too. They can have their reason, they can have their respect for science, they can have a 21st century worldview, but they can also hold on to everything they love in Christianity or fear to lose. And it's undoubtedly mostly Christianity, but whatever, any religion. My concern is that it keeps us shackled to these Iron Age philosophies and these Iron Age conversations where we should be having a 21st century conversation about everything, ethics included.
Okay, so but I want to ask you a little bit about your feeling about...
Wait, before you move on, I want to get each of you to clarify something so that we know where we are. So Sam, you said the problem here is that the dogma can't be updated, right? That slavery is with us permanently because it's written into the dogma. But clearly, most of the traditions in which it's written into the Holy Book don't practice slavery, and the people who adhere to these belief systems wouldn't defend slavery. So clearly there is the capacity for an update mechanism.
Well, no, but not really. I mean, they've been forced, they've had it beaten out of them, right? I mean, we fought a civil war in the U.S. to get rid of slavery.
But it was Christians who abolished slavery in England, though.
What was that?
It was Christians who were at the forefront of the movement to abolish slavery in England.
There were Christians on either side of everything. I mean, there's no one else to do the job.
Right, but that's the update mechanism.
But it was specifically Christians who were using their Christian belief as a justification for eradicating slavery.
The problem was they were actually on the losing side of a theological argument. And it would be much better, I think you would agree, if one of the 10 commandments had been, don't keep slaves. I mean, there's certainly one we could swap out for that one. And so that way, it would have been much easier for Christians to have fought against slavery. And it's much harder for Muslims, frankly, to fight against it now. The problem is that, there's a point I made, I think, in my first book, is that the doors leading out of this kind of fundamentalism don't open from the inside. They get bashed open from the outside. And it's humanism, and it's secularism, and it's scientific rationality that has exerted such pressure, such winnowing pressure on Christianity, now for multiple centuries, that's why we're not encountering the Christians of the 14th century on a daily basis. And we are essentially encountering Muslims of the 14th century, not only in the Middle East, but in our own societies, in terms of their intuitions about how we should all live, right? I mean, the fact that 0% of UK Muslims think homosexuality is acceptable, right? 0%. I mean, there's almost no question you can come up with where we could poll this society and say, do you think that the a lizard king is living in the Oval Office? You never get a 0% response to any poll question, right? But if you ask Muslims on the streets of London, is homosexuality morally acceptable? Apparently, you can find no one who says it is. That's shocking, and it's not an accident, right? And it would be much easier if the book actually said, you can love anyone you want, and it's not a problem.
It is shocking, but I think there's a reason that you keep finding yourself at Islam, which may be the slowest to update for reasons that may be ancient. But I wanted to.
That is a useful.
Well, I can do it for Christianity. I want to make the point as cleanly and as undistractedly as possible. But yeah, it's true. I have the same kinds of concerns about Christianity or Mormonism or Scientology or anything else. And the point is they're all different. And there's no reason to be, because Islam, to take the case where it's fine, Islam doesn't represent any impediment to stem cell research, right? Because they just don't think that that the fertilized ovum is immediately ensouled. It waits 40 days or 80 days or 120 days, depending on what hadith you believe. So it's just that never came up when we were all complaining about how religion, in this case Orthodox Judaism and Christianity in the States, was posing an impediment to embryonic stem cell research.
Okay, hold on. I wanted to ask you a clarifying question too.
Yeah, sure.
Same level. Would you agree that there are things written into these religious texts that are unambiguously unacceptable viewed through a modern lens, and not because the texts are so complicated that we have misunderstood something, but there are things that are just written in there that we now understand to be wrong?
Okay, so the first thing I would say is that we have to be very careful about equating all the religious texts. And I do actually think that you are careful about that, but that's something we can have a discussion about a little bit later.
I agree with you there.
So because, for a lot of my life, I would say, more interested in the universal truths expressed in religious belief across different cultures. But I've become more and more aware of the important distinctions between the religious cultures, maybe in the last 10 years. So it isn't clear to me that you can just throw all religious dicta in the same bucket. And there's complex reasons for that. So, and one question, which you kind of sent at Sam already, is, do you see a hierarchy of unacceptability between different religious doctrines? I mean, and I would say
yes.
You acted, okay, fine. So, okay, now, but here's an interesting issue. And I think we're starting to zero in on, we've covered what we agree on, a lot of it, but there's another thing.
Answer Brett's question, because I think it was
sorry. Sorry, I answered the first half of it, but the second part is, I think that, this is where I'm going to sound like a postmodernist, which I really hate. I would say, sentence by sentence, yes, you're correct. Paragraph by paragraph, perhaps. But here's the problem with complicated texts, especially ones that actually constitute narratives. So imagine this. So imagine you're at a movie, and it's a movie with a twist at the end. And so the entire movie is set up to make you think one particular way and to have one set of experiences. But when you put the twist in at the end, it changes the entire structure. And so this is one of the complex problems that actually led to the rise of postmodern interpretations of literature, which is that if you take a complex narrative, there's a very large number of ways of interpreting it, and it isn't self-evident which of those are canonically correct. And we can deal with that horrible issue later, but it's a good objection, and it's true. And what it does is it makes these sorts of things quite complicated, because in the Bible is a series of books, and they had influence on one another, and they were sequenced with a very complex editorial process, and there's actually a developmental narrative that links all the chapters together. And what that means, this is at least, I'm going to speak from the perspective, or in terms of analysis of the Christian Bible, what it means is that you have to read the beginning as if it's also influenced by the end, which is what, by the way, and in case you think that I'm weaseling around here, and I'm not, is that that's exactly what you do every time you read any story, any work of fiction. You say, well, you're not claiming that the Bible is a work of fiction. It's like, that's just a cheap objection. That's not my point. My point is that it's a narrative. And everything in a narrative is conditioned by all the rest of the things in the narrative. And it's well known, like if you're a screenwriter, for example, there's an old dictum, I don't remember who generated it, was one of the great Russians, that if there's a rifle lying on a table in the first scene, that it better be used by the end of the second scene, or it shouldn't have been there at all. So there's this coherence.
I'm looking for the rifle in your answer to this question, though, because
Yeah,
I want it to be used.
My point is that it isn't reasonable to take a single sentence out of a coherent narrative and say that stands on its own, or it's rarely reasonable, because you have to interpret the word in the sentence and the sentence in the paragraph and the paragraph in the chapter and the chapter in the context of the entire book. You have to do that, Now, you could object, and reasonably so, that there are some sentences that are so blatant that you can't use context to paraphrase them, let's say. But I think you also have to give the devil its due. The Christian Bible is a developmental narrative, and the beginning has to be read in light of the end. And is it a fact?
Okay, well, so what does that do to Moses' laws of war? This is not a narrative, this is instructions about what to do when you invade a foreign land. If you intend to take over that land, you kill everybody, right? There are other rules in there about killing husbands and taking the wives for
the
yourself.
Old Testament's a brutal document.
Absolutely brutal. And so my point would be, I don't know that reading that portion in light of the end, even if you call the end the New Testament, I don't know that it changes Moses' laws of war and their acceptability in any
hypothetically,
modern
if you
context.
take the New Testament seriously, it does, because it's a document that supersedes it. And I think there's actually technical reasons why
it doesn't
supersedes
supersede it on every point. I mean, this is the problem. Slavery is a very straightforward case because clearly the Bible thumpers of the South who were defending slavery with reference to the text felt they were on firm ground. And I would invite anyone to read what the New Testament and the Old Testament say about slavery to see that they were on fairly firm ground, that the balance of the honest reading was on the side of clearly we can keep slaves, right? Jesus never envisioned a world without slavery, and he admonished slaves to serve their masters well and to serve their Christian masters especially well.
The English Protestants wouldn't have agreed with that because, like I said, they were at the forefront of the fight against slavery.
Okay,
so
but
I think
they
there
were clearly
range
influenced by something outside the text, and this is, again, you're making this harder than it is, and my concern is why. Right?
Well, I don't think I am, Sam, because I think that the fundamental message in the New Testament, for example, is that
so then you acknowledge that the Old Testament, so Jews are in possession of a book that has some diabolical passages that would be better left out. You're not going to offend me. I'm Jewish.
It's not like look in the Old Testament itself, in the Jewish Bible. There's also the seeds of the same tension. So, for example, there's a tension, and this should be a tension that's of interest to you because you've stated quite clearly in your book, in the moral landscape, that you don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater with regards at least to religious phenomenology. You said that, for example, I still consider the world's religions to be mere intellectual ruins maintained at enormous economic and social cost, but now I understood that important psychological truths could be found in the rubble. Well, I'm trying to find the important psychological truths in the rubble. But we have to decide also if we agree about that. Like, are there important psychological truths to be found in the rubble?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay,
But the problem with revelation, this notion of revelation, this notion that some books weren't written by smart people, they were written by God, confines you to taking the whole text, even though this text was cobbled together over centuries, and for whole centuries, some books were in the New Testament and then they got thrown out centuries later, and some books weren't in and then got put in. So it's an all too human process that got us these books in the first place. But once they were set, the believers imagine that you're stuck with every passage. And there are passages in the Old Testament that tell you to stone a girl or a woman who's not a virgin on her wedding night, take her to her father's doorstep and stone her to death, right? Or you find...
We can probably agree that those are wrong. So there's another point of agreement.
But you don't have to read the book to the end to know that it's wrong. I mean, you can get that from the paragraph.
Yeah, but that isn't what I said. I didn't say you had to read to the end of the book to know that it's wrong. I said that you needed to read to the end of the book to contextualize those statements within the whole. I didn't say that you needed to read.
There's no exculpatory context to those kinds of statements, and that's a problem.
Well, there is in the Old Testament. There's a real tension, and this is, I think, the tension that would be of interest to you. Is there's a tension between the dogmatic and the prophetic traditions, and I think to the degree that you're interested in religious phenomenology, you find yourself on the side of the prophetic tradition. And the prophetic tradition has implicitly in it, what would you call, an implicit damnation of those dogmatic those cruelly dogmatic rules. You see that emerge all the time in the prophetic tradition.
Arguably in Christianity. I mean, I think.
No, in Judaism, it's clearly there in the Old Testament with the distinction between
I was
the
going once again to Islam, but every prophetic. I mean, the notion of prophecy is dangerous and worth worrying about. I mean, the idea that any ancient book contains in it a perfect description of rightly interpreted, however difficult to interpret it. If you're only smart enough, you could extract from this text a perfect window onto the future, right? And that whole generations of people have lived by the lights of this cockamamie idea, right? That the world is going to end and its ending is going to be glorious, right? This is at the center of most eschatologies. It's just that when the wheels come off totally, right? That's on some levels the best thing that's ever going to happen, because it's showing you that in this case Jesus is going to come back and throw the sinners into a lake of fire. And I've read to the end of the book. It's pretty scary at the end as well. I mean, Revelation is
no kidding. Well, that's a really good objection. But like when I did my lectures on the Bible last year, I said that they provided a psychological take on the biblical lectures, and that's what I'm going to attempt to maintain here. Because I don't believe that I'm qualified to make fundamental metaphysical statements, but that the scene that's delimited out at the end of Revelations, that's a very interesting book read psychologically, because it's very complicated.
Anything. I mean, this is we should talk about.
Well, let me just address that. I'll only take a minute to do it, and I'll try to be succinct. So there's an idea that's expressed in that book, is that it's something like things are always falling apart in a fundamental manner. It's built into there's an apocalyptic element to human life. We fail in small ways and we fail in catastrophic ways, and everything that we have, we lose and we die. So and societies come to an end. There's an apocalyptic element built into the structure of human reality. And part of what's revealed in that strange book at the end, which is like a hallucinogenic nightmare in some sense, is that the hero is born at the darkest point in the journey. And it's a psychological truth, and it's very, very apt, because at the darkest point, this is also why Christ is born near the darkest time of the year from a metaphysical perspective. There's an idea there that when things fall apart, that's the time for the birth of the hero. And the hero in Revelation is also the place where truthful speech most clearly manifests itself, because in the Christian tradition, Christ is identified with truthful speech. And so the notion there is that redemption under apocalyptic conditions is to be found in the revelation of truthful speech, which is something that you actually believe.
Well, I believe in truthful speech, but I also believe that you can play this kind of interpretive game with almost any text. This way of thinking.
But then you could do it with the world, Sam, and that wreaks havoc with your value from facts argument.
No, actually, I didn't hear what you just said. What was that?
Well, I said you can make exactly the same objection with the world of facts. Is there's an infinite number of facts, and there's an infinite number of potential interpretations, and so tracking the pathway from the fact to a value is actually impossible. It's the same argument with regards to biblical interpretation.
We should talk about that, but I don't think that's a good analogy. There are more and less plausible interpretations of any situation, any data, and any text, arguably. But the problem is that you can read into any story some apparently meaningful set of psychological insights, which...
But you can do that with any set of facts, too.
Well, no. I mean, there are certain things you can't over-interpret to your heart's content and come out any way you choose. My point is that first of all, this is why fundamentalism always has an edge over more sophisticated theology, because the sophisticated theology is in most cases inspired by a more and more modern recognition that, well, we can't read it literally because it either makes no sense or it makes barbaric sense, right? So we have to get away from the literal. And the more you get away from the literal, the more you are unconstrained by the text, and you can just broadcast on it anything you want to put there. And so, the literal, there's no question that most generations of Christians who read Revelation expected the world to end in some literal sense of this kind of phantasmagoria. I mean, there was going to be a beast, and it was. I mean, this. It's, undoubtedly they thought this was going to happen in their own time, under Rome, but this is if you're going to go purely literary on any of these texts, on some level you're playing tennis without the net. You're unconstrained by the text, and you can do with it more or less anything you want.
But isn't that argument working at cross purposes with your other argument about dogma?
Because it's always tempting. First of all, there are lines that do not announce that they're susceptible to that interpretation. I mean, yes, you can say, listen, Allah does not want us to cut the hands off of thieves. He just, he meant cut the hand of their volition rather than their actual hands, right? So you're constraining them rather than cutting. Now, sure, undoubtedly there was some Muslim somewhere who wants to interpret it that way, but it gets harder and harder the clearer the line is. And the problem with all of these texts is that there are so many principles. Again, I mean, so to read Revelation any way you want, it is still a problem that it is perfectly rational on the basis of reading that text to expect the world to end and for Jesus to be the only savior of it. Therefore, if you happen to be born a Hindu or born a Muslim or born a Jew who doesn't recognize Jesus to be the Messiah, you are screwed for all eternity.
It's a funny thing, though. I mean, it's a strange thing, let's say, that one of the things we already agreed on, as far as I can tell, is that the antidote to pathological dogmatism is free, truthful expression, something like that. Is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But one of the things I would say that's absolutely crucial to Christianity in particular is the notion that the thing that's redeeming is exactly that, and it doesn't matter. So it's universal truth. Now, if we both agree on that, the idea that the free expression of truthful speech is the antidote, let's say, both to nihilism and to totalitarianism, then the notion that might be embodied in something like the Word, which is truly, I think, the deepest of Christian ideas. How is that not the same claim? Now, let me elaborate it a little bit more completely. So here's the strange thing. First of all, I agree with you, by the way, about the danger of flying off the text, right? About as you move away from the text, your interpretation gets less and less constrained. And I think it's also the same danger as of moving away from the facts, which is, I think, why you want to ground values in facts. So I get that argument, and I think it's accurate. But here's something strange, is that this notion that redemption is to be found in truthful speech is actually embodied in Christian mythology, let's say, as a personality and not as an idea. It's actually something that you embody and act out. It's not just an idea. And that's why there's an emphasis on the idea of the embodiment of the Word in flesh. It's a very sophisticated idea. I mean, it's an insanely sophisticated idea. So, and there's one more thing. Okay, so look, you've made the case, and I hope we can really get to this, because this is the really tough part of our discussion, I think, is that you want to ground the world of values in something that's true. We could say objectively true, but let's just say true for a minute. And I share that desire, but the problem is that I can't see, and you actually state this in your book, I can't see how you can interpret the world of facts without an a priori interpretive structure. And this is an old philosophical claim. It's not unique to me. It's the claim of Kant, for example, that you can't get directly from the fact to the value because there's an interpretive framework that mediates between you and the facts. So first of all, I'd like to know if you accept that proposition. And then the second question would be, if you do accept the proposition, then what's your understanding of the nature of the interpretive framework? Because I think it's best understood, at least in part, as a personality, or as a story, for that matter. So,
well, I think our intuition of truth, the intuition that there's a difference between fact and fiction, or fact and fantasy, the intuition that we live in relationship to a common reality about which our understanding can converge, provided we're looking in the same direction with the same tools. I think it's certainly deeper than religion. It's not best captured by stories. Even if you could, as a matter of historical fact, point to its roots in story and myth and religion, that's not an argument that it's now in the 21st century best captured by story and myth and religion. I think it is a fundamental intuition to which our sanity, both personally and intersubjectively, is anchored. I mean, to lose a sense of objective reality is to lose the platform on which you can communicate with anyone and or rationally expect anything to happen a moment from now. To think that your memory represents something about a prior state of the world and your beliefs represent something about a possible state in the future, all of this is anchored to a sense that there's a difference between knowing something really and just imagining it, right? There's a difference between perception and hallucination. All of these distinctions are born of this intuition. I think we do have, clearly, we have fundamental intuitions which are either impossible to analyze or can be analyzed with respect to only other intuitions, which we deem more rudimentary, upon which everything else we do as a matter of knowledge gathering and sense making is built. So the intuition that 2 + 2 makes 4, right? You at some point you learn basic arithmetic, and you learn what addition is, and it's demonstrated to you with objects. And you're shown you take 2 apples, and you take 2 more apples, and then you have 4 apples. Look, just count them. The intuition that can be generalized to any 4 objects, right? That it's not just a fact about apples, right? This is something that we are clearly designed to have. There are places where it might break down, right? It might break down at the quantum level. It might break down in areas where our intuitions fail. We recognize those failures in science and mathematics by recourse to other intuitions, which again are unanalyzable. But so there is just this fact that we do pull ourselves up by our bootstraps, and that's not embarrassing. I mean,
okay, so what's the difference between and I'm not trying to trap you here. I'm seriously not. So there might be mathematical intuitions, a prioris, let's say. Kant identified time and space as a priori intuitions.
Right.
But I think there's a third category of a priori intuitions that are in fact stories, or they're personalities or stories. So let me give you an example. So I'm going to do a quick rereading of the moral landscape. So because, see, you talk about G.E. Moore's argument of infinite regress. If you claim that something's good and you equate it with something, you can also ask infinitely why the thing you're equating it with is good. Now, it seems to me that the way that you step out of that argument, and correct me if I'm wrong here, is you tell a story. I'm not trying to be smart about that. You tell 2 stories. You tell a story about someone who has an absolutely terrible life. They're in a jungle where nature is trying to kill them all the time, and while they're trying to be killed by nature, while nature is trying to kill them all the time, horrible barbaric thugs are making their life miserable in every possible way. Okay, so that's one pole, let's say. And then another pole, you identify, and these are hypotheticals, so I guess they're fictions. That's one way of thinking about it, even though they're extracted from real situations. They're meta-fictions, they're meta-truths, that's another way of thinking about it. You contrast a good life, and that's a life where the person has enough to eat and enough shelter, and they have the things that you would expect people to want. You say, this is a bad life, and you say, this is a good life. And then you say that's, and then you make a side move, which I would say is that's an objectively verifiable fact. And I would say, I don't think it is an objectively verifiable fact. I think it's a fundamental moral claim. And I think that's where you put your stake in the ground. And I would say, when I read that, I thought, well, if you take your jungle story, which you've extracted from a bunch of horrors and compiled, and you take your positive story, which you've extracted from a bunch of horrors, or a bunch of quasi-utopias, let's say, and compiled, you're 2/3 of the way to a landscape of hell and heaven.
Right.
Well, so then why not continue the abstraction and say, look, what we're really trying to avoid here is hell.
Oh, yeah.
What we're really trying to move towards is heaven. Yeah, but but as soon as you do that, you're in a religious landscape.
No, but my name for hell is... It's very interesting because, like, you and I were talking about this at dinner. We were talking about this at dinner and how the overlap or lack of overlap between our audiences. And so, like, I just heard from your audience there, and
you might have heard from the odd convert.
But what's amazing to me is, so, like, I have to do some work to figure out what point they think you made. Because
wait a second. Wait,
no. Hold on.
No. I said if you're going to produce a fiction, why not go right to the end?
Okay,
because you did produce a fiction.
You can tell stories by way of communicating certain ideas. I mean, that's obviously, I'm not saying stories aren't incredibly powerful and useful and inevitable, right? It's like
Wait, I think you are. You might not be saying that they're not inevitable, but you are debating their utility and power. Because you said that you don't need the story as an intermediary.
Now we have a few doors open here, which I think we should extract the most out of these areas that we've touched and not run on to something else. So I think there's, to talk about the utility of story, right, which is obviously a fact about the world and about human psychology that you're reading a lot into and more into than I'm reading, right? And the people we just heard from love that you...
Well, maybe I'm reading more into it than you are. I'm not sure about that.
But you talk a lot about the primacy of stories, and you are trying to get me to admit that even I helplessly resort to storytelling to make my points, right?
Well, you did there.
I think this is a good place for us to, and I don't want us to get bogged down, but I think it's a good place for us to touch this topic of the distinction between literal and metaphorical truth, which you might want to introduce it, but because that in my mind that covers this different emphasis on stories.
Okay, briefly, but we are at 60 minutes, and we had agreed to go an hour and 15 before we start Q&A. So I agree that metaphorical truth is relevant here. Metaphorical truth is my argument that there are some things which are literally false, but if you behave as if they were true, you come out ahead of where you would if you behaved according to the fact that they are false, and so that these things hover in a kind of intermediate space. To call them false is incorrect.
Right. And I hear Jordan wanting to call them true because they're so useful, right?
Well, but you also look, this is what happens in the moral landscape, I think. Tell me why I'm wrong, because I'm really trying to understand it. See, I think you dealt with G.E. Moore's problem of infinite regress by staking a moral proposition. And your moral proposition was, look, here's a way things can be horrible, and here's a way things can be good. Can we accept that this is horrible and this is good, and that we should move towards good? And if the answer is yes, we can accept that, then we can proceed. And maybe we can even proceed with extracting values from facts, but we have to accept that a priori presupposition first. And you insist that we have to accept it because it's objectively true. And I don't think that's correct.
Well, so let me just get the proposition clear.
Yeah.
So my argument is that the worst possible misery for everyone is bad.
That's hell.
Okay, so hell is the religious version of that, but you can forget about religion or whether there's a God or anything else. That we live in a universe that admits of the possibility of experience. I'm asking you to imagine a universe where every conscious mind, every mind that can have an experience, is tuned to the worst possible experience for that mind for as long as possible. So there's no silver lining, there are no lessons learned. Everything that can suffer suffers as much as it possibly can for as long as it can. Now that includes human beings, it includes animals, it includes future AI that we might build that can suffer. It includes beings that we'll never know about, right? So my argument is that's bad. If anything is bad, that's bad.
Okay, we don't disagree that hell is bad.
If the word bad is going to mean anything, that's bad. And you can't say...
That's fine, but it's not a factual claim.
No, it is. It's a factual. It's a claim about... So I would argue to you, and again, it's hard to impart this intuition if someone doesn't share it, but if someone doesn't share this intuition, I have no way of interpreting any other word that comes out of their mouth after they admit they don't share this. So I mean, so just imagine someone saying...
But even that doesn't make it a factual claim.
No, so again...
So you guys are going to get stuck here, and I think you're going to...
Yeah. No, again, give us 1 more minute.
Okay, one more minute.
1 more minute, because I don't think we'll get stuck here. Every claim we make about anything, at a certain point, if you trace all the tools we're using down to, turtles all the way down to something that we can't explain and justify, right? This is true of physics, it's true of mathematics. I just said it was true of arithmetic. Gödel proved it's true of arithmetic. I mean, we have intuitions of truth that can't be cashed out by recourse to the system itself. And it's true morally, I would argue, in this sense, that yes, the worst possible misery for everyone is bad. And if you're going to say, well, okay, who knows? Maybe it's good.
What does bad mean?
What bad means that...
Again, you guys are going to get stuck. Let me try to help.
It's okay. Really. It's okay. What does bad mean?
I agree with you. I really think that we're going to go down a rabbit hole here, and we'll never come back out.
This is a crucial issue. It's an absolutely crucial issue.
This is why you get stuck.
All right, so we have a mutiny here. We're at war with our moderator.
Yes.
Give us 2 more minutes, because it is crucial.
Okay. Well, so let me...
I mean, honestly...
By the way, I have a prediction that in 2 minutes we won't be any farther than we are now.
Okay, let's bet. I'll bet you $1. You're literally playing devil's advocate here, because you don't believe that hell might be good.
No,
right?
Of course not.
Okay,
I didn't say that for a second.
So you're willing...
I agree that it's bad, by definition.
This isn't I would argue that anything if you're going to use the word bad and good, or better and worse, or make any value judgment about anything, it will, implicit in those judgments will be an acknowledgement, whether you're going to acknowledge it or not when I put the question to you, that the worst possible misery for everyone is bad. You can't use the word bad unless you're going to acknowledge that.
I'm not disagreeing in the least about that.
Okay,
not a bit.
So it's built into your good and badding with respect to every other situation in life.
Fine, I agree.
Like, if you're going home tomorrow and a bus drives by and cuts your hand off, and you say, well, that was bad. It only makes sense with reference to this underlying claim. Well, it would be worse if the other hand got cut off too, and everyone's hands got cut off.
You're beating a dead horse here, man. I agree with you.
So I'm saying that everyone assumes this, whether they claim to or not.
Okay.
This is how I bring G.E. Moore's argument to end.
Yeah, right.
He says his argument depends on it being intelligible at that point to say, well, is that really bad? Is it really bad? Okay, well, what would really bad be if the worst possible misery for everyone didn't get you there, right? There's no other space to occupy.
I'm also not disputing the utility of your move to bring G.E. Moore's infinite regress to an end. I'm disputing something very specific. I'm disputing the issue that that's a factual claim. That's all. Well, hell is bad. We should avoid it. It brings Moore's infinite regress to an end. All of that, I agree.
It's deeper than a factual claim. It's just a claim about it's a claim that is required to make any value judgment intelligible.
Right, any value judgment.
So it's like it's not an arithmetical claim. So an arithmetical claim about addition in this case is.
Now you're making my point for me.
You could say the same thing. You could say, when I say 2 + 2 makes 4, you could say, but is that a factual claim? And there's some way of jiggering the way you talk about facts with respect to mathematics, where I could say, well, it's not a factual claim, but it's an arithmetical claim. It's a mathematical claim.
Well, right? I'm also not trying to...
I don't see a need to balkanize our claims in this way.
Yep, fine. What I'm trying to do what I'm really trying to do, the problem I have with your argument, and this isn't, I don't mean that you're wrong. I see what you're doing, and I see why you're doing it, and it's, as far as I can tell, it's laudable. the problem is that as far as I can tell, there's problems it doesn't solve, and there's other problems it leaves unaddressed that don't have to be unsolved or unaddressed. And one of the problems is this problem of the intermediary interpretive structure. And you already said we need intuitions to guide our interrelationship with facts. Okay, so we've already agreed on that. So the question is, what are the nature of these intuitions? And I'm saying some of those intuitions take the place of stories, take the form of stories, but even more than that. So I'm going to go after the hell thing again, okay? Because you said, well, it's bad, and you made sure that I also agreed with that, which I do. I agree with that. And then it's a point of profound agreement between you and I. Like, I've spent my entire life trying to understand why people did the worst things they could possibly imagine in the service of their dogmatic beliefs. And so I think that that's not good, seriously, and I'm no fan of moral relativism. So we're on the same page there. Now, but what I noticed when you wrote The Moral Landscape is you tell it, and I'm not trying to trap you, you tell a story about, it looks to me like it's a story about heaven versus hell, essentially. Let me use that language momentarily. But it's also a story about good versus evil. And this is why, is because the question is, what's bad about hell? Now, you say the suffering. It's like, fair enough, man. True enough, but not true enough. So in Dante's vision...
What's also bad about hell? In addition to the suffering.
The actions that put you there, the malevolence that generates it.
Okay, but that's part of the suffering. So
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not the same as the suffering. It's not the having your hand cut off. It's the pleasure that's derived by the person who cut it off. And that is a different thing.
That's more. But that's part of my picture.
Well, but wait, it's an important. The distinction is important. For example,
but Jordan, my picture of the moral landscape includes all of this. It includes everything that, and this is why I don't readily answer to the name of utilitarian or consequentialist, because the way those views tend to be taught, they tend to take as in the tally of consequences, you leave out the psychological implications of being the sort of person who would have sought those consequences or behaved that way, right? So I would grant you, and I'm explicit about this whenever I talk about this, that part of the picture of any consequentialist discussion of well-being is everything about the human mind and social relationships and societies born of all the individuals living together. Everything there that leads to different states of consciousness. So if like you having negative intentions towards other people that give you that produce certain negative actions in the world, those intentions themselves are part of the consequential picture. Those intentions themselves close the door to certain kinds of positive mental states that you don't have. Let's say you don't have compassion because you wake up every morning just trying to figure out how to manipulate people. Well, not being able to feel compassion for other people is a bad thing for many reasons we could adduce. And yet the usual consequentialist picture just looks at what's happening out in the world in terms of the body count, and that's not, it's all part of this picture. We're all talking, anything that can possibly affect a conscious mind anywhere is part of the picture that I'm painting, that I'm calling the moral landscape.
Okay, so
I want you to let me step in. I think I can.
We need to bring you guys.
I can get us somewhere. All right, I'm going to start with you, Sam. Let's swap out the idea of metaphorical truth for something a little harder-headed. Heuristics, right? We have heuristics. We use them to perceive the world. They're often highly reliable. In fact, almost everything that you believe that lets you operate has to be a heuristic of some kind. I mean, if you decided to learn to drive and you got into the car and they said, okay, well, it's all quarks out there, right? You need to understand how quarks interact with each other.
Not useful. Yeah.
Right, not useful, right? What you need are some heuristics in which you can stipulate that there's something called a vehicle out there and you don't have to be overly precise about what it is and you learn to avoid it, okay? The heuristics vary a lot in quality. Some of them are really good. The periodic tables are really good, okay? The idea of gravitational potential energy is kind of crappy, right? If I have phone on a table here, I can tell you how much potential energy it has by measuring its mass and its distance from the ground, but if I've got a hole at one depth on one side of the table and another depth on the other side of the table, I can't calculate it because it's a crappy heuristic. Works well enough in regular stuff.
Right.
Now here's the question. What if these religious texts are heuristics through which most people simplify calculations that they are in no position to do based on the limited amount that they are capable of perceiving, the amount that they understand about the things that are in play. So they're deploying these heuristics maybe to reduce things that degrade well-being. If it were true that religious heuristics increased well-being by allowing people to actually, on average, operate in the world in a way that increased well-being, what would you say about them then?
Well, I would worry much less about them, obviously. I mean, and that's why I don't treat all religions equally. I mean, they're religions I literally never think about because I'm not seeing the daily casualties of those belief systems. So,
but you say that as people get away from fundamental versions of these things, and I'm not advocating for fundamentalism here, but you say yourself, as people get away from the fundamental versions of these things, things tend to go haywire. And so, in essence, what you're saying is that as
they tend to go haywire in what sense?
Oh, I thought I was interpreting...
multiplicity of interpretations.
Right.
Well, yeah, but so people are in,
That's
people
the
are in
moral
search of better
relativism problem.
heuristics. I think the pressure is some of these heuristics are obviously so bad that there's civilizational pressure to find better interpretations.
But you said that the fundamentalists have an advantage.
Yeah.
What is that advantage?
Because if you just go back to the text and say, listen, I want to understand what these words mean, right? You get at the first pass the quote literal interpretation, right? And you're not bringing any armamentarium you've got from the outside, from other parts of culture, to parse the text. You're just trying to, if it's in English and you speak English, you're just trying to decode the words, right? And when it says, if the girl's not a virgin on her wedding night, take her to her father's doorstep and stone her to death. That you know what stone means, you know what girl means, you know what father means, and you're 90% there to an obvious atrocity. Right?
I get the horror of it, and we'll get to that in a second here. Yeah. But the basic point is to say that the fundamentalists have an advantage is to acknowledge something functional about those stories, which I'm claiming are going to be some kind of evolutionary heuristic for living a life. Doesn't make them defensible.
They have an advantage. It's not an advantage that. It's an advantage. It's a mimetic advantage. It's an advantage. ISIS has the advantage when the people who share their interpretation of Islam. They have, it's why someone like Anwar al-Awlaki could make YouTube videos that so many people found compelling. It's because it's totally straightforward. It's like the advantage is, listen, there's a lot of people spending a lot of time lying to you about what these books mean and what the prophet and how he lived, right? You know in your heart that my interpretation of this is correct. You just read the words, right? And there's a strength in that. There's an honesty in that. It's clear when it says sacrifice a goat. Goat means goat, right? Like you don't have to do something else to make goat mean having nothing to do with goat, right? And so that it's an asymmetric war of if you're going to try to make your dogmas more and more palatable by importing stuff that clearly was never even in the worldview of anyone who birthed these religions, you're not doing that because you want to live even more by God's word. No, you found some of God's words unacceptable, right? And every fundamentalist can sniff that out, and they're right to sniff it out because in fact it is in fact the motivation.
Okay, good. So I think we've got a tenuous kind of agreement that there might be some kind of utility, that utility might be morally questionable sometimes, but that there is some reason that people would resort to a fundamental, simple interpretation because as they depart from that interpretation, things get more difficult and it creates some kind of disadvantage.
Well, part of the problem with that would be that as you move away from the text, you fractionate the moral belief system and you end up with a nihilistic situation. So as you move away from dogmatism, you move towards the parallel danger, which is moral relativism and nihilism. And so hopefully you can find some balance. So let me ask you...
No, I want to ask you a question.
Oh, yes, okay. Yeah.
So
and also, what time do we actually stop this part?
We
Because
have,
it's 10.
I just missed the time card, but I think we have another couple of minutes. Okay. So
there's no objective reality to time, I think.
Actually, it's a pretty good conversation we could have. But
okay.
So here's my question for you: is if we agree that there is some way in which religious texts carry some kind of value because they allow people to figure out how to navigate their lives in ways that might reduce suffering, reduce the complexity of the choices that they have to make, presumably you will agree that that would be consistent with an evolutionary interpretation, that the fact that the stories themselves are functional would provide an advantage to those who were deploying them.
Yes.
So here's the problem. Isn't it then also true that those stories are responsive to past environments? And so the claim that these things might be timeless would be suspect. And in fact, you would expect a spectrum of durability. Some stories would be right in a brief moment and...
Yes.
Okay.
All that's true.
All that's true.
So far, so good.
Well, so far, so good. This is actually, I think, quite excellent then, because what we have is a recognition that there is something to these belief systems that has to do with practical realities in the past, and we also have an acknowledgement that we cannot trust in these things based on simple faith, because even if they can be certain to have worked at some point in the past, we don't know what their relevance is to the present.
Right. Okay. Fair enough.
All right.
I would say that's two things about that. That's exactly why we're having this discussion. And you see, what happens in the most profound of such texts is the idea that the process by which your knowledge is updated has to occupy a position in the hierarchy of values that supersedes your reliance on dogma is the fundamental claim. That's why, for example, in Christianity, the notion is that the word is the highest of values, and that's the embodied word, and that's the thing that mediates between order and chaos, and everything else has to be subject to that. And I would say that's not a claim that's unique to Christianity. So, for example,
okay, no, I think because we're being told we're out of time here, so I want to give Sam his reaction to that as well, and then we'll move on to Q&A.
Well, I'm tempted to just ask Jordan a question here. I mean, it's hard to know what to save for tomorrow night, but I feel like we've got 3,000 people sitting here who would really like an answer to this question. You say you believe in God. You have been...
No, I say I act as if he exists.
You say what?
I say I act as if he exists,
okay,
which is a much more precise claim.
Okay, so then what, but in this case, so you act as though God exists.
Yep.
And in addition, I've heard you say that I act as though God exists, that I can't really be an atheist.
So far it seems that.
Right, yeah.
We'll see.
The night is young.
Yeah.
So in that sense, I'm not really an atheist. I've heard you say this. So that
well, some of you is.
Well, if I were really an atheist, I would be far more poorly behaved than in fact I am. Right? I would be like Raskolnikov committing murders and assuming there was nothing wrong with it.
It would be more likely, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So
wait, that's a big distinction.
I need to know.
Would be more likely.
What was that?
It's a big distinction. That you would is very different than it would be more likely. Taking the safety off the gun is not the same thing as shooting it, right?
Yeah.
The temptations laid open to Raskolnikov would be more at hand.
Okay.
Just as they were to him.
So, in what sense do you mean? What is the God that you act as though he, she, it exists? And what is the God-shaped thing I must have in my life to prevent me from being a, quote, real atheist?
Well, Okay, first of all, I have to point out that there's no possible way I can answer both those questions in 2 minutes.
Well, it's the same question. I mean,
yeah,
what do you mean by God?
Okay, well, I'm going to tell you some of the things that I mean by God. Okay?
We do have to get to questions.
Maybe we're going to do this tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe this is where we start. Oh, God. Well, that was a pretty resounding no.
It seems like that constitutes an audience question, wouldn't you say?
All right, I tell you what. Let's... Let's do this, but let's be deliberate about time.
Okay. Well, I'm going to read some things that I wrote because it's so complicated that I'm not sure that I can just spin it off the top of my head, and so you'll have to excuse me. And what I'm going to do is sort of paint a picture by highlighting different things. So now I already made one point here. I made the point that part of the conception of God that underlies the Western ethos is the notion that whatever God is expressed in the truthful speech that rectifies pathological hierarchies. And that isn't all it does. It also confronts the chaos of being itself and generates habitable order. That's the metaphysical proposition. And that's best conceptualized as at least one element of God. And so I would think about it as a transcendent reality that's only observable across the longest of time frames, the longest of iterated time frames, to your point. So here's some propositions, and they're complicated, and they need to be unpacked. So I'm just going to read them, and that'll have to do for the time being. So God is how we imaginatively and collectively represent the existence and action of consciousness across time, as the most real aspects of existence manifest themselves across the longest of time frames, but are not necessarily apprehensible as objects in the here and now. So what that means in some sense is that you have conceptions of reality built into your biological and metaphysical structure that are a consequence of processes of evolution that occurred over unbelievably vast expanses of time, and that structure your perception of reality in ways that it wouldn't be structured if you only lived for the amount of time that you're going to live. And that's also part of the problem of deriving values from facts, because you're evanescent and you can't derive the right values from the facts that portray themselves to you in your lifespan, which is why you have a biological structure that's like 3.5 billion years old. So God is that which eternally dies and is reborn in the pursuit of higher being and truth. That's a fundamental element of hero mythology. God is the highest value in the hierarchy of values. That's another way of looking at it. God is what calls and what responds in the eternal call to adventure. God is the voice of conscience. God is the source of judgment and mercy and guilt. God is the future to which we make sacrifices and something akin to the transcendental repository of reputation. Here's a cool one if you're an evolutionary biologist. God is that which selects among men in the eternal hierarchy of men. So, men arrange themselves into hierarchies, and then men rise in the hierarchy. And there's principles that are important that determine the probability of their rise, and those principles aren't tyrannical power. They're something like the ability to articulate truth and the ability to be competent and the ability to make appropriate moral judgments. And if you can do that in a given situation, then all the other men will vote you up the hierarchy, so to speak, and that will radically increase your reproductive fitness. And the operation of that process across long expanses of time looks to me like it's codified in something like the notion of God the Father. It's also the same thing that makes men attractive to women, because women peel off the top of the male hierarchy, and the question is what should be at the top of the hierarchy, and the answer right now is tyranny as part of the patriarchy, but the real answer is something more like the ability to use truthful speech in the service of, let's say, well-being. And so that's something that operates across tremendous expanses of time, and it plays a role in the selection for survival itself, which makes it a fundamental reality.
Jordan, if I can I just cut in here with one question?
I'll stop with that for now.
What? So I was not hearing in that list of attributes a God who could care if anyone masturbated. I was not hearing a God who...
Depends on what else is stopping you from doing, Sam.
Sorry, I missed that.
I said it depends on what else it's stopping you from doing.
Well, yeah, okay, so it's
Yeah, but
important to live.
but seriously.
It's important to do something other than masturbate.
Yes. Yes, which actually constitutes a problem for many people.
Which is harder than it sounds. I'm not hearing a God, a personal God who can possibly hear anyone's prayers, much less answer them, right? And I'm wondering what percentage of religious people who would say, "Oh yeah, I believe in God and it's the most important thing in my life." What percentage of those religious people do you think have in mind a God of the sort you just described?
I don't know, Sam. It's a good question, because when I go talk to people, when I talk to people online and use exactly this terminology, millions of people listen. So it's not so obvious what percentage of people see it this way. It may be that they have the intuitions, but they haven't been articulated well.
I mean, this is the problem. This is what worries me about this. So, I mean, you could do the same thing with the idea of ghosts, right? So people traditionally have believed in ghosts. It's an archetype, you might say, the ghost. Survival of death is certainly an archetype. And we know what most people most of the time mean when they say they believe in ghosts. And I say, I don't believe in ghosts. And you say, no, you do believe in ghosts. Ghosts are your relationship to the unseen. That's a ghost. So you have a new definition of ghost that you're putting in the place provided, which I have to say, well, of course I have a relationship to the unseen, so yeah, I guess I do believe in ghosts. You know, you win that argument. But that simply isn't what most people mean by a ghost. Most people
but you
mean,
can't use that simplified argument about my conception of ghosts as an analogy for the propositions that I just put forward.
This is what I see you do. I mean, maybe you have more to say on the topic of God, but this is what I hear you doing with God. You have defined the God that most people believe in, and we know this is the God that most people believe in.
I was asked what God I believed in.
Yes, no, but I'm asking you what percentage. Yes, but you by shifting the definition, you have robbed the noun, the traditional noun, of its traditional meaning, and you're imparting to people a sense.
Wait a second.
I'm not so sure.
What do you mean by
this.
traditional meaning? Look, it's one of the elemental claims in the Old Testament is that you're not even supposed to utter the name of God, because by defining it too tightly, you lose its essence. And so let's not be talking about what the classical definition of God is here, okay? It's a historical non-starter. Okay, and there's plenty of religions that make it...
Can I check in with the audience? Is the audience all right with us continuing down this road?
No, okay.
So, can I jump in here?
You're sacrificing your Q&A.
So, yeah, that it is at the expense of Q&A. That's what you're giving up. But I think it's probably worth it. So, let me say, Sam, I do not believe in a supernatural God. But the God that I heard Jordan just describe, I do not have any difficulty understanding why he might care if you masturbate, and I also don't have any trouble figuring out how he might answer prayers.
Well, tell me more then.
Well, I can tell you how a prayer might be answered.
Okay, but these are
it's specific, so you could let me do that.
So it'll be interesting. So I'm not Jordan. We've not talked about this. If I heard an answer from him that actually would satisfy me as to what the mechanism of action might be, that'd be pretty interesting. And if he can tell me what I heard, I think it would suggest that we're not just making up stories here.
Okay, so you might like this, you maybe not, but it's possible. Okay, so imagine that. Okay, so let's imagine that hellish situation that you laid out. Okay, but let's put the extra twist in it, because one of the things that we both decided, I think, was that you also have to build in the intent into that. So let's say the hell that we're talking about isn't the victim of the terrible massacres that you laid out in the Jungle Story, but a perpetrator. Okay, so someone who's actually acted in a malevolent manner, truly malevolent manner. Okay, or maybe perhaps we wouldn't have to take that extreme case. We could say, well, perhaps you've decided that, you've decided that you've seriously done something wrong. Okay, and that you want to get away from hell, you want to make things better. Okay, so here's an exercise you can try. So here, what you do is you sit on the edge of your bed and you say, okay, what I did was wrong. And you have to really believe this, right? So you've thought about it. It's killing you. It's killing you. So now you're penitent and you're confessing, let's say. And you're confessing to yourself as much as to anyone. And you say, I really want to know what I did wrong. And I really want to know what I could do to put it right. And I'm willing to accept any answer that will manifest itself to me. Try that. See what happens.
Well,
that's a prayer that will be answered, and it won't be answered in the way that you want it to be answered. I can bloody well tell you that.
Okay, but that...
Well, what are you communicating with when you do that?
No, that is something that is a process that I'm familiar with. It doesn't require any supernatural explanation, and it certainly doesn't require that we imagine that any of our books were dictated by the creator of the universe.
I didn't say that it required any supernatural explanation or that it required the book. I was asked to provide an instance of prayer that worked, and that's what I did. I didn't do anything other than that.
That's fully understandable in terms of human psychology. And
it's not understandable because we don't know where the answer comes from.
Well, we don't know where anything comes from.
That's true.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. But that doesn't open the door. I mean, one thing we can know with absolute certainty is that whoever wrote the Bible didn't know either, and there's many other things he or she didn't know, like everything else we know scientifically, right?
It's not so obvious what people know and what they don't know.
No one even knew the brain was involved in any of this. Right. So
yeah, but they probably knew about as much as we do about how the brain was involved in it.
But we've already established in some tenuous way that things that nobody understands could have evolved into these stories in some way that would be useful, but nobody knew what they were writing when they wrote it. Right.
The problem is that you can. So again, this has been focused through the lens of your attachment to Christianity largely, but Hinduism is a completely different set of stories, right? And many of them, the logic, the emotional logic, the psychological import, many of them have the opposite valence from any Christian story you would tell. The whole notion of, like, for instance, the whole notion of good and evil, right, which has such primacy. I mean, you talk about religion being deeper than ethics because ethics just deals with right and wrong, and religion deals with good and evil, right? At bedrock, okay? Good and evil do not have the same meaning in the East. Buddhism and Hinduism do something very different with good and evil.
I'm willing to accept your definitions of good and evil for the current argument.
The truth is, there's just not even, evil is just ignorance on some level. It's just, evil is just
You haven't met any real evil people if you believe that.
Well, okay, so then all the Hindus and Buddhists are wrong about this. That's a possible claim. I'm just saying that there's over 1 billion people who have a religious system of stories from which they derive all kinds of meaning, to which they're mightily attached, to where we could play the same game of archetypal interpretation and valuing, and yet the cash value with respect to good and evil is irreconcilable with what you get from Christianity.
But it doesn't have to be interoperable, right?
Well, but the point, my point is, we live in a reality. Presumably, Hinduism is also useful as a set of heuristics for Hindus. And if Hinduism, as a matter of doctrine, and as a matter of the interpretations of the heuristics by the devout in both systems, if Hinduism and Christianity are irreconcilable, right, then there must be a deeper level of reality that explains why they both work, that can't be reducible to Christianity being true or Hinduism being true. Right.
Yeah, look, Sam, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that objection. So this is one of the immense problems, obviously, that actually leads down the road to the kind of nihilism that you were objecting to in the moral landscape. It's like one of the things that Nietzsche said that's very much apropos to this, is that, it's one thing to have your belief system shattered by the observation that there are other belief systems that are incommensurate, that seem to have equal utility. So that's, but it's even worse is that once you make the observation that there are other belief systems that have equal utility, then it can shatter your belief in belief systems themselves. And then you're in the postmodern nihilist landscape, and that's a big problem.
Or you could just be in a more fundamental landscape that subsumes both of those belief systems.
That's fine. Let's hope that can happen.
Yeah.
But I would say that's the landscape that I'm trying to pursue. Now, you said that that I've been approaching this, say, from a Christian perspective in this dialogue, and to some degree that's true, but there are reasons for that. But I would also say, I'm also doing what you recommend doing. Because in Maps of Meaning, for example, because you said, well, what about this problem of multiple interpretations of the text?
You wrote Maps of Meaning.
What's that?
You wrote Maps of Meaning. I wrote The Moral Landscape.
I'm sorry, I must have missed. Sorry, I must have missed. I misspoke, and I'm starting to get tired. But what I tried to do, I tried to address that problem seriously. Like, it's a really big problem. It's the problem of multiple interpretations. It's the postmodern problem. Is that there's an infinite number of potential interpretations. Okay, so so what do we do about that? And the answer is, it's something you allude to, in The Moral Landscape. Mm-hmm. And it's part of the basis of your argument why these things need to be grounded in facts. So, because that is part of the answer to the problem of an infinite number of interpretations. In Maps of Meaning, I tried to do what E.O. Wilson recommended, but this was before he wrote his book. I tried to use a consilience approach. So I looked at multiple religious systems. I looked at Christianity. I looked at evolutionary biology. I looked at philosophy. I looked at neuroscience. And I looked at the literature on emotion and motivation and the literature on play that was very nicely delineated by Piaget. And I tried to see where there was a pattern that repeated across all dimensions of evaluation, which is exactly what you do, for example, when you use your 5 senses to detect something real in the world. And that's what Wilson recommended, was a consilience approach. And so my proposition was, if it manifests itself here, and here, and here, and here, and here, 6 places, and it's always the same pattern, then the probability that that pattern exists independent of my delusional interpretation is radically decreased.
Yeah, my claim, however, is that many of these things don't repeat. In fact, they're flipped around completely based on different religious assumptions in different cultures. And again, I mean, I would just argue, I mean, we can table this for another discussion.
I was trying to dispense with those.
But I'm just saying something as fundamental as evil doesn't run through all these cultures and all these religious traditions.
Then how can you make the claim that everyone would agree with your description of what constitutes bad in the beginning of the moral landscape?
It would be, it's not evil in the sense that it's, there's bad and good, there's better and worse. There's better and worse.
Sam, there's either universal moral intuitions or there aren't. Which is it?
Yes, no, but
so
evil.
Are some moral intuitions universal?
Yes, no, I would think, listen, we are just human beings, right? We're human beings first, before we're Hindu or Buddhist or Christian. I mean, we all get indoctrinated into the religion of our parents. This is an artifice that's laid on top of something far deeper. That should be obvious.
So,
right? We're trying to get down to what's deeper.
Okay, so there may be some moral universals.
Sure, I think.
Okay, Jordan.
Is
it possible that there are some moral intuitions that are highly specific to particular traditions and wouldn't translate over to others?
Yes. It's highly probable, because there would be environment-specific adaptations, like the environment-specific tool use of chimpanzees.
Right. Or maybe it's not even the environment. Maybe it's the self-consistency of the belief pattern in question. So
I would put that in the broader environment. It might be a consequence of the particularities of that culture. There would be things that, look, think about it like languages. Like many, and this is kind of an answer to the problem that you laid out, which is a real problem. I'm not trying to deny the problem. If you look at, there's a lot of languages, lots of languages. Look at how different they are. It's like, yeah, at some levels of analysis, they're fundamentally different. And at other levels of analysis, they're fundamentally the same, which is how we know that they're languages. And you could say, well, there's a very large number of stories. It's like, yes, there are. But the fact that there's enough commonality across the class of stories, the set of all possible stories, so that we can identify what constitutes a story. And I would say that there's enough commonality across the set of all possible good stories that we can say, well, here's a canonical good story, which is, by the way, what you do at the beginning of the moral landscape. Because you say, this is horrible, this is good. We should move from what's horrible to what's good. Say, yes, you've taken a fragment of the universal story and you've made it the axiom of your moral system, which is what you should do. But the claim that I think is not helpful, even though I understand it, is that that's purely a claim of unmediated fact. It's like, no, there is no unmediated fact.
There is, yes. Even facts aren't unmediated facts. I mean, you can't judge something to be factual without presupposing the validity of certain intuitions, like that causes precede events, or causes precede their effects, and those intuitions could be wrong. I mean, we could live in a teleological universe where everything's getting pulled into the future by some kind of attractor, right? And our notion of causation is totally backwards. That remains to be discovered, and we would use other intuitions to make that discovery. But again, you do pull yourself up by your bootstraps, and that there's no branch of science or mathematics or anything fundamental, logic, that can get away from that.
Right, right. Well, and that's another place.
But given that picture, that doesn't render all intuitions equally respectable.
Absolutely.
Right? Someone
agree.
says, well, I happen to have an intuition that Joseph Smith saw those golden tablets and they were, and Mormonism is true. That's not the sort of intuition we're talking about here. Your intuition doesn't grant you insight into history.
What we could say, and this would be an elaboration of Bret's point, is that moral intuitions of the sort that you're describing have different zones of relevance. So there's some things that would only work as an intuition in very delimited areas of time and space, let's say. There's a hierarchy of moral intuitions, and the more profound the intuition, the more it works as a universal truth across context, just like in a scientific truth. So scientific truth is more profound. This is why the postmodernist readings of Thomas Kuhn are wrong, is that the idea that protons are real is really fundamental, because no matter what span of time and space that you pick, you're going to encounter protons. It works everywhere. And then with moral intuitions, let's say, or moral a prioris, you have the same issue, is some of them are so delimited that they only work here and now. And those are sort of impulsive, low-level intuitions, a whim even. But some of them are really, really deep. The ones, for example, the one that orients you to make the claim that you made in the moral landscape, that the hellish story is bad and the heavenly story is good,
right.
I would say that's one of the deepest, most context-independent moral intuitions, which is kind of the claim you make, except you claim that it's
and again,
a fact.
Back to my fundamental concern here in the difference, with respect to the difference with how we talk about these things, to call that thing God is fine. That's a God I have no problem with, right? But that's not how most people most of the time are using the word. And there's something misleading about that, and that worries me.
Yeah, well, if the claim that you're making is that we're all deeply confused about the nature of divinity and ultimate reality, it's like, yes, clearly.
Well, another thing we agree on.
I also don't disagree. Look, I've never made the claim that what I'm talking about is like what other people are talking about. I mean, it is in some ways, but I've not made that claim, so I don't see why that's a justifiable criticism. It's like...
Well, no, it's a criticism with respect to the very likely effects of communicating in that way. Because I see the results of that communication. It's a little bit, I mean, this is going to sound more invidious than it is, but this is the kind of thing that I get into with Deepak Chopra.
Yeah.
Deepak and I agree about a lot.
I think it's more invidious than it sounds, actually.
Yeah. Well, you're not wearing rhinestone glasses. If you graduate to that, we'll have more of a problem. But Deepak clearly wants to let his audience believe that everything they're into is on some level justifiable by his reading of quantum spookiness, right?
Yeah.
So if you want to go out and just buy a lot of crystals and think they're going to heal you, it has something to do with the quantum nature of reality.
Absolutely nothing like me.
No, but I think Deepak could say, if I got his back to the wall, Deepak could honestly say, listen, I've never said anything about crystals, right? I'm not selling crystals. I've never said they work. but it's the way in which he's failing to make the clear differentiation. The fact that it takes you 20 minutes to admit that a lot of the Bible is filled with barbaric nonsense.
I don't think it took me 20 minutes to admit that.
Well, yeah. We'll go to the tape on that.
These things matter. These things matter. And
I'm just saying, it's like you own
look,
it.
If you're saying that there's a danger,
if you're in a parish of 1,
yeah,
or in a parish of 1,000, or a parish of 100,000, but not in the parish that has anything in common with the Bible thumpers in my country who think that Jesus is very likely coming back in their lifetime because he never died, and he's going to judge the living and the dead, and there will be a resurrection and hellfire and all the rest. If that's not the game you're playing at all, own it.
Why are you all applauding about that? It's like, what do you mean own it? It's like, I already made my claim. It's like, I'm not playing a religious fundamentalist game, so what's all the applause about? So I don't understand that. And own it, it's like, I was as clear as I possibly could be when I delineated my answer to the question. People say, well, what do you mean by God?
Someone once asked you if Jesus was resurrected.
You want a 1-second answer?
But no.
Well, forget it, man.
Jordan, wait a minute, hold on.
I think we can actually.
This is a complicated
One
problem.
second. No, yeah. I mean, I don't want to end on a note of acrimony. But someone once asked you whether you thought Jesus was literally resurrected, and you said it would take me 40 hours to answer that question. Okay, that's the kind of thing I'm responding to here. You don't need to do that if you have a clear-cut answer to that question.
I don't have a clear-cut answer to that question.
And if you don't, that connects with many other things that we still have to talk about.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, I
definitely.
mean, because that.
It isn't obvious in the biblical account that Christ was literally resurrected. So it's not simple. This is not simple.
No, but if the question is, do you think let's put it probabilistically. I mean, anything's possible. I'll tell you that it's possible that he was physically resurrected. I mean, it's even possible.
But wait a second, I didn't
with respect
say
to quantum
that he
mechanics.
was.
The point is,
I said it would take me 40 hours to answer the question. I didn't say that he was.
Okay, how's this for an answer? Almost certainly not. What's wrong with that answer?
You want?
I think I know what's wrong with that answer.
It's a fine answer, and people have been giving that answer for a very long period of time, but the idea doesn't seem to go away.
Okay, but that's evidence of what exactly?
I don't know.
Okay.
Well, I can tell you one thing it's an evidence of. There's a deep idea.
Let this be the doorway to our next 3-hour conversation.
Sure,
because clearly
sure.
So we have 10 minutes left.
Okay. Oh, well then, let's answer that question in 10 minutes.
So wait, I want you to trust me here. You for whatever reason decided I should moderate, so I want you to trust me. For one thing,
you have been doing yeoman's work.
Sam, I really would like to answer that question. But I'm trying to figure out. People seem to think that I'm trying to evade the question. It's like, I'm not evading the question, I'm trying to figure it out. People have been arguing about this for 2,000 years. It's like, it's not simple.
But that's a symptom of the effect of religious dogmatism for 2,000 years.
No, it's not.
Okay.
It's partly a symptom of that. It's also partly a symptom of the idea.
The resurrection of Jesus is clearly an important question, but you've raised a much bigger and more pressing question for the audience, which is whether or not God cares whether they masturbate. So I actually think if we pursue that answer, that we will actually wrap this up in a way that...
You want to end this on masturbation?
I think we owe it to them, too.
Okay.
So, give me a little leash.
The floor is yours.
Okay, great. How did I end up here? All right. So here's the question. Let's just figure out if we can determine why God might care if you masturbate, right? So let's suppose that we have a story, a heuristic of some kind that stands in for something. And the story is God is watching,
He sees you always. He doesn't want you masturbating, so don't you dare. What happens?
What happens?
Yeah.
Well, it's a rather ineffectual
You sure?
idea. Yeah. Well, I mean,
you don't think that story prevented lots of people from masturbating?
Well, no, but I think the reality was that you had people masturbating and feeling terrible about it, and you had a whole layer of sexual neurosis that got grafted onto human psychology unnecessarily.
Okay,
I mean, Christianity has a certain typology of sexual hang-uppery, which you know the tantrics don't have.
So, if I understand you correctly, you are agreeing that a certain number of people will have masturbated.
Some of them joined the priesthood and raped little boys. I mean, that's all
let's
of a piece.
not go there. Let's stick with the topic. So a certain number of people will have masturbated. They will have thought.
Honestly, it's the same topic. I mean, the taboos around masturbation, the taboos around sexuality prior to marriage, the taboo around divorce, all of the taboo around out-of-wedlock birth, the ideal of celibacy in the priesthood, all of that is just a diabolical machine of needless sexual conflict and misery.
Hold on.
But yes, okay.
You have to take diabolical out of there.
How's the whole flood of pornography thing working out for you?
I will grant you that there is some interpretation that takes supernatural principles and magic and otherworldliness out of the equation here that gets you some wisdom in the heuristic. Yes, if you're masturbating all the time, you're not satisfying your monogamous relationship with your wife or husband.
We don't even need to go there.
You're not procreating, and
let's
want
just
children.
agree that a certain amount of masturbation was prevented by that story, which made people fear the consequence of them engaging in it, which would result in, I'm pretty sure, less masturbation, which means that in seeking a release, which we are physiologically programmed to seek, one might end up looking in a more urgent fashion for a mate.
Right. So it's are we going to enforce monogamy? Is that
no? So look, I'm trying to take you somewhere. I think there is a way that we can rescue some important part of what both of you are saying that can now be reconciled, and then there's a bitter pill for each of you. I mean, that's just the way this looks to me. So if we can agree that this makes sense actually as a fitness-enhancing adaptation, that this story would result in people behaving in a way that might result in them marrying early, might result in them reproducing earlier than they would otherwise, right? Then we can understand it as mechanistic, and we can understand what you said, that, maybe God would care about whether or not people masturbate because God is a metaphor for some set of stories that gets you to behave in an adaptive fashion. But the point for you then would be that Sam is arguing, with reason, we can decide whether or not to employ this story at this moment, whether it's a good idea for us to urgently reproduce as quickly as possible, which, for example, increases the size of the population of the planet, whereas delaying reproduction keeps the rate of population growth down, and might be a better choice for a moment in history when we have 7.5 billion people on the planet. So, in some sense, what I think I see is the religious story itself makes some kind of sense if you adhere to it in a manner that you are obligated and have no tools with which to question it. Then you will miss the fact that at this moment you might want to throw that story out.
But the problem is it doesn't make, and this is a problem with these heuristics in general, it doesn't make sense for the right reason, and that's why it's not a reliable guide given other changes in the world. But with everything changing, you want to be making sense for the right reason. You don't want it so useful fictions have to be retired at a certain point. Useful truths stay true. I mean, because they're based on your engagement with reality. And so to take your point about pornography, which I think is totally valid, you could have a completely rational conversation in terms of human psychology and sociology and what you want society to look like about the corrosive nature of pornography, right? That's not, you don't have to be a Victorian prude to worry that there might be something wrong with the infinite availability of pornography to 13-year-olds and above, right? I mean, that's I don't know what generation of human beings we're raising in the current environment. It's quite worrisome, actually. But again, you don't have to invoke mythology to do that. And I would say the temptation to invoke mythology, to say, well, you actually, you know,
So how do you do it?
Poseidon really gets pissed off when you masturbate.
How do you do it? How do you do it?
Like
we don't have a mechanism. We have no mechanism for
Talk
controlling
about the
that at
effects
moment.
on human relationships and your own mind and your own intention and the way you view other people.
Sam,
and
that
notions
barely
of
works
beauty.
for sex ed. It barely works for condom education.
What was
it
that?
barely works. Like those sorts of educational interventions to stop that kind of fundamental behavior have very little effect. People aren't nearly as amenable to behavioral changes as a consequence of rational educational interventions as you might hope. I mean, and that's part and parcel of very broad clinical literature.
They're not as amenable to dogmatic intrusions either. I mean,
they are, and that might be a problem. And there are problems with that.
Well, no, because they're again, this is just.
Like the terror of God in that situation.
All going in. The problem is that even if you could make the case that a dogmatic attachment to one or another religion was better, all things considered, than being secular, truly secular and truly rational, right? It's vulnerable. It's vulnerable to every next thing we find out. I mean, that's why it's like you could have said, if you go back, 200 years before the germ theory of disease, you could have said, well, all of these dietary taboos and taboos around, hand washing and foot washing, it's actually very wise. The wisdom of the germ theory of disease was sort of built into our scripture, and people were there was a kind of differential level of survival based on those who really adhered to these practices and those who didn't. Okay, but it's blind to the actual variables, like there's nothing special about shellfish necessarily, or there's nothing special about pork necessarily, or whatever the example is. And once you get the actual variables in hand, then the whole edifice comes crashing down, and then you really just want to understand the variables that work.
Look, I don't know if the whole edifice comes crashing down, and it isn't clear to me that you want to claim that, because one of the things you did say in the moral landscape, and I think this is associated with your interest in spirituality, is that there is some baby mixed in with the bathwater. And the question is, how do we distill that out?
Yeah.
And the objections that you're raising are the objections that are, look how difficult it is to do the distillation. It's like, yeah, absolutely, man. And it's not like I'm a foe of the Enlightenment. I think you Enlightenment types, and I put Pinker in the same camp, radically overestimate the degree to that was a casus sui. It's like everyone was barbaric and superstitious until 1750, and some miracle occurred, and now we all became enlightened. Like there was a lengthy developmental history
clearly
of
we
that.
all haven't. I mean, this is hence our complaining about the problem. And most of the world hasn't had the Enlightenment yet.
True.
On some level.
Look, I'm no foe to the Enlightenment, but I think that it had a lengthy developmental history that is radically underplayed by the people who ground it purely in rationality.
It's clearly still developing. My point is, we should be able to agree that having a worldview guided by a continuous, honest engagement with reality insofar as we can apprehend it is better than having a worldview solidified or anchored to unchanging ideas that were born of people who had none of our present tools, none of our present insights into anything.
Well, it depends on the principles. It depends on the principles. Like I would say, there are situations where that clearly applies, but I think there are broad principles, and again, we should probably stop with this, I think.
Yep, we're about there.
Because I'm starting to get tired. I'm sure everyone else in here is starting to get tired. Well, I'm starting to get tired anyways. And I mean, there are principles, there are higher order principles of the sort that I described that you also appear to rely on in the moral landscape, the idea of these profound moral intuitions.
Yeah.
And so that's what I'm after, is what are these profound moral intuitions and what is their source? And like, I'm also perfectly willing to make the claim, and have in fact in detail, that these moral intuitions, see, this is a place where we differ a little bit. It's like, and maybe we can go here tomorrow night. See, it seems to me that your argument is the facts are laying out there and you can extract out value from them, and we already described why you want to do that, because you want to at least not move into the nihilistic direction, and you want to ground them in some sort of reality. It's like, fair enough. But the thing is that the facts, as they are, have been around for a very, 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 very long time, right? Let's say 3.5 billion years, the entire expanse of life. And it's the operation of those facts on life that has produced the a priori, implicit, interpretive structures that guide our interaction with the facts. And those a priori implicit structures that have emerged out of this evolutionary course have a structure that mediates between us and the facts that cannot be derived from the facts at hand. And so then the question is, what is that structure? And it's in both of our interests to get that right, because you use that as the source of moral intuition. It's like, right, agreed, that's the source of moral intuition. So,
well, clearly we need to table this for tomorrow night, but that's a good...
guys, I'm just going to interrupt you. You guys, let's give Jordan Peterson, Sam Harrison, Bret Weinstein a huge hand. Let's go.
Thank you.
We are going to have Sam and Jordan steelman each other's points from last night so that you can hear what that sounds like. Now, for those of you who have ever tried steelmanning somebody's point with whom you have a severe disagreement, you know just how hard this is. So let's give them some leeway. Sam, would you be willing to start?
Sure. Yeah, thank you. Well, first let me just make the obvious point that probably isn't so obvious unless you take the time to put yourself in our shoes, but just imagine how surreal it is for us to be who we are, simply having a conversation about ideas, and to be able to put a date on the calendar and have all of you show up for this. I mean, it's just an amazing privilege. Thank you for coming out. So here is what I think Jordan thinks I'm getting wrong. I think that was grammatically correct. Maybe there's another note in there, but clearly I don't understand how valuable stories are, how deep they go, the degree to which stories encode not only the wisdom of our ancestors, but quite possibly the wisdom born of the hard knocks of evolution of the species, right? So there's no telling how deep the significance of the information encoded in stories goes. And there's a class of stories that are religious stories, and they're religious for a reason, because they're dealing with the deepest questions in human life. They're questions about what constitutes a good life, what's worth living for, what's worth dying for. These are things that if each individual just thrust onto the stage of his own life, not knowing where he is, and tasked with figuring out how to live all on his own, or even in a collection of others who are similarly unguided by ancient wisdom, this is not knowledge we can recapitulate for ourselves easily. And so we edit or ignore these ancient stories at our peril, at minimum at some considerable risk, because we don't know how much, we don't really know what baby is in the bathwater. And so we should have immense respect for these traditions. And this is yet to be discovered tonight. I'm still not quite clear about how this links up with more metaphysical propositions about the origins of certain of these stories. But at minimum, my criticism of religion, because it tends to focus on the most obvious case of a zero-sum contest between religious dogmatism and scientific open-ended discussion doesn't address this core issue of the significance of religious thinking and religious narrative, because I am, for the most part, just shooting fish in a barrel, criticizing fundamentalists, and the kind of God that the fundamentalists believe in, the God who's an invisible person who hates homosexuals, obviously that's not the deepest version of these religious, this essentially what is a narrative technology for orienting human life in the cosmos. So maybe I'll leave it there, but that's, I think, what Jordan thinks.
All right, Jordan, before you steelman Sam's point, how did you feel about his encapsulation of yours?
Well, I'm convinced, man.
Yeah.
No, look, I mean, well, I got a couple of things to say about it. It's like, first of all, I think it was accurate, concise, fair. I also think that, this is a more technical note in some sense, is that if you ever want to think about something, that's exactly what you have to do, right? You want to take arguments that are against your perspective and you want to make them as strong as you possibly can so that you can fortify your arguments against them. You don't want to make them weak, because that just makes you weak. And so, Sam and I are both scientists, and it really is the case that what scientists are trying to do, and I think what we're actually trying to do in this conversation genuinely, is to try to find out if there's something that we're thinking that's stupid. Because when I'm laying out the arguments that Sam just summarized so well, I've tried to generate a bunch of opposition to them in my own imagination, and the arguments I put forward are ones I can't undermine, but that doesn't mean they're right. It doesn't mean that at all. And so if someone comes along and this is certainly the case if you're a scientist who's worth his or her salt, if someone comes along and says, hey, look, you've made a mistake in this fundamental proposition, it's like, yes, great, that means I can make progress towards a more solid theory of being. So, and that's what we're trying to do, and I do think it's working, and so I thought that was just fine, exactly dead on, and I hope I can do justice to your position as well. So, okay, so I'm going to summarize Sam's argument briefly, and then I'm going to tell him, let you guys know why he thinks what things I'm not taking into account. So, Sam believes that there are two fundamental dangers to psychological and social stability. Religious fundamentalism, essentially on the right, and moral relativism and nihilism on the left. And so the danger of the right-wing position is that it enables people to arbitrarily establish certain revealed axioms as indisputable truth, and then to tyrannize themselves and other people with the claims that those are divine revelations. And he sees that as part of the danger of religious fundamentalism, and maybe religious thinking in general, but also as something that characterizes secular totalitarian states that also has a religious aspect. So that's on the right. And then on the left, well, the problem with the moral relativism nihilism position is that it leaves us with no orientation, and it also flies in the face of common sense observations that there are ways to live that are bad and that there are ways to live that are good that people can generally agree on, and that statements about those general agreements about how to live can be considered factual. Now, and then the next part of Sam's argument is that we require a value system that allows us to escape these twin dangers. One stultifies us and the other leaves us hopeless, let's say. And that value system has to be grounded in something real. And the only thing that he can see that actually constitutes real in any provable sense, and there's a certain amount of historical and conceptual weight behind this claim, is the domain of empirical facts as they've been manifested in the sciences and technologies that have made us incredibly powerful and increasingly able to flourish in the world. And so we need to ground our value propositions in something that we've been able to determine has genuine solidity so that we can orient ourselves properly, so that we can make moral claims and that we can avoid these twin dangers. We can begin with some basic facts that we can identify, as I mentioned briefly, what constitutes a bad life: endless pain, suffering, anxiety, tremendous amount of negative emotion, short-term lifespan, all the things that no one would choose voluntarily for themselves if we would all agree that they were thinking in a healthy manner, and we can contrast that sort of domain of horror with the good life, which might involve, well, certainly freedom from privation and want and undue threat and anxiety and hope for the future and all of that, and that we can agree that those are poles, good, bad, and good, and that that's a factual claim. So Sam also claims that we can define the good life, this is an extension of it, with reference to flourishing and well-being, and that can actually be measured, and that we should and can inform the idea of flourishing and well-being with empirical data. Having said all that, he also leaves a domain of inquiry open that would be centered on the possibility that some of the ideas that have been encapsulated in religious phenomenology, if not in religious dogma, might be worth pursuing as well, that there might be wisdom that could practically be applied in terms of perception to spiritual practices, although those become increasingly dangerous as they become ensconced in dogma. And so that's Sam's position. And then his criticism of my ideas, he would say that it's facts, not stories, that constitute the ground for the proper science of well-being, and that we don't need to be connected to stories, ancient stories in particular, to thrive. And the reason for that are that these ancient stories are pathological in certain details, especially in the specific claims they make, which look outrageous in some sense from a modern moral perspective. And he believes that it's hand-waving to ignore those specific topics with a what would you call it, an optimistic overview of the entire context, that they're dangerously outdated now, if they ever were useful, that they're subject to too many potential interpretations for any modern usage to be reliably derived. And so he believes that attempts to interpret these stories, let's say, are rife with so many potential errors of bias and interpretation and subjectivity that all the interpretations in some sense are unreliable, and perhaps equally unreliable. That worse than that, not only are they unreliable, but they're dangerous insofar as the claims they lay out pose a threat to scientific and Enlightenment values, which are the true saviors of humanity, as evidenced by our progress, let's say, over the last 200 or 300 years, and that they're also susceptible to the totalitarian interpretation, which I described earlier, which confer upon the interpreter a sense of and then a claim to revealed truth. And so I would say that's Sam's argument and his criticisms of my position. So,
okay, so you write my next book, I'll write yours.
So, Sam, how do you feel about that characterization of your position?
Certainly close enough to get the conversation started. I mean, there's the grounding stuff we have yet to talk about, and I'm not as much a stickler for materialistic scientific empiricism as I heard implied there, but we can come to that.
So hold on.
Yep.
I think from the point of view of the audience, this is a good barometer of where we got to last night, and I think actually the gains are really impressive, which I have to say is spooking me because of something called regression to the mean. Now, if I catch either one of you regressing to the mean tonight, I will hunt you down and I will ridicule you on Twitter tomorrow. So you have been warned.
Okay.
All right, so do either one of you want to now talk about what was missing from the other characterization, or how do you want to move?
I think we should touch this issue of metaphorical truth, because I think it still gets at the distance between us.
Sure.
And happily, this is your phrase that you have. I mean, you might want to. Do you want to prop up this phrase?
Why not? Yeah. So the idea of metaphorical truth, which I think actually is the reconciliation between at least the points that you guys each started out with, is the idea that there are concepts which are literally false, that we can falsify in a scientific, rational sense, but that if you behave as if they were true, you come out ahead of where you were if you behave according to the fact that they are false. And so to call these things simply false is an error. In effect, the universe has left them true in some sense other than a purely literal one. And so religions would then, according to actually what you heard from both Sam and Jordan, religions would fall into this class of things. These are encapsulations of stories and prescriptions that if you follow them, irrespective of whether they literally describe the universe, you end up with certain advantages that you may not know why they are there, but nonetheless you are ahead of you're ahead of your position if you were to navigate just simply on your perceptions. So that's the concept.
Yeah, so I think there's a good analogy that you and I stumbled onto after we did a podcast together. You had an analogy about a porcupine that could shoot its quills, which many people balked at, but a listener gave us a better one, which was the idea that anyone who's worked with guns at all must have heard this admonishment to treat every gun as if it is loaded, right? And you actually, last night when I alleged that you believed in God, you corrected me. You said, no, you live as if God exists, right? And so this seems like there's a connection here. So if I had a gun here that I wanted to show Bret, if I know anything about guns, I'm going to make damn sure that it's unloaded, right? I'm going to pull back the slide, I'm going to drop the magazine, pull back the slide, check the chamber, and do this in a redundant fashion that really looks like I'm suffering from obsessive compulsive disorder. I mean, it is truly redundant. And then I'll hand it to Bret, and if Bret knows anything about guns, he will do the same thing, having just seen me do it. And if he hands it back to me, again, I will do the same thing, even though there may be no ammunition around, right? So it really is crazy at the level of our explicit knowledge of the situation, and yet absolutely necessary to do. And it's not merely, it runs very deep. I mean, at that whole time you're careful not to point the barrel of the gun at anything you would be afraid to shoot. And when people fail to live this way around guns, they, with some unnerving frequency, actually shoot themselves or people close to them by accident. So it is really the only proper hedge against just the odds of being in proximity to loaded weapons. And yet, if someone in the middle of this operation came up to us and said, actually there's a casino that just opened across the street that will take your bets about whether or not guns are loaded. Would you like to bet $1 million as to whether or not this gun is loaded? Well, of course, I would bet those $1 million every time that it's not loaded because I know it's not loaded. So there's a literal truth and a metaphorical truth, otherwise known as a very useful fiction, which in this case is actually more useful than the truth, right? But the only way I can understand its utility is, and even utter the phrase metaphorical truth in a way that's comprehensible, is in the context of distinguishing it from literal truth. Go ahead.
This is fascinating, Sam, actually. This is I think, next phase of...
I'm worried by how excited you are.
So I have a little story that might be helpful about that, and so you can tell me what you think about. You can think about this. Okay, so one of the things that I've been reconsidering since we talked last night is the nature of our dispute about the relationship between facts and values, because I think I can make a case that what I've been trying to do, especially in my first book, was to ground values in facts. But I'm not doing it the same way that you are exactly. So I don't want to make that a point of contention. And I'll get to that in a moment. But with regards to this metaphorical truth, let me tell you something. You tell me what you think about this. So one of the things that's been observed by anthropologists worldwide is that human beings tend to make sacrifices. So I'm going to spend 3 minutes, laying out a sacrificial story. And the reason I want to do it is because, see, what I think happened with regards to the origin of these profound stories is that people first started to behave in certain ways that had survival significance, and that was selected for as a consequence of the standard selection practices, and so that was instantiated in behavior. And then because we could observe ourselves, because we're self-conscious creatures, that we started to make representations of those patterns and dramatize them and then encapsulate them in stories. So it's a bottom-up so it would be sort of like chimpanzees or wolves become aware of their dominance hierarchy structures and the strategies that they use. So a wolf, for example, if two wolves are having a dominance dispute, the wolf that gives up first lays down and puts his neck open so the other wolf can tear it out, and then the other wolf doesn't. And you could say, well, it's as if a wolf is following a rule about not killing a weaker member of the pack. Of course, wolves don't have rules. They have behavioral patterns. But a self-conscious wolf would watch what the wolves were doing and then say, well, it's as if we're acting out the idea that each wolf in the pack has intrinsic value. And then that starts to be, and maybe the wolves would have a little story about the heroic forbearing wolf that doesn't tear out the neck of its opponents, and that's a good wolf. Well, that's good wolf ethics, and so, but it's grounded in the actual behavior. Okay, so we'll put that aside for a second. Now, here's the sacrificial story. So human beings have made sacrifices. It seems to be a standard practice all around the world. And in the biblical narratives, they would often sacrifice something of value, like a valuable animal.
Well, like a child. Let's start.
Well, no. Look. I'm not making light of this. I know that human sacrifice was a part of this.
Yeah, but that's again. So just to give you a crib on where my mind goes here is human sacrifice is as old a religious precept as we know about.
Yes.
It's a cultural universal. The other sacrifices are derivations from it. Circumcision is a surrogate for the far more barbaric act of human sacrifice, and it answers every test you would put to it with respect to its archetypal significance, its compelling presence in stories across all cultures. But the horror is that it actually has taken place in all these cultures based on explicit beliefs in the presence of just
right. Well, Arthur
oppressive scientific ignorance.
Arthur Kessler used that as the argument for the essential insanity of humanity.
Right? But it's not just the insanity of humanity. It's the misapprehension of the causal structure of the cosmos. You don't know what controls the weather.
Well,
you don't know why people get sick. You think your neighbor is capable of casting magic spells on you. You're ignorant of everything, and you're trying to force some order on things. And so when you don't, in the absence of engineers, and you don't know why certain buildings fall down, you actually can agree with your neighbor that maybe you should bury your firstborn child into every post hole of this new building, which in fact took place. And it's the consequence of ignorance. And so the problem is, if you're only going to talk about this purified notion of sacrifice.
But it's a very strange consequence of ignorance, Sam.
It's the notion that we're in relationship to invisible others that can mistreat us based on our not having offered enough.
We are.
But not precisely those others.
Well, but we're in relationship to the invisible others who will judge us in the future.
Okay, you're changing the noun in important ways.
I know, but I'm also trying to understand, and I'm not trying to argue against the horror of child sacrifice.
No, I would never imagine you would.
I know, but I'm also trying to.
But my work would be much easier if you did that.
Yes, and the work of journalists as well. Although they've tried that pretty much anyways.
That's right.
So, right, that would even be worse than enforced monogamy, hypothetically.
No doubt.
Yes. So see, let's say that I'm trying to give the devil his due, and I'm trying to understand from an evolutionary perspective, like a cognitive behavioral evolutionary perspective, let's say, why that particular set of ideas would emerge, and in many places, perhaps autonomously, or once having emerged, would spread like wildfire. It's like, because I'm not willing to only attribute it to ignorance. Now, we can attribute it to ignorance, no problem, man. But there's more going on there, because it is a human universal. And there's all sorts of things that happen in nature as a consequence of biological and evolutionary processes that don't work out well for our current state of moral intuition, let's say.
Yes.
Okay, so one of the things, because I've been thinking about this sacrificial motif for a very long time, and trying to figure out what the hell's the idea here exactly. And so here's one way of thinking about it. If you give up something of value now, you can gain something of more value in the future. Okay, so let's think about that idea for a minute. So the first thing is, that's a hell of an idea.
Yeah,
that's delayed gratification.
Yeah, delayed gratification.
That's right. That's the discovery of the future as well. And so you might say, well, the notion of sacrifice is exactly the same thing as the discovery of the future. If we give up something we really value now, we can make a pact with the structure of existence itself such that better things will happen to us in the future. Now, okay, now what's weird about this, and it's hard to understand, is that it works. So when I talk to my students, for example, and I say, what did your parents sacrifice to send you to university? Many of them are children of first-generation immigrants. And so, like, man, they're on that story in a second, right? They know all sorts of things that their parents sacrificed. And they're delaying gratification in the present for a radically delayed return in the future. Now, you think, animals, generally speaking, they might act out the idea of delayed gratification as a consequence of running out their instincts, but they don't conceptualize it. It's not obvious that animals give up something they value right now in order to thrive in the future. There's an old story about how to catch a monkey, right? So you put a jar up with rocks in it, and you put little candies, and it's a narrow-necked jar. You put little candies on top of the rocks. You put a few candies in front of the jar. Then the monkey comes along and picks up the candies, puts his hand in the jar, grabs the candies, and can't get it out.
Yeah, I still don't know if this actually works on monkeys or if it's just a great story.
Well, I don't know. I don't know either. And I've heard various claims. But the point is, you can go pick up the monkey. He won't let go of the candies. Now, perhaps he would. But the issue is that it's not obvious that animals will forego an immediate gratification for a future gratification. Now,
I don't think that's right, actually. And I actually want to hold.
Well, the question is, will they do it consciously? They might act it out. They act it out. That's not the issue.
It's very hard to know if it's conscious because they won't respond to the questionnaires. But
I know. And obviously, the line between acting it out and starting to consciously represent it is a tenuous one. But what looks to me like what happened is that after we observed that people who were capable of delaying gratification sacrificed things that they valued in order to obtain a future goal, and it worked, that we started to codify that as a representation and then started to act it out. And so the story, and you'd say, well, that produced strange variants, but there's a reason for that too, as far as I can say. So imagine this, imagine that there's a rule of thumb. Sacrificing what you find valuable now will ensure certain benefits in the future. Well, then the question becomes, how good could those future benefits be? And so that might be heavenly, let's say, in the archetypal extreme. And what's the ultimate sacrifice that you have to perform? And then I would say, well, the child sacrifice fits into that category. And so it's as if those ideas were pushed to the radical extreme. And you could say, well, that's a pathological extreme. It's like, well, it is a pathological extreme, but I think we also have to understand that some of the things that we've learned as we've evolved towards our current state of wisdom, such as it is that they were learned in a very bloody and catastrophic way. They were learned with incredible difficulty. And delay of gratification was certainly one of those, because it's a hell of a thing to learn when you're in conditions of privation.
Okay. Yeah, I think that the issue here for me is that you don't need a conception of, you don't need any kind of positive gloss on human sacrifice as a meme or as an archetype in order to form a coherent picture of the future that can motivate you. So delayed gratification is fully separable from a notion that it might ever be rational or good to sacrifice a child as an offering to an invisible other that doesn't exist.
But how do you know it's separable? Because that's the developmental history. As you said, the
so
sacrifices
even if
came first.
I think it is in fact historically separable, but let's just say it's not. Let's just say it's a matter of our origins. They're united. They're of a piece. It is the genetic fallacy to care about that origin. I mean, to say that that is the only path forward toward a notion of the future, given where we've come from, or that it's somehow necessary to venerate now, or that it's good that we took that path.
But we do venerate the idea of sacrifice now. But I would say that
I would say we do it to the detriment of our moral intuitions in the religious context. So, for instance, I think that the notion that Christianity is actually a cult of human sacrifice. Christianity is not a religion that repudiates human sacrifice. Christianity is a religion that says, actually, no, human sacrifice is necessary, and there was only one that in fact was necessary and effective, and that's the sacrifice of Jesus. And I think that is, when you dig into the details, not only a morally uninteresting vision of our circumstance and how we can be redeemed, it's morally abhorrent.
Okay.
Right? So I think there's better versions online.
Let me ask you a question about that. So, in the moral landscape, you lay out this pathway. There's the bad life, and there's the good life, right? And you described what they were, and the bad life is a variation of hellish circumstances, and the good life is a variant of hypothetically the life that we would like to lead. And your conception is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, your conception is that the proper pathway forward, so that would be the moral endeavor, is to move away from the bad and towards the good.
Yeah, insofar as we understand which way is up, yes.
Yes.
The basic claim is that we can be right or wrong with respect to our beliefs there.
True. We don't necessarily know how to do that in an unerring manner, and we could subject that to approximation correction along the way, and we should, but we can outline the broad scheme, which is progress away from hell towards something that's positive. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so I would say that there's an implicit claim in that you should sacrifice everything in you that isn't serving that to that. And I would say that that's essentially the same claim that's made in Christianity.
Well, again, that is I understand the impulse to up-level these barbaric, ignorance-derived beliefs, right, to something that is morally, that is interesting and palatable in the current context. And I understand you can do that. My concern there is you can do that with everything. I mean, you could do it with witchcraft. Why not do the exact same thing you're doing with religion to the history of witchcraft? Witchcraft is as well
modern
subscribed.
witches would do that. So that's a perfectly valid criticism.
That should be of concern. I mean, there are reasons why we don't want to endorse modern witchcraft, right?
Look, absolutely. And so one of your
But I mean, I'm not talking. And modern witchcraft currently exists. I mean, you go to Africa, people are hunting albinos for their body parts because they believe in sympathetic magic, and kids get killed as witches. So this belief endures in certain pockets of humanity, and we're right to. I mean, I just think at a certain point you have to acknowledge that some ideas are not only wrong, but their effects are disastrous, or have been disastrous, or will likely be, even if good in certain circumstances, will likely be disastrous in the future. And then we shouldn't be hostage to these ancient memes. We shouldn't have to figure out how to make the most of the worst idea that anyone's ever had, which is maybe you should sacrifice your firstborn child to a being you've never seen.
Hold on, Sam. I want to hold your feet to the fire here a little bit. 2 points. One, interesting observation. When you presented the example, so on your podcast I had argued that believing that porcupines can throw their quills might protect you from a porcupine that might wheel around even though porcupines can't throw their quills. Your listener sent the better example, which was all guns are loaded. When you presented it, you didn't say all guns are loaded. Well, you said treat all guns as if they are loaded, which is, I think, the same reflex that you have faced with any metaphorical truth, which is that it can always be unpacked. But
actually, that's the way Jordan talks about believing in God as well.
Right, and actually, so this is. But then, if we take something like you say, all right, sacrifice of children is abhorrent. Let's say it is, and then you say, well, Christianity hasn't foregone the sacrifice of children. In fact, it's described one child who is sacrificed for everybody else. But arguably, that's an upgrade of some metaphorical truth that frees those who are adhering to this tradition from ever considering sacrificing a child. And what it does is it provides a motivational structure that may, in fact, have very positive outgrowths, though not literal, the idea that someone would have sacrificed their own child for the benefit of everybody else not to have to. That idea might engender a large amount of good work that would result, as Jordan is pointing out.
Let me just concede the hardest case for me, I mean, which I did up top, just in defining, after you define metaphorical truth, and I use the gun example, there's certainly cases where the useful fiction is more useful than the truth. I would grant that, but I think those cases are few and far between. But handling guns is one of them. It's just not useful when the casino opens across the street and you can place $1 million bet, right? Then you want to have some purchase on the literal truth. So you want to be able to, and again, this is psychologically interesting because, and I keep coming back to the gun example because it's the one that is viscerally real to me. Like if I have a real gun that I know to be unloaded, I still emotionally can't treat it as a harmless object. I can't point it at my child just for the fun of it because that we're going to play cops and robbers now with a real gun, right? I have a superstitious attachment to always being safe with the gun, right? And it's important. It's important that get ingrained, and yet it is not strictly it's not irrational because it has good effects, but it's not actually in register with what I know to be true factually in each moment.
Right. So it's very low cost.
Yeah,
it's very low cost.
It's very low cost. It's not dividing societies and causing people to go to war.
And if you were going to teach a child gun safety, you would want to encode this so that they would automatically know never to behave as if a gun is unloaded, because that's what gets you into trouble. As an adult, every gun owner recognizes the distinction between the metaphorical truth and the literal truth here. But I guess what I suspect is going on here is that your mechanism for dealing with the world involves unpacking all of these things. And I think it's highly productive, but it also means that you have a hard time understanding why anybody would do anything different. And that's the question, is just because we can track fully the difference between guns actually all being loaded and behaving as if all guns are loaded, right? That one, there's no leftover, there's no mystery there, right? But there may be many of these things for which there is some difficulty lining up the metaphorical truth with the literal truth, and operating according to the metaphorical truth might have advantages, which I think is what you're getting at.
So here's another situation, because we have to remember what kind of catastrophic past we emerged from and how much privation ruled the world prior to 1895, essentially. And certainly the farther back you go, the more bloody and horrible it was. I mean, how often do you think it was necessary, and this is not obviously something I'm in favor of, and this is also one of these situations where we get to play with ideas that we might not otherwise play with. How often do you think it was necessary for people in the past who had absolutely no access to birth control and who didn't have enough food to sacrifice a child for the survival of their family? I mean, God only knows, and that's, but that's worth thinking about. It's like, life is unbelievably cruel and difficult. And one of the problems that comes when you discover the future is that you might have to make the most painful of sacrifices. And lots of archaic people do this sort of thing. They do that with their elderly people. They do that with sick people. They do that with infants that they deem too fragile to survive. So part of child sacrifice, and I know the literature on child sacrifice reasonably well, part of child sacrifice seemed to emerge out of the observable necessity to leave someone behind so that everyone else didn't die. And we don't know how often that had to happen in the past. It might have had to happen a lot.
Right.
Now, obviously...
Although, just in the interest of kind of conceptual clarity here, human sacrifice is a larger horror than that. So you have, what was very common is the sacrificing of, captives. So you take the Aztec sacrifices where you now have slaves, some of whom you're going to...
Yeah, the Aztecs sacrificed about 25,000 people a year. Look, I mean, it's clearly a bloody mess. There's no doubt about that. But, one of the things that you see happening in the biblical narrative, which is extraordinarily interesting, is that you see echoes of child sacrifice at the beginning, but what happens is the sacrificial notion gets increasingly psychologized as the story progresses. So, you see that transition with Abraham and Isaac, where the child sacrifice is actually forbidden, although previously demanded by God. And then you also see it, as you already laid out, in the substitution of the circumcision for the idea of sacrifice itself. Right. And then what seems to happen, I'm trying to figure out how these ideas develop psychologically from their behavioral underpinnings, is that eventually it becomes psychologized completely. So you can say, well,
we can conceptualize a sacrifice in the abstract, so my parents can sacrifice to send me to university without anything or anyone having to die. It transforms itself from something that's enacted out as a dramatic ritual into something that's a psychological reality. But all that blood and catastrophe along the way is part of the process by which the idea comes to emerge.
Right.
It doesn't.
So what is the connection of all of this? Because yes, so there is this history, and I would argue we are busily trying to outgrow much of it, if not most of it, whether it's evolutionary history or just the cultural history.
We might be trying to transmute it so that it becomes, we can maintain, as you've suggested we do, we can maintain what's useful in the tradition and throw out everything that's pathological.
Yes, but we're constantly discovering a lack of fit between both what we perceive in ourselves as biological imperatives and the cultural legacies of just what mommy and daddy taught me was true, right? Which we have now every reason to believe might not be true. And we're trying to optimize our thoughts and institutions and relationships with one another for our current circumstance, and yet we have this legacy effect of certain books and certain ways of speaking have a completely different status, and they have this status because they may, in fact, it's imagined, not be the products of merely previous human minds, but they may be the products of omniscience. And this is where the respect accorded to religious tradition is totally unlike the respect we would accord to anything else. Mythology, literature, past science, past philosophy. I mean, people can read Plato and Aristotle for their entire lives without ever being fully captured by the kind of dogmatism that every religion demands that you be captured by if you're really going to be an adherent.
I would say that's actually an archetypal truth. The idea that the pathological tradition stands in the way of update. That's an archetypal truth. I mean, one of the reasons why in creation myths, one of the variants of a creation myth is that the hero has to slay a tyrannical giant in order to make the world out of his pieces. And it's a metaphorical restatement of the idea that a tradition can become hidebound, and when it becomes hidebound and too rigid, that it interferes with current adaptation. But the problem is, and this is, I think, this is something we really need to hash out. The problem that you're describing is the problem of a priori structure. Now, some of that's textual, but some of it isn't textual. Some of it resides in us as our psyche, insofar as, say, as we act.
The problem I'm describing here is that we have two categories of books in this case, right? We have those written by people like ourselves, just endlessly open for criticism and conjecture, and those written by invisible, omniscient entities.
But I would presume that if these religious systems weren't codified in books, if they were still just enacted or dramatized, you'd have the same objection. It's not the fact that they're in books that's relevant.
Well, no, but it is the dogmatism. It's the fact that we can't jettison the bad parts.
Okay, it's the dogmatism. Okay, so to me, that's the same as the problem of structure. Now, here's the problem, I think, with the way that your argument is laid out. And I'm not saying it's wrong. It seems to me that this is a place where it needs to be developed, because I see that the attempt that you make to derive the world of value from the world of facts as justifiable given what it is that you're attempting to do, which in principle is to make the world a better place. But there's a massive gap in there. It's like, how do you do it? Because the objection that you place on my reasoning, let's say, which is, well, the problem with these texts is that there's an infinite number of interpretations, and which of them how can you determine which of those is canonically correct, is exactly and precisely the same criticism that can be levied against your attempt to extract a world of value from the domain of facts. It's the same problem.
Well, it's not an infinite number of interpretations in either case, but I allow
it's close enough to infinite so that...
Well, it might be. I mean, that's why the moral landscape for me is a landscape of peaks and valleys. And so, I'm totally open to the possibility, in fact, certainty, that there are different ways for similar minds, and certainly different ways for different minds, to be constellated so that they have equivalent but irreconcilable peaks on the landscape. So there's a lot of well-being over here, and there's a lot of well-being over here, and there's a valley in between. And so it's a kind of moral relativism. It's kind of like, this is great and this is great, but these are irreconcilable, right?
Well, I'd like to see that made more concrete, and I need to know how that fits in with your conception, because one of the claims that you make in The Moral Landscape is that the distinction between the bad life and the good life is not only, it's a factual distinction.
Yeah.
It's universally apprehensible and true. I think it's your fundamental axiomatic claim. And I don't see how that's commensurate with the position that you just put forward.
Well, so here's the position. And you can forget about morality as a concept for this. I mean, I think the starting point is deeper than morality. The starting point, and this is our starting point, all of us right now in the universe. The starting point is we are conscious, right? We have a circumstance that admits of qualitative experience. And again, this is true however we understand consciousness, whatever is actually happening. We could be living in a simulation, this could be a dream, you could be a brain in a vat. Consciousness could just be the product of neurochemistry, or we could have eternal souls running on somehow integrated with the brain. Whatever is true, something seems to be happening. And these seemings can be really, really bad or really, really good. We know each one of us in our lives have experienced this range of possibility. And yes, there are caveats here. There are hard and painful experiences that have a silver lining, right, that give you some other capacity, where you could say, well, that really sucked, but I'm a better person for it, right? And we can understand what it means to be a better person for it in terms, again, of this range of experience, which I'm calling, subsuming all of this, the positive end of this as well-being, which is to say that I'm a better person for it because now, having endured that ordeal, I am capable of much greater compassion, or I appreciate my life more. The cancer made me a better person. Now that I'm cured, I value each moment of life more than I ever did. All of these claims are intelligible within a context of an open-ended context of exploring this space of possible experience. So what I'm saying is forget about morality, forget about right and wrong and good and evil. What is undeniable is that what we have here is a navigation problem. We have a space of possible experience. And again, this is not just a human problem, this is a problem for any possible conscious mind. We have a space of possible experience in which we can navigate, and things can get excruciating and pointlessly horrible, where there are no silver linings, and this can happen individually in some episode of madness that never ends. If there really is a Christian hell to go to, well, then it's going to happen to me after I die, right? Given what I've said on this stage, and so it matters who's right. Obviously, if I knew that an eternity of fiery torment awaited somebody who didn't make the right noises about one faith or another, well, then it would only be rational to make those right noises, right? So it's my bet. I'm placing a bet on certain pictures of reality being wrong, but the reality is we're navigating in this space, and morality and ethics are the terms we use for how we think about our behavior affecting one another's experience. So if you're in a moral solitude, if you're on a desert island, or if you're alone in the universe, morality is not the issue you need to worry about, but well-being still is an ever-present issue. It's possible to suffer, and it's possible to experience bliss and perhaps something beyond that. And the horizon in both directions is something we'll never fully explore very likely. I mean, we don't know how good things can get, and we don't know how bad they can get, but that there's a spectrum here is undeniable. And I would say that my moral realism simply entails that we acknowledge that it's possible not to know what you're missing. It's possible to be living in a way where you are less happy than you could be, and not to know why, right? And to just not have the wisdom to make the changes. And that matters. If anything matters, that matters. And it matters to us individually, and it matters to us collectively. And that mattering subsumes everything we can intelligibly want in this domain of value. And so again, the cash value of any value claim is in the actual or potential change in consciousness for some conscious system somewhere, sometime. And that's my claim. And that's.
Can I try to get? I would like you each to clarify something. So it sounds to me, Sam, like you are hypothesizing that a rationalist approach will always beat a traditional metaphorical approach with respect to the generation of well-being.
Well, not always, but there's so many obvious downsides to the traditional sectarian dogmatic approach that we should want to get out of the religion business as fast as possible.
Okay, but as fast as possible, but do you mean that it has always been true that we should always have gotten away from it as fast as possible, or do you mean now we should get away from it as fast as possible, but there is a point somewhere in the past where it might have been true that actually the best, the most, the richest path to well-being might have been encoded metaphorically?
Oh, yeah, that's certainly possible. And in fact, you might even say it was likely based on the fact that we have all of these systems still around. Right?
Okay. So we still have the systems around in part because we still think in metaphor, and we actually can't help it because half of our brain is oriented towards metaphor. But
can I get you to clarify something now?
Yes.
Okay. So you have argued, and you've actually quite surprised me by doing so, you've argued that the dogmatism is a bug and not a feature. You've argued...
No, it's a bug and a feature.
Okay, it's a bug and a feature. Good. So,
yes.
But what I thought I heard you say was that the resistance to update was a problem, that effectively it was an obstacle.
Yeah, so is lack of resistance to update.
Right, okay,
There's
good.
problems everywhere, man.
Well, there's a tension. Okay.
There is a tension.
There's a tension.
There's a terrible tension.
Okay.
Right, well, look at it this way. Look at it this way. Most new ideas are stupid and dangerous.
Yeah. But most old ideas are as well. I mean,
but some of them are vital, right? And so we're screwed both ways. It's like, well, if we stay locked in our current mode of apprehension, all hell's going to break loose. If we generate a whole bunch of new solutions, most of them are going to be wrong and we're going to die. And so what we need to do is, well, it's a Darwinian claim in some sense, is that despite the fact that most new ideas are stupid and dangerous, a subset of them are so vital that if we don't incorporate them, we're all going to perish. That's the bloody existential condition. And so now, and part of the issue here, and I think that this is, the problem is that, let's take the dogma idea. Okay, so there's the dogma incorporated in the books, but I'm going to throw away the books because the dogma was there before the books. And then the question is, where was the dogma? And the answer was, the dogma was in the cultural practices, and in the agreement that people made with regards to those cultural practices, but it was also part and parcel of the intrapsychic structure that enables us to perceive the world as such. Now, the problem is, and I think this is the central place where we need to flesh out these ideas, is that you cannot view the world without an a priori structure, and that a priori structure has a dogmatic element. And so you can't just say, well, let's get rid of the dogma, because you can't perceive the world without a structure.
It has an uninspected element. So if you're talking about just perceiving the world, yes, we have perceptual structure that allows for us to perceive the world, and we know that there are failure states, right? So we know, for instance, that we've evolved to perceive, in visual space based on a literally neurological expectation that light sources will be from above, right? And so we know that we can produce visual illusions based on gaming that expectation, right? But that's not the same thing as a dogma subscribed to by some subset of humanity that is antithetical to another dogma subscribed to by another set of humanity that has nothing to do with underlying biology. That's something that's changeable.
It's not so obvious.
No, but it's changeable in real time based on just conversations like this. Like, we could have, I get emails from people who can point to the paragraph where they lost their faith, right? Where in reading Richard Dawkins or hearing a debate between me and some theologian, where it's just a collision against rationality, which is so useful in every other context, suddenly proves its utility in this context where they think, well, okay, clearly I know the Muslims are wrong about the status of the Quran. Let me take that spirit of criticism in the internal space of my own culture, and what moves? Well, a dogmatic attachment to Christianity has to move by that same standard.
Well,
and it's possible to do that, and that's not a matter of getting into the brain and changing your perceptual apparatus that has...
Well, the distinction between different levels of what would you call it, structure-related processing in the brain and the relationship to the underlying biology isn't clear. And it isn't clear when that's biological and when it isn't. So, your comments about our a priori perceptual structures notwithstanding, there's no clear line between what constitutes an instantiated, accurate biological perception and something that shades more into a cultural presupposition. So it's a gray area. Now, here, let me ask you a question. So this is one of the things I've been thinking about. So this is designed to point out I'm not making the claim that the idea that we should ground values in facts is wrong. I'm not going to make that claim, although I think it's way more complicated than we've opened up so far. But I would say I think relatively easily demonstrate a situation in which you cannot find the value from the facts. So let's say you own an antique. Okay, it's valuable. And you think, I'm going to take this antique apart and I'm going to find out where the value is. Good luck, man.
Well, it's not valuable in that sense.
Wait a second. So we need to know, so that's right, it's not valuable in that sense, because the value of the antique is a social agreement about its position in a hierarchy. It has nothing to do with the material substrate of the antique.
Well, sure.
Yeah, but you can't, it's not just sure. It's that you've made the claim already that you can derive values from facts. It's like, then what are you willing to accept as a fact?
These are facts about, again, so there are facts about, the facts exist in intersubjective space, right? So if I tell you, well, this glass, this isn't just an ordinary glass, I know it looks just like that one, but this is the glass that Elton John drank from in his last concert here,
yeah,
right?
Right.
So, what do you want to pay me for it, right?
Right.
It could be that, you're just the biggest Elton John fan ever, and it's worth quite a lot to you. Now it's a kind of evident, it's not value intrinsic to the glass, but
right.
it is a...
Where's the value located?
Well, it's a measure in the change this provokes in your experience, right? Just the idea. I mean, we value ideas as much as anything else, and that's hence the mad work done by religion, right? I mean, because these aren't facts on the ground. These are ideas that rule people's lives. I mean, people spend their whole life afraid of hell.
Okay,
right?
It seems to me that it's easier in some sense, rather than to relate the value of that. And I love the Elton John's glass example. I was going to use Elvis Presley's guitar.
It's here. I will tell it to you.
It's like, where in the guitar is the fact that it's Elvis Presley's guitar? Well, it's nowhere in the guitar. Well, what is it in? Where is it then? And the answer is, it's in the dominance hierarchy of values that's been socially constructed around the guitar. It's located in interpersonal space. And that location, so value is located in interpersonal space. And if you want to say, well, that's also a fact, it's like, okay, but we're starting to stretch
it's a fact about the beliefs and desires and conscious states of all the people involved.
Okay,
right?
well,
that's the only place where it exists. That's the only place where the idea of Elvis's guitar can show up.
Okay, well, I'm trying to figure out then, you see, because what seems to me to be happening, at least in part, is that we can stretch the domain of what constitutes a fact so that the domain of facts starts to incorporate the domain of values. But we do that with doing some damage to the domain of facts.
No.
Hang on. Don't just say no. This is really.
I'll say more.
This is really complicated because you see, part of what the postmodernists have done is that they've pushed away the domain of facts entirely, and they say, well, the only thing the only thing that actually exists is this domain of intersubjective agreement. You and
I are on the same page with respect to postmodernism.
Right, but you have to give the devil his due as well. They pointed out something, and what they pointed out is that it's not so easy to localize the structure that attributes to facts their value. It's not a simple thing.
Now, wait.
Yes.
You would surely agree that if we had Elvis Presley's guitar, that guitar would have a material impact on people. We could tell them, this is Elvis Presley's guitar. Some fraction of them would disbelieve it. Somebody might be able to establish it based on a picture or something like that. And the point is, it would have a value that would alter the behavior of people with respect to that object in a material way.
Yes, it would alter the behavior of the people.
So the value could also manifest in physical space.
Which part of it? The
we
behavior?
could detect it. We could figure out what the value of this guitar is based on some intersection
Sure,
between...
we could take a behaviorist approach and we could see how much work people were willing to do to
But
make
also
contact with the guitar.
we can scan their brains and see what.
I'm not so sure we can do that.
Well, clearly the brain is involved.
Hypothetically, we can do it, but practically, we're not so good at it. Because the MRI data, generally speaking, is junk.
Well, we can table that.
That
will
not like
be a profoundly
junk.
controversial statement in MRI circles.
Fair enough.
I don't think we need it. We
don't need it, but
we know
let's go with
that a market will establish the value of the guitar.
The brain, as yet incompletely understood, is surely involved in the valuing of this object, right? And so if I tell you that this is, and again, we can take it out of intersubjective space because you could be in a value solitude with respect to any given object. So it could just be, you could have a sentimental attachment to your watch that's worth exactly $25 because that's what you paid for it, but this is the watch that, this is your first watch or whatever it is, and you wouldn't sell it for any amount of money.
Right.
That's a measure of a behavioral measure of how much you value it. And if I told you, sorry, I borrowed your watch and lost it, what the cascade of negative affect that I see on your face is correlated with something that's happening in your head, and the brain is involved, right? So totality of that picture
what you're basically stating,
is the
as far
value.
as I can tell, is that there'd be a sociocultural agreement as to the value of whatever this entity is, and that would find its mirror in the brain. And that's a non-controversial statement because all sociocultural phenomena that are experienced find their reflection in the brain. The fact that you can say that that's reflected in the brain, it's like,
right,
yes,
but
the
problem we continually run into with religion is that you have a domain of so-called sacred values where people who are otherwise rational cease to be rational actors. So this is the reason why Israel and the Israelis and the Palestinians can't negotiate as though their problems could be solved by a real estate transaction is because they have irrational and irreconcilable claims upon land and buildings.
Do you think they're any more irrational than the claim that glass is worth something more?
Well, no, it's like that. It's like that. But I'm saying.
But that's not irrational by your own definition. You just said that was actually constituted a fact.
Well, no, it's a fact about people, right? So there are. This is okay.
Okay.
Should be a little careful here because it gets confusing.
Yeah.
We can make objective claims about subjective experience, right? We use this word objective and subjective in different ways. We use it in epistemological ways and ontological ways. And
give me just 1 sec to make sure I'm on the same page as you.
Well, so I can illustrate by way of example. If I say that that's just your subjective opinion, right? I'm denigrating. I'm saying that this is an expression of your bias. This is true for you, but it's not true out in the world, right? That's one way I can use the subjective-objective distinction, and that's an epistemological way. Like you're ruled by bias. You're not thinking straight. I don't have to take your opinion seriously. That's subjective. I'm worried about objective facts. But people get confused. They think that objective facts only means the material world and what's really in this glass as a material object. No, we can be much more objective than that. We can make objective claims about the subjective experience of people like ourselves. I can make an infinite number of objective claims about the experience. This is the example I always use, but I just happen to love it. What was JFK thinking the moment he got shot? Right? Now that's it. We don't know, so we'll never get the data. Right? So the truth or falseness of what I'm about to say can't be predicated on actually getting access to the data because he's not around and his brain's not around to scan. But you and I both know an infinite number of things he wasn't thinking about. We can make an objective claim about his subjectivity. I know he wasn't thinking, well, I hope Jordan Peterson and Sam Harris work it out on stage that night. Right? And an infinite number of things like that. He was thinking something, he was experiencing something, but we don't know what it is. So when I'm talking about this domain of value, I'm saying that it exists in this landscape of actual and possible conscious experience for human beings and any other system like us that can experience this range of suffering and happiness.
Well, okay, so and partly what I'm trying to do is to actually determine what that structure is. Like, so
well, in our case, it's certainly connected to the evolved structure of our brain.
Yeah, but I want to
it's
go way
augmented,
deeper into the brain.
It's augmented by everything else we do.
I want to go way deeper into the idea than it's connected with brain states, because yes, it's definitely connected with brain states. The question is, at least in part, how, and what does that mean? And I think that the neuroscience has progressed far enough so that we can do quite a good job of this. And so, but I want to return to one thing, and maybe I'll outline a little bit of this. And when you talked about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, you said that that was irrational. And so, look, you know, fair enough. People have been locked with their hands around each other's necks there for 3,000 years. But there's a problem there. And the problem is that people are looking at the landscape from a contextualized perspective, right? It's not just a piece of land, it's their piece of land. It's like your house or maybe your favorite shirt. It's like, well, you say, well, I have a favorite shirt. It's like, well, there's nothing inherent in the shirt that makes it your favorite. No, it's a subjective judgment. It's like, well, then is that a fact? Well, yes, it's a fact. It's a fact about subjective judgment. It's okay. Well, the Israeli claim on the land and the Palestinian claim on the land is a subjective judgment that's a fact.
Yeah,
it's like, so how is it irrational?
Because it is the true analogy here, the complete analogy is rather like we're about to fight over Elton John's glass, and Elton John was never here, right?
Well,
so I'm not saying, so it clearly still matters to us. In our misapprehension of our situation, we still really care, and these are objectively true claims about the level at which we value things. And hence the impasse.
Well,
but it matters
I
if
think that's counterproductive dismissive. Like you could say, well,
it's really not. When you look at the specific claims, it's really not.
Look, you took the contextual interpretation to its absolute extreme. You said, well, there's multiple reasons why different people who occupy the same piece of land are going to feel about it in different ways.
Sure.
Okay, and
most of those reasons are amenable to some kind of rational compromise.
Well,
I mean, there's actually there's studies on this. I mean, there's studies done by people who I disagree with.
When you say the word rational in that context, you're using it as a black box that contains the concept, proper way of thinking about it. It's like it's not so obvious in most situations what the rational approach is.
Well,
otherwise, life would be very simple.
I have an obvious one here, and that's that whatever the Christians and the Muslims and the Jews think they're getting from their attachment to their dogmatic and irreconcilable religious worldviews can be gotten just as well by a deeper understanding of our universal and non-culturally bound capacity for ethical experience, spiritual experience, community building, and we can touch that space.
What's that grounded in?
We can touch that space without. It's
fine.
almost like the status quo is. It's almost like you're content to live in a world, or at least you're content not to judge too harshly a world where fans of rival soccer teams or baseball teams regularly kill one another over their fandom, right? Like what if that were the status quo? It's like it's been this way for thousands of years. There must be a reason for it. Look, people really like sports.
I'm not trying to justify the Israeli-Palestinian conflict.
No, but
I'm saying that
we shouldn't be too quick to judge the sanctity of their differences of opinion.
Okay, but wait a minute, Sam. There, you made a claim. Like your claim was that if the Christians and the Jews and the Muslims would just stop their stupidity and adopt this universal ethic, then everything would be okay. It's like, okay, what's the basis for the universal ethic? Like that's such.
That's a non-problem. No one's going in search of that. The truth is, I mean, that's an interesting problem for philosophers and for scientists. That's not actually where the rubber meets the road for people living their lives well. I mean, this is analogous to me.
Sure it is. It's associated in your book with the difference between the bad and the good life.
I really care about all of this, and my job as a philosopher, as a moral philosopher in that case, is to make the best case I can for these ideas. But the truth is, I mean, it is analogous to when you get into a debate with a Christian fundamentalist in the States. Very often, this person will pretend to care about cosmology or evolution as though it's the most important thing in the world, as though you can't get out of bed in the morning and figure out how to treat your friends and family well unless you figure out what happened before the Big Bang, right? No one really lives their lives that way, and yet we have convinced ourselves that this is a sensible way of talking about the conflict between religion and science.
So hold on. I think you have arrived at the core of your conflict right here, and I actually hear you both loud and clear. Your point is that if the people faced with the question were to, start with a fresh sheet of paper, look at the Middle East, they could arrive at a compromise that they as individuals might find put them way ahead and is more profitable than the situation that they are continually finding themselves in.
Yeah.
And that might be the case. On the other hand, the reason that they don't is that historically those who have been outcompeted by those who haven't. So the point is, the universe and the fact that it refuses to solve that conflict is telling us that there is some reason that people who take that prospect seriously are not actually correct in some at least metaphorical way. So in other words, what is it to have a sentimental attachment to some piece of territory somewhere? That sounds completely irrational. On the other hand, that sentimental attachment may result in you continuing for 500 or 1,000 or 2,000 years, whereas if you surrendered it because it was irrational, you might go extinct. Now, should you care that your lineage is going to go extinct? Maybe, arguably not. On the other hand, it's hard to imagine that what you're saying is so thoroughly grounded that it can justify causing people to alter their perspective on value in such a way that it might actually drive them extinct. It's not clear that that's a good
clearly,
thing.
I mean, secularism, we're talking about the fringe here. We're talking about, when you're talking about, in this case, the Israeli settlers and the Palestinian terrorists, right? Like we should all breathe a sigh of relief that kind of passion and attachment to land doesn't characterize most of humanity.
It does if you're trying to defend your house.
So,
but that's
can I
kind of a
turn
different
that
topic.
back on
Yes.
Jordan? Because I think this is where the crux of it is.
Well,
so if we follow the idea that this is actually that the seemingly sentimental and irrational attachment to the piece of land is some sort of meta-rationality, which sounds like your perspective, then we are now confronted with the question of, all right, if it is an evolved kind of meta-rationality that is being manifest in stories that cause people to behave in ways that Sam sees as clearly irrational, then we are stuck with the naturalistic fallacy, which is to say, so for those who don't know, the naturalistic fallacy says that just because something is doesn't mean it ought, right? The fact that selection favors something doesn't make it good. When the Aztecs sacrifice their enemies, it is good for continuing Aztecness, but it may not be good in some absolute moral sense. So here's the question for you.
Yep.
You're arguing for, I think, an evolutionarily very viable explanation for religious belief and dogma, but aren't you stuck with the downside of it, where much of what is encoded in that way may actually be abhorrent morally and consciously?
Absolutely.
Okay, so
No doubt about it.
what do we do about that?
Well, this is exactly
Do you have
why-
a sorting algorithm?
Yes.
What is
So I'm
it?
trying to get to it.
Okay.
Okay, so this is actually why I asked Sam this question. It wasn't an attack. It's like, okay, so look, people have these belief systems, Christian, Muslim, Jew, we'll say for that, and you're saying abandon those, let's say, and move towards this transcendent rationality. It's like, okay, two problems. It's not so easy to abandon a belief system because you end up in the morally relativist nihilist pit. And that's a problem.
One doesn't have to. And many
people tend to, and so it's a
Well,
very
no,
major problem.
It's just not. I mean,
No, they don't have to. Look,
wait.
Sam,
That's an empirical claim that we would have to find out whether that's true.
well,
but there's a lot of evidence against that.
Yeah, well, there's plenty of evidence for it too, but it's beside the point to some degree because that isn't something that I want to quibble about. Perhaps there are transitional paths, and sometimes people find a collapse of their faith actually freeing. It's certainly the case that many of the people who are happy about what you're doing have found exactly that in what you've been saying, and more power to you. And so I'm not willing to dispute that. But what you said was, okay, here's these belief systems that are ancient and complex, and we can step outside of them, and there's this transcendent rationality that we could all aspire to that would solve the problems. It's like, okay, what is it?
Well,
what is it exactly?
It is, at a minimum, to value all of the variables that conspire to make the one life we know we have
Okay, you
worth
can't
living.
value all those variables.
Well, no, we're doing it right. We do it every day in how we organize
No, we
ourselves
don't,
in
because
society.
we apply an a priori framework to the variables to reduce them to a tiny subset that we can manage. And it's the nature of that a priori framework that we haven't been able to have a discussion about. We have an a priori framework that narrows our perception to almost nothing. It's built into us. It's partly socially constructed. It has a deep neurological substrate. And we actually understand how it emerges to a large degree. And the thing is that...
But I don't think that's actually our difference. I mean, so the a priori framework operates in many different spaces, which again, we can't necessarily analyze, but it makes it no less true. So if you put your hand on a hot stove, you will immediately feel a very good reason, in fact, an unarguably good reason to remove it, right? And it doesn't require moral philosophy to get you there. You don't need to inspect your a priori framework. You just have to feel, holy shit, this is the worst thing I've ever felt, right? And there's so many moments like that in life that we dimly understand.
What if you're trying to rescue your child from a fire?
Well, exactly. Then you have some other goal, right?
Yes,
that is going to
do.
cause you to brave that suffering, right?
Yes.
But again, trying to rescue your child from a fire is pretty close to as the hot stove in not needing to be analyzed, right? The imperative to rescue it becomes harder when you have to rescue someone else's child from a fire, and you're worried about orphaning your child who's standing next to you on the sidewalk, right? Then we get into the domain of moral philosophy, and then you can say, well, you know, how much do each of us owe the children of other people, right? How much should I risk my life and risk orphaning my child to rescue your child? That's when things get interesting in a philosophy seminar, and that's where people begin to hesitate. People begin to, we are biased toward protecting ourselves, protecting our kin, protecting our friends, and only then do we begin to extend the circle. And again, but this is not a mystery where we want to go here. We want to extend the circle more and more and build institutions and societies that implement our best selves at our best moments more and more. It makes it more effortless to be good in the world. We want good incentives.
Can we take your example seriously here for a second?
Yeah.
All right, so you are built to be more likely to rescue your own child than someone else's child from a fire. We in society might like for the minimum number of children to die in fires as possible, which gets you to sideline that consideration in favor of, is there a child who's faced with a fire who I might rescue? Religions do exactly this restructuring of values because they say something like, actually, your goodness in risking your own life to save that other child from a fire is observed and it is calculated, and you will be rewarded for it in some way.
That's one possible benefit of some religions, right?
Good.
And again, so you put that on the balance, but I have a lot to put on the other side of the
Sure
balance.
you do.
Right?
I know you've got a never-ending list.
Look,
right.
I want to.
Well, that's what I'm trying to point out to Jordan here, which he actually acknowledges, which is that he's got a big stack of good things that come from this heuristic, but he's also acknowledging.
But this is actually this is our core disagreement here, which is however the balance is going to swing. The difference between us here is that I think we read the utility of anything, but in this case, religious thinking, as evidence of, you read it as evidence of something, perhaps, literally true.
Inevitability. Depends on what you mean by literal.
Yeah, so and I view that as a kind of version of either the genetic or naturalistic fallacy, that it's just like, whether that's, it's useful now here for us, it doesn't argue that it's the best way of getting those good things. I mean, my argument here is that religion gives people bad reasons to be good where good reasons are available.
Okay,
right?
so
and that's a problem, right?
Right.
And because good reasons scale better than bad reasons. And I think we can even if you take the case where religion is clearly useful in a life-saving, utterly benign way, in virtually all of those cases, I think I can get you there by some other way without the downside, or if not, that's just one of those cases where yes, the fiction was more useful than any possible truth.
How do you distinguish a religious system from an a priori perceptual structure?
Well, if you can convert to it or away from it in a single conversation, I would say if it doesn't go very deep.
Well, you're only, I would say that for much of that, you're only converting at a very superficial level.
Well, no.
You're converting at the level of conscious apprehension, and most of your cognition is done through unconscious processing.
Well,
so it's superficial.
It's just a fact about us that most of people's religious attachment is born of having it drummed into them by their parents. Right? But the truth is...
no, their parents and their parents' parents and their parents'
yes,
parents'
exactly.
parents.
But if we did the same thing with Batman and Spider-Man, it would have the same effect. Right? Like if you relentlessly told children, right? I mean, I've got two little girls who are dressed up like Batgirl right now. They love Batgirl. There's nothing. I don't have to do anything to make them more enthusiastic about superheroes apart from just showing them the pictures of superheroes, right? If I told them, in addition to look how fun this is to dress up like Batgirl, in addition, you're going to burn in hell for eternity if you lose your emotional attachment to Batgirl, even for a minute, right? Well, then it's going to be Batgirl for the rest of their lives. Especially if the entire culture is doing likewise. And again, this is...
Well, as Bret pointed out already, a bad tool is better than no tool at all. And if Batgirl is the closest approximation to a divine figure that you can conjure up, it beats the hell out of none at all. And if Batgirl didn't partake of certain archetypal structures, no one would give a damn about Batgirl.
Okay, I'm going to...
Spider-Man and Batman
I'm going to spare
play a role in the culture.
All right.
Because, look,
Hold on.
not accidental. It's not accidental that superhero stories have a structure. And to say that, well, Batman and Spider-Man are obvious fictions and we could use them as moral exemplars, which we do.
You're taking the wrong end. You're taking the wrong end of this. I'm not minimizing the power of stories. Right? I'm saying we can understand their power without recourse to believing things we shouldn't believe now in the 21st century.
I still need an answer to the question about what it is that's this transcendental rational structure without an a priori dogma, because I don't see it.
Well, it's not. Well, again, we touched on this a little bit last night in that I freely admitted that in every domain of human inquiry, no matter how, the most hard-headed, so mathematics, logic, physics, at some point we have to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps. At some point we make a move that is not self-justifying and is not justified by any other move that's more rudimentary.
Right, that's a statement of faith. That's
a callow use of the term faith.
No,
it's not the same kind of faith.
It's a precise definition of an axiomatic statement of faith.
My faith that 2 + 2 makes 4.
That's not faith.
Well, no, it is. No, it's my intuition that this is a valid and replicable and generalizable principle, right?
No, that's not faith either. Your statement that that's a useful claim is a statement of faith, but neither of those two were statements of faith.
No, they're statements of intuition. No, these are intuitions. They're intuitions that can run afoul of other discoveries and other intuitions, as you know, which...
well, if mathematical facts are intuitions, then what are we doing with facts?
We've arrived at the point where we have to decide.
This is super important, though.
Super important.
Okay, we don't lose this.
Okay. Yeah.
For 2,000 years, people have been studying geometry and had a very well worked out set of mathematical intuitions with respect to Euclidean space, flat geometry. And then some brilliant guy, Riemann might have been the first, said, well, actually, you can curve space. I can bend this triangle, and all of a sudden it has more than 180 degrees, right? That's an intuition that people tuned up pretty quickly, but all of humanity was blind to it for the longest time, right? These are, what I mean by intuition is, it's the thing you're using to understand something that you are not in a position to analyze.
I understand that.
But that's not faith of the sort which is, listen, I know the Bible was dictated by the creator of the universe. I know Jesus was his son. I know he rose from the dead. I know he'll be coming back. And 1,000 other propositional claims
that seem
highly implausible.
If it's a statement of faith and it's in the value domain, how is it derivable from facts?
Okay, so we've arrived at the point where we have to decide whether to go to Q&A or to continue the discussion. While you all are thinking about that, I would like to level a challenge to each of you, and then I will poll the audience and see what they think about Q&A.
Okay.
Okay, so Jordan is arguing to you that you cannot ground the values that would undergird the modality of increasing well-being in anything factual. And you are arguing in response that...
Not without an intermediary structure.
Let me just argue in response.
Hold on a second.
Not without an intermediary structure.
What I've heard you argue is something that I agree with, which is that you can ground many things in a nearly objective observation of the universe, but it doesn't say anything about the value part of the equation. And in fact, I think, having thought about the question from an evolutionary point of view, that in order to do what you're talking about, to increase well-being, you are going to have to accept that that is going to leave you with an arbitrary grounding. There is no absolute grounding for it, and you're going to have to just simply accept that it's going to make you arbitrary, that you are in fact going to have to do inconsistent things like decide to honor the love of a mother for her child and dishonor the love of country that causes one population to gas another population. That's inconsistent, and we need to embrace that kind of inconsistency.
I mean, it's just a different, I don't think that we even have the grounding problem. I think it's a pseudo problem.
But you just said you needed to put your staff in somewhere.
We have a navigation, so the way it's grounded is the acknowledgement that what we have is, I mean, it's analogous to what people do with the notion of meaning in life. Like, what's the meaning of life? How do you find meaning in life? Or what's the purpose of life? These are bad questions. These are questions that, when you pose them, they seem to demand, they suggest a space in which an answer must be put, but it's just...
But you put an answer there. You said that people should work towards the good.
Yes, there's a different way of framing it, which is, what we have here is an opportunity. It's not a matter of meaning, it's not a matter of purpose, and it's not a matter of grounding. It's a matter of, we are in a circumstance where we have consciousness and its contents in every moment. And all of this is, the lights are on, and they're on for reasons that we dimly understand, right? They're reasons that are biological in our case, but perhaps at bottom they're just based on information processing, and that they're platform independent. And then we would build machines for whom the light is actually on, or not, right? It remains to be seen whether we can actually build in our computers conscious minds that can thrive or suffer, right? And that the difference matters. But we're in this circumstance where we are trying to understand how consciousness and its states arises. But one thing that is undeniable is that the lights are on, and being on, they reveal a spectrum of experience that which has one end that the worse it gets, the more compelling it is to move away from it.
That's meaning. That's meaning right
there.
Yes,
okay, and all of our meaning talk and value talk relates to navigating in this space. So there's one end of it where things get needlessly horrible without a silver lining, and there's another end where it gets better and better and non-zero sum, and all boats are rising with the same tide, and the Israelis and the Palestinians...
That's the landscape of evil and good.
Yeah,
so,
okay, so fine. What do you do? That's why, so these are compelling ways to talk about this space of navigation.
What do you do when you accept your space of navigation and there's a conflict between well-being for the living population of Earth versus well-being over the maximum populations that could possibly live into the future? When there's a big conflict between how much well-being we are going to feel now versus how much well-being future human beings will get to feel.
Yeah, well, those are legitimate ethical problems, which I think we often live in the space where we know there's a right answer that we are too selfish to fulfill or too short-sighted to fulfill. Like, so I know there are things I do every day that not only will other people as yet unborn wish I hadn't done, I might wake up tomorrow wishing I hadn't done those things, right? So like I'm a bad friend to my future self in some respect, to say nothing of the rest of humanity. So we can have failures we can have weakness of will, we can have failures that we can just be wrong about certain things, but it's nowhere written that it's easy to be a good person,
Right? But in that case, it's not even clear what good means.
Well, no, it is clear. I'm saying
Bret,
even in those cases where we
that.
know the answer, it might be hard to be motivated by that knowledge, and that because we're not a unity, right? I mean, part of what wisdom is morally is an ability to live integrated enough with your own, better self. The advice you would give to a friend. I mean, this just falls right out of your work as well. It's like live as though, but basically treat yourself the way you would treat. I think this is your line. So someone you're responsible for, or there's a friend of yours, right? If you can do that, you're already ahead of who most people are most of the time. But there's no reason to say that because it's difficult, or because sometimes we're looking through a glass darkly and can't figure out what the answer is, the answer doesn't exist, or there is no right one.
Okay. Now, let me try with you. So, Jordan, you have argued for an evolved framework of religious belief in which there are elements that are morally defensible that will be carried through time. There are elements that are morally reprehensible that will be carried through time by virtue of the fact that they are effective. And you have argued that these things, because they have withstood the test of time, have some kind of value, which is not necessarily something that we should honor, but some large fraction of it must be. Mm-hmm. But that would seem to suggest that the degree to which these belief structures has value is contingent on the degree to which the environment in which we attempt to deploy these structures matches the environment in which they evolve.
Absolutely.
Now, I would argue that no population of humans has lived farther from its ancestral environment than we do.
Yeah, I think that's a fallacy.
You think so?
Yeah.
Because
well, it is and it isn't. And look, I think that's an absolutely valid point. Okay, so this gets esoteric relatively rapidly, but the question is, let's say at the highest levels of adaptation, we're adapted to the things that last the longest periods of time. Okay, those are the most permanent things. Now the question is, what are those most permanent things? And one answer would be the fundamental material substrate of the world. And that's true. I'm going to leave that be. Like, we're evolved to deal with gravity, okay? But there are other elements that are higher order abstractions in some sense that are also apparently hyper-real. So, for example, there's a problem that we have a bifurcated brain. The question is, well, why do we have a bifurcated brain? And the answer seems, and not just us, animals too, and the answer seems to be, well, there's two necessary ways of looking at the world, and they have to be in conflict to some degree in order to work properly. The right hemisphere mode and the left hemisphere mode. The right hemisphere mode is a lot more metaphorical than the left hemisphere mode. The right hemisphere is the hemisphere that seems to deal with exceptions to the rule. And it seems to deal with exceptions to the rule by treating them, by aggregating them, and then trying to recognize patterns that unite them as a corrective to the totalitarian system in some sense that the left hemisphere imposes. You could say that the right and the left are adapted for something like explored territory for the left and unexplored territory for the right. I've characterized that as order versus chaos. And I think the religious landscape is good versus evil, to Sam's point that we should strive for a good life, on a landscape of chaos versus order. And I think that landscape is permanent. Now, I know we've moved from our African ancestral homeland, but this underlying abstraction, this underlying reality is so profound that it maintains its validity across all sets of potential environmental transformations.
Well, okay.
Okay, can I just jump in here? Because here's why, just to seize on one piece you put in play there, here's why good and evil can't be permanent in the usual sense, certainly not in the Christian or Judeo-Christian sense. One is the Judeo-Christian notion of good and evil doesn't even map on to Eastern
but
religion.
Sam, you made a good versus evil claim in the moral landscape.
No, but it's also in an Eastern context, in a Buddhist or Hindu context, the evil isn't really evil, it's just ignorance. Now, you might dispute that. You might say, well, that's not really, they haven't met a sufficiently evil person if they could think that. But the reality is that there are billions of people who have a different rubric under which they look at these things.
Sam, you can't make that case.
But let me add another piece here,
Wait, We need to ask them.
Okay.
Whether
Yeah, you guys need to
vote. Do you guys want this conversation to continue, or do you want Q&A to begin? I don't know which one you're cheering for.
Give them.
Okay.
Give them a pause and ask about Q&A.
First group is the group that wants this conversation to continue. All right.
Okay. Well,
and now the group that would prefer Q&A.
Okay, well,
it was the former.
What's disturbing is that many of the same people were clapping. And that proves what Jordan was just saying about the two hemispheres of the human brain.
Metaphorical
okay,
beliefs,
so look, I mean, it seems to me, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, is that you made an absolute moral claim in the moral landscape, and that's what grounds your argument. The absolute moral claim.
Let's just take this evil piece, because it'll be interesting if it's not totally on point.
Okay.
The reason why evil is susceptible to total deflation is, if you agree with me, evil is a category of human misbehavior, human intention, that we don't understand significantly at the level of the brain. But if we did understand it totally at the level of the brain, then every evil person we had in the dock at trial would be just like Charles Whitman with his brain tumor after he shot up everyone at the University of Texas, right? So like he's the prototypically evil mass murderer, but he's complaining about this change that overcame his personality, and he thinks it would be a good idea that if after the cops kill me, you autopsy my brain because I don't know why I'm doing any of this, right? And lo and behold, he had a glioblastoma pressing on his amygdala, and all of a sudden it made sense of his behavior in a way that a full understanding of psychopathy or every other variant of human evil would make sense of it in a way that would be deflationary ethically.
Okay.
And then you would look at someone like Saddam Hussein, or the worst evil person you could imagine, and you would say, well, he's actually unlucky. There but for the grace of biology go I. Because if I had that brain, if I had those genes, if I had those influences that gave me those synapses, I would be just like him. Now, if you think there's some other element that gives us free will, and now then you and I are disagreeing, then that's a factual claim that's at variance with mine. But if we are just on some level malfunctioning biological systems when we're being evil, then a complete understanding of evil would cancel that category.
Can
ethically.
you define evil so we know what you're talking about?
Well, take just the worst people who have sadistically victimized the most people, and those are the evilest people we can name.
So wait a second. So when you say, I think this is actually really important, because I think actual evil of that kind is pretty darn rare, and there's a lot of badness that emerges from a kind of
the most troubling thing
rationality.
are all the good people doing evil because they're ruled by bad ideas. I mean, that I think is more consequential than actual evil people.
We introduced a whole set of other things here in the last little round about
but
free will and evil. But
I just want to make it clear why I went there. So you were saying this is I forgot the word you used, inevitable or ineluctable, or it's permanent. The implication is that this category is permanent, and I'm saying that I don't think evil in that sense is a permanent category for us. It awaits more information and insight.
Okay, we're going to distinguish for a minute good versus evil and good versus bad, just for the sake of conceptual clarity. In the moral landscape, you make a fundamental axiomatic claim. It looks like a moral claim. Maybe it's a claim of fact, and the claim is there are bad lives and good lives.
Sure.
And the claim you make is that that's universally true.
Well, it's true for the requisite mind.
Buddhist, Hindu, Christian, doesn't matter.
Okay, but evil. So yes, I'm not telling you that you should purge the word evil from your vocabulary. I use the word all the time, and I think it's useful. It's a motivating word. I'm just saying that we can understand this continuum of good and bad, or positive and negative, in ways that don't use certainly don't use the Judeo-Christian framework for valuing these things. Because if you take the Buddhist framework and map it onto this continuum, you don't get good and evil. You get essentially wisdom and ignorance. Evil is ignorance of all the well-being you and others would experience if you behaved another way. right? That's the Buddha's game, or even within Hinduism. And again, this connects to your love of stories. You take the Hindu text, the Ramayana, which is just a foundation. It's doing the work that the Bible is doing for Jews and Christians. In that the worst guy in the Ramayana, the 10-headed demon Ravana, the prototypically evil person, is at bottom really not a bad guy. He's a great sage who is just, in a bad mood, essentially, right? He was obscured by ignorance. And so it is in the Buddhist canon. The Buddha meets a serial killer who is wearing a garland of human fingers around his neck, named Angulimala, but he was just one conversation away from being fully enlightened, right? I mean, he was like, it's a different picture of possibility. I'm not saying one is right or wrong. Let's be agnostic about that. I'm challenging your claim that there's something so prescient and useful and durable about the Judeo-Christian framework.
I wasn't making that claim.
We're stuck with it for all time.
I wasn't making that claim. I was making the claim that in the moral landscape, you laid out a distinction between the bad life and the good life. Forget about good and evil. The bad life and the good life, hell and heaven, the bad life and the good life, and that distinction was not only factual but universal. And so since
it's
you made that axiomatic,
given the right mind. So we could imagine a mind. I mean, this is an example.
Okay, universal in a right mind.
But we could create circumstances that seem perverse to us that we would recoil from. You could create a universe of perfectly matched sadists and masochists, say, right? So you have the people who are real sadists, who in our world would be terrible actors, but in their world, they're surrounded by people who want to be mistreated. Now, again,
if you're a real sadist, you never mistreat a masochist when he asks you to.
Okay, well, these are... granted. I'm not...
Sorry,
I'm not sure the human categories even exist.
Couldn't resist.
But in undoubtedly we could create something like an artificial intelligence that could be paired this way, and that would be weird. But in my framework, it is a conceivable space of equivalent well-being, and it's not matched at all to our space, right? But if in fact we could inspect the conscious minds of all parties participating in that, it is not obviously absurd, in my view, to say that they are just as happy as we are in this conversation. In fact, some moments in this conversation, I would say that they might be happier.
No, it's been good. It's been good. So let me ask you a question here about well-being, because this is something I've wanted to ask you about, but we never seem to get to. Okay. So you think that we should maximize well-being, and that's part of your proposition, which I don't entirely disagree with, by the way, that we should ground our value structures in facts. But there's a black box problem there, like I think the black box problem about the a priori structure that we use to extract the facts of the world out. And the black box problem is, if we could measure well-being, it's like, yeah, that's a big problem, Sam. Like, we have measures of well-being and they're terrible.
Yeah.
Like they are.
No, I'm agreeing. I don't think but it's not a problem for my thesis. We don't have measures for anything we care about, really.
Yeah, but I mean, if your thesis is that if we had the measures of well-being that were appropriate, we could use them in a positive way, and the response is, but we don't have those measures, it's like, then what do we do?
Oh, no, we have measures. I mean, this conversation is a measure. I don't like that. That's a measure, right? You step on my toe and I say, ow. That's a measure. Don't do that again.
But that's not a measure of your well-being. It might be a measure of your trait neuroticism.
Well, it's a measure of...
But I mean that...
These are non-points.
No, but I mean this technically. Yeah. If you look at the well-being measures that we have, they degenerate into measures of neuroticism.
No,
that's all they are.
But we don't have measures of certainty, of belief, of compassion, of joy, any of these conscious states. We have neural correlates of some of them, but we don't have. There's no helmet I can put on.
How do we use facts about them to orient ourselves in the world then?
Because we're doing that. We're doing this all the time.
You've got an instantaneous measure, though. You've got an instantaneous measure of well-being. We can all check with ourselves, see how we feel.
But it's possible to be wrong about that.
Right? Always, always wrong about it.
But it degrades as you get away from the individual's ability to check internally. On the
Well,
other
even
hand,
the internal thing isn't reliable,
it's
because
not
lots of times
reliable
you're
and-
happy when you're doing things that
well,
are
sure,
terrible
and
for
you could
yourself.
take a drug that would make you feel very good and would cause you to take apart your own life because it would
You mean like
remove-
cocaine, for
right,
example?
it would destroy the motivational structure that gets you to do stuff of value that you're
Right, so we
justified-
can't use emotion,
Right.
moment-to-moment emotion, as an indicator
Right,
of well-being.
the instantaneous is not good, but you have a parallel problem. It looks to me like the exact mirror image, which is that you've got an integrative, long-term measure of well-being instantiated in an evolutionary belief system, but it's coming apart because we are living in circumstances that are less well mirrored. The present does not mirror the past, and therefore these truths, which you believe are timeless, are degrading rapidly.
That's part of that's exactly right, yes.
Okay, so what Sam is arguing is that the tools to pivot in order to improve our way of interacting, those are not the tools of long-standing tradition. Those are the tools of rational engagement.
Respect for that process is part of the long-standing tradition.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, but that's a big truth, man.
I agree.
That's a major league truth.
I
And
agree.
in fact, I would say the fundamental tradition, the most fundamental tradition of the West, says that respect for the process that updates moral judgment is the highest of all possible values. And that's also built into the tradition, strangely enough.
I agree it's built into the tradition, but I would argue that it is very likely to be compartmentalized. In other words, I was a little bit struck when you said that, what did you say about scaling? You said that these...
good reasons scale and bad reasons don't.
Isn't that the opposite of the truth? No, if you're calling these stories that give prescriptions for how to behave bad ideas, the point is those stories propagate very easily. So if we want to talk about the gun and whether it is loaded, the idea that the gun is definitely loaded, that scales really easily, right? You can pass that along in one sentence.
And the
people can get it.
consequences of being
hand,
wrong about a loaded gun also scale, right? So,
no.
Well, they
if
should.
you want to talk to people about very small possibilities of very dire things happening, they trip over it. It's a hard thing to get. It's almost impossible for children to get it. So the point is, the one thing does scale, a story that says, yeah, every gun is loaded. It's a false story, but that one definitely scales. Yeah. The statistical reality of guns and the fact that they may indeed be unloaded, but you don't want to play around with the remote possibility that one day you'll get it wrong, right? That doesn't scale because it requires you to have experience with stuff that is not common.
Right. Well, so there are two things here. One, you bring up an ancillary but very important point, which is that moral progress here is often the result of moving from our story-driven, protagonist-driven intuitions to something far more quantified, right? So I mean, this is a classic, moral study done by Paul Slovak, who I'm sure you are aware of, where you tell people about one needy little girl in Africa and you give her a name and show her picture, and what you elicit is the maximum altruistic, compassionate response from subjects. You go to another group of subjects, you tell them about the same little girl, give her the same name, but also tell them about her needy little brother, right, who has the same need, and their response diminishes, right? Just the addition of a single person diminishes the response, and this is a moral fallacy that we're all living out every day, because if you care about this one little girl, you should care at least as much about the fate of her and her brother. And when you add statistics to it...
No, you shouldn't, because
Well,
you'll exhaust yourself. No, you shouldn't.
This is a bug, not a feature.
Man, you'll exhaust yourself in the attempt.
No, because we need...
What, are you going to care for 100 people with the same intensity that you care for one?
This is what this software flaw gets us. It gets us people who will watch for hours a day with effortless and tear-stained compassion the saga of the little girl who fell down the well, but who will blithely turn the channel when they're hearing about a genocide that is raging and hundreds of thousands have already died.
Sam,
right?
listen, guys.
This is something we have to correct for this. I'm not talking about person. No, but you're misunderstanding me to great effect here. That I'm not saying that you should personally be overwhelmed by the death toll every day. I'm not saying that it's functional for you and I to each personally get up each morning and just drink deep of the full horror of all the bad luck that is spread.
No, maybe it is, but maybe we can't handle it.
But as societies, we need, when you're talking about how we spend our money, how we apportion foreign aid, the kinds of wars we fight or don't fight, the kinds of then we have to correct for what is in fact a moral illusion, which is we know that if we tell we tell one compelling story about a little girl, right, we could go to war over that. Right? Whereas we won't be motivated by a genocide. That's the kind of thing that moves whole societies now. And if you add to it the bogus religious sanctities, if we burned a Quran on this stage tonight, the rest of our lives would be spent in hiding, right? Because of how motivated people would be to address that pseudo problem. Right? That's the world we're living in. And civilization, insofar as we have a purchase on it, is a matter of correcting for those errors. And religion, for the most part, not across the board, but for the most part, is standing in the way of those course corrections.
Well, okay, there is a tremendous amount to unpack in that. I mean, and like in some sense a surprising amount. It's like, well, we're wired to feel intense empathy for individuals who are close to us, and we can be told stories in a manner that makes that system manifest itself. And everyone and their dog thinks that that's a wonderful thing, and we call that empathy, right? And empathy has a narrow domain of utility, as it turns out, because maybe if you were all who you should be, you'd be weeping constantly for the catastrophic fate of sentient beings on the earth, but you can't handle it, you know what I mean? It's that you can barely handle your own suffering, and maybe you can handle a bit of the suffering of your family, and more power to you if you could rectify that, and if you were better human beings, maybe you could expand that outwards. But the fact that our empathy doesn't scale up to the level of genocide with the same intensity that we treat instances of individual suffering isn't an indication that we're irrational. It's just an indication that we're limited.
Well,
that's
not true. I think this is an indication of exactly the problem of our evolved structures not matching the present. Because the point is...
Well, they do match because we take care of our families.
No, but they don't match because if you encountered the starving girl, that's some sort of it's a crude measure of suffering in your local environment. Were you in the past? Now that you can encounter this girl on the television, it's not clear what it should mean to you.
Right.
Right? You can't calibrate
it might
how
mean
many...
get your act together.
Right, and so the point is, your indifference to a genocide, which is an abstraction, right, is altered should you see pictures of the bodies, for example. You shouldn't actually feel differently about the genocide in the abstract case versus the case that you're looking at the bodies. And the fact that we have access to photorealistic representations of these things...
But it's worse than that. This is why it's actually irrational, because I can show you the case where you care at level 10 about the little girl named Leela, and you care at level 8 about the little girl named Leela and her brother named Janti, right? And you care at level 4 if I've added a few more kids, but the little girl named Leela, who you ostensibly care about, is there in each one of these, right? So it is irrational.
Yeah, but the resources are diminished as
no,
a
but
consequence
you
of
have
the multiplication of the suffering.
You have $10 to give away every month to help struggling humanity, and you tell me you'll give 10 to Leela this month, and then I catch you in another moment, and I say, well, you know, it's Leela and her brother, so it's like if you only can give 10. I understand, but you know, the problem is actually worse than I suspected. And you say, well, actually, I'm just going to give 8, right? It's not coherent with how much you cared about Leela in the first place.
We do know quite well that the heuristics that we use to orient ourselves in the world can be placed into frameworks where they produce contradictory outcomes. But that doesn't mean that the heuristics themselves are deeply flawed. It's a problem with the work of people like Kahneman and Tversky.
Yeah,
is they take perfectly valid heuristics.
We need to correct for them because they're producing a reliable result that we recognize.
Yeah, but no, you can put them in a
non-functional.
situation where they produce a counterproductive response, but that doesn't mean that generally speaking in most situations they don't produce a useful outcome, because the question is, why in the hell would have they evolved if they didn't produce a useful outcome most of the time?
They evolved to live with 150 people with whom we're related, and to be terrified of the people in the next valley who may want to kill and eat us.
Yes,
right?
and that's
our ancient circumstance,
right.
which doesn't map onto a common humanity of 7 billion people trying to figure out how to get to Mars without killing each other.
Well, it does map onto it sometimes, unfortunately, because there are many times when we still face the same kind of threats. In fact, it maps onto
the hierarchy that we're trying to climb
Sam.
here.
You wouldn't be concerned about the fundamentalist terror of Islam if you weren't driven by those essentially tribal considerations.
No,
and I'm not suggesting that it's wrong.
It doesn't require, a mere identification with humanity, it can ground not wanting to be murdered by people who are identified with a subset of humanity, right? Like, I don't need to be part of a smaller tribe to care that people will murder me over burning a Quran, right? It's clearly counterproductive that we live in a society where some objects are held with such totemic attachment for irrational reasons by many, many millions of people, where that you should be sympathetic with this. Our free speech is actually canceled on this point, right? I mean,
Yes.
You literally can't produce cartoons.
Look,
there are scholarly works about the cartoon crisis that don't show the cartoons.
We have no argument whatsoever
Okay.
between us about the lack of utility of certain
You don't have to be
totalitarian
identified
presuppositions.
as a Christian or a Jew to push back against that. You just have to be a human being that sees the dysfunction of a smaller kind of provincialism.
Well, the thing that I'm struggling with is that I still can't understand in what your ethos is grounded. Because you claim like a transcendental rationalism, but you won't identify the structures that produce it. It's a black box. And when I try to push you on the absolute nature of your ethical claim, which is that the bad life is worse than the good life, and that we should, in fact, universally work towards the good life, it doesn't seem to me that you'll accept the proposition that that's a universal claim.
No, it is. Well, should is irrelevant here. It's just the fact that there is the possibility of moving in this space. If you move in the wrong direction, if you move far enough, you'll like it less and less.
But why is should irrelevant?
Given the minds you have, right?
Well, I thought
what
that
if you
should
had
would-
what if you had to accept moving in the wrong direction and experiencing less and less well-being in order
to get to a better place?
Maybe even just to survive. Suppose a population has to endure a generation and a half of misery in order to persist for another 100
Ethically,
years.
that's a perfectly intelligible circumstance that people have had to face, and it's on my moral landscape, it's analogous to, I mean, we might be at one local maximum or some high point, but we're moving down a slope to get to yet some higher place, right? So some things may only be possible if we made some painful and net unpleasant sacrifice to get there.
That's for sure.
Yes, and so that can be rationally apprehended. There can be an argument for that. It could be we all have to go on a diet. Otherwise, we're going to die of this problem, right? We all have to stop eating whatever it is, wheat, right? It's a hard sacrifice for people who have to stop it, as you know. If that were just true, well, then there'd be an argument for it. There'd be evidence that would convince us. We would stop. We would feel the pain, and we would get whatever benefit that was on the other side of that sacrifice. But again, you don't have to. It's the utility. Again, to bring it back to stories, which is, as you know, not my emphasis, but it is yours. The utility of stories is not something I'm arguing against. I mean, there's no question that certain stories are incredibly compelling, and in our conversation with one another, the moment you begin to frame something in terms of a story, people become much more interested, right? Like if 90% of what we said together tonight were framed, each point we were making as a matter of philosophy or science were framed in, well, actually, yesterday I was walking down the street and I met this guy, who's a terrifying looking guy, and all of a sudden people become much more interested, right? And then that's not an accident. And that says something deep about us that we could understand in evolutionary terms, and we might in fact want to creatively leverage to be better people,
Yes.
and to have better conversations.
Definitely.
Yes. So
that's what I think.
There's
I'm
nothing.
doing.
There's nothing that I say in opposition to religious dogmatism and religious sectarianism that discounts that reality, and that's a psychological reality. It's a cultural reality, and I'm not against making the most of it. My basic claim, however, is that we never need to believe that one of our books may not have a human origin in order to do that effectively. You can be just as compelled by the example of somebody like Jesus or some more modern person who strikes you as a moral hero and deeply wise, without believing anything on insufficient evidence. And as you alluded to, purely fictional stories about superheroes can have immense effect on us, and that's something we could understand and also leverage. But again, that takes us out of the religion business, and that's all I've been arguing for.
So do you really believe that that the belief in the supernatural aspect of these stories never alters the calculus of what people should do? That the divine nature of a story about Jesus doesn't motivate people to do something that they might not have the courage to do otherwise? The belief that they might end up in heaven because their good work is going to be observed doesn't alter their behavior?
Well, yeah, I know it alters their behavior, but rather often for the bad.
Well,
no, I mean, this is what worries me about. I think there's there's a profound net negative that we are paying the price for every day by believing in paradise, right? A belief that this life, it probably doesn't matter very much at all, because we get what we really want after we die is, forget about the evidentiary basis for that belief. It's ruinous for prioritizing what we should be prioritizing in this life. And
I agree with that, by the way.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's interesting. Yeah.
Yep. So, let me ask you this. I hear from you what might be a kind of confirmation bias, where I hear that, we've got a mixed bag. You've got supernatural claims. These supernatural claims, we all agree, have effects on the way people actually behave. And you're quite focused on the negative, and you tend to discount the positive, which might be an artifact of the fact that we're talking about the present, and therefore maybe something that's not well matched to these stories, or it might be from the idea that you have the sense that there is actually a bias, that these belief structures do and have always produced more harm than good.
And also my sense that the positive can be had without those structures. So if you're talking about the contemplative experience, like, is it possible to wake up tomorrow morning feeling like Meister Eckhart, right? Feeling like you're just inseparable from the pure capital B being that is consciousness, right? And there's no separate self there, right? A self-transcending union with everything you can perceive, right? I think that can be had without any kind of religious dogmatism. That's just a matter of paying close enough attention to the nature of consciousness. So the contemplative life is one baby in the bathwater we can save. The ethical life is another baby we can save. You don't have to presuppose anything on insufficient evidence to argue about what is right and wrong and good and evil in the 21st century. And
so is it fair to call that a hypothesis, that not just for some people, but for everyone, the level of well-being can be enhanced through rational interaction with the questions that dictate what we do? Is that a hypothesis?
Well, that's a hypothesis. The one additional fact that makes that more or less moot is that on certain points, even if we felt that really believing the fiction was advantageous to people, depending on which fiction you're talking about, there's too much evidence against it. You can't decide to believe something for which you have no evidence simply because of the good effects, the good experience it will give you, or you imagine it will give you. I mean, that's why Pascal's wager never made any sense. I mean, you can't say, the only way you can believe something to be true, really true, not just metaphorically true, is to believe that if it weren't true, you wouldn't believe it. That you stand in some relationship to its truth such that that is the reason why you believe it. Now you can't be telling yourself, I have no evidence for this thing, but I know life would be better if I believed it to be true, and so therefore I really believe it's true.
You don't think people do that all the time?
I don't think they do. I think they do things much more like we're talking, the metaphorical truth we're talking about. We act as if things are true without forming any strong propositional claim, and that's fine. That's fine. That has its own utility. I mean,
you don't think this is basically, we all suspend disbelief when we go and watch a movie, and we sort of entitle the movie maker to set the ground rules of the space, and if it's Harry Potter, then there are magical things that can happen, and if it's some other story, maybe there aren't. So we all have a mechanism whereby we know we can suspend disbelief, and it's interesting to me that you seem not to imagine that people are doing that with respect to metaphysical beliefs that have implications for what the right actions that they should take are. Why wouldn't it be the case that same sort of mechanism would apply?
Well, it does apply, but there are people who are clearly doing much more than that. So I'm not, if that's all people were doing under the aegis of religion, I wouldn't spend much time worrying about religion. To some degree, that's what people do, as you say, going into caring about things that at bottom we really shouldn't care about. So the World Cup is on right now, and we literally billions of people care down to their toes what happens to this little ball as it traverses a lawn, right? And if it goes into the net, it really matters. And if it fails to, it really matters. And
it always matters if we hit the target, Sam.
But this is something we have manufactured to care about, right?
It's something that speaks to us unbelievably.
It's quite literally a game. This is a game that people are playing, but some people take it taking it further than seems truly rational is part of the fun. But the people who can't turn that off.
It's a metaphor. Soccer's a metaphor.
Yeah, but there are people who the fullback who kicks an own goal and then goes back to his South American village and gets murdered, right? He's surrounded by people who are taking the game too seriously.
Yeah, right? Okay, I agree.
Yeah, and so my problem with religion is that so much of the time we're meeting those people, and we're not criticizing those people. We have no place to stand to criticize those people because we're so attached to the game.
Fair enough. Look, why don't we do this? Why don't we each take 3 minutes to sum up?
So I think, we are there. We are at the end of time. So why don't you each take 3 minutes, sum up, and then we'll call it good.
Yep.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
Sam went last. Do you want to go first here?
Okay. So there's lots of things about which Sam and I agree, but the devil's in the details, of course. I'm very sympathetic to his claim that we need to ground our ethical systems in something solid and demonstrable. My problem is I'm not sure how to do that. I don't believe that you can derive a value structure from your experience of the observable facts. There's too many facts. You need a structure to interpret them, and there isn't very much of you. And so part of the way that that's addressed neurologically is that you have an inbuilt structure. It's deep, it's partly biological, it's partly an emergent consequence of your socialization. And you view the world of facts through that structure, and it's a structure of value. Now that structure of value may be derived from the world of facts over the evolutionary time frame, but it's not derived from the world of facts over the time frame that you inhabit, and it can't be. So the problem I have with our discussion so far isn't really any of Sam's fundamental ethical claims, because I do believe there's a distinction between the hellish life and the heavenly life, say, the life that everyone would agree was absolutely not worth living, and the life we could imagine as good. And I do believe that we should be moving from one to the other. The question is exactly how is it that we make the decisions that will guide us along that way? And I don't believe we can make them without that a priori structure. In fact, I think the evidence is absolutely overwhelming that we can't, and I mean also the scientific evidence. And I would like to go further into the devil that's in those details. And so that's my situation at the moment.
Well, part of these conversations, and now you and I've had, I think, we've done 2 podcasts, and this is our second live event. And thank you for doing this, by the way. This is
Hey, it's my pleasure, man.
It's an honor to do this. It's an honor to do this, and it comes with risks for both of us to do this. I mean, as I think you can sense, we don't have precisely the same audiences. All of you are sort of rooting for one or the other of us to some degree.
Or for the spirit of truth.
And yes. But clearly the conversation is the point, right? This is not, though this conversation had the character at many moments of a debate, I don't think either of us view it as a debate in the trivial sense. It's not about point scoring, it's about making sense in a way that's consequential, because we're talking about issues of great consequence. And you obviously care about these things, and it matters whether we converge on the most important questions in human life. And as you know, I'm worried that religion doesn't give us the tools we need to converge. What does give us the tools is a truly open-ended conversation, and then you simply have to look honestly at the obstacles toward any conversation being open-ended. And religion presents those first and most readily. It is the idea that certain things have been decided for all time, and there's no future evidence or argument that is admissible on those points. Now, that is clearly bad everywhere in science. It's bad everywhere in how we renegotiate our proximity to one another in society. New laws and new ideas are born all the time about how to structure institutions and social relationships, because new things happen. I mean, we didn't have an internet, and then we did. So our old laws and our old expectations of human communication simply don't work in the presence of this new thing, right? So we have to figure out, again, it's a navigation problem. And what I'm perpetually in contest with, even in conversations like this, is the sense that the rules need to change just a little bit for this class of books. I mean, literally, this side of the bookstore, right? There's like any other part of the bookstore, well then, there's no barrier to honest conversation. But you move over here, you got this shelf of books, there you have to hold your tongue, right? There we can't pick and choose. We can't say that, while we can say that Shakespeare wrote some fantastic plays, the best plays ever written, and some are actually not that good, right? We can't say that about God, right? We have to find some tortured way to make the most of his diabolical utterances, right? That's the thing we have to outgrow. And so what I'm continually in tension with you is the degree to which your style of talking about religion and the power of narrative and the meaning derived from it elides that point and seems to let people off the hook on that very point. And that's where we need to hold the line, in my view. We need to sure. That it has to be clear to us at this moment in history that no one has the right to their religious sectarianism, really. I mean, up to the point, clearly, that there's a World Cup version of it that is benign. But once it gets taken past that point, we have to figure out how to pull the brakes, and that becomes a real problem if you are going to dignify the foundational claims of these faiths, claims like revelation and paradise and blasphemy and apostasy. I mean, these are the things that you come up against, and I think conversations like this are incredibly important because we need to convince the better part of humanity that it's possible to live the best life possible without recourse to divisive nonsense. And where we draw the line between divisive nonsense and reasoned and necessary discourse is what we're dickering over, and I think it's important that we continue. So, yeah.
Hold on. So, in closing, let me say, first of all, I'm tremendously honored that you asked me to moderate these debates.
Fantastic. Thank you.
It was a truly remarkable experience. As for what was accomplished, I think it was a tremendous amount. I saw both of you move. I saw both of you exhibit tremendous generosity of spirit towards the other, and I think this has exceeded my expectations of what might have been possible in these discussions by quite a bit. And that also, I will say, has a lot to do with the fact that for reasons I think none of us can explain, a huge amount of people, a huge population seems to care about these issues because they matter a great deal. So anyway, I think this has been a very successful exercise, and I think you can both justly be quite proud of what you've done. So,
all right, let's give a huge round of applause for our speakers tonight.
Pleasure. You continue. Well done.
You're all familiar with straw manning. Anyone who follows politics knows straw manning. But I've asked them to do the opposite tonight, to start by steel manning the arguments of each other, to present in the best possible, most fair, most rigorous light what they understand to be the other's argument on all of the major issues we're about to discuss. I'm going to ask Sam Harris to go first, and we're going to go from there. Sam.
Great. Well, thank you. So first, thank you all for coming. It's an immense privilege for us to do this. And I should say many of you have sacrificed a lot to come here. People have come from other countries. I'm told you all dealt with a ticketing system that seems like it was run from a cave in Afghanistan. Again, thank you all, because it's one thing for us to put this date on the calendar and say we're going to speak here. It's another for all of you to show up, and this is a privilege we certainly don't take for granted. So, and it's an immense one. So, Jordan, and I should say that though much of our conversation together will often sound like we're debating, we'll definitely, none of us are in the habit of pulling our punches. There's an immense amount of goodwill here, and it's true on stage, it's true off stage, and we're all trying to refine our beliefs together in conversation. So none of us view this as a debate, though we might stridently disagree about one thing or another. So what Jordan, I think, disagrees with me about, I think he's worried that we clearly have a common project. We're both concerned to understand how to live lives worth living. How can we do this individually? And how can we build societies that safeguard this project for millions of people attempting to do this in their diverse ways? And so many questions immediately come online when you try to do that. But what is the relationship between facts and values, for instance, or science and spiritual experience, or our ethical lives? And we have, as for the moment, differing answers to those questions. Jordan is concerned that I, in my allergy to religion, insufficiently value the power of stories in general and religious stories in particular. That there's something more than just nakedly engaging with facts as they are. We don't simply come into contact with reality. We have to interpret reality. We interpret it through our senses and with our brains, obviously. But you need frameworks and, as Jordan would say, stories with which to do that. You don't get facts in the raw. And Jordan believes that because my purpose so often is to counter what I view as the dangerous dogmas within religion, I ignore the power and even the necessity of certain kinds of stories and certain ways of thinking about the world and our situation in the world that not only bring many, many millions and even billions of people immense value, are in fact necessary for anyone, however rational, to build a society where all of our well-being can be conserved. So I think if in brief, that's Jordan's concern about me.
So Sam is concerned, I would say, above all, with the minimization of unnecessary suffering, which seems to me to be a pretty good place to start. And he's concerned that in order to do that, we need to develop an ethic, and that ethic should be grounded in that realization that unnecessary suffering is worth contending with and dealing with, and that if we make too much of the divide between facts and values, then we end up in a situation where our value structure has no subordinate foundational grounding, and this is a big problem. So generally in the philosophical community, it's accepted, although not universally, that it's difficult, if not impossible, to derive values from facts. But the problem with that proposition is that you end up in a situation where either you lose all your values because they're just arbitrary, or you have to ground them in something that that's revelatory. And Sam is concerned that one of the negative consequences of grounding your fundamental ethic in something that's revealed is the emergent consequence of irrational fundamentalism. And so obviously that's worth contending with. And so he's taking issue with the philosophical idea that facts and values have to be separate, and formulating the proposition that we can in fact ground a universal system of values in the facts, and that we can mediate between the facts and the system of values using our facility for truth, but even more specifically our facility for rationality, and that rationality can be the mediator between the world of facts and the world of values. And so the problem I have with that, I guess if we can skip briefly to problems, is that it isn't obvious to me how to produce an ethos with sufficient motivating power to ground that conception of the minimization of suffering, say, and the promotion of well-being in a way that grips people and unites a society. And so I think that's part of what we're discussing and trying to sort out with regards to the potential role of narrative and religious belief as an underpinning to this ethos. We seem to agree on the necessity for the universal ethos. We even seem to agree, I would say, on what that is, because certainly the minimization of suffering seems to me to be a very good place to start. We share a concern with and a belief that the pathway to that ethos is in some manner related to our ability to speak the truth, but we disagree on what that has to be grounded in and how it has to be grounded. My sense, especially after thinking about our discussion, is that Sam makes what rationality is do too much work, and I'm hoping that, not that rationality is irrelevant or unimportant, because it clearly is neither of those, but maybe the devil's in the details, and hopefully we can get down to the details tonight. And we've brought Douglas into the conversation. He's here to serve as much more than a mere moderator. and partly we've determined that, as Sam alluded to, that what we're actually trying to figure out is what are the minimal necessary preconditions for the construction of engaged, productive individuals with meaningful, responsible lives in a society that's stable enough to sustain itself and dynamic enough to change. What are the minimal preconditions for that? What are the, and how do we ground those presuppositions, those preconditions? And what price do we pay for having them? Because you never get something without a cost. And we thought that Douglas would be a very interesting addition to this conversation because, of course, he's concentrated on such things as borders. And when you set up preconditions for social order, you also automatically produce such things as hierarchies and borders, and they don't come without a cost. And so we hope to expand the conversation to include a discussion of those issues as well.
Yeah, but before Douglas chimes in, I just want to reiterate the fact that he has not been cast here as our moderator, though if Jordan and I run off the rails, I expect Douglas to put us back on in the King's English.
I'm not moderate enough to be a moderator.
No. But you're more moderate than either of us are. But so I want you to reset the part of your brain that is poised to begrudge the moderator taking up too much time, because every moderator has felt that, and Bret Weinstein was brilliantly aloof and uninvolved in much of our exchange together. But Douglas really is a third participant here, and he stands between Jordan and I on some issues in an interesting way. So that we have a three-way conversation here where none of us is really sitting in the same spot. So,
can I make a quick observation about some of this? Some of the progress that you've already made in Vancouver, some of the progress I hope we can make tonight seems to be, I see one thing that hampers it. And let me go straight to it with Sam, which is, I discovered a terrific phrase the other day that our mutual friend Eric Weinstein came up with. We're talking about the manner in which you can discuss within the sciences certain scientific problems. And he said, look, if you've got a scientist who you know is also basically a very literalist Christian, you will listen to their argument a whole long part of the way. And there's somewhere at the end of it, you know you're going to be worried about it. And he came up with this phrase, I love this phrase. He says, Jesus smuggling.
Right, yeah.
Jesus smuggling is, you're going to follow all the way, yes, and then the worry is that when you get to the bit that you're not so good on, that's when they're going to smuggle in Jesus.
Yeah.
My suspicion is that you have a reservation about some of what Jordan is saying, on substructures, on stories, and much more, because you're worried that at some point, either on this stage or off it, at some point when you're not looking...
No, yes, or when I am looking.
He's going to Jesus smuggle you.
Yeah. That's a...
Well, is that fair?
Yeah. I was thinking maybe I'd just carry him in on a cross.
Yeah, right. Well, that is an all too apt analogy, because it is what worries me, and it's more subtle than that, because it's not to think that you're consciously doing it is a different claim. There's I don't think there's anything insincere about your argument for the importance of religion. But it's also possible. We've all met the people who we believe are making insincere arguments and are really, they're consciously putting the rabbit in the hat and then pretending to be surprised when it pops out, right? And the analogy to magic is actually interesting here, because we at over dinner were talking about the difference between real and fake art. And we were talking about this paradox that the art seems to be incredibly valuable, and yet the value isn't located in the object itself, or can't be obviously located there, because a forgery that is materially the exact copy of some masterpiece is essentially worthless, and the real masterpiece, even if it suffered some damage, would be incredibly valuable. And so where is the value to be located? But what worries me about your enterprise, Jordan, and the way in which you seem to be linking our rational project and our scientific project with religion is is right here. There's a difference between, and magic is a decent analogy. There's a difference between, like, paradoxically, real magic is fake magic, and fake magic is real magic. The only real magic in the world produced by magicians is the fake magic, where the magician, like someone like Darren Brown, will tell you, actually, no, I can't read minds, and I did put the rabbit in the hat, and this is fake, but the surprise is that even knowing it's fake, you can't understand how this effect is being achieved. Whereas the fake magicians are the ones who are pretending to be real, who are hiding, who are not acknowledging the mechanics, the real mechanics behind what is in fact effective. You know, the illusion that the rabbit pops out of the hat. And what I worry with some of the way in which you discuss the power of story, the power of metaphor, and the religious anchoring there, is that the leverage and the utility can be had even while acknowledging the real mechanics of it. You know, the fakeness of the magic, right? And you seem to suspect that it can't, that takes all of the wind out of the sails.
I'm not so sure what of it's fake and what of it isn't. Well, so I would say that I do consciously participate in the process that you described. But you see, I would also make the case, and this is certainly one of the things that we've been discussing, that you do it unconsciously. And let me make the case for that for a minute, because I've been thinking about it a lot, and I'd like to see your response. So I really read The Moral Landscape a lot, and I thought about it a lot, you know, and so this is what it looks like to me. So you make the proposition that we have to breach the gap between facts and values, because otherwise our values are left hanging unmoored, and that certainly brings about the danger of nihilism, but also a potential danger of swing to totalitarianism, something we agree about. I truly do believe that.
Right.
And then you perform an operation, a conceptual operation, and you say, surely we can all agree that, and then you outline a story about this woman who lives in this horrible country, who's basically just being starved and disease-ridden and tortured her whole life and having just a hell of a time of it, to put it in a phrase. And then you say, well, surely we can all agree that that's not good. And then you contrast that with, at least in principle, the sort of life that we would all like to have if we could choose the life that we have. And then you say, well, we could start with the proposition that we should move away from this terrible, hellish circumstance, and we should move towards this more ideal perspective. And you say, if we could only agree on that, then. And so,
right.
and so, like, so far so good. But there's a couple of things that go along with that are quite interesting. And so the first is that actually what you're claiming is that the highest moral good isn't existing in that better space. The highest moral good is acting in the manner that moves us from the hellish domain to the desirable domain. It seems to me to be implicit in your argument. So there's a pattern of behavior that constitutes the ethic.
Well, I would say that existing in that better space is good enough as well. So I mean, there's the question of what it takes to move from where you are to someplace better, and then there's just the someplace that's better.
There's both of those.
Yeah.
Well, but perhaps we could say, look, what's the ultimate hell? It might be existing in the hell that you described, but it also might be, this is something worse, I think. I think that participating in the process that brings about that hell is actually a hell that's even deeper than the hell. So it's an analogous argument. There's the state of being in a good state, but there's also the state of being that brings you to that good state, and then there's the state of being that's a terrible state, and the process that brings you to that terrible state. And one of the things that I've learned from the archetypal and religious texts that I've studied, as well as the philosophical texts, is that the process that transforms society into something approximating hell is a lower hell. Now, the reason...
Well, let me just close the loop on that, because I'm pretty sure I disagree. One, you can imagine two counterexamples. One is you can imagine a sadistic being, you might even call him God, who would create a circumstance of hell and populate it with innocent souls, right? Now that's, presumably, that action, it need not be attended by a lot of suffering. Or you could imagine some...
No, but it's still wrong.
Oh, so totally
it's still
wrong. Yes.
No,
yes.
you could even imagine someone who enjoys generating
exactly.
hell.
Yes, it could be a source
but
of
that would even be
perverse
more wrong than not enjoying it.
Right. Yes.
Okay, so we want to separate out two things. We want to separate out these states of being and the process that brings them into being. And I do believe you do that in your work, because basically what you suggest is that the appropriate way to act ethically is to act in a manner that moves us away from hell and moves us towards a desirable state. Now, the thing is that as far as I'm concerned, there's a couple of things about that. The first thing is that I wouldn't say that that mode of acting is a fact. I would say it's a personality. And that what you're suggesting is that people embody the personality that moves society away from hell towards heaven, for lack of a better term. And the reason I make that argument is because I think that you recapitulate the essential Christian message precisely by doing that, because symbolically speaking, at least as far as I can understand, stripped of its of its metaphysical context, let's say, that the purpose of positing the vision of the ideal human being, which, independent of the metaphysical context, it's certainly what the symbol of Christ represents, is the mode of being that moves us most effectively from something approximating hell to something approximating heaven. And then part of that message is, and this is also something that's dead along the lines of what you're arguing, is that the best way to embody that is actually to live in truth. I mean, so because I would say that the fundamental Christian ethic, metaphysics accepted once again, is to act in love, which is to assume that being is acceptable and can be perfected, and to pursue that with truth, and that you should embody that. And then I would say that the purpose of the representation, we could call them metafictions or archetypal representations, is to show that in embodied format so that it can be imitated, rather than to transform it into something that's diluted in some sense to an abstract rationality. Because I don't think the abstract rationality in itself has enough flesh on it, so to speak, which is partly why in the Christian ethic there's an emphasis that the word, which is something roughly akin to rationality, has to be made flesh. It has to be enacted.
But is the flesh made of dogmatism and superstition and otherworldliness? Is that part of what gives it its shape and necessity? I think traditionally, historically, it has been, and that's been the problem with religion. If you denude it of everything that is unjustifiable in the light of 21st century science and rationality, I think what you have to get down to is something quite a bit more universal and less provincial than any specific religion, much less Christianity per se.
Well, it's interesting too, though, that one of the points that you do make is that you do appeal to or assume the existence of a transcendental internal ethic, something like that, which I would say, by the way, just since we're going down this direction, seems to me to be something very akin to the idea of the Holy Spirit, which is something like the internal representation of a transcendent universal ethic. Now remember, I'm trying to strip these concepts of their metaphysical substrate. I'm not making a case at the moment for the existence of the great man in the sky. We can get to that later. I'm saying that what seems to be the case is that we have underneath our cognitive architecture and our social architecture a layer of symbolic and dramatic and narrative representation that instantiates the same concepts, but in a multi-dimensional context. One of the things we talked about in Vancouver, for example, is that the religious enterprise doesn't only emphasize rationality. It brings music into the play, and it brings art into the play, and it brings drama, and it brings literature, and it brings architecture, and it brings the organizing of cities around a central space. Like it's pushing itself, it's manifesting itself across multiple dimensions of human existence simultaneously. And to me, that gives it a richness that cannot be diluted without loss, and also a motive power that a pure appeal to rationality I don't think can manage. And this is, see, one of the things, this is maybe a good place for Douglas to leap in. See, one of the things that Douglas, who's claimed upon multiple occasions to be an atheist, and I don't know how he's feeling about that at the present time, but it doesn't matter. One of the things
Douglas
Douglas has pointed out was that there are things that we've done in free countries, let's say, broadly speaking, in the West, that are worth protecting. And that in order to protect them in the longest sense, it's conceivable that we need a cognitive structure, something like that, that can act as a bulwark against those forces that would seek to undermine and destroy it. And Douglas has been driven, I would say, to some degree, to hypothesize that for Christianity, for all its faults, or we could say Judeo-Christianity to broaden it, for all its faults, might provide something approximating that bulwark if we could only figure out how to utilize it properly. So,
yes. I mean, one of my problems on this is that it seems that we are where we are with belief, whether we wish it to be or not. We cannot believe as our predecessors believed, even if we wanted to. We know too much more now, and it puts us in this very difficult position. But to denude ourselves of the entire story seems to me to be a fool's errand, for a set of reasons. One of which is that from a lot of travel, a lot of speaking to people from all around the world, it doesn't seem at all obvious to me that what we have in countries like this one is the default position of human beings. In fact, it strikes me as being very rare. Order, even political order, political liberalism, political freedom. Very, very unusual things. And if you like the things that helped to get you there, with all of the caveats we could throw in all evening. And it's not the only thing that got us there, obviously. But that if you like, broadly speaking, where we are, you've got to be very suspicious at the very least of saying, the whole story's no good, we don't need the story, we can move on. I quote quite often the radical theologian Don Cupid, who was often described as an atheist priest. And Cupid says somewhere in a recent book, he said, you know, we can't help it. He said, for instance, the dreams we dream are still Christian dreams, whether we like that fact or not. And without being able to believe myself, certainly not being able to be a literal believer, I worry. Yeah, I worry about what happens when the square is denuded completely. And that's why this discussion tonight, and you two in particular, are right on the cusp of this, because this is where I think a lot of us are. Even if we really wanted to believe, we basically can't. And by the way, very quickly, that's why I think there's an additional, just to refine my previous point to you, Sam, that's why there's this additional thing. I think there is a fear, which you may have, which I also have, which is if there's a risk that even what I've just said, never mind what Jordan has also said, there's a risk, I think some people feel, that you're going to soften up the land somehow. And that even if neither Jordan nor I are going to suddenly start Jesus smuggling, we might create the conditions that make it easier for someone else to do that.
Yeah.
Is that a fair?
Yeah, and it is. Yeah.
No photos.
This is very Christian of you.
Thank you.
Yes. So.
Thank you.
Let me see if I can sharpen up what my concern actually is here, because it's not even true to say that I think you need to get rid of the Jesus story, or even not. I mean, I don't even think there's something problematic with orienting your life around the Jesus story. I think that can be reclaimed. But so, for instance, I was walking yesterday in this fine city of yours and saw someone on the sidewalk giving tarot readings to people. He had a tarot deck spread out. He had a few cards spread out, and he was soliciting people. And I'm sorry to say I didn't sit for a reading, but tarot cards, if you're familiar with them, are the quintessential artifact of New Age woo, right? I mean, these are not thought of as legitimate tools of divination, except by people who think that they're legitimate tools of divination. And yet, a tarot reading can be truly powerful. right? I mean, this is built on something, right? This is not just a massive example of self-deception on the part of people reading and people getting their cards read. These cards can seem prescient. I could give you all a reading right now, and 95% of you would find what the cards would say to be relevant to your lives. I mean, I could do it with an imaginary deck. I mean, an invisible imaginary deck. I don't know anything about tarot cards, but I'm going to turn over 2 cards now. One is the sun, and the other is the fallen man. Now, I know so little about tarot that I'm not even sure the fallen man is a tarot card. Right? Or I think it was the hanged man as a tarot card, right? Man, yeah. Okay, so I've got these 2 cards. And the sun is clearly the representation of wisdom, right? And the hanged man is the representation of lost opportunity. And I can tell you with some degree of certainty that all of you are at a crossroads in your life, right? Where you have good reason to believe that you're not making the most of your opportunities, right? Now, I could go on like this for an hour, right? And pretend all the while that it has something to do with the cards actually working in concert with the dynamics of the cosmos, such that these cards that I turn over, were they real, would be the ones that of necessity were revealing something about your mind in this moment. And obviously people think in these terms about astrology and sympathetic magic and all the rest, and religion is built upon this kind of superstition. There's a way of understanding the utility of using a device like this and the real effect it has on you. I mean, if I turn over the cards and ask you to look at your life in this moment as though for the first time through this lens, considering in this case lost opportunities, right? Of course it's going to be valid. That doesn't make it can be an incredibly useful thing to do. My main concern is that at no point do you have to lie to yourself about your state of knowledge about the mechanism, right? You don't have to believe tarot cards really work.
There's deeper mechanisms at work with someone who's actually good at that. And so I agree with what you've said.
But they need not be supernatural.
No, I don't think they are supernatural. In fact, I think what happens when you use a projective technique like that, because that's essentially what it is, if I'm good at interpersonal attunement and I'm quite intuitive, what I'm going to do, and everyone does this in the course of a dialogue that's actually working well. I'm going to flip over the cards and I'm going to start with generic archetypal statements that are true in some sense for everyone. But then I'm going to watch you both consciously and implicitly, unconsciously, with all of my social intelligence, and I'm going to see through very, very subtle signs on your part when you respond positively to what I'm saying and when you respond negatively, and I'm going to continue down the lines that you established by your positive responses.
Yeah, but that's what Darren Brown does. He's a mentalist.
Right, well, it's exactly what happens when children are interviewed, for example, by people who lead them as witnesses, right? The children infer from the emotional expressions of the person who's interrogating them what it is that they actually want to hear.
And so they'll even work with that horse, clever Hans.
Exactly, right. That's right, exactly. Yes. Even horses can do this. So tarot card readers can definitely do this. Yes. So the mechanisms behind something like that, even if it appears entirely superstitious on the surface, are often deeper than is revealed at first approximation. So, and I wanted to talk a little bit, if you don't mind, for a minute about rationality, because we've already agreed, I think, and definitely stop me if I'm wrong, that there has to be an intermediary mechanism between the world of facts and the world of values. And well, since we've talked, I've been reading a variety of commentaries on Immanuel Kant. Mostly these have been written by Roger Scruton, by the way. And this is actually the issue that Kant obsessed about for most of his philosophical life. And what he concluded was that empiricism can't be right and rationality can't be right as philosophical disciplines because you need an intermediary structure, and that we have an inbuilt intermediary structure. And that structure is what mediates between the thing in itself, the world of facts, let's say, and the outputs, the values. So then I was thinking,
the truth is we don't quite agree on this. I mean, in my summary of your view of me, I would have agreed with that. But for me, it's just facts all the way down.
Okay,
you're
great.
Describing more facts.
Glad to hear it, man.
Yeah.
Why do you need a brain then?
Well, but brain is yet another part of reality. I mean, what I mean by a fact
what
is
does it do?
anything
If the
that
facts
is the
are
case.
just there, what does the brain do? It has to do something, because otherwise you don't need it.
Oh, well, sure, it does a lot,
Okay.
but your concern, to jump to where I think we're going in this conversation, is how is it that values can be another order of fact? That seems problematic to you. It seems problematic. It seems problematic to David Hume.
Well, it's problematic for me for a technical reason, which is that in order to act, and we see if we agree on this, in order to perceive and to act, which I believe are both acts of value. To perceive is an act of value because you have to look at something instead of a bunch of other things. So you elevate the thing that you're perceiving to the position of highest value by perceiving it, by deciding to perceive it. So it's an act of value.
That gets translated in my brain into just more facts. You're just giving me the facts of human perception.
Well, okay, that's fine. That's no problem. Right. I'm perfectly happy about that. And then in order to act, you have to select the target of action from among an infinite number, near infinite number, close enough of possible mechanisms of action. And so what a biological organism does is take the facts and translate them into perception and action. And the only organisms that do that with one-to-one mapping are organisms that are composed of sensory motor cells, like sponges, marine sponges, which are composed of sensory motor cells. They don't have an intermediary nervous system. So what they do is they sit in the water and they make a sponge. They're so simple that if you grind a sponge through a sieve in salt water, it'll reorganize itself into the sponge. So that's quite cool. And the sponge sits in the water.
Don't do that at home.
And what it does, and what it does is, there's waves on it, and so those are patterns. And then the sponge opens and closes pores on its surface in response to those patterns. So it maps the pattern of the waves right onto its behavior with no intermediary of a nervous system. But it can only map waves, that's all it can do, and it can only open and close pores. That's it. So it does one-to-one fact-to-value mapping. Now what happens is that as the complexity of a biological organism increases, two things happen. The first thing that happens is that the sensory and motor cells differentiate. So now the organism has sensory cells and motor cells. So senses to detect and cells to detect and cells to act. Okay, so then it can detect more patterns because it's more sophisticated at the sensory perspective, and it can do more things because it has specialized motor systems. But then what happens is that as it gets even more complex, then it puts an intermediary structure of nervous tissue in there, and that structure increases in the number of layers of neurons. And what that means is that as that happens, and as the sensory cells become more specialized, and as the motor output cells become more specialized, many more patterns can be detected. Those are roughly equivalent to facts. And many more motor outputs can be manifested. But a tremendous number of calculations has to occur in that intermediary nervous tissue. And that's the structure that I'm talking about. That structure exists, and it translates the patterns into motor output. And it doesn't do it on a one-to-one basis because there are more patterns, more facts, than there are motor outputs. So what has to happen is this tremendous plethora of facts that surrounds us has to be filtered to the point where you pick a single action, because you can't act otherwise. And so the mechanism that reduces the number of facts to the selected action is the mechanism that mediates between facts and values. And it's not simply in and of itself, it's a fact that exists, but it isn't a simple, that what it does isn't a simple fact. You can't explain it. You can't understand it.
Why not? Why not? Why isn't that a fact?
For the same reason that you can't.
I mean,
Look, for the same reason that you don't know what a neural network is doing. Like you can train a neural network, an AI neural network.
There's a distinction between facts and facts that we know, right? There is whatever it is the case, right? And then there's our understanding of it and our misunderstanding of it. So there are many things that we think we know that we're wrong about. There are many things that we are aware we're ignorant of, and there's always this larger space of reality that we're struggling to engage with. And it may in fact be the case that in evolutionary terms, I mean, we know it's the case that we have not evolved to understand reality at large perfectly. That's not the sort of monkeys we are, right? And you could even argue that one cognitive scientist who some of you may have heard of, Donald Hoffman, is arguing now, very colorfully, that human consciousness or the human mind is actually evolved to get things wrong in fairly specific ways, so as to maximize survival, and that
was the argument I made in our first discussion.
No, but here, no, it was not quite, because this still preserves the difference between getting things right and getting things wrong. His argument is that getting things truly right, having a nervous system and a cognitive architecture that could really understand reality, quote, reality as it is, would be maladaptive. And he has some mathematical demonstration of this, that the quote true representations of reality are categorically maladaptive, and that there's a certain kind of error that is, and I'm not sure I buy this argument, but the fact that you can make this argument, the fact that you can differentiate the adaptively useful misunderstandings versus a true understanding that's maladaptive, the fact that we can even talk about that demonstrates to me that we have this larger picture of what is in fact true, whether we know it or not. And this is what religion gets so catastrophically wrong. I mean, religion gives you some other mechanism whereby to orient yourself. In this case, revelation.
Religion does provide those functional simplifications. That's
Well,
actually
yeah,
its,
yeah,
that's
but
actually its purpose.
they're simplifications appropriate to the Iron Age.
Well, some of them are.
If then.
Some of them are, for sure, and that's why we have to have this discussion, because mere revelation and mere tradition is insufficient, and I truly believe that we can agree on that. But back to the biological argument. So, because I thought that tonight I would make a very strictly biological argument, is that. So now the question is, now you've got your sensory systems that are detecting the world of facts, and you have your motor output system, which is a very narrow channel because you can only do one thing at a time. And that's one of the things about consciousness that's quite strange. It's a very, very narrow channel. So you have to take this unbelievably complex world and you have to channel it into this very narrow channel. And you don't do that by being wrong about the world, but you do that by ignoring a lot of the world and by using representations that are no more complicated than they have to be in order to attain the task at hand. It's like you're using low-resolution representations of the world. They're not inaccurate because a low-resolution representation of the world isn't inaccurate any more than a low-resolution photo is. But they're no higher resolution than they need to be in order for you to undertake the task at hand. And if you undertake the task at hand and that goes successfully, then what you've done, and this is basically the essence of American pragmatism, what you've done is validated the validity of your simplifications. So if the tool you have in hand is good, if the axe you have in hand is sharp enough to chop down the tree, then it's a good enough axe. And that's part of the way that we define truth pragmatically in the absence of infinite knowledge about everything. Okay, so now you build up this nervous system between the world of facts and the world of values, and it narrows the world of facts. And the question then is, how do you generate the mechanism that does that narrowing? And this is what's useful.
But I mean, that's not quite how the cake is layered. Because the facts are up here too, right? For me to even notice that you're a person, right, or to attribute beliefs to you, or to have a sense of being in relationship at all, this is one of those higher order interpretive acts based on a many-layered nervous system.
Yes,
right?
It's not only bottom up.
Yeah, but it's bottom up and it's top down.
Yes,
but facts are also on the top, right? It's not that we have facts here and values here.
Well, I think what I'm trying to do.
You can't get to a fact, but through going through a process like this.
I think what I'm trying to do, I think maybe, or it's one way of thinking about it, is that you're positing that we can use rationality as a mechanism for mediating between facts and values. I believe, because otherwise there's no use for rationality. We can just have the facts.
But it's a process. It's even simpler than that. It's just that for me, and I think for everyone, if they will only agree to use language this way, for me, values are simply facts about the experience of conscious creatures. Good and bad experiences give us our values.
Yeah, but they're not simple. That's
No,
the
no,
problem.
but-
and neither are the goods and the bads.
But some are very simple. Having your hand put on a hot stove is incredibly simple. And you
Not
don't,
if it'll save your child if you do it.
Well, yeah, but again, the unpleasantness of it, right? No, that's an orthogonal point.
No, it's
yes.
not. No, it's not. If you look at the way the reward and punishment systems work in the brain, you can easily train an animal using reward to wag its tail if it's being shocked electrically. You can do that, and you can wire it very low to do that.
There's a range of unpleasant experiences we can have where we can construe them as pleasant or necessary, right? And that's a kind of a higher level, frame around it.
That's the top-down issue. Yeah.
But I'm talking about, the worst possible sensory experience that all of us will agree is unpleasant, right? That doesn't require a story for us to feel aversion to. And there are many things like that in life that are just rudimentary, where it's just we are organized in such a way that if you put us into fire, we don't like it.
So are you claiming then, like, this is another problem? This is where I think that the argument that you make, although accurate in its rudiments, let's say, is insufficiently high resolution, because now it sounds to me like you're including the domain of qualia unquestioningly in the domain of facts. Now you can do that, but we need to know if that's what you're doing. Like, what are these facts you're talking about? Are they mere manifestations of the objective world, or do they shade into the subjective as well?
There are objective facts about subjective experience. So I can make true or false claims about your subjectivity, and you can make those about your own subjectivity, right? You can be wrong about your own subjectivity. We're not subjectively incorrigible. And I might have said this last time in Vancouver. I mean, the example I often use here is to speculate about what JFK was thinking the moment he got shot, right, is not a completely vacuous exercise. There are literally an infinite number of things we know he wasn't thinking, right? So we can make claims about his conscious mind at that moment in history, which are as scientific, even though the data are unavailable, right? So I mean, many people get confused between having answers in practice and there being answers in principle. I mean, there are many trivial fact-based claims we could make about reality where we can't get the data, but we know the data are there. I mean, so do you have an even or odd number of hairs on your body at this moment? We don't want to think about what it would take to ascertain that fact, right? But there is a fact of the matter, right? And so it is with anything. I mean, so what does a person weigh? Many facts are blurry because you're going to weigh him down to the 100th decimal place? No. So it's like at a certain point you're going to be rounding, and someone's weight at that point is changing every microsecond because they're exchanging atoms with the air. So there are facts that can be loosely defined. This is true of our subjective lives too. So if it is a fact about you that when you were praying to Jesus, you felt an upwelling of rapture, right? Subjectively, that can be an absolutely true thing to say about you. We can pair that subjective experience with an understanding of the neurophysiological basis for it. You can think about it in terms of a larger story about your life, but all of this can be translated into a fact-based discussion about what's happening for you. And my only claim is that the value part, and hence the ethics part, relates to the extremes of positive and negative experience that people have in their lives.
First of all, I don't want to dispute the fact that there are stable qualia, pain and pleasure, for example, and also that there are fundamental motivational systems that structure our perception. So as the nervous system increases in complexity, these underlying nervous system subsections that produce these rather stable qualia evolve. Hunger, thirst, defensive aggression, sexuality, all these subsystems that label experience with certain somewhat inviolable labels. I understand that happens. But the point that I'm trying to make here is, I think, to try to increase the breadth of the conversation about how facts get translated into values. Because it seems to me the other thing that your account doesn't take proper, and this is what surprised me so much about your thinking when I first encountered it, See, I think the manner in which facts are translated into values is something that actually evolved. And it evolved over 3.5 billion years, the 3.5 billion years of life. And it built the nervous system from the bottom up. And it built this reducing mechanism that takes the infinite number of facts and translates them into a single value per action. And it does that in layers. And so there is a relationship between the world of facts and the world of values. And there has to be, but it isn't derivable one-to-one in the confines of your single existence through pure rationality. It's way more complicated than that.
Well, there's more to it than rationality. Yes, I mean, again, it's not rationality that causes you to remove your hand from a hot stove. And it's not rationality that causes you to like the experience of love and bliss and rapture and creativity over or more than pointless misery and despair.
Right.
Right.
So other things other than rationality are clearly necessary, which is partly my
absolutely.
point.
But
okay.
The question is, do we ever have to be irrational to get the good things in life? And I would argue that the answer to that is clearly no. There's nothing irrational about loving your wife or your best friend or yourself or even a stranger. If what you mean by love there is genuinely wanting happiness for that person, genuinely taking pleasure in their company, genuinely wanting to find a way of being where you're no longer in a zero-sum condition with a stranger or with a partner, but you're collaborating together to have better lives.
Well, it seems to me that you're not...
So rationality moves through that situation continuously, because rationality is the only way that you and I can get our representations of the world to cohere. It's when I say, okay, there's a lion behind that rock, don't go over there. That only makes sense to you if you're playing this rationality game the way I'm playing it. If I mean something else by lion, or I mean something else by don't go over there, you're confused and very likely dead or not.
Well, so
right?
if we're trying to establish the proposition that rationality is the mechanism by which we make our worldviews cohere, I would agree with that in part. We also make them cohere because we're actually biologically structured the same way, and so there's a proclivity for them to cohere to begin with. But we iron out our differences through the exercise. I wouldn't call it rationality. I would call it logos, because I think it's a more it's a broader and
this is where he's smuggling in Jesus.
Well,
I'm afraid.
Yeah. I'm not unconscious of that. Let's say.
So if I could, just a point of order here. I'm disconcerted by Douglas's silence.
Yes.
I want to pivot, because I know how good he is when he actually speaks. So I want to pivot to another subject, because we can return to this at some point if we need to.
First, before you pivot,
go for it.
I mean, having said to you what I think your concern is with Jordan, I mean, it strikes me that Jordan's concern, and I share this, just as I share some of your concern that we expressed at the outset. Jordan's fundamental concern, it seems to me, is one I fundamentally share, which is rationalism isn't enough, and it's, or let me put it another way.
Okay. But then two of you, can you both show me where it's obviously insufficient? Like
music.
But there's nothing. But again, so to say that there's more to life than being rational is not to say, and perhaps never to say, you need to run against rationality. You need to be irrational in order to get something good.
Let me express it a different way.
Yeah.
We haven't tried the purely rational approach yet, or we haven't tried it for very long.
Well, many of us have been trying for a couple of centuries at least.
Which is a blip.
Yeah.
I mean, the tiniest dot at the end of human evolution. So I think that a concern which Jordan has, and certainly a concern I have, is if we try this, we can think of all sorts of ways in which it can go wrong. If you take away all that supporting structure, you can think of any number of ways in which it can go wrong. And that I suppose that's at the root of the concern about where you might be taking us. Or to put it another way, if we enter the world that you would suggest, not everyone may necessarily come out as Sam Harris.
Well, give me one way where you think it can go wrong. And again, we can't forget your caveat, which you started with.
What if you're not very smart?
Right. Well, Well,
no,
so,
I don't mean.
But,
I
but
mean,
that,
a person,
so then you're
obviously.
basically saying that the stupid people need their myths. You know, we smart people on stage don't need them.
Right.
But
Well, I actually am saying that to some degree. Look, if you're not exceptionally cognitively astute, you should be traditional and conservative. Because if you can't think well, you're going to think badly. And if you think badly, you're going to fall into trouble. And so it is definitely the case, and this has been what would you call a cliche of political belief for a long time. If you're not very smart, it's better to be conservative, because then you do what everyone else does. And generally speaking, doing what everyone else does is the path of least error moving forward. Now, that doesn't mean that rationality is unnecessary. And
Nor does it mean that all conservatives are stupid.
It doesn't mean that either, right? Precisely. It doesn't mean
very
that either.
important caveat.
Yes, it is.
But all conservative structures are not the same either, and that we have many warring and incompatible versions of being conservative.
True. And this is where rationality actually does play its role. Although I don't think it's best conceptualized as rationality precisely, it's definitely the case that to take Douglas's point, that we need to be bound by our traditions, but we need to be judicious in their re-representation and update, and we have to do both.
This is what, in the dialogue on religion, this is what Schopenhauer says. He describes the tragedy of the clergy.
Yeah.
He pretty much says, look, if they don't believe it, they recognize it's a very useful metaphor, but they don't need to believe it. They tell it, and he says the tragedy of the clergy is they can never admit that what they're saying is just a metaphor.
Right. Is this before or after he threw his housekeeper down the stairs?
Look, we can all find flaws.
We all have skeletons in our closet. Yeah.
But yes, there is a way in which religion is what he describes as philosophy for the masses. And that if you recognize that most people are not going to spend their lives studying philosophy, they're not going to be reading about the differences between Leibniz and Kant, that religion has to do. Now, I'm not saying that I agree with that particularly, but there's a heck of an argument within there, which a lot of people will be living their lives in.
I don't think it's a good argument if you recall or just imagine what it's like to be a child, especially from the perspective of being a parent. I have two young girls, and they're very smart young girls. They're smart, but one of them is 4.5 years old and knows almost nothing, right? So she knows what I and my wife and our society tell her at some level. At what point is she going to think for herself about these fundamental questions? And she's currently spending half the day dressed up like Batgirl or Catwoman, right? So if I told her that these superheroes were real, she would believe that for the longest time. And if we lived in a cult that thought they were real, or a whole society that by dint of its geographic or linguistic isolation managed to maintain a conversation about, in this case, Batgirl and Catwoman, that they were real and that it was absolutely important to honor them, and you'd burn in hell if you failed to do this.
Well,
we would be meeting fully grown adults who believe this sort of thing.
But it seems to me, Sam, that you bring up the superhero thing quite a bit, so I think I'll go after that directly.
Yeah.
So
then I want to.
I love superheroes.
Okay, so you make the case in A Moral Landscape that an ideal is real. Because the ideal that you define an ideal is real, and the ideal is whatever maximizes well-being and gets us away from hell. You said not only is that real, you also say that's the fundamental axiom. That's the claim in The Moral Landscape. So you do make a claim that there is a real ideal. And I would say...
I wouldn't necessarily put it that way, but we are in a circumstance where things can matter, right? Consciousness is the condition in which things can matter, where there can be a range of experiences, some of which are very, very bad. If the word bad means anything, they're bad. And some of which are very, very good, if the word good means anything. And we are navigating in that space. We can't help but navigate or seek to navigate in that space.
Right, absolutely.
And religion is one form of conversation about that navigation problem. And I would argue
let's go back to the ideal.
Often diluted one.
Whilst Jordan rolls his sleeves up.
Batgirl.
He means business now.
Batgirl and Catwoman are approximations to a higher ideal.
That's
Right.
what they are.
And to return to this with a biblical idea, I'm fairly sure from personal experience that a lot of parents are perfectly content with bringing their children up vaguely within the story they've inherited. And at some point, the children realize that the fairy doesn't bring them money when their teeth fall out. And at some point, maybe around the same time or a bit later, they discover that Santa Claus doesn't really come down the chimney. And at some point, they realize that actually the whole religious thing is a kind of metaphor, but it's got them through the formative years in some way, often with terrible damage along the way, I concede that, but also with something else. And I'm struck by the number of people, and this is why I share some of what I think is Jordan's concern about the possibility of the world you're envisaging, which is, I can think of a lot of parents now, in my country and other countries as well, who I'm just very struck. They themselves are kind of baby boomer or 60s atheists, humanists, whatever. And I start to notice, for instance, that they're enrolling their children in Christian schools. And I say to them, why are you doing this? And they have fairly coherent arguments along the lines of the one I've just had. Look, I don't particularly believe this myself, but I think it's a pretty good way to bring up the kids. It's a structure of a kind. And I'm not sure, I can find all sorts of flaws in that. But enough people are doing it that it's something that needs to be addressed.
Yeah, well, I would say yes. It speaks to a real failure of imagination and effort in the secular community to produce truly non-embarrassing alternatives.
Exactly.
Yeah, and this is across the board. This is not just school. This is how do you conduct a funeral? How do you get married? You know, all of the what rites of passage can you offer a 13-year-old?
What are you doing here? What are we doing here?
Yeah.
Just to be the first people in history to have absolutely no explanation for what we're doing at all.
Yeah.
Is a big moment.
Yeah. Yes.
And
that's the.
That sharpens up my concern perfectly, because to shrink back from that moment and resort to one of the pseudo stories of the past, I consider to be a failure of nerve, both intellectually and morally.
So let's go back to the superhero idea. One of the things you might notice about superheroes is that some of them are actually deities, right? So in the Marvel pantheon, you have Thor, for example, and so there's a very thin line between the idea of a superhero and the idea of a god, especially if you think about it in a polytheistic manner. So the modern superheroes and the Greek gods, for example, share a tremendous number of features in common. And so here's something to think about. So there's a reason that people admire superheroes, and it's because they act out parts of the hero archetype. That's the technical reason. They're obviously acting something out because that's how you can tell they're superheroes. They share some set of characteristics across the set of superheroes that makes them superheroes. Now the question might be, what is the essential element of being a superhero that makes you a superhero? And the answer, the way that was solved historically, is that as polytheistic societies developed, and that was usually a consequence of isolated tribes coming into contact with one another, they each had their separate deities. And then over the course of time, those deities warred in actual wars with people, but also conceptually. And out of that polytheistic framework was extracted something that was vaguely monotheistic, as all of those cultures came together to try to determine what their highest ideal should be. So that's the God of gods, that's a way of thinking about it, or the King of kings, that's another way of thinking about it. And that's an implicit ideal. And you could make the case that there's nothing more...
Tell that to the Hindus. You tell that to the Hindus. I mean, we've got 1.2 billion people, or maybe it's 1.4 now, who are operating in a religiously saturated system that does not conform to that ideal. There is no one on top of it all.
Well, they're still associated.
Arguably, there's three on top of it all, but
there's still an attempt to generate that polytheistic, to integrate that polytheistic reality underneath a single rubric, or you have nothing but continual dissociation of the culture. And I'm not saying this is necessary.
That's a pretty good description of what's going on in India at the moment.
Well, I'm not saying that this is inevitable either. And there is a tension. The problem, this is Nietzsche's observation, and Mircea Eliade as well, the problem with extracting out the highest God from the panoply of gods is the ideal becomes so abstract that it disappears. That's the death of God. And Eliade has tracked that phenomena over multiple cultures. It's not something that's unique to the West.
So the danger of that abstraction is that it gets too abstract and disappears and leaves us in the situation that Douglas just pointed out.
Can I throw us back to the key, the key issue of Elton John's glass, which you came up with the other night? Because there's something I wanted to add to that. If perhaps you'd explain why I said Elton John's glass just now.
Well, it came back to this question of what makes something valuable, and I used as an example in Vancouver on one of those nights. If I had a glass here, which I said was actually it was the glass that Elton John used the last time he played in this theater, suddenly it seems to be a more valuable glass. And then Jordan and I argued about just what the status of that value was. I don't know where you want to take this, but yeah.
Well, it's just one thing in particular, which is that the whole issue of what it is you give value to, and let's say that glass was demonstrated for a time to having been drunk from by Elton John at his final concert or latest farewell tour, whatever.
Yes.
So that's already a glass with some meaning. Let's say that over the years, the whole attribution of that glass becomes debatable. But over a long period of time, a lot of things are going to have happened around it, and to stretch this to breaking point, possibly. Let's say at some point people lose their lives over whether that is Elton John's glass or not.
Well,
let's say that people start to lose blood.
Let's not just say that. Let's recognize that is the world we're living in with respect to other religions.
So the problem is that we end up, when we're talking about religion, it's the same thing when you're talking about land. You're not just talking about any inherent worth. You're talking also about the worth of things people have given up for this.
Yeah.
And so we end up giving the layers of things. Well, no, it's more than that. We inherit more and more layers of the meaning because other people before us have given that meaning to it. So that by the time you have this object, it's an object of worth, even if it's of no worth in itself at all, but because of the amount of worth that people before you have given to it. And that seems to some extent what we're doing with the religion discussion.
Yes. Yeah. Well, so that's extraordinarily productive, I think. So, see, when you start with the hypothesis of facts, then you kind of have to define what a fact is. And so I think the simplest way of doing that to begin with is that there's a set of objective facts, and that's the facts about objective reality. You can think about that from a scientific perspective. And we're going to agree that that exists, although it's very complicated and difficult to understand. That exists as one set of constraints on what we can do and what we can't do. That's the objective world. And then on top of that, and this is where things get very, very complicated, you have this layered system of meaning, which is partly a manifestation of these layers of the nervous system that I described, but also partly a manifestation of those layers of the nervous system operating in social space over vast periods of time. So that would be the sociological agreement. That's all layered on top of the objective world, and it actually constitutes part of the lens through which you view the world, to the degree where you actually see the layering in the thing. So like when you go to a museum and you look at Elvis Presley's guitar, you don't look at the guitar and think that's Elvis Presley's guitar. That's not how your brain works. You actually see Elvis Presley's guitar. It's an act of perception, so it becomes built right into your nervous system. Even though the fact that that is Elvis Presley's guitar, and the reason that that's valuable is because of a sociological agreement about what position Elvis Presley occupied in the dominance hierarchy that we're all part of. And so what you see when you look at an artifact like that is you see a layer of dominance hierarchy overlaid on top of an objective reality. And that's actually your phenomenal reality. Now, the thing that's so interesting is that that layer of perception that's mediating between the facts and you has a structure. And that's the structure that I've been insisting is a narrative. And I think Sam thinks it's a narrative too, because his fundamental ethic is that you should act in a way which means to embody a mode of being, which means to be a personality that moves us from hell to something approximating heaven.
Okay,
and
but
that's not a fact.
Jordan, what I'm struggling to understand, what I don't understand is how any of that is a counterpoint to my concern about religion. So, because I agree with all that. I mean, there are some caveats I would issue. For instance, it's quite possible to walk into a museum, be shown a guitar, not know it's Elvis Presley's guitar, and then be told it's Elvis Presley's guitar, and you can see in real time the change in significance. So that you can see the layers of the perceptual, the meaning accrue. You might actually not even, you might know who Elvis Presley is and not care, right? So there are many different things on the menu here, as opposed to just beholding awestruck Elvis Presley's guitar.
Sam,
and the same is true of the Jesus story or anything else that people, you can find layers of engagement with it that may be more and less useful.
Yes.
My fundamental concern is that the way you are tending to dignify the religious subset of stories as being foundational, necessary, we criticize at our peril, is giving people license to believe things that they clearly shouldn't believe, things that are intrinsically divisive, intrinsically less than optimal as far as organizing an individual human life. We can do better than Christianity on almost every question, with the possible exception of building churches.
Okay, so
right?
the first thing is that I deeply agree with you that mechanism can go wrong. Okay, so you have the objective world, and it's one set of constraints, and then you have this interpretive structure. And I'm not saying that interpretive structure is infallible. It clearly isn't, and neither is the process that gives rise to it. You see this, for example, in conditions like manic depressive disorder with religious delusions or schizophrenia. You see what you see in those situations is a pathologization of that overlay of meaning. That can clearly happen.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, now the question is, what do we do about that? How do we keep those perceptual structures, which are somewhat arbitrary, how do we keep them functional? And this is, I think, where your discussion of rationality is so important, particularly when you say rationality is what enables us to establish what we agree on in our shared reality. Okay, so imagine this. So part of the way you orient yourself in the world of facts, objective facts, is through your senses. So you basically have 5 dimensions of triangulation, so to speak, to help you determine what's there in the objective world. And then you have this multi-layer structure that's partly biological and partly socio-cultural that enables you to distill that, but it can go astray, partly because it ages and becomes archaic, and demented for that matter, which is partly your objection to the fundamentalist types. This has been known for a very long time that this sort of thing happens. So what we do, the way we solve that, we have a solution to that. So partly the way we solve that is through articulated discourse. Right? Because you have a way of looking at the world, and I have a way of looking at the world, and we have to occupy the same space. So you're probably wrong about some things, and I'm probably wrong about some things, and hopefully if we talk, we can sort out the differences and make things more stable.
Right. So, and I would put rationality right in that place. That's why rationality is primary.
But the problem, fair enough, but there's a problem with that too. And I think, see, all the times we've talked so far, you've been, I would say, the avatar of a scientific viewpoint, and I've been cast, let's say, as the avatar of a religious viewpoint. But I've actually thought this through scientifically a lot. And I can make a biological argument for all of this, and a developmental argument. So it isn't only rationality that does this. So this is the thing that was so cool about studying, for example, Jean Piaget. Because one of the things Piaget pointed out is that children engage in negotiation. They negotiate their reality just like adults do, but they don't do it only through articulated speech, and neither do adults. What children do is they get together and play. And this is why play is so important for children. That starts to happen when they're about 3 years old, because they can look outside their own idiosyncratic perspective at 3, and they can start to take someone else's viewpoint into consideration, which is what you have to do if you're going to play. And then what children do is they invent little fictional realities. That's what they do when they're pretending. And so they assign each other roles, and they assign a plot and a drama to the pretend play, and then they act it out. And in that action, they bring themselves into harmonious union, right? Which is the act of generating a game that everyone wants to play. And Piaget's observation was, and this is Nietzschean observation as well, that the morality that characterizes society isn't rationality top down, although it's partly that. It's also interactions that are, say, play-based and bottom up. And that's actually how it evolved to begin with, because animals generate societies that are functional, but they don't do it through rationality. They can't, because they don't have rationality. They don't have articulated speech. They have something like an embodied game. Now, what happens, and this is a Nietzschean observation, he's the first person I learned this from, is our morality emerged from the bottom up through thousands, hundreds of thousands of years of shared games, let's say, and the interweaving of those shared games into something approximating a morality that we could all live within peacefully. That happened bottom up. And then what happened was, because we didn't know the mechanism behind that, because it's instantiated in our nervous system invisibly, we watched ourselves act, which is what we do, and then we told stories about that. Because that's what we do when we watch ourselves act. And then we encapsulated the morality that evolved in the stories. And that's the religious essence of the story.
I got 10 seconds. So we have to pivot to Douglas for an important question, but I would just say, in response to that, Jordan, I don't disagree with much of consequence in that. My concern, however, is that there's a reason why we differentiate childhood from adulthood, and all of us are stunted to some degree or another in a fairly perverse childhood. And the reason, I mean, what we confront now is a world largely populated by dangerous children, right, who are in their 5th and 6th decade of life.
You mean run by?
Populated and run by, yes, and if anything typifies the childhood of our species, in my view, it is religious orthodoxy. And insofar as we're breaking free of the orthodoxy part and getting something that's more scalable and can survive a more pluralistic and cosmopolitan world, it is because it is being winnowed at every point by rationality. And I think that at some point we could have a fully defensible, rational honoring of many of the things you think are essential, like the power of story, or the power of ritual, or the power of art that is focused on some sacred purpose. And the question is how to get there.
Right. Well,
but
hopefully
we have a point of order here.
That's one question.
Yeah.
But I want to hand over to the audience for Q&A. And for a couple of minutes I've had a sign being waved at me saying Q&A, and we really should obey the sign.
Yes.
So I think what's going to happen is we're going to use your computer.
Well, we're going to ask the audience first. I think that was what we decided, and you guess you guys get to vote by noise. There's an inflection point here. We can do one of two things, and I'll let the first people yell and then the second people yell. But the question is, we can either continue the discussion, or we can stop and go to Q&A. So the first thing we'll do is say, okay, how many of you would like us to stop and go to Q&A? Okay, second question. How many of you would like us to continue with the discussion?
That's a successful vote. Okay.
I thought the first shout was good.
I want to go. So I'm going to seize the floor. I want to ask a question of both of you. Okay, it's about the three of us, but I think it's more about the two of you. Each of us, to one or another degree, has been described as a gateway drug to the alt-right. We've been attacked by people left of center as somehow inspiring or pandering to right of center, and in many cases far right of center ideas and ethical and pseudo-ethical commitments. I'm wondering if we can steelman the concerns that people have with us for a few minutes before addressing them. How do you view this reaction to your work? And
well, I'm happy to do that first.
Yeah.
Can I just say before I do, I was going to say it if we were going to go to audience Q&A, I understand, I was reminded today that there's still a blasphemy law in Ireland.
Well.
Am I right on that?
I await the police.
I'm right, aren't I? Yeah. In which case, can I just say that I'm not going to be happy if we leave the stage tonight.
In
you
handcuffs?
and I have not both committed blasphemy.
Right, yes. Yeah.
And if Jordan would like to join in.
I prefer to do that in private.
We could make it a full house. I really do think we should be blasphemous.
I think I must have done that already, but I'll have to go to the tape on that.
Well, here's the thing. We've all had similar-ish experiences on that, and there are a number of people among our friends and colleagues, perhaps you might say, who've had it as well. And I think what's happening at the moment is that there's a set of tripwires that have been put across the culture. And for a long time, if you went across these tripwires, you died, reputationally speaking. Because of the nature of the media, new media, among other things, that sudden death isn't possible anymore. Or at least it's not always possible.
Right.
So, for instance, if the New York Times says that Jordan is, sort of leading member of the Ku Klux Klan, it's not just that people don't believe the New York Times anymore. It's that they can go and find out for themselves that this is a lie. And that's a fundamental difference, and it means that people are surviving the tripwire experience. But there's a whole set of these tripwires, and I think they've been planted very strangely, among other things. I mean, the one I tripped on was the Islam one. I think to an extent it was the one you tripped on. Jordan, it was more to do with trans and pronouns was the first one. The great thing about this, by the way, is that once you survive the first tripwire, in my case, I sort of merrily jump along in no man's land, landing on IED after IED.
Right.
And strangely, I'm still here.
Yeah.
But you said I should steelman it. Here's what I think is probably happening. There is a fear that in this realm of uncertain values, which we might concede at any rate that we're in, there is only one thing we all agree on. The one thing we all agree on is we mustn't become Nazis. Okay? Broadly speaking, that's the basis of our ethics. It's the only bit of history anyone knows, and they don't even know it.
Yeah.
So they think they're all over the Hitler thing.
Right.
Haven't got a clue, most of them. All they know is Hitler's a bad person. This is why, by the way, anyone doesn't like in politics is Hitler. It's like George W. Bush, Hitler. If you had any sense of historical reference, you might say Henry V, domineering father whose shadow he had to step out of, for instance. But there, Henry V, Smith, who knows about that? So everything's Hitler. So if we agree that the one thing we're all meant to do is not become Nazis, you build these incredibly deep, big trenches around anything you think could be, as it were, something that would lead us back to that. The problem is that people who have done that trench building include people who are doing it for their own personal political gain. So they build a set of trenches around their political views, and they say, if you come near this, then you've trodden into that trench and you're a Nazi. Some of it is for short-term convenience, and I have no doubt that some of it is sincere. But the amount of lying about it makes me doubt that last bit. And let me add one other thing to that. One of the books I recommend people read most to do with politics is a brilliant book by Paul Berman, who I think you know as well, called Power and the Idealists. It has, by the way, the worst subtitle of any book. It's called Power and the Idealists, The Strange Passion of Joschka Fischer. Now, distinguished left-wing German politician though he is, it doesn't leap off the shelf. Anyhow, The Strange Passion of Joschka Fischer is an amazing book, which I wish was taught in schools, because he describes in this book how this group of Germans who grew up in the 1950s had one aim. The one aim was, we're not going to become like our parents. Okay. They think it's enough to orient their politics around. What happens? The Greene movement melds with a part of the German left, a whole set of things happen. They end up agreeing with the PLO and the hijackings in the late 60s and early 70s, and before you know it, one of Joschka Fischer's housemates is on the plane as it's on the tarmac, and he's separating out the Jews and the non-Jews. We've done it again. The one thing we were meant not to become. was the people standing on the ramp saying
Right or left,
that
yeah.
way, that way. And we did it. We went all the way around. So there's something about this that I just wish was better known. That it's not as damn easy as all that. Like, your enemies don't come with jackboots and swastikas like this.
No.
It's just not that easy.
No, they live inside you. That's really the case. So let me try the steel man approach.
Yeah.
Okay, so the first thing that people assume about me is that I'm no fan of the radical left. And that's absolutely true. I am no fan of the radical left. And that's primarily because, there's a variety of reasons, but it's primarily because I believe that the radical left errs in insisting at every possible opportunity that the proper defining characteristic of each individual is their group membership. I think that that's, you do have a group membership. In fact, you have a whole plethora of them, which makes things quite complicated, as the intersectionalists have already figured out. But whenever someone brings a primary orientation to the world that is group-centered rather than individual-centered, I think they've already made a catastrophic mistake. And so I don't approve of the collectivists. Now, I don't approve of left-wing collectivists, and I don't approve of right-wing collectivists. But the right-wing collectivists haven't overrun the universities, and the left-wing collectivists have. So that's a distinct difference. Now, the left-wing collectivists enjoy acquiring a certain linguistic hegemony because they know that that's part of the way they can win the battle, and that's what they were trying to do when they passed compelled speech legislation in Canada, as far as I was concerned. So I made a video saying, I'm not going to abide by that because I'm not using the reprehensible linguistic maneuvers of collectivists who I detest. So, now, when I did that, you see, it was a very strange thing for a Canadian to do because Canadians don't do that, partly because Canada works just fine. And so nobody comes up and says, waves the flag saying, look, we're wandering off a dangerous cliff here. And so then if someone does stand up and say that, then the first thing that all the other Canadians think and should think is that there's something wrong with that person. And that would be me. So then the question would be, well, what variety of things could be wrong with Dr. Peterson? That's a very long list, but the ones that might come...
That's actually a better subtitle than that.
Yeah,
Terrific title.
Yeah. So what happened was, I objected to the radical left, that was my perspective, but the people who objected to me, or who were even critical of me, or curious about me, thought, okay, well, if Peterson isn't part of the left, then where the hell is he? And the answer could be, well, anywhere on the political spectrum, including Nazi. And of course, that's hypothetically true. And if I was a Nazi, then that would be really useful for all the radical leftists, because if you're a Nazi, as Douglas has already pointed out, we've already decided that you're a bad person. And if I was a bad person, then no one would have to listen to me. And so it was in the interests of the radicals whose positions I was disputing to cast me as a Nazi. But it was also a reasonable cognitive maneuver because there was some possibility, although it's infinitesimal given the tiny proportion of actual Nazis in our society, that I would in fact be one and have gotten away with hiding that at 2 major universities for 25 years. And also, at that point, I had 250 hours of my lectures on YouTube, which was basically every word, in essence, that I ever uttered to a student since 1993, and a huge part of that actually consisted of very trenchant criticisms of Nazis. So it was difficult to pin that on me. But to give my critics credit, they had their reason for vilifying me. And the reason was, if you object, you might be a villain. Okay, so that's steel man number one. I'm not at least the kind of villain they think I am, although I might be some other kind of villain altogether. So then the next steel man issue is, the left has a place. Okay, so why? Well, here's why. In order to act properly in the world, you have to do things.
Everyone agrees on that. And to do things, you have to do them in the social world. You have to cooperate and compete with other people. And when you cooperate and compete with other people in the service of valid goals, valuable goals, productive goals, you produce hierarchies. You produce hierarchies of competence and hierarchies of power. Those aren't exactly the same thing. But either way, you produce hierarchies, and hierarchies dispossess people. They dispossess people because the spoils go to a few. That's the problem of the unequal distribution of wealth. And because in any hierarchy of competence, a small number of people do most of the creative work. And these are ironclad laws. Okay, so the problem with hierarchies are necessary. But the problem with hierarchies is they produce dispossession. And the left, in principle, speaks for the dispossessed. And someone has to speak for the dispossessed. And so when the lefties look at me and they say, well, Dr. Peterson is always speaking about the necessity of hierarchies, and how can we be sure that he's not trying to justify them in their current position and obscure the fact that they tend towards tyranny and deception, which they clearly do? How do we know that he's just not reifying the present power structure for his own aims? And why should we trust him? And that's a perfectly valid objection. Now, I believe it happens to be wrong because I understand the downside of hierarchies, and I also think I understand how to go about rectifying that. But that's why they're objecting insofar as they're playing a straight political game, right, and not some ideological form of grandiose behavior.
And so there's one other thing in this which is worth mentioning, which is the perception is that the as it were, aside from, let's say that this is the center of the political axis, and I'm going to have to do this for you, but okay, that's the right. The presumption is that it's just a cliff. Like, if you start by saying, I don't know, I think people should pay smaller taxes or whatever, right, you're there. And you've just gone like that, and then it's Nazism.
Right. Yeah.
And here's the really weird thing that is because all of this, look, all of this is just a footnote still to the 20th century, and we're still trying to work out what happened and why, and we don't know. And in the history books, the period we're living in will be the post-Holocaust, post-World War II, post-Gulag world, when they were still trying to sort out what happened behind the crime scene tape. Okay. So on the left, there's a very interesting thing, which is that you can go pretty much all the way like this. And first of all, there's not a very wide recognition that you had the Gulag. There's not very much known about that. People don't read Solzhenitsyn, they don't read it. So you can go pretty happily.
If you go too far left, you just hit the vegans. But there's actually the Gulag.
You might be like radical in your fairness. Okay. Yeah. So the problem here is not just they don't know what happened on that side, but it's worse than that. There was a young girl, a commentator on the TV in London a couple of mornings ago arguing about Trump and so on, as usual, not very enlightening discussion. She's arguing with Piers Morgan, and she says, you keep on saying I'm some supporter of Barack Obama. I mean, I'm a communist. She said, I'm literally a communist. Right. And thought, if this girl had said, you should be more careful, I'm literally a fascist, Yeah. Yeah. By the way, edit that one carefully on that. No, I'm alive to YouTube.
That would be the New York Times headline.
Yeah, exactly. Literal fascist admits. But if this guy, everyone is busy searching around. Like in Canada, one of the big discussion forums, the Human Rights Commissions found that there were 11 people on this neo-Nazi forum, and it turned out half of them were working for the Canadian government trying to find neo-Nazis. Right. The Canadian government constituted 50% of the neo-Nazis in Canada. So they're scurrying around looking for the Nazis like this, and on the other side, it's like mainstream on the television, yeah, I'm a communist, I'd love to go through all that again.
Yeah. Well, okay, so here's another problem. This is a really interesting problem. Okay, so you brought out two things, and one is no one knows about what happened in Maoist China or what happened in the Soviet Union, which is absolutely appalling because we should all know that. And so there's obviously a cliff on the left side. Now, I would say, actually, there is the possibility that as you move farther out on each end of the political spectrum, the rate at which you deteriorate accelerates. So it's not linear. I think that's possible. But having said that, That's also the case on the left. Now, one of the things we could say is, well, those idiot leftists should get their house in order because they won't differentiate themselves from their radical brethren. Okay, so now we might ask, well, why? We might ask two things. Why, and whose problem is that exactly? Okay, so the first issue of why is, well, people who are left-leaning have a hard time drawing boundaries. That's what makes them left-leaning. And I mean this technically, because left-leaning people are high in openness to experience, which is a creativity trait, so they like information flow and they don't like borders between things, and they tend to be low in orderliness, so disorder doesn't disgust and upset them. Okay, so they can't draw boundaries, and that's why they're on the left. But boundaries have their problems, so there's some utility in people who don't like them. Okay, but the second problem is, and this isn't a problem that's only germane to the left, it's the problem of the damn 20th century. It's like, okay, when does the left go too far? Right. And the answer is, nobody knows. Like, with the right-wingers, you can tell, man. It's like, they make a claim of ethnic or racial superiority. It's like, box, Nazi. Right, and then you can see that this happens because even back in the 70s, when William F. Buckley was sort of the leading conservative, he put a box around the Ku Klux Klan and the John Birch types, and he said, I'm not you. But none of that's happening on the left. Okay, why? Well, they say, well, we stand for diversity. It's like, well, everyone likes diversity. And well, what about inclusivity? Damn right, man, let's include some people. Well, what about equality? That'd be good, that'd be good. Let's have some equality. It's like, okay, well, how much equality exactly? Well, then it's gradations, right? Well, equality of opportunity? Damn straight. Equality of outcome? Sounds good. How about no? Under no circumstances whatsoever. But, you know, I can't... Look, but here's the problem, man. You get somebody saying race or ethnicity group member X is detestable because of their group identity, and you think evil Nazi, but then you see someone say, well, I just wish that everybody could have an equal outcome. And what are you going to do? Are you going to punch them? That's what you're supposed to do with Nazis. No, you're not. You're going to think, oh, that's a pretty nice person. And it's like, just because you're nice doesn't mean you're good. And just because you stand for equality of outcome doesn't mean... Right, but the thing is, it's a complex technical problem, right? Because it looks like you need a multivariate equation to define pathology on the left. It's like, well, if you believe this and this and this, and too disproportionately, then we have to put a box around you. But it's not like someone wears a symbol on their damn shirt or tattooed onto their face that enables you to identify them. So we have a real structural problem here. We don't know how to box in pathology on the left. Yeah, no one knows, including the moderate leftists, but none of us know.
An additional problem is that many of these issues may not have a solution that we can happily live with, right? So let's sharpen this up, and this is more in the interest of steel manning our critics. You take a problem like immigration. Right now, the intuition that's driving the left, I mean, let's take the extreme case of an open borders ethic. You know, but borders are illegitimate. Borders are just in principle a sign of selfishness and xenophobia and unearned privilege. Right? None of us can take credit for the fact that we were born into the societies we're born into. And yet we have all of the advantages of having been born there. And so it is with all of you. I mean, none of us are currently living through the civil war in Syria now. And that's a good thing for all of us. And so the concern here is that the moment you say, well, immigration is potentially a problem, right? We can't just throw open the borders to all of humanity, because what would happen? What would happen is people would continue to cross those borders until the level of well-being in the developed world diminished so much that there was no reason to cross the borders anymore, right? I mean, it would be just like some principle of osmosis, right? So
Okay, so it's even worse than that. So,
but
sorry.
the concern is that this is totally, ethically speaking, this is a totally illegitimate situation. I mean, and to shine a bright enough light on any particular story in Syria, say, I mean, you give me the right family with children, and I learn enough about them and their plight, and I recognize within 30 seconds that if I were them, I would be desperate to get to Dublin or New York or San Francisco or anywhere but Syria, right? And it seems like a completely, it seems evil to in any way perpetuate this lottery, where you pulled a bad ticket, and sorry, this defines the rest of your life and the lives of your children, and there is no bright line where any of us, well-meaning people, wherever we are on the political spectrum or wherever we are in any other question, there's no bright line where we can say, aha, that's exactly that's the solution that we know is ethical, that we know we can defend against all comers, and it can survive every test of narrative. I mean, this goes straight to the power of stories. You tell people a compelling enough story about one little girl, and it changes policy. I mean, isn't that what happened to Angela Merkel? I mean, she just was faced with one denied refugee, and all of a sudden the policy for Europe changed. And so this is, again, I'm not saying there's a solution to this, but this is the fear, that there's an imputation of callousness on the part of, I'm now speaking specifically to you, Douglas, because this has been your issue more than ours. How callous must you be to be worrying about immigration? And that's obviously there's a counter argument from the right side, but there's an ethical core to it that is difficult to dismiss.
And this is something which, I mean, it's not just that issue, it's almost every issue. We were talking a bit about this at dinner, that we seem not to be, well, we just aren't ready for the communications age we're in.
Right.
And we're just not ready for it. Our brains are not yet able to cope. Let me give you an example. The notion of private and public speech that's just basically evaporated. So that this is the problem. Try out an idea with your friends. Just throw around an idea. We've all done it. Throw around ideas with your friends if even one person is videoing it and might post it. This is the world we're all in. It's too dangerous to try things out for most people.
That's a problem of no borders.
And so this is it. So we are always vulnerable that for instance, most people in Europe, for instance, want borders. I mean, like overwhelming majority in every country want there to be borders. But if you show them footage of somebody being turned away at a border that morning, we don't know what to do with it. We have abstract principles we need to abide by, we want to abide by, everybody wants to abide by it, but we don't know what to do in precisely this era. And I think we've just got to, among other things, work in all sorts of ways to find ways to think about this that are deeper than the ones we've managed so far. One of them, yes, is to cope with the idea of the unbelievable luck that we've all got. Unbelievable luck. And then the questions from that. If I'm lucky, what are my priorities?
What are my obligations?
What are my obligations?
Because I'm lucky. What are my obligations?
And some people say my obligation is to share my home with the rest of the world. In fact, it's not that, it's worse than that. Because I know lots of people who've taken in a refugee and things like that, okay, and I have unbelievable admiration for them. That's really walking the walk. But it's a different thing.
These are people who called your bluff when you said, I don't see you taking in refugees into your home, and they said, oh, actually, there's one in the living room right now. Yeah.
I always want to turn up to their houses with some refugees and say, I've got yours.
Right.
And they go,
there also aren't 50 in the living room.
Exactly.
Right, and that okay. So let's elaborate on this a bit more. Okay, so the issue is borders exclude, right? And that's a postmodern proposition, or maybe you could take that even further, that borders exclude and privilege those within the borders. It's like, yes. Okay, so let's take that seriously. Now, part of the seriousness is poor, innocent children are hurt at borders. That happens all the time. Okay, the question is, are you willing to give up the borders? Now, let's think about what borders are. Your skin is a border. okay? And your prejudice in protection of your skin. For example, you won't just sleep with anyone. You reserve the right to keep that border intact, right? And to be choosy about the manner in which it's broached. You likely have a bedroom, it probably has walls. You have clothing, you have a house, you have a town, you have a state, you have a country, and those are all borders. It's borders within borders within borders within borders, and you need those borders because otherwise you will die. So we could not be too hypocritical about the damn borders. Is like we don't know how to organize fragile things without putting boundaries around them. And you see that in Genesis, right? As soon as people realize that, I'm sneaking in a little religion here in case you didn't notice. As soon as people realize, they become self-conscious, they wake up and realize their vulnerability, the first thing they do is manufacture a border between them and the world. And we need borders between us and the world. And we pay a bloody price for borders. And I say those words very carefully. We pay a bloody price for borders, and it's often in the price of other people's blood. And so then the question might be, well, how should you conduct yourself ethically in a world where other people are paying in blood for your borders? And the answer that I've been trying to communicate to people is, get your damn house in order. Bear as much responsibility as you can. Act as effectively as you can as an individual in the world. Because then you can justify your privilege, you can justify your luck and your good fortune, and maybe within the confines of your border, you can be more productive and useful than you would be in the absolute absence of borders altogether. And it seems to me that that's the case. And then we have to have a discussion, okay? The left doesn't like borders and the right is more fond of them, and they're both right. And so because we don't know how strict the border should be or how permeable it should be. It shouldn't be absolute, so nothing moves between borders. Everything dies then, but if the borders disappear, then we can't survive. So we have to have a discussion about borders all the time, and that's partly what we're doing here. We have to be more sophisticated about these sorts of things.
Very few people end up getting held accountable for their own views in this matter, as among so many others. There's an enormous amount to gain by saying something that's wrong, and there's very little to gain by saying something that's right on this. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's just a world of suffering. Right. And look, the problem with this, I mean, look, this is your area of politics more than it is mine, but these lines that are being put down on the left at the moment, of which this is one, these other ones that are now coming up, I mean, today's one, you can't now act a role that you're not.
Scarlett Johansson, yeah.
You can't pretend to be someone else. Like, this is a brand new rule. I'm talking about Scarlett Johansson, who was cast in the film as a
transgender woman, I think. Well,
a man who become a woman.
It might have been the other way around, but it scarcely matters. Yeah.
Oh, it matters. Oh, that's your fascist moment.
Yes, that's my privilege talking.
Well, it's interesting because that's actually a boundary too. That's actually a border too. So it's another case where these things reverse in a perverse manner.
But like, where did that one come from?
Yeah, it's well, it probably came from the West Coast.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It seems to me that we need to somehow get comfortable with the increasingly public moments of uncertainty on topics like this, because so much of safety, reputational safety, as you were just alluding, is predicated in the public sphere in either pretending to be certain or falsely being certain on a safe answer, a safe and wrong answer to a complicated and important question.
Part of this is the pathology of basal instinct. And so, because the rule now is, if I feel sorry for you, I'm good. Right, and so let's say there's a complex situation that requires a tremendous amount of adult cognitive computation to solve, like what do we do about the borders? Because tearing them down is not the answer. Well, the person who stands up and says, well, I see someone who's hurt by a border and I feel empathy for them, then immediately says, therefore I'm good, which isn't so bad, but therefore I'm also morally superior to you. And this is one of the true pathologies of the empathic collectivists, is that they presume that their reflexive empathy marks them out as morally superior. And that's appalling, because part of it is, A, it's too easy. Just because I feel sorry for you doesn't mean I'm good. Partly because I can feel so sorry for you that I'm actually harmful to you. And that's what happens in the case of overprotective parents, for example. So we know perfectly well that empathy is not an untrammeled moral virtue. It has to be tempered by other virtues, and carefully tempered by other virtues. And so we have to stop allowing in our public discourse the unquestioned assumption that just because I manifest more pity in the moment than you do, that I'm somehow a morally superior individual.
Yes.
In fact, not only do we have to question that, we in fact we have to deeply question it and say, what makes you think that you're just not taking things too far right there? Because there's just as much error on the side of too much empathy as there is on the side of too little empathy. And that's a hard thing for everyone to learn, because empathy feels so good. Like, if you feel mercy towards a suffering child, it's like, that is kind of an indication that you're an ethical person. But that's not the basis for complex and sophisticated foreign policy.
Well, we know it isn't, because we know our empathy diminishes in an almost linear way with the numbers of people to empathize with, right? So we spoke about this one night in Vancouver, but this has been tested, where if you tell someone about the plight of one little girl, you will elicit the maximum empathic response and the maximum of an altruistic response. They'll give the most amount of money they're going to give to any cause to one compelling story to save one little boy or girl. But if you start adding boys and girls to the one, keeping the one the same, people's empathy degrades and their altruism degrades. So empathy is non-quantitative almost by definition.
It's also partly because in your life, if you see a person in trouble, you might be able to do something about them. But if you see a million people in trouble, what you should probably do, at least to begin with, is run. And I mean, what are you going to do? Maybe you could give $1,000 to one person, but if you divided that up among a million, all that would happen would you would have no money, and they wouldn't be any better off.
But this is to say that so much of moral progress today entails unhooking from the highly salient empathy-driving story and connecting with the actual quantitative reality, to learn that it's 500,000 people dying every year from heart disease or whatever it is, or there's 500,000 people dying in this famine. The fact that can't be made sexy for our news cycle, right? The fact that we lose attention is something we have to figure out how to correct.
It's also akin, it's very interestingly akin to your objection that you raised before, is that there are adult forms of solving problems that aren't akin to children's play, which is something, by the way, I agree with, because I don't think that the manner in which children organize the world is the end of the way that things should be organized. It's the basis for some of the organization. But this is akin to the same issue, is that the basal motivational responses, the emotional responses, no matter how well-meaning, aren't of sufficient conceptual sophistication to deal with incredibly elaborate and complex systems. And then you have another problem too, is that, well, that's really troublesome for people because they want to do the right thing globally. And then you tell them, look, you don't know anything. You don't know how to take this insanely complicated system that we have and improve it. And just because you're feeling pity doesn't mean that you're an expert in the retooling of hydroelectric systems, for example.
And there's one straightforward way to do that. I mean, I'll give you an example. There's a brilliant Kurdish demographer who's a Swedish citizen now, who cited this fact that it costs the same amount to bring one refugee and keep them in Sweden as it does to look after 100 refugees in Jordan, Turkey, or Lebanon. Okay. So the obvious thing from that is you say, look, it's madness then to be, for instance, bringing in thousands of refugees to Sweden. You could be looking after hundreds of thousands of people in the region. Why is that still a tainted argument? It's because people aren't sure you're not going to smuggle in racism with that. That's why.
Right.
I think, are you sure you're not just coming up with this demographer
Right,
stuff in
it's
order
like
to...
It's like you're smuggling in Hitler, like
Yeah,
the
exactly.
religious type smuggle in Jesus.
You're going to start with NGO figures, and before we know it, it's Auschwitz. That's what they think.
Right.
But here's the thing. The shortcut solution to answering almost every single one of these problems is assume that your interlocutor has good motives.
Yeah.
Assume that they are being honest in the way that they're looking at it. And that's why I
have
say...
a comment about that. Okay, so this is something I deal with in my clinical practice all the time. Okay, so imagine that you're naive. And then what you are when you're naive is someone who thinks you trust people, because you think everybody has good motivations, which is some sense what Douglas is recommending. And they say, well, that's just naive. It's like, just wait a second, though. Because here's the developmental pathway. First, you're naive and you trust everyone. And then someone cuts you off at the knees. Or multiple people do. Or maybe you cut yourself off at the knees because you trusted yourself too much and you didn't take into account the malevolence that lurks in your heart and the hearts of others. And so that you get traumatized by betrayal. And then you become cynical. And you think, Jesus, I'm a lot smarter now that I'm cynical. And you are, because cynical is actually a move up on naive. But it's not the last move. The last move is to transcend cynicism and to say that even though I know that there are just as many snakes in your heart as there are in my heart, I'm going to hold out my hand in trust, because that's the best way to elevate both of us. And that is the prerequisite for a sensible discussion.
And to concede that, this is why I'm always going on about Aristotle on this, to concede that it's not between good and evil, but between competing virtues. That when it comes to something like the borders discussion, you're dealing with justice and mercy. You cannot only be driven by one of those virtues.
That's right.
Mercy itself will lead you to hell.
Yep.
Justice on its own, blind, unseeing, can lead you to hell.
Yes, exactly. Well, and so this also, and we're running very short on time here, so we should
And you
figure
still
out how to
haven't
wrap up.
blasphemed,
But
so.
this is also why your emphasis on truth and the emphasis on truth is so absolutely important, because you and I obviously differ on a variety of different things, and as Douglas does with both of us. But you know, that doesn't mean that I think that you're a bad person. I don't think that. Actually, what I think and what I fervently hope is that some of the things that you think are wrong actually turn out to be right in a way that would be extremely helpful to me and everyone I know if I incorporated them. Like, I really hope that, because I'd rather not be stupid and wrong if I could help it, because then I don't have to wander into a pit. And so I'm hoping that if we can have a genuine dialogue and we can tell each other the truth, which is the crucial issue here, then I can find out what you know that I don't know, and that'll make me stronger and it'll fortify everyone around me. And that's the basis for the right and responsibility of free speech, right? You have the right of free speech, but that's so that you can be a responsible bearer of free speech, so that you can say the truth, so that you can set the world right and adjust the hierarchies and make sure the borders are properly functional, and so that we can keep this thing going properly. And that is all dependent, at least in part, well, in large part on the truth, but also to some degree on this faculty that you described as rational. Because we're engaged in I know rationality isn't enough, that's my sense, you know, but it's certainly an adult form of communication, and it's definitely the prerequisite to a discussion like this, which seems to me to be highly useful, and which I'm so happy that you're all willing to participate in, how strange that is, notwithstanding.
Yes, well, we've been shown various cards that had diminishing increments of time, and now they have just stopped showing us cards because we're totally incorrigible. I just want to reiterate what Jordan just said there. I mean, you all really are the occasion for this conversation. I mean, though you are in the audience and we're on stage, we very much feel that this conversation is with all of you, and we know the conversation continues in your lives. And again, it's just a tremendous honor to show up and meet all of you in this space. And so thank you for that. I want to thank both of these men. We have never gotten together before like this, and it's a great pleasure to be confronted and cajoled and in your company.
Likewise.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. I thought I could start by first acknowledging how fun this has been to have these series of dialogues with Jordan. Now this is the fourth event we've done, and the second with Douglas. And we clearly share a common project. I mean, we are trying to figure out how to live the best lives possible, both individually and collectively, and we're trying to figure out how to build societies that safeguard that opportunity for as many people as possible. And I think we each have a sense that ideas are really the prime movers here. That it's not that the world is filled with bad people doing bad things, because that's what bad people do, though there's some of that. It is mostly that so much of humanity is living under the sway of bad ideas, and it's bad ideas that can cause good people, or at least totally normal people like ourselves, to do bad things, all the while trying to live the best possible lives. And that really is the tragedy of our circumstance, that we can be that confused. So this is where the difference between Jordan and me in particular opens up, which is, how do you view religion in this contest between good ideas and bad ideas? And for me, religion emphatically gets placed on the side of bad and old and worth retiring ideas, or ideas worth retiring. And I guess by analogy, I would ask you to consider astrology. Right now, maybe I can just get a sense of who I'm talking to. What percentage of you, I want to know, believe in astrology, which is to say, who among you, and you can signal this by applause or howls of enthusiasm, what percentage of you, let me just spell it out so you know what you're committing to, and you know how crazy your neighbor is, in fact. What percentage of you believe that human personalities and human events and the difference between good and bad luck in a human life is the result of what the planets are doing against the background of stars? Let's hear it. Somebody out there. Okay, so now you should know that something like 25% of your neighbors believe that. Oh, there you go. So I'm here. Wait. I'm hearing a heckler among the astrologers. Is that possible? This is the first astrological heckler I've heard. You must be an Aries, sir. So it won't surprise you, I have a related question, which is, what percentage of you, I want to know, are religious? Which is to say, who among you believe in God, a personal God, a God that can hear prayers, a God that can take an interest in the lives of human beings and occasionally enforce good outcomes versus bad outcomes? Who among you, and now again, I want to hear applause or silence, believe in that sort of God? Okay, so this is my concern. This is my concern with what Jordan has been saying and writing these many months. I feel that you're in danger of misleading this second group of people. That the way you talk about God has convinced and will continue to convince some percentage of humanity that it's fine to hold on to this old sort of God, this God that can hear prayers and that can intervene or not in the lives of human beings. And as we've begun to explore, I think there are a lot of problems with that kind of belief. If nothing else, there are many such gods on offer, and devotion to them becomes irreconcilable among true believers. And my concern is that you could do exactly what you do with religion with astrology, right? It would be no more legitimate to obfuscate the boundary between clear thinking and superstition there, because this traditional God and the doctrines that support him are on no firmer ground than astrology is now today. And astrology, you could almost everything you say about religion, it's the fact that it has organized human thinking for thousands of years, that it's a cultural universal, that every group of people has given rise to some form of it, that it has archetypal significance, that it has powerful stories. All of that can be said about astrology, and in fact, some additional things can be said about astrology that would argue in its favor. For instance, astrology is profoundly egalitarian. There's no bad zodiac sign. Whoever you are, everyone's got a great zodiac sign, and it's just an inconvenient fact of the discipline that if I read you Charles Manson's horoscope, 95% of the audience would find it relevant, and that's how easily falsifiable astrology is. But my concern is that we could live in a world where societies are shattered over things like different zodiac interpretations. And we don't live in that world for good reason, because we have beaten astrology into submission. And I would say that religion, in terms of revealed religion and belief in a personal God, is, over the centuries, getting the same treatment by science and rationality, and should be. And it is a perverse circumstance that we live in a world that is shattered by religion. Yeah.
So I think what I'll do first is adopt the exceptionally difficult and likely counterproductive position of saying something not so much in defense of religion, but in defense of astrology, knowing full well that that's fundamentally a fool's errand. But there's something I want to point out, is that, first of all, astrology was astronomy in its nascent form. And astrology was also science in its nascent form, just like alchemy was chemistry in its nascent form. And so sometimes you have to dream a crazy dream with all of the error that crazy dream entails, because you have an intuition that there's something there to motivate you to develop the intuition to the point where it actually becomes of genuine practical utility. Now, when we look back on the astrologers and we view their contributions to the history of the world with contempt, we should also remember that the people who built Stonehenge, for example, and the first people who determined that our fates were in part written in the stars, were people whose astrological beliefs were indistinguishable from their astronomical beliefs. And you might think, well, in what sense is your fate written in the stars? And I would say it's certainly the case insofar as there are such things as cosmic regularities. So it was the dream of astrology that there was some relationship between the movement of the planetary bodies and the fixed stars and human destiny, and that's what drove us to build the first astronomical observatories, and to also determine that there was a proper time for planting and a proper time for harvesting, and a way of orienting yourself in the world, for example, by using the North Star. It's also the poetic ground that enabled us to identify the notion that you could look up and orient yourself towards the heavens, and that there was a metaphorical relationship between that and positioning yourself properly in life. And at a deeper level, the cosmos was the place that the human imaginative drama was externalized and draped itself out into the world as something that was essentially observable, so that we could derive great orienting fictions from the observation of our imagination. And so part of the problem that Sam is pointing to is the difficulty of distinguishing valid poetic impulse from invalid poetic impulse, and that really is a tremendous problem. You see that arise also in people who have religious delusions attendant upon manic depressive disorder or schizophrenia. But so much of what eventually manifests itself as hardcore pragmatic scientific belief has its origin in wild flights of poetic fantasy. And it's also the case, by the way, that that's actually how your brain is organized, as far as I can tell, that when you, and it isn't just me, I actually, there's a very large, what would you call it, research literature outlining the relative functions of the right and left hemisphere, and it certainly appears to be the case that when we encounter something absolutely unknowable or unknown, what we do is drape that unknown thing in fantasy as a first pass approximation to the truth, and then refine that fantasy as a consequence of iterative critical analysis. And so Sam believes that what should happen is that the poetic and fictional domain should be supplanted by the rational domain.
Well, let me just close the loop there. Not okay. Quite. I think we need poetry and fiction, and then there's more to engaging with reality than being a scientist in a white lab coat. But we need to be able to clearly distinguish fact from fantasy, or fact from merely fertile flights of the imagination. And we want to be rigorous there and rational there. And it's not that there's no place for mere creativity that's not on the rails of rationality.
Well, look, fair enough then. But I mean, then partly what we are disputing is the relative import and of those two domains. Let's say the poetic and the fictional, and the rational,
and the status of religion now in that.
Well, I have a hard time reconciling that to some degree with your more what would you say, formal statements about the problem, because your mechanism, the mechanism that you put forth above all, outside of truth, is rationality. And it isn't clear to me if you're willing to allow the utility of spiritual experience, which you do, and if you're willing to make, what would you say, allowances for the necessity of the poetic imagination, exactly how it is that is also encapsulated under the rubric of pure rationality. See, and here's something, you can tell me what you think about this, and I've been thinking a lot about what Sam and I have been talking about, by the way. You know, so I'm making the case in my writing that democratic institutions not only grew out of the Judeo-Christian substrate, but that they're properly ensconced within that substrate. But I'm also perfectly aware that not every religious or poetic system gives rise to democratic institutions, first, and also that there are Christian substructures, maybe the most obviously in the case of the Russian Orthodox Church, right, where the same metaphysical principles apply, but out of which a democracy did not emerge. And so it does seem to me that what we have in the West is the consequence of the interplay between the fantasy-predicated, poetic Judeo-Christian tradition and the rational critique that was aimed at that by the Enlightenment figures. And that seems to me to mirror something like the proper balance between the right hemisphere and its poetic imagination and the left hemisphere and its critical capacity. And then I would say that part of the way, so one of the questions you brought up was, how do we decide which, let's say, religious intuitions are valid? And I think we do that in part through negotiated agreement, you know, because people have, look, even among the Catholics, say in the medieval time, there was an absolute horror of heresy. So if you were some mendicant monk and you had a profound religious vision, the probability that you were going to be tried as a heretic and burnt at the stake was extremely high, because even the gatekeepers of the religious tradition realized that religious revelation untrammeled by something like community dialogue, something like that, was something of extraordinary danger. And so I would agree with you that the poetic imagination and the ground of religious revelation is something that can lead people dangerously astray. But I would say at the same time that it constitutes the grounds of our initial exploration, and that it's actually ineradicably necessary.
Okay, well, I'll briefly address that, and then I want to ask a question that brings Douglas directly in here. I think this is an instance of what's called the genetic fallacy, the idea that because something emerged the way it did historically, as a matter of historical contingency, it is good, the origin is in fact good and worth maintaining, or that it was in fact necessary, that we couldn't get these good things like democracy any other way, or we're unlikely to. And I would say that there's no Abrahamic religion that is the best conceivable womb of democracy or anything else we like, science.
That's a great place to get Douglas involved.
Yeah. So, but I would just add one other category of thinking here. We have what we think is factual and methods by which we derive facts. And I would put rationality there and an empirical engagement with reality. Then we have other good things in life, like fiction and flights of fancy that are pleasing for one reason or another and could be generative toward the first category. But then we also have, I would acknowledge, and we've spoken about this before, useful fictions and cases, I would hope rare cases where fiction is more adaptive or more useful than the truth, right? That sometimes the truth can be not worth knowing. And I would argue that there are those cases,
okay,
but they're few and far between.
We should focus on that to some degree.
Yeah, so I wanted to just point to Douglas here and focus on that, because I think your fear, Douglas, is that my style, or Richard Dawkins' style, or Christopher Hitchens' style of anti-theism, just let's just throw the vicars from the rooftops now, because it is time to end this thing. Not literally. Get off Twitter now, but.
That's a hashtag, if ever I heard one.
Yes. Your concern has been that, and I think Jordan shares this, that so much of what is good in our Western developed societies is, at the very least, maintained by maintaining so-called Judeo-Christian values, or the remnants of our past religiosity, and that there is a baby in the bathwater that can be difficult to discern, and we can't empty the tub all at once, and this is very much because there's a zero-sum contest with the religious enthusiasm we see coming from the Muslim world, and of course the Muslim world is all over the world at the moment. So in that contest between an older style of religiosity and theocracy really, and modernity, you are not as eager as I have been to pull up Western religiosity by the roots.
Or chuck the vicars.
Yes.
Yes, I think that's fair. I think I sit metaphorically as well as literally between the two of you. I realized from our conversation in Dublin some of what your concerns are about what Jordan has been saying and what he is saying, and I share some of the concern. I said to you then that I used the analogy of what our friend Eric Weinstein recently described to me as Jesus smuggling. That it was a consequence of a discussion about biologists. What do you do if you're discussing design, intelligent design? You can be okay as long as your own bandwidth on the issue, as long as your own depth of knowledge on the issue is very considerable. You can be okay discussing that biology with somebody, even a fundamentalist Christian, so long as you can follow every step of the way. But the fear will always be that the moment you're not looking, they're going to smuggle Jesus in. Or they'll wait till the moment that you're not comfortable anymore with the argument, the bit when you're at the very end of your cognitive ability, and then they'll, trust me.
There's Jesus. Yes.
There's Jesus.
Yeah.
And one of the things I realized from Dublin was, although I think you may not think that Jordan himself is going to try Jesus smuggling on you, you fear that somewhere down the line from what he's saying, somebody else will do that trick.
Yeah, it's worse than that. I actually know the people the people who are clapping are doing that. I hear from those people on a daily basis, right? So that the segment of Jordan's audience that is very happy to be told they can stay on the riverbank of their traditional Christianity for the most part, and they don't have to get into the stream of totally modern, rigorous, rational thinking about everything from first principles, right? That there's something that the Iron Age scribes got right, and it's right for all time. Those are the applause I'm hearing. And however consciously or not, Jordan is telling them it's okay to stick right there with a shard of the cross.
Okay, well, in Dublin, I actually tried a little conscious Jesus smuggling on Sam to see how that would go in a discussion we had about the central archetype of superheroes, but I'm going to try something a little different tonight. I'm going to try a little direct God smuggling. We won't bother with Jesus. Let's go right to God. Why not? So one of the things I've really tried to do when I've been analyzing religious texts is to take them seriously in the sense that I don't presume that I understand them. And I presume that they're a mystery of sorts. And at least the Bible, for example, is a mystery because we don't really understand the processes by which it was constructed, and we don't understand the processes by which we all agreed collectively over several thousand years to organize the book the way it is organized, or to edit it the way that it's edited, and to keep what's in it and to discard what's not in it, and why it's lasted and why it's had such a huge impact.
I don't want to derail you, but we do understand the first part of the process all too well. We know that there was a political and all too human process of voting certain texts in for inclusion, and some were in for centuries and then got jettisoned, and Revelation came in far later than, there were whole generations of Christians who lived and died under the banner of the Bible, and it was a different Bible at the time. They had the wrong Bible. So
well, but it's the same issue that we really don't understand. Fair enough, Sam, and I'm not saying that political, etc. considerations didn't enter into it. I'm sure all human considerations entered into it, but there was some collective process of winnowing, and you can attempt to reduce that to economic or political causes, which is generally what secular assessors like Freud and Marx both did, and with a fair degree of success, I might add, but there's still some mysterious assessment of what it is that will be remembered that entered into it. But it's a separate point to some degree. But I'm just saying that my point of departure when looking at these texts is one of an essential radical ignorance. I don't assume that I understand the mechanisms by which they were generated or edited or collected or kept or remembered, or why they had the impact they had. Now, I've been thinking a lot about the idea of, let's say, God the Father, because that's a very common archetypal representation of God the Father. So I'm going to tell you an experience that I had that I've never really told any audience about. I had a vision at one point and the vision had to do with a dialogue that I was having with my father. And you have a father, right? And when you're a little kid, you act out your father when you pretend to be a father. And what you're doing when you're acting out your father isn't imitating your father, because you don't duplicate precisely the actions that your father ever took in his life. What you do is you watch your father across multiple contexts, and you abstract out something like a spirit of the father. And then when you're a child, you implement that spirit of the father in your pretend play, and you come to embody that deeply. So the notion is that people can abstract out something like a spirit of the father. And that's part of our mimetic tendency, which is a very powerful human cognitive tendency. And in this vision, I first started to talk with my father, and I would say more with the spirit of my father, because he wasn't actually there. And I would say it was the wisest part of him. And then that sort of transformed into a discussion that I had with a series of ancestral spirits. And then that transformed itself into a vision of God himself, with whom I had a conversation. And this was a visionary experience. And then that all went away, and I spent months and months thinking about it. And I thought, so you guys can tell me what you think about this. And this sort of stretches my cognitive ability to its utmost limit to contemplate such things. But Here's a biological argument. I already made the case that a child can extract out the spirit of the father and embody it, and that's necessary insofar as you're going to be a father and a wise one. But we can also extract out the spirit of the father over much longer periods of time, because my father was a father because he imitated his father, who imitated his father, who imitated his father, as far back in time as you can go. And there's a cumulative development of the spirit of the father across time. Now then the question might be, does this spirit of the father have any reality other than the metaphorical? And I would say, damn right it has a reality, and I can describe a biological reality, and I don't know what this says about any background metaphysics, but here's a hypothesis. We know that human beings separated from chimpanzees over the course of the last 7 million years, at least in large part because of human female sexual selectivity. So it was the spirit of femininity collectively that helped elevate us to the degree that we have been elevated above our chimpanzee co-ancestor. But here's something interesting to contemplate. What is it precisely that makes men desirable to women? And so I have a bit of a hypothesis about that. So here's what men do. They get together in productive groups, and they orient themselves toward a certain task. And they produce a hierarchy around that task, because whenever you implement a task, you produce a hierarchy. And they vote up the most competent men to the top of the hierarchy, and then the women select the competent men from the top of the hierarchy. But the vote that determines who the competent men are that are more likely to reproduce is a consequence of male evaluation of men, and that's occurred over millennia. And so there's a spirit of the father that's embedded in the patriarchal hierarchy that acts as the primary selection mechanism that offers men up to women and plays a cardinal role in human evolution. And it looks like we've personified that spirit of the father in our religious imagery. And that's how it looks to me. But then there's something that's even more mysterious and deep about that that's worth considering, is that apparently the entire course of evolutionary history has conspired to produce human beings. And we could argue that it could have been different, but it certainly hasn't been different. And that means that that selective spirit of the father has been part of the process that's generated our very being, and it's certainly possible that that collective spirit of the father reflects something metaphysically fundamental about the structure of reality itself.
Wait, I was with you up until the last sentence, yes. Well, insofar as I agree with virtually all of that, I should say that none of that should give comfort to people who want to hold on to this notion that certain of our books might have been revealed by the creator of the universe. Right?
Well, it depends on what you mean by the creator.
Yeah. I'm just saying that the world we're living in now is one in which we have whole societies shattered over this notion that some books weren't written by human beings. Right? There's a different class of book. Right? There's a different shelf in the library where the products of almost certainly merely human brains are venerated for all time and considered uneditable and unignorable by the majority of human beings.
Yeah, well, it's clear that revelation can devolve into fundamentalism, and that's a real problem.
So there is a risk in all this always, there's an often made critique, but that when you're talking about religion, you're talking about the Inquisition, you're talking about the jihadists, you're not talking about somebody who wants to go to their local Anglican church once a year, maybe get the children into school, and maybe when they're at some desolate moment of their lives returns to this as a place that stores meaning. I mean, the thing that I think Jordan and I are in agreement on in this is that thing, with a quote from Schopenhauer in the Dialogue on Religion, when he says, that truth may be like water, it needs vessels to carry it. And when we were talking about this the other night, you admitted that one of the consequences perhaps of the parents sort of going through the belief structures they may not believe in anymore, but they keep doing it, is a demonstration of what you said was the non-embarrassing options that atheists have come up with. But it may also be that since we don't have very many vessels, that cracked and damaged and sometimes transparent as they are, what vessels you have might be worth holding on to.
Well, no, I think the challenge here is I mean, it feels that, well, first of all, we should first notice that these comments very often take the form of, you and I don't need this stuff, but most other people do, right? And that is,
it can do that, yeah.
Yes, I mean, that's inevitably, and it sort of took that form at one moment the other night, where you acknowledge that people of low intelligence are best placed in a conservative paradigm, a traditionally conservative paradigm, because there's less to think through, right? Now, obviously, you don't want your view on religion summarized by, it's good for stupid people.
Well, I do want it summarized to some degree that way, because one of the things we do.
I'm giving you the opportunity again to put this foot in your mouth.
But I would say not only. I mean, the thing is that we're all stupid, and some of us are far stupider than others.
But we're not. But we're not that stupid. I mean,
but there's another problem, Sam. I think, and this is obviously a contentious one. And one of the things I don't go to church, but there is one thing I admire about the church, and that is that it's managed to serve as a repository for these fundamental underlying fictions for 2 millennia. And that's really something bloody unbelievable. I mean, the great, what would you say?
It is bloody unbelievable.
Well, look, Sam, everything's soaked in blood. We have no disagreement about that, but the secular alternatives that we produced in the 20th century were certainly no less blood-sodden, and they produced nothing of any productivity whatsoever.
We need not do it now, but we have to put to bed that secular canard.
What would you
well, it's just not so that Stalinism was the product of secularism or atheism, and nor were
well, it was a product. It wasn't an inevitable product or the product.
It wasn't. And please, anyone who has this meme in your head, please just allow the next sentences I speak to just push it out, because I'm so sick of hearing this. This idea that the greatest crimes of the 20th century were somehow the product of atheism. Right. When you look at what actually engineered these atrocities, it was something that looked very much like a religion. It was a religion in every way apart from an explicit commitment to otherworldliness. It was based on
that's a big difference.
Dogmatism through and through. It was based on personality cults that grew up around figures like Stalin and Hitler and Mao. It was not the ideas of Bertrand Russell and David Hume that brought us to the Gulag or to Auschwitz.
Yes, but then you can't say it's the thought of Jesus Christ either. I mean,
well, no, it's true. No, I can say that. I can say it was the thought of St. Augustine, and I can say it was the thought of St. Thomas Aquinas explicitly that gave us the Inquisition. This is a fact.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
I mean, this is a general one as well as one for tonight, but the whole discussion, I mean, I said the other night in Dublin that to a great extent, when the history books are written about the period we're living in, they'll probably be described as the post-Holocaust period in history, the post-World War II era in Europe. It's still going on. So we're still going through this, trying to work out what happened. And I have to say, one thing that I, at any rate, am equally tired of is the claim that this has got to be a tennis game between the religious and the non-religious. That people say that the 20th century's crimes were committed by atheists. Sometimes true, often wrong. Or that the 20th century's crimes were committed by people who were religious. Sometimes true, often wrong.
No, but you're not observing a crucial distinction here, because I would never be tempted to hold religion accountable for the bad things that religious people do that have no connection to religion. Right? So if a Muslim robs a liquor store, I'm not going to blame Islam for that. Right? There's no doctrine.
Not then.
There's no doctrine.
Especially not then.
There's no doctrine that makes sense of that behavior. What I blame religion for, and likewise, there's no doctrine in the mere loss of religion, i.e. atheism, that gets you the Gulag.
Well,
right?
hang on. Oh, there is.
No, there's not. There's not. But let me just flesh out this point for one more second. The only thing I blame religion for are the things that it becomes rational to do by the light of these beliefs. If you accept these doctrines, a rational and good person can be tempted to join ISIS. That's my concern. A rational and good person can be tempted to support the Inquisition.
But of the many things they had in common, this is the point that David Berlinski made in his book, what did the NKVD have in common with everyone who oversaw the Gulag? The SS, people who guarded the camps, the people who put people on trains. What did they all have in common? What did they have in common with Mao? Among other things, they had in common the fact that none of them thought that God was watching them. None of them thought that they were being observed and would be held accountable.
It doesn't help when you think God is on your side. We have just as many examples where people do it because they think God is on their side, right?
Sure.
God is watching and clapping.
I'm not denying that. I'm saying that the attempt to make this a tennis match over the 20th century is a mistake. We're still trying to work out what caused it. Religion had a role, atheism had a role. But the perpetual tennis match of it, I think.
Well, and there is something to be said at a more sophisticated level, I would say, for the idea that you have an obligation to a transcendent ethic. Now, you make that claim in The Moral Landscape. You lay out a transcendent ethic, in my estimation, and that's one that puts the onus of responsibility on the individual to act in a way that, at minimum, minimizes suffering. And you think of that as a statement of fact, that that's the proper way of being, and I think about it as an axiomatic statement of faith, and that's one of our differences. But I have been very careful in my analysis of the relationship between the idea of sovereignty and the idea of religious belief. And one of the things that I have worked out, I think, partly from reading such people as Eliade and Jung, was that there is an emergent idea of sovereignty that does involve being accountable to a God. And here's how I would justify that, and I would think about this essentially from a practical and biological perspective, independent of any metaphysical reality that it might have. So the ancient Mesopotamians, for example, believed that their emperor was the incarnation or the representative of a god named Marduk, and that actually bestowed certain ethical responsibilities on the ruler. And so the ruler had to be a good Marduk in order to be a sovereign, to be regarded as sovereign. He had to be the embodiment of these divine principles. And it took the Mesopotamians a very, very long period of time, perhaps several tens of thousands of years. They weren't Mesopotamian during that whole time, obviously, to work out what those principles of sovereignty should be. And the Mesopotamians encoded this in their fictions, in their religious fictions, making essentially the proposition that the proper ruler had to have eyes all the way around his head, because that was one of the attributes of Marduk. So he was someone who was genuinely paying attention, who was capable of coming into voluntary contact with the great chaotic substructure of being and cutting it into pieces and making the habitable world, and also speaking words that were truthful, that had the power, the magic power of truth. And the ruler had to act that out if he was going to be the sort of ruler that his people weren't entitled to slay and sacrifice. And then once a year at the New Year's festival, he would go outside the city, the walled city, and he would act out his role of Marduk. And the priest would humiliate him and ask him to confess all the ways that he hadn't been a good Marduk, so that he could remember that he had a responsibility to undertake to embody this relationship with these divine principles. And the thing that's so important about this, that's so absolutely crucially important, is that it established the principle that even if you were at the top of a hierarchy, you weren't absolute. There was something above you that you were subordinate to. And one of the extraordinarily useful ideas about the abstraction of even God as a personified spirit, let's say, is that it allows every leader to be subordinate to something that's beyond him. Now, that doesn't mean it can't be misused, but it's a very, very, very important idea.
Yeah, except you can get there the other way around. You can realize that even if you're at the top of the hierarchy, you are radically dependent on everyone else. The tip of the pyramid.
But everybody at the tip of a hierarchy doesn't believe that. Sometimes they believe that they can do whatever the hell they want.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you're going to believe something that's compatible with rationality globally and has the least conceivable downside, I would put in that place not a superstitious attachment to a notion of an invisible friend or punisher who's above you. I would put in its place the totally defensible and palpably true fact that you could be the king of the world, and you are dependent on everyone around you to eat, to not be murdered by them. I mean, you are. I mean, it's amazing how precarious even a totalitarian regime is. I mean, the amazing thing is that these last at all, because in many cases it would just take 50 people to act in unison to kill the tyrant, right? But it never happens because you just have a first mover problem. Everyone is afraid to be the first person shot. But it is a genuine mystery that these systems even perpetuate themselves. And when they unravel, when you see, Gaddafi being murdered in a crowd, you realize, wow, it really is just a matter of the restraint and fear of human beings keeping any of these things together. A benign, if you wanted a hierarchy where you had a kind of benign philosopher king pulling the reins of a society, I'm not saying we do, but even there, you could have an ethical one. You could have one where, and a non-superstitious one where someone recognized, hey, this is how we're doing it, but we are I, at the top of this hierarchy, am radically dependent on being surrounded by as many happy people as possible.
Well, look, I mean, I don't, in some profound sense, I don't disagree with
we're
that.
Actually, I mean, this sounds like a fiction, but we're living with this problem, and we encounter this more and more when you talk, in Silicon Valley, as you and I occasionally do, and I'm sure you do as well, where you meet people who are fantastically wealthy, who seem uncannily detached at detached at the fact that there's this growing chasm between them and those they know and the rest of humanity, and you begins to wonder what level of wealth inequality will everyone find alarming. And some people are acting as though there is no level that is alarming, that there's the kind of a law of nature that this thing can grow just impossibly to the point where we have trillionaires walking around and in driving in their motorcades, and it's kind of it's sort of the libertarian religion one occasionally runs into, and clearly there's some level of inequality that's untenable, or at least would be undesirable. I mean,
well, it's a funny thing, because that's a place where our thought loops and then agrees to some degree again, because I do believe that you can, in some sense, rationally derive an ethic. So let's take the argument that you put forward and say that, well, and this is an extension of your well-being argument to some degree, which I've thought about a fair bit. It's like, well, okay, what's the optimal solution for you? Well, okay, well, first of all, there isn't just you now. There's you now, and you tomorrow, and you next week, and you in a year, you in 5 years. So there's you and the you that propagates across time. So one of the implications of that is that you can't do anything that's really good for the you now that isn't very good for you a week from now, right?
Yeah.
So that means you have to imagine yourself as multiple individuals across multiple time frames. And then you have to figure out what's good for all those individuals across all those time frames, although you discount the future to some degree because of its unpredictability. But then, so that's a very tight set of constraints. And you might say, well, a rational person would calculate what was optimal across all those multiple time frames. Then you do the same thing with other people, which is the point you just made. Well, it isn't just you, because who's you? There's you and your family. And most people are in a situation where they would regard damage to their family as perhaps even worse than damage to them. So whatever they are obviously encapsulates their family, and then to some degree that flows off into the community. And so there is no isolated you, and that's sort of your point with regards to the ethic. But then, so I agree with all that, but then one of the things that I would suggest is that, because that's an incredibly difficult rational calculation, and perhaps an impossible one, technically speaking, but certainly very difficult, that what has happened in part as our great narratives have emerged across time is that we have observed ourselves attempting to solve that multiple identity multiple time frame problem, and we've told stories about people who do that exceptionally well, and then we've winnowed out those stories and we've produced these powerful narratives that encapsulate the ethic that does in fact reflect that wisdom. And and I think you actually accept some of that in your moral propositions, which is something that we've talked about before. So for example, although never really agreed on, you certainly believe, for example, that the embodiment of truth is one of the means whereby you solve the problem of ethics. And I would say that that's a deeply rooted Judeo-Christian concept, that
it's
the truth
so
above
deeply
all.
rooted that it precedes any notion of religious provincialism. I mean, it's deeper than Judeo-Christian. It's deeper than our humanity on some level. At one point, we talked about the golden rule, and I said that the precursor to the golden rule can be found even among monkeys, right?
Right,
so
right.
The golden rule is a
rats,
good rule
yes.
even for monkeys.
Yes, exactly, exactly. And so,
but let me just add to the picture you sketched out. I completely agree with. We have an ethical obligation even to our future selves, right? I mean, we are in relationship to who's going to be the person who's drinking his fourth scotch tonight has some ethical relationship to the person who's going to wake up with a hangover tomorrow morning. And one thing we know for sure, and which we have begun to dimly understand and describe scientifically, is that we are bad at all of these calculations, right? Like the hyperbolic discounting of future rewards.
Well, that's also why I think we have these stringent limitations on rationality, Sam, is that we can't solve the problem through calculation.
Well, no, but we increasingly can, and even where it's best summarized not by one thing I'll grant you is that it's not always best conveyed or rendered indelible and actionable by being given a nature paper or an abstract from a paper in the literature and being told this is the way you want to behave to maximize your well-being. It may best be conveyed by certain stories, right, or certain books that are in the philosophy section of the bookstore, not the science section. And you and I were at the book signing the other night, and someone came up with a copy of the Meditations of Marcus Aurelius, right? A fantastic book. I mean, there's so much wisdom in that book, right? And there's nothing about stoning a girl to death if she's not a virgin on her wedding day. Now, we all recognize that Marcus Aurelius was a human being who wrote this book, and that provenance is no barrier to taking the book deadly seriously. It's an incredibly useful book, and Stoicism could be the quote religion or the guiding philosophy of the West. It would be a much better one than Judaism or Christianity, and have virtually none of the downside. And so that's my point, that we're in this perverse circumstance of being held hostage by certain products of literature. And we need to break the spell. And if we're finding it this hard to break, what do we think is going to happen in the Middle East or in sub-Saharan Africa? I mean, the moral progress we need to engineer is a common humanity coming together across shared values.
Those are perfectly credible arguments, but the weakness in the argument, I think, is the one that we started to talk about earlier, which is that when you talked with Dave Rubin a while back, and Michael Shermer said the same thing recently, he basically said that atheism is a doctrine of negation. That's what you said with Rubin, is that there isn't a positive ethos in atheism. All it says is that there's nothing personified transcendent. It's something like that. There is no God, and so the problem with the atheistic
it's not even the assertion that there is no God. It's just that it's a failure to be convinced by any of the gods on offer. It's just like not believing in Zeus.
Fine, and it's not like it's a weak. It's not like it's a weak argument. I mean, I'm perfectly aware that making a deistic case or a case for religion in the face of the claims of the rationalist atheists is perhaps, well, it's a very, very difficult thing to manage. But it is also the case that, and this is where I think we differ with regards to what happened, say, in the Soviet Union and perhaps to also in Nazi Germany, is that when your doctrine demolishes let's call it the literary or fictional substructure and leaves nothing behind, an ethos needs to be provided because something will rush in to fill the void. And it's certainly the case, and this is what Nietzsche warned about, even though he was a strident anti-Christian, and it's also what Dostoevsky foresaw. He said, if we knock out the logos from the substructure of Western society, Nietzsche believed that it was Christianity's emphasis on truth that destroyed Christianity, which was an extremely interesting criticism, you know, that Christianity had elevated to truth to such a degree that it actually resulted in the demolition of its own dogmatic substructure. But be that as it may, Nietzsche's prognostication was that if we allowed God to die, and perhaps there were reasons for that, that the consequence would be that we would be awash in both nihilism and totalitarian bloodshed, and that is what happened in the 20th century. And
there's another aspect to that, which is that you may try to knock out the whole thing and take out some of the substructure, but not the whole thing. That's what Nietzsche also shows, that his prediction, and I think it's blindingly obviously true, that you might, in this post-Christian era, have a remnant of Christianity such as guilt, overbearing guilt, and no means of alleviation or redemption.
Right, which is actually part of the problem of Protestantism, by the way, because it's, you know, and there are other things too that seem to be fundamental religious issues that secularists, I think, have a difficult time accounting for. It's like, so you actually have to grapple seriously with the problem that a doctrine that's essentially one of negation doesn't offer a positive ethos. And you are doing that, to be perfectly fair. You said that reading a Nature paper about the necessity of calculating your ethic across multiple timeframes and multiple persons doesn't have the motive force that's going to drive you to act ethically in life. And I do believe that's true, but I think the fact that the rationalist ethos doesn't have motivational push is actually a fatal flaw.
They don't meet every week to read Marcus Aurelius. That's a big problem.
And they don't write music. Like, there's no music that goes along with it. There's no art that goes along with it. There's no architecture that goes along with it. Like, and I don't know why exactly.
But to be fair to the present, most music and most art and most architecture is no longer religious. That it has flown the perch provided by religion traditionally, and most of what we care about in increasingly cosmopolitan and secular societies is not tied to religion in any direct way. And there are even whole religions like Judaism where you have to look long and hard to find anyone who believes much of anything that is religious. I have literally sat on stage debating what I thought was a religious rabbi who was a conservative rabbi, and when I said something that assumed that he believed in a God who could hear prayers, he threw up his hands and he said, "What makes you think I believe in a God who can hear prayers?" And I was just, you know, I practically lost the debate just in my astonishment, you know. It's like, you know, what does it mean to be a conservative rabbi in this case? There are religions that have made that transition to an increasingly attenuated commitment to the truth of the doctrine, and there are religions who haven't moved an inch, right? And but I think we have to acknowledge that this movement in this direction is progress, because what it actually is at bottom is increasing sensitivity to the difference between having good reasons and bad reasons for what you believe, right? And the fact that this book has been around forever is not a good reason. The fact that mommy told me so.
It's not a terrible reason, though, because the fact that something has lasted for that length of time at least makes the fact that it's lasted a mystery. And you can't just attribute that to casual politicking or economic circumstances. There's something. Look, the least that you can say about many of the biblical stories is that they're incredibly memorable. And that means that in some sense they're adapted to the memory structures of our minds.
So is the mythology of ancient Greece. It's incredibly memorable.
But I don't
and
disagree with that.
All those gods are dead. The stories still can be useful,
but
the gods are dead.
Their spirit lives on, let's say.
Yeah, but it lives on in a way that is benign. It lives on in a way where you learn about them in mythology class in school. right? You don't have a fear of Hades drummed into you as a child by your parents.
You know, the other thing that is lacking, as far as I can tell, in the rationalist doctrine, and this is something that I've observed in my clinical practice, and so one of the things that's happened over the last year is that I've had many people, especially ex-soldiers, come to my lectures who have post-traumatic stress disorder, and they say that listening to my lectures, especially the ones on good, evil, and tragedy, there's a particular lecture that I suppose you might think about as devoted to people who have post-traumatic stress disorder, and that the language of good and evil that I lay out in those lectures is actually what allows them to recover from their post-traumatic stress disorder. And dealing with people like that in my clinical practice, the same thing has been the case. If we can't transcend the language of the merely rational and move into an intense conversation about good and evil in some senses, metaphysical realities, we can't enter a realm of seriousness, conceptual seriousness, that's of sufficient depth to help heal someone who's been touched by malevolence. Because that actually is what happens to people with post-traumatic stress disorder, is that inevitably the reason that they're so shattered isn't because something tragic has happened to them, although that does happen upon occasion. It's because someone malevolent has made contact with them, and sometimes that malevolent being, let's say, or malevolent force or spirit, for lack of a better word, is something that resides within them. And so we have these limits on rational, and the reason I'm making this case is because we've already identified another limit of rational discourse. It's like, it doesn't have the motivating power of great fiction and great literature and great poetry, but it also doesn't have the healing power of language that takes the ethical realm to its extreme in some sense. And then the next problem with that, and this is something that Douglas has been contemplating, I would say, is that what evidence do we have that a merely secular representation, a rational representation of our ethic, is going to provide us with a motive force that would be sufficient for us to do such things as identify what's valuable about our culture and be motivated to sufficiently protect it, assuming that there's something worthy of protection.
But we know what a few of those things are, and they have nothing to do with what's on the inside of a church or a synagogue or a mosque. They have to do with things like free speech, right? Like the trench we are all fighting in is, at least one of them, is defense of the free exchange of ideas. And that is put in peril by many kinds of orthodoxies, but some are the old orthodoxies, the blasphemy laws, and the people who want apostates to be killed for leaving, in this case, Islam. So those are some of the sacred. If we were going to list the sacred artifacts of art that keep our society worth living in, I think the list is going to be very long before we start getting to the actual sacred objects of any one faith. It'll be things like freedom of speech and freedom of assembly and the free exchange of ideas across boundaries. The fact that we are no longer religiously or linguistically or geographically partitioned in the ideas we can entertain.
Well, it seems to me, though, like, and this may be my own idiosyncratic reading of the domain, but when I look at something like I've often considered a cathedral dome, let's say, and there are very, very old cathedral domes that have an image of Christ put up against the dome, right? So as creator of the cosmos, okay? And I'm trying to look at that from a psychological and even a biological perspective, and what I see is the elevation of a particular image that represents an ideal. And so the Christ that's represented on the dome of a cathedral is something that's projected up into celestial space. So it's an ideal to which you are supposed to be subordinate, or that you're supposed to embody. And the ideal is the ideal of the logos, technically speaking. The logos, the word made flesh, which is not only the word, free speech for lack of a better term, but also the embodiment of that, elevated to the highest principle. And that is given status as the creator of the universe. And the reason for that, in part, and this is written into the Judeo-Christian doctrine right from line 1, is the idea that it's through the discourse that you value so much that we actually engender the world as such. And that is a divine principle. And it's also, in my reading, the divine image of God that men and women are made in. And so what I see in the underlying metaphysic, where you see superstition and fundamentalism, and look, fair enough, and it's not like I would ever argue that that's not a danger. I see the imagistic and dramatized representation of exactly the idea that you hold to be paramount above all else, which is your commitment to truth, expressed in speech.
Okay, well, so my concern, and this is where I started with you, is that you could give the same charitable reading of astrology, and you'd even be tempted to do it as we talk about astrology, as you showed at the outset. Now,
but I don't think why is it a charitable reading, Sam? Like,
well, no, I mean,
so how else would you explain the existence of something like a cathedral with that image? Like, what the hell were people doing when they built that?
I'm saying we could. It's by dint of mere historical contingency and questionable luck that we're not living in a world where the cathedrals have stained glass windows with signs of the zodiac on them. Right, we could be in that world.
Well, we are.
We were very close to being in that world.
We are in that world to some degree because the astrological endeavor in the Judeo-Christian landscape expanded to incorporate Christianity. And there's an entire astrology of Christianity, including representation of Christ as the sun. So we are in that world.
Yes. So, but my point is that we recognize that the literal claims of astrology, the mechanism by which astrologers think it works, is intellectually bankrupt, right? And if any significant mayhem were being caused by people's commitment to astrology, if we had presidents of the United States who couldn't get elected unless they paid lip service to a literal belief in astrology, if we had presidents who were consulting their astrologers to figure out when to meet with other world leaders, right? This would be a problem that rational people would recognize. I mean, astrology can be disproven in a single hour. You just simply have to go to one hospital in one city sometime and find two unrelated children born in within 20 feet of each other, and follow their lives. And if they have different lives, then the signs of the zodiac mean nothing.
Part of your argument is, and validly so, is how in the world do we determine which revelatory axioms are worthy of respect and of maintenance? And fair enough, Sam.
But maybe none. Maybe not revelatory. Maybe it is just a matter of conscious agents like ourselves having better and better conversations.
Well, it is certainly partly that. But let me explain.
Because again, revelation in my book is nothing other than the record of past conversations. So you've either got Iron Age conversations shaping your worldview, or you have conversations like these shaping your worldview.
Or you have both. You can have both.
Yeah,
but then you have a dialogue with the past.
But which brings me to Marcus Aurelius. I read him with great pleasure and astonishment, frankly. I mean, it is such a modern and edifying take on ethics and one's own personal well-being, and just not being encumbered by thoughts and vanities that are so easy to cut through once you notice them, but so captivating and deranging of your life when you don't. And there's more wisdom in that book than almost any book I can name, and you don't have to believe any bullshit to honor it and use it.
Let me offer you a continued explication here. And you didn't answer my question about what all these crazy medieval people were doing, spending almost all of their excess capital, building a representation of the sky and putting an image on that. So just hang on a sec. Okay. So let's talk about what it would mean to embody the truth. So there's a deep idea in Christianity that this is what it would mean. It would mean to confront the suffering of life voluntarily to its fullest, which would mean to accept the necessity of death and betrayal at the hands of your fellow men without undue bitterness. To accept that voluntarily and to still understand that your fundamental ethical task is to work towards the redemption of the world. And that's associated with that image that's cast upon the heavenly dome. And that isn't a charitable reading, Sam. That's an essential analysis of the fundamental doctrines of Christianity.
Yes, but I could do the same thing with Buddhism and give you a slightly different story, but nonetheless inspiring and edifying. And I could do the same thing with with
but you can't do it with rationality.
But I can do it with Greek. No, that's not true. I can do it with Greek mythology. I can do it with any of these domains. But the crucial bit for me is that in order to make use of those stories, I don't have to believe in revelation. I don't have to believe that you get everything you want after you die.
I'm not sure Jordan's suggesting that you
No, but I'm talking about the applause of conventionally religious people who think that their conventional religion is in some way cashed out or redeemed or supported by the reading you're giving now of Christ in the starry heavens. It's not, unless you're adding this other piece, which is some probabilistic claim that yes, this book probably was dictated by an omniscient being, unlike any other book.
Well,
or maybe the Muslims are right, that Archangel Gabriel did show up to Muhammad in his cave and give him the one final revelation, never to be superseded. And just on the merits of the text, we know that's not true. We know, for all it gets wrong and all it fails to get right about the nature of our circumstance, we know that book is not the best book ever written on any topic. And here I'm speaking of the Quran, but it's true of the Bible. It's true of the Meditations of Marcus Aurelius. But no one's claiming that about the Meditations, and that's a crucial difference. It's a difference that explains so much unnecessary suffering in our world. And again, what I fear about the way you talk about religion is that at the end of all these conversations, I'm still not sure what you believe on that point, frankly. And if I'm not sure, no one out there is.
Well, I don't know why you would expect to be sure about what someone believes. How do you think that any one of you are capable of fully articulating what you believe? You certainly aren't. You are not. That's completely ridiculous. You're not transparent to yourself by any stretch of the imagination. You act out all sorts of things that you can't articulate.
But how about a best guess? Yeah.
You know, if you look, let's go all cognitive neuroscience on this, shall we? 99% of your processing is unconscious. You're not capable of articulating yourselves. If you were, you'd be omniscient.
Okay,
so don't give me any nonsense about that.
But that is a. I've never heard so many people applaud an evasion of a simple question.
It was a good one,
though. Yeah. Okay, honestly, yes, everything you just said about not being fully transparent to yourself is true, and you are ruled by committee in there all the time, no doubt. But I'm asking what you actually believe. I mean, there's several things I can ask. I mean, almost any one of these threads can pull the whole tapestry. But to take Christianity as an example, what do you believe about the origin of this sacred book, the Bible, Old and New Testament? Do you believe that just maybe it has a status unlike any other book, or is it simply old writing of human beings just like ourselves?
I think it's both.
Okay, so but so what does that mean? You're saying that there's somebody who's taking dictation that is unlike any other dictation. So Homer, though creative, or Shakespeare, though creative, was doing something else.
Sources of inspiration.
Okay, but everyone's been inspired.
If you talk to creative people,
yes,
they often describe themselves as something approximating a conduit through which higher wisdom is pouring.
Again, you're dodging. Shakespeare could say that, and any writer can say that. Ultimately, right?
And it's also the case that we would rank order those writers, which is why you pointed to Shakespeare, in terms of the generalizable validity of their revelations.
Sure.
And so, well, look, so you run into the same issue. You know, you criticize the Bible, and look, fair enough. You know, but you're also evading a very important issue, which is how do you quantitatively rank the contributions of literature without assuming that there's a hierarchy of revelation?
There's a hierarchy of wisdom. Sure, there's a hierarchy of human wisdom. I will grant you that every day of the week. But But we're talking about primates like ourselves having conversations, and this is the most important game we can play. I mean, this is the best game in town, and it has always been so. But people are imagining, and it includes, as you said at the outset, what I would call spiritual experience. And spiritual experience admits of a fact-based discussion about the nature of human consciousness. And
why do you allow that as an exception? Because
it's not an exception, it's part of the data set. So it's possible to have
so this is spiritual experience without the possibility of concretized revelation.
No.
So it's a formless spirituality that you're advocating.
No, you can have. I'm not even discounting the possibility that there are invisible entities out there in the universe far smarter than ourselves who we could possibly be in dialogue with. I mean, there are many strange ideas that we could defend to one or another degree. I mean, there are people walking around speculating that we might be living in a computer simulation, that all of this is being run on some hard drive of the future or some alien supercomputer. Now, that you can actually, I mean, Nick Bostrom at Oxford gives a very cogent argument in defense of that thesis, right? Now you can deal with that on its merits. I'm not saying the universe isn't stranger than we suppose or even can suppose, but one thing we know is that when you read the Bible, you can turn every page of that book and you will not find evidence of omniscience. You will not find anything in there that someone as smart as Shakespeare, or actually a little bit dumber, could have written.
No,
right?
I don't think that's true, Sam. There are incredibly
whatever
else you might say about the biblical writings, there are incredibly potent narratives embedded within them. It's impossible to write something, virtually impossible to write something like Cain and Abel. It's a paragraph long, and it's absolutely
you're saying the Shakespeare of 3,000 years ago couldn't have written Genesis?
He couldn't have written Cain and Abel, not in 10 sentences.
So then who
Cain and Abel is 10 sentences long.
So then
and it contains more wisdom than you can dig out in a lifetime.
So now we're getting to the nub of it. Then you think that was not the product of a human mind?
I think it was the product of a vast collection of human minds working over millennia.
Okay, so we have a committee of Shakespeare's. So, but still, we're just dealing with people. We've just got people.
Well, but
this concession, if indeed you're making it, and I'm still not sure, is the eradication of traditional Christianity.
Look, if something is deeply wise, it's reflective of a deeper reality. Otherwise, it wouldn't be wise.
I'm in love with deeper realities.
So what's the deeper reality that something as wise as the story of Cain and Abel reflects? What's the reality?
A landscape of mind that that either takes great training, great luck, or pharmacological bombardment of the human brain to explore. Right? There are ways to get there. There are ways to have the beatific vision, right? And we understand this to some degree experientially, and we can understand it to some degree by third-person methods of science. And it's not like I don't know. I mean, I've had many experiences that, if I had them in a religious context, would have counted for me as evidence of the truth of my religion, right? But because I was not brought up in a religious context, and because I spend a lot of time seeing the downside of that form of credulity, I have never been tempted to interpret these experiences that way.
Try a higher dose.
Yeah, I've tried. Believe me, yes. I'll go. I'll play that game of poker with you all day long.
You'd be surprised, my friend.
Yes. Well, maybe.
We're going to have to ask, by the way, about Q&A.
Maybe there's our next podcast.
Yeah.
Did you just see a card?
Look, I've got to ask all of you a question now. So we're an hour and 15 minutes into this discussion. And hypothetically, what we will do is stop and go to Q&A, but our experience so far has been that when we ask the audience, because we have done that each time, whether we've asked the audience whether we should continue or whether we should go to Q&A. So the first thing I'm going to do, and you can vote on this by making a certain amount of noise if you're inclined to do so. How many of you would like us to stop talking and go to Q&A? How many of you would like us to continue this discussion for 45 more minutes?
it seems to me that it's an objective fact that the latter people have the floor.
It really is going to be a rude awakening when those applause are reversed, however.
We know it's time to stop.
Just get off the stage.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So let me. Douglas, you were going to say something.
You were going to ask something.
Was I going to ask something?
Yeah.
Yes.
I
forgot what I was going to ask.
I'll ask you something. Let's go back to one of the core problems that we've been trying to address, which is the apparent failure, perhaps, of the rationalist atheist types to develop an active ethos that has sufficient beauty and motivational power to serve as a credible replacement for the religious rituals. So there must be a reason why that failure has occurred, right? So, do you have any sense of what the reason might be?
I can give you a short list of reasons. One is that traditionally the impulse to do that in a religious context has been fatal, right? So to declare your apostasy has been the almost as reliable a way of committing suicide as jumping off a building in most cultures and most societies for the longest time, and still is in many places, as you know, in the Muslim world. So there's been a barrier to entry to thinking creatively about alternatives to religion. And so much of atheism and secularism is just a pitched battle against the eroding power of religion. I mean, when religion really has its power, right? We know what it's like. I mean, again, I think we spoke about this at one point. The moment that it makes this most salient is, Galileo being shown the instruments of torture by men who wouldn't look through his telescope, right? I mean, that was the point of contact between untrammeled human rationality and the womb that bore it. Right, the religious awe at the beauty of the heavens, right? So the moment a person like Galileo stepped a little too far, and to connect this to astrology again, Galileo was a court astrologer, right? I mean, so there was a point of contact between astronomy and astrology at that point. So we're still under the shadow of that kind of dogmatism and oppression in much of the world. I mean, for the longest time. I mean, it's still in the United States, you cannot run for the presidency without pretending to believe in God. It's amazing. It's an amazing fact, right? When will that change? Someday it will, but we have just had almost no time to experiment in this space and innovate in this space.
Well, there's been some time. There've been some decades. And I suppose the thing that unites Jordan and me on this is if we face some of the problems, some of the enemies, you might even say, that you identify as well. And the question is whether you should face them in the midst of an experiment that may or may not work, i.e. a leap into pure rationality, or whether you might decide it's worth, among other things, taking some of the versions of things that you've had that have been of worth in your past and using them where they're useful.
But what are you picturing there? Because there really is no leap. There's no global leap to pure rationality. There's this incremental erosion of religious answers to terrestrial questions. So there's again, the moment you have a science of neurology, you begin to look at epilepsy not as demonic possession but as a neurological problem. Before there's a science of neurology, you don't know what the hell's happening. Right, so into that space.
Something obviously drove Douglas, I would say, in some sense, surprisingly, to make the assumption that one of the things that we need to do to defend whatever it is that we have of value in the West, assuming that we have anything of value, was something like the reincorporation of this religious substructure. So it's not something that I would have expected you to conclude.
Yeah, but what
so
are you
why
picturing?
did you conclude it?
Well, partly for the reason I just suggested, that the leap into pure rationality There's no evidence yet that it's going to work, or there's going to be enough, or enough people are going to be able to partake in it.
But give me the precise place where you're worried that it's going to fail, and what are you imagining
Well,
doing?
you think it's failing now.
Yeah, let me give you one example.
Yeah.
And we may be in the midst of the discovery that the only thing worse than religion is its absence.
And where are we discovering that?
Look at the religions that people are making up as we speak. I mean, every day there's a new dogma, and you and I and Jordan have repeatedly tripped over those dogmas. Some usually survived, it has to be said, but they're stampeding to create new religion all the time at the moment. Every new heresy that's invented. And they're not as well thought through as past heresies. They don't always have the bloody repercussions yet, but you can easily foresee a situation in which they do. I mean, a new religion is being created as we speak by a new generation of people who think they are non-ideological, who think they're very rational, who think they're past myth, who think they're past story, who think they're better than any of their ancestors and have never bothered to even study their ancestors.
Right. So, but can't you say that dogmatism is the problem? The generic problem here is dogmatism, a firm belief in the absence of good argument and good evidence.
And absolutely, we can agree that dogmatism of any kind has that danger, or will always have that danger. But the void also has a danger. The void that you can create if you throw out all the stories that helped get you to where you are also has this danger, because people come up with these new stories. And every day's news now is about this. Our politics is now basically about this. I mean, well, actually...
Yeah, and what's flown in to fill the gap seems to be something like a new tribalism.
Absolutely.
Which is exactly what you'd expect in some sense, right? If you demolish the superordinate system, you know, religion divides people, no doubt, but it also unites people.
Yes.
And so one of the things that arguably unites people above their mere tribalism is their union in an abstract religious superstructure. Yeah. And then if you demolish that, well then one of the things that does seem to happen is the emergence of a reflexive tribalism, because people need a group identity of sorts. And the easiest thing to do seems to be to revert to ethnicity and race and gender and sex, etc., etc. And then we do end up, and have ended up, in this situation that Douglas outlines. And you know, one of the things I think that distinguishes us temperamentally, possibly, maybe because you're a little more on the liberal side and I'm a little more on the conservative side, even temperamentally speaking, is that your fundamental terror is that of fundamentalism, although you also state in the moral landscape that you understand the perils of nihilism. And I would say my fundamental terror is that of nihilism, even though I'm sensitive to the catastrophes of fundamentalism. But I don't think you do address the problem of the void sufficiently, because I don't think that you have anything to offer except, and I'm not trying to minimize your offering. You make a case that people should work to alleviate suffering and that we should live in truth, but Jesus, Sam, you can summarize that in 2 sentences. It doesn't have the potency of the fictional, literary, artistic substructure that seems necessary to make that into something that's a compelling story.
Well, so this is where we might disagree. This could be a fundamental disagreement, because I don't see the problem of nihilism the way you do, or the way it's advertised. Like once you rip out the false certainties and the bad evidence and the bad arguments and the mere dogmas imposed on us by prior generations, that hole never closes safely with anything else. You have to put something in its place that's shaped just like that, some other false certainty or some other story. And I simply don't think that's the case. I think there's so many things we outgrow, both individually, in our own childhoods, and culturally, that where there is no void left. There's no Santa Claus-shaped void that we have to fill with the exact same thing.
But people certainly experience that.
Some people,
void.
yeah, people. I'm not discounting the fact that it is hard to be happy in this world. I mean, we are living in a world that seems perfectly designed to frustrate our efforts to find permanent happiness.
So you asked me, you put me on the spot a while back.
But let me just add my answer to this. I just think that there's the recipe for a good life, or at least a minimal recipe for a good life. It's not that this is all that's entailed, but this is certainly necessary, if not sufficient, is to live a life that is increasingly motivated by love and guided by reason. Right? You can't go very far wrong if you are motivated by love and guided by reason. Right? And the problem is that.
Well, okay. Well, the first thing I would say about that is, to me, that's a recapitulation of the Judeo-Christian ethic, which is that you should be guided by love and use logos to serve that.
Except you got to read the fine print on reason.
No, well, I didn't say reason. I said logos, because that's something that's deeper than reason.
There's the Jesus smuggling.
Yes,
I was
exactly.
About.
Well, yes, definitely.
I said it would happen.
Okay, so, but so look, I've been trying to. Part of the reason that I'm doing what I'm doing is to try to address the void, let's say, and I suspect that many of you are actually here because you would like to have the void addressed. And so the way it looks to me is something like this, and this is what I've derived in part from my studies of religious tradition. So I could say that at the beginning of Genesis, for example, there's a proposition that it's truthful speech that generates habitable order from chaotic potential. That seems to me to be the fundamental narrative, and I do believe there's something dead accurate and real about that, because we do generate the world as a consequence of our communicative effort. And then there's a second proposition, which is that the world that we generate from the chaos of potential is habitable to the degree that the communication that we engage in is truthful. And that's why God, who uses the logos at the beginning of time to generate the world, is able to say that his creation is good. The proposition is the world you bring into being through truthful speech is good. And that's the image of God that's implanted in man and woman. And there's a grandeur about that idea. And you think, well, you don't need the grandeur because it's just a fiction. It's like, just wait a second here. It's not just a fiction. Unless you don't believe that in some manner you partake in the creation of the world and that you have an ultimate responsibility that might well be described as divine to participate in that process properly, truthfully, and with love. And there's every reason to think that that's an elevated ideal so high that it's worthy of conceptualizing as divine, and also to presume that it represents some fundamental metaphysical reality. And that's a lot more powerful than you need to be good.
Yes, but the problem here, Jordan, is that I could do exactly what you just did with Buddhism or Hinduism. And it is just as grand and just as deep and just as anchored to the first-person experience of contemplatives who've taken that as far as they could take it. You know, people,
well, then
monastics.
I would say, Sam, you should do that and see how people respond to it.
Well, no, because I.
Yes, seriously.
No, because I see the end of the game. It doesn't arrive where I want to get to, where we need to get to, because it would be to different effect. There are different claims ultimately about the status of truth and good and evil, and about the beginning of the world and the fate of a human consciousness after death. They're completely irreconcilable worldviews.
I also don't think
you cannot
that
square. If there are Hindus in the audience, they believe something that is totally irreconcilable to what Christians believe.
I don't think that you can offer, pardon me, a watered-down version of Buddhism as a consequence of psychedelic experience as a acceptable and credible alternative to the power of the fundamental founding myths of the Western culture.
Yeah,
and if you think you can, then you should try.
I'm trying. Well, I'm not trying that, but that's not what I. Well, first of all, just to get my biography straight, it's not just the psychedelic experience.
I know.
Yes.
And I'm also not making light of the psychedelic experience.
Listen, to take this. We're having most of this conversation on the side of wherein it seems reasonable to worry about the fate of civilization, right? We could have started at a very different point with just the nature of consciousness, right? For our first-person encounter with being itself, right? All of us wake up each morning. We are thrust from a condition of deep sleep, which we seem to know nothing about, and we're just kind of pushed through a veil of dreams into this apparently solid reality that we call the world, and we're engaging one another in this space of just consciousness and its contents, and we're trying to make sense of it. And science is the best language game we play, I would argue, in trying to make truly rigorous sense of it. But it doesn't exhaust all the language games we play. We play others that are also fact-based. We talk about what happened historically before we arrived here. We talk about facts as we can understand them that we just didn't witness, but others did, and we call that journalism, right? So we're trying to have a fact-based discussion.
We used to call that journalism.
Yes, it's getting harder and harder to discern what's actually going on now. But we are thrust into this condition of being our apparent selves moment by moment, and we notice the difference between happiness and suffering, right? And this is not merely sensory. It's not merely that, you know, I don't like the feeling of a hot stove, and I do like a warm bath. It's ideas, the ways of thinking about ourselves and the world can open the door or close the door to various states of happiness and suffering. And religion religion leverages that. People, the difference between believing that your dead child is in heaven with Jesus and not being able to believe that is enormous, right?
I want to ask a specific, though. You've expended a certain amount of reputational energy and much more on the jihadists. In your battles, shall we say there, how much allyship, to use a very voguish term, have you found from fellow secular, rational people who want to love and reason like you?
Well, that is a leading question, isn't it?
I've got fingers if you need more.
Yeah. No, your fingers are safe. No, unfortunately, but this is a problem of, I wouldn't ascribe this to, well, the allies you can easily find among deeply religious Christians, say, are there for the wrong reasons, right? I mean, so I can find, you know, I can
well,
go into...
Are there wrong reasons for
that?
Well, no, they're
wrong reasons.
They're there for the wrong, well, they see the problem clearly for the wrong reasons. So for instance, I meet secular scientist types, you know, anthropologists, say, who are so far from knowing what it's like to believe in revelation that they don't believe anyone else does, right? So when you tell them that members of ISIS really believe that if you die in the right circumstances, you get 72 virgins, and you're in, you know, surrounded by rivers of milk and honey and all the rest. If you go into the ivory tower, you meet people who don't believe that anyone believes that stuff. But if you go into a megachurch, they know people believe that stuff because they believe their own dogmas, right? That's what it's like to be effortlessly right for not especially good reasons. The fact that you believe a book was written by God, and therefore it's trivially easy for you to understand that someone else believes that, but they just have the wrong book. That's not the rational basis for understanding our circumstance that we're looking for.
I'm not saying whether one is right and one is wrong, but one seems to have more commitment in that. And in one battle you're fighting, commitment may be important.
Yeah,
and
indeed.
There may be many reasons why the people who deeply want to love and be rational are absolutely no damn use in that fight. Because they want to preserve their happiness a bit longer, preserve their comfort a bit longer, cannot understand people who genuinely come from a fundamentalist standpoint.
Yeah.
And therefore,
and there's also other, well, to steelman their case for a moment, it is understandable to be sensitive to and guilty about the history of colonialism and the reality of racism, and to be so committed to tolerance as your master virtue that you're tempted to tolerate intolerance and not recognize it to be cowardice, which in fact it is.
Making tolerance your core value is much different than making truth your core value, which is an interesting thing, because, and perhaps this is one of the places where you and the
fundamentalist radical leftists, let's say, differ, is that the core value that's emerging there is definitely one of tolerance, whereas the core value that you espouse is one of truth. And truth and tolerance are not the same thing.
Yes,
and so it might
Amen.
also,
nor is the pursuit of truth and the belief that as a result truth can be found, that it's not a single thing on its own, you just pursue it as a hobby. It's just something you do, but that you believe that at the end of it there is a truth to be found.
Yeah. But Douglas, what do you fear is the case here? If there were more people like me in the West, right? Well, maybe I'm the outlier here. I'm somehow infected by this overweening commitment to truth and rationality and science, and yet I'm still motivated to worry about jihad. But you're worried that there are many people like me who are oblivious to the problem.
Why are you worried about it when so many other people who are hypothetically, this is the question you asked, why are you so worried about when there's so many people who are hypothetically like you that don't seem to be worried about it? I mean, maybe you're wrong and you shouldn't be worried about it, although Douglas is obviously worried about it too.
One answer is a possibility, it's my worry at any rate, that we may be living in an era when we are discovering that the Enlightenment and the Enlightenment's values never went very wide and didn't go terribly deep. And this is a very painful realization to make. But not only do we go all around the world and discover that, we find that at home. The roots turn out not to have gone very deep in even this society. And that's a problem.
It is a problem, but hence my commitment to making them deeper.
And to reiterate the point, I'd be very happy if it was entirely Sam Harris's all the way down.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay? I'd have no problem with that. It's just that underneath Sam Harris, it's hell.
Well, I'm also curious.
You know me too well.
Curious about something that you said.
Yeah, that has to be very carefully edited on YouTube.
in the metaphysic that you outlined, rationality in the service of love. Like, this is an interesting, like, I'm not sure you get away with that, because, like, is it rationality or is it love? Because I don't understand the place in your conceptual system for love, given your emphasis on rationality as the ethic of, as the mechanism of ethics. So I would say, to the degree that I smuggle in Jesus, which, by the way, isn't accidental in some sense, and I'm fully conscious when I'm doing it, you smuggle in love, and it essentially plays the same role.
Well, no, love is an experienced reality. I mean, love is a state of consciousness. It's a state of, and I wouldn't ultimately.
Is it a fact?
Well, it's a fact that one can experience it or not.
Well,
to varying degrees.
Yeah, but that's not the same thing.
No, it is. No, it is. I mean, there are.
It's a fact that you can experience something, but the thing that you're experiencing is, there's also the thing that you're experiencing as a fact.
Well, no, there are facts about the range of human experiences. I mean, I think, and not even just human, just conscious experiences. That if we can build computers that can feel love, I mean, that's not inconceivable, and we'll either succeed in doing that or not. But consciousness admits of a range of experiences, and love is one of the best on offer. It's not the only one we care about, but it's the one that anchors us to a positive commitment to the well-being of other conscious systems. And
but
the crucial thing is
the fact. I agree with you, Sam.
It is a fact that loving someone entails a really, I mean, there are love and its counterfeits, right? People can confuse, romantic, attachment or lust with love, right? So, I mean, and the Buddhists are especially good at differentiating these various states of consciousness, and it's this true pleasure, mental pleasure in the company of another that is colored by a commitment to their well-being, a wanting them to be happy, a wanting to have their hopes realized, a non-zero-sum commitment or sense of your entanglement with them. And you can see your failures to love. I mean, you can be with people who you think you love. I'm with my best friend, say, and I just find out something fantastic has happened for him, and let's say in his career, and I feel a moment of envy, say. Well, then you see, just how much do you love this person if your first reaction to something good happening to them is you feel poorer for it, right?
That's the Cain and Abel story.
Exactly. So these are all kinds of defects you can witness in your own mind, and yes, you pay enough attention to what it's like to be you. The full horror show of an almost biblical unwinding of all possibility is available, and you add psychedelics to that cocktail, and it gets even more vivid. But
so are you saying that
this is
your claim that that's a
it is a fact. These are facts about the human mind, and it is also factual to say that it is possible to navigate in this space. It is possible to design institutions and social systems and ethical commitments that help us navigate in this space. And it's not that we all have to get up every morning naked and try to rebuild civilization and all of human wisdom for ourselves each day. We inherit the most useful tools. You don't have to figure this all out for yourself. And my appeal to you is that we should want to use all the best tools available without hamstringing ourselves by this notion that certain tools must be the best for all time, or certain books must be read on every page with equal diligence because this book came from the creator of the universe. When we're reading Marcus Aurelius, if he gets something catastrophically wrong on page 17, we say, well, what the hell? He lived 2,000 years ago. There's no way he knew everything, right? And we turn the page.
Okay,
right?
so
we can't do that with the Bible and the Quran.
Here's a mythological representation of that. So there's an ancient idea, a very ancient idea, that when you face the void, what you do is confront it and leap into it. And what you discover at the bottom is a beast, and inside that beast you discover your father lying dead, and then you reanimate your father and you bring him back to the surface, and that's the means of dealing with the void, right? And so in essence, in some sense, that's just what you said. You said that
except that, again, there's something confabulatory about that, because you can I could change the valence of virtually every word you use there, and it would also sound profound and true. I could swap father for mother, and I could swap void for mountaintop, and it could be the same seemingly archetypal journey, and someone could make sense of it.
It's not that easy, Sam. Like, that's the same thing.
It's damn easy. I've done it with a cookbook.
But look, if it's that easy, then you can write great novels.
No,
and you can tell great stories. Well, if it's that easy, it's not that easy to write a great story. So these things can't be swapped out with ease. And there is a reason that it's your father that you rescue from the belly of the beast and not your mother in those sorts of situations.
But
it is akin to...
Again, I give you Buddhism and Hinduism that have completely different iconographies and mythologies.
Well, they're different at some levels, but not at all. It's like languages. They're different at some levels and not at all.
They're crucially opposite in many of these cases. I'm just saying that this kind of reading meaning into story there's a reason why it's not science. Because it is, in some basic sense, unfalsifiable. There's nothing you and I can do for the rest of our lives to be sure that the mother isn't at the bottom of that void and it's really the father.
Is it possible to develop a factual approach to the analysis of literature?
Well, yes, on its own terms. You can say, well, but that extends to things like it is a fact that Hamlet was the Prince of Denmark and not the king.
No, I meant in terms of the meaning of literature.
Well, yeah, but you can make true and false claims, or more and less plausible claims about literature.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do, is to make more plausible claims.
On you. But again, this is a very different game than what most religious people think is on offer.
Well, look, if you look at the domain of science, most scientists aren't very good at what they do. And if you look at the domain of religious thinking, most religious thinking people aren't very good at what they do, but that doesn't mean that the whole damn thing should be thrown out. There's gradations of religious revelation and wisdom.
But there's that word, because revelation, if revelation is something that we can all do, you, me, and Marcus Aurelius, right? That is a very different world than the world that Muslims think they're living in.
But you just said, Sam, that we have to go in. This is why I used the going down into the void to rescue your father metaphor. You just said that we have to, and you've said this before, and I know you believe it as well. that we have to go back into the past and find the wisdom that can help guide us, because we don't have to do this as if we're encountering everything for the first time. And that's exactly the idea of going into the void to rescue your father. That's how, that is the eternal, age-old medication for the confrontation of the void. And you said it yourself, and so I don't know which it is. It's like, do we have to go into the past to rescue what's best, given the understanding that there is something there worth rescuing, or not? Is it pure rationality and nothing else moving forward, unconstrained by convention?
It's just, again, I want our certainties. And I think we all, in every other area of our lives, we agree about this effortlessly, right? If I'm pretending to be certain of something that you can sense I have no good reason to be certain about, you begin to mistrust me in every area. If it's in business, or if it's in sports, or if I told you I knew that France was going to win the World Cup and I was absolutely sure, and yet I magically didn't bet any money on it. I mean, these are conversations we can have about everything else, and yet on this topic of religion, people change the rules, right? And I'm just arguing that the rules should never, the rules by which we dole out our credence shouldn't change, and they don't change. And again, we shouldn't be misled by the duration of the past. I mean, this is the comparison of something like Scientology to Christianity is so invidious because we can practically meet L. Ron Hubbard, right? We've got film of him confabulating about galaxies that, ruled by overlords whose names he magically knew, right? We see the man behind the curtain. We don't see that with the Apostle Paul or anyone else who brought us the quote real religions, and yet it's always just been human beings doing this, right? And if you go back far enough, they were doing it in a situation that was completely uncontaminated by the kinds of concerns we have as scientists and secular rational people for evidence and consistency and a knowledge of the past. I mean, they had nothing even they had no mechanism by which to record their observations.
Now,
and
I'm going to interrupt you.
Yes.
Because first of all, I saw a sign saying 5 minutes.
Yes.
And I'm very conscious of a number of things, apart from my own silence. And the main one is this. We had a long session on love just then, and I refused to finish this evening on such a positive note. And I'd like to turn that round. We're all in agreement on certain aspects: free speech, civilized discourse on the most important matters, and much more. But there's also, I'm sure, a lot we have in common of what we just can't bear. And I just wanted to hand over to both of you at some point to give an idea, not of your loves, but of your present hates. Perhaps Jordan.
Hates. Well, I would say that I spent a lot of time over the last 30 years trying to understand the part of me that could be deeply satisfied as an Auschwitz prison guard. And I would say that that part is something that's worthy of hate. And I think the best way to overcome it is to recognize it in yourself and to do everything possible to constrain it. And that's what's given me an overwhelming horror, both of the nihilistic void and the catastrophes of totalitarianism. And the reason that I've turned to the degree that I have to the analysis of religious traditions, not losing my scientific perspective in the meantime, is because I've done everything I could to
to extract out the wisdom necessary to understand how to deal with that bit of unredeemed evil that every bit of us possess.
Well, I would say that I hate unnecessary suffering, and especially my capacity for it. And I see so much of my time, conscious time, moment to moment, devoted to this experience that should be familiar to all of you, which is to be captured by thoughts of the past or the future, which are, which almost by definition have a mediocrity so transcendent that it's just, it is what makes human life just pure monotony and pettiness, and everything that religion advertises itself as a corrective to, right? So I mean, what I'm sensitive to is that someone like Sayyid Qutb, when he came to this is Osama bin Laden's favorite philosopher, when he came to America in the 50s, he saw his hosts and their neighbors spending all their time, bragging about how well mowed their lawns were and what new Chevrolets they had purchased, and he looked at all of this as it was just the quintessence of desecration and lost opportunity and the lack of profundity. And for him, the corrective obviously was Islam. And half of that is right. It's possible to be totally captivated by the wrong things in this life, and to make yourself so obviously being a guard at Auschwitz with a clear conscience is the extreme
I was
case
thinking
of
more
that.
of happiness.
What was that?
More of being a guard at Auschwitz with happiness.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Even worse still, right? So that's the extreme case, and to realize that job was not only filled by psychopaths, right? That psychologically normal people could be brought to that point. I recognize that that's the situation we're in, but most of us live our lives in a different place where it's just mediocrity and pettiness and needless anxiety, and very dimly we recognize the possibility of overcoming that on a day-to-day basis. And honestly, I think the atheism, the lack of belief, the lack of faith in an afterlife, for instance, the lack of belief in the notion that you get everything you want or may get everything you want after you die, it helps. Leads to greater depth rather than to superficiality here. It's like when I kiss my daughters goodnight, right? It is with the understanding that I may never see them again, right? It's not with the assumption that if the roof caves in, we'll all be reunited in heaven along with our pets, right? Which is what many people find consoling about faith. But that. And so what I would say, what I hate in myself and what I hate in our culture is everything that conspires to make the preciousness and sacredness of the present moment difficult to realize. And that's the tide against which I keep pushing.
I'm not going to answer my own question, primarily because of the length of the list and a knowledge of the time. But I would say that if there was one thing I hate, it's the fact that conversations like this, civil discussion on the most important matters between people who have enormous amounts in common and have important disagreements, which engage with the past and which are going to be facilitated for a long time by a knowledge of all the extraordinary progress we're about to hit, can take place in an arena like this with an audience like you, who have all come out and now sat here for 2 hours. And I think it's at any rate, from my point of view, one of the most positive things I can imagine in the world at the moment, that an evening like this is happening with an audience like you.
Yes, thank you.
And unless either of you want to say anything, I think on behalf of all of us, I'd just like to say what a thrill this is for us, and thank you to you. And I hope that this is an example of a constructive discussion of a kind that might even at some point catch on.
Yeah.
So
Indeed.
thank you.
Indeed. Thank you. Thank you all for coming.
Everyone, please put your hands together for Sam Harris, Jordan Peterson, and Douglas Murray.
Thanks, Jordan.
Well done. Yeah. To be
Thanks,
continued. Yeah. Well, yeah. It seems to me that we need to somehow get comfortable with the increasingly public moments of uncertainty on topics like this, because so much of safety, reputational safety, as you were just alluding, is predicated in the public sphere in either pretending to be certain or falsely being certain on a safe answer, a safe and wrong answer to a complicated and important question.
Part of this is the pathology of basal instinct. And so, because the rule now is, if I feel sorry for you, I'm good. Right, and so let's say there's a complex situation that requires a tremendous amount of adult cognitive computation to solve, like what do we do about the borders? Because tearing them down is not the answer. Well, the person who stands up and says, well, I see someone who's hurt by a border and I feel empathy for them, then immediately says, therefore I'm good, which isn't so bad, but therefore I'm also morally superior to you. And this is one of the true pathologies of the empathic collectivists, is that they presume that their reflexive empathy marks them out as morally superior. And that's appalling, because part of it is, A, it's too easy. Just because I feel sorry for you doesn't mean I'm good. Partly because I can feel so sorry for you that I'm actually harmful to you. And that's what happens in the case of overprotective parents, for example. So we know perfectly well that empathy is not an untrammeled moral virtue. It has to be tempered by other virtues, and carefully tempered by other virtues. And so we have to stop allowing in our public discourse the unquestioned assumption that just because I manifest more pity in the moment than you do, that I'm somehow a morally superior individual. Yes. In fact, not only do we have to question that, we in fact have to deeply question it and say, what makes you think that you're just not taking things too far right there? Because there's just as much error on the side of too much empathy as there is on the side of too little empathy. And that's a hard thing for everyone to learn, because empathy feels so good. Like, if you feel mercy towards a suffering child, it's like, that is kind of an indication that you're an ethical person. But that's not the basis for complex and sophisticated foreign policy.
Well, we know it isn't, because we know our empathy diminishes in an almost linear way with the numbers of people to empathize with, right? So we spoke about this one night in Vancouver, but this has been tested, where if you tell someone about the plight of one little girl, you will elicit the maximum empathic response and the maximum of an altruistic response. They'll give the most amount of money they're going to give to any cause to one compelling story to save one little boy or girl. But if you start adding boys and girls to the one, keeping the one the same, people's empathy degrades and their altruism degrades. So empathy is non-quantitative almost by definition.
It's also partly because in your life, if you see a person in trouble, you might be able to do something about them. But if you see a million people in trouble, what you should probably do, at least to begin with, is run. And I mean, what are you going to do? Maybe you could give $1,000 to one person, but if you divided that up among a million, all that would happen would you would have no money, and they wouldn't be any better off.
But this is to say that so much of moral progress today entails unhooking from the highly salient empathy-driving story and connecting with the actual quantitative reality, to learn that it's 500,000 people dying every year from heart disease or whatever it is, or there's 500,000 people dying in this famine. The fact that can't be made sexy for our news cycle, right? The fact that we lose attention is something we have to figure out how to correct.
Well, it's also akin, it's very interestingly akin to your objection that you raised before, is that there are adult forms of solving problems that aren't akin to children's play, which is something, by the way, I agree with, because I don't think that the manner in which children organize the world is the end of the way that things should be organized. It's the basis for some of the organization. But this is akin to the same issue, is that the basal motivational responses, the emotional responses, no matter how well-meaning, aren't of sufficient conceptual sophistication to deal with incredibly elaborate and complex systems. And then you have another problem too, is that, well, that's really troublesome for people because they want to do the right thing globally. And then you tell them, look, you don't know anything. You don't know how to take this insanely complicated system that we have and improve it. And just because you're feeling pity doesn't mean that you're an expert in the retooling of hydroelectric systems, for example.
And there's one straightforward way to do that. I mean, I'll give you an example. There's a brilliant Kurdish demographer who's a Swedish citizen now, who cited this fact that it costs the same amount to bring one refugee and keep them in Sweden as it does to look after 100 refugees in Jordan, Turkey, or Lebanon. Okay. So the obvious thing from that is you say, look, it's madness then to be, for instance, bringing in thousands of refugees to Sweden. You could be looking after hundreds of thousands of people in the region. Why is that still a tainted argument? It's because people aren't sure you're not going to smuggle in racism with that. That's why. Right. I think, are you sure you're not just coming up with this demographer stuff in order to...
It's like you're smuggling in Hitler, like the religious type smuggle in Jesus.
You're going to start with NGO figures, and before we know it, it's Auschwitz. That's what they think.
Right.
But here's the thing. The shortcut solution to answering almost every single one of these problems is assume that your interlocutor has good motives. Yeah. Assume that they are being honest in the way that they're looking at it. And that's why I say...
have a comment about that. Okay, so this is something I deal with in my clinical practice all the time. Okay, so imagine that you're naive. And then what you are when you're naive is someone who thinks you trust people, because you think everybody has good motivations, which is some sense what Douglas is recommending. And they say, well, that's just naive. It's like, just wait a second, though. Because here's the developmental pathway. First, you're naive and you trust everyone. And then someone cuts you off at the knees. Or multiple people do. Or maybe you cut yourself off at the knees because you trusted yourself too much and you didn't take into account the malevolence that lurks in your heart and the hearts of others. And so that you get traumatized by betrayal. And then you become cynical. And you think, Jesus, I'm a lot smarter now that I'm cynical. And you are, because cynical is actually a move up on naive. But it's not the last move. The last move is to transcend cynicism and to say that even though I know that there are just as many snakes in your heart as there are in my heart, I'm going to hold out my hand in trust because that's the best way to elevate both of us. And that is the prerequisite for a sensible discussion.
And to concede that, this is why I'm always going on about Aristotle on this, to concede that it's not between good and evil, but between competing virtues. That when it comes to something like the borders discussion, you're dealing with justice and mercy. You cannot only be driven by one of those virtues.
That's right.
Mercy itself will lead you to hell. Justice on its own, blind, unseeing, can lead you to hell.
Yes, exactly. Well, and so this also... And we're running very short on time here, so we should figure out how to wrap up. But this is also why your emphasis on truth and the emphasis on truth is so absolutely important, because you and I obviously differ on a variety of different things, and as Douglas does with both of us. But you know, that doesn't mean that I think that you're a bad person. I don't think that. Actually, what I think and what I fervently hope is that some of the things that you think are wrong actually turn out to be right in a way that would be extremely helpful to me and everyone I know if I incorporated them. Like, I really hope that, because I'd rather not be stupid and wrong if I could help it, because then I don't have to wander into a pit. And so I'm hoping that if we can have a genuine dialogue and we can tell each other the truth, which is the crucial issue here, then I can find out what you know that I don't know, and that'll make me stronger and it'll fortify everyone around me. And that's the basis for the right and responsibility of free speech, right? You have the right of free speech, but that's so that you can be a responsible bearer of free speech, so that you can say the truth, so that you can set the world right and adjust the hierarchies and make sure the borders are properly functional, and so that we can keep this thing going properly. And that is all dependent, at least in part, well, in large part on the truth, but also to some degree on this faculty that you described as rational. Because we're engaged in I know rationality isn't enough, that's my sense, you know, but it's certainly an adult form of communication, and it's definitely the prerequisite to a discussion like this, which seems to me to be highly useful, and which I'm so happy that you're all willing to participate in, how strange that is, notwithstanding.
Yeah. Yes, well, we've been shown various cards that had diminishing increments of time, and now they have just stopped showing us cards because we're totally incorrigible. I just want to reiterate what Jordan just said there. I mean, you all really are the occasion for this conversation. I mean, though you are in the audience and we're on stage, we very much feel that this conversation is with all of you, and we know the conversation continues in your lives. And again, it's just a tremendous honor to show up and meet all of you in this space. And so thank you for that. I want to thank both of these men. We have never gotten together before like this, and it's a great pleasure to be confronted and cajoled and in your company.
Likewise.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Jordan.
Yeah.